Having crossed into this world for 88 years, you're almost at death's door, yet your chastity remains intact. To leave no regrets, you take out your last 15 taels of silver and summon the matchmaker, saying, I only have 2 requirements, female and alive. The matchmaker sighs and then says, all right, I happen to have a young maiden in mind. Her conditions aren't high, so it might work out with you. Later, I'll bring her over, and by then you should be ready. But just at that moment, a voice rings out. The system may be late, but it never fails to arrive. Bound to the expand the family tree system, you'll henceforth ascend to the pinnacle of life. The branching and flourishing system. As long as the host expands their lineage, they can receive rewards such as extended lifespan, elixirs, cultivation progress, techniques, and improved physique. Producing offspring also yields rewards and so on, creating an endless cycle. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the cultivation technique, absorbing yin and harnessing yang. Congratulations, host! You have received 10 pounds of miraculous blue pills. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 10 pounds of physique enhancement pills. Unable to contain your excitement, you rise abruptly from your deathbed and, without hesitation, consume the physique enhancement pills. The next day, the matchmaker was leading 2 people down the road, 1 man and 1 woman, 1 old and 1 young. The young woman was slightly plump, but her contours suggested she'd be quite a beauty if she lost some weight. Yang Yuhuan might be heavy, probably around 300 pounds, but the good thing was she didn't have high standards. Girl, don't blame your father for being harsh. Blame yourself for eating too much. Our family simply can't afford to keep you anymore. Old Yang weighed the 15 taels of silver in his hand, eyes gleaming. Don't worry. I heard that Li Chongsheng is already 88 and nearly didn't make it the other day. With his frail health, he surely won't have the strength. You probably won't stay at his place for long, a month at most before you can come back. Don't underestimate this month's effort. It can save our family a year's worth of food. And we even get 15 taels of silver for free. That means more money for your brother's wedding. This deal is a sure profit with no loss. Yang Yuan's face showed disappointment, but as she looked at her father's hunched back and thought about how she was indeed nearly eating the family into ruin, she had no choice but to close her mouth in resignation. Yet in her heart, she let out a bitter laugh. A deal? So in your mind, marrying off your daughter is just a deal. Of course, otherwise, why would you make me marry an 88-year-old man? Not long after, the matchmaker brought the 2 to your home. Dagon, I've brought them for you. See if they'll do. Hearing this, you hurried out of the house, filled with excitement. But the moment you laid eyes on Yang Yuhuan, you froze in shock. This is the young maiden you spoke of? Isn't she a bit too large? The matchmaker wore a proud expression. She was chosen exactly according to your requirements. Both conditions are met. First, she is a woman, and second, she is alive. As for her size, don't you men all like them big? Yang Yuhuan took one look at your graying hair, and her heart sank. Is this really my future husband? I haven't even had the chance to enjoy life's pleasures yet. What can this old man do on our wedding night besides slobber all over me? Why is my fate so cruel? Old man Yang noticed your hesitation and coldly cut in. Brother Li, let me be blunt. Even if this marriage falls through, the betrothal gifts 1T be refunded. Think carefully. Your expression slightly changed. Though unwilling, it seemed there was no other way now. To embark on the path of immortal cultivation, what did sacrificing your dignity matter? At this moment, the only thing weighing on your mind was, I just fear, what if I end up being the one on the bottom? What then? You glanced at Yang Yuhuan's massive figure, then at your own scrawny frame, shaking your head with a sigh. This is too much to bear. Forget it. Forget it. Let's first see how her fertility potential is. If her fertility is decent, it might not be impossible to accept her. After all, given the current situation, calling off the marriage is absolutely out of the question. The loss would be unbearable. With a thought in your heart, a glimmer flashed in your eyes as you turned to look at Yang Yuhuan. Suddenly, a green light appeared above her head. According to the classification of a woman's fertility potential, green corresponds to the green bone among the root bones, indicating that Yang Yuhuan would bear offspring with green bone potential in the future. Green bone potential, not bad. The sense of imbalance in your heart eased slightly as you turned to the matchmaker and said, I agree to this marriage. That's more like it. So when shall the wedding take place? You also wanted to get it over with quickly and said directly, we'll do it tomorrow. The next day, surrounded by a crowd, Yang Yuhuan entered the grand hall. Amid countless witnesses, the master of ceremonies loudly announced the wedding rituals. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the parents, and finally, bow to each other as husband and wife. As the ceremony concluded, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have completed the branching out task. Your lifespan has been extended by 5 years. Please complete the spreading leaves task as soon as possible to receive further rewards. Li Chongqing only felt a sudden injection of energy in his body. It made him feel soothed, as if he was instantly a dozen years younger. This power filled the limbs. He felt like his body was about to explode and he needed to release it, only to see Li Chongqing let out a stern cry and directly intercepted Yang Yuhuan and picked her up. With the sound of clicking in all directions, the floor tiles exploded. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Chongqing thumped his way toward the wedding room at a brisk pace. A crowd of people were so dumbfounded that they could hardly believe it. Dagon's waist strength is surprisingly terrifying. I think it's hunger. Having held it in all my life, it's understandable. Ugh. It's just bitter about his family's bed. Chapter 3. Mr. Liu acquires Tiger Whip. Li Chongqing goes to the mountain to fight Tiger. On the night of the wedding, Li Chongqing pulled out a blue magical free pill and stuffed it into his mouth without showing his face. Host, what are you doing? I'm a person who is afraid of wasting. Anyway, this medicine is as much as 10 pounds. If it expires, won't it be heartbreaking? Don't get me wrong. It's never what you think. My medicine doesn't expire. Is it because it's a counterfeit product made in a small workshop? If you don't want it, then I won't give you any more elixirs in the future. To be cheeky, don't be too cranky, Unity, I'm just kidding, you can't not give medicine, SKR. It was hard to appease the system, and Li Chongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief before he went to uncover the bride's skull. It's late, time to rest. Yang Yuhuan's body trembled and said, You blew out the light. I'm a little shy. Seeing this, Li Chongqing nodded his head, turned around and went to blow out the oil lamp. When he turned back, he only felt a pair of big hands pulling his arm, and then his body hit something softly without knowing what it was. In the next moment, Li Chongqing's face changed drastically. You don't hit people with a ball. The effects of the system-given elixir were extremely strong, and Li Chongqing was excited as he felt the changes in his body. Worthy of being a divine medicine, with this medicinal effect, the steel plate is unbeatable in front of me. The physique enhancement pill of that day had greatly improved Li Chongqing's physique. Today, he is physically equivalent to a young man in his 30s. However, Yang Yuhuan had an unwilling face, and at this moment, with her eyes closed, she said, Are you any good? Besides getting me all slobbered over? Hearing this, Li Chongqing was also furious. Hey! With that much surface area, wouldn't I have to die of dehydration? Yang Yuhuan reddened, furious. You're a bad old man bad. Since he got married, Li Chongqing went to bed late and woke up late every day to exercise. Waist strength, in particular, is the focus of his workouts. Even the worn-out wooden beds in the house have been replaced by several. But the results have been remarkable, and today he has a jaw-dropping level of waist strength. Even if Yang Yuhuan weighed a staggering amount, 1,000 pounds was nothing to fear for his terrifying waist strength. Li Chongqing looks even more radiant. Neighbors are laughing that he is an old tree spring, maybe even add to the import in later years. In particular, most of his hair, which was originally white, had now turned black, and in a few more days he was afraid that it would all go back to black. As the old saying goes, hair is a reflection of the health of the kidneys, and the strength of Li Chongqing's kidneys is evident. A day later, another day. On this day, he woke up humming a little tune, in a happy mood. You didn't reject me that night. That night I hurt you. Now that he had reached the 10th level of the martial apprentice realm, his outlook on the future put him in a good mood. He looked back at Yang Yuhuan, full of joy. Yang Yuhuan saw him in this state and smiled slightly, shyly asking, What are you doing? Her eyes inadvertently wandered over Li Chongqing. Why don't we play a game? These days, Yang Yuhuan had been able to appreciate Li Chongqing's ability. It looks old, but the body is hard. Li Chongqing, however, waved his hand as he walked out. No, I have things to do later. What are you thinking about, Sunga? Yang Yuhuan hurriedly called out to him. Slave is just feeling a little hungry and wants to race you to see who eats faster. Yang Yuhuan said shyly. Li Chongqing slapped his head and blamed himself. This brain of mine, it's just so busy that I forget to eat on time. Hey, it's not an easy life. It's time to figure out how to make some money, too. But if it's faster than eating, then I can't beat you. After all, I can eat a bun for a day for my husband. Yang Yuhuan slightly froze, then lightly patted on Li Chongqing. You're the one who's poorly spoken. Li Chongqing pretended to be in pain and grimaced. Mother is so powerful. I'm afraid this punch has 20 years of power, right? Yang Yuhuan let out a delicate laugh. Wrong, it's 23 years of merit. Li Chongqing cleaned up and went out to buy 10 steamed buns, thinking to fill his stomach casually. Thinking to myself, how much can a woman eat, no matter how much she can eat? Nima. 10 steamed buns are not enough for Yang Yuhuan to eat alone, and he himself ate just 2. Yuhuan, the family is poor, so we really can't buy more. We have to save our food. Li Chongqing calculates in his heart, marrying Yang Yuhuan has already spent all his savings, and the rest of the money is still the gift money given by the neighbors. At that moment, the voice of the Red Queen came from outside the door. Dagon. There's a job. I wonder if you can take it. Li Chongqing was worried about not making any money. And when he heard that there was a job coming to his door, he was happy. Redneck, what's the job? Hongyang saw Yang Yuhuan's shy look, guessed that they had already done a good thing, said with a smile. The son of Mr. Lu's family at the East End doesn't have a child yet. I heard somewhere the other day that tiger penis can be an aphrodisiac, and it just so happens that there's a white tiger cave in the woods outside of town. Li Chongqing understood as soon as he heard it. Warrenter Lu is a notoriously rich man in Wulong village. He earns as much as 3,200 taels of silver a month. Can you believe it? Even the richest man in the next-door village of Fengyi is no match for him. It's a pity his son married a daughter-in-law like a flower and hasn't had a child in 3 years. The Lu family is a single lineage. If we don't have any more children, we'll have a broken lineage. Listening to them asking for tiger whip, it seems to be a problem for the Lu family's son. Dagon. That white tiger is ferocious and has eaten several strong men recently. The Red Lady was a little worried. You're the only martial artist in the village who can deal with the tiger. But don't be in a hurry to say yes. Just forget it if you're not sure. Li Chongqing's force has increased greatly nowadays, not to mention 1 tiger. He is also confident to fight with 2. It's just a tiger, I'll take it. What's the payoff? The Red Queen excitedly held out 5 fingers. 1 tiger whip, 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver? Li Chongqing sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Lu's family is really wealthy. After a simple meal, Li Chongqing bid farewell to Yang Yuhuan. Yuhuan, I'm going to make money. You stay home and don't move. It's not good if you hurt the fetus in your belly. Yang Yuhuan shyly lowered her head. What is husband talking about? How can there be a fetus so soon? Li Chongqing seriously looked at Yang Yuhuan's stomach and corrected. Don't be ridiculous. Judging by the size of your belly, you're at least a twin. When Yang Yuhuan heard this, her pretty face sank. Roll on. Soon, Li Chongqing hummed a small tune and came to the mountain forest outside the village. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go up the hill and fight the tiger. Tigers don't eat people, and errands are closed. The sky was drizzling and the vision was blurred. He sat under a tree and tried to wait for the rain to stop before looking for the tiger. But just then, several tiger whistles came. Roar, roar, roar. Li Chongqing stood up violently. That sound, there's definitely more than 1 tiger. Damn it, I'm not going to be pressed down just as I'm about to roll over, am I? With my current abilities, 2 tigers is the limit. The tiger's roar was getting closer and closer, and Li Chongqing wanted to run, but realized that he was already surrounded. 5 tigers appeared all around and pounced on him. Li Chongqing's face was grave, his palms sweating, and his heart exclaimed, Shift. Face value 10,000 points or more, sign in. Chapter 4. It's enough to make it look real. Moving ever closer to the tiger, Li Chongqing finally saw the number. 1, 2. Hiss. Damn it. There are even 5 of them. The heavens are going to kill me, Li Chongqing. The sword Tao of the ancient world is afraid that it will be like a long night. Although a hint of despair flooded his heart, Li Chongqing was by no means willing to tie his hands. He gripped his sword tightly, took a deep breath, and was about to go out and put up a fight when he realized that the 5 tigers were actually tearing each other apart. What the hell? Li Chongqing's face was delighted. It's not coming at me? One mountain can't accommodate two tigers, they're going to fight it out. It's just as well, I'll just sit here and watch the tigers fight, and when you guys fight to the death, I'll sit back and enjoy it. With a flash of thought, Li Chongqing's figure leaped and hid in the canopy of the tree, waiting for the right moment. A little bit of time passed, and the tiger's roar under the tree gradually diminished. Li Chongqing probed and took a look, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Ha! How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? It's true that wealth and riches are in the air, and the words of my old ancestor are true. I don't know how long it took, but the sound of the tigers tearing apart subsided. The entire 5 tigers, all of them fell to the ground, dying. Li Chongqing waited for a little longer, confirming that all the tigers were silent before he dared to come down. Ha ha, Harry! Humming a small tune, Li Chongqing walked towards the tiger corpse full of excitement. 2 tigers, running fast, one without a head, one without a quin. EW, what are you doing? Li Chongqing panicked and felt under the tiger's belly. No way, what about me? Where's Quin? He changed several in a row and found all female tigers. Li Chongqing could hardly believe his eyes. After checking all, there was not a single male tiger and he was in tears. Jesus, are you kidding me? Li Chongqing was upset and had wanted to bring these tiger corpses to sell for some money as well. But at that exact moment, there was the sound of a pig squealing in the distance, and by the sound of it there seemed to be more than one. Wild boars? At least 7 or 8 by the sound of it. Li Chongqing instantly had a plan. Just a hefty grin and a bold plan came to life. Hey, there's no tiger whip. Pig whip is enough. The pig is named Vajra pig, a breed unique to the otherworld, average in battle but exceptional in key areas. Best of all, their pork whips are remarkably similar to tiger whips. Li Chongqing had a bad smile on his face as he approached the boars with his sword.
So loud, so cool.
The hand rose and fell, and after a few wails, 5 hog whips arrived. Li Chongqing scrutinized it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Enough to mess with the real thing, smaller but similar in shape. Eat up well. It's probably not that bad. As for the efficacy of the drug, thinking of this, Li Chongqing frowned. In case the Lu family realizes that this thing doesn't work, won't it wear out? After a moment's meditation, a light came to him. There. That little blue pill. It's more potent than any whip. Li Chongqing took out 5 small blue pills from the system space. After crushing it into powder, it was stuffed into each of the 5 pig whips. Give. Looking at his masterpiece, he let out a give bad smile. This time, even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake. To have shape and form, to have effect. After all this, there is one last step and then it's foolproof. Only to see Li Chongqing first burying the bodies of those boars. After all, the body needs to be destroyed, and it would be bad if it was discovered. With a tiger carcass, what do you guys care about these boars? I can't figure it out. Then he carried his sword towards the 5 tiger corpses, and mercilessly slashed them several times in the crotch. It didn't stop until the destruction was completely unrecognizable as male or female. This time, no one will be able to tell. Li Chongqing looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. 250 taels of silver for 5 tiger whips, plus 5 tiger carcasses, should be able to sell for quite a bit of money as well. Li Chongqing found a few canes and tied the tiger into a string. Just like that, dragging a row of tigers, he walked towards Wulong village in a majestic manner. Along the way, anyone who saw Li Chongqing gave him a thumbs up.
Awesome, dagen.
The old cow can't produce a calf. Awesome and bad. Since the cave in Dagon is getting stronger. 5 tigers. This time Mr. Lu's family should be happy. TSK. Dagon's directly bird dogging this one. A dirt chicken turned into a phoenix. That girl from old Yangto's family deserves to be blessed. Who says it's not? Don't look at Dagon now can kill fierce tigers. Maybe when it's GA. Then earn all this money. It's still not all that Yang Yu wants. Sure. That's not what I meant. You can't talk nonsense. Aren't you cursing Dagon to death? Some widows are even looking at this Li Chongqing and giving him secret glances. Dagon, so majestic. Dagon. Come sit at sister's house sometime. Sister will give you food below. Dagon. Don't listen to Widow Wang's nonsense. Or come to my house. My sister will bring you steamed buns to eat. Li Chongqing had a black line on his face and accelerated his pace of departure. Do you really think I'm a chow thief? I'm a clean freak. Just as he arrived outside the Lu mansion's door, Li Chongqing yelled, Master Lu, the treasure you wanted. I've brought it to you. Then a slightly weak voice from behind the door came out from Elder Lu. Speak softly, Stagger. Are you afraid people won't know? Elder Lu glanced at the tiger whip that Li Chongqing handed over and wrinkled his brows. Hey, it's not right. How come this tiger whip looks a bit pocket-sized? Li Chongqing was prepared for this, and once he pointed at the tiger corpses on the ground, he said with conviction, Master Lu, seeing is believing, and this is what I, Li Dagon, personally removed from Brother Tiger. The Tiger brothers are all still hot. Look at this wound. It's fresh and juicy, guaranteed fresh. Besides, Tiger brothers also talk about personality differences. There are tall and short, fat and thin. This whip naturally comes in different sizes. Do you think so? Good results is the hard truth, size and so on. We do not bother about it. After pondering it for a moment, Lu Mianwei felt that it was reasonable, so he made a deal with alacrity. Chung, here are 250 taels of silver. Also, these tiger carcasses of yours, if you don't mind, I'll offer 300 taels per head to collect them. One hand to pay, one hand to deliver. Li Chongqing happily set off for home. Halfway through the day, passing the butcher's store, one bites the dust. Boss, 5 pounds of black pepper steak, rare, and serve up another bottle of old wine. At home, Yang Yuhuan has long been looking over her shoulder. At the sight of that beef, eyes instantly lit up. Husband, you're really getting good at this. With that, she couldn't wait to open her arms. Seeing this, Li Chongqing also opened his arms, intending to give a big hug. Who knows that Yang Yuhuan aimed straight at the beef, and after receiving it, left Li Chongqing alone in the wind. Looking at Yang Yuhuan's departing back, Li Chongqing suddenly felt something different. It seems, your waist is a little slimmer than it was a few days ago. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up. The secret of picking up the yin and the yang is a good recipe for slimming down and beautifying the face. Long-term cultivation, returning to old age is not a dream. Fat people can be thin people can be strong, and both men and women are suitable. When Li Chongqing heard this, he was enlightened. The image of a wasted, cherry-peeled Yang Yuhuan couldn't help but come to mind. Since ancient times, Yang Yuhuan, her face does not fall off. After not seeing you for a few days, I didn't expect there to be such a change. He. It's exciting to think about that surplus waist. No, I have to hurry up and work out, and try to make my lady even slimmer before I do that. Mama.
Li Chongqing shouted at Yang Yuhuan.
I'll go ahead and make the bed. You drop, understand? In the dead of night, Li Chongqing was hammering his roots and bones. But just then, he was awakened by a clamor outside. It's bad. There's a death in Mr. Lu's house. Li Chongqing's heart thumped as an ominous premonition surged through his mind. It can't be that hog whip, can it? Chapter 5. A man's death is caused by a deficiency. Li Chongqing was inwardly apprehensive, and the feeling of ill will grew stronger. With a BR, he pulled out the keys and got out of the car. Not long after, Li Chongqing had arrived at Elder Lu's home. At the moment, there were many people gathered here, and lying in the middle of the crowd were the two men, father and son, Lu Wang. Beside them, an old bone setter was examining something. There was a woman crying and wailing next to her. The woman had a diminutive figure, and her bookish demeanor was a sight to behold, especially that stunningly beautiful face. Just looking at it made me feel like I had been blessed for 3 lifetimes. Add to that the voluptuous curves and delicate makeup. Tang Yenrui, 1978, Chinese actress. Li Chongqing looked at the woman and was suddenly amazed, then shook his head with some sympathy. It's a pity that the Lu family's daughter-in-law, who was born with a good skin, has suffered this calamity to become a widow. That woman was none other than the Lu family's daughter-in-law, named Tang Yenru. Tang Yenru's face was sad and her eyes were filled with incomprehension as she looked at the Longzhong. Doctor, my husband and father-in-law were fine yesterday. Why did they suddenly die? That bone setter looked at the leftover pots and pans in front of the Lu family's father and son, picked them up and smelled them. Then glancing at the 5 tigers in the yard that hadn't been cleaned up yet, he opened his mouth and asked, Dare I ask if Elder Lu and Duke Lu took any great tonic last night? A great tonic? Tang Yenru showed a retrospective look. Yesterday my father-in-law brought back 5 tiger whips, saying they were very tonic. He added ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum and then stewed them together. After the stew was done, they both father and son ate and drank the medicinal wine in the yard. I went to bed first because it was too late, but then I woke up and this happened. As expected. The answer was the same as the old bone setter had guessed, and he sighed helplessly. Alas, Elder Lu and Duke Lu, this is a death caused by overnourishment and deficiency. Simply put, it's overcompensating for death. Hearing this absurd cause of death, Tang Yenru sat down on the floor with some collapse. How? Why? A body tonic can be a death tonic. She looked at Lu Gongzi in grief and jumped on him at once. Husband, you died so unjustly. Eunuch, what will I do if you leave? The old groom only saw part of the cause of death. That tiger penis is a great tonic, but what they ate was not a tiger penis at all. 2 ginsengs and Ganoderma lucidum alone would never kill a person. Li Chongqing looked at the scene in front of him and already knew the answer in his heart. Alas, I am to blame for this matter. I should have known better than to put 5 little blue pills. Li Chongqing was extremely self-condemning inwardly. He wanted to go up to Tang Yenru and comfort her. But the two of them weren't familiar with each other, and he didn't know how to speak. That's just it. I'll find a chance to make it up to her later. Li Chongqing let out a long sigh and turned around to leave. Instead, he heard the whispered discussions of the crowd behind him. The Lu family has been passed down single-handedly for 3 generations, and now that they've been suddenly struck by a disaster, the large family business can only rely on Tang Yenru alone. Yes, Tang Yenru is still young. I'm just afraid she won't be able to keep it. The richest man in Fengshe village next door has long had his eyes on the Lu family's estate. Now that the Lu family is dying, he definitely can't hold back. Tang Yenru is a poor person too. As Li Chongqing listened to their discussion, he had already made a secret decision in his heart. The fault in this matter lies with me, and there is no room for redemption. But please don't worry, Mr. Lu. Lu family estate, I, Li Chongqing, will protect it well. Lu family daughter-in-law, I, Li Chongqing, will also take care of her with all my heart. Elder Lu, Mr. Lu, you can go in peace. With me, you are enough to rest in peace. Phoenix Village, the home of the richest man, Mr. Wang. Wang Fugui stood up with some shock and looked at the subordinate who came to report and said, Is that true? Mr. Lu and his son died suddenly yesterday. The underling nodded yes. The matter is very true, and I've been over there to check it out myself. Now the hearth is all set up. 2 lives. Confirmed to be the Lu family's father and son. Wang Fugui was slightly stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Good, 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 good. The Lu family has been pressing my Wang family at every turn, and now that they've suffered this change, this is a great opportunity for my Wang family to eat into the Lu family's industry. Wang Fugui's eyes revealed a glint of essence as he instructed the subordinate beside him. Immediately follow me to the Lu family to offer condolences. Let's go and explore the Lu family's strengths and weaknesses before we make any other plans. The following day, the Lu family mourned. It wasn't long before the guests who had come to offer their condolences were arriving. Wang Fugui pretended to burn incense and worship, then looked at Tang Yenru. Yenru, people can't come back from the dead, so you shouldn't be too sad. After all, the living have to move on. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, just ask your Uncle Wang. Uncle, I will try to help. Tang Yenru was in a low mood and only nodded slightly. Watching Tang Yenru treat herself so coldly, Wang Fugui was a little upset. Yenru, Uncle, I came all the way over to offer my condolences to old brother Lu. Is this how you treat your guests? Originally, I was thinking of writing off this account with the death of old brother Lu, but now it seems that there is no need for it. As he spoke, Wang Fugui took out a note. This is the note for the loan from Mr. Lu. Please settle it all this time. Tang Yenru turned around at the sound of the voice. She looked at the note and her entire body became agitated. You're bloodthirsty. When did my Lu family ever borrow money from you? Wang Fugui shook the note in his hand and said, The evidence is black and white. 5,000 taels of grain silver. It's written clearly. Can it be that your Lu family wants to renege on the debt? A helpless look appeared in Tang Yenru's eyes as she trembled with anger. You're lying, that's not my father-in-law's handwriting at all. It's all a forgery on your part. Fake! Wang Fugui threatened. Little girl, you must speak with evidence. Otherwise this is slander, and I can have you arrested by the authorities. Tang Yenru was only a woman after all. Now they are being bullied to the door by the Wang family, and they are being defrauded and intimidated. There was no one else in the family to help. She became at a loss as to what to do. Wang Fugui looked at Tang Yanru's frightened look and spoke again with certainty. Your family has just been struck by this misfortune, and I, Wang Fugui, am somewhat unable to bear it. Tell you what, I'll give you a 20% discount on 5,000 taels, and just pay me back 4,000 taels. The so-called coercion, after coercion, is often followed by the more effective use of inducements. Sure enough, Tang Yanru's eyes loosened a bit. Although she knew that this was all Wang Fugui's trick, she was about to nod her head in agreement with the idea that it was better to do more than less. But just then, a voice rang out. With me here today, don't even think about taking a single cent of the Lu family. Chapter 6. Shocking the whole house. The sound appeared extremely abruptly, and everyone looked in the direction from which it came. He only saw Li Changxing dressed in black with a cold expression. The lingering aura swept across the room, and people couldn't help but look sideways. Wang Fugui didn't know Li Changxing and only thought he was a nosy old man. His eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat incredulously. This person is so old and out of shape that he even learns how to fight like others. It's really laughable. The minions around him laughed out in agreement. Ahahaha. Yeah. This old thing is not trying to follow the example of other people's heroes to save the beauty, in a vain attempt to hold on to the beauty, right? Just him? Even if he gets the girl, so what? He won't be able to enjoy it. And enjoy it? He probably can't even use that thing anymore. It's a good thing he didn't die in bed from excitement. Ha 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 ha. There was another burst of laughter, and the Wang family looked at Li Changxing with eyes full of mockery. However, they did not notice that with Li Changxing's arrival, the villagers spontaneously made a path for him. The news that he had killed 5 fierce tigers by himself that day was a real shock. Therefore, in the eyes of these Wulong villagers, even though Li Changxing was a senile old man, he still couldn't hide the aura of solemnity in his body. Li Changxing practiced martial arts for his entire life, venturing into the world until he was 80 years old. So many years of experience had created Li Changxing's calm and resolute character. As his body rejuvenated, his personality came back to life. But the coolness in his bones and the unforgiving nature of his enemies remained. To gain a foothold in the Jianghu and successfully retire, Li Changxing relied on only 3 things. When the wind is against you, you are determined to stay steady and not wave. In times of desperation, the belief that I can turn the tide. When the wind is blowing, insist on high-profile arrogance. Therefore, in today's downwind game, Li Changxing directly went out on a high note and opened the game arrogantly. Li Changxing walked through the crowd and stopped in front of those brought by Wang Fugui. He remembered exactly who had spoken out and taunted him just now. You who, old thing, can't walk? Do you need some of us brothers to help you fly out? A man in front of him looked at Li Changxing with some disdain. Rolling up his sleeves, he said to the person next to him, "Come on, guys. Let this old guy experience what it's like to fly." But without waiting for these few people to make a move, Li Changxing moved first. He slapped the man who had spoken in the face. The man was careless, he didn't flash, and a slap hit him in the face. He got careless and didn't blink, and another slap hit him in the face. Having been slapped twice in a row, his face was swollen like a pig's head. Teeth mixed with blood barred to the floor, slurring their words in a terrified yell. You old trash, you engage in sneak attacks, you don't have the strength. Li Changxing then looked at the other few people, and without any warning, raised his hand and slapped them a few more times. Slap! In a short period of time, nearly 10 sturdy men were actually knocked to the ground by Li Changxing, a frail-looking old man. With that miserable look, 10 people put together couldn't come up with 5 complete teeth. Wang Fugui stepped back with a horrified look on his face. What do you want? You can't touch me. Li Changxing snorted coldly. Take out the note. Today I would like to see whether that note is true or false. Wang Fugui wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, looked at the surrounding men who all fell to the ground and wailed, helplessly and tremblingly handed over the note in his hand to Li Changxing. Li Changxing picked up the note and took a look at it. Then a cold smile issued from the corner of his mouth. Is that what you call a note? Only to see Li Changxing take his hand above the name of Lu Wenwei, and the pitch-black ink was actually stained on his hand. He held up his hand to show it to the crowd. It's a strange thing to see, folks, that a name that's been signed for years is not even dry today. Li Changxing slapped the note on the table with a snap and looked at Wang Fugui with a morose tone. Counselor Wang, Old me is short on knowledge. Please explain to me what's going on here? Li Chang's anger was in full swing, and it was as if everyone had reacquainted themselves with him, with incomparable admiration in their hearts. Looking at the entire Crouching Dragon, Phoenix Village, the only person who dared to call Wang Fugui's bluff and suppress him to death was Li Changxing. Cold sweat flowed behind Wang Fugui's back, and his legs began to tremble slightly as he shivered and opened his mouth. But it could be, it's just that I'm misremembering. Misremember? Li Changxing smiled slightly. In that case, you're okay with this note being torn up, right? Wang Fugui once again wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, no comment. Li Changsheng then picked up the note and tore it to shreds and threw it towards Wang Fugui's face. Counselor Wang, today old man put his words here. Lu's family, I'll protect it. It's useless even if the county magistrate comes. Tang Yenru, I also bailed out. It's useless even if the emperor's son comes. Tang Yenru had been in a state of shock since the beginning. Now that he heard these domineering words from Li Changxing, his body couldn't help but be shaken. She looked up at Li Changxing, and that figure, although slightly stooped, had unexpectedly become incomparably taller at this moment. For a moment, her mind trembled. Lu's son was weak and feeble, and he, Tang Yenru, had never experienced the feeling of being protected by a man. Now that he was facing Li Changxing's manly figure, his heart actually began to envy Yang Yuhuan a little. With a roar from Li Changxing, now, right now, take your dogs and get the hell out of here. Wang Fugui was relieved and rolled away from the Lu family compound. Today's encounter was by far the most humiliating thing he had ever encountered in his life. But what's a face compared to a life? After moving away, Wang Fugui looked towards the Lu family compound. I, Wang Fugui, will definitely get back what happened today. As Wang Fugui left, the entire room erupted in applause. Good job, Dagon. This is how the men of our Wulong village should be. Worthy of being the object of my admiration, even in the face of Wang Fugui, his face doesn't change. Unlike those hot-blooded youths, people who are older think more long-term. Dagon, you just had a painful fight, but I'm afraid the Lu family will be in danger next. Yes, that Wang Fugui has raised hundreds of fighters under him, if he brings them all over in a fit of rage. But I've heard that Wang Fugui has raised fighters, and several of them cultivate martial arts. Dagon, if you really can't go out and hide, you're getting older after all, you can't show off. Yes, Dagon, you've just been newly married for a few days. You can't let your new daughter-in-law become a widow. Looking at the crowd's concern along with his own, Li Changxing was very touched in his heart. Don't worry, everyone. If that Wang Fugui dares to come again, I will definitely give him a lesson he will never forget. Tang Yenru, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but shed tears when she heard these words. If it weren't for you, my Lu family would be all but finished. Hearing Tang Yenru address herself, Li Changsheng was speechless for a moment. He cleared his throat and said amiably, "You're welcome, folks. Let's communicate more in the future." Chapter 7, Root Bone, White Lower Grade. Into the night, the long-lost system voice sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host. The root bone has increased by +1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The root bone has increased by +1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The root bone has been upgraded, current quality, white lower quality. Hearing this voice, Li Changxing's chrysanthemums tightened and his tiger's body shook. Grinning widely, he couldn't help but hum a little tune. It's a great day to get on the scoreboard. Yang Yuhuan couldn't get enough of pushing Li Changxing. Husband, why are you out of shape today? Where did Li Changxing care about Yang Yuhuan? Now that his root bone had been upgraded, even though it was the lowest white lower grade, it meant that he could start cultivating immortal techniques. The only regret was that there was no chi refining technique necessary for immortal cultivation. Gotta find a way to hurry up and upgrade. Thinking about the future scene of flying through the sky and breaking the dome of the sky with his sword, he felt his blood boiling. If a son is born out of it, I wonder how great that reward will be? Li Changxing looked at Yang Yuhuan and realized that she was getting thinner and thinner, and also more and more charming.
Yeda. Duel till dawn.
At midnight, the wind was howling outside and the weather became overcast. The sound of the whistling wind, like a wailing wild ghost, made one's body shiver to hear it. Li Changxing raised his head to look out the window, a touch of contemplation passing through his eyes. Does Tang Yenru know if she's scared even if she's alone? At this moment, Tang Yenru stood guard alone in the middle of the spiritual hall. Her entire body shrunk into a ball, her eyes wide and tense. According to the rules, after a person's death, it is necessary for the living to observe the spirit for 7 days to light the way for the deceased to go home. But the Lu family is now left with only one person, Tang Yenru, and the task of the wake naturally needs to be completed by her. The dark night, from time to time there is a gale blowing. The sound of the wind, like the roar of evil spirits, is chilling. The oil lamp kept swaying inside the lantern, and the figures spread out on the floor kept twisting, changing, and flailing. The eerie atmosphere made Tang Yenru shiver. She sneaked a look at the effigy of Elder Lu's father and son. The smiling black and white faces, no matter which angle she looked at them, they looked like they were looking at themselves. Father, husband, don't scare me. She was already timid, and the fearful atmosphere of being alone in this cold mansion almost made her cry. Tang Yenru folded her hands and closed her eyes in fear, and it was at this moment that a sound of footsteps rubbing the ground came from the distance. Tang Yenru's body immediately trembled, and then she closed her eyes tightly, the feeling of fear in her heart becoming even stronger. Bodhisattva blessing, Bodhisattva blessing. Then the footsteps came closer and closer, and she could even feel a shadow blocking her way. The shadow grew larger and larger, so much so that it became darker before her eyes. She didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid of seeing something horrible. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and Tang Yenru's body jolted. Before she could think much about it, a voice rang out. "Miss Tang." The voice startled Tang Yenru, then felt familiar. She opened her eyes, and the person in front of her was none other than Li Chongqing, her surprise overflowing. "What are you doing here?" Li Chongqing pointed outside and said, "It's the middle of the night when the winds are gusting and the clouds are covering the sky. I'm afraid that the Wang family's people will take advantage of the night to cause trouble again. So I came over to take a look." Tang Yenru's heart warmed and her eyes reddened indisputably. She turned her head and secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice a little choked. "Thanks. You're welcome. Seeing as how you were scared just now, a little girl is indeed pitiful enough." Li Chongqing sighed and pulled a stool over to sit next to him. "I'll stay with you at the wake today." Tang Yenru had the heart to refuse, but when she thought of that horrible feeling just now, the words reached her mouth and swallowed. "Then, thanks a lot." The night went quickly, and between the two of them making small talk, they didn't realize that it was already dawn. Through casual conversation, Li Chongqing also knew Tang Yenru's background. It turned out that she also came from a big family, only later there was a gambling brother in the family. Because of his brother Tang who's gambling, his parents were both pissed off. The deed to the family's property was also lost by Tang who. Later on, Mr. Lu passes by their house just in time to see Tang who trying to sell Tang Yenru to a greenhouse. Mr. Lu couldn't bear it and spent 200 taels of silver to buy Tang Yenru. Tang Yenru thought she would become the concubine of Elder Lu, but she didn't realize that Elder Lu was very nice. Not only did he treat her like his own daughter, he didn't force her to do anything. In order to repay the favor, Tang Yenru offered to marry Mr. Lu, and only since then has she put down roots in Wulong village. Alas, Miss Tang is also an ill-fated person. Gambling brother, dead parents, married self, broken home. Who will help her if I don't? Li Chongqing let out a long sigh and looked at Tang Yenru with increasing sympathy. "If Miss Tang doesn't mind, if there's anything in the future, feel free to look for me." The old man is old, but he has as much energy as a half-grown boy. Tang Yenru nodded obediently, smiling and revealing a pair of shallow dimples. "There's just one thing Yenru wants your help with right now." As her relationship with Li Chongqing became familiar, Tang Yenru also revealed her youthful and lively side. "Oh," Li Chongqing was curious. "What is it?" Tang Yenru pointed at the spirit hall and said, "I'm too scared to be alone at the wake, so if it's okay, you can come over and keep me company and just talk." After all this time in contact, Tang Yenru had developed a different kind of feeling towards Li Chongqing. She couldn't tell what it was, but as long as she was with Li Chongqing, she would feel very at ease. It was a feeling that Mr. Lu had not given him. Women are sensual creatures. Just show up when she needs company the most and leave everything after that to time. Li Chongqing, who knew this well, could never have come with such a purpose. He had come entirely out of sympathy for her. "Okay, I promise." Hearing this, a sweet smile appeared on Tang Yenru's face as well. It was at this moment that a sound of horses' hooves sounded outside the door. Both men looked outside, only to see a strange man getting off his horse. Tang Yenru looked at the man's figure and her face became very ugly. You recognize? Li Chongqing sensed something strange and opened his mouth to ask. Tang Yenru nodded, almost gritting her teeth. He's my brother who pissed off my parents and had to sell me to a greenhouse, Tang Hu. For Tang Yenru, between her and Tang Hu, there was already no kinship to speak of at all. The kinship between them disappeared long ago when Tang Hu pissed off her parents. The two had long since become enemies when he was about to sell himself into a greenhouse. Tang Hu bolted his horse and walked directly in towards the gate, and his eyes instantly lit up when he saw Tang Yenru, who was draped in mourning. Sister, I'm Tang Hu. I've come to see you. Tang Yenru snorted coldly. Who are you calling sister? I don't have a brother like you. Tang, who was dressed in rags, with a large knife behind his back, and a scar running up and down his face, looked particularly hideous. By the looks of it, it should be a martial artist as well. Maybe he's been through something over the years to get to this point. Tang, who looked at Tang Yenru's rejecting attitude and also said with a cold smile, even though you disown me as your brother, I still have to recognize you as my sister. Brother, I know that you have just lost your husband, and I specially recommend you to our walled city lord to be his lady of the walled city. Today I came to bring you a message. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow our brothers from Wulong Ridge will come to pick up the people. Wulong Ridge, this is a famous bandit nest nearby. When Mr. Lu was there, because of some relations with the government, this gang of bandits have not dared to come to Wulong Village to cause trouble. Now that Mr. Lu is dead, these bandits are lawless. Hearing this, Tang Yenru's entire body was like a thunderbolt, and without standing still, she took several steps backward. You! Li Chongsheng, who was on the side, couldn't stand it anymore and directly stood out and said, Crouching Dragon Ridge, right? There's no need for you guys to come over. Tomorrow old me will personally go find you. Chapter 8. Yang Yuhuan pregnant. Tang Yenru in the bag. Tang, who squinted at Li Chongsheng with a sinister look on his face. The master's family is talking. Why are you, a servant, interfering? Are you tired of living? As soon as Tang, who ripped off the golden-ringed greatsword behind his back, he bowed down and attacked towards Li Chongsheng. Tang Yenru, who was on the side, was shocked when she saw this. Stop it. He's not a servant of our house. Not one of your family's underlings? Tang, whose body gave a slight lurch, and his smile became even more hideous. If it was one of your family's underlings, then it was only necessary to break his arm. Since it's not, take a life. Tang, who had no more scruples and danced his great sword with a tiger's wind. Through the strength of Tang, whose movements, Li Chongqing had already roughly judged his cultivation level, which should be around the 5th level of martial apprentice. This cultivation level in front of Li Chongqing, that was simply unbearable. In the blink of an eye, the large sword had slashed over. Li Chongqing slightly sidestepped and easily dodged it. The right foot then swept forward, and Tang, who fell to the ground in response. Immediately after that, Li Chongqing produced another kick, violently stepping on Tang, whose hand that was holding the knife. Stomp a little harder and make several clicking sounds. It was the sound of his fingers breaking. Ah! My right hand. Tang, who screamed miserably and kept rolling on the ground, looking at Li Chongqing with fear in his eyes. You? What the hell are you? Li Chongqing smiled faintly and held the large sword in his hand. Go back and tell your big man to wash his neck and wait. I, Li Chongqing, will go ahead and find him tomorrow. Hearing this, Tang, who no longer dared to stay, and with great difficulty got up and ran towards the outside. Little master, remember, you have the guts to go up the mountain tomorrow. My big boss's 4th level of martial arts cultivation will definitely skin you and chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Before leaving, he still dared to threaten. Li Chongqing's big knife in his hand came out of his hand and slashed Tang, whose right arm with a loud slam. Noisy. If you dare to talk nonsense again, leave your life behind. Tang, who let out a pig-killing scream, took the broken arm and hurriedly got on his horse and left the place. Li Chongqing stared at Tang, whose back, a worried look appearing on his face. Martial artist 4th level? It's a bit hard to get. Crouching Dragon Ridge is known for its ferocity. Tang Yenru asked with some concern. Going to Wulongling tomorrow? Are you really okay? You? Really? Yes. Okay. Is it? You? Okay. Are you okay? The line. Yes. Li Chongqing was tempted to say he wasn't going. But the way this Tang Yenru asked the question is hard to answer. How can a man say he can't? Li Chongqing's face twitched for a long time before a few words popped out of his mouth. I'm good. In the twinkling of an eye, the sky darkened. Li Chongqing confidently opened the attribute panel, and once again, the clouds of worry appeared on his face. After putting my life on the line to raise to the 3rd level of martial artist, it's really too hard for me. The system rewarded elixir can only be raised to such a degree. Right at this moment, Yang Yuhuan's body gave a slight lurch, then covered her mouth and ran towards the courtyard. Vomit, vomit. Seeing this, Li Chongsheng quickly poured a cup of water and handed it over to Yang Yuhuan. What's wrong with you, ma'am? Not feeling well. Yang Yuhuan drank a mouthful of water. Her complexion improved a bit, and then she opened her mouth shyly. Husband, I think I'm pregnant. Pregnant? Li Chongqing's face was unbelievable. Just like that, pregnant? Yang Yuhuan became even more petulant. It wasn't because husband was so powerful that slave got pregnant so quickly. It's just that during this time of pregnancy, I'll be entrusting my husband to solve his own physical problems. A look of surprise flashed across Li Chongqing's face, then became worried again. Alas, in order to raise my cultivation level, it seems that I must take another concubine. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy to settle things at Wulong Ridge tomorrow. Of all the women I know who are single, the only ones who are single are Hong Yang and Tang Yenru. The red lady is too old. She can't take that pounding. So it seems that the heavens are hinting that I'm going to choose Tang Yenru. Regarding Tang Yenru, Li Chongqing had already looked at her fertility qualifications long ago. As with Yang Yuhuan, it's also green. Only Tang Yenru was a little more thoroughly green. Arriving at the Lu mansion, Li Chongqing didn't know how to speak. Just had to babble a bit to lay down the emotions first. Miss Tang, tomorrow I'll be heading to Wulong Ridge, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to return once I say goodbye this time. When Tang Yenru heard this, her body shook violently and the paper money in her hand fell to the ground. So, can we not go? Li Chongqing raised his head with his backhand and looked up at the sky at 45 degrees. A great man is born to live in heaven and earth, and a promise is a promise. How can you be afraid to go forward because you are greedy for life and death? At this moment, Li Chongqing's bravado clouded the sky, and his manhood was manifested to the fullest. Tang Yenru's heart couldn't help but twitch, and a touch of complicated sentimentality began to grow. But then Li Chongqing let out another long sigh. Alas, there is a death in man, either heavier than empty tie or lighter than a feather. If my death can bring Miss Tang a lifetime of peace, it's worth it. It's just that not being able to leave a fragrance for the Li family is the pain of my life. Looking at Li Chongqing's forlorn expression, Tang Yenru was surprisingly incomparably heartbroken. Such a man of heaven and earth is going to die in the hands of bandits because of himself. Couldn't even leave an heir of his own. In this moment, she blamed herself and her heart ached. She even thought of the fact that Li Chongqing would be dying, and her body felt a pang of emptiness. Li Chongqing sneaked a look at Tang Yenru, knowing that the emotions were almost aroused, and all that was missing was a final detonation. So he cried out again in grief. I, Li Chongqing, have apologized to the ancestors of the Li family. Failing to leave behind the Li family's fragrance, I am a sinner of the Li family. Li Chongqing's voice was mournful, making people listen to it. As he spoke, he even knelt to the ground and continuously kowtowed several times, even bleeding from his forehead. Chongqing is unfilial and has made my Li family extinct. My child will go down there to make amends to the ancestors. Tang Yenru couldn't stand it any longer, and all of a sudden jumped into Li Chongqing's arms, crying with pear blossoms and rain, and said, Benefactor has extended favors to me several times, and this last wish of yours, Yenru is willing to help you fulfill it. What? Li Chongqing pretended to be surprised and refused repeatedly. Never let it be. At the moment, Li Chongqing looked like a righteous man. This made Tang Yenru even more distressed. This is all of Ru's own volition, so don't refuse, benefactor. Li Chongqing pretended to be helpless with a sigh. Since Miss Tang is adamant about this, then I will reluctantly agree. He then swept Tang Yenru into his arms. Tang Yenru only felt her body tremble. Benefactor. It's not very nice here, is it? Li Chongqing hemmed and hawed. It's nice here. At once, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch has been successful and he has gained 5 years of longevity. Congratulations to the host. The skill of picking yin and nourishing yang has been upgraded to the second level. Congratulations to the host. The quality of the root bone has been upgraded. The current quality is white medium. Congratulations to the host. His martial arts cultivation has been enhanced. Current realm martial artist 7th level. Congratulations to the host, who has earned the title of man's mouth, deceitful ghost, and has been rewarded with the spitting resolve. Congratulations to the host. Due to the host's behavioral style that is deeply liked by the system, the reward is upgraded, and the spitting resolve is upgraded to the perfect version. The host obtains the perfect version of the spitting resolve. Chapter 9. The big Dongguards actually have fertility qualifications? The next morning, Li Chongsheng said goodbye to Tang Yenru. Yenru, don't worry. Just leave the bandits of Wulongling to me. After today, you will have no more worries. After saying that, he took a big step without looking back. Looking at Li Chongsheng's back, Tang Yenru's eyes began to moisten. Be sure to come back alive. On the road, Li Chongsheng leaped his horse and raised his whip. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Now Li Chongsheng was confident that he could defeat the Wulong Ridge Grand Master. However, that perfect version of the spitting resolve was something that made him a bit puzzled. System. What does that perfect version of the spitting resolve mean? When a cultivator cultivates immortality, the chi refining realm is the foundation. Ordinary vomiting skills could only support cultivators to ascend to the 10th level of chi refining. The perfect version, on the other hand, allows the cultivator to achieve perfect chi cultivation, reaching the 12th level of chi cultivation. Hearing this, Li Chongsheng's blood boiled with excitement. He couldn't wait to start running the spitting skill on the back of the horse. Soon after, the Dantian had stored a large amount of aura. Awesome. It's worthy of being the perfect version of the spitting skill, this cultivation speed. It's too heaven-defying. Li Chongsheng was spirited and murmured extremely proudly. How lonely is it to be invincible? Now old me is also a cultivator of immortality. The BMW sped along, and it didn't take long to arrive in front of the Wulongling cottage. Li Chongsheng stopped his horse and stopped, and vaguely he could hear laughter coming from the cottage. When are we going to leave for Wulong village? Don't let the pressurized lady wait too long. What's the hurry? It's not too late to finish this bowl of wine before you leave. Hiss. Ha! I heard from Tang Hu that there's an old guy from Wulong village who doesn't know how high he is, and he's going to come to our Wulong Ridge today to spread his wildness. Who doesn't know how to say mean things? If that guy comes, he's not a cutie. Or crazy. If he dares to come, I'll myself upside down. Ah. That's right. Our walled city lord has yet to meet an opponent when he looks at the 100 miles around. Come on. Come on. Keep drinking. Don't think about these useless things. Finish this one. There are 3 more to go. Yoo-hoo. This is a complete disregard for the old man. The corner of Li Chongsheng's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile. Knowing that Laozi is coming today, how dare you prepare wedding matters? What do you take me for? Huh? I'm a sick cat if I don't give a damn. Li Chongsheng rolled over and dismounted, rushing towards the cottage with a shout. I, Li Chongsheng, have come to take your dog's life. Why don't you come out and die? The minion standing guard above the mountain gate put down the bowl of wine in his hand and glanced downwards. Old thing, get out of wherever you came from while we're in a good mood. Or else piss us off and we'll go down and karma you in a minute. Li Chongsheng let out a cold snort and kicked a stone on the ground. The stones were like bullets, flying towards the top of the citadel. The minions couldn't dodge in time, and a few blood sprays erupted as their bodies were penetrated. Looking at the amazing power of his kick, Li Chongsheng himself was shocked in his heart. Terrifying as hell. Li Chongsheng's confidence grew and he took big steps towards the gate of the cottage. Humph. Walking in the Jianghu Law No. 3, windy innings, high-profile arrogance. The sword in his hand was already tightly gripped, and he swung it out, sword energy whistling out, and the door shattered in response. Endless smoke and dust rose in all directions as bandits reacted and came with swords, surrounding him. Ordinary people are in the majority, and there are only dozens of people with martial apprentice cultivation, most of them at the 3rd to 5th level, not enough to worry about. Li Chongsheng swept a glance at these bandits, and the enemy's martial arts cultivation was detected at a glance. It's just that the walled city lord doesn't seem to be here, and there's also that Tang Hu that I haven't seen. For these little shrimps, Li Chongsheng was too lazy to talk nonsense and drew his sword to start the slaughter. The bandits have robbed homes and caused many lives, so there is no need to show mercy to them. But it was at this moment that a voice that pretended to be deep came from the far room. Old man, since you're here, leave your life behind. The door to the room opened and a petite, bearded, black-clad man appeared. Next to the big man, Tang, who followed with a big wolf dog. Li Changsheng frowned slightly, his eyes sizing up the bearded man as he opened his mouth to ask, "You're the crouching dragon ridge pawn?" The big man glanced at Li Changsheng. Lousy Wulongling de Dongjia, lying without changing his name and sitting without changing his name. Zhao Qing is also. Tang, who also revealed a look of excitement, his eyes full of the pleasure of having his revenge avenged. Big boss, this man, not only obstructed you from marrying the lady of the walled city, but also said that he wanted to skin you and chop you up and feed you to the dogs. As Li Changxing listened to Tang Hu's words, he always felt something familiar. His grandmother, this Tang Hu guy pulls hatred but is a batch of 6. That's obviously a harsh statement he made when he ran away. However, when these words fell on Zhao Qing's ears, they instantly caused his face to turn cold. Li Changxing, right? I'd like to see if you can live forever. As he spoke, Zhao Qing picked up 2 mountain opening axes that took up half of his height and charged towards Li Changxing. The axe stance is wide open and tigerish. Li Changxing smiled faintly and met the wind. The sword in his hand emitted a sword sound, and the axe and sword collided with each other, and 2 clanking sounds rang out. In the next moment, Zhao Qing retreated several steps in a row, and the mountain opening axe in his hand had long since been picked off the ground. His hands trembled slightly, and when he looked down, his tiger's mouth had been shaken with blood. His face was filled with incredulity and horror as he snapped in a deep voice, "You're not a martial artist, Layer." Li Changxing smiled slightly. "Oh? Does the Grand Master think that I should be at the first level of martial artist?" Zhao Qing's face was filled with a gloomy look as he glanced at Tang Hu on the side, a pair of eyes capable of eating people. Seeing this, Tang Hu hurriedly fell to his knees. "You have to believe me, big boss. Yesterday he was clearly still at the first level of martial artist." Li Changsheng looked at Tang, whose wimpy look of kneeling down and begging for mercy, and deliberately said, "Telling lies is not a good idea. If old man is really a martial artist of the 1st floor, he can raise to the 7th floor in one night's work." Li Changxing exploded his realm, causing countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. "Hiss, it's actually the 7th level of martial artist. Damn it. How did this Tang Hu provoke this person? Martial artist 7th level, this is the end of us." For a moment, the crowd all showed fear, and then looked angrily at Tang Hu. "It's all because of this Tang Hu causing trouble. Even if I die today, I'll let that Tang Hu be buried with me. Just hand Tang Hu over, we can't carry things for him." Feeling the hostility of the crowd, Tang Hu was fearful, and his feet secretly moved backward. Zhao Qing also had an anxious look on his face at the moment, cold sweat emerging on his forehead. The height of this Li Changxing's realm, even if we hand over Tang Hu, we may not be able to make him let go. At this moment, the clothes on Zhao Qing's body were tightly clung to her body because of the cold sweat. That luscious figure, delicate white skin. The face has a beard, but the cherry mouth is an eye-catcher. The kicker is a small pair of feet that don't look like a man at all. This perverse phenomenon instantly made Li Changxing feel that something was wrong. No, why are this person's pectoral muscles so flashy? This delicate skin doesn't look like a man at all. And that deliberate act of putting on a thick voice, now that I think about it, is eerie in every way. Li Changxing's eyes suddenly lit up when he thought of this. It's hard to believe that he's a female? If that's the case, it all makes sense. Li Changxing looked Zhao Qing up and down and hemmed and hawed. It's easy to confirm, too. In the next moment, its mind moved and unleashed the system's function. Only females are qualified to procreate, so let's see if you're a woman dressed as a man. As a surge of energy shot out, a light suddenly shone above Zhao Qing's head. Li Changxing's face shook dramatically after seeing it. Sure enough, it's a woman. A flash of ecstasy followed. Surprisingly, it's still green. Chapter 10. I want to be your stronghold master. Li Changxing's eyes widened as his mind wandered. Cyan fertility qualification. This is an existence that is fully 1 level higher than green fertility qualification. In the future, if they can produce offspring, then the proper green root bones, and stepping onto the path of immortal cultivation will be incredibly easy. Most importantly, the reward for the Cyan qualification How generous would that be? When he thought about this, Li Chongqing's heart itched, and he couldn't wait to immediately put Zhao Qing on the spot. Although I can't see how my face looks with the beard plastered on my face, but what more do I need a bicycle for when they are all green fertility credentials and have such well-developed pectoral muscles? Even if it's no better, it's still better than Yang Yuhuan, who was 300 pounds in the beginning. This man I must have in my pocket. Green-colored root bones, even in the immortal sect, that was an existence that could be valued by the sect. Who would have thought that the bearded man in front of me would be a woman with green fertility credentials? The bandits of Wulong Ridge, looking at Li Chongqing's face that had fallen into deep thought that he was brewing some kind of killing move, and each one of them shivered and threw a look of help to Zhao Qing. Big dog, you have to save us. Yes, big dog, I don't want to die yet. I haven't gotten a wife yet. Big boss, quickly hand over Tang Hu. This senior doesn't seem to be an unreasonable person. Unable to resist the pressure of so many people, Zhao Qing hesitated for a moment and actually knelt directly in front of Li Chongqing. Elder, forgive me. My crouching dragon ridge has no intention of offending. I don't know how Elder can spare us. Li Chongqing was pulled back to his senses by this sudden turn of events, stroking the beard on his chin as a strange look appeared on his face. It's not impossible to get the old man to let you go. Except, Li Chongqing looked Zhao Qing's body up and down, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Zhao Qing heard this, he also looked happy and looked up eagerly. As long as Senior can spare these brothers of mine, I, Zhao Qing, am willing to do anything. Anything? Li Chongqing wanted to laugh more and more, but he deliberately pretended to look serious. Can this be true? Zhao Qing was afraid that Li Chongqing would misunderstand him, so he directly reached out and issued the most vicious poisonous oath in the world. I, Zhao Qing, swear to the heavens that as long as Senior spares me from Crouching Dragon Ridge, I can do anything for Senior, and if I violate this oath, I, Zhao Qing, will personally chop off Kuan Kuan. Zhao Qing's words were earnest and full of sincerity. If the truth is not known, one would definitely be moved to tears. This was the case with the bandits of Wulongling at the moment.
呜呜，大当家的，你对我们太好了。
Big boss, it's worth it to me to be under you in this life. If in the future the great master has no choice but to commit suicide, the brothers will accompany you. Brothers with you. Li Chongqing was simply happy in his heart as he looked at Zhao Qing's somewhat embarrassed appearance. Good you, Zhao Qing, you woman even issued a poisonous oath of self-circumcision. It's a clear sign that you don't want to honor your vows. At the moment, Zhao Qing was a bit ashamed by his brother's gratitude. In order to change the topic, he looked at Li Chongqing and said, Elder, please also tell me what I can do for you to spare us. Li Chongqing stared tightly into Zhao Qing's eyes, looking at him as he backed away. My request is simple. Marry me as a wife and everything in front of you can be solved. Will you marry or not? Ha! Li Chongqing uttered these words, leaving countless bandits dumbfounded. What? Did I hear you right? Elder wants to take the eldest as his wife. Should. Indeed. I didn't mishear. Hiss two men. Could it be that seniors have?
Dragon yang es favor.
The crowd looked at Li Chongqing, and although they felt a chill of evil, they didn't dare to speak out. The only thing left to do was to cast a sympathetic gaze towards Zhao Qing. Although they felt disgusted by this in their hearts, they still expected Zhao Qing to agree. After all, it's their lives on the line. Zhao Qing had a look of incredulity on his face as he thought darkly in his heart. Did he see my daughter's body? What exactly went wrong? Zhao Qing was not good at deciding and did not answer immediately. His face was green for a while and purple for a while, seeming to be very torn. Li Chongqing knew that she needed to keep hammering away. So he pulled over a bandit, his sword on his neck, and said in a morose tone, Zhao Qing, old me doesn't have time to wait for you to consider. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it, and when that time is up, for every breath over that, the old man will kill one person. It was followed by Li Chongqing's countdown voice, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Without any unnecessary words, killing energy erupted from Li Chongqing's body, seeing that the bandit in his hand was about to fall to the ground with his head. Zhao Qing finally spoke. And wait! Her eyebrows lowered and she uttered 2 words with some humiliation. I marry. The bandits had followed him through life and death, and each of them had helped her at one time or another when she was in danger. If she were to watch these people die horribly in front of her, she would never be able to do it. Hearing Zhao Qing's reply, A smile appeared on Li Changxing's face as he pushed the bandit out of his hands. Since the Grand Master has already agreed to marry Lao Fu, and your cottage is dressed up, it's a good idea to take this place to get the wedding done. Li Changxing couldn't hide the joy in his heart and opened his mouth with bravado. Immediately bathe and dress the Grand Master in his wedding clothes. At night, the old man will marry her. Don't think of escaping. If one walks away, all will be buried with him. Afterwards, a few maids on the side tremblingly assisted the despondent Zhao Qing to leave. The time passed quickly and the night came quickly. Dressed in a big red gown, Li Changxing held Zhao Qing's soft and boneless hand and walked into the auditorium to worship heaven and earth. There was no festive clamor, despite the large number of people around. The only thing that came out was the somewhat horrified voice of the MC. One bow to heaven and earth. Second worship. Husband and wife worship each other. Sent to the cave. Salute. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host, completing the opening of the branch, and receiving a reward of 5 years of longevity. Ding. Congratulations to the host, his cultivation level has increased. His current cultivation level is practicing Qi 1 layer. Ding. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the technique, Tianshan sword decision. Li Changxing was happy and beaming with joy when he heard this voice. Heavenly Mountain Sword Decision? That's an immortal technique. Not bad. Not bad. Big money. Li Changxing was in an excited mood and bent down to pick up Zhao Qing's petite body by the waist. In the somewhat uncomfortable eyes of countless bandits, he walked towards the cave. Behind them came the sound of their grief. The big dog has done so much for us. Soap slips get people, soap slips get people. Li Changxing came into the cave room and couldn't wait to lift Zhao Qing's red cover-up. A bearded face came into view. Zhao Qing had hoped to use this costume to make Li Changxing know what to do. Now that I saw the look in his eyes, I knew that this solution would not work. Li Changxing didn't look disappointed in the slightest as he directly tore Zhao Qing's beard away, revealing a stunningly beautiful face underneath. Slightly youthful looking, full 20 years old. No need for any pretense before the old man. How old are you? 19. Called what? Zhao Qing. The sunny sky's sunny. That's sweet. That's what a girl's name looks like. The first time he saw Zhao Qing's true face, Li Changxing's heart swam. Who would have thought that the Wulong Ridge's Grand Master would be such a stunningly beautiful woman? As her long hair slid down, Zhao Qing's skin was set off even whiter. The cheeks that were slightly flushed with shyness added a bit more flavor. Li Changxing held Zhao Qing's jade hand. The hand was slightly cold, soft and boneless, and the slender fingers were extremely beautiful. Fingers interlocked, and both of them began to breathe heavily. Zhao Qing's straight, without a trace of flab legs, directly made Li Changxing unable to hold on any longer. Mother, it's time for us to get down to business. Zhao Qing's voice sounded like a mosquito. Can you, put out the lights? I'm shy. Chapter 11: The Mystery of the Big Boss's Life. Wulong Village, Lu Family Mansion. Tang Yanru stood in the doorway looking into the distance, her face filled with worry. It's been a day and a night. Why hasn't husband returned? Her mind was already guessing, but she didn't want to believe it. Yang Yuhuan also sat at the gate with a sad face, staring at the gate and fuming. She stroked her belly, a flicker of tenderness in her eyes. When Li Changxing was leaving, he didn't tell her what he was going to do, only saying that he might be back later. At that time, Yang Yuhuan didn't put it on her mind, but now I don't know why, but her heart felt alarmed for no reason, and she always felt that something was about to happen. Crouching Dragon Ridge, Li Changxing looked at the petite, delectable girl beside him, and a smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of his mouth. What more could a man want with such a stunning woman? People who practiced martial arts were not comparable to ordinary women in terms of physical strength and endurance. The two men plowed diligently until the faintest hint of dawn, when they fell into a deep sleep. Now that the sun was up, Li Changxing was the first to wake up. Afterwards, Zhao Qing also woke up leisurely, and when she saw the strange man next to her, a blush appeared on her face instantly. Husband! Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, Zhao Qing was also impressed with Li Changxing. Even the name change was so natural. She had regretted that she hadn't been able to marry a fine, strong man, but after last night, she realized that she had picked up a treasure. The maiden realm has risen again? Li Chongqing looked at Zhao Qing's unintentionally revealed aura and asked with some surprise. Surprisingly, he is already at the 9th level of the martial apprentice realm. Not only had Zhao Qing's cultivation level risen, Li Chongqing's cultivation level had also risen to the 1st level of qi refining, which made him very excited. As for his martial cultivation at this moment, he had already been promoted to become a martial master at the 1st level. Ever since Li Chongqing obtained the system, his body had been transformed a lot. The most surprising thing is his roots. How could he not have expected that just after being upgraded to white medium, his root bones would be upgraded again after just one night? Now that it was already a white upper-grade root bone, it would undoubtedly help him immensely in cultivating immortal techniques. I believe that, with a few more days of plowing, green quality roots and bones are just around the corner. The green root bones already fulfilled the requirements for entering a smaller immortal sect. The immortal laws are incredibly subtle. I have to quickly raise my realm. At the very least, I have to surpass Qin Kai. Back then, he was at the 5th level of foundation establishment cultivation. After all these years, he should have already formed a dan. Li Chongqing scratched his hair in some distress. I'm still too slow. Is it possible that I don't have enough concubines? He thought darkly, thinking it was very possible. Gotta hurry up and find a concubine, or else I'll waste such a good system. Regarding her life, Li Chongqing also understood something. Zhao Qing was originally the daughter of a general's house in the Deqian dynasty. Her father Zhao Yun had made great achievements for the country and had great prestige in the military. It was not an exaggeration to say that his achievements were high. Only later, do not know for what reason, offended the big officials in the court, was falsely accused of treason to the enemy. The court a paper order descended, directly sentenced the Zhao family a full beheading. To this day, Zhao Qing remembers the image of Zhao Yun's desperate attempt to send her out of the city. That night, Zhao Yun went in 7 times and remained powerless. All 72 members of the Zhao family, with the exception of Zhao Qing, had been killed. Even an old dog they had at home had its head cut off. Looking at Zhao Qing's forlorn look, Li Chongqing heartily took her into his arms and patted her back to comfort her. Mother, don't be sad, since you are now my person. Then from now on, if you have any grievances, feel free to speak to my husband. That the Qian dynasty has failed your Zhao family. Then they have offended me, Li Chongqing, and one day, I will make them pay. When she first escaped the capital, Zhao Qing was only 12 years old. Along the way, she had no choice but to disguise herself as a man in order to hide her identity, and fell into the grass. Because she practiced martial arts from a young age, she soon rose to prominence in the cottage, and the position was passed on to her after the death of the previous cottage master. Growing up hiding in the East has given her the habit of keeping everything inside. Now that she suddenly had a husband who cared for her and protected her, the emotions she had suppressed for years exploded, only to see her jumping into Li Chongqing's arms, crying like a pear. Husband, it's a blessing of 10 lifetimes for Qinger to be able to meet you in this life. Heaven must have seen that Qinger's life was too bitter, so it sent her husband to save her. It's been too lonely for Haruna to be alone for so many years. Okay, no more crying. Li Chongqing wiped Zhao Qing's tears and said gently, from now on you are no longer alone, and you have several sisters besides me, and even more to come. Sisters? Zhao Qing wiped away her tears, revealing a puzzled look now, and then came to a realization. Does the husband have other wives? Li Chongqing nodded, always watching Zhao Qing's expression. Seeing that she didn't react much, she asked suspiciously, you're not mad? Zhao Qing shook her head. It is inherently natural for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Back then, my father had more than 30 concubines. Husband is a dragon and phoenix among men. Qinger has the self-knowledge that a man like husband can never be monopolized by one person. Of course, Qinger is not angry. As long as husband has Qinger in his heart, Qinger is grateful. Looking at Zhao Qing, who was so understanding, Li Chongqing couldn't help but gather her into his arms. If you do not fail me, I will not fail you. It's just that the bandit business is hurtful after all, so you'd better not do it anymore. Zhao Qing raised her head and looked at Li Chongqing with affection, saying, husband may not understand our mountain fortress. We never rob the poor. Only those 10 evil rich people are the target of our robberies. Husband, don't worry. Qinger has a measure in her heart. Seeing this, Li Chongqing did not say anything more, and Zhao Qing also redressed his beard, and once the man's baggy costume was on, a brown man reappeared. Looking at you in this outfit, who would have thought that hidden underneath this rugged exterior is a stunning woman? Li Chongqing said flirtatiously. Well, follow your husband home. It's time to introduce you to the other sisters. Wulong village, a line of hundreds of people at the entrance of the village killed. The man at the head of the group had a sinister look on his face as he looked towards Crouching Dragon Village and gritted his teeth. Li Chongqing, that day you humiliated me in public. Today I will get it back with interest. This person was none other than Wang Fugui. After he was driven away by Li Chongqing that day, he returned home and gathered all his fighters. Originally, he was going to have to come to take revenge on Li Chongqing at the first opportunity, but he was delayed in order to wait for an expert at the 9th level of martial apprentice. With senior's assistance, that Li Chongqing will have to coil for me even if he's a dragon, and he'll have to crouch for me even if he's a tiger. Wang Fugui rushed at an old man with sinister eyes and bowed respectfully. Senior, as long as you help me deal with that Li Chongqing, 1,000 taels of silver will be offered immediately. A vicious smile appeared at the corner of the sinister man's mouth. Just don't worry, Officer Wang. I will definitely make that Li Chongqing's life worse than death. Jie. Chapter 12 Anger. With Wang Fugui's order, a group of hundreds of people rushed towards Wulong village in a furious manner. All the villagers who saw it showed fear and retreated. Seeing this formation, Hongyang hurriedly informed Tang Yenru of this matter. Miss Tang, it's bad. That Wang Fugui is here again, probably coming for your family's property. Be careful. Tang Yenru sniffed and her face shook dramatically. What? How can this be? Hongyang also wore a sad face, her mind remembering Li Chongqing. Where's Dagon? If Dagon were here, then Wang Fugui would definitely not dare to be reckless. After saying that, she ran towards Li Chongqing's house. Not to mention Li Chongqing okay. A mention of Li Chongqing Tang Yenru face became incomparably sad. It didn't take long for Yang Yuhuan to get the news as well. What? Someone's coming after Dagon. It's a good thing Dagon isn't back yet. But what if we run into each other along the way? For a while, Yang Yuhuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Not long after, Wang Fugui had already led his men to surround the Lu family mansion. He stood in front of the crowd with extreme arrogance, sweeping over the crowd with contempt. Where's Li Chongqing? Scared? It was very arrogant that day. At this moment, the people of Wulong village looked at Wang Fugui and those of his men, and none of them dared to stand out. It could only be muttered in a crowded whisper. Where did Dagon go? Why haven't you shown up to teach them a lesson? This Wang Fugui is too arrogant. Still waiting for Dagon? I saw him leave in a hurry on a horse early yesterday morning, and now that I think about it, he ran away. Ran away? Dagon is so strong. How could a single Wang Fugui scare him into running away? There's a sky beyond the sky and a man beyond the man. Did you see that old man beside Wang Fugui? The crowd sniffed and peeked toward the old man. What's wrong with him? Isn't he just an ordinary old man? Is he a bully with a broken sword in his hand? Look at your little insights. I have seen. His name is Chun Chitai. His martial arts cultivation is at the 9th level of the martial apprentice. Back then I was doing business outside. This man, because someone else walked and stepped on his shoes, in a fit of rage he even killed a village. So that's him. I've heard this rumor. I think he has another catchphrase. What's it called? Heroes can be aggrieved, but you can't step on me to get Chelsea. Yeah, that's the one. I really don't know what kind of shoe that Chelsea is. Is it worth a lot of money? The villagers were so unconcerned that they even started chatting about gossip. Wang Fugui at the front saw that Li Chongqing hadn't come out for a long time, so he was impatiently waiting. He snapped to Tang Yenru and said, Little wavy hoof, quickly tell me, where did that Li Chongqing go? Tang Yenru was weak by nature. Where had she seen such a battle? But she was still stubborn, even though she was scared out of her wits. I don't know. You don't know? Wang Fugui let out a cold snort and waved his hand at his men. Go to Li Chongqing's house and dig up the ground today to find him out. Afterwards, the group of people rushed towards Li Chongqing's home with great vigor. At this moment, Yang Yuhuan was waiting at the gate with a sad face, but she saw such a group of people coming towards her. Who are you guys? What do you want? These people rushed straight into Li Chongqing's home without saying a word. It's heartbreaking to see things overturned, things picked up and smashed, and in just a short time, a nice home has been left in a state of disrepair. Yang Yuhuan watched her home become like this and desperately pushed those people out of the house. You scum! When my husband returns, I will not spare you. Yang Yuhuan had perhaps received too much nourishment from Li Chongqing, and her figure became more and more standardized and plump, coupled with her face, which wasn't bad in the first place. She instantly attracted Wang Fugui's gaze. I really didn't expect that old thing Li Chongqing. His home even hides such a beautiful girl. Take her away from me, with her in hand. I don't believe that Li Chongqing won't come back. So, the two thugs directly tied up Yang Yuhuan. Since Li Chongqing isn't here, we'll have to take care of the Lu family's affairs. Greed flashed in Wang Fugui's eyes. The Lu family operates several properties in the county, and this time they are bound to get their hands on them. Tang Yanru was still worried about Yang Yuhuan's safety, but now that she saw Wang Fugui turning back again, and with Yang Yuhuan tied up by his side, this directly made her become agitated. Wang Fugui, what do you want? A big man. How dare you bully a woman?
Yo, Caín de Sympathetic.
Wang Fugui had a smug smile on his face. If you don't like what you see, then save her. As long as you give me all of the Lu family's property, I can let her go. Tang Yanru looked into the distance, still not spotting Li Chongqing's figure, and had already accepted the result of Li Chongqing's death in her heart. Alas, husband, you lived and died for me. I cannot let anything happen to my sister again. After some thought, Tang Yanru said directly to Wang Fugui, Okay, I promise. I hope you're good to your word. Wang Fugui was just mentioning it casually, but he didn't expect Tang Yanru to agree. That's going to make him happy. Don't worry. I, Wang Fugui, am true to my word. As the crowd listened to Tang Yanru's words, they all looked puzzled. Why is Miss Tang so nice to the Dagon family's mother-in-law? Who knows? Even though Dagon helped her that day, she didn't have to take all of the Lu family's property for Dagon. That's right, if Elder Lu knew, I don't know how he would feel. Yang Yuhuan also revealed a puzzled look, but thinking back to Li Chongqing's strange behavior over the past few nights, she seemed to have already made a guess. Wang Fugui couldn't wait any longer. Don't be a mother-in-law, now you'll take out the land deed, all the silver, and I'll leave as soon as it arrives. After all, Tang Yanru didn't have much of a city, and surprisingly believed Wang Fugui's words. Remember what you said. Afterward, Tang Yanru turned around and returned to the Lu family mansion. Shortly afterward, she walked out with several sheets of paper in her hands. These are my Lu family's properties in the county, as well as silver bills and land deeds. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up and he reached for it. But just at that moment, a sound of breaking air came from the distance. Just when Wang Fugui was about to take those properties, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his hand. Ah, my hand. Immediately followed by a voice that made him extremely fearful. As I said, with old man here, you will never think of taking a single cent of the Lu family. Hearing this voice, Tang Yanru's eyes instantly turned red, and an excited smile appeared on her face. Yang Yuhuan was also teary-eyed and shouted at Li Chongqing, Husband, this guy brought people to smash our house. Don't let him off the hook. Li Chongqing sniffed and looked at Yang Yuhuan, and after seeing the ropes tied to her body, his face became gloomy. Mother, I can't believe they did this to you. You're not hurt, are you? Yang Yuhuan's heart warmed. Don't worry, husband. I'm not hurt. Now that Yang Yuhuan is pregnant with his child, this is not only Li Chongqing's flesh and blood, but also his capital for upgrading At this moment, the anger in Li Chongqing's heart was monstrous. Although Yang Yuhuan was fat, but when she was able to follow her, this alone made Li Chongqing incomparably touched. Not to mention that today's Yang Yuhuan has gotten slimmer and more iconic. Moreover, nowadays Yang Yuhuan was still pregnant with his child, and this group of people even tied up Yang Yuhuan, which had already touched Li Chongqing's bottom line. In the next moment, Li Chongqing's clothes were windless. The sword in his hand began to tremble continuously, and as he moved his mind, the sword flew out of its scabbard, and then circled around his head for a week and landed in his hand. He fiercely looked at the crowd in front of him, and after a roar, he swung out his sword, and the sword-ons rose up in all directions, cutting down the several fighters beside Yang Yuhuan. Their bodies were in tatters, and they were as dead as they could be. Li Chongqing looked at the sword in his hand, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Tianshan's sword decision. It's worthy of being an immortal's technique, cutting down dozens of people with a single sword from such a distance. Wang Fugui looked at the scene in front of him and was already almost scared out of his wits as he shouted towards Chun Chitai filled with fear. Senior Chun, stop him. Quickly stop him. Chapter 13. You have twin daughters? As soon as Wang Fugui's words fell, Chun Chitai rushed towards Li Chongqing with a fierce smile on his face. But he was stopped by a big man with a bearded face holding a mountain-opening axe. Your opponent is the old man. This person was none other than Zhao Qing. After Li Changxing saved Yang Yuhuan, he rushed to Zhao Qing's side. "Leave this man to me, you deal with the minions." Zhao Qing nodded her head and turned around. She carried the mountain-opening axe in her hand, one axe at a time, a proper killing god. The one that Li Changxing had to face was Chun Chitai. "Who is the visitor? Give your name, old man does not kill the nameless." Chun Chitai's face showed disdain. "Want to know the old man's name? In your next life." Chun Chitai held a sword in his hand, and the moment he made a move, it was a killing move that put people to death. Li Changxing's brows furrowed slightly as the sword in his hand rose up. With a click, Chun Chitai's right hand holding the sword was directly chopped off. "Ah! Ah! My right hand." Li Changxing let out a cold smile from the corner of his mouth. "You're right. Knowing your name will indeed have to wait until the next life." Li Changxing's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his sword was raised high. Chun Chitai looked fearful and begged for mercy. "Elder, spare my life. I am precisely a nameless person." "Ah. Didn't Elder say that he doesn't kill nameless people?" This shameless words, I really don't know how this Chun Chitai said it. The villagers gathered nearby couldn't stand to watch. "Dagon, don't listen to his nonsense. I know this guy, his name is Chun Chitai, he's not some nameless person." Li Changxing smiled slightly. "Oh? Not only did you strike out at me, but you lied to me, so there's no need for you to live in this world." Li Changxing's hand raised his sword and a fresh human head rolled to the ground. "To death, Chun Chitai, do not know why this is. I thought I could steadily earn a sum of extra money, how to get killed." The villagers sucked in a breath of cool air as they looked at such a powerful Li Changxing. Dagon's battle power has increased again. Yeah, if that Chun Chitai has a combat power of 2,000, Dagon's combat power is at least 10,000. Did you guys see that bearded guy Dagon brought back? He's got some serious fighting skills too. The crowd turned their eyes to Zhao Qing, only to see that at this moment, Zhao Qing was drenched in blood, and almost every time she struck out it was a one-hit kill. In a short period of time, the 100 fighters that Wang Fugui had brought with him were almost lost. He was sitting on the ground in a daze at the moment, his mind already in a bit of a trance. What happened? Is this all true? One man killed 100 people. Is this man a man or a ghost? Li Changxing let out a cold snort from the corner of his mouth and directly kicked Chun Chitai's head to Wang Fugui's body. He looked down and his whole body shrieked in shock. "Don't look for me. I didn't kill you, it wasn't me." Wang Fugui had already been scared out of his wits, and when Li Changxing saw this, he let out a stern cry. "Wang Fugui, are you tired of living when you come to trouble me 3 times?" Wang Fugui's body shivered as he looked at Li Changxing with fear in his eyes. "Spare your life. Lord, spare your life. I just wanted to come over and beat you up. I didn't want to kill you." "Beat me up." Li Changxing lifted his sword, and there was still blood dripping from it. "I can't believe you tried to beat me up." Li Changxing's killing intent was revealed as he took a step towards Wang Fugui. "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I will kill them." With Li Changxing's sword raised high in the air, Wang Fugui was directly scared to pee as he kept begging for mercy under his breath. "Spare my life. I have 300 acres of good land, all of which I will give to your lordship." The sword in Li Changxing's hand did not stop. "I have 500,000 taels of silver, all of which I will give to your lordship." The sword in Li Changxing's hand still did not stop. "I have an old mansion, a tavern, and several cloth houses, all of which I give to your lordship." Li Changxing's sword was already about to fall onto Wang Fugui's neck. At this moment, Wang Fugui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He felt the cool breeze brought over by the sword and knew that Li Changxing wasn't joking with him. He's really daring to kill someone. With a cruel heart, Wang Fugui had to say the last thing he could get his hands on. "Master, spare my life. I have a pair of twin daughters. Peach and Plum years is the time to get married. Master, if you can let go of Small willing to betroth her daughter to the master." This time, Li Changxing's sword finally stopped when it was 0.01 centimeters away from Wang Fugui's neck. He looked at Wang Fugui Dao with some excitement, his eyes shining brightly. "You have twin daughters?" Wang Fugui finally breathed a sigh of relief, an ugly smile on his face. "Yes, my twin daughters are just Peach and Plum years, and long very watery. 10 miles and 8 townships to come to kiss people are almost stepping through the threshold. Master, if you do not mind, I am willing to betroth my daughter to you." Wang Fugui's head was flexible, and now that he had learned about Li Changxing's battle power, His heart was both fearful and excited. Fearful because of his murderous behavior. Excited because such a powerful character will soon become his son-in-law. The thought of everyone nodding and bowing to him in the future made him feel immensely happy. While he was thinking about it, Li Chongqing spoke. Make a match? You old things still want me to call you father-in-law. Hearing Li Chongqing's rebuke, Wang Fugui was so scared that he hurriedly knelt to the ground. Your lordship is mistaken. Your lordship will always be my little man's lord. From now on, you can call my little man whatever you want. Little Wang, Old Wang, Fuguer, Little Guer, Grandmaster, whatever is comfortable to call him. But definitely not father-in-law. That's folding the little man. Li Chongqing looked at Wang Fugui's crying in pain and felt that this person's acting talent was too high. Well, what's decent for a big man to cry and cry? Wang Fugui looked at Li Chongqing with a grudging face and spat in his heart. Try it if you were in my position? You'd be lucky if you didn't die of fright, wouldn't you? Regarding the twins in Wang Fugui's mouth, Li Chongqing was very interested, and even when he thought of the scene during the wedding night, he was a bit pressed. At this time, the villagers around them also began to discuss. Those two daughters of Wang Fugui's family are indeed good-looking. Not bad, although this Wang Fugui is not a good person, but those two daughters know how to read books and often help the poor. The reputation in Fengyi village is very good, coupled with the fact that they are extremely beautiful, every day to say that the people that are in an endless stream of marriage. If a person is beautiful, then there are many people who want to get them. I just heard that the young patriarch of a nearby martial arts sect has his eyes on Wang Fugui's daughter. Hearing this, Li Chongqing also looked at Wang Fugui. Is it true what he said? Wang Fugui's body shuddered, and he nodded after grinding his head for half a day. Master, these corpses on the ground are the disciples of their clan. I think they will definitely come to trouble you when they realize what happened here. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. Feel free to come over if they have the guts, or I'll have to go after them myself. From the villagers' description of the Wang family's twins, it was definitely a pair of beauties, and such a pair of beauties being missed by others was something Li Chongqing would never allow. If you leave it alone, something will definitely go wrong in the future, so it's better to fix the problem beforehand. However, for the time being, that sect didn't find them, so Li Chongqing was too lazy to spend time looking for them. The most important thing right now was to have those two twins in his pocket. Regardless of their fertility qualifications, I must get them into my hands. Li Chongqing wanted to get into it. That's twins, it's exciting to think about. Li Chongqing then looked at Wang Fugui and said, You go home and get ready. Hold the wedding tomorrow. The wedding will be handled in your house. Anyway, you've already given the old mansion to me, no problem, right? Wang Fugui had a bitter smile on his face.
No.
No comment. Chapter 14 Twins in the bag. Rootbone promoted to green. The next day, in the evening, Phoenix Village, Wang family. At this moment, the Wang family's gongs and drums are clamoring, firecrackers are sounding, red flags are fluttering, and there is a sea of people. To be precise, it should be the Li family, because at the moment the signboard above the doorway has been changed to the Li mansion. The twin sisters of the Wang family had already put on their big red wedding clothes and delicate makeup. It's just that they're all crying and crying like they've lost their parents. The maid next to her said with a sad face, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Miss was born beautiful. How come her life is so bitter? I've heard that the new aunt has a wife at home, so can Miss marry him only as a concubine? Upon hearing this, her sister Wang Yuan cried even more. Why is father treating us like this? What exactly does he see in that Li Chongqing? Sister Wang Shuyan was obviously a bit more composed. Sister, don't need to be sad. Who let us be daughters? Marriage is never by the order of parents and the words of matchmakers. Since father has decided on Li Chongqing, let's listen to God's will. Sister, don't say that again. You and I are still so young, life has just begun. That Li Chongqing is half in the ground. No, it's only a neck left outside, but still thinking of marrying. Isn't he afraid of exhaustion? That's not something my sister needs to worry about. At such an age, he may not have that function anymore. Once Wang Yuyan heard this, her face became even more ugly. Doesn't that mean you and I will be widowed? The two sisters looked at each other in disbelief and then embraced each other. It was at this moment that Wang Fugui knocked on the door from outside. Schwer Yenner, don't cry. Quickly freshen up. Master Auntie will be here soon. The two dilly-dallied and dried their tears, and reluctantly touched up their makeup. And Li Chongqing by this time had already ridden a high horse, wearing a big red groom's suit, and arrived at the door of the Wang Fu. The surrounding villagers of Phoenix Village, looking at this strange groom, all began to whisper. What exactly is this person capable of, that he was able to get Master Wang to betroth his 2 daughters? It is said that this man is from Wulong village next door and already has a wife, yet he still thinks of taking a concubine. What? How could this happen? What a scumbag. If that's true, it's a bitter pill to swallow for those 2 little girls of the Wang family. What do you guys know? Yesterday, Wang Fugui brought people to Wulong village to find trouble with someone, and was severely taught a lesson by this person, and I heard that the fighters he brought with him died out, and even the high-priced martial arts experts were killed there. Hiss, what a ferocious person. No wonder the signboard of the Wang Fu was changed to the Li Fu. It must have been blackmailed by this person for the old mansion. After the crowd heard about Li Chongqing's deeds, they retreated and kept their mouths shut, a look of fear in their eyes. After Wang Fugui saw Li Chongqing from afar, he jogged all the way over, his face full of flattery. Auntie, everything is ready, let's go. Li Chongqing rolled over and dismounted, looking at Wang Fugui's dressing up of the mansion, and nodded with satisfaction. Good job. Afterward, accompanied by Wang Fugui with a bitter look on his face, Li Chongqing entered the auditorium. Not long after, the 2 sisters, Wang Shuyan and Wang Yuyan, were also assisted to Li Chongqing. Seeing the twin sisters for the first time, Li Chongqing's eyes went straight. He inhaled deeply, and the peculiar fragrance that belonged solely to a young girl made him unable to resist showing a mesmerized expression. Although it was impossible to see the faces of the 2 of them, the stunningly beautiful bodies in the front and back alone were desirable especially the pair of 1.7 meter long legs, TSK, is a man cannot hold have wood, not to mention their bookish aura, which adds a bit of interest and flavor. Such a stunning woman. I've really picked up a treasure. Li Chongqing could not hide the smile on his face and thought secretly in his heart. I just don't know what their fertility credentials are, so let me get a head start. Li Chongqing unleashed the system's ability, and his eyes flashed with light as he looked at the twin sisters. Only a green and a blue light emerged on the 2 of them. Cyan glow. Li Chongqing had seen it before, and Zhao Qing was the cyan fertility qualification. This blue light, he still saw it for the first time. He breathed slightly, some excitement to look at Wang Fugui asked, Dare I ask the name of the one on the right? Wang Fugui nodded his head and was very careful. That one is the youngest daughter, Wang Yuyan, who is the younger sister, and the one next to her is Wang Shuyan, who is the older sister. As soon as Li Chongqing heard the name Wang Yuyan, the divine sister's appearance instantly appeared in his mind. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva fiercely, and his eyes couldn't help but look at Wang Yuyan's concave and convex, golden-proportioned body. At this moment, it was as if there were 10,000 ants crawling in his heart. His heart was itching. He turned sharply to look at the MC with a displeased look on his face. If you don't start the worship ceremony at this time, when will you wait? I'm most displeased with your kind of mother-in-law. Time is life, do you understand? The MC had a bitter look on his face and was spitting in his mind. Obviously you are the one who looked straight in the eyes. But now you are blaming me. I'm ignoring you. But he only dared to spit it out in his mind, his mouth still shouting loudly. The ceremony begins and the couple takes their places. 1 bow to heaven and earth, 2 to high. Before he could say the second worship, he was interrupted by Wang Fugui's clear voice. The MC thought of what Wang Fugui had told him earlier and quickly changed his words. The second worship of the Green Mountain. Husband and wife worship each other and are sent to the cave. Rite of passage. As the MC's words fell, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful opening of the branch, gaining a bonus longevity of +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful opening of the branch, gaining a bonus longevity of +5. Ding! Congratulations to the host, unlocking a new achievement, double rattle, and receiving a reward, an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs. Hearing this series of rewards, Li Chongqing burst into laughter. He couldn't wait for the initiation into the cave. According to the usual custom, it is to stop and pick up the bride and walk into the bridal chamber. But today's situation is clearly different. Only to see Li Chongqing's eyes glaze over as he stretched out one arm to pin Wang Yuan under his armpit, and then pinned Wang Shuyan on the other side. At a 100-meter sprint, he ran towards the cave. A group of people behind him, dumbfounded, looked at Li Chongqing's back and unconsciously clapped their hands. It's good to be old, it's good to be old. His grandma, I've seen monkeys' hinds. I've never seen such monkeys' hinds. In the cave room, Li Chongqing couldn't wait to lift the cover up, and two stunningly beautiful faces surfaced in front of him. So identical it's hard to tell. Their cherry red lips make you want to go up and give them a kiss. With slightly baby fat cheeks, she couldn't have looked more adorable. Flickering big eyes, long eyelashes, high nose, every part of it grew above Li Chongqing's aesthetic. Especially now with that slightly sad, teary-eyed, churlish look. One can't help but want to hurt them. Mother, we should rest. Li Chongqing waved his hand and extinguished the oil lamp and began to sharpen his bones. Below, feel free to use your imaginations, you really can't write any more or you'll be harmonized. As time passed, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host, the quality of the root bone has been upgraded, and the current quality is white and excellent. Ding, congratulations to the host, the quality of the root bone has been upgraded, the current quality is green lower grade. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the green lower grade technique, Super Dragon Claw Hands. Chapter 15 Acacia Body Refining Sect. This time, Li Chongqing could be said to have gained a lot. Not only had the root bone been promoted to the green rank, but he had also obtained an encyclopedia of medicinal herbs. Encyclopedia of Herbs, containing knowledge of the cultivation and medicinal properties of all the herbs under the sun. Not bad at all. It lays a foundation for my future foray into the world of alchemists. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Chongqing's mouth, and without hesitation, he began to study. System. Learn the Encyclopedia of Herbs. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs is finished studying. As the system's voice fell, a large amount of knowledge began to appear in Li Chongqing's mind. He only felt like his brain was about to explode as countless unknown herbs flashed by one.
它们的栽培方法、生长习性、注意事项、增产方法、灾害处理、害虫整治、药性知识等等等等，全都被烙印在了脑子里面。
This painful sensation lasted a full hour before it stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host, his cultivation level has increased, his current cultivation level, the second level of qi refining. Ding, congratulations to the host, the yin and yang collection technique has been upgraded to the third level, the speed of root bone enhancement has increased, the speed of cultivation enhancement has increased, and the speed of martial arts cultivation enhancement has increased. Ding, congratulations to the host, his martial arts cultivation has been upgraded, and his current realm is the third level of martial artist. The rewards that came one after another made Li Chongqing feel so good that he couldn't help but let out a roar. Cool, cool, cool. Still Angie cool. At noon, the maid Jade knocked on the door and said, Auntie, it's time for lunch. Wang Yuyan opened the door to her room and chided Yuer. What aunt? Nowadays this is the Li mansion. Husband is the master here, you have to call out to master and madam no. Yuer looked at the Wang Yuyan who had a great contrast between before and after. Although she did not know what had happened, she had to change her words in a hurry to condescend and bowed slightly and said, Master, ma'am, it's time for lunch. Li Chongqing came to Wang Yuyan's side and instantly wrapped his arms around her surmountable waist. Look at you, why are you being so mean to an underling? If you keep this up, I'm going to beat you up. Snap. Saying that, Li Chongqing directly slapped Wang Yuyan on top of her big butt, causing her to scream miserably. Husband, stop. Yener will never dare again. Wang Shuyan also came to Li Chongqing's side at this time, wrapping him around her waist from behind and said with feigned anger, Husband, you're biased. Listening to the pasty tone, Li Chongqing almost couldn't hold it. He hurriedly operated the spiritual energy in his body, restraining the flood of power in his body. What a leprechaun! At this moment, Wang Fugui and the others had been waiting for a long time. They stood aside and waited for Li Chongqing to take his seat before they dared to sit down when he gave the word. Eating also waited for Li Chongqing to clip the first chopsticks before he dared to move his chopsticks. Even the stool, which was only sitting on half of his buttocks, was overflowing with nervousness. Wang Fugui looked at his two daughters with happy faces. His heart was both happy and heartbroken. Alas, I was worried that these two dolls would lose their temper, but now they seemed to be happier than anyone else. The only thing to worry about now was that Acacia Body Refining Sect. The 100 disciples borrowed from them this time were all dead, and it was only a matter of time before they came for them. I hope that this Li Chongqing can save this family of mine. And it was at this moment that a voice angry to the core rang out from outside the mansion. Wang Fugui, how dare you do such a thing? Today the Wang family will pay the price. Immediately after that, a loud bang came, followed by the terrified voices of the subordinates. Master, it's bad. The people from the Acacia body refining sect have hit the door. Wang Fugui's face changed dramatically when he heard this. He looked at Li Changsheng and said, "Not good, the hoplite Siamese total is extremely brutal, and often wherever it passes, yes are not spared. 100 disciples were rented from their clan at a cost that day, and they were killed by senior as much as they could. So this time they must have come over to ask for punishment." Wang Fugui's words were undoubtedly telling Li Changsheng that the responsibility for this matter lay with him and that he needed to take the blame. How could Li Changsheng not hear it? But now that this place had become the Li Mansion, how could he still ignore it when someone came to spread their wildness? Only to see Li Changsheng standing up with a slap on the table. Then amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he dashed and flew out of the room. "I'm here, what are you afraid of? Did I blink? Is he flying with it?" It seemed indeed to fly out. So, Elder Li is an immortal? Wang Fugui's face showed excitement. His heart was very conscious of his original choice. Schwer Yenner, Elder Li is deeply hidden. I didn't expect him to be a cultivator. You guys have picked up a great bargain this time, so don't make senior angry in the future. Wang Shuyan and Wang Yuyan all covered their mouths, their hearts thumping. No wonder it's so powerful. So husband is an immortal. The big stone in Wang Fugui's heart fell to the ground, and he sat down with a relaxed face. Come on, let's continue eating with Elder Li's hand. What is that Acacia Siamese sect? Perhaps not until we finish eating. Everything will already be over. Li Changsheng's root bones had improved, and with the assistance of the vomiting technique, he was already at the second level of Qi practicing realm in terms of cultivation. When one reaches the second level of Qi cultivation, one can try to fly in the air, only the height of flight is a bit low, only 1 meter high. That's just it, just 1 meter, just 1 meter, let's finish pretending this pussy first. Later on, when the cultivation level rises, there will always be soaring to the 9 heavens. Li Changsheng stood with his arms folded, suspended a meter in the air. With a solitary look on his face, he looked down at the people of the Acacia body refining sect on the ground. Who are you? State your name. However, right at this moment, Li Changsheng, who had the appearance of a worldly nobleman, suddenly looked startled. Pang! Only to see Li Changsheng, who suddenly fell from mid-air and directly stumbled. The crowd of the Acacia body alchemy sect, who originally had a tense look on their faces, instantly let out a roar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Pretending is struck by lightning. Laughing my ass off. This guy is such a simpleton. Did the wire on your body break and that's why you fell? Scared me. I thought I'd met a tough opponent, but I didn't realize it was a bluff. Li Changsheng listened to the mockery of the crowd, with a face of embarrassment and anger, cursing in his heart. Is there any mistake? Flying consumes spiritual energy so quickly? Is this a sincere attempt to make me lose face in front of the crowd? Ding, this world is not safe with the host's current cultivation is too high-profile words, easy to be given karma, out of the host's life responsible attitude, the system to give the host a walking in the other world necessary treasure, the old 6 code of conduct of the essence of the version. By this reminder from the system, Li Changsheng also realized that he was indeed too high-profile. The system's words were right, this was the other world, and the slightest mistake would be missed and thus killed. Now that he was only at the second level of Qi refining cultivation, he was still far from being able to casually pretend to be a bully. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng stood up, patted the dust on his butt, and looked at the people of the Acacia body refining sect in front of him with a sinister face. This bellyful of anger had to be taken out on these people, who made them laugh at themselves just now. Humph. If I can't beat the immortal cultivators, I still can't beat you guys? In the next moment, without any sign, he directly drew his sword, and the heavenly mountain sword technique was suddenly unleashed. Countless sword chi flew horizontally, and a limb and broken arm kept flying. Blood sprayed like brilliant fireworks, and the sounds of screams rose and fell, chilling the hearts of those who heard them. It didn't take long for the Acacia body alchemy sect to be down to its last person, who had a fearful face as he kowtowed repeatedly. Senior, spare your life. The youngest is the young master of the refined Acacia sect. As long as the senior spares the youngest is willing to offer. Li Changsheng coldly grunted and directly chopped away with a sword. A head flew up into the sky. Humph, just you are that young patriarch, huh? Stealing my wife from me? How can I let you go? Besides, if you want to offer something, wouldn't it be the same for me to take it if I killed you? What folly. Chapter 16. enhancing cultivation. Li Chongqing flicked his sleeve, and the blood stains on his body instantly evaporated into nothingness as if they were baptized by spiritual power. He turned his head to the trembling houseguests behind him, and although his tone was light, it was permeated with unquestionable majesty. Take care of these, and don't let your lordship's stepford wife get a fright or else, you know. The houseboy nodded busily, his legs trembling as he reluctantly approached the mess. Just see his skillful technique, left hand carry arm, right shoulder carry leg, feet also rolling a few. Well, the head, a look of bitterness and hatred, but also the clouds and water to clean up the scene. This is if you change to the Kuju field. Absolutely is the MVP of the ball skills and guts and coexist. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, had a cloudy look on his face as he stepped back into the dining room. During the banquet, the crowd had not yet enjoyed their meal, and Wang Fugui's eyes lit up when he saw him return. Elders' means are strong, and the wine that was warmed for you when you left the table is still warm, so I don't want the battle to be over. Li Chongqing waved his hand, unimpressed. A mere mole cricket is nothing to worry about. That acacia body refinement sex young master with his loud name was in fact externally strong and unbeatable. I am but one sword away from leaving him headless. May he be at peace in the afterlife. Elder is mighty. Wang Fugui's face was full of fawning and he gave a thumbs up. He was about to pat himself on the back again when his expression came to a screeching halt, and in an instant, fear crept over his face. He carefully confirmed it to Li Chongqing. Elder just said, solved the young master of the acacia body refining sect. Li Chongqing felt a bit puzzled by Wang Fugui's reaction and nodded with a frown. What's wrong? When Wang Fugui heard this, he suddenly stood up with a sad face and paced back and forth. It's over. It's all over. Elder may not know that the acacia body refining sect is extremely ferocious, and its patriarch dotes on his son. Now that you have taken the life of their son, they will come without sparing any effort to seek revenge. Wang Fugui was like a deflated ball at the moment, lamenting, this time, I'm afraid the Wang family is in trouble. Li Chongqing chewed on the meat handed to him by Wang Yuyan, rambling. Afraid of what? If you dare to come, I will kill him. Elder doesn't know. Wang Fugui's face was in a hurry. In the past, with your strength, there was no need to put the acacia body refining sect in your eyes. But recently, they invited a guest elder who is also said to be an immortal cultivator. And someone once witnessed him splitting a 3-meter boulder with a single sword. His strength is unfathomable. Immortalist. Li Chongqing looked aghast. If this was true, this would be the first fellow practitioner he had met in the cultivation world. Is that true? Li Chongqing's face became grave. Wang Fugui's heart thumped when he saw this and screamed that it was not good. Aya, the Wang family is afraid that it's really over this time. He nodded in confirmation. It's true, once that guest elder came, the acacia body refining sect was too much more arrogant than before. If the Wang family hadn't sent tens of thousands of taels of silver, Yuyan and Shuer and the girls would have been unprotected long ago. The more Li Chongqing heard, the more alarmed he became, and he stood up violently, his face grave. Do you know the cultivation level of that cultivator? Wang Fugui shook his head with a bitter face. I'm not a cultivator of immortals. I don't know anything about that realm or anything at all. But I've heard that he's also capable of traveling through the air like his predecessor. Li Chongqing sniffed. Cold sweat beaded on his face. Flying through the air? Then it's at least the second level of qi refining? Damn. Are there so many cultivators? Li Chongqing couldn't help but tense up. Now that's trouble. That's just it. The only way is to hurry up and raise your strength as soon as possible before they come looking for you. He took a deep breath and reassured himself. Good thing old me has a system. Looking at the two sisters, Wang Yuyan and Wang Shuyan, who were eating at ease, Li Chongqing felt slightly at ease. You can't disorganize yourself. Now that you have 2 new concubines, what am I afraid of with the system? At that thought, he let out a slight sigh of relief and gradually relaxed. It seems that one has to raise their cultivation properly and must not disgrace the travelers. A few hours later, Li Chongqing tried his best, but his progress was limited. He gradually realized that it seemed that the system only gave the most generous rewards when he first tasted victory. What's to be done about this? He looked anxious. Could it be that I'm going to be GG just after entering the cultivation world? At that moment, Wang Fugui's voice came from outside the door. Elder, the first lady and second lady have been picked up, and the widow of the Lu family, who insisted on coming along. When Li Changsheng heard this, his face showed joy. Tang Yenru? She's even here. Ha ha ha. Li Changxing laughed brightly. What a heavenly thing to do. I don't know how long it took, but the system's voice finally sounded. Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased. Current realm. The third level of Qi cultivation. Third level of Qi practicing. Finally, I can take a breath. Li Changsheng was slightly relieved. With this kind of strength, it's safe for now. He let out a long breath, but his eyes became more determined. It seems that there still aren't enough concubines. In case the enemy is stronger, this time it will hang in the balance. A look of gravity swept over his eyes. The pace of concubinage has to be accelerated. Even if I give up this old life, I will take a wide range of good wives. Chapter 17. Senior 6. Ding, congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased. Current realm is the fourth level of Qi refining. Ding, congratulations to the host. His martial arts cultivation level has increased. Current realm martial artist 7th level. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of the root bone has increased. The current quality is green medium. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Yin and Yang collection technique has been upgraded to the 4th level, acquiring a new characteristic that slowly increases the strength of the physical body. Hearing this series of rewards, Li Changxing finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, there is some bottom line. I think that even if I encounter the guest elder of that acacia body refining sect, I don't have to be too alarmed. After this incident, Li Changxing also deeply reflected on his own shortcomings. First, too much relaxation. Because after taking a few concubines, you don't think twice about taking more. This was the biggest mistake I made. Secondly, having so many concubines but leaving them unused and not making the most of every minute. This is not only a huge waste of time, but also disrespectful to these concubines. Once again, I'm acting too high profile. Luckily, it was successfully resolved this time, but what if we meet a tough guy next time? That's the only way to get killed. If I die, what about my concubines? Only to be taken captive, cheaply. Learning from the pain, Li Changxing made up his mind then and swore to the heavens. I, Li Changxing, swear that from today onwards, I will live in peace, and I will have a wide range of Dao couples and many children. Make the most of every second. I would rather be a tired ox than allow a barren field to appear. Starting today, I'm going to study Old Six Code of Conduct. Strive to become a new era with the characteristics of Li Changxing, innovative Old Six. In the Acacia Body Refining Sect, Patriarch Fengquan was cultivating the Acacia technique with a woman when he was suddenly interrupted. Report, Lord Patriarch, the fate plate immortal Du Fengchun molded for the young Patriarch suddenly shattered. Fengquan was interrupted with an unhappy face and said with some impatience, "So what if the nameplate shatters? That means the young Patriarch has lost his vitality. The young Patriarch is dead." What? When Fengquan heard this, his face became gloomy. Only to see him swing out a palm. The powerful palm force blasted the reporting disciple out, landing on the ground and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. I should have known not to come to the briefing. He then fell straight to the ground and died. Fengquan had a hard time dispelling his hatred and rushed at the disciple next to him to ask, "Where did the young Patriarch go? Why did he die and who killed him? All of this I need to know." That disciple panicked and knelt to the ground. Returning to the good words of the Patriarch, the 100 disciples borrowed by the Wang family have not returned yet. The young Patriarch went to check yesterday. He should have gone to the house of Elder Wang in Feng Daisy Village. Wang Fugui? Where is he going to check on his disciples? This is clearly trying to take the Wang family's twins captive. Fengquan's face showed indifference. If my son's death is related to the Wang family, then I will make sure that the entire Phoenix village is buried with him. He then gave an order. Pass on my order to gather the men and head to Phoenix village. It was at this moment that a majestic voice rang out. Patriarch, this place is not close to Phoenix village. It would take at least a dozen hours for mortals like you to get there. By then, the murderer will be long gone. Fengquan looked at the old man in front of him and bowed respectfully. Immortal master, but is there any way to increase our speed? Du Fengchun shook his head. What this immortal means is that I will go forward to avenge the young Patriarch's death, and you guys just stay in the sect and wait for my good news. Upon hearing this, Fengquan was moved to kneel down. Immortal's great kindness, I have thanked you for my son. Feng Quan will wait for Immortal Master's triumph, and will thank him then. Du Fengchun nodded slightly, then flew up to a height of 1 meter and headed outside. Although Du Fengchun called himself an immortal, he was only a small shrimp at the second level of qi refining. It was fine to pretend in front of mortals, but once he met a real cultivator, his little cultivation was simply not enough. Finally, I flew to a place where no one was around, and my spiritual energy almost dried up. Du Fengchun was panting, and the worldly look on his face disappeared. This time, we must do things beautifully and try to gain Feng Quan's trust, so that he will reveal where the spirit stones are hidden. Spirit stones were both currency and cultivation resources for cultivators. As a casual cultivator, Du Fengchun's growth to the second level of qi refining was purely by chance. If he hadn't gotten the inheritance in an ancient tomb, he might still be doing hard labor now. Du Fengchun looked around, saw that no one was paying attention to him, and carefully took out a pair of green shoes. It was then worn directly on the feet, and after putting it on, the speed directly skyrocketed. This divine wind crawler is really a superb magic treasure for escaping. It doesn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but is extremely fast. As long as I still have spiritual energy, no one can catch me below the 5th level of qi refining. Du Fengchun looked at the kamikaze crawler on his feet. His face was full of complacency, but then revealed a hint of regret. AI, it's just a pity that my cultivation level is too low. If I were at the 3rd level of qi refining, I would be able to enter the deeper depths of the ancient tomb, and I'm sure that the resources there are even rarer. With the added power of kamikaze crawl, Du Fengchun quickly arrived at Phoenix Village. He looked at the map in his hand and finally locked his eyes on Li Chongqing's house. This is the place. First let the old man explore the reality. Once found bad, immediately run. Du Fengchun knocked on the door of the Li mansion, and when the door opened, it was an underling. Who are you looking for? Du Fengchun smelled the faint scent of blood in the air, and his afterglow snapped to the blood stains remaining on the ground. He was shocked in his heart and said darkly, "In that case, it seems that the people that the young sovereign brought over should have been completely wiped out, but so many people were killed, and there wasn't even the slightest trace of a fight at the scene. There are experts inside this Li mansion." Du Fengchun frowned, then bowed respectfully. Probably the old man recognized the wrong place. "I'm really sorry." He then turned around and was about to leave, but at that moment, a voice rang out. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Li Chongqing had been keeping an eye on the surroundings of the Li mansion this day, and once there was a breeze, it could not escape his observation. Now this Du Fengchun was clearly an immortal cultivator, which undoubtedly caught Li Chongqing's attention. When Du Fengchun heard the voice, his body slightly lurched. Just feeling it made his scalp tingle. 4th level of qi refining. Damn it, I'm no match. Only to see that he didn't even turn his head back. His feet shone with a green light, and the divine wind track was suddenly activated. His entire body was like a cheetah as he darted towards the distance. Li Chongqing looked at the scene in front of him and froze somewhat slightly. Running away so dryly? This person understands the way of the old six, and has almost reached the point of purity. Such a senior old six must be followed up for a good lesson. Just now, the green light on his feet flashed, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. This is obviously not the speed of the 2nd level of qi refining. Can't it be that the one that erupted green light on his feet is a magic treasure? Li Chongqing had only heard of the word magic treasure, but had never seen it once. Now that he was seeing a magic treasure for the first time, it certainly made his heart itch. A magic treasure, so envious and wanting to have it. Greed appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes, and his speed at the 4th level of qi cultivation exploded to the extreme, and he chased after the small black in front of him. Fabulous, here I come. Du Fengchun was in front with an anxious face. Damn it, it's even catching up. He must have taken a fancy to my kamikaze crawl. For today's solution, only if Feng Quan's power holds this guy back, I might still have a glimmer of hope to escape. Otherwise, I will surely die. Chapter 18. Keep all of this. Du Fengchun was running desperately in front of him, but he was after all only a cultivator at the 2nd level of qi refining. Facing Li Chongqing, a strong person at the 4th level of qi refining, even though he wore a divine wind track, the distance was never able to widen too much. Ever since Li Chongqing had made up his mind to be the oldest six, he had carried out this creed at all times. For example, right now, he could clearly take Du Fengchun down directly. But still, he deliberately lowered his speed and even hid his cultivation to the 2nd level of qi practicing. This habit should be maintained, Always keep in mind that the bottom card should never be exposed in its entirety. Otherwise, there will be no buffer when encountering a strong enemy. I don't know how long it took, but Du Fengchun finally revealed a flash of joy as he accelerated his speed and ran towards a mountain peak. You who? Trying to hide in the mountains? A snort escaped from the corner of Li Chongqing's mouth. You're thinking a little too much, thinking you can escape like that? But in the next moment, his smile slowly disappeared as he watched Du Fengchun enter a mountain gate, with a plaque above it engraved with a few large characters. The Acacia Alchemy Sect. Damn it, if I had known that nothing happened along the way, I should have taken him down earlier. Now it's good. What kind of plots and tricks are waiting for the old man in the middle of this sect are unknown to me. Li Chongqing sighed fiercely, but his heart's desire for that divine wind crawler grew stronger and stronger. Acacia Body Refining Sect? Just by looking at the name, I know it's an evil sect that harvests yin and absorbs yang. So let me do the right thing for the heavens today. Li Chongqing drew his sword and appeared in the Acacia Body Refining Sect with a single step. As soon as he ventured out, he was spotted, and the disciples began to rush towards him, each with a sword in their hands and sinister eyes. Trespassing into the Acacia Body Refining Sect, when killed, Li Chongqing looked at the scene around him and directly froze in place, only to see countless young girls, who were 2 or 8 years old, being bullied by those male disciples. You could tell by the pained expressions on those girls' faces that it wasn't enjoyable. It was hard. Obviously, they were not volunteering. At this time, Li Chongqing remembered what Wang Fugui had said. I'm afraid these people were all taken captive up the mountain. This group of scum, what an abomination. As these disciples got closer and closer, Li Chongqing's eyes became sinister as he sheathed his sword and chopped at one of the disciples. The disciple's body was cut off at the waist and he kept wailing on the ground. He then backhanded another sword, and another disciple's head was sliced off. The women who had been rescued all kowtowed to him. Li Chongqing said indifferently, "Get dressed and go down the hill." He then headed deeper. This sudden change had alarmed everyone in the sect, and at this moment, people began to continuously gather here. In a short period of time, Li Chongqing was already surrounded. Patriarch Fengquan was clearly listed, only that Du Fengchun was nowhere to be seen. Fengquan looked at Li Chongqing with a scowl on his face. "Kid, how dare you? How dare you trespass on my—" Li Chongqing didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly flew out with a sword, penetrating his chest. Really, villains die from talking too much, don't you know? Fengquan died without resting his eyes and roared in his mind. I only said one sentence, okay? What kind of person kills someone without waiting for them to finish their sentence? Li Chongqing then carried his sword in his hand and killed all the way from Hepping East Road to Refining West Road. Hands rose and fell, one sword at a time. These mortal martial arts cultivators, facing his heavenly sword skill, were simply like dirt chickens and dogs, unbeatable. In a short period of time, along the road, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and there were broken limbs everywhere. It wasn't until he passed a wigwam that Li Chongqing stopped. This wigwam is a bit interesting. That old man's aura disappeared here just now. Li Chongqing walked towards the wigwam, and his hands kept feeling around on it. With a touch of a bump and a firm squeeze, the wigwam instantly parted from the center, revealing a secret passage inside. Sure enough, it's a secret passage, and that magic treasure today, I'm bound to get it. Li Chongqing walked into the secret passage without hesitation, and it didn't take long before he saw the swaying firelight in front of him. He was careful, trying not to make a sound, and as he kept getting closer, he began to hear someone talking. Where are the spirit stones? I don't know. I really don't know. A muffled grunt followed. Spirit stones. Li Chongqing's eyes glowed. This sect even has spirit stones in existence? Li Chongqing continued to walk inward and looked at the disciple lying on the ground. Surprisingly, he still had breath. That senior-old 6 in front of us is also too careless in his work. How can we just knock out? In case there's a change of heart because of this person, it's too late to regret it. Li Chongqing drew out his sword and ran it through the disciple's chest, then continued to walk inside. Passing by a room, it was surprising to find a large amount of gold and silver treasures, herbs and weapons stored inside. Li Chongqing breathed heavily, his eyes glowing as he began to count. My goodness, a full 30 million taels of silver, herbs, and countless weapons. This Acacia sect is rich as hell. It was only yesterday that Chongqing studied the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs, And at this moment, his eyes lit up when he looked at that medicinal herb. Heavenly heart fruit, earth vein branch, ice ling flower. These are all rare and valuable herbs, even if they are sold for money. Those weapons are incredibly sharp and can just be used for the house guards, which is also a saving of a not insignificant amount of open branches. Without saying a word, Li Chongqing directly collected all these things into the system space. Then, proceeded to walk forward. It didn't take long to see another disciple fall to the ground, again with a sword through his chest. I don't know how long I had been walking, but suddenly I heard a cry for help. Li Chongqing carefully touched over, only to see the old man from the party, loosening the bonds of many young girls. Li Chongqing was slightly stunned and said in his heart, "This person's heart isn't bad. I just don't know why he joined this sect as a guest elder." There was no more road ahead, and Li Chongqing finally showed himself out. Du Fengchun sensed something and turned around violently, his face becoming extremely ugly. "How did you get in here?" Li Chongqing laughed. "Walked in." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Du Fengchun's feet, frightening Du Fengchun to take several steps back with a wary face. "Don't you dare mess with me. I'm pretty good." Looking at the whole place, other than Du Fengchun, there was no one else who was a threat to him. Li Chongqing let out an unrestrained laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, Taoist friend, to tell you the truth, I chased you all the way for the shoes on your feet. Hand them over to the old man and you can leave, otherwise." Li Chongqing drew out his sword and pointed it directly at Du Fengchun, his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi cultivation on display. Du Fengchun's face changed greatly, but he still wanted to struggle. "Elder, I have foot odor and black nails, got black nails, one infects two, Li Chongqing cringed in disgust, but once he thought that it was a magic treasure, he endured it. "There's no harm in it, old me has bright armor, just bring it over directly, don't force me to do it." Unable to do anything, Du Fengchun had no choice but to hand over the divine wind crawler, his eyes filled with reluctance. Li Chongqing had an excited look on his face, and after receiving it, he just wanted to put it on immediately, but remembering what Du Fengchun had said just now, he threw it out of the system space with a disgusted look on his face. Just to be on the safe side, it's better to go back and decontaminate it. Now that the magic treasure had arrived, Li Chongqing was already very satisfied. He looked up at the women in the room, hundreds of them, large and small. There are even some girls present in them, the unscrupulous bunch. Judging from their state, they were all newcomers who had just been captured on the mountain not long ago. Many of them were extremely beautiful, even when Li Chongqing looked at them. Might it not be better to have them in your pocket? However, this matter still needs to go through their consent. Otherwise, what's the difference between me and the Acacia Alchemy sect? Li Chongqing cleared his throat and looked at the crowd and said, "Anyone under 18 can leave here." Upon hearing this, countless people swarmed up, even an old woman with gray hair. "Hey, old man, are you sure you're under 18? I'm 17 years old and less white." Li Chongqing had a black line on his face. Seeing that people were running out, Li Chongqing had no choice but to offer a killer. "I'm going to take a concubine, and the one who succeeds in being taken in by me will receive 500 taels of silver." With a wave of his hand, Li Chongqing set up a lot of silver in the empty space next to him, and the scene was mind-blowing. 500 taels of silver, that's an astronomical price for them. As a result, the scene went completely out of control, and one by one, they all rushed towards Li Chongqing. "Husband, pick me. I'll give birth to monkeys. Husband, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Husband, I fell for you at first sight. I'm 17. I'm less gray, and I'd like to try it." Li Chongqing shook his head helplessly, so he had to use the power of his cultivation to keep them quiet. Then he opened the system function and checked up on their fertility qualifications. As far as the eye could see, there were only a mere 40 or 50 eligible ones, and the highest fertility qualification was only green. Remove those of white quality and those that are just plain unforgiving to look at, and there are only 28 left. Li Chongqing kept these 28 and dismissed the rest directly. Du Fengchun looked at Li Chongqing's aura of accepting 28 concubines in one breath, and was directly shocked and grew his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. Talent. Chapter 19, 500 Spirit Stones and Spirit Gathering Formation. Li Chongqing looked at the 28 beauties in front of him and was excited beyond words. "This time I'm really developed. It's just a shame that none of the fertility credentials are high. If they were all blue qualifications, Old me would definitely be able to step into the foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop. In order to show off his democracy, Li Chongqing asked them once again. I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to become my concubines? Most of the people nodded their heads in excitement, except for one woman who didn't react in the slightest. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes on it, and that woman was the only woman with green extreme fertility qualifications among these people. Seeing this, Li Chongqing's brows furrowed as he stretched out his fingers and gently lifted her chin. Called what? The woman raised her eyes towards Li Chongqing, a pair of black gemstone-like eyes extremely clear, not a pore to be seen on the perfect face. Through the illumination of the firelight, the tiny fluffy hairs on the skin showed a different kind of girlish beauty. Just such a beautiful woman, but the face cannot see a trace of God, only woodenly said, Gu Maner. You don't want to marry the old man as a concubine? Li Chongqing asked in a deep voice. Is it because you think 500 taels of silver is too little? At that moment a woman next to him spoke up. Husband doesn't know, Sister Manor is a great lady. It's just a pity that the family was bullied by a bully. The family property was taken by force, and that bully sent Sister Manor here in order to curry favor with the Acacia body refining sect. Listening to this complaint, Li Chongqing's face gradually gloomy. At this time, Gu Manor was perhaps evoked by all the sad memories of the past, and could no longer hold back her tears. She knelt in front of Li Chongqing and pleaded, My daughter doesn't want this money. I only ask Senior to help my daughter avenge her death, and my daughter's family will be able to rest in peace. She then kowtowed repeatedly. Li Chongqing looked at Gu Manor with a great deal of heartache, and was just about to open his mouth to agree, when he heard Du Fengchun let out a roar, outrageous, robbing people of their family property, killing their parents, and even sending people to places like this. Such bullies are not enough to quench the old man's heart's hatred if they are not eliminated. The corners of Li Chongqing's mouth twitched as he glared fiercely at Du Fengchun. Old husband's concubine's revenge will naturally be avenged by old husband. What's the point of you interfering? Do you want to steal a woman from me? Gu Manor directly cried tears of joy once she heard that Li Chongqing had agreed. Father, mother, your revenge will soon be avenged. Husband. Manor is willing to become husband's concubine, serving with care and never leaving. Seeing this, Li Chongqing let out a bright laugh and helped Gu Manor up and into his arms. Ha 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 ha. Good. When we finish our marriage, we will definitely help you take revenge. On the other hand, Du Fengchun was backing up at the moment, a look of fear on his face. Senior has misunderstood. How would Junior dare to steal a woman from Senior? Humph, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't dare. Li Chongqing snorted coldly and looked at Du Fengchun in a serious manner. What's your name? Du Fengchun was so shocked that he quickly fell to his knees. Junior Du Fengchun. I've never helped the Acacia refining sect to do anything harmful. I only joined this sect to find spirit stones to raise my cultivation. Spirit stones. A fiery color appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes. You mentioned spirit stones several times in your mouth. Is it possible that spirit stones really exist here?
Du Fengchun noddait repeatedly.
I have been investigating here for 10 days, and found that this secret room has the strongest aura, and the spirit stone should be here. Here? Li Chongqing looked around and did not find anything odd. He inspected back and forth for a while, and suddenly sensed something at the sovereign's residence. Li Chongqing stopped in front of a futon. His eyes became stern, and he crushed the futon with one foot. Instantly, a ball of light began to shine, drawing gasps from the crowd. Underneath that was a spell formation, which at the moment was constantly absorbing spiritual chi from the surroundings, cloudy and dense with spiritual energy that far exceeded that of the surroundings. Excitement appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a small spirit gathering formation. The spirit gathering array could absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing the cultivator who practiced in it to increase their cultivation speed. It can also convert the spiritual energy stored in the spirit stone into aura to be absorbed by the cultivator. Mortals use it to strengthen their bodies and cultivators use it to enhance their cultivation. Li Chongqing waved his hand and the spirit gathering formation disc fell into his hands. Not bad. Not bad. I really didn't expect to find such immortal treasures in this mortal sect. Although Du Fengchun had a look of longing in his eyes, he didn't have the slightest idea of grabbing it in the face of Li Chongqing's pressure. Senior, since there's a spirit gathering formation here, I'm sure there must be spirit stones present in the vicinity. Spirit stones were something that was generally a common currency amongst cultivators. Among mortals, a piece of spirit stone could be exchanged for 10,000 taels of grain silver, and its high value was evident. Li Chongqing slightly side-eyed the ground and let out a roar as he sheathed his sword. Sword awnings rose in all directions. The ground was dusty, and suddenly the aura became exuberant. Waving his hand to disperse the smoke and dust, hundreds of spirit stones on the ground jumped into view. It really is a spirit stone. There are as many as 500 of them. Greed appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes as he waved his hand and took away as many spirit stones as he could. Although Du Fengchun was greedy, he didn't dare to ask for it. Li Chongqing looked at Du Fengchun's look and pulled out a spirit stone with great reluctance. Afterwards, he seemed to feel that it was still a bit painful, and took out his sword to split the spirit stone in half. Then he handed the smaller piece to Du Fengchun and said, "On account of the goodness of your heart, this half-spirit stone is yours." Du Fengchun accepted it with both hands and thanked him repeatedly, but he was spitting in his heart. "What's wrong with you? You can't even give me a single spirit stone? And you're gonna split it in half with a sword? Even picking out the smaller piece for me. Although it was only half a spirit stone, it was enough to exchange for 4,000 taels of silver, enough for Du Fengchun to be nourished. Since things are over here, then old me will also leave this place." Li Chongqing said to the group of women. "Follow the old man, we're going home, we'll hold the wedding on a certain day, and from now on you're all my Li Chongqing's people." The many women cried tears of joy and opened their mouths to thank Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing then looked at Du Fengchun and thought in his heart, "This old six knows my cards very well. It would be too risky to let him go in that case. It would be better to keep him around as a servant." Du Fengchun, "Old me happens to be short of a servant. Are you willing to follow?" Li Chongqing's eyes glared, and his 4th-level qi cultivation was mind-blowing. "If you agree, then follow the old man. If you don't, then stay here with these unjust souls who died in vain." Upon hearing this, how dare Du Fengchun refuse? Only to see his face become pious. He kneeled down on the ground with extreme respect and kowtowed several times. "Many thanks to Senior's fulfillment. Senior has long wanted to say this, but was afraid of Senior's disdain. That's why he hasn't opened his mouth. Now that Senior has taken the initiative to raise it, Senior can't thank him enough." Li Chongqing looked at Du Fengchun's exaggerated performance and finally couldn't help but say, "It's over." The expression is still in place, but the situation is clearly not suitable for such an exaggerated performance. Du Fengchun froze slightly, then stood up directly, his face scratching his head in embarrassment. Still being seen by Senior. Senior's eyes are as discerning as a torch. Senior admires it. Not long after, Li Chongqing returned to the Li mansion with his many concubines. A full 28 women drew the shock of countless people. "His lordship actually took in so much at once this time? Your lordship is old and strong. I would be satisfied if I had 1% of his lordship's blessings in this life." True to form, the Lord always does amazing things. Amidst the surprised expressions of the crowd, Li Chongqing made a public announcement. "Tomorrow we will welcome the new couple and set up the mansion at once. Chapter 20. A big wave of promotion is coming. Home is too small, go to the county. Phoenix Village, Li Mansion." At this moment, the gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, a sea of people. Li Chongqing pulled the newlyweds into the marriage hall and completed the first day of the wedding amidst the shouts of the officiant. After all, there were too many people, and although the Li Mansion was large, it still seemed a bit small to be married at the same time. In the end, it was agreed that 4 concubines would be married each day, and the marriage could be completed in 7 days. The wedding had just ended, and Li Chongqing was grinding his roots on the hoof. But a few days later, Li Chongqing realized that his cultivation had not changed. Perhaps it's because of the poor reproductive qualifications of these people. Hey, a mosquito is meat even if it's small. If it's poor, it's poor. If it's poor, it's winning by numbers. After all, women with high fertility credentials can be hard to come by. The wedding was held for 7 days in a row, which directly made Li Chongqing become a celebrity in Fugui village. This Li Chongqing is really old and shameless, being so old and spoiling so many little girls of others. Humph, just let him make a fool of himself. There will always be a day when he regrets it. He's almost bled dry and won't be able to bounce around for a few days. I really don't know what these little girls see in him. That goes without saying? It must be money nowadays in this society. As long as you have money, even if you are a dog, there are women for you too. Waking up every day to see a beautiful woman. The life of a rich man. It's just so plain and boring. This time, when he took a concubine, the cultivation enhancement that Li Chongqing had imagined did not appear. He ended up placing all his hopes on Gu Manor. For this reason, the others were specifically detached, leaving Gu Manor alone. Li Chongqing skillfully helped Gu Manor undress, then blew out the oil lamp. Finally, in the middle of the night, the long-awaited system beep finally sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has been raised. Current cultivation level, 5th level of Qi cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host. Martial arts cultivation has been upgraded. Current realm, martial arts master 9th level. Ding, congratulations to the host. The quality of the root bone has been upgraded. The current root bone, green top grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation of Yin and Yang skill has been upgraded to the 5th level. The speed of root bone enhancement has increased. The speed of martial cultivation enhancement has increased. And the speed of Dao cultivation enhancement has increased. Ding, congratulations to the host. Under the host's continuous efforts, the skill of picking Yin and nagging Yang has been upgraded to the 5th level, and the host is hereby rewarded with 10 pounds of resident skin dan for encouragement. Ding, detected that the current number of wives and concubines exceeds 30. Family prestige is open, current family prestige 33. Li Chongqing was so excited that he directly opened the attribute panel. Name, age 88. Longevity, 165. Root and bone, green upper grade 2310,000. Cultivation level, 5th level of Qi cultivation. Martial arts, martial artist 9th level. Technique, collecting Yin and normalizing Yang 5th level, and Tumna decree perfect version. Wives and concubines, 33. Heirs none. Family reputation, 33. Kung Fu is finally coming in waves of decent lifts. Li Chongqing could not hide his excitement and hugged Gu Manor and kissed her. Main, you're such a blessing to me. I love you to death. Perhaps it was because Li Chongqing's luck was bursting, and happy events happened one after another. Just not long after, Tang Yenru approached Li Chongqing with a shy face. Husband, I think I have it. There? Li Chongqing asked without thinking about anything. What's up? Tang Yenyan's face was shy, instantly surfacing a reddish haze as she stomped her foot and feigned anger as she twisted her body away. Husband is still pretending to be confused. Of course there is your flesh and blood. What? Hearing this, Li Chongqing directly exclaimed in shock. When did you find out? Tang Yenru revealed a happy and sweet smile, stroking her belly and said, It was discovered half a month ago, and it's just now being finalized. Hearing this, Li Chongqing directly picked up Tang Yenru and spun her around several times. Little Ru is really powerful. It looks like I, Li Chongqing, have added another son. Ah, husband, put me down quickly. Ru is afraid of fainting. Before he could be happy, several more concubines approached him. Zhao Qing had a shy face. Husband, I've got one too. Wang Shuyan was filled with blush. Husband, it seems like people are pregnant with twins. Wang Yuyan had a happy face. Husband, slave always wants to eat sour these days. I should be pregnant with a big fat boy. At this moment, in the distance, Yang Yuhuan walked over with her slightly bulging belly. Congratulations, husband. Our old Li family has prospered. Li Chongqing looked at the scene in front of him and carefully counted. Counting Yang Yuhuan and Tang Yenru, there were a total of 5 concubines pregnant with children. That's going to make him so happy. All of you ladies have worked hard. For my husband, I will send someone to procure good tonic to replenish your bodies. We can't condescend to our children. Li Chongqing then called Du Fengchun and instructed him to go out and purchase the tonic. Tang Yenru looked at Li Chongqing at this moment and said, Husband, now that Xiao Ru is pregnant with your flesh and blood, don't we need to have the wedding? Li Chongqing slapped his brain and said bluntly that he had been busy. Yes, it's time for a wedding. The next day, the Li mansion was once again dressed up with joy, and Tang Yenru finally married Li Chongqing as she wished. Li Chongqing also took advantage of the wedding and threw a big banquet to celebrate his concubine's pregnancy. The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and all the people of Wulong Village and Fingyi Village had a good time. As the family grew bigger, the problems that Li Chongqing needed to face gradually increased. First and foremost is the problem of taking care of so many people. It seems like it's time to find some maids, or else when the maidens' bellies get bigger and bigger, they definitely won't be able to look after them. Also, recently the expenses at home are getting bigger and bigger, although I don't lack money in my hands for the time being. I can't just sit around and eat nothing, and it's time to find a way to earn big money. Above all, there are clearly not enough houses to live in now, and most of the matrons are living several to a room, which is really a bit of an aggravation for them. Especially the two sisters, Wang Yuyan and Wang Shuyan, who were originally great ladies, were suddenly forced to live with someone else. And although they didn't say anything on their lips, they definitely felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Li Chongqing sat on top of the recliner and rubbed his eyebrows. It seems like it's time to go to Wulong County and buy a big house. Otherwise, it's not a solution to keep going on like this. When Li Chongqing made this news public, the entire Li mansion was abuzz. Husband, do we really have to move to the county seat? Sagittarius is marvelous. My slave has wanted to go to the county for a long time. I've heard that there's a lot of new things in the county, so we sisters can have a good time then. Although the county is good, it's too dangerous than the countryside. Those rich families are very xenophobic. If we go over there like this, we'll probably be targeted by them. This had certainly occurred to Li Chongqing, but even so, he had to go. After all, Gu Manor's revenge had yet to be avenged. For one thing. Secondly, it's really time for a bigger house. Thirdly, one cannot stay in this small place for the rest of one's life. Li Chongqing looked in the direction of Wulong County town and muttered under his breath. The world is so big. I want to see it. Chapter 21. The New Home. Early the next morning, Li Chongqing departed for Wulong County. He first went to see if there was a suitable house, and when everything was taken care of, then he would take those concubines over. Going with him were Gu Manor and Du Fengchun. Gu Manor was originally from Wulong County, so she could also be a guide this time. On top of that, Li Chongqing also wanted to see if he could help her take her revenge on the way. Manor, this time when we return to Wulong County, I promise you that not only will I help you rob the family fortune, but I will also help you avenge that blood feud. When Gu Manor heard this, she cried tears of joy and directly hugged Li Chongqing's shoulder and cried, Husband, Manor has nothing to show for her life. She can only give birth to a few more big fat boys for you. Hearing Gu Manor's words, Li Chongqing was startled. You're pregnant too? Gu Manor wiped the tears from her face and nodded happily. I just found out yesterday, and today I'm finally sure that I should be pregnant. When Li Chongqing heard this, he jumped up in excitement and looked at Du Fengchun to the side. How's it going, old Duke? Is your old man awesome? Du Fengchun revealed a fawning smile and gave a thumbs up in praise. Your lordship is really powerful. His Majesty does not lose to the young. But he spat viciously in his mind. It's funny, your own concubine is pregnant. You don't ask your concubine if you're strong, you ask Lao Fu instead. If you're strong, can Lao Fu know? It's not like I've seen it before. Not long after, the three of them arrived in the middle of Wulong County. The streets are filled with traffic. The hawkers were screaming and shouting, and the slogans sounded uptight. Spinach, bitch, bitch. Who the buys millet? Who the buys millet? Woobies. For a penny, heh. Mommy, I want to eat roasted yam. Eat a big piece. Will 2 pieces be enough? It's enough, thanks, Mom. Sell sticky bud rice, 3 cents a stick straight. 5 cents, I'll give you 2 sticks straight. You buy 2 sticks straight, you hold the shaft. I'll give you 1 stick straight for my debt. Returning to Wulong County once again, Gu Manor's eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness. There was a time when Daddy would bring a few roasted yams for Manna every time he came home, but things just aren't the same anymore. Seeing this, Li Chongqing directly bought 2 skewers of roasted yam over. From now on, I'm your family, we're all your family. Dozens of people in our family, all your family. Gu Manor took a bite of the roasted yam and broke into a smile. And it was at this moment that a voice rang out in the distance. Isn't she Gu Manor? How did she appear here? Gu Manor turned around at the words, her face instantly becoming angry. Husband, it's them. They're the ones who forced my parents to die. Li Chongqing followed Gu Manor's line of sight and saw that there were 4 or 5 adult men there, looking at Gu Manor with lustful faces. After these days of nourishment, and with the help of the Ini Neong technique, Gu Manor had emerged even more beautiful and generous. Any man around who passed by couldn't help but look twice. At this moment, those few men saw Li Chongqing looking towards them. They also relied on the fact that they were outnumbered and directly surrounded the few people. Yo-ho! Isn't this the Gu family's eldest daughter? What? Sneaking out of the Acacia body refining sect. Haha. Probably tired of being played with by Patriarch Feng, which is why she was released from the mountain. I think so. Now that you're a broken flower, why don't you follow me? I don't mind you. You're thinking good thoughts. Our master has long had his eye on Gu Manor. If it wasn't for the sake of climbing up to Patriarch Feng's connections, he wouldn't be willing to give Gu Manor away. Gu Manor's face was a mixture of shame and indignation, ringing with the humiliation she had once felt, and tears streamed down her face indisputably. Li Chongqing's face became gloomy and without any warning. He slapped the man beside him on the face. With a snap, blood and flesh flew across his face, revealing the bones underneath, and his entire body directly fainted. Then Du Fengchun also started to make his move. The two of them slapped each other, and it didn't take them long to all of these people over on the ground. Li Chongqing looked down at the few people on the ground and said coldly, "Go back and tell your family head that I, Li Chongqing, will go to meet him tonight and tell him to wash his neck and wait." Where had those people encountered an expert like Li Chongqing? At this moment, seeing that he didn't kill them, they all got up and fled. Li Chongqing and the others, on the other hand, first ate a casual meal and then found an inn. At nighttime, 3 silhouettes stood in front of the Song family mansion. Gu Manor looked at the old mansion in front of her and tears came to her eyes. This mansion was originally owned by my Gu family, and now the signboard has even been replaced by that bully with the Song family. The bully in Gu Manor's mouth was none other than the most feared bully in the entire city of Wulong County, Song Rinthro. When Gu Man's father was doing business, he borrowed 100 taels of silver from him, but Song Ren Cast nonetheless said that he borrowed 1,000 taels. Fearing the power of Song Ren's caste, the Gu family had to smash their pots and pans to pay back. In the end, the Gu family dispersed all their wealth and could not repay it. And in the end, Gu Manor's parents both committed suicide. Gu Man also became a bargaining chip for Song Ren Cast to curry favor with Feng Quan. Song Ren Cast's mansion, which was adjacent to the Gu family's mansion, was the same as one mansion after it was opened. At this moment, Li Chongqing's face was grim as he kicked the door of the mansion. Song Ren Casting, get your ass out here. It's time to settle some scores. Song Rinthro got the message from his men and prepared himself early, only to see that at this moment, in the middle of the mansion, dozens of beaters with sharp blades were eyeing Li Chongqing and the others intently. Then a voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Gu Manor, when I didn't kill you because you looked pretty, I didn't expect that I would leave a scourge behind. Either way, I'll settle you all together today." As the get sound rang out, the thugs consciously made a passage, and then Li Chongqing saw a big bald man walking towards him.
Li Chongqing.
"It's not your turn to settle old man's score. Since you hit on my men, you should always leave something behind as well." As his words fell, the surrounding thugs violently attacked towards Li Chongqing. These fighters were all unusual martial artists, and Li Chongqing did not put them in his eyes at all. He let out a furious roar, sending out ripples from his mouth, the sound spreading, impacting these fighters to take a few steps back, and then they all covered their ears with blood seeping out of them. They, too, had their eardrums ruptured by the hiss. In the next moment, Li Chongqing drew his sword and threw it all the way towards Song Ren, killing with his hand. In an instant, limbs and arms were broken, blood flowed into a river, and the screams were endless. In just a few breaths of time, under the cooperation of Li Chongqing and Du Fengchun, dozens of fighters were all killed. Li Chongqing pointed his sword at Song Ren Casting and said coldly, "Next, it's your turn." Song Rinthro's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Li Chongqing to be so tough no matter what. "If you want to kill old me, it depends on whether you have that ability." Song Rinthro picked up the golden-ringed greatsword next to him and took the lead in charging over without waiting for Li Chongqing to make a move. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped in place, his face full of incredulity. He looked down at his chest, a sword tip showing, and then blood began to ooze out. Li Chongqing stood behind him. His sword rotated, sword chi shot out, and Song Rincast's body shattered into several pieces with a bang, leaving no bones left. "Humph, Song Rincasting? The name is just obscure. Now you're really giving away your head, aren't you?" Li Chongqing put away his sword with an indifferent face and said to Du Fengchun, "Get someone to clean up this place. From now on this will be our new home in the county." Chapter 22. The Birth of a Son. Early the next morning, the Song Mansion, which was originally a bloodbath, turned out to be as bright and shiny as a new house. Du Fengchun not only disposed of the body, but also directly replaced all the floor tiles that were soaked in blood. The signboard above the old mansion was also changed to Li Fu. Such a change of heart naturally caused countless people to discuss it. The first thing is that the government people showed up to investigate. When they found that Song Ren cast the whole family was exterminated, they no longer have the courage to investigate. Quickly stop all investigations. The Li Mansion is not an existence we can mess with. Hiss, to exterminate the Song family's entire clan in one night, this kind of tactic is by no means something an ordinary person can do. Song Ren cast martial arts cultivation for the 5th level of martial master, but such a body was destroyed. What exactly is the origin of this Li Fu? As things festered, the 4 major families in Wulong County City also got the news. What? Song Ren casting was killed? The Song family exterminated. Well. Song Ren cast arrogant and domineering. This time he must have offended someone he shouldn't have. It's good that he's dead. Everyone in Wulong County is afraid of being bullied by him. Li Mansion? I don't know what kind of background this Li Mansion has. No, I must climb up the ladder with the Li Mansion. After packing up the mansion, Du Fengchun stayed behind and started to dress up the mansion. After all, when you move to a new home, you always need to have a ceremony or something. Instead, Li Chongqing returned home and picked up everyone. It took 3 days to relocate because there was so much stuff. The people of the city looked at the expensive furniture being moved into the Li Mansion one by one, and their eyes were filled with envy. What exactly is the origin of this Li Mansion? Those few Wang Wali pieces of furniture alone are not something an ordinary person can afford. More than that, I just counted, the wooden box is more than 300 boxes. Look at the weight put must be silver. More than 300 boxes of silver. That must be how much money, Tisk? TSK. Such financial power, wildly shaking off the 4 great families by a few blocks. It's going to change now, it should be the 5 great families, and the Li family is ranked number 1. You guys have a small pattern. Did you see how many palanquins went over just now? There were 34 sedan chairs, only one of which had a man seated inside, and it was assumed that the man was none other than the head of the Li family. The rest, on the other hand, are all young women, which means that the head of the Li family, alone, has more than 30 concubines. I'll be damned. That's a lot of expenses even if you eat every day. The 4 great families only have about 10 concubines, so is the Li family head an iron kidney? With the arrival of Li Chongqing, the 4 great clans shook. At this time in front of the Li Mansion, the big red lanterns were hanging high, and the firecrackers in front of the door rang through the clouds. It was at this moment that a line of people came one after another in the distance. The Li family's subordinates were then heard shouting loudly, "Zhou family head Zhou Tianzhao has come to celebrate the housewarming of the Li Mansion and sends 1,000-year-old ginseng." As soon as this slogan was shouted, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. 1,000-year ginseng. This is a rare divine medicine. The Zhou family is really generous. The Zhou family is just the beginning, just wait, these big families are starting to fight again, and this time the fight is about who is better able to strike a good relationship with the Li family. With the Zhou family's proactive show of goodwill, the other 3 great families couldn't sit still. The next day, another group of people came to the Li Mansion. Wu family head Wu Lubai has come to celebrate the housewarming of the Li residence, presenting a pair of 1,000-year-old cold jade bracelets. Millennium cold jade bracelet. After wearing this bracelet, it can make a person extremely cool in the summer. In the mundane world, it is a rare treasure. On the 3rd day, the other 2 arrived almost simultaneously. Zhang Tianjin, the head of the Zhang family, has come to celebrate the housewarming of the Li Mansion, and sends a sheet of immortal Dharma enhanced body protecting blessings. Pao Wanda, the head of the Pao family, has come to celebrate the housewarming of the Li Mansion by presenting a sweat-blooded BMW that travels 10,000 miles in a day. In addition to the 4 major clans, there were also several minor clans that sent congratulatory gifts. And the last one to appear turned out to be the county governor Qin Tian, although he did not bring a gift, but personally showed up, undoubtedly telling Li Chongqing that the county office did not care about the matter of him killing Song Renthrow's family. Li Chongqing showed up to meet them one by one out of politeness. The people were talking to each other, and everyone was respectful and in awe of Li Chongqing. Time passed quickly, and Yang Yuhuan had reached the time of her labor. Li Chongqing nervously paced back and forth outside, occasionally poking his head at the labor room. With the midwife's exclamation, Li Chongqing finally let out a sigh of relief. "Master, it's born, a son." And it was at this moment that the system's voice rang out. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful. Obtaining the reward, the longevity increased by 5 years. Ding! The root bone of the host's heir is detected to be green lower grade, rewarded with 100 spirit stones. And since this is the first time the host has given birth to an heir, he receives the rewarded magical artifact, the surprising sword. Li Chongqing's heart was overjoyed, and instead of checking these rewards, he walked into the labor room. He took his son from the laboring woman and gave her a red envelope in passing. It's been hard work. Go down and rest. The laboring woman's face was delighted and she thanked her. Thank you, master, the mother and child are safe. The lady is just a little tired. It's good to rest. At this moment, a smile appeared on Yang Yuhuan's face. Husband, let me see our son. Li Chongsheng carried his son to Yang Yuhuan's body and said happily, our son looks a lot like you. These eyebrows, this nose. Yang Yuhuan, after these days of nourishment, has long been not once the appearance. Now she was born beautiful, slender body, proper heavenly fairy down to earth-like. Yang Yuhuan let out a delicate laugh and spoke. Come on. Let's name our son. What's a good name? Li Chongqing thought for a while and then said, in my opinion, let's call it Li Qie. Li Qie. Yang Yuhuan frowned slightly. That's a weird name. What's the significance? Li Chongqing shook his head. That's not true. It's just that the name sounds powerful. And if you enter the cultivation world in the future, you'll definitely have something to do. Into the world of cultivation? Yang Yuhuan's face was delighted. Are you saying our son has roots? Li Chongqing nodded with a smile. Not bad. Although it's a green lower grade root bone, it's enough to step into the cultivation world. Hearing this, Yang Yuhuan cried tears of joy. I can't believe that I can be the mother of an immortal. What a blessing from above. In the next few days, one after another, several other concubines also began to go into labor. The second one to go into labor was Tang Yenru, who had also given birth to a son, and her root bone was also green and inferior. Li Chongqing named the child Li Yunxiao. The third one to go into labor was Zhao Qing, again a son with a green lower root bone. Li Chongqing named him Li Qingshan. Zhao Qing was originally a green-colored fertility qualification, yet she gave birth to a child with a green lower grade root bone. So it seems that fertility qualifications aren't 100% capable of giving birth to a child with the corresponding root bone. The fourth to go into labor were the sisters Wang Yuyan and Wang Shuyan. They went into labor almost at the same time, and again it was a boy. Wang Shuyan gave birth to a baby boy whose root bone was a green upper grade root bone and named him Li Yan. Wang Yuyan, on the other hand, was awesome, having given birth to a baby boy whose root bone was a blue medium grade. Blue middle grade, this could already be a core disciple of some immortal sex. Li Chongqing excitedly hugged the child and named him Li Pingon. And with the arrival of these children, Li Chongqing also received a large wave of rewards. His cultivation level had directly increased to the 8th level of Qi refining cultivation. The martial Dao realm was raised to the 9th level of martial king. The Yin collecting and Yang nascent technique was elevated to the 6th level. Longevity increased to 190 years. All of these rewards are okay, but not amazing. What excited Li Chongqing the most was that when Wang Yuyan gave birth to her blue-rooted son, the system directly rewarded Li Chongqing with a divine alchemy art. Divine level alchemy allows the purity of the elixir made to be at the top, the quality to be at the top, the medicinal effect to be at the top, everything to be at the top. Chapter 23. A good thing comes to your door. God-level alchemy? Li Chongqing had an excited look on his face. It's an indispensable support skill. As a cultivator, apart from cultivation, there were two things that mattered the most. One was magic treasures and the other, pills. Some days ago, Li Chongqing had obtained the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs and had long since memorized the medicinal properties and cultivation methods of various medicinal herbs. Now that he had once again obtained a divine alchemy, this was breaking his mouth to feed him pills. While Li Chongqing was gloating, a voice rang out. Master, Mrs. Gu is going into labor. When Li Chongqing heard this, he rushed towards the maternity ward, and before he arrived, he heard the cries of a baby. I'll be damned. This baby was born really fast. Li Chongqing couldn't help but sigh. Master, it's a big fat boy. Hearing this news, Li Chongqing only felt a wave of speechlessness. One after another, every time it's a big fat kid, can't we have a little girl? Although he was a bit disappointed, Li Chongqing still picked up the child and began to tease it. Gu Manor looked at Li Chongqing and said sweetly, Husband, name the child. When Li Chongqing heard this, he searched his mind and couldn't think of any other protagonist-level names with the surname Li. So he had to say, let's call Li Shimin. It had been almost a year since Li Chongqing had moved to Wulong City, and during these days, the four great clans of Wulong City had pretty much understood Li Chongqing's details. On this day, Zhou Tianzhao, the Zhou family head, looked at the old butler next to him and said, "You said that Li Chongqing is an 89-year-old man? Can this be true?" The butler had a look of certainty on his face. 1,000 times over, Master Li has also mentioned his age in public more than once, and has often flirted with the idea of being a man half in the ground. If he is really an old man with no hands, then what is the explanation for the tragic death of Song Renthrow's family that day? That was all the work of Du Fengchun of the Li Mansion. Someone saw Du Fengchun appear at the Song Mansion on the night of the tragic death of the Song family. Hearing these words, Zhou Tianzhao revealed a thoughtful look in his eyes. If this is really the case, Li Chongqing is bound to not live for a few years. If he dies, this huge family fortune is somewhat of a pity. The butler could see the greed in Zhou Tianzhao's eyes and came up with an idea. If family master wants to get a piece of the pie after Li Chongqing's death, the old slave has a way. When Zhou Tianzhao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, tell me about it." The old butler smiled mysteriously and narrated. When the old slave investigated Li Chongqing, he found that although he had many concubines, they were all people with little background. So master only needs to betroth the young lady to Li Chongqing, and once Li Chongqing is dead, with the energy of our Zhou family, we can definitely take the Li family into our pockets in name only. Zhou Tianzhao's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to these words. That said, but minors there. The old butler didn't wait for Zhou Tianzhao to finish his sentence and said directly, "Master, if you can't give up the child, you can't catch the wolf, the Li family's property, that's an astronomical figure. Even if Li Chongqing can't die for a while, becoming in laws with the Li family, it's still 100% beneficial but not harmful to us." As for the young lady's side, marriage has always been a matter of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. So as long as the master agrees, the young lady's side will have to agree even if she doesn't. Zhou Tianzhao secretly nodded his head, and his breathing became rapid when he thought of all the benefits that would come afterward. "Let's go. Follow my old husband forward to the Li mansion to discuss the marriage between Li Chongqing and Minner." Not long after, Zhou Tianzhao came to Li Chongqing's house with many gifts. "Family Master Li, haven't seen you in many days. The more refreshed you are." Li Chongqing laughed out loud. "People are happy when they are happy, and I'm naturally a bit happier with the recent addition to my Li family. I don't know what family Master Zhou came for this time. Bringing so many gifts really flatters Mr. Li." Zhou Tianzhao looked at so many subordinates around him and cleared his throat somewhat deliberately. Li Chongqing waved his hand and let those subordinates retreat. Now family Master Zhou can speak. A hint of coyness appeared on Zhou Tianzhao's face. "Li family master, I wonder if you still have the desire to take a concubine? My daughter has just reached the age of leaving the court." "Oh!" Li Chongqing was stunned. He had thought of countless reasons for Zhou Tianzhao to come here, but he just hadn't thought of this. "Family Master Zhou, your daughter Zhou Huimin is naturally beautiful and is the object of affection of many young talents. Are you really willing to let her marry an old man like me?" Zhou Tianzhao hesitated slightly, and finally said with a hard heart, "That child, Zhou Huimin, I've spoiled him since he was a child. It's just right to send him here to family Master Li for some good tutelage. It's also for his own good." Li Chongqing looked at Zhou Tianzhao's evasive eyes, although he didn't know why he was doing this. But this good thing that was delivered to the door, wouldn't it be a mallet if he didn't accept it? Since family Master Zhou has said so, then I, Li Chongqing, will agree to such a marriage. Zhou Tianzhao sniffed with a look of excitement. "In that case, then I'll go home and get ready. The sooner the wedding is done, the better, and tomorrow is a good day." Li Chongqing looked at Zhou Tianzhao's fiery and impatient appearance and murmured suspiciously, "If he has any plots, he won't be stupid enough to give his daughter to me, right? Forget it, don't think about that. After getting his daughter knocked up, everything won't be a problem." "Zhou family," Zhou Tianzhao persuaded bitterly. "Huimin that Li Chongqing is 89 years old. How many years do you think he can live? As long as he dies, everything in the Li family will be ours." Zhou Huimin twisted her pretty face to the side and said angrily, "I'm not marrying, you marry if you want to." Zhou Tianzhao had an anxious look on his face. "Minner, don't play with your temper. Father has already promised the Li family. Tomorrow is the day of your marriage." Upon hearing this, Vivian Chow hid her face and wept. "Father, you're making me marry and stay a widow." The next day, The Li family mansion was filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Countless young talents who got the news howled and cried, "Nu, nu, nu." Why? Why is that? That old undead Li Chongqing, how many concubines has he taken? And he's still not satisfied, my Huimin. My dream girl, just one less. No harm done. There are still the other 3 great families' daughters who haven't gotten married. We still have the soft eating. Pursue them. As the MC went through the process, the system sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch was successful, gaining 5 years of longevity. After finishing the marriage, Li Chongqing returned to the cave. He looked Zhou Huimin up and down and activated the system's skill. Surprisingly, it's a green-colored fertility qualification. It's considered the best among those concubines of mine. According to past experience, the higher the quality of the fertility qualification, the more rewards you will receive. Li Chongqing extinguished the oil lamp with a wave of his hand. This night, the roots kept improving. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the quality of the root bone has been raised, current quality cyan top quality. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the family reputation has been raised to 100, and he has received a reward, a portable medicinal garden. Chapter 24. Nobody's getting any better. Li Chongqing was still asleep, and in a daze, he felt something touching him. After he opened his eyes, he and Vivian Chao met eye to eye. Vivian Zhou had a look of shyness on her face. Her flushed face was very sexy.
Li Chongqing frowned.
Mother, what are you doing? Vivian Zhou guffawed and nodded slightly. All my sisters have children, and Minnie wants to have one too. Li Chongqing had worked hard all night yesterday and had just fallen asleep at dawn. So he really didn't want to move now. My lady, there is no need to rush this matter, we will have a long time to come. Vivian Chao was staggered. Fang Chong, who is this man? Could it be that husband still has a golden house? Li Chongqing didn't react for a moment. After a long time, it dawned on him. He put his hand over his forehead and said somewhat breathlessly, My lady, you are mistaken. Fang Chong is not alone. Vivian Chao was even more alarmed. Could it be several? For a while, Li Chongqing couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply picked it out directly. Let's just say, husband, I'm a little tired and don't want to move. Zhou Huiming was first a little disappointed, then smiled evilly. Just leave everything to Minner. It won't delay husband's rest. When Li Chongqing heard this, a chill ran down his spine. He said darkly in his mind, What have I married back here? I can't afford to be looked down upon. He unobtrusively slipped a small blue pill into his mouth. Then he turned the tables and said as he pinched Vivian Zhou's cheeks, If you want to fight, then fight. Early the next morning, Li Chongqing was the first to check up on yesterday's rewards. A carry on medicinal garden? With an encyclopedia of herbs, that's a perfect match. Li Chongqing sank his heart and mind, and indeed he entered a medicinal garden. It was as if this place had become a space of its own, and the richness of the aura far exceeded that of the outside world. The herb garden soil is all black and very fertile at first glance. Li Chongqing couldn't wait to walk into the medicine field, his face filled with shock. As far as the eye could see, none of the medicinal herbs were unusual. Hiss, 10,000-year-old blood jade ginseng, 10,000-year-old heavenly spirit he shou wu, 1,000-year-old fire spirit sacred fruit, 1,000-year-old 9-petal mushroom. Every single one of these in the outside world was a priced existence that was enough to cause a sensation. Li Chongqing's heart was beating extremely fast and his breathing was a little short. That's developed. Thoughts running through his mind. He wanted to experiment with the medicinal power of the herb. So with eyes glowing, he said to the system, System, learn divine alchemy. In the next moment, countless extremely subtle alchemy knowledge began to appear in his mind, as if it had been branded on, making it hard to forget. At this moment, he felt something in his heart and directly sat down on his knees. Using his hands as the furnace and his spiritual energy as the fire, he began to refine the elixir. First time refining. First take refining a low-quality elixir to practice, so as not to waste this precious herb. With a wave of his hand, the herbs in front of him levitated in front of him, one by one, separating and mixing. Then the fire of spiritual energy began to emerge above his palm, and various herbs were thrown inside the fire, making crackling sounds. Soon after, a fragrance of pills came. Li Chongqing stretched out his palm, in which 10 pills appeared. Not bad at all. A third-grade qi replenishing elixir, extremely effective for the maiden after giving birth. Li Changsheng put away the elixir and sighed slightly. It's just a pity that there isn't a handy alchemy furnace or a flame with a higher temperature. Otherwise, the number of pills formed would have been even higher. Forget it. Go to the auction house or trading market and try your luck sometime. A month later, Zhou Tianzhao found Zhou Huimin Dao. How is it, Minner? Is that Li Changxing out of his league? A blush appeared on Vivian Chao's face. My daughter is already pregnant with her husband's flesh and blood, and I ask father to stop hitting on our family's property. When Zhou Tianzhao heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he directly froze in place. What are you saying? You can't be like this, Minner. Father's original plan wasn't like this, that Li Changxing is 89 years old. There's no way he could have this physique. Zhou Huimin was being coached by Li Changxing at the moment, and simply treated Li Changxing as an idol. Father should stop talking bad about my husband. He's old and strong, and it's not a problem for him to plow 10 acres of fields in one night. If there's nothing else for father, you'd better go back. At this moment, Zhou Tianzhao only felt an unbearable pain in his heart, as if there was a qi blocking there that was difficult to dissipate. Stealing a chicken is not a good idea, a married daughter splashing out water. No, it's just too hard for me to abate this breath. I have to find someone to take it out on. Zhou Tianzhao said with a cold smile as his eyes rolled. Humph. It's that Yuryu Bai who ostracizes me the most on weekdays. So let's take you. So Zhou Tianzhao went directly to Yuryu Bai's home, and the first thing he did when he entered the door was to drag him to a place where no one was around. Brother Wu, there's something you mustn't tell anyone, that Li Changxing is dying. Yuryu Bai's eyes widened violently. What? Is that true? Zhou Tianzhao pretended to look excited and said, Of course it's true, my daughter just married him. This news is what my daughter told me. How can it be false? Alas, Li Changxing's family is huge. If he dies, what will happen to this endless family fortune? Wu Lu Bai looked at the excited Zhou Tianzhao. At this moment he finally knew why he wanted to marry his daughter to Li Changxing. Brother Zhou, could it be that you married Huimin to Li Changxing? All because of your calculations? Zhou Tianzhao said with an inscrutable expression. Keep it quiet. It's just a complete takeover of the Li family's property after Li Changxing's death. It's nothing. Zhou Tianzhao then found a chance to leave. And as Yuryu Bai froze in place, a reckoning began to take place in his mind. Good you Zhou Tianzhao, the Li family is such a big cake. How can you let one person enjoy it alone? You're not afraid of propping you up, no. I have to make a trip to the Li family, even if I have a mouthful of soup in the future. Yuryu Bai prepared thick gifts overnight and knocked on the Li family's door early the next morning. The first time he saw Li Changxing, he was slightly stunned. Then his heart became ecstatic. Returning to the light, definitely returning to the light, ha 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 ha. It seems that Fonger will definitely not be able to stand the bullying when she marries this guy. Li Changsheng couldn't help but ask as he looked at Yuryu Bai's strange expression. Family Master Wu, may I ask what is the purpose of taking so many gifts? Yuryu Bai smiled mysteriously and said with a big grin. Truthfully, my daughter Wu Minfong to Li family master admiration for a long time. The daughter is shy not dare to come in the following today, is to discuss the wedding matters for the daughter, do not know Li family idea under how? These words directly caused Li Changxing to freeze in his heart. It's true, having charisma is all about girls chasing after me backwards. Just married one and here comes another. My charisma has not diminished. Li Changxing cleared his throat, and his face was filled with smugness. I am deeply honored that your daughter has taken a liking to me, and I have no problem with this marriage. Upon hearing this, Yuryu Bai instantly smiled with joy. In that case, let's get the wedding done as soon as possible. I'll go back to prepare and hold the wedding tomorrow. The next day, the news that Yu Minfong was going to marry Li Changshang spread. Countless young talents cried and wailed. No, no, no. Damn Li Changxing. The hatred of taking his wife is not shared. Li Changxing. This lecherous devil. How many little girls have he spoiled? And he still doesn't think it's enough. Damn it. Fortunately, there are still the other two families millennia who have not gotten married. So let this Li Changxing go for now. As the MC yelled, Salute! The system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host, rewarded with 5 years of longevity. On the night of the bridal chamber, Li Changxing lifted the cover of Wu Minfong's head, and a face with delicate features appeared in front of him. Her skin was a bit dark, a different kind of wild beauty that Li Changxing found refreshing. After checking the fertility credentials, it's just plain green. Mother, we should rest. Skillfully, he blew out the lamp and then undressed. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 25. The good things that came one after another made Li Changxing realize that things were definitely not simple. You can't do harm, but you can't prevent people from doing harm. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and when things go wrong, they go wrong. Li Changxing pondered for a long time, then called Du Fengchun and instructed. Old Du, the Zhou and Wu families took the initiative to send their daughters as concubines, and given their status and financial power, this is absolutely impossible. But they did. This is not that simple. You investigate it secretly. I need to know the answer tomorrow. Du Fengchun bowed respectfully, then dashed away. Nowadays, Du Fengchun was extremely respectful and loyal to Li Changxing. It was because with the help of Li Changxing these days, his cultivation had already risen to the 4th level of qi refining. According to the normal cultivation progress, the increase of 2 levels of cultivation would take at least 10 years. But he had only followed Li Changxing for less than a year, and he had elevated to such a degree. During this period, Li Changxing was always able to take out all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures, coupled with the cultivation of the spirit-gathering formation, and every time, he made Du Fengchun's jaw drop in amazement. Although they were all giving him some sides, they were already far better than the treatment of formal disciples of some small sects. He was even glad that he could follow Li Changxing. Nowadays in this Wulong city, it could be said that other than Li Changxing, he was the strongest person. In the dead of night, Du Fengchun took advantage of the night to sneak into the Zhou family residence, using the power of his cultivation. The entire Zhou family's movements fell on deaf ears. Master, the old slave doesn't know that Li Changxing is obviously 89 years old. Who knows that his body is still so strong? Humph, this time it's all because of you. Now I am losing my daughter and my army. I know that girl, Huimin. It would be better if she stayed in the Li family. But if she sets her eyes on my Zhou family's family fortune, I'm really not sure I can stop her. It's all because you're here with your bad ideas. If Huimin really comes to claim the family fortune, do you think Laofu will give it or not? The old man is really not willing. It was good that he had already pulled that surname Wu down, and his heart was balanced a bit. I can't be the only one who suffers while others look at the joke. Can I? Du Fengchun listened to the conversation and finally understood. So it was because he thought that the Lord was old and wanted to marry his daughter to share the Lord's family fortune. Listening to him, it seems that the Wu family is involved. Du Fengchun left the Zhou family and appeared at the Wu family mansion. The power of cultivation operated and all of it was added on top of the hearing. A few days ago, I saw Li Changxing's spirit was renewed. It was a proper return to life. Inquiring of the doctor, I learned that where there is a flashback within 7 days, something will definitely go wrong. Ha 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 ha. It's exciting to think about it. The large Li family, my Wu family can share 40% of the family fortune after all. Hearing this, Du Fengchun was completely clear about what these families wanted to do. Surprisingly, it really is like this. This matter still needs to be told to his lordship in a hurry. Early the next morning, Du Fengchun found Li Changxing. Master, the things you explained have all been checked out. That Zhou and Wu families are coveting our family's family fortune. Oh, Li Changxing wore a strange expression. They know the strength of our Li family. They can't be so stupid. Is there any reason in it? Du Fengchun's face showed a look of exasperation as he fought for Li Changxing. His lordship is strong and healthy and has a high level of cultivation, but in the eyes of those people, they even think that his lordship won't live much longer. Even that Yuryu Bai thought that his lordship was only returning to his senses, and that within 7 days, he would surely be bedridden. Speaking of this, grief appeared on Du Fengchun's face. Master, they're trying to marry their daughter off and grab the Li family's fortune when you pass away. These people are so hateful. If your lordship agrees, I'll go and teach them a lesson right now to help you get rid of your anger. As he spoke, Du Fengchun was about to seek revenge in age, but was called down by Li Changxing. And wait, Du Fengchun sniffed and asked with some confusion. Master, these people have already bullied my Li family so much, can't we just let it go? Li Changxing said with a slight smile as his eyes rolled. With their strength, facing my Li family is nothing more than an ant trying to shake a tree. Instead of beating them up to take out their anger, I'd rather make a plan out of it. Will the trick be done? Du Fengchun was uncertain. Does your lordship have any brilliant ideas? A bad smile appeared at the corner of Li Chongqing's mouth as a brilliant plan surfaced in his mind. Old Du immediately spread the news throughout the city, saying that I am old and suddenly bedridden, and I fear that my days are numbered. Du Fengchun had a puzzled look on his face, then seemed to come to a realization. Is his lordship going fishing? Li Chongqing smiled and dropped his head. Not bad. Those who have these thoughts of theirs must not be in the minority, so today I'll use the trick to lure them all out. So, early the next morning, a shocking news set the city on fire. Have you guys heard? The Li family master is suddenly bedridden, and I'm afraid his days are numbered. Humph, I knew it. It's strange for an old man to marry so many concubines and not die of exhaustion. Marrying the Zhou and Wu family's daughters consecutively these past few days. It wouldn't be caused by excessive excitement, would it? 80% of it is like this, after all. Facing a special creature like Vivian Zhou and Yu Minfang, just thinking about it is exciting, let alone experiencing it in person. It's just a shame that those concubines of his are going to be widowed. Zhou family. Zhou Tianzhao slapped his hand on the table when he heard the news. Asshole, who spread this false news? Lao Fu only met Hui Min yesterday, and he said that the Li family master is physically strong and can eat 5 pounds of beef in one meal. The old butler mused slightly, then said, if that's really the case, then I think this is Li Chongqing's next big move. Oh? What do you see? Perhaps he has long since seen what his lordship is scheming. This was a ploy to lure a few of the other big families onto the bait. If that's true, then this Li Chongqing is too terrifying. Zhou Tianzhao pondered for a long time, and it was at this moment that an underling delivered a letter. After opening it, it turned out to be an invitation to a dinner party. Zhou Tianzhao looked into the distance, his expression gradually becoming evil. Zhang family, Pao family, you guys invited Lao Fu to the banquet. You definitely want to probe the truth of that news. This is something that you guys bumped into, so you can't blame Lao Fu for it. Zhou Tianzhao then dressed up carefully, looking in the mirror in an effort to make himself look extremely excited. Humming a little song, I walked out of the house with gusto. It didn't take long to arrive in the inn's private room. At this moment, Pao Wanda, the head of the Pao family, Zhang Tianjin, the head of the Zheng family, and Wu Lubai, the head of the Wu family, had already been waiting for a long time. Several people's eyes lit up when they saw Zhou Tianzhao come here. Brother Zhou, quickly take your seat. The brothers have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Tianzhao was not polite, and directly made his way to the main seat, sweeping over the crowd and opening his mouth in a pretense of complacency. From now on, the 4 great families of Wulong City might have to change, and within 3 days, it will definitely be my Zhou family and the Wu family that will be the only 2 families. When Bao Wanda and Zhang Tianjin heard this, their bodies shook, and after pouring Zhou Tianzhao a full glass of wine, they said with a fawning face, but because of the matter of the Li family master's critical illness? Zhou Tianzhao and Wu Lu Bai looked at each other and laughed. Li Chongqing is bedridden and his days are numbered. As long as he dies, the majority of the Li family will fall into my Zhou Tianzhao's hands. Not bad. I have long since seen that Li Chongqing was a return to the light, and now it seems that my old man was not wrong. As long as Li Chongqing dies, the remaining small half will naturally fall into the hands of my Wu family. Bao Wanda and Zhang Tianjin looked at the 2 men's villainous appearance and made up their minds. No, we mustn't let the 2 of them dominate. I must also marry my daughter to Li Chongqing while he's still alive. Chapter 26. Collecting 3 more. Getting the Encyclopedia of Dan Formulas. Early the next morning, Bao Wanda was the first to come to the Li family. Li family master, my daughter, Bao Shuang, has long been attracted to you, and now she has specially asked me to come and probe. I don't know if Li family master still needs a concubine? Li Chongqing smiled faintly, secretly saying that he had indeed taken the bait. There was no pushback, just some interest in the name of Bavada's daughter. Your daughter Bao Shuang? Bao Wanda looked at Li Chongqing's interested look and hurriedly replied, yes, Pak cool. Seeing this, Li Chongqing directly agreed. Bao Shuang is good. For that name, I agree to this marriage. Upon hearing this, Bao Wanda hurriedly got up to take his leave. Thank you, family master Li. I will go back to prepare, and strive to finish the marriage tomorrow. Looking at Bao Wanda's back, Li Chongqing's heart was blossoming with joy. And just as Bao Wanda was going out, he happened to run into Zhang Tianjin. Brother Zheng, what are you doing here? Zhang Tianjin looked at Bao Wanda's smug look and secretly said that this kid was not generous. Naturally, it's for the same purpose as Brother Pao. The two couldn't look at each other and each cursed and walked away. Zhang Tianjin didn't take long to arrive in front of Li Changsheng. I have 1,000 gold in my family, named Zhang Chuyan, who is now just at the age to leave the court. Family Master Li is known for loving his wife. Marrying her to Family Master Li would be a blessing of 10 lifetimes. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth revealed a smile, and without any polite words, he directly waved his hand. Collected. Zhang Tianjin's face was joyful, and he quickly excused himself and went back to prepare for the wedding. And not long after Zhang Tianjin left, a figure that surprised Li Changsheng appeared. That person turned out to be the county magistrate Qin Tian. Hearing that the Li family master has suddenly contracted a malady, this official has come to take a look. You're a big taxpayer in this county, so you're not in serious health trouble, are you? Li Changsheng purposely coughed a few times, running his body's spiritual energy to make himself look pale. And then the speech was breathless. Many thanks for your concern. This old bone of mine is content to live until now. I don't know what the county magistrate came over for this time. He was slightly pondering, as if he couldn't wipe his face to say the next words. But looking at the valuable furniture, china and paintings in the room, a hard heart spoke directly. Truth be told, the old man has a daughter at home who has come out of the woodwork. Not waiting for Qin Tian to finish his sentence, Li Changsheng sat up violently and said in a neutral voice, "There's no need to say more. I'll just take it." Qin Tian was slightly stunned, but he still thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Family Master Li, for your fulfillment. I'll go back to prepare and finish the marriage tomorrow." Looking at the way they each thanked themselves profusely, Li Changsheng couldn't mention how happy he was. Ha 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 ha. Taking someone's daughter as a concubine and they still thank me profusely. Looking at the world, only I, Li Changsheng, can do that. The next day, the Li mansion was filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and a sea of people. Those young talents who learned of the sad news once again howled and cried. Li Changsheng, taking a concubine even though he's bedridden. Why is there such a person under the sky? Punchline, this is definitely punchline. Ha 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 ha. It looks like Li Changsha won't be long in coming. Humph, the hatred of taking a wife is not shared. As long as Li Changsheng dies, I'll definitely snatch one of his concubines for fun. Zhang Chuyan also married Li Changsheng? What a creation. Swallow, swallow. How can I live without you? Because all of them were afraid that Li Changsheng would suddenly karma over. That's why the Bao family, the Zhang family and the county magistrate's family have all scheduled their weddings for today. And Li Changsheng rarely executed the process of welcoming the bride. Instead, he waited at the Li mansion and watched the three families personally deliver the bride. So much for the pinnacle of concubinage, or the convenience of home delivery. Shortly afterward, Li Changsheng performed the wedding ceremony in a big red dress. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch was successful, gaining 5 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch was successful, gaining 5 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch was successful, gaining 5 years of longevity. The night was not a quiet one. The system's voice also sounded shortly afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has been raised. Current cultivation level, 9th level of Qi cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The quality of the root bone has been improved. The current root bone, Cyan Extreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The cultivation technique of picking yin and normalizing yang has been upgraded to the 7th level. The speed of root bone upgrading has increased. The speed of martial cultivation upgrading has increased. And the speed of cultivation upgrading has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Martial arts cultivation has been enhanced. Current cultivation, Martial Emperor 5th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The family reputation has reached 150, obtaining the reward Encyclopedia of Dan formulas. This reward came so suddenly that it caught Li Changsheng a bit off guard. He couldn't wait to study the Encyclopedia of Dan formulas, and in just a moment, the endless Dan formulas were all seared into his mind. Foundation building pill, cultivation pill, beauty pill, longevity pill, body forging pill. Checking out the wide array of Dan formulas, Li Changsheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss, still remember when Ma Dongmei, in order to obtain a foundation building Dan, she did not hesitate to leave me and flatter Chen Kai that, even in the immortal sect, the foundation building pill was an unavailable elixir. Nowadays, not only do I have a medicinal garden, I also have the foundation establishment pill formula, and I even have a divine alchemy technique. I really want to see what Ma Dongmei's expression will be when she sees me again. Li Chongqing had just obtained so many Dan formulas, and he also wanted to experience the joy of an alchemist. So he began to work on refining the cultivation Dan to get over it. Ha 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 ha, it's really worthy of being a divine alchemy. It's only been a short time, and you've refined 10 cultivation pills with your bare hands. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing looked at the 10 cultivation pills in his hand and smiled. I just don't know how effective it is. If the refining goes wrong and you eat your body, you're done for. Gotta find someone to try. Not long after, Li Chongqing found Du Fengchun. Old Du, you've been with me for a year now. I've seen all your efforts over the years, master. You can take these pills for now. Li Chongqing stretched out his palm, and 5 cultivation pills lay silently in his hand. Du Fengchun's eyes began to mist with water as he smelled the rich fragrance of the Dan. This, surprisingly, is an elixir, and it's a 3rd-grade cultivation elixir. Master, this gift is too expensive, and those people from the immortal sect don't see the opportunity to take the pills. Li Chongqing said as he pretended not to care. If it was a 10th-grade elixir, I might be heartbroken. But what's wrong with giving a mere 3rd-grade elixir to my most loyal henchman? There's no need to say much. Take it and hurry to take it to enhance your cultivation, and I'll personally protect you for you, master. Du Fengchun was moved to tears, and the awe of Li Chongqing deepened in his heart. His lordship has treated me with great kindness. I must not fail his lordship's expectations. Afterwards, Du Fengchun took the cultivation pill and directly swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a surge of medicinal power began to travel through his body. In a short period of time, his realm began to rise. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal power was finally absorbed. Du Fengchun felt the cultivation within his body and rushed at Li Chongqing with a respectful bow. Many thanks for the reward, master. Now my cultivation has risen to the 5th level of qi practicing. Li Chongqing saw that everything was normal in Du Fengchun's body, and only then did he let go of his elixir. So it seems that that cultivation pill is indeed effective and can be taken without worry. While Li Chongqing was secretly happy, he suddenly heard Du Fengchun's serious voice. Master, there's something I've been keeping from you. Now that my cultivation has risen to the 5th level of qi cultivation, it's time to tell his lordship. Chapter 27. I can't sit on my ass. Looking at Du Fengchun's serious face, Li Chongqing was a bit puzzled. What's so serious? Du Fengchun looked into the distance and narrated. Master, do you remember that pair of kamikaze crawlers from back then? This Li Chongqing of course remembered. That kamikaze crawl was snatched from Du Fengchun's hands. When you wear it, you can increase your speed by more than 3 times. Of course I remember. What? You want to go back? Now that this divine wind crawl was no longer of much use to Li Chongqing, he directly took it out. Just take it if you want. These shoes don't do much to improve my speed these days anyway. Seeing this, Du Fengchun refused repeatedly. No, your lordship has misunderstood. I just want to talk about the origin of this divine wind crawler. Where did the kamikaze crawl come from? Hearing this, Li Chongqing also became interested. Tell me about it. Du Fengchun looked into the distance, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. This divine wind crawler was found in an ancient tomb that was hidden, and only I know the entrance. At that time, because he was only at the 2nd level of qi cultivation, he was unable to look deeper. But there are such magical treasures on the outskirts of the ancient tomb, and there will definitely be magical treasures that we can't imagine exist deeper down. Speaking of this, Du Fengchun's eyes revealed a refined aura. Master, with your current cultivation, plus me, the 2 of us are enough to explore that ancient tomb. Du Fengchun's words really aroused Li Chongqing's interest. But he, who had always followed the old 6th law, didn't want to go to the middle of the ancient tomb so hastily. Old Du, that ancient tomb we must go, but now we are only qi practicing cultivation. If we are not prepared enough to go rashly, the risk is extremely high. In my opinion, wait for the old master after I have been promoted to foundation establishment, then it is not too late to go. Hearing this, Du Fengchun's eyes lit up. Master is about to build his foundation? Now with the cultivation pill and the help of the concubines, I think it won't take long to be promoted to foundation establishment. Li Chongqing nodded. 6 months at the most, 3 months at the least. Du Fengchun was breathing heavily, as if he had thought of something. If you want to build your foundation, The foundation-building pill is a necessity. Does your lordship know where I can buy a foundation-building pill? Li Chongqing smiled slightly and pointed at himself and said, "Where there is a need to go and buy it, I'll refine it myself, master." Li Chongqing then flew away, leaving only Du Fengchun frozen in place, his heart raising huge waves. Pill refiner master is actually a pill refiner, and it's also an alchemist who can refine the foundation establishment pill. The information that Li Chongqing had unintentionally revealed made Du Fengchun unable to calm his heart for a long time. Even among the great sects, foundation establishment Dan is an extremely precious existence. An alchemist who was able to refine the foundation establishment pill was even more of a treasure among treasures. Master has such a status yet is so low-key, there is definitely a great power behind him. Du Fengchun felt that what he had speculated made sense. The hermit greats are all strictly disciplining their disciples to keep a low profile. Perhaps his lordship stole off the mountain and coveted the beauty of the earth, and that's why he's living in seclusion here. Thinking about this, Li Chongqing's weight in Du Fengchun's heart became heavier. Yang Yuhuan, Wang Yuyan, Wang Shuyan, Tang Yanru, Zhao Qing, as well as Gu Manor were pregnant again shortly after giving birth. Unable to do anything about it, Li Chongqing had to let them go and came to Bao Shuang's room at night. "Pack cool, pack cool?" Bao Shuang saw Li Chongqing arrive and replied shyly, "Bao Shuang." At midnight, Li Chongqing was in the middle of upgrading his root bones. But he suddenly heard a shout from outside his room. "It's near birth, ma'am is near birth." Li Chongqing sniffed and quickly put on his clothes, walked out the door and stopped an underling to ask, "Which lady is in labor?" The subordinate wasn't sure, but just said anxiously, "Many of the ladies are in labor, so master, go and see." When Li Chongqing heard this, he didn't dare to delay, and after turning around one by one, he found that a full dozen concubines were about to give birth. "Hey, when I married 28 concubines at one time, I was still young, and I didn't have a good grasp of the timing of the planting, and now I'm surprised that it's a collective result." Learning from this lesson, Li Chongqing secretly resolved, in the future, the timing of the sowing must be planned in advance, or else it will all be concentrated on the same day, and there simply won't be enough manpower. That night, all the midwives in the entire Wulong city were invited to the Li family. Not only that, dozens of maids were recruited overnight in order to have someone to take care of the concubines after they gave birth. Because of the urgency of the matter, Li Chongqing hadn't spent a lot of money. After one night, the Li mansion still had not subsided, and the sound of babies crying one after another kept coming. And the system's voice sounded at this time. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful, obtaining a reward, lifespan totaling 50 years. Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful. A total of 500 spirit stones were rewarded. Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful, and his cultivation level has been raised to the 10th level of Qi cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful. The root bone has been upgraded to blue lower grade. Ding, congratulations to the host, the leaf dispersal was successful, and his martial arts cultivation has increased to the 10th level of martial emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the green-colored extremely high-quality technique, convergence technique. Ding, congratulations to the host, activate the achievement of giving birth to 10 sons in 10 hours, obtain the title Give Me a Woman, I can create a nation, title ability, doubling the probability of giving birth to a son. Ding, the family's luck has increased, current luck value 10. Li Chongqing's longtime wish was that he could have a daughter like a porcelain doll. But to this day, surprisingly, not a single daughter has been born. Not only that, but it also triggered this weird title, and the probability of having a son actually doubled. System, you're being patriarchal. Why can't you just double the probability of having a daughter? Ding, if the host gives birth to 10 daughters in a row within 10 hours, then he can activate the new title and gain the ability to double the probability of giving birth to daughters. System, I don't want this ability, can I? I don't want a son. So many sons. I can't afford to pay the bride price in the future. Ding, no. If the host is short of money, he can find a way to earn it himself. Li Chongqing wanted to cry and cried out in grief. Nesting relentless. In a short period of time, the Li family had so many newborn children, which definitely increased their financial pressure. In the future, there will only be more and more concubines and children, and in the long run, the Li family will not be able to make ends meet. Li Chongqing also realized the seriousness of the problem. He did not find a way to earn money. This large family will drink the northwest wind. In that case, how could he fulfill his grand plan of taking concubines in the future? No, I'm not waiting to sit on my ass. I need to make money, lots and lots of money. Li Chongqing's eyes rolled and he muttered under his breath. All four of my old man's families seem to be doing great business. There's no point in asking for that much money when they're a whole lot older. How about? Hey, 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 hey. Chapter 28. The cotton jacket is leaking. The following day, the magistrate's residence. Qin Muqing had been married to Li Chongqing for some time, and today was the day she came back to see her mother's family. The county governor Qin Tian was very mysterious and pulled Qin Muqing aside. Qingqing, how is Li Chongqing's health these days? Qin Muqing was a bit puzzled, but still answered, my husband is strong, and just yesterday he added 10 heirs to his family, and now there are many sisters who are pregnant. As he listened to these words, he couldn't help but ask as he looked at the color of happiness in Qin Muqing's eyes. You're pregnant too? Qin Muqing nodded, stroking her belly with a happy expression. At first, my daughter didn't know any better and blamed her father. But now it seems that my father is all for my daughter's good. Husband, he's physically strong, and my daughter likes him so much. He was so sad and angry, but he didn't know what to say, and he could only keep roaring in his heart. Which bastard said that Li Chongqing is dying? Old me had to kill him. It was at this moment that Qin Muqing looked at Qin Tian and said, Father, as you know, our Li family has just added 10 new male children, and the underlings and milkmaids are understaffed, so we recruited a batch of people overnight yesterday at great expense. You've only been married for a few days, and you're opening your mouth and closing your mouth on your Li family. Your identity is changing really fast. As he listened to these words, he only felt a sense of ill will come over him, and without waiting for Qin Muqing to finish his sentence, he directly interrupted. Don't you want money or life anyway? Words such as these were also played out in the four great families. Zhou Huimin, you unfilial daughter. That's the property your father and I have fought for all my life. Put it down. Bao Shuang, a Bao Shuang. At first you refused to agree to marry over. Now only a few days ago you even turned your elbow outward. Are you still my daughter? Put down the land deed for me. Zhang Qiuyan, you little girl, it's against you, isn't it? These are all my stores. Not that Li Chongqing's, you don't want to take one. Wu Minfang, you've gone too far. My father was thinking of letting you marry into the Li family to get a piece of the Li family's pie. But I didn't expect that I would actually steal a chicken and not be able to eat the rice. You put down those silver tickets. They are all sweet little coats that you have brought up. Who would have thought that they would end up leaking? The family heads of the four great families each let out a mournful hiss. But the one who robbed the family property was their own daughters, so they could neither hit nor scold. It was simply insurmountable. And the one who started it all was Li Chongqing. He was so calculating last night that he told the crowd about the financial crisis in his family overnight. That's what led to the scene just now. After a few women got the property, they rushed back to the Li mansion without stopping. Husband, Huimin is not talented. When she was leaving, her father robbed most of the land deeds, and only brought over 10 vouchers for the land deeds of the taverns. Husband, Bao Shuang disappointed you and only brought back the deeds to 8 old mansions. Husband, Swallow is incompetent, and has only brought the deed vouchers for 3 cloth houses, 1 pawn shop and 1 money shop. Husband, Minner is not as powerful as a few sisters, and only brought back 300,000 taels of silver bills. In the end, only Qin Muqing remained silent. The crowd turned to her, and she said with some embarrassment, Husband, compared to the other sisters, Muqing is a bit shabby. My father's salary is not high, so I can't bear to ask for too much, and I only brought back 10,000 taels of silver. But father promised me that in the future, as long as our Li family owns a store, we can be exempted from taxes in this Wulong city. Looking at these few concubines of his, Li Chongqing's mouth was about to burst into laughter. Well done ladies. I, Li Chongqing, am not looking at your mother's family's possessions, but I want to pull them together to make money. Just watch it, ladies. It was at this moment that the sound of clamor began to come from outside the gate of the Li mansion. Then a stern cry came, Li Chongqing, you despicable and shameless villain. How dare you encourage your wife to go back to her mother's house to grab the property? You are so despicable, so shameless, so shameless. Li Chongqing had expected them to come and instructed his men not to stop them. It didn't take long for the people of the four great families to arrive in the middle of the living room, but Qin Tian didn't come. I guess he couldn't wipe his face as the magistrate of Wulong City to come over and make a noise. The eyes of the family heads of the four great clans looked at Li Chongqing with extreme sorrow and anger. Li Chongqing, you haven't settled the score with you for pretending to be sick in the first place. And now you even let my daughter go home to rob the property. You are really good at calculating. Humph. It was bad enough that we were bewitched by you and married our daughters to you in the first place. But you even encouraged them to go back to their mother's family to ask for money? Are you still a human being? Li Chongqing, today you have to return old me's silver ticket no matter what you say, or else I won't leave. Yeah, we're not leaving until we give it back. Looking at the righteous indignation of the several people, Li Chongqing waved his hand and said to the several concubines, all right, return everything. Now that the people are gathered, it's time to get down to business. With smiles on their faces, the several concubines returned all the things they had grabbed and admonished their own fathers, saying, husband has a great plan that will allow us to make a lot of money. You must agree to it. Li Chongqing looked at the crowd, smiled mysteriously, and narrated, I have a plan that will make you the world's greatest wealth, can get you out of this little Wulong city. It will allow you to expand your business territory to the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the entire Divine Dragon Continent. All of this will be realized in the near future if you cooperate with me. The family heads of the four great clans had a look of disbelief on their faces, but they also wanted to hear what exactly Li Chongqing had planned. What's the plan, you tell me? Net this nonsense. You are watering down the word count, aren't you? Li Chongqing smiled mysteriously, and with a wave of his hand someone came up with fried chicken, burgers and fries that he had made overnight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called fried chicken, this is a burger, and this is fries. How about everyone can try it first? In this divine dragon continent, there had never been such food. The crowd couldn't help but salivate profusely as they smelled the scent in the air, and their hearts were curious. At this point, the respective daughters began to persuade. Father, try it, we've all eaten it. It's simply a delicacy of the world. If we were to make such a delicacy amongst our restaurants, it would surely set the world on fire. A few people half-heartedly picked up a piece of fried chicken and put it into their mouths, which was crispy and full of flavor, and the juices of the chicken meat exploded and filled the entire mouth. In their nearly 50 years of life, it was arguably the #1 ranked delicacy. Even abalone seafood pales in comparison. At this moment, even though they were the heads of the four great families, they did not care about the eyes of the onlookers, and each of them hissed in excitement. Too good, eat up. Some have even cried out in excitement. What is this? This is too good to eat. Truly, I've never eaten anything so good in my life. One more bite. Ah, 太爽了，简直. Everything was delicious, the fried chicken, the burgers, the fries, especially the burgers, which had some kind of sauce in them that I don't know what, and that was better than all the sauces I've ever had. Seeing that the things on the table were about to be eaten up, several people began to frantically snatch them up. Put it down for me, it's mine. What this is all mine, how many have you eaten? Not afraid of propping you up. This is my son-in-law's filial honor, what do you care? Hey, is it hard to believe that this isn't my son-in-law? Looking at the several people's grabbing appearance, Li Chongqing shook his head helplessly. Don't grab it. There's more of this stuff. But there's even better stuff in the back. Are you guys sure you want to brace yourselves now? Li Chongqing smiled mysteriously, and with a wave of his men once again served several meals. Li Chongqing introduced them one by one. This is pot roast. This is sweet and sour fish. This is sweet and sour pork. This is braised pork ribs. This is hot pot. It took over an hour just to serve the food, big and small, everything from entrees to desserts. The crowd picked up their chopsticks, and a gleam appeared in their eyes. I've lived most of my life, and I can't believe I only realized today that there's such a delicacy in the world. How about it, brothers? What do you think of Family Master Li's proposal? If it is truly possible to produce these dishes in large quantities, the grand ideals mentioned by Family Master Li just now might actually be realized. Li Chongqing saw that everyone basically agreed, and the last dish was brought to the table. Gentlemen, this last course is a beverage called milk tea, which is most popular among girls. Chapter 29 Financial Crisis Resolved. Preparing for foundation building. A few of the main family members had tasted the milk tea and all of them were in awe of it. Truly a delicacy on earth. I am fortunate enough to taste such a good drink today. This life is enough. Seeing the excitement of the crowd, Li Chongqing spoke again. The county magistrate has issued an order that all stores owned by the Li family are exempt from paying taxes. The crowd was shocked at this statement. The tax exemption seems insignificant at first glance, but once the stores are established, the wealth saved will be incalculable. Is that true? If that's true, once the plan is put into action, won't we be assured of victory? Could it be that family Master Li already had a plan? The crowd looked at Li Chongqing's witty smile and couldn't help but feel chilled. This person is too wise. It's still feasible to cooperate with him. But if he confronts him, I'm afraid he'll die without a burial place. The four great family heads were finally of one mind at this moment. Looking at Li Chongqing, how does the plan work? We are at your disposal. Li Chongqing smiled without saying anything and lightly clapped his palms. The show is not yet over, so why are you all in such a hurry? As soon as the words fell, a group of dozens of maids stepped forward in style. They are extraordinary, dressed in otherworldly garb. The first maid shyly made her entrance in a maid's outfit. The crowd was dumbfounded, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in their hearts. The second maid appeared with a peach blossom face and dressed in a JK uniform. The third maid shines in black silk. The fourth was wearing a Lolita-style dress. In fifth place, there is the dress-up. These outfits that show off the female figure perfectly are sure to cause a stir in this world. Li Chongqing turned to the crowd and said, "The making of these garments is not complicated. All you need to do is gather your tailors and work through the night. We're not only going to be in the catering business, we're going to be in the clothing business. Food and clothing are two essential parts of life. And, of course, there is the crucial point: birth, old age, sickness, and death." With Li Chongqing's current superb skills in alchemy, he was able to concoct several pills with his hands, enough to cure many stubborn diseases. However, pills were expensive, and few people could afford them if they were to sell complete pills in this small city. He could certainly sell it at a low price, but losing money is better than not doing it after all. Therefore, Li Chongqing first ground the elixir into powder and then diluted it with water to make a medicinal liquid for sale. There is no need to worry about a lack of buyers when doing business in this area. Li Chongqing snapped his fingers and began to explain his plan to the crowd. Since Miley family stores enjoy a full tax exemption, all stores opened in the future will be operated in the name of the Li family, and all of you only need to enjoy the dividends. There is no objection to this, right? For the sake of better development, I suggest that several of our families join forces and create a new chamber of commerce named the World Merchants. The crowd thought for a moment and agreed. Secondly, regarding the name of the store, stores selling fried chicken are uniformly named McCain Chicken. There is no need to inquire as to the cause, just do as I say. As for stores selling milk tea, they are uniformly called Honey Ice Orange. Shops that sell medicines are uniformly named Eternal Life Pharmacy. If there are no objections, we can proceed to find a storefront and prepare to open. As for the production method, I will send someone to teach it. There is no need to worry about that. As for the potion, I've prepared a sufficient quantity to sustain sales for 2 or 3 years. The crowd whispered, their eyes resting on Li Chongqing's medicinal liquid, wanting to speak. Li Chongqing opened the door. If there's anything you have to say, there's no harm in being straightforward. Zhang Tianjin asked in a respectful voice, "Family Master Li, the medicinal liquid you mentioned, how exactly is its effect? If the results are less than stellar." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing smiled contemptuously. "How effective it is, we'll know once we try it." Zhang Tianjin hesitated for a moment, his eyes sweeping over the wide array of medicine bottles on the table. The variety is overwhelming. Some lose weight and gain muscle. Some prolong life. Some are time-delaying aphrodisiacs. Some increase in size and thickening. There are also beauty treatments. All kinds of pills, everything. Zhang Tianjin picked up a bottle of medicinal liquid and gulped it down. Immediately afterward, he screamed and rushed back to the old mansion. "Get me 10 yellow girls." The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air, and excitement flashed in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The business of the store is exceptionally hot, and every new product launch triggers an enthusiastic rush from the public. "Come on, let's go to Honey Snow Iced Orange for a cup of milk tea. It's so hot, we need a cold one. I don't want a milkshake anymore. I've gained weight lately. I'm going to McCain's Chicken for a burger with fried chicken and fries. What's the point of going to McKenna Chicken? Why don't we just order takeout? It's so far away. Too lazy to go. Well, go check out the clothing store after you finish your burger. The new JK suits from Sky Merchants. I heard that they are especially figure-flattering when you wear them." "Huh, That dress is too revealing. I'm not in as good shape as you are, so I won't go and humiliate myself. Burgers and milk teas are selling surprisingly well. Especially those rich girls who drink milk tea just don't want to die. The customers who patronize the clothing store are surprisingly many men, in addition to women. Fortunately, men's purchasing power is not to be underestimated. Overall, the clothing store is also making a lot of money. According to the current income situation, Li Chongqing's family's financial difficulties have been temporarily relieved. But he was not complacent, and turned to the crowd gravely. Don't forget, folks, this is just the beginning of Wolverine City. If we can spread our stores throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, our monthly profits will be unlimited. What do you mean? The crowd asked curiously. Li Chongqing chimed in with a mysterious smile. My intentions are simple, and I ask that you go out of your way to travel to other cities. Follow the success of Wulong City and open a branch. After all, you are all experienced in the ways of business. Li Chongqing painted a grand blueprint for them, and the crowd was so excited that they couldn't wait to depart immediately. Please rest assured, I, Zhou Tianzhao, have only one pursuit in this life. That is to make our world merchant bank, truly the #1 merchant bank in the world. Haha, I, Yuryu Bai, will pack up and head to other cities to open branches. I, Zhang Tianjin, will not be willing to lag behind others. We might as well compete. Within a year, let's see who opens more branches. Good. I, Bao Wanda, accept this challenge. The crowd was so spirited that Li Chongqing couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The financial crisis was finally lifted, and Li Chongqing was able to cultivate in peace. That ancient tomb is said to be hiding something good. It's still necessary to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. Unusual Qi practitioners need to build a foundation when they cultivate to the 10th level of Qi practitioner, but I cultivate the perfect version of the vomiting resolve, and I must reach the 12th level of Qi practitioner before I can be promoted. Now that I'm at the 11th level of Qi refining and foundation establishment is in sight, it's time to prepare the foundation establishment pill. Li Chongqing flipped through the foundation establishment Dan formula and followed its description to find the required herbs in the medicinal garden. Then, he began to refine the foundation building pill. The first furnace only yielded 3 pills. The second furnace was slightly better with 4 coming out. This won't work. Lacking an alchemy furnace, the number of pills formed fluctuates too much. The number of pills needed to build the foundation is variable, so it's always good to have some extra. It's time to seek out a suitable alchemy furnace. Chapter 30 Failure to Build Foundation. A few days later, Li Chongqing's cultivation finally climbed to the 12th level of Qi refining. At this point, it is difficult to make a breakthrough, and the only way to move on is to ascend to the foundation establishment realm. It's time for base building. Although he had yet to obtain an alchemy furnace, with the massive accumulation of medicinal herbs, Li Chongqing had already accumulated nearly 100 foundation building pills. Even if it's the 12th level of Qi refining to build the foundation, these 100 pills should be more than enough. The reason why it was difficult to break through the 12th level of Qi refining was due to the difficulty of the gong methods and cultivation, as well as the huge demand for foundation building pills. Only an anomaly like Li Chongqing was willing to spend so many pills. Li Chongqing Du Fengchun guarded the side to protect the magic, and then sat cross-legged in the practicing room. Closing his eyes for a moment, he took a deep breath and snapped his eyes open. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of foundation building pills surrounded his body. With a light touch of his fingertips, a foundation establishment pill slipped into his mouth. The medicinal power surged and surged, rapidly impacting all of his limbs and bones. Not long after, bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, and Li Chongqing frowned slightly. 50 pills have been taken. Why is there no movement? I had known that the 12th level of Qi refining was extremely exhausting, but I didn't expect it to be like this. A resolute light flashed in his eyes as he looked toward the remaining 50 foundation establishment pills. I have the help of the system. Can't I still break through to foundation establishment? The medicinal power of 50 foundation establishment pills was like wild waves. At this moment, the sea of aura within his dantian began to violently toss and turn. Under the baptism of the foundation establishment pill's medicinal power, the sea of aura gradually solidified. It's done. Finally something has changed. Li Chongqing's face showed joy as he guided more medicinal power to impact the sea of aura. The sea of aura's solidification continued to expand, and as time passed, a flash of golden light shimmered within it. Li Chongqing thought this was normal, but it was not. The dantian was the place of a cultivator's spiritual energy. At the qi refining stage, the spiritual energy in the dantian was in a liquid state, and so was li changxing. For ordinary cultivators, the sea of aura becoming semi-solidified at the time of foundation building was considered a success. In future cultivation, the sea of aura was continuously hammered until it was completely solidified. However, at the beginning of Li Changxing's foundation building, the sea of aura tended to completely solidify, and even more cash-colored light. Those in the know will know at a glance that this is not ordinary foundation building, but the legendary Heavenly Dao foundation building. In ancient times, there were 3 types of foundation building: the human way, the earth way, and the heaven way. Nowadays, most of the cultivators are humane foundation building, and the deep-rooted clans can help the core disciples to build foundations on the earth. The Heaven's Path foundation establishment was few and far between even in the ancient times. At this moment, above the dome of the sky, the haze was first appearing, and it was difficult for mortals to recognize it. However, to cultivators above foundation establishment, the golden aura was obvious. In the deep mountains 100 miles away from Wulong City, a woman suddenly opened her eyes and her shocked color filled her face. Wulong City? Tendu Tsukiji. She rose, her excitement overflowing, and swept toward the sky, passing in an instant. Heaven's way of building a foundation is rare to find one person in a million years. Every one of them was exceptionally talented, and it was easy to cross the level. Its future potential is even far beyond the pride of the same generation. However, the reason why the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment was difficult was that the road to promotion was long, and the resources required were as vast as a sea of smoke, 100 or even 1,000 times that of normal people. But once it is accomplished, the benefits are incomparable. Not only was the spiritual energy in his body several times that of a cultivator of the same realm, the power of casting out immortal laws was even more shocking. These, however, were just the tip of the iceberg of Tendo Tsukiji. The most crucial thing was that golden aura, once manifested, it stayed with the Heaven's Path Foundation builder for the rest of his life and grew stronger and stronger as he cultivated. However, the path of Heaven's Path to foundation building was exceptionally difficult and dangerous, and once one failed, the resources required for another attempt would be twice as much as the previous one. If the second foundation building still failed, then this life would be destined to stop at the 12th level of qi refining. All of this, Li Changxing was oblivious to. He was still relentlessly working on his foundation building, but the strength of the foundation building pill in his body had run out. Above the sky, the visions triggered by his Heavenly Dao foundation building also gradually dissipated. Li Changsheng sighed helplessly. Alas, it seems that the foundation building pill is still insufficient, and one must find an alchemy furnace. Meanwhile, a woman appeared outside Wulong City. Her temperament was unassuming and her white clothes fluttered like a fairy descending into the world. Her figure was exquisite to the extreme, enough to make the hearts of all the men in the world flutter. That surplus waist is the perfect curve that countless women can only dream of. However, at this moment, the woman was frowning, gazing in the direction of Wulong City and whispering to herself, "How could it suddenly disappear? What a pity." It seems that the advancement failed to materialize as expected. This woman's name was Murong Shui, and she came from the Murong family of the immortal cultivation world. At only 21 years old, her cultivation had already reached the peak of qi refining. This kind of talent, even in those great clans that are famous all over the world, also belongs to the existence of a phoenix and a rare horn. This small city is quite lively, so I will stay here for the time being. Perhaps that Tendo builder will try again. When we find him then, the bloodline confinement of my Murong family will be solved. Murong Shui strolled down the street, passing a clothing store. The store was crowded and she looked in curiously. But unexpectedly, her face suddenly changed. Her cheeks reddened with shame, and she turned and ran away into the distance as if she were fleeing. How could the folk be so bold in this remote place? How can a garment like that be worn so easily? Despite this muttering under her breath, she couldn't help but fantasize in her mind what she would look like in those clothes. After strolling around for a long time, Murong Shui felt hungry in her stomach. Passing a restaurant, a tantalizing aroma hits my nose. McCain's Chicken? That's an odd name. Murong Shui looked at the golden and crispy fried chicken and burgers, and was about to purchase and taste them, but suddenly remembered that she had exhausted her mundane gold and silver. These days, she practiced in the mountains without the need for gold or silver. Now that you've set foot in town, you'll naturally need some silver for emergencies. Gotta find a place to exchange some money for it. Morong Shui looked around and her eyes landed on a pawn shop, so she stepped inside. "Boss, I want to pawn something." The owner looked up with a flash of amazement in his eyes. "What is it that the girl wishes to pawn?" Morong Shui did not hide it and casually took out an ancient and elegant alchemy furnace. "This is a furnace for alchemy. I wonder how much silver can be pawned?" The pawnshop owner's eyes stared slightly. From the skillful way Morong Shui took out the alchemy furnace, he had already realized in his heart that the one in front of him must be an immortal cultivator undoubtedly. The owner pondered for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face as if he was weighing something. Soon, he said slowly with a hard look on his face, "Girl, this alchemy furnace is exquisitely crafted. Clearly not an extraordinary item. It is really difficult for me to estimate its value due to my shallow knowledge. However, the girl might want to head next door to the auction house and try her luck. The appraiser there is experienced and will be able to give a reasonable price for the girl." After Morong Shui heard this, she did not dwell on it, and after politely thanking her, she headed straight to the auction house. The owner of the pawn shop, on the other hand, hurriedly closed his store at this moment and hurriedly rushed towards the Li mansion. In a short while, he appeared in front of Li Chongqing. "A great joy, my lord. A truly great joy. Just now there was a woman who practiced immortality visiting the store. Her appearance was absolutely beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. Such a beautiful woman is only worthy of you, master." Li Chongqing had given special orders to his store in order to take a concubine. "As soon as you find a beauty, report it. If the concubine is successful, she will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of grain silver." Now that he heard that a cultivator had appeared, Li Chongqing was also excited. "Cultivator? I, Li Chongqing, have yet to taste a cultivator. You've done a great job. Double your paycheck this month? And where's the woman now?" The owner hemmed and hawed and replied, "That woman wanted to pawn the alchemy furnace. I was worried that she would leave after pawning it, so I found an excuse for her to go to the auction house. The auction house doesn't start the sale until the evening, so you should still be able to see her, my lord." Li Chongqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. "There's actually this matter, alchemy furnace. This is a double blessing." Chapter 31 Beauty. Do you have a match? In the middle of Wulong City, Li Chongqing had already pocketed most of the stores. Only the auction house, no matter how high he bids, the other party is not moved. Li Chongqing's mind was meticulous, and with a little thought, he knew that there must be something strange. There must be a powerful force behind it. So, he did not force himself, knowing that it is easy to hurt oneself by pushing too much. As night fell, Li Chongqing made an exception and did not cultivate his spiritual roots, instead bringing Du Fengchun to the auction house. "Master, I heard that there are alchemy furnaces up for bid at the auction house tonight. You are proficient in the art of alchemy, so you will surely be able to get it in your pocket," Du Fengchun said respectfully. "Not only that, there's also a rare herb seed auction tonight." Li Chongqing had long since gained insight into these messages. After his operation, Wulong City is now densely populated with eyeballs. Every store became his eyes and ears. None of the changes in the city's winds and clouds can escape his ears and eyes. Of course, the search for beauty is also a top priority. But if any poised woman is found, there is a prize for those who report it. If you are taken as a concubine by Li Chongqing, you will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. Inside the auction house, it was crowded and bustling. Li Chongqing had already taken his seat, while Du Fengchun stood by the side, displaying the attitude of an inferior. Before coming here, Li Chongqing had already executed the breath-converting skill to conceal his cultivation. At this moment, he was like a mortal. So far since his entry, Li Chongqing had looked around, searching for the female cultivator that the pawnshop shopkeeper had mentioned. However, after a long search, nothing was found. Could she have left already? Just then, a voice rang out from the auction stage. "Tonight's first lot is a painting from a famous artist." For the first lot, Li Chongqing was not interested. His gaze was drawn back to the auctioneer on stage. It was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure. A pair of legs are well proportioned and flawless, and they are visually stunning in a bunny girl outfit. Straight legs, sexy waist, perfectly proportioned body. Adding the black silk embellishment, the rabbit ear decoration on the head adds a little more seduction. Li Chongqing's gaze slightly condensed, and the thought of keeping her for himself secretly arose in his heart. "This daughter, I can favor her. I just don't know what her fertility qualifications are." With a thought, He began to probe the woman's fertility qualifications. Suddenly, he saw a purple light rise up to the sky. The bunny girl saw someone stand up and mistook it for a bidding war. He was about to open his mouth to inquire, but was interrupted by Li Changsheng. I, Li Changsheng, will bag all of today's lots. There are no two ways to pursue a good man. One is force, the other is financial. If there is one that is more compelling, it is force. At this moment, however, it is clearly more appropriate to reveal financial strength. The bunny girl was slightly surprised and still kept her smile. Your Honor, do you know how much silver taels it costs to package all the lots? And regardless of whether or not anyone bids on it, the starting price alone is enough to discourage people. Li Changsheng stood up and smiled slightly. Perhaps you don't know me, Li Changsheng. If anything else, I may not be very confident. But when it comes to financial power, ask all of you here who can compete with me. The rabbit girl looked around and saw that the people had bowed their heads. Are you serious about bagging all the lots?
Li Changsheng nudda affirmatively.
I'm sure, make an offer. Seeing that no one objected, the rabbit girl simply agreed. There are 10 lots in this auction. According to past experience, you will need to pay 5 million taels of silver. Li Changsheng did not rush to pay. Instead, he looked the rabbit girl up and down and asked, I see a beautiful woman with a very fresh face. I wonder if she has ever been married? These words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly provoking an outcry in the room. Family Master Li is so horny that he dares to speak out against Song Yefei. This woman is known for her fiery temper. Haha, Song Yefei, as the auctioneer of the Kyushu auction house, is naturally a cultivator as well. Mortals who are so flippant towards cultivators will never have good results. It seems that the Li family master is overly conceited to be so irrational. The word lust is indeed a sword. The Li family master already has many concubines in his family, but he is still not satisfied. I'm afraid I'm going to be in the gutter today. The crowd was murmuring, but Li Changsheng's face did not change. Humph, it's not a good thing if the boat in the gutter capsizes. These people, after all, have underestimated me. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally knew the name of the rabbit girl. Song Yefei? The 9 States auction house? Or a cultivator? As he gazed and watched carefully, a powerful aura rose up from Song Yefei's body. In an instant, the entire field was enveloped by an invisible pressure. The crowd shut up, and even their breathing became cautious. Song Yefei's face was icy cold as she stared coldly at Li Changsheng and questioned, What did you say? Try saying it again. Li Changsheng's eyes widened, and not only did he have no fear, he instead looked more and more excited. So it's a cultivator. I, Li Changsheng, have never tasted a cultivator before. Looking at her cultivation, she should undoubtedly be at the peak of qi refining. Li Changsheng swallowed his saliva and spoke resolutely against that pressure. I, Li Changsheng, will take you as my concubine. If the previous words had only displeased Song Yefei, then this one had completely enraged her. Only to hear Song Yefei shout angrily, her figure leapt up and jumped straight at Li Changsheng. You're looking for death. Li Changsheng wore a smile on his face, and his cultivation at the 12th level of qi refining was fully open. Little lady who cultivates immortality, let the old man play with you. Soon, Li Changsheng was in the middle of a fierce battle with Song Yefei. In the midst of the fierce battle, the two men's silhouettes were intertwined, and from time to time, Li Changsheng took advantage of the opportunity to take some advantage. Song Yefei scolded repeatedly. Unbridled. Morong Shui watched the battle from upstairs, her face deep in thought. Sure enough, it's a peak qi refining, and that aura is far beyond an ordinary peak qi refining. The vision of the heavenly Tao building up the foundation, could it have been triggered by him? She watched for a moment longer, a determined look on her face. Whether it's right or wrong, let it go. If we win, my Morong family will be saved. Morong Shui's figure flashed and blocked in front of Song Yefei, separating the two of them. The people present couldn't help but stop their hands when they felt the aura of cultivation on Morong Shui's body. It's actually peak qi refining as well. Morong Shui looked at Song Yefei with a steady hand and slightly saluted. Fellow Taoist, it is often said that a fair lady is a gentleman, so why get angry? Song Yefei could do nothing about Li Changsheng, and now there was another Morong Shui. She could only let out a cold snort and collected her aura, but the anger in her heart still hadn't subsided. If you say so, then why don't you become his concubine? Morong Shui's face changed slightly. She never expected Song Yanfei to retort like this. And Li Chongqing had been deeply attracted by Murong Shue's beauty since the moment he saw her. He immediately probed her fertility credentials and was pleasantly surprised by the results. Surprisingly, it was a yellow extreme fertility qualification, on par with Song Yifei. This discovery made Li Chongqing's heart beat faster. 1 yellow extreme and 1 purple lower. With such a fertility qualification, I, Li Chongqing, aspire to obtain it. Thus, Li Chongqing turned to Murong Shui and said with a smile, I see a beautiful woman with a very fresh face. I wonder if she has ever been married? When Du Fengchun heard this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Song Yanfei hesitated slightly, then looked at Murong Shui with interest. My fair lady, a gentleman's man, that's what you said. This young lady would like to see what you would actually do. Murong Shui's face became extremely ugly as she coldly stared at Li Chongqing and said, Is that all you're going to say? Chapter 32. Is this elixir okay? Li Chongqing shrunk his head, an awkward smile on his face. The fairy has misunderstood. I just see that the fairy is naturally beautiful and can't help but want to know if the fairy has a marriage partner. Murong Shui snorted coldly, thinking that Li Chongqing might be a Heaven's Path Foundation builder and might be of great use to himself in the future. She forced herself to hold back her anger and replied, Not yet married. Li Chongqing became even more excited when he heard this. It's good to be unmarried. It's good to be unmarried. His eyes switched back and forth between the two women. The lecherous light revealed in his eyes was too obvious, and he looked at Song Yufei with disgust. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, even a bit more powerful than those core disciples of the immortal sect. But if you want to covet this girl with such a cultivation, I advise you to die of this heart. This girl is marrying on terms that are beyond your imagination. When Li Chongqing heard this, he thought to himself, This Song Yifei doesn't look as angry as she did just now. This matter is in play. Li Chongqing cleared his throat. Everything is negotiable. Fairy Song, tell me your conditions. Perhaps I, Li Chongqing, can fulfill them. Song Yanfei's expression was arrogant as she glanced at Li Chongqing with a look of disgust. Just you? If you can take out a 5th-grade God condensing pill, I can consider it. The God condensation pill, which could help cultivators condense their divine souls and make them stronger. Some cultivators specialize in cultivating divine soul techniques in order to achieve the level of a person's dead soul. This kind of cultivator had the greatest need for God condensation pills, and after cultivating to a certain level, ordinary God condensation pills no longer worked. The only ones that would work were those of the 5th grade and above. Pills are categorized into grades 1 to 10, with grade 10 being the highest. It was like a treasure to have a 1st-grade elixir in the hands of an ordinary cultivator, and 2nd-grade elixirs could only be obtained by the intersects of those clans. 3rd-grade pills were only found in the hands of core disciples, but there weren't many of them. As for 4th-grade pills, in the immortal sect, they were only rewarded to those who had performed great feats. As for the 5th product that Song Yufei spoke of, even the top immortal sects did not dare to use it casually because it was too rare and extremely valuable. The most crucial thing was that each time it was refined, not only did one need to pay for extremely expensive medicinal materials, but one also needed to pay the alchemist expensive remuneration. So stacked together, there were even some cultivators who, even if they had enough herbs, couldn't afford to hire someone to refine them. Li Chongqing looked at Song Yanfei's disdainful face and knew that she was deliberately making things difficult for herself. He only laughed in his heart and pretended to look embarrassed on his face. A 5th-grade God condensing pill, that's not difficult to refine. It's just that I don't have an alchemy furnace in my hands right now. When these words came out, Murong Shui and Song Yifei looked at Li Chongqing in unison. You're an alchemist? Pill refiners had a respected status and were the object of competition for every immortal cultivation power. Once an alchemist could concoct an elixir of the 3rd grade or higher, even if a Jedan powerhouse saw it, he would have to be respectful. Now that the two women heard that Li Chongqing was able to refine pills, their faces were disbelieving. You're not joking, are you? This tiny Wulong city would have a pill refiner in existence. Du Fengchun couldn't help but snort coldly as he looked at the fuss the two were making. Humph. Is my master's ability beyond your imagination? Li Chongqing slightly waved his hand, stopping Du Fengchun's words. Old Du, don't be proud. Although we are multi-talented, we have to keep a low profile. Du Fengchun bowed respectfully, worshipping Li Chongqing even more. Your lordship's lesson is correct. It is the old slave who is in an unsteady state of mind. The two women had watched the two perform, and there was already a wavering in their minds. Song Yifei directly waved her hand and took out the Dan furnace that Morong Shui had auctioned off. "Aren't you able to refine medicine? Now refine it for me." Li Changsheng looked at the ancient colored alchemy furnace and directly took it in his hand with a wave of his hand. So this is the alchemy furnace." Li Changsheng's excited look was obviously the first time he had seen an alchemy furnace. Song Yifei and Morong Shui revealed disappointment. "As an alchemist, is this the first time you've seen an alchemy furnace?" Morong Shui also sighed slightly. "AI. It seems that this person is addicted to big words and doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth at all." Li Changsheng smiled slightly. "It's true that it's the first time I've seen an alchemy furnace, but who says that you can't make pills if you've seen an alchemy furnace for the first time? Today, Lao Fu will open your eyes." In the next moment, Li Changsheng's face became serious as he sat on his knees and levitated into the air. With a wave of his hand, a strain of medicinal herbs surrounded his body, watching Song Yifei dumbfounded. Not only is it difficult to refine the 5th grade concentration pill, the formula is also known to few people. The herbs that this Li Changsheng took out are obviously all above the concentration pill formula. Can it be possible that he can really do it? There was no longer a look of contempt in Song Yifei's eyes. Instead, she watched Li Changsheng refining pills with a serious face. Morong Shui, on the other hand, was even more shocked at the moment. The Morong family was originally a pill refining family, and the pill refining methods they had mastered were far more profound than those unusual pill refiners. But at this moment, when he looked at Li Changsheng's way of extracting the herbs, his heart had already set off huge waves. This technique, this control, this timing of the release of the medicinal power, the method of matching the herbs, even the old ancestors at home may not be able to match it. At this moment, Li Changsheng's status in Morong Shui's heart skyrocketed, and could even be compared to those sex ancestors. "I have seen the old ancestor of my family refining pills. The old ancestor is a 6th grade alchemist. Compared to Li Changsheng, the old ancestor's refining technique surprisingly looks a bit green." Thinking of this, Morong Shui suddenly seemed to realize something, and her heart became even more astonished. Could it be that this Li Changsheng is a pill refiner who has surpassed the 6th grade? Beyond the 6th grade, this was an existence that was rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The two women each had their own thoughts, but neither dared to belittle Li Changsheng anymore. After an unknown amount of time, Li Changsheng let out a cold gulp, his eyes glaring at the alchemy furnace, and reached out to gently slap it. The Dan furnace emitted a crisp metallic sound, and then the lid of the Dan furnace floated on its own, and a dense to the extreme Dan fragrance filled the air. Song Yanfei's eyes widened. Then her face filled with shock. The fragrance of this Dan. Even after taking a single whiff, I feel signs of an elevation in my divine soul. 5th grade God condensing Dan. I have seen this furnace of pills is by no means a 5th grade. It is likely to be beyond the 5th grade. 6th grade God condensing Dan. Morong Shui was staring tightly at the Dan furnace at the moment, and her entire body was close to being petrified. 30 minutes, it's only been a mere 30 minutes, and a 5th grade God condensing pill has been refined like that? Even if the old ancestor refined it, it would still take a day and a night to do so. What kind of demon is this person? Li Changsheng stood up, and with a wave of his hand, the pills in the furnace levitated and landed in his hand. There were a full 20 pills, each of which shone with a dazzling golden aura. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 7 golden stripes on top of each elixir. When the two of them, Song Yanfei and Morong Shui, saw this scene, their bodies couldn't help but fall back a few steps and collapse to the ground. The way they looked at Li Changsheng revealed a strong sense of shock and awe. This isn't a 5th grade, not a 6th grade, but a 7th grade God condensation pill. Judging from the color of the elixir, this was a 7th grade 100% purity concentration elixir. Not only that, a furnace of pills into 20 pills, even Mo Li, who was recognized as the king of pills in the world today, couldn't do it. At one time, Mo Li's 10 7th grade pills in one furnace had been rumored to be shocking. But this Li Changsheng unexpectedly formed 27th grade pills in one furnace, and each of them was 100% pure. This person has such strong pill refining strength, yet his name is unknown. If I am able to get on good terms with this person, perhaps my Morong family's current predicament will be solved. Li Changsheng looked at the 20 pills in his hand and directly threw them to Song Yifei. Time is rushed, the number of finished pills is a bit low, it's still qualified in a sloppy way. Can you see that this is the pill you want? Song Yifei received the elixir with trembling hands, her eyes filled with excitement. This, all for me? Li Chongqing smiled slightly. It's fine to give it to you, but don't forget what you just said. If I refine the God-condensing pill, you'll be my concubine. Chapter 33 Two Fairies in the Bag. Song Yifei looked at the elixir in her hand and couldn't help but lick her lips. The aroma of that elixir made her heart and mind shake dramatically. As the daughter of a big family, what kind of pills had she not seen before? However, it was the first time that he had seen an elixir with such a high degree of purity. Song Yifei was in deep thought for a while. This person's pill refining strength is so demonic. Even Pill King Valley's Mo Li is quite a bit weaker than him. If I really marry him, at the very least I won't need to worry about pills in the future. Even our entire family can stop worrying about pills. Song Yifei was well aware of how difficult it was to obtain resources in the cultivation world. She wasn't a womanizer either, and directly rushed towards Li Chongqing, slightly bending her knees as a blush appeared on her face. Husband above. My daughter is willing to be a concubine and serve her husband for life. Song Yanfei had a shy face. This look is a far cry from just a moment ago. The strong sense of contrast made Li Chongqing unable to stop his heart from racing. Li Chongqing laughed out loud and pulled Song Yifei over into his arms. A hand went up and down its body. So very good. Morong Shui couldn't help but frown as she watched Li Chongqing being so frivolous. I wanted to open my mouth to chide, but I closed it again. Li Chongqing raised his eyes to Morong Shui and smiled. I still don't know this fairy's name? Morong Shui returned to her senses and also bowed respectfully. Daughter Morong Shui. Greetings to senior. Just now Morong Shui had a lofty appearance. Now she suddenly became respectful and careful, adding a woman's soft beauty. Li Chongqing's mind was swirling, and Ghostly stretched out his fingers and lifted Morong Shui's lower handle, his eyes looking forcefully into her eyes. What a beautiful name, just like your person. Fayer has agreed to be the old man's concubine. What about you? Morong Shui allowed Li Chongqing to lift her chin, not daring to dodge in the slightest. But his eyes showed panic, and his mind pondered. The Heaven's Path Tsukiji in this city isn't sure if it's this person or not, so we can't just give ourselves away like this. The old man is asking you a question. Li Chongqing's fingers slid gently caressing Morong Shui's cheek. Will you? Being asked again. Morong Shui finally made up her mind and looked at Li Chongqing. Elder, the bloodline of my family needs to be activated by a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. I'm really sorry, but I can't agree to it. Hearing this, Li Chongqing was immediately a little disappointed in his heart. However, interest in that Heavenly Dao Foundation building rose, and he couldn't help but start thinking about it in his mind. Tendo Tsukiji? I am now at the 12th level of Qi refining. What other person has built a foundation more powerful than me? Could it be that the Heaven's Path Tsukiji she was talking about was me? Thinking of this, Li Chongqing couldn't help but ask. What is this Heaven's Path Tsukiji you speak of? Tendo Tsukiji existed in ancient times, and few people know about it today. If it wasn't for the fact that the Morong family had been passed down for generations that they needed a Heaven's Path Foundation builder to activate their bloodline, I'm afraid she wouldn't have known about it. Morong Shui respectfully bowed and began the explanation. Back to senior, Heaven's Path Foundation building is a foundation building method from the ancient times. The most obvious sign of Heaven's Path Foundation establishment is that it can raise the Qi refining stage to the 12th level. 12 layers of Qi refining? This seems to be talking about me precisely. Li Chongqing was in an agitated mood, but he couldn't be sure yet, so he asked again. Are there any other characteristics of Tendo Tsukiji? Morong Shui looked at Li Chongqing's excited eyes and her heart thumped. This person can't really be a Heaven's Path Foundation, right? She pushed down her suspicions and explained again. The latecomer observed that the Heaven's Path Foundation builders of this Wulong city have already failed once. If my guess is right, that foundation builder at this time in the Dantian, there must be a golden aura present. That's also one of the signs of Heaven's Path Foundation. When Li Chongqing heard this, he was finally sure that he was the person who built the foundation of that heavenly path. Only to hear him chuckle. Ha 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 ha. What fate nah. I'm the Heaven's Path Foundation builder you're talking about. As he spoke, Li Chongqing communicated with his Dantian. The golden aura in it floated directly to his forehead as he moved his mind, becoming a vertical pattern of golden light. Seeing this, Morong Shui's entire body started to get agitated, and her body was shaking slightly. Heaven's Way, building the foundation. Surprisingly, it really is the Heaven's Path Foundation building. Li Changsheng could not hide the excitement in his heart and asked Murong Shui again, "Would you like to be my concubine?" Murong Shui suppressed the exhilaration in her heart and slightly bent her knees, her face becoming shy. "Snowy is willing." Li Changsheng laughed indulgently and wrapped Murong Shui into his arms. Now that the left and the right were in good hands, he gave one of them a kiss, followed by a big wave of his hand. "Old do. Quickly notify the residents and set up the mansion. Old husband is getting married tonight." At nightfall, the wedding ceremony was completed with the shouts of the officiant. At this time the system's voice also sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host, the opening of the branch was successful, obtaining the reward, longevity of 10 years. Ding, congratulations to the host, the opening of the branch was successful, obtaining the reward, longevity of 10 years. Ding, due to the host obtaining a purple fertility qualification concubine for the first time, the system is hereby rewarding the merit purple lower grade merit law, burning spirit decision. Burning spirit decree, the rate of spirit energy consumption in the body doubles, and the damage inflicted increases 5-fold. Spring is here and it's time to plant seeds. Unlike usual, this time, Li Changxing clearly felt that the speed of his spiritual roots increasing had become much faster. Could it be that the speed at which the Ini Neong skill enhances the spiritual roots is related to the female fertility qualifications? Li Changxing thought for a long time and felt that it wasn't right. No, in the past, concubines with different fertility qualifications have never been found to be different in terms of root bone enhancement speed. Soon after, Li Changxing's eyes lit up. Could it be? It has something to do with the concubine's roots? The more Li Changxing thought about it, the more it made sense. It seems that in the future, if you want to obtain greater gains, you need to try to find concubines with high-quality roots and bones in order to do so. After a night of root bone enhancement, the system's voice came through. Ding, congratulations to the host, the quality of the root bone has been raised. The current quality is yellow lower grade. Ding, congratulations to the host, his martial cultivation level has increased, current realm martial emperor 10th level. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Yin and Yang collection technique has been upgraded to the 10th level, gaining a new ability to slowly improve the quality of a concubine's root bones. Hearing this series of rewards, Li Changxing burst into laughter. The Yin Neong technique can actually help a concubine enhance her root bones now. Doesn't that mean that my group of concubines can all step into the cultivation world in the future and become cultivators to stay with me for a long time? Li Changxing's heart was excited, and a bold plan began to sprout. If the root bones of the concubines are all upgraded to the very top, what kind of behemoth would my Li family become? Li Changxing imagined the future scene of the Li family riding the world. By then, any woman who saw him would have to fall under his big pants. Chapter 34, The Two Daughters' Backgrounds. Being a cultivator, there was a constant stream of stamina, so there was no need to worry about exertion. Moreover, Li Changxing had already mastered the method of grain elimination a long time ago, and not eating for a few days was not a big problem. So 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Song Yanfei's root bone had been promoted to the middle purple degree. Murong Shui was slightly worse, but her root bone had also been raised to the level of purple lower grade. Song Yanfei also noticed the changes in her body and opened her mouth to ask Li Changsheng, "Husband, what kind of technique are you practicing?" Surprisingly, it's also able to enhance slaves' root bones. Roots and bones are all innately formed and extremely difficult to change afterward, unless those extremely rare heaven and earth spirits. But those are unattainable. I've never heard of any feats that can enhance the quality of root bones the day after. Li Changsheng opened his mouth. Where's the gong method? The enhancement of your roots and bones is all due to absorbing the power of your husband. The roots that you guys have elevated should have been husbands and mine. Regarding the matter of the system, it was absolutely impossible for Li Changxing to reveal it. So with a little thought, he came up with this reason. And most importantly, he wanted to make Song Yifei feel guilty about herself, as a way to make them follow him even more devotedly. Hearing Li Changxing's explanation, Song Yifei's heart was touched and her eyes became red. Husband is too good to us. I must repay him properly. Li Changxing had a treacherous expression on his face. After a few more days, Song Yifei and Murong Shui were already familiar with the people of the Li mansion. At the dinner table, Li Changxing opened his mouth and asked, "Feier, I don't think you're from Wulong City, right?" Song Yanfei nodded. "Yes, truth be told, I was born in Kyoto, and my family is fairly well known." Murong Shui's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Your surname is Song, And you were born in Kyoto. It's hard to believe that you're related to Song Kangtian of the Kyushu auction house? Song Yanfei said with a full of concern. Oh, that's my father. When these words came out, Morong Shui shrieked. What? The owner of the 9 States auction house is actually your father. Song Yifei nodded plaintively. Yeah. Don't I look like it? Morong Shui smiled awkwardly. That's not true. It's just that if you're the Song family's daughter, why did you come to this place to work as an auctioneer? Song Yanfei's eyes started to become despondent when she heard this. It's not because of my father, who, in order to make the development of the Kyushu auction house go further, he even betrothed me to the Grand Prince of Kyoto. But that Grand Prince is barbaric, bloodthirsty, and cruel. How could I possibly marry him? It was only because I had no choice that I hid here. Speaking here, Song Yefei raised her head and kissed Li Changsheng on the cheek. Luckily, I have a husband now, and even if father finds me, he can't marry me off to the Grand Prince anymore. Li Changsheng shook Song Yanfei's jade hand and then asked, You wanted the god-condensing pill so badly that day? Why exactly? Song Yanfei heard this and said, The reason why my slave wants the concentration pill is because of the technique that our Song family cultivates. The technique that our Song family cultivates is mainly to hammer the divine soul, but at a certain level we need the aid of the god-condensing pill. Nowadays, our Song family's strength has been deteriorating because we can't get any god-condensing pills above the 5th grade. Li Changxing was puzzled by this. The Song family operates such a large auction house. How could they not be able to get the god-condensing pill? Song Yifei suddenly turned cold. It's not because the Dragon Kingdom's royal family messed up. They threatened all alchemists not to make medicine for us. It was to force my father to marry me off to the Grand Prince. When Li Changxing heard this, he also felt very angry. Feier, don't worry. As long as husband is around, he will never let you suffer a single grievance. Song Yanfei buried her head into Li Changxing's arms with a happy face. Li Changxing then looked at Morong Shui and said, Shuer, I heard you once say that your family is a pill refining family? Morong Shui nodded. Yes, I have heard what Sister Fei said just now. The family did receive an order not to help the Kyushu auction house refine the god-condensing pill. Then why did you come here? A hint of humiliation appeared on Morong Shui's face. My Morong family has been refining pills for generations, and at the highest there was once a 6th grade pill refiner ancestor. But after the death of the 6th grade ancestor, the Morong family deteriorated. Now that the only 6th grade ancestor had been injured, his pill refining ability had fallen to the 5th grade. Not only that, but the old ancestor is now running out of gas. Once old ancestor passes away, the rest of us descendants will definitely not be able to guard the Morong family. Even now, there are already powerful immortal sects that have appeared near the Morong family, waiting for the old ancestor to pass away to snatch the Morong family members and imprison them to help them refine pills. Morong Shui was a bit emotional, and after calming down, she looked at Li Changxing with a tender face. It's a good thing Snowy met her husband. As long as husband could successfully advance to become a Heaven's Path Foundation builder, then the bloodline shackles within Shuer's body could be lifted. When the time comes to refine pills, adding one's own blood can directly raise the quality of the pills by 1 grade. A direct upgrade of 1 rank? Li Changxing was curious. Then what would happen if a 10th grade elixir was refined and raised by 1 grade? Morong Shui knocked a pair of pink fists on top of Li Changxing's chest. Husband is good and bad. The higher the grade of the potion, the more blood it requires. For a 10th grade elixir, husband is afraid that he'll have to drain Shuer's blood. When Li Changxing heard this, he also secretly said that it made sense. He then snapped to Morong Shui as if he had thought of something. Shuer, I've thought of a brilliant way to raise the Dan medicine rank even if you give less blood? Morong Shui also had a curious look on her face, as their Morong family hadn't solved this problem for generations. Although the bloodline awakening would allow their blood to raise the elixir by 1 grade. However, it also supports upgrading to the level of a 7th grade elixir at the highest. If it went any higher, there wouldn't be enough blood drained from the body. Morong Shui had an expectant look on her face. What has husband come up with? Li Changxing looked towards Morong Shui, and then his eyes rested on a certain place. Don't you women bleed for 7 days every month? If only that blood had been collected. Morong Shui and Song Yanfei were all stunned when they heard this. Their faces turned blushing, and they clenched their pink fists in unison, knocking on top of Li Changxing's chest. Husband is so perverted. The words sounded bad, but Morong Shui showed a thoughtful look. The expression on his face was sometimes blushing, sometimes in admiration. He then looked at Li Changsheng and said very seriously, "Husband's words are rough. I just don't know if the pills refined that way have any effect." Murong Shue's mouth revealed a bad smile as she looked at Li Changsheng and said, "You came up with this method, so when Snow has refined the potion, she will try it on husband first." Li Changsheng froze, then let out a bitter laugh. "Is there a mistake? I'm just kidding. I should have known better than to help you out." Chapter 35. Successful Foundation Establishment. When Li Changsheng was wandering the countryside, he had also come into contact with some immortal cultivators, such as Chun Kai, Ma Dongmei, the adulterous couple. But after so many years had passed, he really didn't know what was going on in the cultivation world today. It was good that he had Song Yifei and Murong Shui, which gave him some understanding. Nowadays, among those immortal sects, most of the outer disciples were at the first or second level of qi refining. The inner disciples were all at the fifth level of qi refining or above. The core disciples, on the other hand, were basically all above foundation establishment. Unless there were some with unbelievable qualifications that were directly accepted as core disciples, they all needed to climb up the ladder one step at a time. As for Li Changsheng, he was only at the peak of qi refining now, and was still far from being able to defend himself. It's time to raise the realm. I heard Schwer say that the second promotion to Heaven's Path Foundation establishment required twice the resources of the first. The first time I prepared a full 100 foundation building pills and it wasn't enough. Calculating now, at that time at least 200 foundation establishment pills were needed to succeed in advancing. And for the second time it would be necessary to prepare at least 400 foundation establishment pills. To be on the safe side, refine 1,000 of them out first. Now with the addition of the alchemy furnace, the pills were formed more efficiently. It's just that without a foreign flame, it still feels like it's not exciting to refine. If anyone heard Li Changsheng's words, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. 1,000 foundation building pills, is this still human? One must know that for an unusual immortal sect disciple, taking 10 foundation establishment pills would be the top of the list when building the foundation. Even if Li Changsheng was a Heaven's Path foundation builder and consumed a bit too much for his second advancement, but topping out at 500 was enough. Refining 1,000 pills at once like this was something only Li Changsheng could do. But any other pill refiner would not be able to do such a heartless thing. Couldn't be helped. Li Changsheng sought stability in everything. This was the basic quality of Old Six. Making up his mind, Li Changsheng spoke to Song Yifei and Murong Shui. "I'm going to be in seclusion for a while to refine pills. You've just come to the Li Mansion, so familiarize yourselves with the sisters, and it will be easier for you to get along in the future." Song Yifei and Murong Shui nodded their heads. "Don't worry, husband. We've long since gotten to know our sisters pretty well. Just go and refine pills in peace." Li Changsheng nodded, then entered the carrying pill garden with a flash. And this move directly caused Murong Shui and Song Yanfei to be shocked. "Sister, where is husband going?" Murong Shui pondered slightly, then revealed an incredulous expression. Could it be? Both of them were startled at the same time and shouted in unison, "Carry on cave?" The two of them couldn't calm down for a long time, and it took a long time before they calmed down. "Sister Snow, husband is definitely not an ordinary person. He even has a carry-on cave. This kind of magic treasure is not necessarily available even to the old ancestors of those holy lands." Murong Shui's face became serious and she said with a straight face, "Sister, you mustn't tell anyone about this. If it was exposed, those holy land ancestors would definitely make a move to snatch it. Husband is only at the peak of qi refining, and even with your and my help, we are no match for them." Song Yifei nodded fiercely, her heart's awe for Li Changsheng heavier. "Sister, don't worry. Husband's displaying his accompanying cave in front of us is a great trust in us. We can't expose this even if we die." And at this moment, in the middle of the medicinal garden, Li Changsheng picked out a large pile of herbs and then sat cross-legged. The alchemy furnace was placed in front of him, and countless medicinal herbs floated in mid-air with a wave of his hand. Nowadays, Li Changsheng was already familiar with the refining of pills, and in just one day he had refined more than 200 foundation establishment pills. It's only 200 or so. It's not enough. In the time after that, Li Changsheng worked tirelessly for 5 days in a row to finally refine enough for 1,000 foundation establishment pills. "Finally put your heart down. This time I'll see how you fail to advance for me." Li Changsheng had a smile on his face as he plopped down and organized himself. only waiting to adjust to his best state before he began his foundation building promotion. After a few more days, Li Chongqing suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 100 foundation establishment pills floated up and were instantly swallowed into his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that his mouth wasn't big enough, he'd even want to eat 1,000 of them in one sitting. After 100 foundation establishment Dan medicinal power was almost absorbed, another 100 were sent into his mouth. It wasn't until he had taken 500 of them that a change came from his dantian, turning it into a solid in an instant. The originally liquid auras all turned into solids. Under the medicinal power, the solid periphery gradually peeled off, revealing a crystal-clear crystal inside. This was the crystal of spiritual power. A golden aura shone within that crystal, and Li Chongqing's entire body was wrapped in it, releasing a divine aura. Above the sky of the Li Mansion, a flash of golden haze appeared, and the golden light gradually became stronger. Morong Shui and Song Yanfei clasped their hands and prayed for Li Chongqing. In the medicinal garden, Li Chongqing's aura continued to strengthen, and it seemed that another film had been pierced in the underworld. The foundation establishment aura exploded, and Li Chongqing was finally promoted to become a foundation establishment. He couldn't hide the smile on his face, but then his brow furrowed. Still not finished with the promotion? Li Chongqing was strange and sank his mind once again, only to see his aura increase once again, and in the next moment, his cultivation was promoted to the first level of foundation establishment. After a few more moments, the second level of foundation establishment, it didn't stop rising until the fifth level of foundation establishment. This, to have directly promoted to the fifth level of foundation establishment, is this the terrifying extent of Heaven's Path foundation establishment? Li Chongqing was overjoyed. Or are these cultivation levels the same as tram miles, all falsely labeled? If only there were pills that could make cultivation condense. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing began to search his brain all over, and suddenly a flavor of elixir came to mind. Fixed cultivation pill, a 5th grade elixir that can consolidate realms and condense cultivation, most suitable for those with vapid cultivation. Just you. After Li Chongqing found all the herbs, he began to refine the pills again. Not long afterward, the refining of the elixir was completed. 30 pills in one furnace, not bad. Without any hesitation, Li Chongqing directly ate 10 of them. The medicinal power stirred within him, and his cultivation began to be compressed by it. In a short period of time, his realm fell to the 4th level of foundation establishment, followed by the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and only stopped at the level of the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Although the realm had fallen, the power in his body had become stronger. Ha 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 ha. Is this what it feels like to build a foundation? Li Chongqing laughed out loud. From now on I, Li Chongqing, am also a foundation establishment powerhouse. Li Chongqing looked inwardly at his dantian and found that at this moment, the sea of spiritual energy had already turned into the crystal of spiritual energy, and that golden aura had also merged into the vigilance, causing the crystal to emerge a pale yellow color, like a topaz. He was in an extremely good mood, and with a flash, he walked out of the carrying pill garden and appeared in Morong Shui's room. When Morong Shui saw Li Chongqing appear, she directly opened her mouth to congratulate him. Congratulations to husband on his promotion to foundation establishment. She looked Li Chongqing up and down and covered her mouth in surprise. Husband, you actually directly advanced to the 2nd level of foundation establishment? How awesome. Li Chongqing said proudly with a big wave of his hand. I won't hide it from you. When I was first promoted, your husband, I was at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and because I was afraid that my cultivation would be weak, I refined another furnace of fixed cultivation pill, and after I ate it, that's how I ended up staying at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Listening to Li Chongqing's plain narration, Morong Shui had a look of disbelief on her face. Husband, you're so earthy. Eating solid cultivation Dan as candy. What's that count for? I've eaten more than 500 foundation building pills. 500 or so? Morong Shui almost fainted. Seeing this, Li Chongqing directly picked her up by the waist. All right, mama. Didn't you want to wait for me to activate your bloodline after my Heaven's Path foundation? Come now. His roots are about to start improving again. Chapter 36. The Morong Family. Warming up with Morong Shui once again was very different from the last time in terms of feeling. Li Chongqing only felt that the crystal of spiritual power in his dantian began to release a trace of magical power towards Morong Shui's body. As time passed, Morong Shui let out a groan when the light of the spiritual power crystal gradually became dim, An extremely strong aura began to rise in her body. At this moment, Murong Shue's body was wrapped in a red glow, along with Li Changxing. That red glow was strange, gradually shrinking until it completely disappeared on Murong Shue. It seemed as if it was Murong Shue who had absorbed that red glow. It was also at this moment that Li Changxing felt a strange power flowing from Murong Shue's body to his own. That force had no malicious intent. Instead, it began to probe for something within Li Changxing's body. Finally, at the Dantian, the power stopped and headed straight for the crystal of spiritual power. With the infusion of that power, the crystal of spiritual power regained its luster, even more intensely than before. As time passed, the power absorbed by the crystal of spiritual power gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. And the crystal of spiritual power also changed. A hint of red color began to appear within the crystal, as if it was infused with a soul. With the aid of Li Changxing's powerful cultivation power, Murong Shue, who was already at the peak of qi refining, unexpectedly broke through the shackles in one fell swoop and reached the first level of foundation establishment. He didn't even need the foundation establishment pill and directly promoted until he stopped at the third level of foundation establishment. Murong Shue felt the changes in her body and looked at Li Changxing with a grateful face. Thank you, husband, for making it possible. Shue has now not only awakened her bloodline, but her cultivation has also advanced to the third level of foundation establishment. From now on, Shue can directly raise a grade when she refines pills. Murong Shue always brought up her bloodline, but Li Changxing simply didn't even know what her bloodline was. Shue, what kind of bloodline are you talking about? Murong Shue had a proud look on her face. Our family's bloodline has been passed down from the ancient times, and the name is called the Shenong bloodline. Shenong bloodline? Li Changxing was greatly shocked. No wonder it can raise the Dan medicine rank. It's actually the Shenong bloodline. The Shenong bloodline not only enhances the grade of pills, it also has the power to cure all poisons. As Murong Shue spoke, she forced out a drop of blood from her fingertip before taking out an unknown elixir. This elixir is a poison. Husband, please look. Murong Shue dripped the blood from her fingertips on top of the elixir, which instantly began to emit white smoke and in the blink of an eye turned into flying ash and dissipated into thin air. Li Changxing was greatly surprised by the novelty. It was at this moment that the door to the room was opened and Song Yanfei walked in. My slave felt a foundation building aura, so it's Sister Snow who has been promoted to foundation building. After another long time, a foundation building aura was born in Song Yefei's body, and Li Changxing's face was happy. Feier, it's true that it's still because of your good roots. You've just built your foundation and you've directly built the fifth layer. Li Changxing took out the rest of the solid cultivation pills in order to consolidate the cultivation of the two. Having just advanced, your cultivation needs to be tamped down. You guys quickly take these fixed cultivation pills. The two men wore a shocked look on their faces, and fire appeared in their eyes. Fifth grade solid cultivation pill, husband is too good to us. With the assistance of the fixed cultivation pill, the two men's cultivation levels continued to fall. Murong Shue ended up staying at the second level of foundation establishment, and Song Yifei stayed at the third level of foundation establishment. But the aura on them became stronger. Murong Shue was here talking to Li Changxing, while at this moment the Murong family was blowing up. At this moment in the Murong family, the Murong old ancestor was dragging his nearly decayed body and examining the compass in his hand with a grave expression. Someone has awakened the Shenong bloodline? Could it be Shue? Old ancestor Murong revealed his thoughts. Once the Shenong bloodline is awakened, its blood can raise a grade of the elixir out of thin air. My Murong family members, moreover, can rely on their blood to awaken themselves to 50% of the Shenong bloodline. It's just that now that my clan is being coveted, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Old ancestor Murong wore a sad face and let out a sigh, but it was at this moment that someone barged in. You can't come in. This is our old ancestor's place of seclusion. You're simply too rude. The voices of the Murong family members blocking the way rang out. An angry voice followed. Old ancestor Murong, your two families and mine are dependent on each other's lips and teeth. My family's old ancestor only needs one body-forging pill to advance to the Jedin realm. So why don't you help with the refining? Elder Murong let out a sigh and looked towards the man. His eyes filled with despair. Iron Mountain leaning. Look at the state of the old man nowadays. Can he still hold the Dan furnace? As he spoke, old ancestor Murong revealed his arm, which was filled with hideous veins, dark and intertwined like a centipede. Iron Mountain leaned back several steps with an incredulous look on his face. Old ancestor Murong, what's going on? As a 5th grade alchemist, can't you cure yourself? Old ancestor Murong let out a bitter laugh. How do you think Lao Fu came to be this 5th grade pill refiner? That was all from testing the medicine with his own body over and over again, and improving the refining technique over and over again to become a 5th grade. Now that the old man's Dan poison has broken out, his days are numbered. Taishan relies on the Iron family and Murong family generations of friendship, once several times to save the Murong family in danger. Now that he saw old ancestor Murong in such a state, Tai Shanliang also had a saddened look on his face. Is there no solution? Old man Murong remembered Murong Shui. For today's solution, only divine farmer's blood can lift the Dan poison in my body. Murong Qingshan, the head of the Murong family, had a difficult look on his face. Awakening the divine farmer bloodline awakening is extremely difficult. No one from our family has awakened it in thousands of years. Old ancestor Murong silently took out a compass with a point of light shining brightly on it. The crowd took a look and shock appeared in their eyes. This, which clan has awakened the Shinong bloodline? Old ancestor Murong looked in the direction of Wulong City. If I'm not mistaken, it's that Murong Shui girl. She was gifted and showed extraordinary talent from an early age. I wanted to send her out of the family to leave a spark for my Murong family. Now it looks like it's time to pick her up. When the crowd heard this, they all showed excitement. We're on our way to get the lady back. Old ancestor Murong said as he looked towards Iron Mountain leaning. Nephew Taishur, my Murong family is not good at force, so please make a move to bring Murong Shui back safely. Iron Mountain leaned in and bowed. Don't worry, old ancestor Murong. Taishan Relai, will definitely bring her back. Afterwards, Taishan leaned and Murong Qingshan flew towards the square of Wulong City. A few days later, the two arrived in front of the Li mansion. Brother Murong, this should be the place. Murong Qingshan nodded slightly, but a strange look appeared on his face. This is obviously a mundane home. Why is Schwer here? Iron Mountain leaned forward with a loud voice as he swaggered toward the front. Wouldn't it be nice to go inside and see? Only he had just reached the door when he was stopped. This brother. May I ask if you have an appointment? Nowadays, Li Chongqing's business is getting bigger and bigger, and many people want to climb the relationship with him. Undaunted, he instituted a system of reservations straight away. As the head of a cultivation family, where had Iron Mountain Leaning ever been treated like this? Especially since this was a mortal family. He felt that he had received an insult. There's someone I'm looking for here, so you'd better get out of my way. That subordinate, as a subordinate of the Li Mansion, was a position that was extremely enviable to those outside. Every person who came to seek an audience with Li Chongqing treated him with respect, and this Tai Shanliang not only had a bad attitude, but also showed a face of contempt. The subordinate was outright furious. If you don't have an appointment, please also leave. Our Li Mansion doesn't receive people without an appointment. It was at this moment that Du Fengchun, who was passing by, heard the quarrel between the two and came directly towards this place. Eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of Iron Mountain leaning in. Fellow Taoist has come to miss out on a long welcome. Disrespectful. Du Fengchun arched his hand in obeisance, his 8th level qi practicing aura on display. This action caused Taishan Lin's eyes to narrow slightly. This mortal family even has immortal cultivators? That subordinate saw Du Fengchun come and told the matter. Du Fengchun coldly snorted and said coldly, Fellow Taoist, since you don't have an appointment, it's better to return. Iron Mountain leaned in with a contemptuous smile. You're so puffed up at the 8th level of qi practicing? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Taishan's cultivation at the 8th level of foundation establishment exploded. Du Fengchun as well as the subordinates around him were impacted by that aura and flew out directly backwards. And Li Chongqing also noticed the abnormality at that moment. He flew up and his face became grim. Humph! How dare you come here to spread your wildness? You're really tired of living. Chapter 37. Out of paper. Li Chongqing flew up in the air and arrived at the entrance in a flash. Who is here to act recklessly? Taishan Leaning and Murong Qingshan felt Li Chongqing's crisp and clean aura, and their faces changed. A strong foundation builder? I've never heard of a foundation establishment existing in this place. Li Chongqing slowly landed on the ground and coldly looked at Taishan Leaning and Murong Qingshan. Both of you, do you not see that my Li family is easy to bully? Do you really think that immortal cultivation families can be lawless? Iron Mountain Leaning has always been hot-tempered. Li Chongqing's words were clearly mocking him and Murong Qingshan. Murong Qingshan was okay and didn't get much angry. After all, he was still more or less afraid of that foundation establishment fluctuation on Li Chongqing's body. But Iron Mountain Leaning didn't care and let out a cold snort. A tiny foundation establishment second level, how dare you speak to us like that? I see that it is not we who are lawless, but you. Iron Mountain leaned in and raised his chin, his face full of disdain. If you are sensible, call out all the people in your mansion. I want to find someone. With these words, he directly made Li Chongqing laugh. Ha 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 ha. Coming to my mansion to find someone and being so arrogant instead of being polite. What are you? Although he didn't want to give birth to right and wrong, concubines were fundamental to his growth. This Iron Mountain leaned up and asked him to hand over all the people, undoubtedly touching his bottom line. If you want to enter my Li mansion, it depends on whether or not you have that ability. Without any nonsense, Li Chongqing directly let out a roar and attacked towards Iron Mountain Leaning. Super Dragon Claw Hand. As he unleashed the Super Dragon Claw Hands, the Burning Spirit technique operated at the same time. The spiritual energy consumption in his body doubled, and the power of the Dragon Claw Hand instantly increased by more than 5 times. The cultivation gap between the two was huge. Even so, Li Chongqing remained fearless. Only a giant dragon's claw appeared suddenly. Faintly there was even the sound of a dragon's roar, and where the dragon's claws passed, they brought up gusts of wind. The crowd could only feel the gusts of wind sweeping through them, and their eyes were somewhat unable to open. Li Chongqing's entire person was like a ghost, disappearing from his original spot in the space of a breath. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Iron Mountain Leaning. To be so arrogant. This day this seat will let you know what manners are. In the next moment, the dragon's claw grabbed towards Iron Mountain Leaning without mercy. Iron Mountain leaned with a shocked face and hastily raised his hands, his body faintly glowing with golden light. He had been refining his body for years, and although he was shocked at Li Chongqing's strength, he was confident in receiving this strike. But a loud bang followed, accompanied by the screams of Iron Mountain Leaning. Its entire body flew towards the distance. The stone piers on the ground along the way were all turned into smithereens by his charge. The force of this grab unexpectedly sent Iron Mountain Leaning flying a full 100 meters. After landing, the rush continued and he skidded against the ground again. Like a plow, the ground tiles crumbled and the dirt churned. Finally, after morphing more than 20 meters, he managed to stop. Iron Mountain leaned in to look at the hideous scratches on his chest, his heart and mind reeling and his mind roaring. The second level of foundation establishment actually has such battle power? After saying this, his head tilted and he fainted. If not for Li Chongqing not knowing the identity of the other party and intentionally staying his hand, I'm afraid that Iron Mountain Leaning would have become a puddle of flesh. Seeing this, Murong Qingshan, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped in to mediate. This fellow Taoist, please calm down. We're here to find someone. I wonder if you know a female cultivator named Murong Shui. Murong Shui. Li Chongqing frowned and put away his aura. He was just about to inquire about something when he heard Murong Shui's voice from the distance. Husband, this is my father Murong Qingshan. Don't go out of your way to hurt the peace. Li Chongqing's face was shocked, but Murong Qingshan was even more surprised. He had an incredulous look on his face as he looked Li Chongqing up and down. What did Cher call you? Husband. Murong Shui landed on the ground and directly took on Li Chongqing's arm. Father, Shui is already married to her husband. The reason I didn't inform the family head is really because the wedding was a bit rushed and it was too late. Murong Qingshan just wanted to rebuke, but was interrupted by Murong Shui. I'll explain this matter to you later, Father Sama. We'd better hurry back to the clan to help old ancestor with the poison. Regarding the situation of Murong old ancestor, Murong Shui was well aware of it. So when he saw Murong Qingshan, he knew what they were here for. Murong Qingshan nodded and looked at Murong Shui. Suddenly his eyes widened. Share your roots. Your cultivation, how? Elevated so much. Murong Shui saw this and leaned on Li Chongqing's shoulder with a sweet face. It's all because of husband. Shui is now a purple lower root bone. The cultivation level has also been raised to foundation establishment, and the Shinong bloodline was also activated by husband helping Shui. Listening to Murong Shui's narration, Murong Qingshan was immediately shaken. In that case, fellow Taoist Li is a Heaven's Path foundation builder? Li Chongsheng smiled and nodded. Not bad. Since Shuer is your daughter, we are family. This time, when Shuer returns to the clan, I happen to go forward to pay my respects to the clan elders. Murong Qingshan knew that the Heavenly Tao Foundation builders, in the future, would all be dragons and phoenixes among men, and said respectfully with a straight face, "My Murong family is flabbergasted that fellow Taoist Li is able to come forward. Without delay, let us depart immediately." Li Chongxing explained to Song Yanfei and asked her to look after the family. Then he flew up and turned his eyes to the sky. Iron Mountain Leaning also woke up leisurely at this moment. After all, he was a body-refining cultivator, and his skin and flesh were just resistant. He looked towards the sky, shock showing in his eyes. Heaven's way to build a foundation, terrifying as it is. After saying that, he also flew away from this place with a face full of embarrassment. This was the first time Li Chongxing displayed his cultivation in front of the crowd. For a while, the entire Wulong city became frantic. Have you heard? The Li family master has become immortal. No wonder the Li family master is still able to marry so many concubines at such an old age. So he's an immortal. Immortals are all purists, and the Li family master seems to be an exception. I so want to be an immortal's concubine. Do you guys know how to get to know Master Li? My daughter has thoughts about him. Alas, I only hate that fate is not fair. I have worked hard for half my life, but I don't even have a daughter. My mother's looks are quite good. I don't know if family Master Li is interested. In Wulong City, a small and remote city, the attraction of immortals was immense. It hadn't been long since Li Chongxing left, and there was already a long line in front of their house. Those are the ones who came to interview the concubines. Regarding these things, Li Chongxing had long ago instructed his subordinates. Now they were registering one by one, waiting for Li Chongxing to come back and personally select them. Butler Du, the paper used for registration at home is gone. Paper has also been sold out all over town. How are we going to record the names of the next interviewees? Du Fengchun looked at the line that could not be seen at a glance and had a headache. The only thing we can do for now is to raise the bar, and luckily I know his lordship's preferences. There's no more paper, so we'll use fabric. Plus the standards will have to be raised. He looked to the people below and said, "Eliminated for heights below 6'7". Weight above 100 pounds is eliminated. Busts less than 36D eliminated." After a few more hours, the underling came running again. "Butler Du, it's no good. The cloth has also run out. The whole city is out of stock." On the other hand, after Li Chongxing's casual conversation with Taishan Leaning and Murong Qingshan, several people began to familiarize themselves with each other, especially Taishan Leaning, looking at Li Chongxing with his eyes shining with essence. "Fellow Taoist Li, the old man has a young daughter at home, a body refining kung fu that no one can match. Stronger and more courageous than a young man, she is the most desirable woman in my family. Now it's also at the age of leaving the house, you see." The corner of Li Chongxing's mouth twitched slightly. As soon as I heard that it was a woman who was refining her body, the image of Vajra Barbie came to mind. Let's talk about it later. Later. Taishan leaned with a somewhat anxious face and was just about to persuade again. But Li Chongxing changed the topic. "Matriarch Murong, I heard Shuer say that your clan is being bullied. Who the hell is it? I, Li Chongxing, will definitely not sit idly by." Seeing this, Murong Qingshan narrated. "That's a clan near our family, named Desperate Valley. They were desperate and ruthless in their actions, and the techniques they practiced were all cold and heartless Dharma disciplines. Learning that my old ancestor Murong was about to return to heaven, he even hit on our clan. In the last few days, several clansmen have already been taken captive by them and become slaves specializing in alchemy." When Li Chongxing heard this, he instantly became angry. "Outrageous, what is the situation in that Jade Valley? Bring me to understand, and I will definitely give them a head start." Murong Qingshan let out a long sigh. "AI, that desperate Love Valley is full of female cultivators, but the cultivation is really powerful. The ordinary disciples were all above the 5th level of Qi refining. The elders in the door even have several foundation establishment female cultivators. Its valley master has heard that he is already in the half-step Jeden realm. We can't afford to mess with him. Although old ancestor is also at the half-step Jeden realm, but now that the Dan poison is wrapped around his body, he no longer has the power to fight. For the sake of today's plan, The only way is to help the old ancestor detoxify as soon as possible. Perhaps after the old ancestor has formed the Dan, our Murong family will have the power to defend ourselves. In the face of Murong Qingshan's long speech, Li Chongqing directly and automatically ignored it. At the moment, there was only one passage that kept echoing in his mind. All female cultivators. All female cultivators. Chapter 38. Your husband is also a pill refiner. Li Chongqing's arrival was warmly welcomed by the Murong family. Old ancestor Murong even dragged his body, which was about to run out of oil, to personally come to the gate to greet him. Regarding the matter of Li Chongqing's Heaven's Path Foundation establishment, the entire Murong clan was well aware of it. After all, the only way to activate the Shinong bloodline was to build the foundation of the heavenly Tao. It's Xuer's destiny to have this husband. Old ancestor Murong couldn't help but praise Li Chongqing as he looked at his cultivation. Fellow Taoist eternal life, it is an honor for us to have you come to my Murong family today. This 4th grade Peiyuan pill will be taken as a welcome gift, and I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't mind. Xuer was able to awaken the divine farmer bloodline thanks to you, Taoist. Old ancestor Murong took a mouthful of Tao friends, not treating Li Chongqing as a junior in the slightest. At this moment, in his hand, he even took out a 4th grade cultivation pill out and gifted it to him. Li Chongqing smelled the fragrance of the elixir and looked at the pits on top of the elixir. His brows slightly wrinkled in his heart. This elixir doesn't have enough fragrance, at most 70% purity. If such an elixir was taken, wouldn't it be accumulating elixir poison in the body? What's the difference between that and poison? Old ancestor Murong couldn't help but frown when he saw Li Chongqing's delay in accepting the elixir. He was a little unhappy in his heart, but did not show it. As a far-famed 5th grade alchemist, which time the pills he made were not fought over. This was the first time someone had seen his elixir and was still able to be so calm. To be honest, he was a little upset, but as an elder, there should be generosity. Old ancestor Murong put the pills away and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist everlasting, I am a 5th grade pill refiner. Ask yourself if your strength in refining medicine is still okay. This Peiyuan Dan is even the old man's best work. I wonder if you have any concerns about this elixir. Li Chongqing came back to his senses, realizing that he had been misunderstood, and he explained in quick succession. Old ancestor misunderstood. I don't have any concerns, I just thought of something. Seeing this, old ancestor Murong revealed a look of interest. Remember something? I wonder what it is that's more appealing than a 4th grade elixir? If it's convenient for you, can you let me, an old man, have a listen? Murong Yunhai said this, although it sounded courteous. But Li Chongqing knew clearly that he was angry at himself for not taking the elixir. Just now, Li Chongqing had only thought of a random excuse. Now that he was being questioned by old ancestor Murong, he paused and had no choice but to tell the truth. Only Li Chongqing cleared his throat. Fellow Taoist Murong, truth be told, I am also a pill refiner. When these words came out, Murong Yunhai was first stunned. You're a pill refiner too? Li Chongqing nodded. Seeing this, he came to a realization and let out a hearty laugh as he stroked his beard. Ha 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 ha. So it is. I didn't realize that fellow Taoist was also a pill refiner. In that case, then it's a good explanation for the loss of concentration just now, fellow Taoist. This time it was Li Chongqing who froze. He spoke with some confusion. What does the Taoist mean? Murong Yunhai said with a smile on his face and some excitement. Let me guess. Just now were you shocked because the quality of that Peiyuan Dan was too high? Li Chongqing's entire body froze, his mind constantly roaring. This old boy really doesn't shake billion. Is that a potion for you? That's a Dan poison. I was really blown away, but not because the quality was so good, but because the quality was so bad. That's all, and you're still showing off in front of me? You're a real talent. All this he did not say. After all, it is Murong Xue's old ancestor. If he scolds him in public, Murong Xue will not be able to do well. Li Chongqing smiled awkwardly and spoke against his will. This fellow Taoist Murong really has a discerning eye. This ass-kissing made Murong Yunhai very comfortable. He had been most proud of his alchemy all his life. Now that he was being praised, it instantly made him much more excited. Even his words thickened. To be honest, this Peiyuan Dan has consumed too much of my old man's efforts. It was also hard for the old man to raise the purity to 70% purity. If it wasn't for the kindness that you, Tao friend, have shown to my Murong family, I honestly wouldn't have taken out this elixir at all. Murong Yunhai pulled Li Chongqing's hand and chattered, as if he was nagging a family. Fellow Taoist, seeing that your breath is introverted and the power of grass and trees is thin, you shouldn't have been in contact with pill refining for long, right? Li Chongqing nodded. Not long indeed. Murong Yunhai slapped his thigh and said in a very atmospheric manner, "Then you've met the right person to meet me. Don't worry, as long as you are interested in pill refining, I, Murong Yunhai, will definitely teach you everything. Come, come, come. I still have some pill refining tips sitting upstairs. Wait for me to fetch them and give them to you." Murong Shui on the side looked at her own old ancestor, showing off so much in front of Li Chongqing. It just feels so awkward that my feet could snap out of a 3-room apartment. She looked at Li Chongqing's uncomfortable appearance. Finally stepping forward, he called out to Murong Yunhai, "Old ancestor, you really don't need to take the pill refining tips. Husband, he doesn't need it." Murong Yunhai stopped his footsteps, turned around and said with some exasperation, "Fellow Taoist Li didn't even refuse. How do you know he doesn't need it? Alchemists of my generation are meant to live and learn. The only way to grow fast is to talk to your peers regularly." When he finished, he turned around again. Seeing this, Murong Shui sighed and opened her mouth. "Old ancestor, husband, he really doesn't need your pill refining tips. Because husband is able to concoct 7th grade pills with his hands. Rather, they are all 10% pure." These words caused Murong Yunhai's body to tremble. He stopped in his tracks and jerked around. "What did you say? Casually concocting a 7th grade elixir, and it's still 10% pure? Do you think that's possible?" Li Chongqing felt his head spinning and watched as Murong Yunhai was about to reprimand Murong Shui. He spoke directly. Everything Cheryl said was true. She didn't lie. Hearing this, Murong Yunhai's voice came to an abrupt end. He looked at Li Chongqing with some disbelief. 7th grade pills, don't you dare lie to me." Li Chongqing smiled slightly. "I don't really have to lie." At this moment, the surrounding Murong family members were also unconvinced. After all, casually refining a 7th grade elixir was still 10% pure. This kind of thing, it's unbelievable. Among them, there began to be an uproar. "Old ancestor, since the benefactor said he could refine it, why not let him show his hand? Yeah, let's also see what a 10% pure elixir looks like." Murong Yunhai still didn't believe that Li Chongqing could refine it at this point. He just thought it was a way of saying that the aunt was returning to the house and giving her daughter-in-law a long face. He looked at Li Chongqing and opened his mouth to ask, "I wonder if Master Dan Li can enlighten us?" Li Chongqing smiled faintly and directly agreed. "I can't talk about giving advice, but it's just an exchange of experience." Hearing this, Murong Yunhai shook his head and said in his heart, "Alas, vanity. Knowing that you can't refine it, you agreed to it for the sake of face. As Shui's husband, this nature of his must be changed. In the future, let him follow me and dive into pill refining to sharpen his heart. But before that, there's got to be like a way to get him to stay." Thinking of this, Murong Yunhai's eyes rolled. "Fellow Taoist Li, just refining pills is a bit monotonous. How about we add some color?" Li Chongqing froze and asked with interest, "What's the color?" Murong Yunhai had a bashful face and stroked his beard. "If you can refine a 7th grade elixir, then you deserve the title of a great pill refiner. In that case, I'll worship you, but if you can't refine it, you'll have to worship the old man." "How?" Li Chongqing mused and glanced at Murong Shui. This was, after all, the Murong family's oldest ancestor, and he was afraid that Murong Shui would have an opinion if he worshipped himself as a teacher. Seeing Murong Shui nodded, he agreed with confidence. "Okay, I promise." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and an alchemy furnace appeared in front of him. The crowd looked at the alchemy furnace and couldn't help but exchange whispers. If I'm not mistaken, the quality of this alchemy furnace should be of the lowest grade. Is an alchemy furnace of this quality really capable of refining 7th grade pills? We'll see if we can or can't. Afterward, Li Chongqing began to refine the pills. Various pill refining techniques came out in an endless stream, and the crowd watched in amazement. "You guys, look, his purification technique for that herb is surprisingly so peculiar. What? Still possible? Such a clean and sharp movement could never be done without hundreds of thousands of times of practice. The timing of the extraction of the drug, the location of the crushing of the herbs, and the method of fusion of the drugs are all perfectly just right. These are all extremely profound techniques. Li Chongqing is something. Morong Yunhai's eyes shrunk slightly as his heart thumped. Pity me for refining pills for hundreds of years, but I'm actually inferior to a novice who is just getting into pill refining. Is that the difference between a genius and a specialist? Those pill refining techniques of his, I had pondered over them for countless years without a clue. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was all legend. There is an order of hearing, and there is an order of skill. What's the harm in worshipping him as a teacher when you meet this kind of pill-refining genius? But until the elixir comes out, everything is still unknown. Chapter 39. Accepting the disciple of Morong Old Ancestor, and incidentally accepting 5 Morong family female cultivators. As time passed, the crowd went into a long wait. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, pinched his hands together and controlled the fire of spiritual energy, scorching the alchemy furnace. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chongqing opened his eyes, then gave a light tap towards the Dan furnace. An extremely rich Dan fragrance aura bubbled up, sweeping across the entire field in an instant. Morong Yunhai's face was shocked, just by smelling a mouthful of the fragrance of the elixir. He sensed that this elixir was not simple. With a Dan fragrance of this richness, the purity of the elixir has definitely exceeded 70%, and has likely reached 80%. Countless clansmen of the Morong clan had faces that were shocked. Could it be that it was really refined? Impossible. The old ancestor studied the Dan Dao for his entire life before he was only able to refine pills with 70% purity. Before the elixir comes out, everything is speculation. We don't have to dwell on it. Just look at the results. Li Chongqing smiled evilly and took out the elixir. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and an even stronger gasp of shock came out. What? There are 7 gold stripes. The elixir had 7 golden stripes. That meant that the grade of the elixir was a 7th grade elixir. Impossible. He refined a Peiyuandan. The highest grade Peiyuandan ever created was only a 5th grade. How did he refine a 7th grade Peiyuandan? You guys, a furnace of pills unexpectedly became 30 pills. I didn't blink my eyes. Heavens, 30 pills. I only have 5 pills in one furnace of refining. How can he possibly form 30 pills? Quickly look at the purity of that elixir. How many percent has it reached? Purity, oh my god, 10% of elixir purity. This kind of elixir actually exists. Morong Yunhai backed up at this moment and collapsed into a chair in a flash. At most a 5th grade elixir, this person was able to refine it to the 7th grade, and even more so, he was able to increase the purity of the medicinal power to full purity. Such a Dan Dao genius, Morong Yunhai, didn't lose unfairly. Only to see Morong Yunhai bracing that weak body. His face became serious as he knelt down respectfully towards Li Chongqing. Heaven does not give birth to Li Chongqing, and the Dan Dao is as long as the night. I, Morong Yunhai, am not ashamed to be able to lose to such a genius today. According to the bet, I will perform the ritual of 8 bows and 9 kowtows and worship you as my master. Li Chongqing just wanted to stop it, but he was stopped by Morong Yunhai. There's no need to dissuade. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Morong Yunhai, am true to my word. With a grave expression on his face, he looked at Li Chongqing and kowtowed his head one after another. Master above, I, Morong Yunhai, am willing to dive in and follow around to improve my Dan Dao. Li Chongqing was a bit embarrassed and paused to help Morong Yunhai up. In that case, I'll take you as my disciple. Morong Yunhai's face was agitated. Then he looked at the Morong family members and said, I have already paid my respects to my master, and in the future, my master will be the holy ancestor of the Morong family. The Morong family members fell to their knees and chanted in unison, Holy ancestor, holy ancestor, holy ancestor. Li Chongqing was helpless for a moment and secretly said in his heart, such a courtesy, and I don't have any meet and greet gifts with me. Since that's the case, let's take advantage of the residual warmth of the Dan furnace to refine a few antidote pills to remove the Dan poison from their bodies. Apothecary refining medicine for many years and testing medicine, the accumulation of Dan poison in the body is far more than normal people. If it is not dealt with regularly, it will be a big trouble in the future, just like the current Morong Yunhai. Thus, Li Chongqing once again took out a large amount of pills, completed the proportioning in 3 or 2 strokes, and threw a brain into the furnace. With the help of the residual temperature of the Dan furnace, not long after the fragrance of the Dan came out, at this time Li Chongqing looked at Morong Shui and said, Shui, lend you a drop of blood. The toxin in old ancestor Morong's body still needs you to remove it. Morong Shui nodded her head and without hesitation, she forced out a drop of blood and sent it to Li Chongsheng. Li Chongsheng then opened the Dan furnace and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of antidote pills floated out, which were then delivered to each of the clansmen. At this moment, the crowd had a newer understanding of Li Chongsheng's Dan Dao attainments. A first-grade antidote pill, Lord Saint Ancestor was able to refine it into a third grade. What kind of powerful Dan Dao attainment one must have to do that? If my Morong family can have the blessing of the Holy Ancestor, who else can bully us in the future? I really envy Sister Schwer for having such a powerful husband. I'm also envious. If only I could marry Lord Saint Ancestor. At this moment, Li Chongsheng still had an antidote pill in his hand. He fused the Shinong blood with it and then handed it to Morong Yunhai. This antidote pill can lift the Dan poison in your body. Take it quickly. Morong Yunhai looked excited and respectfully received it. Many thanks to Master for the medicine. The antidote pill was extremely efficacious as it was refined by Li Chongsheng, and it was born to elevate the first grade to the third grade. Don't look at it as just a small antidote to poison. This was a chance for them to have a new life. If they were to figure out how to detoxify the poison on their own, not only would they suffer a lot of pain, the effect would be very minimal and the cost would be extremely high. After everyone took it, the Dan poison that had accumulated in their bodies over the years instantly disappeared. Cultivation levels were all starting to loosen up, and there were even some clansmen who had been stuck at the peak of Qi refining for years that actually showed signs of breaking through. Sister, you're about to break through foundation establishment? Sister, you're about to break through as well. Alas, it's just a pity that there's no foundation establishment pill available, or else the strength of our Morong family would definitely be raised by a step. Li Chongsheng looked at the two women who were talking, and with a thought, he opened his mouth. I have the foundation building pill. If you can be my concubine, I can gift it to you. The female cultivators of this Morong family were all cultivators with the existence of spiritual roots. Just now, Li Chongsheng took a cursory glance. Their fertility credentials, ranging from green to blue to yellow, make them very good material for concubines. When those two heard this, their faces were delighted, and they unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Lord Holy Ancestor. For the medicine, we are willing. With a wave of Li Chongsheng's hand, 10 foundation establishment pills were sent in front of each person. 10 is enough for an ordinary cultivator to build his foundation. The other female cultivators who were about to be promoted to foundation establishment also opened their mouths when they saw this scene. Lord Saint Ancestor, we also volunteer to become your concubines. Li Chongsheng smiled faintly as dozens more foundation building pills were sent out. It was only the male cultivators of the Morong family who suffered, each with envy in their eyes, even complaining about their manhood. It's better to be a woman, unlike us men, who have to rely on ourselves for everything. Morong Yunhai looked at the scene in front of him, although he felt uncomfortable. But now that Li Chongsheng was his master after all, he couldn't say anything. At this moment, Morong Shui could see what was on Morong Yunhai's mind and walked over to him and whispered, Old Ancestor, take a look at my current root bones. Morong Yunhai was unsure, glanced slightly and directly exclaimed in shock. What? Your root bone has actually risen by a grade, reaching a purple lower grade? I remember when you went out, you were still a yellow extreme grade. Morong Shui smiled and nodded her head with a shy face. The reason why Schwer was able to raise her root bones was all due to husband. Husband's physique is special, and it allows the Taoist's roots to be enhanced. When Morong Yunhai heard this, his heart set off waves of shock. He then seemed to be calculating something in his mind and muttered unconsciously, I wonder if Master wants a man? Emu. In the blink of an eye, those female cultivators who were close to breaking through had all successfully broken through to foundation establishment. As for the words of those male cultivators, Li Chongsheng naturally gave some base-building pills. Anyway, they were worthless contraptions that couldn't be gossiped about. In the evening, Li Chongsheng was so impatient that he directly held the wedding at Morong's house. On the night of the cave, Li Chongsheng once again began to raise his root bones. Ding, congratulations to the host, the quality of the root bone has been upgraded, and the current grade is yellow extreme. Ding, congratulations to the host, his cultivation level has increased, his current cultivation level, the third level of foundation establishment. Ding, congratulations to the host, he has earned a new title, wealthy. Ding, congratulations to the host, the number of wives and concubines has reached 50, and he has obtained the Gong method, star-picking hand. Star-picking hand, cultivated to great completion, can pick stars with just one hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Family reputation has increased to 200. Obtaining a mount, the 9-Dragon Whiskey. Any homies out there? Chapter 40. Bald ass. How dare you hit the poor master's wife? Li Chongqing's eyes went wide with excitement as he listened to the string of rewards. Star Picker. 9-Dragon Carriage? What are these babies? He was so impatient that he lifted his pants and ran out of the cave. In the middle of the empty courtyard, with a thought, the 9-Dragon Chariot was summoned. Only 9 huge golden dragons could be seen, covering the entire courtyard, with the sound of dragon chants coming out of their mouths. They were pulling a dragon carriage behind them, which was so spacious that it was comparable to a house. This amazing scene drew the attention of the Murong family. Hiss, this is 9 giant dragons? Lord Sacred Ancestor actually used 9 giant dragons to pull the carriage. What a great stroke. 9 giant dragons, this is a battle pet that only those super clans have. Saint Ancestor Sama isn't as simple as it seems. Could it be that Lord Saint Ancestor is the holy son of some super sect? So envious, so wanting. Trying to own you to marry the holy Ancestor Sama. I'd love to. I'm a guy. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? In case the holy Ancestor Lord. Li Chongqing licked his lips. He was also curious about the fighting strength of the giant dragon. The thought crossed my mind. The power of a giant dragon can split heaven and earth. If I can control these 9 giant dragons in battle, wouldn't I be invincible? At that moment a voice came from the system. Are you thinking about farts? Right now, at your cultivation level, you can't manipulate the dragons at all, so you can only use them as a substitute for you. However, as your strength increases, your authority to manipulate the giants will increase, and then you will be able to truly manipulate these giants. How long will that have to wait? The details still depend on your performance. In any case, this system will notify you when the time comes. Hearing this, although Li Chongqing was slightly disappointed, he also felt that the future was promising. He looked at the 9-Dragon carriage in front of him and sat on it in a flash. Then the remaining light saw Murong Shui, who had an envious face, and waved at her and said, "Come to my husband's side." Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Murong Shui snuggled up to his side. Li Chongqing smiled faintly, and with a flip of the reins in his hand, the giant dragon let out a dragon roar and flew above the sky. The speed was mind-blowing, but the presence of wind could not be felt in the slightest. Because of the array arranged on top of the 9-Dragon chariot, it can isolate the outside world from intrusion. Murong Shui looked at the surrounding scene with an excited face, occasionally pointing to the distance and letting out exclamations of surprise. "Husband, look! That star is so bright." When Li Chongqing heard this, he smiled slightly. "Isn't it a bit of a waste for us to just look at the stars with such a beautiful view?" Murong Shui asked with a puzzled look on her face. "So what do we do?" Li Chongqing smiled slightly. What he wanted to do was self-evident. A few hours later, Li Chongqing suddenly frowned and looked outside the dragon carriage. There seems to be a peeping Tom. This 9-Dragon carriage was enhanced by a formation so those outside couldn't see inside, but those inside could see outside. At this moment, an old monk not far away, his eyes widened with extreme excitement. One could tell from the rhythmic vibrations of the 9-Dragon chariot. There must be a series of bloodshed going on inside. But the sudden stop at this moment made that old monk disappointed. Ugh! It looks like the men in there can't do it. How long has it been? When Li Chongqing heard this, he only felt humiliated. Grass, old me is a 9-foot man, but I was so belittled by this person. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Li Chongqing directly walked out of the 9-Dragon chariot. "Have you seen enough, old baldy?" The old monk froze slightly, seemingly surprised that he had been discovered. Without blushing, he folded his arms. "Amitabha Buddha, my Dharma name is Dream Lost. I was on my way here and happened to come across the giver's labor. Watching here is really not the intention of the old man. Goodness gracious. Dreaming." Li Chongqing was originally still angry, but when he heard this old monk's Dharma name, he directly laughed out. This name was given. Did the Buddha agree? Dream Legacy looked at the 9-Dragon whiskey behind Li Chongqing, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. The 9-Dragons whiskey as a mount is so high profile. There were also 6 flowery beauties accompanying him. Could it be that this person is a certain holy son from a nearby holy land? Amitabha Buddha, a name is just a code name. the Buddha's mind won't care. Thinking of this, Master Dream Legacy became even more respectful. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age, you are truly a dragon and phoenix among men. The future is promising. I wonder if I can tell you your name. Li Chongqing felt the pressure from the old monk and knew that this person was not simple. Adhering to the principle of not causing trouble, Li Chongqing arched his hand and said, "Old man Li Chongqing." It was at this moment that a roar came from the distance. "Bald ass! How dare you hit the poor master's wife?" Li Chongqing felt even more amused when he heard this roar. This old monk is also a talented person. His Dharma name is Dream Legacy, and he's also robbing the master with the Taoist master. What a story! It's stirring to think about it. Master Monk's face changed slightly, and he laughed somewhat awkwardly. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. A foe is chasing after me, so I'll go and take care of it first." In the next moment, a furious roar could be heard from the Dream Legacy master. "Since when is Shifu your own? Don't you dare to talk nonsense here." The Taoist priest was not afraid in the slightest, and the divine abilities began to be released in his hands. "You old bald donkey. Still thinking of women after you've become a monk? How shameless." Li Chongqing's face became a bit strange and shook his head just as he wanted to leave, but he was called by Dream Legacy. "Fellow Taoist Li, come and judge whether Lao Di is wrong or the stinky Taoist is wrong." Li Chongqing stopped and smiled somewhat helplessly. The dreamer went on to say, 20 years ago, I had not yet become a monk, and back then I was in love with the senior mistress. The bride price is too high for my wife's family, so I have no choice but to go into hiding in a fit of rage. Afterward, the master and mistress also followed the old line and became a nun. 20 years later, Laudi and Sherdai reunited and thought that they could renew their previous relationship. Who knew that this stinking Taoist priest would intervene? Seeing this, the Taoist priest also began to argue. Fellow Taoists don't listen to his nonsense. Before he appeared, the poor Taoist and Master Tai were in love with each other. Since the appearance of this bald donkey, the master and mistress has never paid any more attention to the poor Taoist, so it must be this bald donkey who is causing trouble. Li Chongqing's head hurt from the noise and directly stopped them. "This Taoist master, I can tell from your words that the master and mistress really doesn't like you, so you'd better let go." When the Taoist priest heard this, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. "Impossible, never. When I left the house today, the master's wife even looked at me. She even spit on the ground, drooling at the sight of the poor Taoist. Can this be a dislike of me?" Li Chongqing sighed slightly. "I really didn't expect that there are lickers among the Taoist sect." The Taoist priest seemed to be unable to bear the blow, and lost his mind as he walked towards the distance, only to return a short while later. "It's on fire down there." Everyone looked towards the bottom in unison, and Li Chongqing's face suddenly changed drastically. "That? The Murong family?" Murong Shui showed a look of anxiety. "Husband, that's most likely the Jaded Valley coming to take people again. Let's quickly go back and help." Li Chongqing didn't dare to delay, and after hurriedly saying goodbye to the two of them, he rushed towards the Murong family. Master Dream Legacy and that Taoist priest looked at Li Chongqing's back, and both of them became serious. The dreamer said to the Taoist priest, "Shifu for you, and this apprentice for me." The Dowser frowned. "You're thinking about fart food? This kid doesn't look like an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to you? You can't teach your kung fu, can you? Shifu to you and this boy to me. Hey, looking for a fight, huh? You're going to rob me of everything I see." The dreamer was furious. The Taoist priest was not to be outdone. "That kid has extraordinary strength and has the 9-dragon chariot as a seat. Do you really think he can worship you and me? Maybe he's the disciple of some amazing powerhouse." Dream Legacy's face showed a thoughtful look and he unconsciously nodded his head. Then, as if realizing something, he said to the Taoist priest with immense vigilance, "I seem to have just heard that you're going to let me have Shifu? I promised." The Taoist priest was simply infuriated and dumbfounded. "You dead bald donkey. How dare you snatch the master's wife from the poor Taoist? Let's see if I don't get you killed." In the next moment, the two men's auras erupted, far surpassing the fight they had just had. The avatars flashed frequently, and the aftermath of the mere collision agitation caused cracks to appear in the surrounding space. This movement was clearly not a Foundation establishment, but a half-step Jiedan. Chapter 41 Realm Breaking Pill. After Master Monkwood and the Taoist priest got tired of fighting, they began to exchange friendly words. Stinking Taoist, looking at the place where the accident happened just now down there. It should be the Morong family. I think that kid must have some relationship with the Morong family. Do we want to go and do a favor and leave a good impression? It's always not bad for us. The dowser nodded slightly. Good thing too, when Poverty Road was injured, he had once received help from Morong Yunhai. Now that they are in trouble, they should also go and take a look. The two of them hit it off and sped towards the Morong family. On the other hand, Li Chongqing had already returned to the Morong family with a few concubines. At this moment, the Morong family was ablaze with fire, and several places were ablaze. Li Chongqing stopped one person and spoke gruffly. What happened? The man bowed respectfully. Back to Lord's sacred ancestor. A thief infiltrated the hidden Dan pavilion, and when he was apprehended, he accidentally knocked over an oil lamp, causing a fire. Thieves?
Li Shangsheng frowned.
Have the thieves been caught? The man shook his head. It was run away by her, and judging by the technique it used, it should be someone from the Jaded Valley. It was the Desperate Love Valley again. Li Chongqing had heard this name several times already. He was just thinking about how to help the Morong family solve this trouble when an old voice came. Little friend, is this person the one you are looking for? Li Chongqing and the others sniffed and looked, and their eyes immediately lit up. So it's Master Monk and the Taoist priest. The old Taoist hemmed and hawed and threw the woman he was holding in his hands in front of Li Chongqing. The poor Taoist saw that this person was sneaky and suspicious, so he grabbed him by hand. I don't know if he grabbed the right one. At this moment, a member of the Morong clan spoke up. Many thanks, Senior. It was this person who broke into the hidden Dan pavilion and stole many pills. I thought that I couldn't catch him, but I didn't expect to be captured by Senior. Li Chongqing also bowed slightly. Many thanks to the Taoist master. I was in a hurry when I left. I don't know how to address the Taoist master. The old Taoist priest smiled slightly. Poor Jedi son. Jedi son? Li Chongqing's face became strange as he looked at Master Dream Legacy and then at Jie Jiezi, and almost laughed out loud. So it's Taoist Master Jie Jiezi. Disrespectful. At this moment, old Ancestor Morong also walked over, and his body shook slightly at the sight of Jie Jiezi and Dream Legacy Master. How did these two show up here? Old Ancestor Morong seemed to know them, but he did not greet them, instead bowing towards Li Chongqing. Apprentice guarding the hidden Dan pavilion is unfavorable and has disturbed Master Teacher. Please forgive me. Li Chongqing waved his hand slightly. Hey, in the future, you don't have to care about all this red tape in front of me. I can't get used to it. Old Ancestor Morong, within a radius of 10,000 miles, was a renowned pill refining master. Jie Jiezi and Dream Legacy Grandmaster had once begged him for medicine back then, and now they saw that old Ancestor Morong had called Li Chongqing master, which directly caused them to break out in a cold sweat. Jie Jiezi unobtrusively looked at Master Dream Legacy and transmitted his voice. Dream Legacy, how do you know this person? Even Morong Yunhai calls him master, so his Dan Dao attainments are at least 6th grade. Dream Writer also looked shocked. I don't know about the old man, but from what you've said, it's quite possible. This person looks like his cultivation is only foundation establishment, but he dares to fly all over the sky in the 9 Dragons whiskey and bring so many beautiful women with him. He must have hidden his cultivation, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to be so high profile. To be able to capture these 9 giant dragons, either he has a high level of cultivation or the power behind him is heavenly. Either way, it's not something we can mess with. In my humble opinion, since this person was called Master by Morong Yunhai, I think he has extremely high attainments in pill refining. Perhaps it's the chief alchemist of some hidden immortal sect. The two men's eyes narrowed slightly, convinced of the presumption. Jie Jiezi's eyes rolled, and he even directly bent down at Li Chongqing. Senior doesn't like to be high profile, but how could we not know about Senior's divine abilities? The poor Taoist fought with someone many years ago and left behind a dark disease. So if it's possible, please, Senior, help the poor Taoist no matter what. Seeing this, Grandmaster Dream Relic also bowed towards Li Chongqing. Senior, truth be told, my old line was assassinated along with the stinking Taoist monk. After being injured, my cultivation has fallen, and now I urgently need the 6th grade heart-protecting pill to treat it, so I ask for Senior's fulfillment. Li Chongqing looked at the two men in this respectful manner and slightly froze, pondering in his heart. 6th grade heart-protecting pill, it's not a difficult pill. These two people I look at very favorably, so let's help them for once.
Li Shangsheng kuga legally.
Ahem. Since you guys are so sincere, I'll help you refine a furnace. Bring the herbs. Upon hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed, and with a wave of their hands, they presented 2 copies of the heart-protecting pill herb with both hands. Thank you, Senior, for your great kindness. The 2 of us are unable to repay you, but in the future, whenever we are driven, we will never complain. Li Chongsheng waved his hand and pocketed the herbs. There's no need to say much. In the future, if old me has a need, I will definitely look for you guys. After saying that, Li Chongsheng directly sat down on his knees and began to refine the pills. Murong Yunhai watched every movement and maneuver extremely carefully, afraid of missing any details. And Murong Shui at this moment looked towards the captured female cultivator of the Desperate Love Valley. Humph. The Jaded Valley really has a lot of guts to break into my Murong family's Dan Collection Pavilion to steal medicine. With a wave of her hand, the female cultivator's storage bag was taken over, and after crushing it, a large number of pills were displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Murong Shui checked them one by one. Surprisingly, all of them are base-building pills and pills that aid in conjugation. Is someone from your Jade Valley going to be promoted to conjugation? The Desperate Valley female cultivator on the ground did not seem to have heard Murong Shui's words, but instead froze and looked at Li Chongsheng, muttering under her breath. Found it, really found it. It can actually refine a 6th grade elixir. The Valley Master is saved. Murong Shui frowned slightly. Talking to you? What are you stealing these medicines for? Also, what happened to my Murong family's clansmen that you took captive now? The female cultivator reacted and opened her mouth. My Desperate Love Valley did not harm the Murong family's clansmen. They eat and drink well in the valley because we provided a large amount of medicinal herbs for them to refine their pills, and their alchemy level increased in a straight line. As for these pills, there are indeed many people in our valley who are in dire need of the foundation building pill, and the Valley Master also needs the 6th grade boundary breaking pill to break through the Jedan. Murong Shui looked skeptical. Since what's needed is the 6th grade boundary breaking pill, why did they take so many 3rd grade, 2nd grade alchemists captive? The female practitioner replied, It's because our Jaded Valley has found an elixir formula that can use a 2nd and 3rd grade elixir to inspire the effects of a 6th grade boundary breaking elixir. But now that we have this senior here, we no longer need so many low-ranked pill refiners. At this time, Li Chongsheng had also refined the pills, and with a wave of his hand a furnace of 30 pills fell into his hands. He directly gave 20 to Jie and Dream Legacy Master. The other 10 were considered as payment. No one had a problem with this point. Instead, they were all very grateful. Jie and Dream Legacy Master thanked them profusely. Then each left, to recover their injuries as soon as possible. Seeing this, that female cultivator from the Desperate Love Valley directly knelt down towards Li Chongsheng. Senior, I implore you to refine a furnace of boundary-breaking pills. My family's Valley Master's life is at stake, and if he doesn't have the assistance of the boundary-breaking pills, he won't have long to live. Li Chongsheng looked towards that female cultivator, his eyes narrowing slightly. Give me a reason, after all, I don't know your Valley Master well. The female cultivator's face was a bit flustered, and she lightly bit her lower lip before saying, The Valley Master has saved my life, Senior. As long as you are willing to grant Junior a boundary-breaking pill, Senior is willing to do anything you want. The meaning in these words was already extremely obvious. Li Chongsheng looked at that female cultivator's pitiful appearance and bent down to lift her chin. What's your name? The female cultivator's face is blushing. Her breathing is a bit rapid, and her lips are lightly opened. Her voice is weak and mosquito flies. Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan? Li Chongsheng couldn't help but lick his lips as he looked at Wang Yuan's pitiful appearance. Sleep with old man tonight, and the boundary-breaking pill can be refined for you. Nowadays, Li Chongsheng had long since developed the habit of observing the fertility qualifications of female cultivators at all times, and this Wang Yuan's fertility qualification of yellow medium grade was definitely a good seedling capable of giving birth to spirit root offspring. The key is a big ass that feels absolutely awesome. Wang Yuan was slightly stunned. She also did not expect Li Chongsheng to be so direct. She nodded in silence for a moment and said petulantly, Thank you, senpai. Seeing this, Li Chongsheng kept his promise and refined another furnace of 6th grade boundary-breaking Dan while the furnace was still cold. At night, in the cave, another great view. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The concubine is successful, gaining 5 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The root bone has been upgraded. The current grade is purple lower grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased. Current realm, 4th level of foundation building. Chapter 42, Going to the Valley of Extreme Love. The next day, Li Chongsheng looked at Wang Yuan and asked, Now that you've become old man's woman, can you now tell us what's going on in that Desperate Love Valley? Although Wang Yuanyuan was a bit more familiar with Li Chongqing, she still felt inexplicably nervous.
Seigneur.
Li Chongqing let out a soft hum. Senpai? Now I'm your husband. Wang Yuanyuan was embarrassed to call out this name. Now that he was rebuked by Li Chongqing, he also spoke with difficulty. Husband. There are more than 1,000 disciples in the Desperate Love Valley, 2 elders and 1 valley master. We are all orphans rescued by the valley master, who used the secret in order to break through the Jedan. But that secret method could only be used 3 times, and it had already failed twice now, so if it failed again on the 3rd time, the valley master would surely die. We also had no choice but to take the Murong clan members captive, but none of them are in danger, and now even their Dan Dao attainments have improved quite a bit. Li Chongqing nodded his head slightly, and at the same time, his interest in that desperate valley master rose. What is your valley master so anxious to ascend to the Jedan realm for, even at the cost of his life? Wang Yuanyuan let out a sigh. Husband doesn't know, our Desperate Love Valley is all female cultivators, and the valley master Lu Qingmai is even the best of the best. That day, the young sect master of the first sect, relying on the power of his sect, even forced the valley master to marry him. He only gave the valley master a month to think about it, and now that time is approaching, God knows what the young sect master of that day 1 sect will do. Tianyi sect. Li Chongqing didn't have the slightest knowledge of the nearby immortal sect. Are they strong? Wang Yuanyuan nodded, a touch of awe in her eyes. There is a peak Jedan old ancestor in the Tianyi sect. If it wasn't for his existence, my Jedan Valley would never have been afraid of them. It was also because of this reason that the valley master desperately attempted to impact the Jedan, only for Providence to fail twice in a row. Speaking of this, Wang Yuanyuan couldn't help but cry. Li Chongqing smoothly swept Wang Yuanyuan into his arms, gently caressing her smooth and fragrant shoulders. There's no need to worry about this matter. Later on I'll accompany you to the Desperate Love Valley and give the boundary-breaking pill to Lu Qingdao is all. Breaking through the Jedan will be a matter of minutes. Seeing this, Wang Yuanyuan's eyes turned even redder and buried her head into Li Chongqing's arms, crying with joy. Husband, you're a benefactor of our Desperate Love Valley. I thank you on behalf of the Sisters of Desperate Love Valley. Li Chongqing was in an agitated mood and said secretly, thank you is not necessary. I can't wait to visit the Desperate Love Valley now. That's over 1,000 female cultivators. Wang Yuanyuan, after all, knew the female cultivators of the Desperate Love Valley, so Li Chongqing asked, Yuan, if husband I go to Desperate Valley to take a concubine, do you think the chances are good? When Wang Yuanyuan heard this, her face directly reddened to the heel of her neck. Most of the sisters in the Desperate Love Valley are empty and lonely. Husband just need to tease a little, and it should be easy to get your hands on them. In this situation, Li Chongqing had been so excited that he could hardly calm down. Yuan, it's not too late. Let's return to the Jaded Valley. The 2 of them had just gone out when they saw Murong Shui who came over with their meals. Husband, what are you going to do in such a hurry? How could Li Chongqing tell her that she was going to take a concubine? Just snorted and said, I heard from Yuan that there are still a dozen or so clansmen of the Murong family in the Desperate Love Valley. So I thought of going to free them. Murong Shui looked at Wang Yuanyuan's blushing face and was skeptical. Isn't that right, round sister? Seeing this, Li Chongqing directly changed the topic and waved his hand to take out many pills and threw them to Murong Shui. Shuer, I see that old ancestor Murong is also about to form a Dan, and many people in the clan have also reached the peak of qi refining. This is a realm-breaking pill and some foundation establishment pills. Take them and let them break through. When Murong Shui saw these pills, a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Many thanks, husband. The strength of the Murong family is going to be taken to another level, and old ancestor will finally be able to break through to Jedan. Murong Shui happily left with the elixir, and Li Chongqing finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He then summoned the 9-dragon chariot, causing Wang Yuanyuan to shriek. Husband, such amount, even the Tianyi sect may not have one. Is husband really just a foundation establishment stage cultivator? Wang Yuanyuan looked Li Chongqing up and down with a skeptical expression. Husband couldn't be that great power that hides his cultivation and is experiencing life in the mortal world, right? Li Chongqing didn't deny or admit it. He just pulled Wang Yuanyuan into the 9 dragons chariot and headed in the direction of the Desperate Love Valley. After all, if a person remains mysterious enough, it is enough to avoid a lot of trouble. On the way, taking advantage of his free time, Li Chongqing refined a furnace of face residing elixir, Not a high-grade elixir, but the strongest magic weapon to coax a girl to be happy. Well, counting the ones left over from before, more than 1,000 resident pills should be enough. Li Chongqing took out a face resurfacing pill and gave it to Wang Yuanyuan. This is the face resurfacing pill. Take it quickly. This pill will allow you to maintain your current appearance and never grow old. Although the skin resurfacing pill was not of a high grade, there was a great demand for it in the market, especially for female cultivators. Almost everyone was eager to take a skin resurfacing pill. It's just that the price of the resident pill is not that affordable. For an unusual disciple like Wang Yuanyuan, he hadn't even seen a few pills, let alone something as rare as the resident pill. Wang Yuanyuan excitedly picked it up and even took the initiative to give Li Chongqing a kiss on his face. Well, thank you, husband. No wonder the other sisters are so dusty. I guess it must be the result of taking the residence pill, right? She then couldn't wait to take the resident pill, and in an instant the medicinal power was released. An extremely refreshing aura came to the surface, and under the support of the face residence pill, Wang Yuanyuan's appearance was directly upgraded by a notch. Not only that, the face-residing pill had also been improved by Li Chongqing, and after taking it, the body would emit a faint fragrance that would make men's hearts swoon. The 9-dragon chariot sped along. Such an amazing seat naturally attracted the attention of countless people. At this moment, the 2 peak chi refining male cultivators on the ground couldn't help but let out exclamations of shock as they looked at the 9 giant dragons in the sky. What kind of person is so generous? The other said, follow up and see. If it's the young master of any cultivation family, we'll be rich. Both of them were disciples of the Tiani sect, and they usually didn't bully cultivation clans. Now that the 2 of them had hit it off, they sacrificed their flying swords and followed. Although the speed couldn't be compared to the 9-dragon chariot, it wasn't so bad that he lost it. I don't know how long it took, but the Valley of Absolute Love finally arrived, and Li Chongqing comfortably dressed and brought Wang Yuanyuan down from the 9-dragon chariot. The 2 Tiani sect disciples in the distance were shocked. Surprisingly, it's a foundation establishment powerhouse. Isn't this Desperate Love Valley's Valley Master being looked at by the young patriarch? The Desperate Love Valley is full of female cultivators. Did this man come here to have a private meeting with Lu Qingdao? Outrageous. This person is a gigolo at first glance. He definitely has an affair with Lu Qingdao. So the young sect master is green? I guess I've been green more than once. Lu Qingdao is really a person who can't look like a person, even hiding wild men in private. The 2 men looked at each other and then said, no matter what, this matter must be reported to the young sect master. Yes, the woman the young sect master has his eyes on must not be snatched away by others. The 2 of them didn't startle anyone and flew towards the distance with their flying swords. Chapter 43. If you want to build a foundation, come with me. Li Chongqing's mount was too eye-catching, and just after it landed, it was surrounded by many female cultivators from the Jade Valley. Sister Yuanyuan. Who is this person? Wang Yuanyuan had a pouty face and flaunted her introduction. Sisters, this is my husband, Li Chongqing. I came over this time to deliver the boundary-breaking pill for the Valley Master. Realm-breaking pills? Countless female cultivators had their faces startled. They were aware of the rarity of the boundary-breaking dan. It was at this moment that 2 women came from the distance. Both of them were around the 5th level of foundation establishment, looking at Li Chongqing with a wary face. Fellow Taoist, are you really here to deliver the mirror-breaking pill? Li Chongqing looked at the 2 female cultivators, his eyes lit up, and he directly used the system's function to check up on their fertility qualifications. Both of them are surprisingly purple mid-grade fertility qualifications. This must be taken. Li Chongqing wore a smile on his face as he reached out and took out a large handful of resident pills, tossing one to each person just like handing out candies. A small gift for a first meeting, no honor. Since you are Yuanyuan's fellow disciples, you are family with me, Li Chongqing. Shock appeared in the eyes of the crowd as they looked at the resident pill in their hands. Although the resurfacing pill was not a famous and expensive pill, it was better because it was expensive. One who took out so much at once like Li Chongqing was definitely a tycoon among tycoons. Wang Yuanyuan looked at the shocked look on the crowd's faces and was also proud of herself. She unconsciously got close to Li Chongqing and introduced herself. 2 elders. This is my husband, Li Chongqing. She then introduced the 2 elders to Li Chongqing and said, husband, these 2 are the 2 elders of our Desperate Love Valley, Yangmi and Su Ruyun. Li Chongqing wore a smile on his face and reached out to hand them 2 resident pills. So it's the 2 elders. Please accept these 2 resident pills. The crowd looked at Li Chongqing's appearance that was not in the least bit heartbroken, and they all directly froze in place. Seeing this, Wang Yuanyuan said to the crowd, "Sisters, I've just taken the resident pill. The results are there for all to see. Not only is her temperament dusty and her appearance eternally youthful, but a faint scent has also appeared on her body." The crowd sniffed and inhaled, and sure enough, a scent hit their noses, causing their eyes to light up. At this time, some people had already begun to take up the face residence pill, and not long after, bursts of exclamations came. The quality of this resident pill can be so much better than an unusual resident pill. The appearance became more 3-dimensional, and the temperament became more dusty. The best part is that there is actually a body odor produced. For a while, Li Chongqing was surrounded by the crowd in the center, his eyes filled with admiration. Yuan, is your husband a pill refiner? The pills he refined are so powerful." Wang Yuanyuan nodded proudly, then looked at the 2 elders and said, "Elder, my husband came here this time to deliver the mirror-breaking pill. Please inform the Valley Master." Yang Mi nodded. A hint of awe also appeared in her eyes as she looked at Li Chongqing. "Master Dan Li, wait a moment. I'll go inform." Su Ruyun felt the changes in her body and looked at Li Chongqing with a strange expression. And it was at this moment that an icy voice came from the distance. "An outsider with a few pills has bought you all off. Do you really have no regard for the face of my Jedi Valley?" The voice had been in the sky just a moment ago, and in an instant it had arrived in front of the crowd, only to see a woman in white, slowly floating down from the sky, with an icy temperament that rejected people. This person was none other than the desperate Love Valley Master, Lu Qingdao. Lu Qingdao slowly landed on the ground, then turned to look at Li Chongqing. "You have a realm-breaking pill in your hands?" Li Chongqing looked at Lu Qingdao's absolutely beautiful face. High nose, white blown skin, red lips like fire, and a waist that could be held. Though the temperament is cool and rejecting. But the more this happened, the more Li Chongqing wanted to experience it in his heart. Lu Qingdao frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Her half-step Jeden realm cultivation was released with a roar, impacting Li Chongqing to retreat several steps. Wang Yuanyuan was alarmed and hurriedly reminded Li Chongqing, "Husband, the Valley Master is asking you." He then responded by opening his mouth. "I am precisely here to deliver the boundary-breaking pill." As he spoke, he brought out a boundary-breaking pill. "Aside from the gift of the medicine, there is one more thing, and that is, I hope that the Valley Master will release the Murong family's clansmen. After all, now that you have the boundary-breaking pill, they won't be of much use to you anymore." Lu Qingdao looked at the realm-breaking pill in Li Chongqing's hand and breathed slightly, just about to raise her hand to take it, but stopped. "This Valley Master has many enemies. How can you prove that there is no tampering in this realm-breaking pill?" Li Chongqing let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. "This cannot be proved." Lu Qingdao snorted coldly. "Since it can't be proved, the Murong family can't be released." Li Chongqing had no choice but to directly offer up the alchemy furnace. "Since Valley Master doesn't believe it, then Mr. Li will only have to refine it for you in person." Pill refiner has always been a great profession in the hearts of all cultivators. Especially the 5th grade and above pill refiners, each of them possessed an extremely powerful energy. Even if his own cultivation level was not high, with an order to refine pills, even a medium-sized clan would not be willing to be easily messed with. However, alchemists like Elder Murong who were unable to refine pills due to their health did not have such a calling, which was why the desperate Love Valley went after them. Although they had taken the Murong family's clansmen captive, they didn't make things difficult for them because of their status as pill refiners, but instead served them with good food and drink. Now that the crowd saw that Li Chongqing was going to personally refine the boundary-breaking pill, they were in awe. Lu Qingdao's eyes even shrunk slightly forward. If Master Li Dan can really refine the boundary-breaking pill, Qing Dance will owe Master Li Dan a favor. In the future, if there is a need, as long as Qing Dance is able to do so, she will definitely try her best to help. Li Chongqing hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, but his mind was already constantly thinking freely. "Of course there is a need, and my need is for you to help me have some children." Li Chongqing sat on his knees and waved his hand as the herbs hovered around. In order to show off his skills, Li Chongqing used the most shocking refining technique. Every time he heard the exclamations of shock from the many female cultivators, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He, having seen the strength of the old man, the temptation of a pill refiner, I don't believe that there is anyone who can resist it. It didn't take long for the elixir to be refined, and Li Chongqing slapped the furnace, and a light scent filled the room. Lu Qingdao's eyes lit up and she instantly became excited. It really is the realm-breaking pill. She bent her knees at Li Chongqing. Master Li Dan, just now, Qing Dance has offended a lot. Please forgive Master Li Dan. Li Chongqing wore a smile on his face and handed the elixir to Lu Qingdao. No harm done. Take the pills and go quickly advance to Jiedan. Lu Qingdao nodded, then instructed Yang Mi beside her. Elder Yang, release the Murong family's pill refiner. In addition to treating Dan Master Li well, Yang Mi respectfully bowed and nodded his head. Lu Qingdao then flew into the distance and began to advance to Jiedan. Yang Mi and Su Ruyun, on the other hand, warmly entertained Li Chongqing. And right at this moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded in the distance. This Dan fragrance, it's actually the mirror-breaking Dan. Ha 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 ha, it's not hard to find a place to get it. I can finally advance to Jiedan. The crowd looked in the direction the voice came from and frowned. Yang Mi stepped in front of the crowd and said vigilantly, "This person is the young sect master of the Tianyi sect, Wu Fan. Although he is cultivating at the peak of foundation establishment, that's all cultivation piled up by medicines, and his battle power isn't able to reach the peak foundation establishment level. You guys go quickly, Elder Su and I will stop them." Wu Fan was also accompanied by 20 to 30 attendants, most of which had cultivation levels at the first or second level of foundation establishment. Wu Fan and the others came slowly, and their eyes lit up as they looked at the stunningly beautiful faces of Yang Mi and Su Ruyun. Then he looked at Wang Yuanyu and his eyes widened even more. Surprisingly, I didn't know that the desperate Love Valley even had such a stunning presence. Li Chongqing looked at Wu Fan, his face turning cold. "Kid, you're given one chance and one chance only. Get lost at once and this seat can spare your life." Wu Fan squinted at Li Chongqing as if he had heard some kind of joke. "Ha ha ah ha ha. Do you hear the words of this man? Let the little lord roll? I think it's you who should roll." In the next moment, Wu Fan's eyes became glazed over, and without any warning, he slapped his palm towards Li Chongqing. When Li Chongqing saw this, his eyes were filled with disdain. Making a sneak attack? Young people don't speak of martial virtues. In that case, let me teach you how to behave today. Li Chongqing took a backward step and ducked into the middle of the crowd. Then he raised his arm and shouted to the many Jaded Valley disciples. "Those above foundation establishment, stop them. For those at the peak of Qi refining, follow me if you want to build your foundation." Chapter 44. Crisis finally resolved. Wu Fan did not stop him, but instead said with a teasing face, "This young sect master would like to see what tricks you can play." Then Wu Fan gave an order. "Brothers, go easy on them. As a man, you should be compassionate." Yang Mi and Su Ruyun's faces turned cold, and they did not hesitate to strike. Seeing this, the other female cultivators of the desperate Love Valley also joined the battle. Among them, there were some female cultivators with cultivation at the peak of Qi refining. Remembering what Li Chongqing had said when he left, although there were doubts in their hearts, some of them still followed. Not long after, the first female cultivator to taste the crab appeared. Shortly after, this female cultivator walked out of the room with a face full of excitement. "Lily, you actually built a foundation? Lily, what exactly is Master Li Dan doing in there? Is it refining pills? Surprisingly, you can really build a foundation." Lily was blushing and her voice came from far away. "It's the foundation building pill." With Lily taking the lead, more and more cultivators promoted to foundation establishment next. The situation on the battlefield began to shift, and what was originally 2-to-1 for the foundation establishment cultivators had gradually turned into 1-to-1. Above the battlefield in front, Wu Fan had a gloomy face. "What the hell is going on here? How come there are more and more builders in this desperate valley? They're hiding their strength. Young sovereign, in my opinion, they are definitely on drugs." At this moment, one of his men remembered Li Chongqing. "This must be that alchemist who was just now messing around?" Wu Fan secretly nodded his head, feeling that it made sense. It makes sense. It must be that pill refiner who gave these female cultivators pills to break through the realm in a short period of time. Look at them all flushed. This is the result of the potion's medicinal power surging up too late to be absorbed. Brothers, hold on. they'll be absolutely physically weak once the drug wears off. Wouldn't we still be at our mercy then? At the back, Li Chongqing took a long breath of relief. This crisis is finally over. It was at this moment that the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has accomplished the feat of shocking the world and unlocking the control authority of a giant dragon in the 9 Dragons Chariot. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased. His current cultivation level, the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The opening of the branch was successful, gaining a total of 245 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining 10 heirs, rewarding longevity totaling 70 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining 2 heirs with roots and bones, rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the family reputation has reached 300, doubling the size of the portable medicinal garden. Ding! Martial arts cultivation has been raised to its limit, now open body refining cultivation, reward body refining technique, indestructible true spirit technique. Ding! The indestructible true spirit technique is divided into indestructible skin, indestructible flesh, indestructible tendon, indestructible bone, indestructible blood, and indestructible soul. You can enhance the indestructible true spirit technique by adopting the yin and yang technique. Hearing this series of rewards, Li Chongqing was stunned. This time, it's a full harvest, and I've even unlocked the control authority of a giant dragon. And this indestructible true spirit skill, listening to this name is overbearing system, cultivate the indestructible true spirit skill. Ding! Indestructible true spirit technique has been successfully cultivated. And what about the 10 heirs? Li Chongqing frowned slightly. Can it be that one of the family's concubines is in labor? Counting the hours, it's about time when we get back to see what kind of we've spawned. It's better to have a daughter, that bonus of doubling the probability of having a son in the first place. It makes me angry just thinking about it. This is a huge expense just for the bride price if we keep having sons. Now that my cultivation level is at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment, it's time to show my own strength. Li Chongqing stepped out of the room, waved his hand to summon a giant dragon, and flew to land on top of the dragon's head. The giant dragon roared and flew towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield had taken on a lopsided appearance due to the addition of more than 40 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Wu Fan's body had even been colored, and he hissed with a face of grief and indignation. No fair, you guys are ing stoned. When the many female cultivators heard this, they were all shy. As a dragon's roar rang out, Li Chongqing stood on top of the dragon's head. Rushing towards those dozens of Tianysek's Foundation Establishment disciples, he charged. With just one dragon head impact, 20 foundations fainted to death. Some of them even have broken legs and feet and are miserable. The rest were stunned and fled frantically. Those female cultivators lowered their heads shyly when they saw that it was Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing gently patted the dragon's head, and the dragon stuck its head to the ground. Then he jumped off the dragon, slowly walking towards Wu Fan. His 6th level of Foundation Establishment cultivation was mind-blowing. Wu Fan, how about it? Compete with me now. Wu Fan, who was fleeing for his life, was shocked and shouted without looking back. Compare your mom. You're the one who's high as a kite. You think I'm sick in the head, comparing myself to you. When little master I call my father over, let's see how arrogant you still are. At this moment, although Li Chongqing only had the 6th level of Foundation Establishment cultivation, his aura was surprisingly stronger than the Tianysek's Jeden 1st level elders. It was for this reason that Wu Fan fled for his life without looking back. And it was at this moment that a Jeden aura rose up from the ground, followed by a clear and cold voice coming from the distance. Is my desperate valley something you can come and go as you please? Chapter 45. A few days stay. This voice was cold and incomparable, and seemed to hide a majestic presence that one could not defy. Li Chongqing turned around violently and looked at the fluttering fairy that flew towards him, his eyes going a bit straight. The Lu Qingdao after being promoted to Jeden is unexpectedly so stunningly beautiful. If she were to become my concubine, how wonderful would that be? Foundation building on Jeden. It's just like beggars on queens. It's exciting to think about it. The faces of the people from the desperate Love Valley also showed joy at this moment, looking towards Wu Fan who was frantically fleeing in front of them, the corners of their mouths showing smiles. Wu Fan, on the other hand, shuddered and without the slightest pause, escaped even faster. Lu Qingdao slowly landed on the ground and nodded slightly at Li Changsheng. Thanks to Dan Master Li's elixir, I have now successfully advanced. In the future, if Master Li Dan has a drive, I, Lu Qingdao, will definitely help if I can. Li Changsheng wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and his face was straightened. Lord Lu Valley is overstating things. It's just a realm-breaking Dan. It's not a valuable object. As the crowd listened to these words, they all cast a look of awe at Li Changsheng. To describe the boundary-breaking Dan as not a valuable object, perhaps it was only Li Changsheng. Lu Qingdao looked in the direction of Wu Fan's escape. A hand reached out, a huge suction force came. Wu Fan couldn't dodge and didn't have any power of resistance. In an instant, he was pulled backward. Brothers, help me. Those Foundation establishment cultivators from the Tianyi sect, where would they dare to stay at this moment? After all, Lu Qingdao had already been promoted to Jedan, and for Foundation establishment to face Jedan, it would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for. Young Patriarch, hold on. We'll return to the clan and call in the Patriarch. You have Jedan's old man as your backer. Jedan Valley will never do anything to you. But if we get caught, no one will care if we die. Yes, young sovereign, don't worry. We'll go and return. We'll never go back on our word. Afterwards, those Foundation establishment cultivators fled away without looking back. Wu Fan was filled with anger. You group of people, see how I will pack you up when I return to the sect. Lu Qingdao snorted coldly and increased the strength in her hands. Wu Fan was dragged to the middle of the crowd by sticking to the ground. Coming to my jaded valley 3 times to provoke us. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Wu Fan no longer had the arrogance he had earlier at this moment. He lowered his eyebrows as if he were an old quail. It's amazing how quickly the back and forth changed. Sisters, my brother was only joking. We're all young people, we're just having fun. There's no need to hurt our feelings. My father is the master of the Tianyi sect. The various threats from Wu Fan from before were all fresh in Lu Qingdao's mind now. So would she change her mind about disciplining him just because he begged for forgiveness? Humph, oily mouth. Death penalty can be waived, but a living offense is hard to escape. Even if you are the young sect master of the Tianyi sect, so what? Lu Qingdao raised her hand and slapped Wu Fan's face. 12 slaps in a row, and in an instant he turned into a pig's head. He then even used the teasing kick that made countless men's scalps numb and kicked Wu Fan to the sky. The scene became silent as Wu Fan's miserable screams grew farther and farther away. Li Changsheng couldn't help but gulp, unconsciously blocking his hand in front of his weapon. This woman is so violent. She always likes to use her teasing kick. It's not easy to deal with. Wang Yuanyu and stood out at this time, and with both hands, she sent out the resident skin pill that had been prepared long ago. Valley Master, this is the resurrection pill that my husband gave to our desperate love valley, and you're the only one who hasn't taken it yet. Resurfacing pills, this is something that every girl dreams of. Although Lu Qingdao was a cultivator and could slow down the speed of aging, she still couldn't avoid it completely. She looked at the Dan-scented resident pill, and her heart trembled slightly, but she finally accepted it. Li Danshi's great kindness? Qing Dance has no teeth to forget. But please ask Li Danshi to stay in Jieshi Valley for a few days, so that we can do our best as landlords. With this good thing, Li Changsheng naturally agreed with his mouth full. Mr. Li is not in a position to push back anything if Lord Lu Valley is so kind. I promise to stay here for a few days. Hearing this, those female cultivators who had been elevated to Foundation establishment by Li Changsheng showed joyful expressions. The crowd of female cultivators looked at Li Changsheng with eyes showing a fiery color. Lu Qingdao sensed that the atmosphere seemed to be somewhat abnormal, and looking around suddenly looked startled. Heat. Bubba. Ku. Rick. Na za. Looking at the disciples who had advanced to the Foundation establishment realm one by one, Lu Qingdao was shocked beyond words in her heart. You guys actually broke through to Foundation establishment? What exactly happened? The many female cultivators had shy faces and looked at Li Changsheng. The reason for this is that they are really too embarrassed to talk about it. Lu Qingdao followed the crowd's line of sight and looked towards Li Changsheng, who had a reminiscent face and seemed to understand all in an instant. With a respectful look on her face, she clasped her fists and bowed at Li Changsheng. Master Dan Li's great favor. I really can't repay it in my 8 lifetimes at Jaded Valley. Foundation building pills are precious beyond compare. Master Dan Li was able to take out so many foundation building pills to help my Jaded Valley disciples advance. Such a great favor. Please accept Qing Dance's obeisance. Saying that, Lu Qingdao made a deep bow towards Li Chongsheng. Li Chongsheng was slightly stunned, and hurriedly helped her up, and took the opportunity to pretend to be careless and touched her smooth jade hand. Grace, soft and boneless, smooth and electrifying to the touch, made him scratch his paws. Qing Mai is overstating it. A trivial matter, don't mention it again. Or I'm leaving now. When these words came out, Lu Qingdao didn't react much, and those female cultivators got excited one by one. Dan Master Li don't we haven't properly repaid you yet, you can't leave. Yes, we still have a lot of things to exchange with Dan Master Li. You can't leave. Dan Master Li, please be sure to stay. Otherwise we will have a hard time sleeping all night. Li Chongsheng sighed helplessly as he looked into the eyes that were filled with hope. That's just it. Who made the old man's heart soft. Since you all are so retained, then the old man will stay with her for a few days. Upon hearing this, countless female cultivators showed joyful expressions. Then there were even people who took the initiative to prepare a room for Li Chongsheng. Dan Master Li, we'll prepare the room for you here, and you'll be able to sleep quite comfortably at night. Li Chongsheng waved his hand. Go ahead and remember to make the bed bigger. Don't worry, Master Dan Li, we understand. Lu Qingdao didn't know why these disciples were so enthusiastic, but it was inconvenient to say anything more than to let them go. Chapter 46. The realm improvement is ridiculously fast. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. With Li Chongsheng's help, Yang Mi's cultivation had risen to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Even she used her power as an elder in the back to hijack Li Chongsheng for several days in order to achieve Dan earlier. And Su Ruyun also benefited a lot. Her root bone was raised by 1 grade, and her cultivation level was promoted to the 8th level of foundation establishment. This Yang Mi, relying on his power, will not stop until he reaches Jedon. Li Chongsheng had no choice but to refine a furnace of cultivation Dan and give it to her. Mimi, this cultivation pill has excellent efficacy, a full 30 of them, enough for you to advance to the peak of foundation establishment. There is also a realm-breaking pill for you to help you break through the Jedon realm in one fell swoop. You should leave for now. After you have formed the Dan, old me will clean you up a bit. Yang Mi cried bitterly in gratitude, and a few days' temporary absence was as good as parting with life and death. Don't worry, husband. Mimi will definitely advance early and then come back to husband. Yang Mi was sent away, but Su Ruyun pestered Li Chongsheng again. Yuner, Yang Mi has already gone to conjugate Dan. How can you lag behind her? This is the cultivation pill and the boundary-breaking pill that I refined overnight, so you can take it and go ahead with your promotion to conjugate. Su Ruyun cries bitterly, lamenting that Li Chongsheng is the best person for her. Husband, don't worry. Yuner will never fail her husband's expectations and will definitely promote her cultivation to Jedan. Looking at Su Ruyun's stunningly beautiful back, Li Chongsheng let out a slight sigh of relief. Can't stand these women, so clingy. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. That day Wu Fan was beaten into a big pig's head. The first thing he did when he returned to the clan was not to cry to his father, but to beat all those who had deserted the battlefield into a big pig head. Humph. Letting you guys leave me alone. This is what happens when you start something. Young sect master, that's not the way to use the word begin and end. We are at best unrighteous. Wu Fan snorted coldly. Is the education that this young sect master has received since childhood something that you would question? When I say you're a beginner, you got a problem with that? No comment. Afterwards, Wu Fan began to organize his emotions, and even squeezed a few tears out with force. Father, my father, miserable, so miserable, my father. Miserable, miserable, miserable. My own father. How tragic for your bitter son, my father. The sound of this ghostly cry immediately caught the attention of the sect's crowd. Elder Lu Xiui frowned and muttered, "The door master is dead?" His son cried so sadly in mourning. Elder Zhang Sume probed. That person doesn't seem to be Wu Fan. Wu Fan's head isn't that big. Elder Feng Qingzhu was deeply curious and also probed to look. That person's voice is somewhat similar to Wu Fan's, except that his head is indeed much bigger than Wu Fan's. Shortly afterward, the 3 elders suddenly understood. This is beaten up. The head was beaten up 3 times. Who has this kid offended again? Who else could it be? This kid has taken a fancy to Lu Qingdao of the Desperate Love Valley, and was clamoring to marry her back a few days ago, and I heard that Lu Qingdao has already been promoted to Jedan, so I think it's 80% that he was beaten up by Lu Qingdao. There was no sympathy in the eyes of a few people, but rather some gloating. It really deserved it, who made him usually have no one in his sight and bully men and women. This time he ran into a nail. At this moment, Wu Fan's father, Tianysek's sect master Wu Sheng, finally heard Wu Fan's voice. He flew outside in a flash and looked at Wu Fan's appearance with a deep frown. Instead of caring, instead of asking about his injuries, he chided, "You little brat, are you crying wolf? Hurry up and shut the up." Wu Fan wiped the corners of his eyes, which were free of tears, and began to add to the story of the desperate Love Valley. "Oh father, you must do right by your son. That Lu Qingdao, relying on his Jedan cultivation, even bullied our Tiany sect. Look what he did to your son. He doesn't even know his father." She even used the teasing in kick. Our Wu family almost lost their posterity. Wu Sheng frowned slightly, looked at Wu Fan's injuries and coldly rebuked. "It's all superficial wounds." Lu Qingdao still stayed his hand. "Otherwise, if the Jedan hit you, you will definitely die. Less pretending in front of me. Tell me how that Lu Qingdao was promoted to Jedan so quickly." Seeing that his old man wasn't buying his selling of misery, Wu Fan had to change his tactics. The desperate Love Valley seems to have recruited a pill refiner to help Lu Qingdao refine a boundary-breaking pill, which is why she was able to advance to Jedan. Alchemist. Wu Sheng had a puzzled look on his face. Realm-breaking pill? That's a 6th grade elixir, so there's a 6th grade alchemist coming from the desperate Love Valley. Wu Sheng's mind was shaken, and he thought darkly in his heart. 6th grade alchemists are rare to come across. If we can ask him to refine a few realm-breaking pills, those few Peak Foundation establishment members in my sect will step into the Jedan realm in one fell swoop. I just don't know if he can make a 7th grade elixir. If he can, then the old ancestor will. Alas, I don't know if that Dan Master is still in the Jaded Valley now. It was at this moment that 2 extremely strong auras came from the direction of the desperate Love Valley. Wu Sheng's eyes couldn't help but shrink as he looked towards the desperate valley. 2 people promoted to Jedan at the same time? This really is the handiwork of a 6th grade alchemist. He mused slightly, his face becoming determined. This guy Wu Fan definitely offended this pill refiner when he went to the desperate Love Valley and made a scene. Judging from the fact that 2 people from the Jeshia Valley were promoted to Conjugate Dan, this pill refiner and the Jeshia Valley must have a very shallow relationship. Wu Fan, this make or break thing. It's just that, in order to make that Dan Master and the Jade Valley forgive my Tiany sect, I'll admit it even if I have to pay a greater price. Yang Mi and Su Ruyun were successfully promoted to Jedan, and the commotion was so great that it disturbed Lu Qingdao, who was in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. She frowned slightly, deeply shocked. How is that possible? Both Elder Yang and Elder Su have been promoted to Jedan? This cultivation promotion speed is a bit too fast. Lu Qingdao pondered for a moment, and Li Chongqing's appearance once again appeared in his mind. Could it be that he took out another high-grade elixir? What exactly is his purpose in helping my Jaded Valley so much 3 times? Lu Qingdao's mind was a mess, and she shook her head vigorously. That's just it, after all. Right now my Jaded Valley is getting the benefit of the doubt. Let's talk about future things later. It was at this moment that a clamor sounded outside. Tiany sect's people hit the door. Tiany sect's sect master Wu Sheng personally brought them here. Lu Qingdao's face changed slightly when she heard this. This Wu Sheng is really protective of his shortcomings. My hand was already very light. It was only a superficial wound. I didn't expect him, a Jedan 5th layer, to personally hit the door. Lu Qingdao let out a cold snort and directly rushed outside. Chapter 47. Traveling to the Tiany sect. The Tiany sect master personally led a team to commit the offense, and this explosive news instantly swept across the entire Jeshia Valley. But the Valley of Despair is not what it used to be. One by one, the female cultivators' auras rose high as they converged towards the front of the mountain gate. He was determined to make the Tiany sect have no return. These female cultivators had raised their cultivation by a large margin after being nourished by Li Chongqing these days. There were even many that had advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm. It could be said that if they only competed for the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Tiany sect was defeated. Even if they were competing for conjugation, there were still 3 in the Jaded Valley at this time. Compared to the Tiany sect, it was only 1 Jedan short. At this point in time, the only thing that the desperate Love Valley could not compare to the Tiany sect was the fact that the Tiany sect had an old ancestor who was at the peak of Jedan. With the existence of this old ancestor, this was the reason why the Tiany sect was able to become the strongest sect within 10,000 miles. At this moment, All female cultivators above Foundation establishment had gathered before the mountain gate, preparing for the next battle. The female cultivators who had not yet built their foundations, but whose cultivation was at the peak of qi refining, found Li Changsheng. Husband. It's urgent. Wu Shang has brought his men to fight over here. It's too late for more words. Quickly help us advance to Foundation establishment so that we can face the Tianyi sect. In these days, through chatting with the female cultivator of the Desperate Love Valley, Li Changxing also knew the basic situation of the Tianyi sect. Damn it, that Wu Shang's 5th level of Jeden cultivation, this Jeden Valley is by no means an opponent. Now that I'm on the brink of death with the Jaded Valley, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Wu Shang stood in front of the Desperate Valley God's gate with his men, followed by many disciples behind him. They were carrying dozens of boxes in their hands, not knowing what they were. Lu Qingdao looked at Wu Shang and spoke in a clear and cold manner. Sect Master Wu, I don't know what such an array of people are doing here in my Jiexia Valley? Wu Shang probed his head and looked around towards the Desperate Valley Mountain Gate. Seeing that he didn't see the alchemist's figure, he had no choice but to bow at Lu Qingmai. Lu Valley Master, that day my dog's son came here to commit many offenses. Today Wu Shang is here to make amends. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several disciples behind him carried the box over. After opening it, countless people let out gasps of surprise. One box each of spirit stones, herbs, magic treasures, and pills. What is this sect Master Wu up to? Lu Qingdao couldn't figure out this Wu Shang's purpose and directly refused. Sect Master Wu, if it's because of this matter, it's better to please go back. My Jaded Valley won't be aggressive with this small matter yet. When Wu Shang saw that Lu Qingdao had given an expulsion order and had not found Li Changxing's figure, he did not know whether to go or stay for a while. It was at this moment that several figures suddenly came overhead from the distance. They were surprisingly all female cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm, and by the looks of it, they should have just advanced not long ago. When Wu Shang saw this, his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. He looked around at the female cultivators of the Desperate Love Valley and was surprised to find that almost 80% of them had all successfully advanced to Foundation establishment. Is this the terror of a 6th grade pill refiner? Terrifying as hell. After coming to the Jaded Valley for only half a month, he actually made 80% of the Jaded Valley's disciples advance to the Foundation establishment realm. With such a terrifying rate of improvement, I'm afraid that within half a year, at least dozens of Jeden will be created. When Wu Shang saw this scene, he became even more determined to invite Li Changxing to his sect. No matter what, no matter how much it costs, even if this Dan Master makes the old man kneel down and apologize, the old man will do whatever he wants. As long as I can invite this Dan Master into my Tianyi sect, even for half a month, it will all be worth it. Having made up his mind, Wu Shang's face revealed respect as he once again bowed towards Lu Qingdao and spoke sincerely. Valley Master Lu, there is one more thing that I came here for this time. Mr. Wu would like to meet that 6th grade Dan Master. In order to make himself appear sincere, Wu Shang even took out the 10,000 years blood lingji that the Tianyi sect had treasured for many years. Lu Valley Master, I sincerely seek to see Master Li Dan. If Master Li Dan is still in the Jiexia Valley, please inform Lu Valley Master that this 10,000 years lingji will be gifted to Lu Valley Master. Lu Qingdao could see Wu Shang's sincerity and knew that but whenever a clan was looking for a Dan Master, it was an opportunity for the Dan Master to make a fortune. Lu Qingdao also didn't want to block Li Changxing's path to wealth, and said afterward, Master Dan Li is indeed still in my Jaded Valley. I can brief you, but whether or not Master Li Dan wants to see you, that's up to you. Wu Shang's face showed joy as he respectfully handed the hand lingji to Lu Qingdao. Then thank you, Lu Valley Master, and please accept this lingji. Lu Qingdao did not take it, but only instructed this underling. Go inform Dan Master Li, and say that Tianyi sect Master Wu Shang is seeking an audience. Seeing this, a female disciple directly ran to Li Changxing's residence. Husband, that day the gatekeeper of the first sect wants to see you. Will husband see you or not? Li Changxing's body jerked, thinking that Wu Shang was trying to find trouble for himself. No, I'm not that stupid. Husband, Wu Shang didn't come to raise an offense. He came to make amends. He brought a lot of heavenly treasures to make amends and apologize. Listening to the meaning of his words, he wants to ask husband to go to the Tianyi sect to refine pills. Going to the Tianyi sect to refine pills? Li Changxing revealed a thoughtful look. How many female cultivators are there in the Tianyi sect? The female disciple replied. The Tianyi sect has a total of 1,500 disciples, and there are about 700 to 800 female cultivators. Why is husband asking about this?
Li Shangsheng kuga legally.
Nothing, this amount then. You go tell that Wu Shang that I'll be there later. Li Chongxing then hastily ended the root bone enhancement, and after putting on his clothes, he headed towards the mountain gate. As soon as he showed up, Wu Shang greeted him respectfully. Master Dan Li is above, Mr. Wu is courteous. The canine son was offended many times that day and has come here today to make amends. Subsequently, nearly 20 boxes were opened behind him, filled with spirit stones, medicinal herbs. Wu Shang knew that Li Chongxing was a pill refiner, and his Tianyi sect's pills could not even enter his eyes. That's why the reparations only take spirit stones and high-quality herbs. Li Chongxing looked at the boxes of snacks and herbs and breathed slightly. Even though he was rich and powerful, he was slightly moved at this time. This Wu Shang is full of sincerity. In that case, I'll make the trip. With a wave of Li Chongxing's hand, a full 20 boxes of spirit stones and herbs were surprisingly collected by him. This operation made Wu Shang quite shocked. With this level of storage space, Dan Master Li is by no means an ordinary person. Maybe it's some ancient immortal sect alchemist who's come out to practice. Such a person, my little Tianyi sect must never provoke the slightest bit. Li Chongxing had received benefits from others, so he naturally had to fulfill their requests. He looked at Wu Shang and said, "Is it to make medicine?" Wu Shang respectfully bowed. Precisely, senior needs senior to refine a few furnaces of foundation establishment pills and boundary-breaking pills. In terms of remuneration, senior can rest assured that apart from dividing half of the pills to senior, he has also prepared a few heavenly treasures for senior. This remuneration and whatnot, Li Chongxing didn't care. He directly said, "Let's go. But old me is used to being served. Don't forget to prepare a few more maids for me." Wu Shang was overjoyed and bowed respectfully. "Senior, don't worry. Senior will prepare now." Li Chongxing nodded, waved his hand and summoned the 9-dragon chariot, took a step onto it, and passed away in the twinkling of an eye. Wu Shang looked at the mighty 9 giant dragons, and his heart had already set off huge waves. Dan Master Li can only be befriended, not messed with. Otherwise just 9 giant dragons would be enough to exterminate my Tianyi sect. Wu Shang then instructed with the disciple next to him. "Send word back to the gate quickly, and tell them to prepare 20 female cultivators with good roots and bones and cultivation at the peak of qi refining to take care of Master Li Dan's life and living for the next few days. This opportunity is very rare. Master Li Dan is a generous person. Perhaps he will reward them with a few foundation establishment pills once he is happy. Then the strength of my Tianyi sect will rise once again." Chapter 48. Need a few days rest. These days, Li Chongxing's longevity had also increased massively, by as much as 5,000 years. 5,000 years of harvesting yuaning cultivators do not even dare to hope. To know that he had only just built his foundation, if people knew that he had a lifespan of more than 5,000 years just for building his foundation, it would definitely scare people to death. On top of that, the number of his wives and concubines amounted to more than 1,000. It's a quantity that he can't even remember the name of. You don't need to memorize names anyway, as long as you can improve yourself. During this period, Li Chongxing's family reputation had also received an unprecedented boost and had now reached 1,000. He had also gained a lot of rewards through the increase in family reputation. In addition to the spirit stones and potion rewards, the size of his accompanying medicinal garden had also expanded by as much as 2 times. Nowadays, his portable medicinal garden was almost as big as Wulong City. His undying true spirit skill, because it could be cultivated through the Ini Neong skill, had now been raised to the level of undying skin as well. During that time he had tested it out, taking out his own stunning sword and viciously slashing a few times on his body. Sparks were coming out and the skin wasn't even broken. This defense was greatly increased and could almost withstand the full force of a cultivator at the 5th level of the foundation establishment realm. Ha 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 ha, with this layer of skin protecting me, old man's sense of security is greatly enhanced. Li Chongxing was extremely happy as he looked at his arm, which was slightly glowing with a golden aura. That was the very sign of a small success in undead skin. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the Tianyi sect. At this moment, the crowd of Tianyi sect held a grand welcoming ceremony in order to greet Li Chongxing. The 3 elders in front of them stood respectfully, and dozens of female cultivators beside them held up flowers, and a red carpet was spread on the ground. Immortal cranes chirped on both sides, and various spirit beasts prostrated themselves on the ground to express their respect. Li Chongqing flew to the ground and waved his hand to collect the 9-dragon chariot, his eyes unconsciously looking towards the 3 Jedan elders. I didn't expect the Tianyi sect to have such a stunningly beautiful Jedan cultivator. When the 3 elders saw Li Chongqing coming down, they all looked respectful and bowed their hands. Greetings, elder. The 3 of them looked grave, not daring to be the slightest bit slow. The 9-dragon carriage just now was too amazing, and the pressure emitted by the giant dragon made their hearts and minds tremble. That kind of pressure, they had only felt it on the peak Jedan ancestors in the sect. And such giant dragons, Li Chongqing had a full 9 of them. Right now, in their minds, they only thought that Li Chongqing was an amazing powerhouse who had hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, they would never dare to be so flamboyant and high-profile. After all, there were too many things like this for great powers to hide their cultivation and play in the world. Li Chongqing looked the 3 up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Jedan cultivation, not bad, not bad. Then the heart murmured, a good candidate to be a concubine. However, when this fell on their ears, it became a compliment from a senior to a junior. Many thanks for the compliment, senior. The late generation still needs to work harder. Li Chongqing nodded, then pulled out a handful of no-cost resident pills. All of you are beautiful in appearance. It would be a shame if you don't use the resident pill to retain this beauty. 1 for each person of this resident skin pill. No need to be polite. In a large sect like the Tianyi sect, it wasn't as if being an elder had never seen a resident pill before. However, the face residence pill in Li Chongqing's hand caused their hearts and minds to tremble. 3 golden stripes? A 3rd-grade face resurfacing elixir. Resident pills are usually 1st grade. There were alchemists with profound strength who could elevate the face residing pill to the 2nd-grade level. But the 3rd-grade face resurfacing pill, they had simply never seen or heard of it. At this moment, smelling the peculiar Dan fragrance emanating from it, the 3 elders ghostly reached over their hands. Thank you, senpai. Seeing that the elder had already taken it, those female disciples beside him also took the resident pill. Some people couldn't wait to take it directly, and that aura became noble with the naked eye. The blemishes on your face are also starting to disappear. A faint hint of scent even appeared on her body. Such a bizarre residual elixir is mind-blowing. After some small talk with the crowd, Li Chongqing's pro-people image was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was only at this time that Wu Shang arrived late. After all, they didn't have the 9 dragons chariot, so their speed was a bit slower. Wu Shang bowed respectfully towards Li Chongqing, then looked towards Wu Fan, who was hiding at the side, and rebuked in a cold voice. What are you hiding for? Why don't you hurry and come kowtow to senior and apologize? Although Wu Fan was a bit reluctant, he still rushed at Li Chongqing and said vaguely, sorry. Wu Shang thuds his shin into the meat of Wu Fan's ass. Kneel down. It's already a heavenly favor that Senior Li didn't take your life. It's amazing how ungrateful you are. This kick was extremely hard. Wu Fan screamed miserably and no longer dared to perfume. He hurriedly knelt down in front of Li Chongqing and kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. Elder, spare your life, ah. It is said that a tiger's venom does not eat its children. Elder, you can't watch this old man of mine beat me to death, ah. Wu Shang was infuriated by these words and raised his hand to give Wu Fan a headbutt. Li Chongqing shook his head slightly. All right, Sect Master Wu. Xiao Fan is still a child. A lesson will do. Seeing this, Wu Shang only stopped his hand movements and bowed slightly at Li Chongqing. Elder, it's getting late today. My senior has already prepared 20 attendants for you. So see if you have any more orders. With a wave of Wu Shang's hand, 20 female cultivators arrived in front of Li Chongqing with nervous faces. They have been informed that they are to take care of an amazing powerhouse. If they performed well, they would even be able to be given the last Foundation Establishment pill and have the chance to directly advance to Foundation Establishment. Now that he came in front of Li Chongqing, the nervousness in his heart was overflowing. Li Chongqing swept over it with a glance, and the prominence of the figure caught his eye. Sect Master Wu has a heart, and I am very satisfied. Don't worry about the pills, wait for the old man to recuperate for a few days. After recuperating, it will be refined for you at its best. After all, he used up too much of his mind in the Jedi Valley and needs to recover. With gratitude on his face, Wu Shang bowed in excitement. The latecomer understands. Senior's great favor. My Tianyi sect will never forget it. Chapter 49. I'm gonna try and find out. Entering the depths of the Tianyi sect, A wave of pure aura hit his face. Li Chongqing took a deep breath and couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being the #1 sect within 10,000 miles, the richness of this sect's aura is far from ordinary sects. It seemed that this must have been augmented by a large spirit gathering formation. When we have the chance, we'll have to set up a large spirit gathering array for our home, no matter what. Passing through the layers of buildings, Li Chongqing was led to a mountain hall with an even stronger spiritual aura. The hall was surrounded by valuable plants and trees, with a small medicinal garden in the center being the most conspicuous. The medicinal garden planted quite a lot of spirit herbs, and there were several plants that were over 10,000 years old. These spirit herbs might be considered precious in the eyes of others, but to Li Chongqing, they were no different from trash. When the maids saw Li Chongqing's calm face, they couldn't help but secretly say, "Worthy of being a senior, such determination is by no means comparable to any other person. Treating money like dirt and spirit herbs like nothing, this is a true high achiever. It would be nice to be instructed by him." Regarding the thoughts of these maids, Li Chongqing did not know. All he could feel was the eyes of these women looking at him, suddenly becoming respectful. Even his speech revealed a hint of flattery. One of the maids deliberately tugged at her chest and bent over in obeisance. "Elder, this is where you are staying these days. We live in the side room next to us, so senior can call us anytime if you need anything." This maid was understanding of men, and that hidden feeling was enough to drive men crazy. This little goblin, she's so abrasive. Li Chongqing licked his lips, his mouth heatedly smiling. "Can I call you guys anytime if I need anything? I don't know if special needs are allowed." Special needs. The female cultivator once again tugged at her collar, her face containing shyness and her voice like a mosquito. "Elder can fulfill elders. Everything. Needs." The woman who spoke had a pleasant voice, full of girlish freshness. A pair of big flickering eyes did not dare to look directly at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing looked the female cultivator up and down and nodded in satisfaction. "What's your name?" The female cultivator nodded slightly, becoming even more shy. "Late Lan Qingqing." "Lan Qingqing, good name. I see that you've been stuck at the peak of qi refining for many years. Have you thought about advancing to foundation building?" Li Chongqing stood with his hands behind his back, a light showing in his eyes. "If you want to advance, you can come to me at night." Lan Qingqing's face was agitated. She had indeed stayed in the qi refining realm for too many years. According to her qualifications, there was almost no hope of building a foundation. Originally, she was already prepared to stay in qi practice for life, but Li Chongqing's appearance made her start to look forward to it. With Master Dan Li's assistance, he will definitely be able to break through the foundation establishment. Lan Qingqing's face contained shyness and her voice was like a mosquito fly. "Senior, don't worry. After senior bathes and dresses, he will go forward to serve senior." Li Chongqing nodded, then walked towards his residence. After Li Chongqing left, the many female cultivators beside him cast contemptuous looks towards Lan Qingqing. "Qingqing, this Li Dan is purely an old immodest man who obviously wants to do something bad to us. You're so ignorant for volunteering." "Yes, although our cultivation level is low with hard work, there will always be a day when we break through to foundation establishment. Even if you break through by virtue of Master Li Dan, so what? With our qualifications, if we can't improve our roots, we'll stop here in this life." Qingqing is still too young to believe men's flowery words too easily. Alas, she learned after one loss. Men's mouths. Lying ghosts. There's no use saying anything anymore. Qingqing has already promised Dan Master Li. If we don't go at night, we'll definitely be chastised by the sect if Master Li Dan blames us. The crowd sighed and cast a complex look of sympathy, contempt plus envy towards Lan Qingqing. At night, Lan Qingqing arrived as promised. After a night, the room was filled with the fresh scent of heather. Lan Qingqing looked at Li Chongqing with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Husband, Qingqing's root bone has been upgraded to the blue middle grade, and her cultivation has also advanced to foundation establishment." It was at this moment that the door to the room was knocked on and a female cultivator's voice came out. "Senior, breakfast is ready." Li Chongqing waved his hand and instructed Lan Qingqing. "Stamina needs to be restored as well. Go open the door and bring the breakfast." Lan Qingqing nodded in agreement, put on her clothes and went to open the door. After opening the door, he took the morning meal in hand. The female cultivator who had sent the morning meal over was filled with incredulity as she looked at Lan Qingqing's foundation establishment cultivation. You've advanced to foundation establishment? Lan Qingqing nodded, her face filled with pride. She thought back to last night and how much these people looked down on her decision. The feeling of a raised eyebrow jumped to my face at the moment. Not only has my cultivation level been raised to foundation establishment, but my root bone has also been raised by 1 rank to the blue middle grade. Li Chongqing was still in the room after all, and this was not the time for small talk. After saying that, Lan Qingqing closed the door to the room. The empty female cultivator was left standing in place, her face full of shock. How can this be? Through her sense of Lan Qingqing, she could tell that Lan Qingqing wasn't lying. Can it be that Master Dan Li really gave her a root bone enhancing pill? She looked towards the room, a look of envy in her eyes, and some regret darkened her mind. I should have known that I should have come forward yesterday. It's so ungrateful to pass by such a rare opportunity. She let out a sigh and headed off into the distance. After she met the other female cultivators, she told everything she saw. It caused those female cultivators to gasp in shock. What? Raised to the foundation establishment realm in one night? Qingqing wouldn't be lying, would she? The female cultivator shook her head. I can feel her cultivation. She has indeed advanced to the foundation establishment realm. She then turned her words around and said again, there's one more thing you won't believe. What is it? Come on, don't sell it. I perceive that Lan Qingqing's root bone has been upgraded to mid-blue. It's impossible. It's extremely difficult to enhance the root bones unless rare heavenly materials are used to refine pills. Master Li Dan would never refine such a precious elixir for him. Never wrong. Lan Qingqing has already admitted it herself, and my senses corroborate it. When the crowd heard this, their expressions varied. Or shocked, or envious, or regretful, or thoughtful. After a long time, one female cultivator's face became serious. Sisters, this is a rare opportunity that may be hard to come across again in this lifetime. We can't miss it. No matter what the price we have to pay, we have to beg Dan Master Li to help us improve our root bones. Although the crowd knew this, they still had no bottom in their hearts. They were afraid that Li Chongqing would reject them. That female cultivator who spoke earlier saw this and her face became determined. Sisters, don't worry. I'm going to try and test the waters tonight. If we succeed, it will not be too late for the sisters to go again. The crowd saw this and threw her a look of gratitude. At the moment, she was a hero to all. The winds are rustling and the waters are cold. And once a strong man is gone, he hopes to return. Chapter 50. I'm a genius. After Jie Jiezi and Master Meng Jue took the heart-protecting pill, their cultivation returned to its peak. In gratitude, the two men came to the Murray house again. Murong Yunhai personally entertained, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly at the sight of the two. The two seniors can really hide well, peak Jeden seniors. Yunhai here is polite. Older brother Yunhai doesn't have to be like this. It's good that he's still treating us the same as before. If it weren't for Master Li Dan's heart-protecting pill, we wouldn't have been able to heal from our injuries. This time, I came here to thank Master Li Dan. I wonder if Master Li Dan is still here. In order to rescue my Murong family's captive clansmen, my master personally went to the Valley of Extinction and has yet to return. When Jie Jiezi heard this, his expression instantly turned cold. How dare the Jedi Valley make a move against Senior Li? Jedi Jiezi will never agree to this matter. Master Dream Relic also had an angry look on his face. Master Li Dan has shown great kindness to us. If Master Li Dan is in trouble, we will never stand idly by. Even if Sherdai steps in, she won't be able to stop me. The two of you are mistaken. With the strength of the Desperate Valley, you can't help the family master yet. His old man is probably enjoying his happiness in the Valley of Extinction. Murong Yunhai also saw Li Chongqing's character. Although he has extremely deep attainments in Dan Dao, it seems that women are his lifelong obsession, and he has to take down a female when he sees one. With so many women in the Desperate Love Valley, I'm sure that Master can't come back for a while. Seeing this, Jie Jiezi and Dream Legacy Master also came to a realization. I guess so. Elder Li's strength is mysterious and unpredictable. Wouldn't it be something that the Jaded Valley could shake? And it was at this moment that Murong Shui walked over. If the two seniors are here to look for husband, then they should go to the Tianyi sect. My late husband has just gotten word that he has been invited over by Tianyi sect's sect master Wusheng, saying that he wants to help them refine pills. Murong Yunhai revealed a look of interest when he heard this. If Master Teacher is going to the Tianyi sect to refine pills, I'm sure the grade of that pill won't be too low. I must go forward to observe, and perhaps learn a lot from it in order to improve my attainments in the Dan Dao. Seeing this, Jie and Dream Legacy Master took the opportunity to say, since that's the case, then it's good for us to pair up and go to the Tianyi sect. Do not delay, set out at once. The journey is long and I fear it will take a few days.
Tianyi sect, Li Shangsheng's residenza.
Ever since Li Changsheng came to Tianyi sect, he was served comfortably every day. The meals were all made from extremely rare spiritual medicines. The place where he lived was also the place with the most dense aura in the entire Tianyi sect. Another evening arrived, and Li Changsheng held a toothpick in his mouth with a look of anticipation. I wonder who will be here tonight. It was at this moment that the door to the room was slowly pushed open. A stunningly beautiful female cultivator walked in. Elder, tonight, the late generation will come to serve the bed. Sect Master Wu Shang was also very happy when he learned of the news that the female cultivators had advanced. Good. Master Li Dan is indeed a generous man. Every single one of his attendants has been promoted to the Foundation Establishment realm. Perhaps several furnaces of Foundation Establishment Dan have been refined. On the side, Wu Fan saw this, but revealed a hint of disdain. Father, what is this? It's just a few foundation building pills in the district. How many foundation pills can we make with what we've given him? He had come to the Tianyi sect for so many days and had been hiding in the back of the mountain, not coming out to refine pills until now. Are we just going to let him do that? When Wu Shang heard this, his face became displeased. You're a simpleton with no vision for strategic development. Could Master Li Dan's value not be measured by those few boxes of heavenly materials? Master Dan Li had helped so many disciples of the Jieshi Valley to ascend to the Foundation Establishment realm, and he had even helped 2 elders of the Jieshi Valley to ascend to the Jedan, so his mind was too consumed, and it was reasonable to rest for a few days. Whenever Master Li Dan wants to refine pills, he will naturally come out of his own accord, so we don't need to worry about it. Don't mention such words again in the future, and if you cause Master Li Dan to be displeased, don't blame me, as your father, for turning against you. Wu Fan cursed in his heart, but he could see that Wu Shang was really angry and didn't dare to say anything else about Li Changsheng. It was just a dark thought in his mind. This fellow Li Changsheng is insatiable, taking dozens of chests of heavenly treasures from my Tianyi sect. Yet he stays in the back of the mountain every day and doesn't come out. Humph, with me, Wu Fan, I will never let him take those heavenly treasures so easily. Something has to be done to make him spit some blood out. Thinking of this, Wu Fan's eyes rolled back in calculation. He opened his mouth in a false admission of wrongdoing. Father is right in his lesson, I was short-sighted. Master Li Dan has great attainments in the art of pills. Since those 20 female cultivators have already broken through to Foundation Establishment, why don't we replace them with another 20? Let's just say that they've gone on a shift change. After all, they've been serving Dan Master Li for so many days, they're also very tired. When Wu Shang heard this, he also felt that it made sense. In particular, it could quickly boost the strength of the Tianyi sect, which was right up his alley. A pleased smile appeared on Wu Shang's face, and he patted Wu Shang's shoulder with satisfaction. Fanner, you've finally grown up. This is what it looks like to advise the clan. Since this is your idea, I'll leave this matter in your hands. But remember one thing, make sure to find female cultivators at the peak of Qi refining to serve Master Li Dan. That way my Tianyi sect's strength can be increased as much as possible. Wu Shang nodded, then revealed a treacherous smile. Li Changsheng, let's see how many foundation building pills you have to consume. This time I have to squeeze you dry, jie. Wu Fan got Wu Shang's permission and started to go and open up without stopping. Along the way he could not hide the excitement in his heart, and he was extremely impressed with himself.
I am a engineer genius.
Who else but me could have come up with this idea? Humph. Li Changsheng, if you want to take away my Tianyi sect's things that easily, no way. He hummed a little tune along the way, remembering the little sister he had long had his eye on. Although this Li Changsheng is detestable, the foundation building pill is really good. Such a good thing had to be thought of little sister. Little sister happens to be at the peak Qi practicing realm as well. If I help her with this favor, once she advances to Foundation Establishment, she will definitely be very grateful to me. They may even be moved to throw themselves at the mercy of the world. Senior sister's devilish body and stunningly beautiful face. It's exciting just thinking about it. The more Wu Fan thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but praise himself again.
I am a engineer genius.
Such a scheme to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Apart from Crouching Dragon Phoenix, Only I, Wu Fan, can come up with it. Shortly afterward, he arrived at his little sister's residence. He looked at the recognized #1 beauty of the first sect that day and began to think freely of the image of his junior sister being so grateful to him that she gave her body to him. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and pushed his way in. Senior sister Chang Qian, there's a heavenly good thing that's landed on your head. Chang Qian turned her head slightly, an air of temperament, out of the silt, Monda League and not demon. The pale skin didn't have a single pore. Chang Qian frowned slightly, seemingly not favorably disposed towards Wu Fan. Senior brother Wu? It's not another trick, is it? Wu Fan hemmed and hawed. What are you talking about, senior sister Chang Qian? This time is really a heavenly good. Master Li Dan's side of the maid is going to change shifts, so I think you're just right for the job. Speaking here, Wu Fan paused as if he wanted to see Chang Qian's surprised expression. But Chang Qian didn't show any surprise. Seeing this, Wu Fan continued, Senior sister Chang Qian, there is something you may have heard about. Those fellow disciples who took care of Master Li Dan's life and living could all have advanced to Foundation establishment by now. That man, Li Dan Shi, is a loser and gives pills to anyone he meets. This time, if you go over there, senior sister, you will definitely be able to obtain enough Foundation establishment pills. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to break through to the Foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop. Isn't that a godsend? Regarding this matter, Chang Qian did hear about it, and had also envied those maids who followed Li Changxing around. Now that he saw this good thing fall on his head, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Senior brother Wu has a good heart. Senior sister has treated you badly in the past and is here to apologize to you. If she can successfully advance to Foundation establishment, senior sister will be grateful. As Wu Fan listened to the words heavy thanks, thoughts began to float in his mind. Since senior sister agrees, then hurry up and pack up and head to Master Li Dan's residence. I was the first one to come to you, and the others are still waiting for me to inform them. Seeing this, Chang Qian did not delay, and after packing up, she directly went to Li Changxing's residence. Chapter 51 Women are all pigs. It was another night of flowers and moonlight, and Li Changxing hooked up to listen to music. Looking at the full moon in the sky, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard Lan Qingqing say that they're going to be replaced down there, and I don't know when the new maids will arrive. Regarding the news that each of the maids around Li Changxing had successfully advanced to Foundation establishment, the entire Tianyi sect had heard about it. Especially those female cultivators. Each and every one of them were extremely looking forward to coming to serve Li Changxing. It was only the male disciples who protested, spitting privately. Why should only women go over there? I'm not convinced. That's right, we men can hold up half the sky too. I really don't understand, why do we have to let female cultivators go over there? Can't we? What can't we do in this shape? It's discriminatory and grossly patriarchal. Families who get it. At night, Li Changxing was lying on his bed when suddenly the door of his room was knocked. Come. The door creaked open. Then a woman dressed in white with a slender figure walked in. This person is none other than Chang Qian. Li Changxing also brightened up when he saw Chang Qian. You're the new maid? Chang Qian nodded and sneaked a look at Li Changxing. Exactly. Late Chang Qian. Greetings to Dan Master Li. If senior has anything to do, by all means command the late generation. Li Changxing nodded in satisfaction. Well. 10 days later, Wu Fan found Chang Qian with a smug look on his face. How's it going, little sister? I didn't lie to you, did I? Finished building the foundation so quickly. Chang Qian's figure emerged in her mind, and a shy blush appeared on her face as Li Changxing's figure appeared in her mind. When Wu Fan saw this, he directly became agitated and said in his heart, seeing this shy appearance of the youngest senior sister, it can't be that she wants to give her body to the others. Wu Fan wanted to get into the wrong place, but was suddenly doused with cold water by Chang Qian's words. Senior brother, I'm really sorry. Now that senior sister already has her heart in the right place. It's not right for you and I to be alone in the middle of a room. You'd better leave quickly. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Hearing this, Wu Fan directly froze in place. At this moment, he was struck by lightning and had an unbelievable look on his face. Husband? Senior sister. Where did you get a husband? Chang Qian was even more shy, and the smile on her face was extremely sweet. Don't you ask, husband will not be happy to see you and I alone in a room anyway. Chang Qian directly pushed Wu Fan and pushed him out of the room, then directly closed the door. Wu Fan stood still, his mind blank. He looked up to the sky and cried out in grief. Nu, nu, nu. Then there seemed to be some clarity. Husband? Humph, that's a really old excuse for rejecting someone. Thought you'd be grateful, or at the very least not as cold as before. Now it seems I was overthinking it. Chang Qian, you're an ungrateful woman. There are so many women in the world. How can I, Wu Fan, hang myself on one tree? Wu Fan snorted coldly and walked towards the distance. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. You're not the only one inside the old man's fish pond. He didn't have the slightest bit of sadness in his heart, but instead showed a touch of disdain. Really think your brother Wu Fan takes you seriously? Wu Fan's mind recalled the dozens of female cultivators that she had sent to Li Changxing. The heart began to grow expectant once again. Dozens of beautiful women, I don't believe I can't take one. I don't believe it. There are 50 or 60 of them, and not one of them has given his body to me? Wu Fan became excited once again and headed towards his next target. Shortly afterward, cursing, he walked out. Bah, ungrateful guy. The excuses are all the same. Do you really think I'll believe that? Grass, you can't look at me and I can't look at you. I'm going to the next one. Chutzpah. Just chutzpah. Shameless to the core. It must be these people who conspired to reject me. Shortly afterward, Wu Fan was once again blasted out. Unbelieving, he once again ran towards his next target. I don't believe it. The big Tianyi sect can't find a woman who knows how to repay her kindness? Thus, a full 60 female cultivators returned his visit, and he was rejected a full 60 times. And the reasons for refusal are all the same. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Wu Fan walked on the road with a lost soul and looked up to the sky.
No.
No, no. Woman. They're all big piggies. After cursing for most of the day, he finally calmed down. At this point, he also felt that something was not right. Why is it that every female cultivator who works as a maid comes back and says she has a husband? There's definitely something in the middle. Wu Fan's eyes rolled back in calculation. The matter is so confusing that it is difficult to recognize the cause. As the saying goes, how do you get a tiger's son if you don't enter the tiger's den? There's only one thing to do for today. Thinking of this, Wu Fan's face straightened. Little master, I disguise myself as a woman and spy on Li Changxing at night. I'd like to see what the reason for that is. Afterward, Wu Fan hurried back to his place and rummaged through the boxes. He was looking for the gifts that had been returned by the female practitioners. He remembered a couple of women's outfits in it. Shortly afterward, the dress was found, changed into it, and nodded repeatedly in front of the mirror. It's not bad with little master's posture. Even if he turns into a woman, it's still the caliber of 1,000,000 people. He then shaved clean and found rouge and powder to apply to his face, and the whole man looked properly like a woman. The only difference was that the chest appeared slightly thin. The matter is well settled, 2 apples will do. Wu Fan took out 2 apples and tucked them directly into his chest, nodding in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, that's enough to fake it. As the night drew on, Wu Fan appeared at Li Changxing's door. After knocking on the door, a voice came from the room. Come in. Chapter 52. You mustn't tell this secret. Perhaps it was a bit of a coincidence that he was the only one in Li Changxing's room today. Now that he saw a woman coming, he also instinctively turned on the fertility qualification probe. It's customary that the ugly ones can't be rejected outright. It is important to look at the fertility qualifications before making a decision. After all, fertility qualifications have nothing to do with beauty or ugliness. If the fertility qualification was high, as long as it wasn't ugly and couldn't be seen, he, Li Changxing, could bear it. In this regard, he was not picky about what he ate. Everything was about improving his strength. This no shame. It's just the difference between turning off the lights or not. This Wu Fan was, after all, a man dressed as a woman, although he looked largely like a woman. But there was not a trace of the soft beauty that a woman should have in her. His whole body looked bladdered and disjointed. At this moment, the system's beep sounded. Warning, target detection failed. Li Changxing stared at Wu Fan, his frown deepening. Could it be a lack of fertility credentials? Or infertility? Why did the system fail to detect it? The first time Li Changxing encountered this situation, he also felt very strange. He probed once more and still failed the test. System, did you get a bug? How come the tests keep failing? The system made a scornful sound. Fertility credentials are something that only women have. It's a bug if you probe men to find out. You're a real talent. Li Chongqing was also drilled into a dead end, only thinking that the person in front of him was a woman, and surprisingly did not think that he could also be a man. At this moment, Li Chongqing's heart was so shocked that he even began to feel a little fearful. Grandma, if I pull this man into bed, the old man's whole life will be ruined. Today I'd like to see who dares to pretend to be a woman in front of me. Li Chongqing's face did not change as he coldly looked at Wu Fan and asked, "What is the reason for coming to see the old man in the middle of the night?" Wu Fan stood in place at a loss for words, his legs a little weak because of his nervousness. But in order to verify his suspicions, he summoned up the courage to speak. Does Elder need Elder to serve his bed? When Li Chongqing heard this, he directly spat out a mouthful of old blood as his aura exploded. He was all righteous and stood with his arms folded, righteously chiding Wu Fan. Asshole, not learning at such a young age, to think of bribing Lao Fu in this way. Do you really think I only see women? Do you really think everyone is like you? Thinking about those lewd things every day. When Wu Fan heard this chiding, it was like a blow to the head, and his body was jolted. Immediately afterward, Li Chongqing came directly in front of Wu Fan, pointing at his nose and cursing. As a cultivator, one should be pure in the 6 roots and single-minded toward the Tao. How can you achieve the great Tao if you are so impatient? The old man was your age and never thought about any of this crap. Never once, not once. It's disgraceful that you are such a loose cannon as a woman. Humph. Leave quickly or don't blame the old man for flipping out. The voice was deafening and wordy. Wu Fan was like an enlightenment, and his eyes started to become guilty when he looked at Li Chongqing. I really didn't expect that Dan Master Li would be so upright and righteous. It's me, Wu Fan, who has measured the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Wu Fan was groundless, and after apologizing, he was about to leave. But it was at this moment that Li Chongqing called out to him. Wait a minute. I see your figure. You don't look like a woman? Who the hell are you? How did you blend into the Tianyi sect? What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Pretending to be alert, Li Chongqing used his super dragon claw hands unexpectedly towards Wu Fan, pulling him in front of him with one hand. Another exclamation of surprise followed. Wu Fan? Surprisingly, it's you. Li Chongqing threw him out with one hand, then took several steps backwards. Wu Fan, what exactly do you want? I'm telling you, old man, I don't have that particular fetish. When Wu Fan saw that he was recognized, a look of embarrassment and anxiety appeared on his face. Dan Master Li, lower your voice and listen to me explain. It's not what you think. Li Chongqing opened the window and made a gesture to call out. Wu Fan, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I, Li Chongqing, have lived my whole life, and it's the first time I've ever seen a dragon young lover with my own eyes. You came to Lao Fu's room in the middle of the night and dressed like this. This is a great insult to Lao Fu. Since you're capable of such things, then I don't have to be polite to you. Li Chongqing cupped his hands into the shape of a trumpet and looked about to shout. Wu Fan secretly said that it was not good. He knew that if this matter was revealed, he would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life, and even his father would be able to punish him with the family law. In the heat of the moment, Wu Fan directly knelt down. Senior, you mustn't publicize it. If you reveal this matter, I won't be able to lift my head up in this life. As long as Elder helps Elder keep this secret, Elder is willing to tell Elder another secret. Seeing this, Li Chongqing also stopped his hands and asked with some curiosity. Oh? What secret? Tell me. Wu Fan was also ruthless. Today's situation was about his dignity as a man. If this Li Chongqing stabbed the secret out, from now on, Wu Fan would become a laughing stock in the world's population. Thinking of this, his face became determined. Elder, my Tianyi sect has a secret room. My father sneaks around every time he goes for fear that others will know, but it hasn't escaped my eyes. Saying that, Wu Fan sneaked a look at Li Chongqing and realized that he showed an interested expression, and was relieved. Senior, as long as you spare me this time, I will take Senior to the secret room to find out what's going on. Although I don't know what's inside, I can guess from my father's level of caution that there must be some kind of amazing treasure inside. Li Chongqing looked at Wu Fan's eyes for a long time, as if he wanted to see something in Wu Fan's eyes. When Wu Fan saw this, surprisingly, his heart fluttered as he covered his body and backed up. Elder, You did say that you don't have that particular fetish. Li Chongqing was filled with black lines. What do you boys think of the old man? Slightly pondering, Li Chongqing secretly said in his heart. The secret room of the Tianyi sect. I think there will be a big secret inside. Why don't we go and have a look? Thinking of this, Li Chongqing opened his mouth. In that case, then I will accompany you on your journey. But in advance, this is the secret room you're going to. The old man is just accompanying you. In case someone finds out, you can't put it on old man's head. Wu Fan's face was joyful, and he patted his chest repeatedly to ensure. Senior, don't worry. Senior knows what to do. Li Chongqing then nodded and got up to head out. In that case, while the moon is dark and the wind is high, let's go explore that secret room. Wu Fan's face was full of smiles, and he hurriedly went forward to lead the way. This way, Senior. Shortly afterward, the two came to a wigwam. Along the way, although they had also encountered patrolling disciples, one of them was the young sect master and the other was the guest of honor invited by Wu Sheng, and they were let through without any questioning. Wu Fan looked around, and when he saw that no one was there, he placed his hand on the bump of the wigwam, and then with a firm squeeze, a hidden stone door slowly opened. Senior, please. Wu Fan bent down respectfully and invited Li Chongqing in. Li Chongqing didn't push back and directly took a step in. Chapter 53. I've got my eye on you. The chamber was deep and dark, and you couldn't see out of the corner of your hand as soon as you entered. As the two walked, lights began to burn on their own on both sides of the tunnel. Through the swaying light, Li Chongqing looked forward. Only a road ahead came to an end, and at the end of it was a red, ancient gate. The two of them arrived at the door, and Wu Fan was a little excited inside. Elder, I think that secret is behind this gate. Li Chongqing sniffed and reached out to push toward the gate. The gate was unlocked and easily pushed open. The two men entered to take a look, and their eyes glazed over. Only in the middle of the room, a woman was lying on top of a stone bed, and her appearance was as handsome as a heavenly fairy. Li Chongqing sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but walk forward. He stared at the woman's face dead on, and a hot sensation in his body caused his mouth to dry up a bit. The woman was not dead, and it was clear from her heaving up and down chest that she should have fallen into a deep sleep. Li Chongqing licked his lips and said in his heart, it's such a waste to have such a stunning beauty lying here. It would be great if she could become my concubine. Thinking of this, he began to check out the woman's fertility qualifications. Only on the woman's body, an intense purple glow suddenly emerged. Li Chongqing's eyes shrunk slightly, and his heart was shocked. Surprisingly, it's purple extreme fertility qualification. This is the strongest qualification I've seen so far. It was at this moment that Wu Fan behind him suddenly fell to his knees, shouting under his breath, Old ancestor, disciple has no intention of offending. Please atone. Elder ancestor?
Li Chongqing frowned.
She's the oldest ancestor of your Tianyi sect? Wu Fan nodded and explained. I have seen it on the portrait. She is none other than my heavenly clan's old ancestor, Xueling Yun. In order to figure out what had happened, Li Chongqing opened his mouth and asked, what's going on with your old man? Injury? Illness? Or fallen into a deep sleep? Wu Fan had always only known how to eat, drink, and have fun, and didn't know much about the affairs of the sect. I don't know, but I heard my father say that our old ancestor seems to be reaching the end of his lifespan. He had to fall into a deep sleep in order to sit down later. The only time my father would wake up old ancestor was when the clan was in danger. Li Chongqing nodded slightly, then asked, there are so many ways that a lack of longevity can be solved. Taking longevity pills and raising your cultivation, why don't you guys try it? Wu Fan let out a sigh. It's not for lack of trying, it's just that the longevity pill is not unlimited. Old ancestor had already taken a lot of 6th grade longevity pills. Nowadays, the 6th grade longevity pill was no longer useful to the old ancestor. If you want it to be effective, you can only take pills of a higher grade. But where is a 7th grade elixir so easy to obtain? It was at this moment that a voice suddenly sounded behind the two. Nice! Li Chongqing's body trembled and he turned around violently, but he saw that the person coming was none other than Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng arrived, and surprisingly, he didn't realize it. Now that he was caught in the act, Li Chongqing's face was a bit embarrassed. Sect Master Wu, this? Wu Sheng waved his hand and sighed slightly. Senior doesn't need to explain. I know that Senior has no ill intentions. I suppose coming here is also because my indomitable son wants to see what's in the secret room. Wu Shang looked at Wu Fan and looked at Wu Fan, who lowered his head. Father, I also didn't expect this to be the place where the old ancestor slept. If I had known, we wouldn't have come. Wu Shang ignored Wu Fan and looked at Li Changsheng. Senior, these days thanks to Senior, my Tianyi sect has produced so many more foundation establishment cultivators. Here, Senior, thanks a lot. Hearing this, Li Changsheng looked away, coughing dryly a few times somewhat sheepishly. Wu Shang then cupped his fists and bowed to Li Changsheng before looking at Xue Yun, who was not far away. Actually, this time I invited Senior over, firstly, to refine the boundary-breaking pill. Secondly, I want to let Senior see if our old ancestor is still saved. I was going to ask my seniors to come over and take a look at it some days later. Now that Senior has come over, why don't you take this opportunity to help our old ancestor check his health? A body check? Li Changsheng's heart and mind moved, and he thought a little too much. Do have to give her a body check.
Hehe.
He looked towards Xue Yun and walked towards her. Then he reached out and took her pulse, his brow unconsciously furrowing. Fellow Taoist Xue doesn't look like he's injured. Doesn't look like he's sick. It's more like he's being held back by a force that can't really allow his body to flow through. Most of the alchemists had some medical skills on their side, and naturally Li Changsheng knew some three-legged kung fu as well. Wu Shang had long understood this and spoke slowly. What Senior said is correct. The old ancestor is indeed not injured or ill. But old ancestor is a once-in-a-million-years, transmigrating difficult body. Li Changsheng frowned. This physique was unheard of and unseen by him. Seeing this, Wu Shang opened his mouth to explain. The transmigration difficulty body is made innately. This kind of physique might be considered a good thing if it was born in a great immortal cultivation clan with sufficient resources. But in a small place like ours, it can only be a disaster. This physique is somewhat special. When the cultivator reaches the peak of the Jedan, the difficulty of crossing the earth will begin to show the disadvantages. The rate of consumption of longevity exponential increase every year. Not only that, as long as the transmigration difficulty body remained, the cultivator would have no chance of advancing to Yuaning, and would remain at the peak of Jedan until his death. The only solution was to take the transitional pill. But the Ferrying Dan is an 8th grade elixir. Where can I obtain an elixir of this grade? The Dodo Dan can eliminate the Dodo difficulty body? Li Changsheng sniffed and spoke. Wu Shang nodded. Not bad. Once the transmigration difficulty body is eliminated, a little bit of cultivation will allow you to enter the next realm. In terms of battle power, it far surpassed cultivators of the same realm. It was just that, since the beginning of the Jedan, every time there was a realm breakthrough, then more transmigration Dan would be needed. That is to say, although this physique's battle power far exceeds that of cultivators of the same realm, the consumption of resources is also astronomical. Li Changsheng mused, then asked, in that case, why don't you guys defect to those big clans? With such a physique, I'm sure they will help you. Wu Shang shook his head. It's not that we haven't thought about it, but those big clans only allow one old ancestor to join. The rest of us from the Tianyi sect, they simply don't even want to look at them. The old ancestor knew deep down that once she left the Tianyi sect, its demise would only be a matter of time. For this reason, the old ancestor did not hesitate to use a secret method and fall into a deep sleep as a way to guard the Tianyi sect from extinction. When Li Changsheng heard this, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Xue Yun and unexpectedly felt some heartache. Looking still a little girl, but carrying such a heavy burden. Perhaps you need a shoulder to lean on, too. Don't worry. I can let you lean all you want. Li Changsheng turned back to Wu Shang and said, wake your old ancestor. I have something to say to her. Wu Shang's face showed surprise. Elder is going to refine the 7th grade longevity pill? Li Changsheng shook his head. Wrong, it's the Dodo Dan. When Wu Shang heard this, his heart and mind directly shook. Senior, can you really?
Li Changsheng nodded.
It's a bit of a hassle, but it's always possible. There's only one question now, and I need to ask it face to face when your oldest ancestor wakes up. Wu Shang was pleasantly surprised as he rushed towards Li Changsheng and bowed respectfully. Senior's great kindness, my heavenly monarch sect will never forget it, so I will wake up the old ancestor. Wu Shang pinched his hands together and a stream of light shot towards Xue Yun. Not long after, Xue Yun slowly awoke, revealing some bewilderment after opening her eyes. It was only when he then saw Wu Shang that a spiritual movement appeared in his eyes. Wu Shang. But the clan has encountered a crisis? Wu Shang excitedly bowed and told the cause and effect of the matter. Xue Lingyun looked at Li Changsheng and her eyes slightly narrowed. This person has such refined cultivation power. I didn't expect that he was also a pill refiner. Slightly shocked, he then curtsied slightly. Is it true that you can help me refine the transmigration pill? Li Changxing nodded and looked at Wu Fan and Wu Shang, then at Xue Lingyun. But before that, I still have some questions to ask fellow Taoist Xue. Xue Lingyun's beautiful eyes turned and waved her hand to Wu Shang. You guys go down first. Seeing this, Wu Shang took Wu Fan and retreated. Xue Lingyun then looked at Li Changsheng. Please speak up if you have something to say, fellow Taoist. Li Changsheng looked Xue Lingyun up and down and directly opened the door. Fellow Taoist Xue. Truth be told, the old man has his eye on you. Chapter 54. I'll think about it. When Xue Lingyun heard this, she directly froze in place. After the young secretary, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and her voice was much colder. Fellow Taoist Li, if you continue to be so frivolous, I'll be forced to send my guests away. Li Changsheng let out a sigh and looked at Xue Lingyun with affection. Fellow Taoist Xue, even though you are an elder of a clan, that maiden plot in your heart must still exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't have preferred to risk the accelerated depletion of your longevity to maintain this youthful appearance. As a pill refiner, Li Changsheng could tell at a glance that this Xue Lingyun's appearance was maintained by using the power of his cultivation. And the price is the accelerated depletion of longevity. Perhaps she had once taken the face-residing pills, but those 5 or 6 points of purity of the face-residing pills, almost half of the pill's poison existed, so it was not easy to maintain the same appearance for a lifetime. That level of resident pill would last for a couple decades at most before needing to be taken again. As for Xue Lingyun's perennial slumber, there was no time to take the face residence pill, and the only way to maintain it was through cultivation. When Xue Lingyun heard these words, her body was obviously shaken, but her face remained icy cold. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with Daoyu, does it? Li Changxing smiled faintly, and dozens of 10% pure resident pills appeared in his hands. If you don't mind, I have also refined a few resident pills, so please accept them. Xue Lingyun was a woman after all, and had also taken quite a few resident pills. However, none of the face resurfacing pills she had seen could compare to the one Li Changxing had taken out. Her eyes shook dramatically as she looked at the resident pill in Li Changxing's hand. 3rd grade, 10% pure resident pill?
Li Shangsheng Nudda.
Take it. This kind of elixir is only worthy of a beauty like Taoist Xue. After Xue Lingyun slightly stretched, she retracted again, as soon as she remembered that just now Li Changxing said that he had a crush on her. She always felt in her heart that this Li Changxing had ulterior motives. It's better for you to take it back. With my current physical condition, there's no hope for me to live, and taking the resident pill won't be of much use. Li Changxing smiled faintly and once again took out a handful of pills. What if we take the longevity pill? The longevity elixir is no longer useful to me. Xue Lingyun's eyes directly widened in the middle of her words. 7th grade longevity pill? Xue Lingyun looked at Li Changsheng and was astonished. Senior is actually a 7th grade pill refiner? As for how many grades of alchemist he was, Li Changsheng wasn't sure anyway. The current limit seemed to be refining up to the 7th grade. Perhaps it was the cultivation limitations. After breaking through the Jedan 8th, 9th, and perhaps 10th grade pills could be refined. Li Changsheng nodded. Fellow Taoist Xue, this 7th grade longevity pill, one can increase your lifespan by 50 years. There are 10 of them here. Even if you lose your longevity faster than others, it should be enough for you to live for another 100 years. Xue Lingyun finally had her heart moved, and she accepted the longevity pill with both hands, but her expression revealed an apology. Thank you for Master Li Dan's elixir, but what Master Li Dan said just now, it is really difficult for me to make a decision for a short time. You and I are meeting for the first time after all. Making such a request does make it a bit difficult for me. What's more, I'm a transmigration difficulty body, and without the transmigration pill, I would have left this world sooner or later. If you and I are together, we can't be together for long. Li Changsheng handed Xue Lingyun the face-residing pill in his other hand as well and slowly spoke. What if I help you refine the transmigration pill? When these words came out, Xue Lingyun was even more surprised. What? Aren't you a 7th grade alchemist? The transitional pill is an 8th grade pill. Li Changsheng smiled slightly and nodded. Not bad. But I have a way to refine an 8th grade elixir. It's just a bit more troublesome. Xue Lingyun's brain was blank at this time. This succession of shocks made her entire brain a little short-circuited. Since childhood, in Xue Lingyun's life, there had never been any man as straightforward as Li Chongqing. There had also never been a man as good as Li Chongqing. As a Jedan powerhouse, Xue Lingyun knew how much energy a 7th-grade alchemist had. If he could be with a 7th-grade pill refiner, not only would his future cultivation resources be solved, but he would also be able to gain the respect of countless powerful people. After all, the only way for those powerful people to take high-grade pills was to look for a high-grade alchemist. Pill refiners of the 6th grade and above could be encountered, but whenever they were encountered, they would be treated with courtesy. In this small place in the Dragon Kingdom, to be able to meet a 7th-grade pill refiner, and for this 7th-grade pill refiner to treat himself with such favor, this was definitely a heavenly good. Xue Lingyun was deer in the headlights at the moment and had already begun to hesitate a bit. Li Chongqing did not press forward step by step. If fellow Taoist Xue needs to consider it, feel free to do so. I can wait. Xue Lingyun let out a dry laugh and slightly bent her knees. Then thank you, Master Dan Li. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Li Chongqing was not in a hurry. Judging from Xue Lingyun's reaction, he should have already been moved. What he needed to do next was to deepen this heartbeat of Xue Lingyun. With that, Li Chongqing arched his hand and bowed. Since that's the case, then Taoist Xue will have a good night's rest, so I'll take my leave first. Xue Lingyun sent Li Chongqing out of the secret room and stood at the door for a long time without moving the slightest bit. She looked at the 7th-grade longevity pill in her hand and couldn't help but let out a gasp. I thought that it was already extremely difficult for a 3rd-grade elixir to reach 10% purity. I didn't expect that Dan Master Li would be able to raise even a 7th-grade elixir to 10% purity. With such profound Dan Dao attainments, this person's future achievements must be unlimited. After Li Chongqing returned to his residence, he informed the maid and said, "Rest early today, early tomorrow morning. Old me will start helping your sect master refine pills." When the female cultivators heard this, their hearts unexpectedly revealed a strong sense of reluctance. They knew that once the elixir was refined, that would be the time for Li Chongqing to leave. "Husband, what should we do if we want to see you later?" Li Chongqing smiled faintly and stroked the female cultivator's lower handle. "Since you have given me your bodies, you are my people. If you miss my old husband in the future, go to the Li family in Wulong City, and I, Li Chongqing, will marry you into my family." The women all reddened their eyes when they heard this promise. "With these words from my husband, we are content." After one night, Li Chongqing's cultivation had refined quite a bit. Li Chongqing bathed and changed his clothes and finished his breakfast. Afterward, surrounded by the ladies in waiting, he went to the middle of the square of the Tianyi sect. At this moment, many disciples had already waited here in order to see the pill refining experts refining pills. On top of that, Xue Lingyun also appeared here. She was dressed in a green-colored dress, revealing that perfect curve of her body. With a dusty aura, it was clear that she had taken the resident skin pill given to her by Li Chongqing. With that exuberant vitality in his body, he must have taken the longevity elixir along with it. Seeing Li Chongqing's arrival, Xue Lingyun got up and slightly bowed as her heartbeat continued to accelerate. Li Chongqing was calm and nodded his head slightly, then flew and landed on top of the high platform, waving his hand to offer up the Dan furnace. Wu Shang looked at the many disciples and spoke loudly. "Master Dan Li's refining of pills today is a blessing for my Tianyi sect. If you and the others study with an open mind, you might be able to become pill refiners as well." The faces of the disciples were pious, especially those female disciples who had been blessed by Li Chongqing. All of them had shy faces, and the scene of flipping clouds once again appeared in their minds. It was at this moment that the sound of a briefing rang out in the distance. "Sect Master, Murong Yunhai of the Murong family seeks an audience." Hearing this, Li Chongqing rushed at Wu Sheng. "Sect Master Wu, let him in, he's my disciple." The Murong family was famous for its pills, and Wu Shang had heard about it. But now that he learned that the Murong family's old ancestor was actually Li Chongqing's disciple, he was also shaken to the core. He hastened to say to his men, "Quickly invite fellow Taoist Murong in." Shortly afterward, Murong Yunhai appeared along with Dream Legacy Master and Jie Jiezi. The three of them made a respectful bow towards Li Chongqing before taking their seats. Xue Lingyun's eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly as she looked at Master Dream Legacy and Jie Jiezi. A peak Jedan powerhouse is so respectful to Li Chongqing. Is it possible that this Li Chongqing has a greater background? Thinking of this, Shui Lingyun's heart and soul trembled, and her heart pounded faster and faster. Why don't you take a gamble and say yes to him? Chapter 55 Shui Lingyun in the bag. With an idea in her heart, Shui Lingyun's eyes became different when she looked at Li Chongsheng. The looks are considered superior, and the Dan Dao attainments are rare. On top of that, there's this extremely mysterious background. The only regret is that the cultivation is a bit weak. It's just a matter of time, as long as I can eliminate the transmigration difficulty body. Breaking through to Yuaning is just around the corner. At that time, if I can tie the knot with him, with my protection, nothing should go wrong. At this moment, Li Chongsheng had already started refining the pills. He waved his hand and took out the herbs, then placed them into the Dan furnace extremely quickly. Shortly afterward, the fragrance of the Dan filled the entire room, and a look of intoxication appeared on everyone's face. Li Chongsheng gently padded towards the Dan furnace, and with another wave of his hand, the pills in the Dan furnace fell into his hands. There were a full 30 realm-breaking pills, and they were all 10% pure. Wu Shang had an excited look on his face and praised him repeatedly. Master Li Dan's Dan Dao attainments are astonishing. It's only been a short hour and he was able to refine so many pills. Li Chongsheng was used to hearing these praises and did not have much excitement in his heart. He directly handed the elixir to Wu Shang. The pills are for you? Are there any other pills that need to be refined? Wu Shang shook his head and received the elixir with an excited face. No more, no more. Dan Master Li, have a good rest. Li Chongsheng nodded, then looked at Shui Lingyun. Fellow Taoist Shui, how are you considering yesterday's question? Shui Lingyun showed a shy face and nodded slightly. I promise you, but if you want to do something, you need to do it after you have refined the transmigration Dan. It's just that the herbs needed for the transitional earth pill are too rare, and I haven't gotten them together in my hands yet. Li Chongsheng was overjoyed and agreed directly. You don't have to worry about the herbs. I have them. I'll refine the transdigitation Dan right now. He once again sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the accompanying medicinal garden, and after collecting the required herbs completely, he waved his hand and floated them all around. The endless aroma of spirit herbs poured out, causing the crowd to be incomparably alarmed. Such a fresh herb was never stored in a storage bag. Those cultivators who had seen a lot were able to recognize the reason for this at a glance. Shui Lingyun's face was slightly shocked as she secretly said in her heart, a carry-on cave and a carry-on cave that can grow spirit medicines. There are two types of accompanying caves. One just houses the body and has no other use beyond that. Although this kind of carry-on cave was also extremely valuable, there were not a few people who had it. The second is that it allows cultivators to cultivate in it, and even plant spiritual plants and raise spiritual beasts in it. This kind of carry-on cave can never be owned by anyone. However, all those who possessed it were either great powers with amazing cultivation or cultivators with extremely deep backgrounds. Jiejiezi and Dream Legacy Master also twitched their faces, even more shocked at Li Chongsheng's background. The terror of this person's background. I'm afraid it exceeds our imagination. Yes, even those sacred ground ancestors that you and I once met, not many of them have this kind of accompanying cave. Could it be that he's from a previous level of cultivation country? Soon after, Li Chongsheng began to refine the pills. He was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. It wasn't because the Dan Dao attainments were exciting, but because once he thought of Shui Lingyun's desirable body, his mind couldn't remain calm. His grandma. It's been a pain in the ass to endure this until now. After a long time again, Li Chongsheng suddenly changed his color and picked up the Dan furnace and threw it directly towards the sky. Then, a loud sound came out, and that Dan furnace unexpectedly exploded with a bang. Li Chongsheng sighed slightly. It seems that this Dan furnace isn't enough to withstand the refining of the Dodo Dan. Or maybe it was because I had too many distractions in my mind that caused the furnace to blow up. Seeing this, Murong Yunhai directly sent out his own Dan furnace. Master, please use the apprentice's Dan furnace, which is a 6th grade magic artifact and is sufficient to refine 8th grade pills. Li Chongsheng didn't excuse himself, and after receiving it, he started refining again. Only things didn't go as planned. This time the furnace didn't blow up, but the elixir failed to be refined. Murong Yunhai said in his heart, an 8th grade elixir. It seems that even Master Teacher can't manage to succeed in one go. Shui Lingyun also had some regrets. The difficulty of refining the transmigration pill. I didn't expect even Li Chongsheng to have such a hard time. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, frowned slightly in his heart. Could it be because the cultivation level is too low? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng decided to promote Jiedan. These past few days, my cultivation has just happened to be raised to the peak of foundation establishment, so let's try again after we advance to Jiedan. With a thought, Li Changsheng's cultivation broke through to the Jiedan realm with almost no hindrance. If an ordinary cultivator promoted to Jiedan, most of them needed several impacts to succeed. But Li Changsheng seemed as if it was as simple as eating and drinking. Jie and Dream Legacy Master, all of them revealed expressions of sudden realization at this moment. Master Dan Li really did hide his cultivation. Just now he should have raised his suppressed cultivation to the Jiedan realm. The two men looked at each other, all convinced. Xueling Yun, on the other hand, revealed a look of surprise. Jiedan? No fluctuation of promotion was detected. Could it be that the cultivation was hidden? Slightly pondering, Xueling Yun felt that the possibility was extremely high. I should have thought, how could a 7th grade pill refiner appear in a small dragon kingdom? Li Changsheng promoted to Jiedan and only felt that the crystal in his dantian suddenly began to shatter and then reorganize. In a short period of time, it was transformed into a bead floating in the dantian. The golden aura that was created by the Heavenly Tao Foundation building was now fused by the golden Dan, causing its color to become even darker. Ordinary Jindan cultivators, the Jindan was white. There were those with outstanding natural talent, while the Jindan was a dark golden color. On the other hand, Li Changsheng's Jindan was a bright gold-colored Jindan that emitted a blinding light. The divine aura on it was as if it was the heavenly Tao, and one couldn't help but be in awe. With the Jiedan cultivation, one should be able to attempt to refine an 8th grade elixir. Li Changsheng's face was straightened. Then he began refining. Not long afterward, the fragrance of the Dan filled the air, and a burst of thunder came from above the sky. Xueling Yun looked up and frowned slightly. Legend has it that when an 8th grade elixir is formed, a vision will appear in the sky. Could it be that it's going to succeed? Only Li Changsheng shouted, "Dansei!" The Dan furnace was then opened, and 5 of the earth-breaking Dan slowly flew up. Wu Shang's face showed surprise. It's done, old ancestor is saved. Xueling Yun was breathing heavily and her body was trembling slightly. Surprisingly, it's really been refined. My transmigration difficulty body can really be broken. She had been on edge every day because of this physique, and now she no longer had to worry about it. Li Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead and shook his head with some regret. It seems that refining 8th grade pills is still a bit difficult. Only 5 pills have been formed. It's too disappointing for me. But all in all, Spirit Yun's transmigration difficulty body can be considered lifted. Li Changsheng flew to Xueling Yun's side and handed her the elixir. The elixir has been refined. I think we should enter the cave tonight? The old man's heart has studied 2 sets of secretaries, and is in dire need of some good practice. Xueling Yun's face was shy, slightly nodding her head, and said in a bird-like manner, "All at the pleasure of my husband." Wu Shang listened to the conversation between the two and was a little unsure. "Ancestor, what are you guys?" Xueling Yun looked at Li Changsheng with some embarrassment and tugged at the corner of his coat. Seeing this, Li Changsheng explained, "The old man is going to marry your family's old ancestor, and will worship heaven and earth tonight. Go get ready and dress up the clan." Wu Shang stood frozen in place. Then his face revealed a look of ecstasy. "Great joy for old ancestor and Dan Master Li. Congratulations. We'll go dress up the clan." The talent for refining pills displayed by Li Changsheng, if he could really get involved with the Tianyi sect, then his Tianyi sect would be considered a step to heaven. Countless disciples let out cheers, celebrating the old ancestor's great joy. As for those female cultivators who had been spoiled by Li Changsheng, at this moment, each one of them revealed a sulky look, with jealousy in their eyes. In a short period of time, the entire clan was brand new, and everywhere was decorated with lights and colors. After all the processes were completed, Li Changsheng carried Xueling Yun towards the cave room. Another wonderful evening. Chapter 56. Attack on the Li Mansion. On the following day, Li Changsheng examined his attribute panel with joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The root bones have attained the purple color extreme, and the indestructible skin has reached the stage of great accomplishment. The cultivation level has even broken through to the first level of Jiedan, worthy of being a female cultivator with a purple extreme root bone. His love for Xueling Yun grew stronger. He asked softly as he took her into his arms, Yuner, what are your plans for the future? Will you return to Wulong City with me? Or will you continue to stay in Tianyi sect? A trace of confusion flashed in Shui Ling Yun's eyes as she hesitated to answer. Noticing her hesitation, Li Chongqing let out a light sigh. I know you have your heart set on the Tianyi sect. If you wish to stay, then stay. After all, this is where your roots are. Shui Ling Yun was grateful in her heart and leaned her head on Li Chongqing's chest. Thank you, husband, for your understanding. After all, I am an elder ancestor of the Tianyi sect. How can I abandon these juniors? After staying at the Tianyi sect for a few more days, Li Chongqing returned to the Murong family and stayed for a short period of time. I have been away for a long time, and I have a lot of good people at home who need to be accompanied, so it's time to go home. The many female cultivators of the Murong family had almost all become part of Li Chongqing's life. By common sense, they should return to Wulong City with him. However, if they left, the strength of the Murong family would definitely be greatly reduced. For the sake of the Murong family's reputation and status in the area, Li Chongqing decided to let them stay. This time, when he returned to Wulong City, he only brought Murong Shui with him. The two of them rode in the 9-dragon chariot and arrived at Wulong City in just 3 days. However, just as he entered the city gates, he noticed that the atmosphere was unusually grave. Li Chongqing, body shape a flash, has arrived in front of the Li house, only to see the door closed, and the past prosperous scene in stark contrast, everywhere through the unusual. Li Chongqing knocked on the doorway, and a cautious voice of inquiry came from inside. Who? Li Chongqing already had a premonition in his heart. Me, your master. Upon hearing Li Chongqing's voice, the subordinate's tone was clearly agitated, yet with a sobbing tone. Master, you're finally back. You don't know that the Li family has suffered a great hardship these days. The gate creaked open. Li Chongqing looked around at the shattered wigwam in the courtyard and knew that someone had come to provoke trouble. Humph! Which ungrateful one dares to come to my Li mansion to spread wildness? Li Chongqing's gaze was like ice as he looked at the next person. Where is Steward Du? He failed to subdue his opponent. The subordinate's face showed fear, as if he was still immersed in the horror of that day. Butler Du did his best to make his opponent retreat only a few steps. In the end, it was only when Lord Mother Song Yefe stepped in that the other party was willing to give up. Is anyone at home injured? Li Chongqing looked nervous. Can you find out where the other party came from? Before the underling could answer, a cough came from the distance. Ahem, master. They are a cultivation family from Tendu City. The vocalizer was Du Fengchun. Li Chongqing turned his head and looked, only to see Du Fengchun's emaciated description. His hands and feet were bandaged. Walking was difficult, and there was even a hideous scar across his face. Seeing this, Li Chongqing became furious. Old Du, who exactly are they, to have injured you to such an extent? Du Fengchun coughed again and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Master, do not be impulsive. Their family was so powerful that there were dozens of cultivators above the 8th level of qi practicing. The one who came to the door to provoke that day was even a cultivator at the 2nd level of foundation establishment. If it wasn't for Master and Mother Song Yefei's rescue, I'm afraid old Du's life would have been lost long ago. Li Chongqing took out several healing pills and handed them to Du Fengchun. First, take these pills and heal your injuries. Du Fengchun took the elixir and swallowed it straight away. Soon, the injuries eased and his face gradually reddened. Thanks to your lordship's medicine, my injuries are no longer serious. Du Fengchun gasped a little and thanked him. Li Chongqing waved his hand. There is no need for politeness between you and me. Tell me, just who came to my Li family to cause trouble? Du Fengchun recalled the scene of that day and his anger was overflowing. They're the Xie family from Tendu City. That day, passing through Wulong City, he saw many women come to the Li residence to apply for concubines. Perhaps because of jealousy, he even directly broke into the residence. They are clearly here to pick a fight. The subordinates failed to stop him, but they were beaten by him. Several people have died from serious injuries. Then I heard about it and intervened. The man was rude and unreasonable, and he struck without being told. I'm not as good as him, and I've been badly hurt. Luckily, it was only thanks to Master Mother Song Yefei's intervention that she was able to save my life. Li Chongqing's face became more and more gloomy. His hands clenched into fists and his bones creaked. He looked in the direction of Tiandu City, his voice as cold as ice. Tendu Xie family, this is your own death. He then looked around the room and asked, slightly puzzled. Where is Song Yifei? Why don't you see her? Du Fengchun sighed and took out a letterhead. Master Song Yifei seemed to have urgent matters to attend to, and left a letter before leaving in a hurry. Li Chongxing received the letterhead, read it face more and more sullen. Morong Shui asked eagerly, "Husband, what does the letter say?" Li Chongxing slowly said, Song Yifei received a summons from her family ordering her to return home to prepare for the consummation of her marriage to the Grand Prince. She has returned to the family on her own to avoid involving us. Morong Shui sniffed and was anxious. Husband, Sister Smoky Fei is from the Li family. She must never marry that great prince.
Li Shangsheng Nudda.
This is natural. It is good that Smoke Fei did not return straight to the clan. Should be hiding somewhere else. Even if you return to the Song family according to the date in the letter, there are still 2 months to go. Right now we have another important matter that needs to be dealt with urgently. Li Chongxing's gaze was like a torch as he gazed in the direction of Tiandu City, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. My Li family is growing stronger and stronger, and in the future it will inevitably attract covetousness, and there will be fewer people who will come to provoke. If you are bullied and remain silent, you will be seen as a soft touch. As the saying goes, if you throw 1 punch, you can avoid 100. This time is a perfect time, a chance to make an example out of someone. Li Chongxing has always believed in one guideline. If people don't offend me, I don't offend. If people offend me, I will kill. At this moment, his heart was determined to kill. He summoned the 9-dragon chariot with a wave of his hand and landed on it with a flash of his body. Shuer, why don't you look after the family? I'll be right there. Wulong City, Xie family. Xie Baoqing, the head of the Xie family, looked up at the sky, his heart vaguely disturbed. Could it be the matter of the Li family some days ago? No, it's been 7 days since that happened, and they haven't dared to make any move. It's definitely not their doing. Family Master, we've already probed clearly that Li Chongxing has just built his foundation and is by no means a match for you. Exactly, even if he dares to come to the door, the big deal is to teach him a lesson and then make him compensate tens of thousands of spirit stones. How can spirit stones alone be enough? I've heard that Li Chongxing's concubines are each more beautiful than the other. If I could take a few captives over, it would surely be pleasurable. Humph, even second-hand goods? What an insatiable greed. You haven't seen that Li Chongxing's concubines. They are by no means comparable to mortal women. Now that there are 3 foundation establishment cultivators in my Xie family alone, it's a good time to take this opportunity to wipe out his concubines. Yes, family head, that Li Chongxing has no other skills, but his eye for picking concubines is unique. Family Master need not worry, you must have overworked yourself recently by taking a few concubines. When we make another trip to the Li family, we will surely capture a few stunning beauties for you. Listening to the comforting words of his men, Xie Baoqing's mood calmed down a little. However, right at this moment, the entire Xie family compound was suddenly plunged into darkness, as if the sky was covered. Xie Baoqing's face suddenly changed as he looked up, only to see a giant dragon hovering and soaring above the 9 heavens. Behind the giant dragon, a dragon carriage was pulled, and above the dragon carriage a man sat, his gaze like blood, looking down. Xie Baoqing trembled and was shocked. Gather your men quickly. My Xie family is in fear of a great disaster. Chapter 57, Exterminating the Tiandu Xie family. Tiandu City was located in a prosperous location, and its location aura far exceeded that of Wulong City. Although it couldn't be compared to those immortal cultivation sects, it was still considered a good place to cultivate. As a result, many immortal cultivation families chose Tiandu City as their family home base. And among them, it was the Xie family that was the strongest. Only today, a 9-dragon carriage appeared in the sky above the Xie clan, which instantly caught the attention of the entire city. Hiss, the 9-dragon chariot. This person is so generous. Looking at its cultivation, it should be a strong person of the Jeden realm. Could it be an honored guest invited by the Xie family? The Xie family is worthy of being the #1 immortal cultivation family in Tiandu City. With such a backer, who would dare to mess with it? It looks like we'll have to make good relations with the Xie family in the future. And it was at this moment that Li Chongxing suddenly opened his mouth. What goes around comes around. Its voice contained the power of cultivation and instantly spread in all directions. Xie family, die today, murderer, Li Chongxing. The voice was icy cold, and even if one heard it from a long distance away, one could still feel the endless chill in it. Those who were envious of the Xie family just now, at this moment, each one of them had a shocked expression on their face. This, surprisingly, is here to trouble the Xie family. Ha 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 ha. It's really as good as I guessed. This Xie family has been too high profile lately, stirring up trouble all over the place, so I think they must have messed with a tough opponent. Serves you right, this Xie family bullying. Should have thought of today. Xie Baoqing's face changed drastically. Feeling the pressure from Li Changxing's body, his entire body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Wulong City Li House Li Changxing. Didn't you say that he only just built his foundation? Damn it, it's even a Jiedan, my Xie family is finished. Who is it? Who exactly was the person who went to the Li mansion that day to cause trouble? Not long after, Xie Baoqing's eldest son walked out. Although his face was fearful, it was not as exaggerated as Xie Baoqing's. Father, there are so many people in our Xie family, and he's only one. Xie Baoqing's eyes widened in anger and he slapped him in the face. He then ripped him by the collar and threw him into the middle of the yard. Elder, don't be angry. It was this person who offended Elder's family that day. The real culprit is right here. Please spare my Xie family. I'm willing to pay any price. Xie Baoqing's son had an incredulous look on his face. Dad? What are you talking about? How could you? Li Changxing put away the 9-dragon chariot and landed in the middle of the Xie family's compound with a gloomy face, looking down on these two people and said in a cold voice, "Admit your mistake now? Unfortunately, it's already too late." In the next moment, the stunning sword fell into his hand. His hand rose and fell. Xie Baoqing along with his son. Both heads fell to the ground. A generation of immortal cultivation families had their heads cut off without the slightest resistance. Who would have thought that the Xie family head, who had only a hand in Tiandu City, would be so unbeatable in the face of Li Changxing? Li Changxing carried his sword in his hand without the slightest fluctuation in his expression as he walked towards the Xie family's crowd. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Today, if you want to blame it, you should blame the Xie family for inviting someone who shouldn't have. Li Changxing's hand rose and fell, his entire body transforming into a killing god. The Xie mansion was reduced to hell on earth at this moment, and the sound of screams spread throughout the entire city. Countless people were so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. He was afraid that he would provoke Li Changxing and be found by him to kill him with a sword. In a short period of time, there was no one left alive in the large Xie family. An endless aura of blood permeated out from the Xie family, causing one's heart to tremble, and it took but 5 minutes to do it all. After Li Changxing finished, he flew away from this place in the 9-dragon chariot amidst the horrified eyes of the crowd. It wasn't until his figure disappeared into the sky that the people of Tiandu City finally breathed a sigh of relief. The other immortal cultivation clans in the city revealed shocked expressions. They smelled the faint odor of blood in the air, and a feeling of fear arose in their hearts. Is this the strength of a Jiedan? Even if it's as strong as the Xie family, it's nothing more than an ant. Has it ever become clear who this Jiedan senior is? Wulong City, Li Mansion, Li Changxing.
Li Shangsheng.
I've heard of him. Didn't he just advance to foundation establishment? There is a tactic called hiding one's cultivation. Do you really think that Senior Li is in the foundation establishment realm? When they heard this, everyone looked thoughtful. Then one man spoke up. Senior Li is usually easygoing and has never quarreled with anyone. This time, it must be the Xie Baoqing who has gone too far in his actions and has brought about the killing. Indeed, Elder Li is known as a good old man in Wulong City, and he also has a special fetish which is taking concubines. I've also heard about this matter. It's rumored that Senior Li is a comer when it comes to the matter of concubines. Come as you are? When the crowd heard this, they fell into deep thought. When Li Changxing returned home, Du Fengchun was still in the courtyard. He looked up toward the sky, his mind calculating. His lordship is bound to go through a bloody battle this time, and won't be able to return without 3 or 5 hours. But it was at this moment that Li Changxing landed in the courtyard. Du Fengchun's face became a bit strange after seeing Li Changxing's figure. Master, this is back? Li Changxing nodded. Back. Du Fengchun was even more strange. Didn't you say you were going to seek revenge on the Xie family? Li Changxing said. Yeah, it's been reported. And the Xie family has ceased to exist since then. Listening to these glib words, Du Fengchun's mind was dramatically shaken. Master, your cultivation has risen again? Li Chongsheng said indifferently. Not bad, Jed and Lair, not bad. You should also build your foundation, right? With that, Li Chongxing pulled out a handful of foundation building pills and handed them to Du Fengchun. Hurry up and build your foundation. That ancient tomb you mentioned should be visited as well. Du Fengchun received the foundation establishment pill with some excitement and old tears. Don't worry, master, with these foundation establishment pills, I will definitely be able to complete my foundation establishment within 7 days. Li Chongxing nodded, and after exchanging pleasantries for a while, he went to the depths of the compound. He's going to see those concubines of his. 2 days later, with Li Chongxing's help, Yang Yuhuan's root bone was upgraded to green lower grade. In terms of the cultivation world, with this kind of root bone quality, there should be no problem in raising one's cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. Li Chongxing then handed Yang Yuhuan a copy of the basic qi practicing technique. Mother, this is the qi practicing foundation. If you cultivate according to it, you will definitely be able to become a qi practicing cultivator. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask Shuer. After all, she cultivated earlier than you guys, so she should be able to point you in the right direction. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During this period of time, Li Chongxing had upgraded the root bones of all the concubines he named to the lower green grade. As for the rest, I'll slowly upgrade when I have time. Not only that, Li Chongxing realized that several more concubines were pregnant. Yang Yuhuan, Wang Yuyan, Wang Shuyan, Tang Yanru, Zhao Qing, those who can be named, are all pregnant again. Du Fengchun also lived up to expectations. The cultivation level was successfully raised to the foundation establishment realm. Your lordship, the old slave is ready. Du Fengchun bowed respectfully towards Li Chongxing. Li Chongxing nodded. Just waiting for you. It's about time we visited that ancient tomb. Chapter 58. Entering an ancient tomb, obtaining an exotic fire, lifespan halved. Du Fengchun stood on the 9-dragon chariot and looked towards the bottom, a touch of worry on his face. Master, that ancient tomb hasn't been here for a long time. It couldn't have been discovered, could it? Li Chongxing looked downwards, only to see several immortal cultivators constantly patrolling. Is the place where those cultivators are located the location of the ancient tomb? Du Fengchun nodded. That's it. The place they patrol is the very entrance to the ancient tomb. Li Chongxing was now a Jeden cultivator, no longer the refined qi he once was. He directly controlled the 9-dragon chariot to fall down. This vast noise immediately caught the attention of those few cultivators. What a powerful aura! Could this person be a former senior from one of the immortal sects? The crowd looked at Li Chongxing, their faces showing respect. Elder, this place has been looked at by my Linghua sect. The elders in the door will be here soon. Please also ask the senior. Before that cultivator could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Li Chongxing and flew out. Old me will only say it once, we discovered this ancient tomb first. Just had some delays and didn't show up. You guys just want it all for yourselves? Not even close. At this moment, the other few qi refining cultivators saw that they were outmatched and hurriedly flashed to the side. Look at it as a sign of weakness, but in fact, it is secretly sending a message of help to its fellow disciples. Li Chongxing didn't care in the slightest, and with Du Fengchun in tow, he swaggered into the entrance of the ancient tomb. Under Du Fengchun's leadership, the two quickly arrived in front of a burial chamber. In the past, Du Fengchun was not strong enough to open the tomb door. Now that it was not what it used to be, he gave a slight push and the tomb door slowly opened. Smoke and dust then rose from it, and with a wave of Li Chongxing's hand, the smoke and dust dissipated. A mere poisonous gas, and you presume to poison old me? The two of them went forward and backward, heading towards the depths. A gate reappeared ahead, and half a dozen searches could not find the mechanism to open it. Li Chongxing didn't have the patience to waste time here, and pulled out his surprising sword, cutting through the gate with a single stroke. The two of them stepped forward, and dark arrows suddenly shot out from all around them. These unusual organs couldn't help the two of them at all. Easily dodged and continued forward. After walking for not long, Li Chongxing suddenly stopped his footsteps. He frowned tightly and murmured somewhat strangely. The journey was too uneventful. It doesn't look like there's any danger, but I always feel a little hairy in my heart. When Li Chongxing saw that Du Fengchun didn't respond, he turned around to take a look. Where was Du Fengchun's figure? Damn it! I knew there was something weird about this ancient tomb. Li Chongqing took out several pills and sent all of them into his mouth in one go. Among them are antidote pills, illusion-breaking pills, refreshing pills, aphrodisiac pills. In short, all the pills that could protect him, he ate them all. Then he hurriedly ran his cultivation power to refine the medicinal power, and his eyes gradually became clear. He looked to the side, and at this moment, Du Fengchun fainted. After a quick inspection, there was a slight sigh of relief. It seems that I don't know when I was caught in an illusion, just take an illusion-breaking pill. Du Fengchun was given the elixir, and shortly afterward he woke up leisurely. Master, didn't we go out already? How come we're back again? Li Chongqing counted the things that happened when he was hit by the illusion, then walked forward again. With the assistance of the illusion-breaking pill, there is no need to worry about unusual illusions anymore. Up ahead should be the end of the chamber, and the owner of the tomb should be there. The two picked up their pace and shortly afterward arrived in the center of the chamber. There was a raised platform with a coffin on it. Various magic treasures, pills, and spirit stones were placed around the coffin. Li Chongqing waved his hand and took them all away, then walked over to the coffin. The most important thing should be in this coffin. With a slight force from his hand, the lid of the coffin was pushed open, revealing the owner of the tomb inside. The two men came up to take a look and were shocked. This, Du Fengchun said with some surprise. Is this man dead or alive? Li Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said, it should be dead, but not dead enough. Only to see that what was lying in the coffin at the moment was actually a female corpse in fancy dress. The entire body of the female corpse was wrapped in a mysterious golden light. That golden light was slightly distorted, like a golden flame. Perhaps it was because of the presence of the golden flame that the female corpse had not decayed so far. Li Chongqing looked at the stunningly beautiful face of the female corpse and couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. It was still very elastic, just like sleeping. And it was at this moment that the golden light beside the female corpse seemed to have grown eyes and directly drilled into Li Chongqing's body. Du Fengchun hastily stepped back and asked nervously, Master, what burrowed into you? Li Chongqing didn't know either, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, there was an extremely comfortable feeling coming from it. After sinking his mind and feeling it carefully, it suddenly dawned on him. Could it be because of the golden aura of Tendo Suji? At this moment, the golden aura emanating from the golden Dan at its dantian echoed with the golden flame, as if it was conversing. After a long time, the golden flame was completely absorbed by Li Chongqing. With a cold snort, he spread out his palms, and with a thought, the golden light sacred flame in his dantian began to be summoned into his palms. With a boom, the flames leapt up high, and Du Fengchun, who was on the side, retreated back and forth. The scorching of the flames forced him to retreat. Master, this flame is so hot. Quickly put it away. Li Chongqing was puzzled. He clearly didn't feel the temperature. But judging from Du Fengchun's reaction, he did receive an extremely strong burn. There's something interesting about this flame. Is it because it's fused with me? Li Chongqing released the flames again, then took out a divine weapon, and under the scorching flames, the divine weapon shattered inch by inch, surprisingly unbeatable. Li Chongqing's face was pleasantly surprised. Although this flying sword is only a second grade, but just sizzling it for a moment can cause it to be damaged. Could this flame be a legendary foreign fire? As a pill refiner, he also had some understanding of foreign flames, which were necessary for pill refiners to raise their level of pill refining. With the help of the foreign fire, it would not matter if the concocted pills were raised by 1 grade. Li Chongqing nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the flame in his hand. But it was at this moment that the female corpse in the coffin began to emit a rotting odor. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes and his face changed slightly. The foreign fire was taken by me, and that's what caused the female corpse to decay? Such a stunning beauty. It's too much to watch her turn into withered bones. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing released a trace of the power of the foreign fire, trying to re-wrap the female corpse. But right at this moment, the female corpse suddenly emitted an energy on its own, and then connected with Li Chongqing. In the dark, Li Chongqing felt as if something was missing in his body. His life force had, inexplicably, been reduced by half. Du Fengchun was alarmed and asked somewhat nervously, Master, what happened? Your body. Li Chongqing pondered slightly and checked his attribute panel in his mind. But he suddenly realized that his lifespan had suddenly decreased by half. Sharing my lifespan? This woman is really calculating. Luckily, Li Chongqing's longevity was large enough, or else just that one hit just now would have sucked him dry. Li Chongqing waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He then looked at the female corpse, and at this moment, the rotting aura on her body had disappeared. Even a hint of life began to appear within the female corpse's body. Li Chongqing snorted coldly and raised his hand to shoot out a stream of light, wanting to destroy the female corpse. However, he violently felt his body being attacked by a strong force and flew backwards. After landing, Li Chongqing spat out blood from his mouth and had a gloomy face. Longevity is shared. I didn't realize that even damage is shared. If I can't afford to mess with it, I can always hide from it. Li Chongqing turned around and was about to leave this place. But just after he surpassed 100 meters, a sudden weakness was felt in his body. Longevity is even more accelerated. Li Chongqing stopped in his tracks. Damn it! Had to let me take her, didn't I?
Chapter 59 Ling Hua Gate.
Li Chongqing tested it again several times, and each time after exceeding a certain distance, the longevity would accelerate. The farther the distance, the faster the longevity would pass. Li Chongqing had no choice but to return to the body of the female corpse once again, and only then did the rate of his longevity bleeding stop. You can't fight, you can't hide. Do you want to be a daughter-in-law for me? Li Chongqing was indignant. If you were alive, I could still take you. But you're a living dead man now. How can I take you in? You can't give me a son. What's the use of having you? Let you absorb my longevity? Li Chongqing stared at the female corpse's face, although it was very beautiful, and even among those concubines of his own there were very few of such caliber. But the point of absorbing his own longevity deterred him. Du Fengchun saw Li Chongqing looking at the female corpse out of focus and had a hint of speculation in his heart. I don't think his lordship would want sinning. It's a corpse. His lordship's tastes can't be that heavy, can they? In the next moment, amidst Du Fengchun's astonished gaze, Li Chongqing waved his hand and collected the female corpse into his personal medicinal garden. Du Fengchun's face twitched as his mind began to picture Li Chongqing's perverted behavior. His heart chilling. My goodness, I can't believe this is really going to happen. There's one thing to be said for it, and it's a bit of a sick trick that his lordship is playing. Without much explanation, Li Chongqing directly said coldly, "We should go. There's nothing of value left here." Du Fengchun respectfully followed behind, but in his heart, he was still spitting.
老爷果真是.
Perhaps a woman is the most valuable thing in his lordship's eyes. The two of them returned all the way back, unhindered after all. The previously encountered organs were all broken one by one. Soon after, the two appeared at the entrance of the ancient tomb, only now it was filled with people. The leader of them was a female cultivator with a cultivation level of the 5th level of foundation establishment, and was considered an expert in the surroundings of this Wulong city. When Du Fengchun saw this, he said in his heart, "AI, it looks like the master is going to take a concubine again." The corners of Li Chongqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked the female cultivator up and down, a hint of a strange look in his eyes. Now that old me's lifespan has been halved, this trip was a big loss. In order to make up for the longevity, it was also time to increase the longevity by taking in a wide range of Taoists. Since this female cultivator bumped into the muzzle of a gun without any eyes, it's just for me to take it. Li Chongqing was undaunted and walked towards those people. Before he could approach, he was stopped by a male disciple. "Your Excellency, this ancient tomb is something discovered by my Ling Hua sect. You guys got there first, so please leave the treasures in the tomb behind." Facing the male disciple's obstruction, Li Chongqing didn't even look at him, and with a slight wave of his hand, he was slapped out of the way. This maneuver took the crowd in the room by surprise. The female cultivator had even discerned Li Chongqing's Jeden cultivation level and hurriedly bowed. Senior has no intention of offending. This matter is the fault of my Ling Hua sect. Please be magnanimous and spare these juniors." Li Chongqing took a step towards the female cultivator with a somewhat strange expression on his face. "Spare these juniors? Does that mean you're not included?" That female cultivator was extremely embarrassed by Li Chongqing's measurements. Her face changed and changed. Her heart was both nervous and scared. As long as Senior can spare these disciples, Junior is willing to do anything. Li Chongqing smiled slightly and directly stated his purpose. "Do anything? In that case, then serve my old husband in bed tonight." "Ha!" The female cultivator was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected in any way that someone would make such a request in public. How shameless must this be to say such a thing? The female cultivator revealed a look of difficulty. Elder, I'm afraid that this matter. Li Chongqing snorted coldly, his Jeden cultivation on display. The crowd was all breathless from the pressure. I'm afraid of what? That female cultivator was only at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and the strongest old ancestor in the sect was only at the peak of foundation establishment. Where had she ever seen a Jeden powerhouse? Now looking at Li Chongqing's aura, he secretly said in his heart, the cultivation world is weak and strong, and women are even treated as playthings. If you don't have a strong backer, you don't know when you will be taken captive 100 times. I didn't expect this senior to be a Jeden powerhouse. In that case, it would be better to find a strong backer to marry, and you won't be so tired of living. Making up her mind, the woman's face became determined. Elder has misunderstood. Senior is just worried that he will be underprepared if he is rushed for time. Li Chongqing waved his big hand. This small matter need not worry. You only need to follow the old man to finish the marriages. My Wulong City Li family all ready. Subsequently, in the shocked expressions of those Linghua sect disciples, the elder of the sect, who had always been high and cold and not to be entered by anyone, was actually clamped under the armpits by Li Chongqing and flew towards the sky. The disciples watched Li Chongqing gradually disappear and then said, Elder Ji Qing was taken captive. We must tell the sect master immediately. Yes, Elder Ji risked his life for us. We must rescue it. Elder Ji's great kindness. Even if we lay down our lives, we must rescue Elder Ji. It's just a pity that Elder Ji Qing's chastity might not be preserved. Just now, I heard that old adulterer say that he's from the Li family of Wulong City. So we'll tell the sect master to head to Wulong City and crusade against the Li family. It's not too late. Let's quickly return to the sect, and perhaps we'll still be able to preserve Elder Ji Qing's chastity. With determined faces, a few people sacrificed their flying swords and flew towards the sect. Shortly after, several people returned to Linghua sect and directly shouted out, Lord Sect Master, it's not good. Elder Ji Qing was taken captive by the thieves. If the rescue is too late, I'm afraid Elder Ji Qing's chastity won't be preserved. The Linghua sect was a sect with a majority of female cultivators, as their gong methods were on the feminine side and were most suitable for women to cultivate. The sect master was also a female cultivator named Shinli Ayawa. Shinli Ayawa was at the peak of foundation establishment in all her cultivation, just a hair's breadth away from being able to advance to Jedan. However, he suffered from not having the assistance of the realm-breaking pill, and his qualifications were not too good, staying at the peak of foundation establishment for almost 100 years. Normally godly Ayaka and Ji Qing were on good terms, and Ji Qing had seen her distress before she tried every means to find the ancient tombs and secret realms. This time, it was for the purpose of exploring the ancient tomb and helping Shinli Ayawa find the method of promotion that he was taken captive by Li Chongqing. Kamisato Ayaka's heart trembled when she heard this news. Her eyes filled with anger and worry. Outrageous. Do you really think that my Linghua sect is easy to bully? She looked at the disciple who came back to report and asked, Where did that thief take Elder Ji captive? The disciple opened his mouth and said, That thief claimed to be from the Li family of Wulong City and claimed that he wanted to take Elder Ji Qing as his concubine. I think it must have brought Elder Ji to the Li family. When Kamisato Ayaka heard this, her face became furious to the extreme. She summoned everyone in the gate directly. Linghua sect disciples listened to the order. Elder Ji Qing has been taken captive by lecherous thieves and is at the Li family in Wulong City. All of you join me to bring Elder Ji back. Although Linghua sect was very small, its people were very united, and after being mobilized by Shinli Ayaka, they were all highly passionate. If you save Elder Ji, you will Elder Ji. A group of people, a full 100 of them, flew towards the Li family in Wulong City, flying with their swords. Wulong City, Li family with lights and colors. Li Chongqing, dressed in a large red gown, walked into the auditorium holding Ji Qing's jade hand. And it was at this moment that hundreds of silhouettes began to appear above the sky. They were all flying with their swords and standing in the air, and they were none other than the disciples of the Linghua sect. Kamisato Ayaka had understood all that as she looked at the festive costume with a roar. Shameless lecher, let go of my Linghua sect's Elder Ji Qing, or else even if we're not defeated, we'll die with you. Fishing nets. What fishing net? Li Chongqing froze slightly and flew to the courtyard. He looked at the dozens of silhouettes in the sky, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Especially after seeing Kamisato Ayaka, her eyes were glowing. Wouldn't it be a pity that such a stunning woman can't become my concubine? Thus, Li Changsheng smiled evilly and contained the power of his cultivation and shouted towards the sky. Since all of you are here, let's take advantage of this opportunity to marry old husband all together. Chapter 60 Annexation of Linghua Sect. Xinli Ayawa was angry and shocked, taking out her sword and about to attack Li Changsheng. Shameless lecher, what a delusion. I, Kamisato Ayaka, would die and jump from here, but I will not marry you. When the disciples saw that the sect master had made his move, they also directly drew their flying swords and followed closely behind. But right at this moment, all of Li Changsheng's concubines who possessed a cultivation level stood out. Yang Yuhuan, Tang Yenru, Zhao Qing, Wang Yuyan, Wang Shuyan bore the brunt of this with their qi-refining 5th level cultivation on display. Gu Man'er, Zhou Huimin, Wu Minfang, Zhang Qiuyan, Qin Muqing, and Pao Shuang were slightly weaker in cultivation, only at the 4th level of qi refining. Morong Shui also flew up, holding her sword tightly in her hand, her 8th level of foundation establishment cultivation on display. Du Fengchun smiled faintly and picked up his sword as well. His cultivation stirred, and at this moment, he was already at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. As an alchemist, Li Changsheng's refining of the cultivation dan never stopped. After all, with so many people at home, the consumption was huge. This was also the reason why the crowd's cultivation level had risen rapidly. Not only did these people stand out, but also Ji Qing, who was wearing a red cover, also stood out. Sect master, don't act rashly. Husband treats me like a relative. This matter is my willingness. I don't blame husband. Kamisato Ayaka looked at the scene in front of her, neither advancing nor retreating. Elder Ji Yu? Her mind went blank and she didn't know what to say. Li Changsheng smiled faintly and waved his hand as dozens of more cultivation pills appeared in his hand. I've always been honest and open, and I've never forced anyone to be my concubine. Today you guys came to my wedding to make a fuss. By rights, I should teach you a lesson. But today is the old man's wedding, and I don't want to see blood. Li Changsheng's voice carried a Jedan cultivation level, and that strong aura caused the hearts and minds of these Linghua sect disciples to shake dramatically. Hit a stick, the next is to give benefits. The only way to make others die to themselves is to do so, grace and mercy. Li Changsheng spread out his palm and with a wave of his hand, dozens of cultivation pills flew towards those female cultivators. This elixir is a cultivation elixir refined by the old man. If you agree to be the old man's concubine, then you can accept it and get the marriage done today. If you guys don't agree and take away the elixir, it's considered to be claiming the bride price of the old man's wedding, and today's fuss about the wedding will be written off. Where had those female disciples seen such an easygoing Jedan powerhouse like Li Changsheng? Each one of them had been moved to tears. This is a Jedan powerhouse. We made a mess of someone's wedding and were still able to treat us so well and even give us pills. This man is so charming. Think about it, you guys see the senior's concubine and the foundation establishment powerhouse. The foundation establishment powerhouse is willing to be someone's concubine. It's considered a high climb for us to marry a senior. There aren't many good men like this. Even though they are concubines, they seem to be pretty good. At the very least, they are pill refiners, so they won't worry about pills in the future. Heavens, look at this pill, you guys. It's actually a 5th grade cultivation pill. Doesn't this mean that this senior is at least a 5th grade alchemist? Not only that, this is a 5th grade cultivation elixir with a purity of 10%. And it's by no means something that an unusual alchemist would be able to concoct. 10% purity? It's unattainable. I'll voluntarily become Senior Li's concubine. I'd love to. This cry of surprise instantly caught the attention of the crowd, and as they looked at the 5 golden stripes on the elixir, their hearts set off huge waves. In their entire lives, the most powerful pill refiner they had ever seen was only a 4th grade pill refiner. 5th grade, let alone a pill refiner, they hadn't even seen a 5th grade pill a few times. Now that a 5th grade alchemist wanted to take himself as a concubine, where would they need to hesitate about such a good thing? It's like a billionaire suddenly saying to a beggar, marry me. That beggar will agree unless his brain is broken. Thus, in the next moment, the first female cultivator landed on the ground and rushed at Li Changsheng with a respectful bow. Husband is here. My concubine is courteous. Li Changsheng laughed out loud and looked the female cultivator up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. The peak chi refining realm can be promoted by simply taking the foundation establishment pill. As he spoke, Li Changsheng took out dozens of foundation building pills. Here, this is considered your bride price for marrying my old man, 15 foundation establishment pills, enough for you to advance to the foundation establishment realm. That female cultivator's face was excited, and after receiving the foundation establishment pill, she thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks, husband. In the future, my concubine will be at your disposal and will never complain. Li Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up and change your wedding clothes into them, and we'll have the wedding all together tonight. The female cultivator's face contained shyness as she nodded and was taken by the underlings to change her clothes. At this moment, the remaining female cultivators looked at that female cultivator's back and envy began to grow in their hearts. The next moment, another female cultivator landed on the ground. Husband is above. Slave girl also wants to be husband's concubine. Now that Li Chongqing's longevity has been greatly reduced, concubines come and go. Fine, this is 15 foundation establishment pills. Although you are not yet at the time of foundation establishment, there will always be a day when you will be useful. 2 people in a row were gifted with foundation establishment pills, and the remaining female cultivators couldn't stand it any longer, and surprisingly, they all fell to the ground. Husband, we are also willing to marry husband as concubines. Li Chongqing came to the rescue, and with a wave of his hand hundreds of foundation establishment pills flew into everyone's hands. Go down and change your wedding clothes, and have the marriage done all together tonight. In a short period of time, above the sky, surprisingly, only a few male cultivators and Shinli Iowa alone remained. Li Chongqing smiled faintly, having already settled on Shinli Iowa. Sect Master Shinli Iowa, I see that you are already at the peak of foundation establishment. Are you in dire need of a realm-breaking pill? The reason why Shinli Iowa hadn't made up her mind right now was because she was worried that Li Chongqing wouldn't be able to refine a 6th-grade elixir. Now that he heard this, he also looked shocked. You can refine the realm-breaking pill? Li Chongqing laughed, and with a wave of his hand several realm-breaking pills fell into his hands. A mere realm-breaking pill, old me can refine it in minutes. Kamisato Ayaka's heart shook dramatically, and her eyes were filled with longing. Senior, if you can give the realm-breaking pill to the slave girl is willing to be Senior's concubine. The corner of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up into an arc as he threw the realm-breaking pill to Shinli Iowa. In that case, hurry down and change. Everyone is waiting for you. Kamisato Ayaka had a shy face. After all, in front of so many disciples, it was still a bit embarrassing. Who would have ever thought that the relationship that was between a patriarch and a disciple in the last second would now turn directly into a sister? After landing, Kamisato Ayaka bent her knees slightly, as if she had something to say. Li Chongqing read her mind at a glance. Mother needn't worry. These male disciples can become my Li family's house guards in the future, serving as the family's defense. As for cultivation, there's no need to worry. As long as they meet the promotion conditions, they can come and receive the foundation establishment dan. The male disciples were all thrilled to hear this news. Thank you, Master. They even directly changed their words to call out to the Lord. It was also right, after all, after becoming the Li family's houseboy, that meant that it was 100% possible to build the foundation, and having a sweeter mouth was always beneficial. At this point, Ling Hua sect was completely annexed by Li Chongqing, and Li Chongqing will have a happy life without shame. Chapter 61. There's something about this gift. Half a month later, most of these new concubines were pregnant, including Kamisato Ayaka and Ji Qing. They are pregnant and it would be inconvenient for them to raise their roots again. So Li Chongqing set his sights on his new concubine. Concubines still aren't enough. It's time to take new concubines. In order to take a concubine, Li Chongqing made a rare appearance. Seeing this, Du Fengchun handed him a list of names. Master, this list is the list of concubines who came to the house for interviews during the time you were away. I've already helped his lordship sift through the numbers because there are so many. Those who are less than 5'7", weigh more than 100 pounds, and have a bust smaller than 36D are all persuaded to return. Li Chongqing received the thick pile of lists and patted Du Fengchun's shoulder with great satisfaction. The one who knows me is Lao Du. Good job. Take these cultivation pills and make tea. Du Fengchun's face was agitated as he said in his heart. His lordship is good at this. Originally I just wanted to curry favor, but I didn't expect to be rewarded with a cultivation dan. Since that's the case, I should think of a way to help his lordship take more concubines. Li Chongqing looked at the list in his hands and instructed Du Fengchun. Notify these people on the list now so they can start the second interview, and I'll be the gatekeeper myself, Master. Du Fengchun had a fawning look on his face and then began to arrange the matter. He was extremely efficient and people started coming in the afternoon. Li Chongqing did not show up, but hid in the shadows, and had the satisfaction that he would send a message to do Feng Chun for him to stay. It was just a pity that although there were many people who came to the second interview, either their fertility qualifications were not good, or their looks did not match Li Chongqing's aesthetic. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In 3 days, there were only a mere dozen people who met Li Chongqing's requirements. But other than that, Li Chongqing found another surprise. That is, the small cultivation family in the nearby Tiantu city had actually begun to have people contacting them to discuss the matter of concubinage. Are all the cultivation clans in Tendu City starting to think about old man? Li Chongqing secretly pondered in his heart. That's fine, as long as you can have a concubine. In Tiandu City, the 4 great immortal cultivation family patriarchs were gathered together, each with a grave expression on their faces. Have you heard of a recent incident? You mean about the Linghua sect? Not bad. The Linghua sect was incorporated by Li Chongqing, and all the female cultivators in the sect became his concubines. The male disciples all became the Li family's household servants. The reason why this situation has occurred is because that Li Chongqing is a 6th grade pill refiner. 6th grade alchemist, that's a rare existence. Any pill is enough to sell for a heavenly price. Not bad, on the surface he's only a 6th grade alchemist, but I've heard through the grapevine that his alchemy attainments are by no means as simple as 6th grade. Why? Is there any proof? Evidence? Have you guys ever seen an elixir with 10% purity of medicinal power? 10% purity? This kind of elixir should only exist in legends. But Li Chongqing is able to refine pills with a purity of 10%, and with this kind of strength, it's very likely that his pill refining strength has exceeded the 6th grade. Hiss, if that's really the case, if we hook up with Li Chongqing, won't we no longer need to beg grandparents for pills? The crowd's minds were shaken and they sucked in cool air. No wonder the Li family's strength is growing so rapidly. With the aid of such a profound pill refiner, everything is explained. In that case, this Li family can no longer be described as a family. He's even more powerful than many small immortal cultivation sects. A few nods followed. I've also heard that Li Chongqing has a fetish for taking women as concubines when he sees them. Nowadays, there were already a few small immortal cultivation clans that had contacted Li Chongqing. That Li Chongqing didn't even see the female cultivator's face before directly agreeing to the marriage. And this, 1,000 times true. Tomorrow is Li Chongqing's wedding. If you guys don't believe me, you can go and take a look in person. A few people had revealed Chun's sea colors, and in their hearts, they began to calculate how many female cultivators they still had at home. Even some of those who do not have young female offspring at home cannot help but start beating their chests. Heavens, earth. Who would have thought that a woman would change the fate of the family? Born, I'll go home and sound now, and make sure I have a daughter. The eyes of the other cultivators without female offspring lit up. Yes, hurry up and give birth, after a decade or two. Maybe we'll still be able to get on this express train of elderly. The next day, Li Chongqing's family held a big banquet to start a new round of concubinage. The patriarchs of the 4 major clans in Tiandu City had come in low-profile days, wanting to explore Li Chongqing's strengths and weaknesses. Their thoughts were simple, nothing more than wanting to see if Li Chongqing had the same strength as the legend. Only, as soon as he entered the gate of the Li mansion, he was stunned. Only to see that above every mortal's dining table, all of them had enough body-strengthening elixirs placed on them. Although it didn't have much effect on cultivators, for mortals, it was a divine medicine of great value. These pills alone were a considerable amount of money to start with, at least for the family heads of these immortal cultivation families, who would never be able to do such a thing. And the monks were even more exaggerated above the dinner table. Not only were there first-grade cultivation pills, but if one was lucky, one could also find foundation-building pills in them. As for whether or not you could get the foundation-building pill, it all depended on luck. Mixing foundation establishment dan with cultivation dan, such a practice was something only Li Chongqing could do. The patriarchs of the 4 great clans sucked in a breath of cool air and transmitted their voices. This handiwork, just entertaining the mortals with meals that are even better than what I usually consume. This Li Chongqing's wealth and generosity really lives up to its name. Not only that, but didn't you notice the house guests? The lowest cultivation level of each of them is at the 8th level of chi practicing. This is the high-end fighting force in our family now. What's a house guest? I just saw Shinli Ayawa. I remember she was still at the peak of foundation establishment some time ago, but now she's actually at the 3rd level of Jiedan. It's only been a few days? to be promoted to Jedan in a short period of time, and to have raised her cultivation by 3 levels. How much medicine did this Li Changxing give her? So jealous. For the first time I feel sorry for my male body. Who would have thought it? If I could have a sex change, I'd go now. It's still good to be a woman, breaking the bottleneck comfortably, which is like us, exhausting cultivation is difficult to advance an inch. Don't think about something unrealistic. If we can become in-laws with Li Changxing, the benefits will definitely exceed our imagination. Thinking of this, a few people's eyes rolled, and each of them made their own calculations. Shortly afterward, the wedding began, with Li Changxing wearing a large red gown, followed by 24 concubines. At this time, those guests also offered their congratulatory gifts one after another. Among the 4 great immortal cultivation families, Su Wenwu, the head of the Su family, entangled himself for a while and directly shouted loudly. The Su family of Tiandu City, celebrating the marriage of family master Li, presenting a congratulatory gift, Su Mayor, the daughter of the Su family. Li Changxing was slightly stunned. This congratulatory gift to his own daughter was the first time he had met. The Tendu Su family? It's a cultivation family from Tendu City. Since it is a cultivation family, I think the Tianjin is also a cultivator. Li Changxing laughed and opened his mouth. So it's Patriarch Su, since you've asked, I can't refuse. This is a few cultivation pills and some foundation building pills. Consider it a bride price. Su Wenwu was full of excitement, and after the result, he thanked him again and again, and secretly said in his heart that he had bet right on the occasion. This Li Changxing really does come and go. Seeing this, the patriarchs of the other 3 great clans angrily scolded Su Wenwu for being an old six. Surprisingly, it's still like this? This Su Wenwu is so cocky. If Su Wenwu climbed into a relationship with Li Changxing, then they wouldn't want to mix in Tiandutching in the future. Seeing this, the other 3 also shouted. The Tianta City when family congratulates family master Li on his wedding, and we hereby present the One family's daughter, Wen Tingting. The Tianta City Zhuang family congratulates family master Li on his wedding, and we hereby present the Zhuang family's daughter, Zhuang Biyu. The Tendu City Han family congratulates family master Li on his wedding, and we hereby present the Han family's daughter, Han Sai. The 4 great families, surprisingly, offered their thousands of gold to Li Changxing one after another, an operation that really surprised the crowd. If I remember correctly, they are none other than the 4 major immortal cultivation families of Tiandu City. Not bad. Nowadays, the Li family's master is in Jedan cultivation, and many of the concubines in the family have begun to embark on the path of cultivation. Today's Li family, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a clan. Li Changxing laughed loudly and gave out dozens of pills with a wave of his hand. I, Li Changxing, accept the goodwill of the several patriarchs, and tomorrow I, Li Changxing, will personally go to Tiandu City to marry the patriarch's daughter. Chapter 62 Traceless Ghost Steps and Sacred Body Mother's Fetus. After one night, Li Changxing's cultivation level finally rose again, and the system's voice sounded one after another. Ding, congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has increased to the 3rd level of Jedan cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The Undying True Spirit technique has been upgraded to the peak of the Undying Skin. Ding, congratulations to the host. The root bone has been upgraded to red lower grade. Ding, congratulations to the host. The family reputation has reached 1500, and he has gained proficiency in refining weapons. Ding, congratulations to the host, unlocking the control authority of the 2nd dragon of the 9-dragon chariot. Red root bone. This is an extremely rare root bone. Even those disciples with red root bones among the large sects were all existences that were fought over. The moment he elevated to the red root bone, he felt a sense of relief in his body and his thoughts were clear. One could feel the cultivation becoming condensed between breaths. Not bad for the toughest red root bone. Although it's only a lower grade, even so, this kind of cultivation speed is not comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Worthy of being me, Li Changxing, ha 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 ha, comfortably elevated to such a degree. The control authority of the 2nd giant dragon is also unlocked. Now that I have 2 giant dragons to help me, I don't need to panic even if I encounter one whose cultivation is higher than mine. I have a feeling that the more unlockable a gargoyle has, the stronger the gargoyle is on its own. That would be a good explanation. I used to think that the giant dragon's strength was only at the peak of Jedan, but now it seems that it's because the strength hasn't been unlocked completely. Other than that, what surprised Li Changxing the most was that proficiency in refining weapons. Refining, that's one of the most useful auxiliary skills out there. With enough materials, one can build a magic treasure and enhance their battle power. Not bad, not bad. Li Chongqing also did not hesitate to learn the refining proficiency. System, learn smithing proficiency. Ding, congratulations host, refining proficiency learning is complete. The host has mastered the universe's strongest refining skills. Quickly start refining your own magic treasure divine weapons. At this moment, Li Chongqing only felt that there were countless refining knowledge pouring into his mind. He took out his own stunning sword in passing, wanting to test out just how good this refining proficiency was. Only a golden holy fire rose from his hand, sizzling the stunning sword coming from a crackling sound. He then took out a piece of heavenly mountain meteorite iron that had been collected for a long time from his storage space. As the amazing sword and the heavenly mountain meteorite iron fused, a voice suddenly came from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host, the first refining was successful. The quality of the amazing sword has been raised. The current grade is a 6th grade magic treasure. The surprising sword fell into his hands, and an intense power swept around his body. He slightly raised his hand and flung out a sword towards the sky. A shocking sword-on appeared, destroying everything and chopping away with endless momentum. Li Chongqing was shocked and excited inside. Such power, wherever that sword blade passes through, the gusts of wind it brings up can topple an ordinary chi practicing cultivator. With this amazing sword, walking in the Jianghu is more confident. The only thing that's missing right now is the refining materials like iron essence, gold essence, and the like. We have to find a way to get more of them. Li Chongqing hadn't forgotten about the congratulatory gifts sent by the 4 great families of Tiandu City yesterday. After he woke up, he took the 9-dragon chariot and headed to Tiandu City. He then went to the 4 major immortal cultivation families one by one, and after delivering a nice gift, he took the 4 great thousands of gold to Wulong City. Each of the 4,000 golds had an elegant temperament, and their cultivation level was at the peak of chi refining, and they looked at the 9-dragon carriage, and their hearts were overflowing with excitement. Li Chongqing was not stingy and took out several resident pills and foundation-building pills and distributed them to these concubines. Meet and greet, something for everyone. The 4 people's faces were delighted and they thanked them repeatedly. Thank you, husband. These 4 people were already at the peak of chi refining, and now with the foundation establishment pill, they quickly raised to the foundation establishment realm. At night, after finishing the marriage, Li Chongqing couldn't wait to enter the cave. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed and most of these concubines were pregnant. As for Li Chongqing, after these days of enhancement, coupled with taking cultivation pills without killing himself, his cultivation finally advanced to the 5th level of Jedan today. Although his cultivation level was a bit weak, he had the fixed cultivation pill, which was nothing to worry about. On top of that, he had acquired some feats. One of them was a purple grade technique called Traceless Ghost Steps. This feat was a stance-type feat that could increase one's speed when released. Incredibly bizarre, coming without a shadow and going without a trace, it is the best technique for hiding one's figure and assassination. The increase in strength had finally come to an end, and Li Chongqing remembered the female corpse he had acquired in the ancient tomb. These days it had been placed in the carry on Medicine Garden by itself and had not gone in to check it out. That female corpse was so bizarre that even Li Chongqing didn't want to mess with it easily. Now that his strength had risen to the 5th level of Jedan, he finally had the idea of checking something out. With a thought, his figure appeared in the carrying pill garden. At this moment, the female corpse was quietly lying in the wooden house next to the medicinal garden, her eyes tightly closed as if she was asleep. Maybe it shouldn't be called a female corpse anymore, because at the moment she had the breath of life in her body. Li Chongqing carefully approached, then carefully examined it, his eyes landing on the gully on the woman's chest. This woman is too bizarre, and seems to have utilized some sort of secret method to bind herself to me. My longevity is shared with her, and the damage seems to be shared as well. This gong method is so overbearing. The more Li Chongqing thought about it, the more angry he became and said coldly, I've never been the only one to take advantage. Where would I be taken advantage of by someone? Since you want something from me, be a good girl for me. Anyway, you're so stunning looking, it's not like I'm at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing began to probe the woman's fertility qualifications. As the system voice sounded, Li Chongqing suddenly stared wide-eyed. Ding, Holy Body Mother's fetus detected. Holy Body Mother's fetus inevitably can give birth to a natural-born Holy Body heir. Host must not miss it. The type of holy body is randomized. All depends on the host's luck. Warm reminder, in order for the sacred body mother's tire to be used to its fullest extent, please ask the host to pay more attention to heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can enhance the qualifications of the offspring, so that the efficacy of the sacred body mother's tire can be maximized. Li Chongqing stayed frozen for a moment, then let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. A stuffed horse is a blessing. What a godsend. Li Chongqing laughed out loud and walked towards the female corpse with a lecherous smile on his face. You've swallowed more than 2,000 years of my lifespan, so it's not too much to ask to give me a son, is it? Taking advantage of your illness. Now it seems like the heavens are trying to make me, Li Chongqing, rich. You have a weird identity and weird feats. Who knows what you'll be like when you wake up. Now plant the seed before you wake up. Li Chongqing reached out and probed his hand toward the woman's clothes. Chapter 63, The Resurrection of the Female Corpse. Li Chongqing licked his lips and reached out. Shortly afterward, there was a scream of misery, covering his crotch and trembling. This woman's defense is surprisingly strong. My Jeden 5th level cultivation couldn't even break through her defense. Pain deep in the bone. Li Chongqing hurriedly rested on his knees and restored his own injuries. At the same time, the mind began to reflect. This person's defense is no longer something I can imagine. I really don't know when I'll be able to take her in. Just as Li Chongqing was rambling, he suddenly felt a glaring look toward him. Li Chongqing's heart and mind trembled as he violently stepped backward. With a loud bang, a large pit had appeared where he had just stood. Li Chongqing looked towards the woman, who had already gotten dressed at the moment, and looked towards him with a gloomy face. Shameless lecher. A hint of nervousness and fear appeared on Li Chongqing's face as he was unable to sense the woman's cultivation. There was only one possibility for this to occur, and that was that the woman's cultivation level was far beyond Li Chongqing's. It's not even as simple as 1 or 2 major realms. He was about to open his mouth to explain, but suddenly he saw the woman fall straight down. Li Chongqing waited for a long time, shouted a few times, saw that the woman did not respond, and cautiously approached. A check revealed that the woman had once again fallen into a deep sleep. This woman should be restricted by certain rules, unable to awaken for a long period of time, and can only be awake for a few moments. Li Chongqing hesitated for a moment and began to try to wake up the woman. Bringing this woman around is a time bomb. Her cultivation far exceeds mine. I don't know when she will explode. Shortly after, the woman opened her eyes again, reached out and formed a claw, directly strangling Li Chongqing's throat. Who are you? Li Chongqing's face showed a look of horror. At this moment he felt an extremely strong killing chance. The intensity of that killing chance pressed him. But then, the strength in the woman's hands slowly became smaller, and then let go of Li Chongqing. She looked around, a blank look on her face. Who am I? Where is this? And who are you? Li Chongqing covered his neck and coughed in pain. Listening to the woman's words, which seemed to be a loss of memory, Li Chongqing's eyes rolled and he feigned anger. Who am I? I am your husband. If it wasn't for my husband me spending a great price to share half of my lifespan with you, you would have been a dead man by now. A suspicious look appeared on the woman's face, and her eyes began to flash as she looked at Li Chongqing. Within her eyes, an invisible thread connected her to Li Chongqing. A steady stream of energy was flowing into her body through the silk threads. The woman's face began to soften, but she was still skeptical. Are you really my husband? Seeing that the woman believed it, Li Chongqing once again pretended to be angry. If I were not your husband, would I have been kicked in the head by a donkey to share half of my lifespan with you? You're badly injured, and if it weren't for me, you'd be dead. I didn't expect you to strike out at your own husband just after you woke up. The woman rubbed her brow and frowned, feeling her body for a moment and speaking again in question. If you are really my husband, why am I still intact now? Li Chongqing's face showed sorrow and anger. You and I have just gotten married and you're in a coma. Do you want me to make a move on you while you're in a coma? The more Li Chongqing spoke, the more angry he became. Humph. A great man is born between heaven and earth. Old man would never do something like that to take advantage of someone's danger. I really didn't expect that you would still doubt me after I almost spent half of my life for you. You disappoint me too much. The woman looked at Li Chongqing's excited look and already believed most of it. She spoke somewhat apologetically. Fu, I'm sorry. I'm suffering from amnesia right now, and I really can't say those 2 words. By the way, what's my name? Can you tell me about my past? Where did Li Chongqing know this woman's name? He could only make one up haphazardly. Your name is Carved Haru. You fell into a coma shortly after you and I were married. And you said you'd help my husband have a big fat boy. Who would have thought that a coma would be a coma? Kakaru? Is that my name? The woman murmured, then looked at Li Chongqing slightly apologetically. Thank you for taking care of me. If I'm not mistaken, I was able to awaken because I absorbed your longevity. For every minute I awaken, your lifespan will decrease by 1 year. When Li Chongqing heard this, he hurriedly checked up on his longevity, and sure enough, a lot of it had already disappeared. Damn it. This is really a bottomless pit that swallows longevity, Kakaru said again. If there's nothing else, I'd better go on with my slumber. I can feel that slumber allows my body to slowly recover. But if you're in danger, maybe I can help you. I can see that your cultivation is a bit weak. Li Chongqing revealed an embarrassed look, then nodded. He couldn't wait for her to fall asleep quickly. It's fine for the time being. Your mother still needs to rest more than that. Seeing this, Kakaru nodded and then fell into a deep sleep, and Li Chongqing's ever-disappearing longevity also began to stop at this time. Phew, finally fooled around. This time bomb doesn't know when it will blow up. I must hurry up and raise my cultivation. Li Chongqing left the carrying medicine garden in a flash, and the first thing he did was to look for a concubine to enhance his longevity. After a few more days, the longevity was almost restored. Li Chongqing looked towards the sky, holding a letter in his hand. Yanfei, there's still a month to go before the wedding date set by the Dragon Kingdom's royal family, and now that you're already the old man's concubine, the old man will never just sit back and do nothing. Now that I'm at the 5th level of Jedan, I'm good enough to run amok in the Dragon Kingdom's Kyoto, so wait for me to go and fetch you back. He then gave an account of what was going on at home. With the lesson learned from the last attack by the Xie family, Li Chongqing had raised the cultivation level of all those concubines by a large margin in the past few days as well, with several completing their foundation building. Xinli Ayawa had already been promoted to Jedan, and with her around, the Li family was absolutely foolproof. The 9-dragon chariot was summoned, and Li Chongqing took a step into it as the giant dragon roared and swept towards the distance. A month later, in Kyoto City, the Song family. Song Yifei knelt on the ground with a stubborn face. Father, my daughter is already married and pregnant with her husband's flesh and blood, and now that her belly has begun to get bigger, could it be that the Grand Prince will marry a married woman? As the owner of the Kyushu auction house and Song Yifei's father, no one had ever dared to say a word against him in his life. But now Song Yifei dared to disobey his orders so much. Fair, the pregnancy you're carrying is only just over a month old. There's still a chance to get rid of it. My father will find the best doctor to come over. Song Yanfei was incredulous when she heard this. Father, this is your own grandson. How can you be so cruel? You want the God-condensing pill to help our Song family members advance their cultivation. But my husband can refine a 10% pure God-condensing pill. I've said it countless times. Why don't you believe me? Song Kangtian snorted coldly, a displeased look on his face. 10% purity? Do you really think your father doesn't know about pills? Looking at the world, pills being able to reach 80% purity was already enough to turn heads. You know that the royal alchemist, the 6th grade alchemist, Grandmaster Guha, only refines pills with a maximum purity of 80%. How dare you say that your husband can refine a 10% pure concentration pill? You're lying too much, aren't you? What is Guhi? His level of alchemy isn't even worthy of mentioning his husband's shoes. Song Yifei had an anxious look on her face. She only hated herself for not keeping a few more God-condensing pills. Father, now that my divine soul has successfully broken through to the night journey level, which was reached precisely with the aid of the God-condensing pill, is this not proof enough? Song Kangtian waved his sleeve. There's no point in talking more. Nowadays, I don't believe a single word that comes out of your mouth. Song Kangtian instructed the person next to him. Go and bring the best doctor in Kyoto City to abort the fetus. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll see who dares. Chapter 64, You are not worthy to take my pills. This voice appeared noiselessly, and Song Qingtian's peak Jedan cultivation didn't even notice it in the slightest. What kind of person? Hide your head and show your tail. Get the hell out of here. Li Chongqing stepped on the top of the dragon's head, and after a dragon roar, the dragon's head descended into the Song family compound. Amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, he flew straight up and jumped down. Song Yanfei cried tears of joy when she heard this voice, and she desperately ran towards the courtyard. But he was stopped by Song Qingtian. Is this the wild man you've been looking for out there? Today, old me will not only abort the bastard in your belly, but also exterminate this wild man. Song Yifei was completely disappointed in Song Qingtian at this moment. She looked away from Li Changsheng and shouted frantically, "Husband, run, you're no match for my father." Song Kungtian snorted coldly, his aura stirring up. If he dares to come, it won't be so easy for him to leave. Since you are so fond of the bastard in the womb, let the bastard's father go to the netherworld to be with him. Song Yifei thought that Li Changsheng's cultivation was still at the Foundation establishment realm, and her heart was incomparably anxious. She mourned helplessly and looked at Song Qingtian and knelt down directly. "Father, I promise to marry the Grand Prince. This child, I promise to abort. I only ask Father to spare my husband." Song Qingtian's heart softened when he saw Song Yanfei pleading so much. After all, she was his own daughter. "Hey, wouldn't you have done that earlier?" Song Kungtian then commanded his men. "Nullify that wild man's cultivation and drive him out of Kyoto. If you dare to come back, shoot to kill." Song Yifei was overwhelmed with grief, but she could only do so much. "Husband, run." Li Changsheng's face was extremely gloomy at the moment, as he looked at the Song family members that were continuously gathering around him and let out a cold cry. "You are from the Fear family. I didn't want to touch you." As he spoke, Li Changsheng waved his hand, and the stunning sword was held in his hand. Immediately afterward, a sword-on suddenly shot out, and dozens of Song family members' bodies exploded and died next to them. Li Changsheng took a step out and cracks appeared on the ground. His 5th-level Jeden cultivation was on display. His face was covered in blood and he was hideous. "But you have the audacity to bully my mother. You have succeeded in angering me." Li Changsheng's eyes became incomparably cold, and his voice was so icy cold that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Song Qingtian's eyes slightly narrowed, and although he felt a little surprised, he still did not place Li Changsheng in his eyes. 5th level of Jeden? He flew and landed in front of Li Changsheng. "Kid, I admit to underestimating you, but to dare to come to my Song family to spread your wildness with a mere 5th-level Jeden cultivation, you're too overconfident, aren't you?" Li Changsheng stood with his sword, the tip of the sword still remaining broken flesh and blood dripping down continuously. He raised his stunning sword and pointed it coldly at Song Qingtian. "You called me a wild man, and considering that you are Feier's father, I won't bother with you. But you're saying my son is a bastard, and you've touched my backside." Song Kungtian snorted. "Is the old man wrong? Without the old man's consent, you dared to marry Fei. This is a great insult to my Song family. Today, I'll let you understand that my Song family's Chenjin is not something a small-town casual cultivator like you can get your hands on." As he spoke, Song Qingtian's aura erupted and attacked towards Li Changsheng. Peak Jeden cultivation, extraordinary, brought up endless winds and slapped a palm at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was not afraid in the slightest. His eyes widened angrily. His body's pale yellow light flickered, and his immortal skin suddenly operated. The burning spirit technique was also quietly unfolded, and the consumption of spiritual energy in his body accelerated, followed by the traceless ghost steps. His entire body transformed into a ghostly shadow and suddenly disappeared from the spot. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived behind Song Kungtian. He used all his strength and slapped his palm at Song Qingtian. With the assistance of the burning spirit skill, the 5-fold combat power was enhanced with an astonishing aura. Song Qingtian reacted quickly and turned around in a hurry after noticing the abnormality. In his haste, he also swung out a palm. The two of them attacked together with their palms, and endless chi swept in all directions. Only a loud bang was heard as the ground tiles tumbled and the air began to reel back. The strong impact caused the surrounding Song family members to fly out backwards. Endless smoke and dust filled the air, and a huge deep pit appeared. The two were so wrapped in smoke and dust that onlookers couldn't see them clearly. Song Yanfei desperately rushed towards the two men, tears floating in the wind. She looked at the ruins in front of her and fell helplessly to her knees, screaming miserably, "Husband!" But just then, a voice came from Li Changsheng. "Fei, don't be afraid, I'm fine." The smoke dissipated, revealing Li Changsheng's upright figure. He stood in the air, looking down on the living beings, his eyes carrying endless indifference as he looked towards Song Qingtian. Song Qingtian, on the other hand, covered his chest and half-kneeled on the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. At this moment, his eyes were filled with scorn when he looked at Li Changsheng. Impossible, you're only at the 5th level of Jeden. Song Qingtian's internal breath was unstable, and when he didn't hold back, blood sprayed out, and his entire breath shriveled up quite a bit. Li Changsheng snorted with disdain on his face. The 5th level of Jeden is also enough to crush you guys. Li Changsheng's aura exploded as he looked at the surrounding Song family members and spoke in a cold voice. I'm here today for one thing only, to take Fei away. If there is any obstruction, even if you are of the Fair clan, you will not blame me for being merciless. Song Yanfei was moved to tears as she listened to the domineering words. Husband, Fair is able to meet husband, this life is enough. But the power of the Song family is not something you can imagine. You should hurry up and go. Maybe this is as far as you and I are destined to go. No matter who was in the way, Li Changsheng was fearless. But now Song Yifei had actually developed a desire to back out, which made him a little sad. Fei, how can I let you in here now that you're carrying my child? You've done enough for the Song family. When I was approached for medicine, I also married me because I could refine the concentration pill. This time I came over originally thinking that if I helped the Song family solve the problem of the God-condensing pill, you and I would be able to leave without any problems. But I didn't realize the old thing wanted to abort our child. Li Changsheng became more and more angry as he waved his hand and took out dozens of God-condensing pills, slamming them onto the ground. Since that's the case, then the God-condensing pill that old me refined, you inhuman fellows don't deserve to eat it. As he spoke, Li Changsheng swung out his sword. As the sword flared, dozens of 5th grade 10% purity God-condensing pills on the ground shattered with a loud bang. Countless Song family members' faces were shocked, especially Song Qingtian, whose entire body was frozen on the spot. He had seen countless condensation pills and was extremely familiar with the fragrance of the condensation pill. From the moment Li Changsheng took out the God-condensing pill, it was clear to him that it was bound to be the God-condensing pill. And it's a very high-purity condensation pill. When Fang damaged the God-condensing Dan, there was still a fine flurry of debris. Just in time, a crumb landed next to Song Kungtian. He waved his hand and inhaled it, putting it on the tip of his nose and sniffing it, and then he was shaken. This is actually really a God-condensing pill, and the purity is at least 80%, only higher. Song Qingtian looked violently at Li Changsheng, then at Song Yanfei, his expression becoming extremely complicated. The rest of the Song family members smelled the rich Dan fragrance that filled the air, and their divine soul power loosened after merely inhaling a mouthful of it. This quality of God condensation pill was the only one they had ever seen in their lives, and one by one, they began to be unable to hold back their exclamations of surprise. This really is the God condensing pill. I only took a few whiffs of the fragrance of the pill, and my divine soul power has actually refined. Heavens, this quality of concentration pill, what kind of effect should it have if one were to take one? What Miss said is true. She really found a Dan master who can refine the condensation Dan. We misjudged Miss Ah. The Song family's children are also not little cute. This quality of God condensation pill can't be found. If you miss it, I'm afraid you'll never see it again in your life. One of the Song clan members happened to see an undamaged God condensing Dan, picked it up and sent it into his mouth. In an instant, the medicinal power exploded. His entire body's clothes were windless, and his divine soul power grew rapidly. In a short period of time, he had broken through the bottleneck and reached the night journey realm. The divine soul realm is divided as follows: fixation, out of body, night journey, day journey, exorcism, manifestation, possession, ghost immortal, thunderbolt, yangshin. Starting from the out of body realm, each level of realm advancement required the assistance of the God condensing pill. The grade of the concentration pill needed in the early stages was not high. However, in the later stages, the high-grade concentration pills were the key to the advancement of the divine soul. In the past, when clansmen advanced to the night journey realm, most of them needed to concentrate and meditate for as little as half a day or as much as a day. But just now, that clan member had advanced to the night journey realm in just a split second. It was the first time the Song family had seen such a powerful God condensation pill since its inception. When the Song family members saw this, a fiery color appeared in their eyes. Countless Sending clan members then began to catcall for the condensation pills that hadn't been destroyed. But after half a day of searching, none of them were found. With disappointment in their hearts, they knew deep down that the only way to gain it back was to beg for the forgiveness of Li Chongqing and Song Yifei. They then looked at Song Kangtian. Family master, we were wrong about Miss didn't lie. Yes, this concentration Dan has a miraculous effect with just the fragrance of the Dan. How magical would it be if it were to become a Dan? Family master, quickly leave the young lady behind. If our Song family has the aid of this kind of elixir, what is the imperial family? Family master, with your aunt having such profound pill-refining prowess. In the future, our Song family will no longer have to beg others for the god-condensing pill. Yes, family head. You should apologize to auntie for treating her like that just now. Song Qingtian's expression changed, and it was only at this moment that he finally believed that Song Yanfei was telling the truth. That elixir, could it really be 10% pure? Thinking of this, Song Qingtian looked at Li Chongsheng and was just about to open his mouth when he heard a cold snort from Li Chongsheng. Humph, as I said, you inhuman things don't deserve to take old man's pills. Fair. Let's go. Today I want to see who dares to stop us. As he spoke, Li Chongqing summoned the 9-dragon chariot. The giant dragon roared, and the endless pressure made it impossible to breathe. The two of them directly boarded the 9-dragon chariot in front of the crowd's demented gazes. But right at this moment, an extremely old voice came out from the deepest part of the Song family. Little friend, everything is negotiable. Why do you have to leave in such a hurry? Chapter 65 Carving Qing's Strength. Unexpectedly so powerful. Although that voice seemed powerless, it caused Li Chongqing's body to tremble. He looked over at Song Yanfei with a grave expression. This is your Song family ancestor? Song Yanfei nodded slightly nervously. This is elder ancestor Song Shiran. His cultivation is already at the Yuaning realm, and his divine soul power has even reached the level of repelling objects, so he doesn't need his physical body to appear. His divine soul alone is able to fight. Li Chongqing's face became ugly, but the next moment it became even uglier, only to hear Song Yanfei speak again. Husband, there are 3 Yuaning ancestors like this in my Song family. 3. Li Chongqing sucked in a breath of cool air. If it was one person, he might have had a slight chance of escaping with the defense of his undead skin and the speed of the 9-dragon chariot. If it were 3 people, Li Chongqing's heart was beginning to feel a bit unsure. But it was only a moment of dismay, and the look of determination returned. If I, Li Chongqing, want to leave today, no one can stop me. Not even if the Song clan's ancestor comes, I said. Afterwards, he maneuvered the 9-dragon chariot and sped away. But right at this moment, the speed of the 9-dragon chariot suddenly stalled. An old man with a white beard showed up. Little friend, I am Song Shiran, the Song family's oldest ancestor. This matter is my Song family's fault. How can my little friend stay? Li Chongsheng frowned slightly and became even angrier when he heard Song Shiran's words. So, you guys knew about this whole thing from the beginning? And Fei's forced abortion and forced marriage to royalty was with your tacit approval? As Song clan ancestors, don't you feel ashamed of yourselves for exchanging your own offspring's marital affairs for the god-condensing pill? Don't you feel shameful? You are simply wasted as human ancestors. Li Chongqing's anger was hard to dispel. If you are unaware of the situation and sincerely apologize, I may still have a chance to stay. But now, never. Song Shiran was dumbfounded by the dislike and his face was filled with embarrassment. Afterward, Li Chongqing whisked his sleeves away and controlled the 9-dragon chariot to fly towards the distance. But just then, a cold snort came. What an articulate scion. Immediately afterward, a terrifying suction force came out, forcing the 9-dragon chariot to a stop alive. Li Chongqing turned around angrily, only to see another old man appear. Song Yanfei whispered, Husband, this new one is also an old ancestor of my Song family, called Song Shiming. He has a fiery temper and is extremely difficult to deal with. Why don't you go first and I'll stall them? I'm a Song family member after all. They shouldn't do anything to me. At this time, Li Chongqing was already angry to the extreme. Since he got the system, he had never been so suffocated. Instead of leaving, he spoke angrily. What? Do you want to bully others with your power? I, Li Chongqing, will accompany you. Come on. Song Shiran shook his head slightly, having the intention to persuade Li Chongqing to calm down. But before he could open his mouth, Song Shiming's aura exploded. Humph, brat, as Yuaning powerhouses. Our willingness to show up and negotiate with you has already given you enough face. Don't be ungrateful. Li Chongqing was not afraid in the slightest. Is it hard for you to force me to refine medicine? Song Shiming's fiery temper was well known, and anyone who saw him was polite. This Li Chongqing was one of the few people who dared to dislike him back. Little thing, do you really think we wouldn't dare? Since you don't know what's good for you, you'll stay in our Song family and be our Song family's pill refining slave from now on. Li Chongqing could no longer endure it and directly summoned 2 giant dragons to block in front of his body. His Jeden 5th level cultivation displayed. With a thought, the 2 giant dragons flew towards the 2 Song clan ancestors. Today's giant dragon's combat power was equivalent to the peak Jeden level. Although they were unable to defeat Song Shiming and Song Shiran, the giant dragon's defense was extremely high. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, operated the traceless ghost steps, constantly sneaking up on the 2. With a wave of his hand, dozens of extra explosive talismans appeared in his hand. Finding the right moment, he threw them directly at the 2 men's faces. It doesn't do much damage, but it's extremely insulting. In a short time, both men's beards were burned to a crisp. Song Shiran was okay and didn't look much exasperated. But Song Shiming let out a roar and drank in a cold voice. Kid, if I didn't want to keep you to help my Song family refine medicines, you'd already be dead now. You don't want to push me to the edge? Or else even if my Song family doesn't eat the god-condensing pill, I'll still have to exterminate you.
Li Chongqing snurta coldly.
Try it if you can. Am I afraid of you? You trash. Song Shiming was practically going crazy with anger as he rushed the Song family mansion and shouted angrily, Song Dingon, how long are you going to hide? Then, a sigh came from deep within the Song family. Little friend, listen to my advice and stop. You want nothing more than an apology from my Song family. So I'll make the decision and have Song Qingtian apologize to you on his knees. Only to see Song Dingon wave his hand. Song Qingtian's legs went limp and he directly knelt on the ground. Song Dingon's voice was unhurried. Prime, this matter is indeed your fault. Quickly apologize to little friend. After all, Song Qingtian was the Song family's head. And now that he had knelt down with Li Chongqing in front of everyone, the feeling of humiliation was so humiliating that he couldn't say anything about it. Seeing this, the Song family members persuaded Song Qingtian. Family Master, apologize. For the sake of the Song family. Family Master, don't hesitate. This time it is indeed our Song family that is wrong. Family Master. Dan Masterly is right, he just wanted an apology. Master of the house, don't hesitate any longer. There's no time. Li Chongqing glanced at Song Qingtian and snorted coldly. Without the heart to apologize, what's the use of even being forced to kneel? He then looked coldly at the 3 Song family ancestors. Are you guys seriously going to stop Fei and I from leaving? Song Shiming was unwilling to hold back any longer. Kid, give you face, I don't know how many Jeden I've killed in my life. You've spoken out in front of me 3 times. Go to hell. Only Song Shiming's body was filled with killing machines, and Song Shiran and Song Dingon on the side looked shocked. Shiming, stop it. This person cannot be killed. This time, Li Chongqing extremely truly felt the killing opportunity. This showed that Song Shiming had indeed moved to kill. He snorted coldly and said to Song Yanfei, Feier, if I kill Song Shiming, will you blame me? Song Yanfei was teary-eyed and shook her head. Feier won't blame husband. Husband is doing this all for Feier. Feier can't thank husband enough. Besides, Song Shiming has already moved to kill husband. And between old ancestor and husband, Feier chooses husband. When Li Chongqing heard this, his heart warmed and he wiped away the tears from Song Yanfei's cheeks. He then waved his hand and put away the 2 giant dragons in front of him, his voice icy cold as he looked at Song Shiming. Song Shiming, since you're looking for death, then old me will fulfill you. Song Shiming snorted and impacted towards Li Chongqing. Big talk, you go to hell. Li Chongqing was not the least bit afraid and began to awaken carved clear in his heart. Mother, I'm in danger. Come out and save me. Carved Clear snapped her eyes open and appeared in front of Li Chongqing in a flash. Song Shiming was shaken, his heart in shock. Who is this person? I can't even see through her cultivation. Slightly contemplating, Song Shiming's eyes revealed a vicious color. Who cares who she is? Although this person is strange, I don't think Li Chongqing, a Jedan, can find any powerful characters. At this moment, Song Shiming's aura was overwhelming, and the divine ability he released was like an arrow that had left the string. and there was no turning back. Carving her eyes coldly towards Song Shimming, her face icy cold, she raised her hand and pinched her finger towards Song Shimming. In an instant, Song Shimming's body shattered, exploding like a red firework. Immediately afterward, his divine soul let out a miserable scream, his face tinged with fear as he turned toward Song Shiran and Song Dingon behind him for help. "Save me!" Without the slightest word, Carved Clear once again pointed towards Song Shimming's divine soul, and with another loud bang, Song Shimming's divine soul exploded and completely dissipated. Such a shocking turn of events caused the Song family to be silent, followed by the sound of sucking in cool air. The Song family's oldest ancestor was killed in a single blow, and the Song family members didn't show the slightest bit of hatred. Instead, each of them revealed a look of horror. They fell to their knees and kept begging for mercy. "Master Li Dan, spare your life. Master Li Dan, spare your life." Song Kungtian's face changed drastically, and he bent his body down as well. Song Shiran and Song Dingon let out a sigh and helplessly knelt in front of Li Changsheng. "Senior, please also spare my Song family this time. We are willing to pay any price." Li Changsheng looked at Carved Clear, his eyes filled with surprise. "I didn't expect Carved Clear to be as terrifying as this crushing posture. Could it be that she's a transformation god-old monster?" But the next moment he couldn't laugh. He glanced at the attribute panel and directly cursed. "This short period of time has consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. This is too great a price to pay, isn't it? How many concubines do I have to take to make up for this?" Seeing this, Li Changxing said to Carved Clear, "Mother, it's all right here now, go down and rest." Carved Clear nodded slightly, then flashed and disappeared. However, the Song clan's old ancestor became even more alarmed as he listened to Li Changxing's address of Carved Clear. Chapter 66, Conquering the Song Family. Song Shiran and Song Dingon were shocked as they transmitted their voices to each other. "Did you hear that? Dan Master Li actually called that senior's wife." "Of course I heard that. Did they enter into a symbiotic relationship? I think 80% of it is like this. I can't see through that senior's strength, but she willingly became Taoist Master Li Dan's couple. There's only one possibility in this matter. Both of them had a heart attack at the same time. If that's really the case, not only is this Li Changxing's personal strength strong, the power behind him is even more unimaginable. In some powerful clans, in order to protect the safety of their descendants, they would often look for powerful divine souls to make life contracts for their descendants, with the two of them in a symbiotic relationship. Two people who are of opposite sexes are sometimes married verbally in order to have a deeper relationship. At this moment, the Song clan's old ancestor was treating Carved Clear as the divine soul of some great power. In the Song family's old ancestor's mind, a divine soul as powerful as Carved Clear could not be invited by an ordinary immortal sect. Therefore, they naturally brainstormed that Li Changxing was from among the illustrious immortal sect. At this moment, both of them were all kneeling in front of Li Changxing with a face of fear. Li Changxing looked down at them, then said faintly, "It's fine to let the old man release you, but you have to put the old man at ease to do so." Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked up. "I'd also like to ask Master Li Dan to speak frankly." Li Changxing let out a cold snort and suddenly opened his mouth. "I want you to give away a strand of your divine soul, and from now on life and death will not be under your control. Will you be willing to do so?" Both of them all showed hesitation and looked at each other. But when he thought of Carved Clear's terrifying cultivation, he had no choice but to helplessly open his mouth and say, "We are willing." Seeing this, Li Changxing smiled faintly and looked at Song Yanfei. "Feier, their divine souls are in your hands. You're the only one in the Song family from now on." Song Yifei obviously didn't expect Li Changxing to do this. She was flattered and refused repeatedly. "Husband, that's not good." At this moment, the Song clan's oldest ancestor, on the other hand, had a twinkle in his eye and hurriedly began to pinch. "Feier, don't talk too much. Since Dan Masterly has asked, just say yes." The two had their own thoughts. After all, it was much better to put their lives in the hands of their own family than to give them to an outsider for insurance. Compared to Li Changxing, they knew Song Yifei better and knew that Song Yifei was not the type of person to kill without moving. Thus, without waiting for Song Yifei to continue speaking, the two of them shot out a divine soul power from their foreheads, flying towards Song Yefei's forehead. In an instant, the two divine souls merged into Song Yefei's forehead, and then her aura rose steeply. The power of the divine soul that was still at the night journey realm just now had suddenly risen a level and had reached the day journey realm. The divine soul attribute was Een and was most afraid of sunlight, while after reaching the day walking realm, the power of the divine soul would be greatly enhanced, and even if it appeared during the day, it would not suffer from sunlight. Song Yanfei also sensed the changes in her body and looked at the Song family's oldest ancestor with some excitement. Ancestors, you guys? The two were a bit shriveled up at the moment, but they still wore a smile. Fei, from now on, you'll be the head of the Song family. You'll have the final say in the family's affairs. And this divine soul power is a gift from our two old guys to you. Song Yanfei was touched and looked at Li Changsheng. Husband, can you spare old ancestor and the others? Old ancestor Shiran and old ancestor Dingon are both good people. Li Changsheng hadn't intended to kill them in the first place, and pinched Song Yanfei's tear-filled little face. Now that their lives and deaths are in your hands, decide for yourself what to do with them. The Song clan's oldest ancestor's heart was delighted when he heard these words. But it was at this moment that Li Changsheng's words changed. The two old ancestors can be spared, but Song Qingtian. Afterward, his eyes glazed over as he looked toward Song Qingtian on the ground. This person is inhumane. Not only did he force you to marry the Grand Prince, he even tried to abort our son. To put it bluntly, he and I have a vendetta against my son's murder, and this vendetta has to be avenged. Song Qingtian's entire body directly collapsed to the ground as he listened to those cold words. He looked up to the two old ancestors and spoke carefully with a trembling voice. Old ancestor, you guys saved me. Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked away with a sigh. Song Qingtian trembled and looked at Song Yanfei again. Fei, it's all Father's fault. You help Father beg for mercy. Father was also confused for a moment. Song Yanfei had a cold face, but Song Qingtian was her father after all. At this time, Li Changsheng had already punched Song Kungtian's dantian. Song Qingtian flew out backwards and hit the wall, his entire mouth spitting out blood, his breath swimming. Li Changsheng let out a cold snort as he flew and landed beside Song Kungtian. He slowly raised his foot and kicked it towards Song Kungtian's head. Could be expected that if this kick went down, Song Qingtian's head would definitely be crushed. No matter what, Song Qingtian was Song Yufei's father. Just at the moment Li Changsheng was about to land, Song Yufei opened her mouth and shouted, "Husband, can you keep him alive?" Li Changsheng's movements stalled as he looked down at Song Qingtian. "Since my lady has asked, then I will naturally leave him alive. It's just that the death penalty is waived, but the living penalty is not." As he spoke, an elixir appeared in Li Changsheng's hand, broke open Song Qingtian's mouth and threw it in. In an instant, Song Kungtian's eyes widened and his face was filled with fear. My cultivation, my spiritual power. One could only see that within Song Qingtian's body, spiritual energy was constantly being lost through the 7 orifices. His cultivation began to diminish in a way that was visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, it had been transformed from a handful of cultivators to a handless mortal. Song Kungtian curled up on the ground, and now he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Li Changsheng looked down at him and said coldly, "This is the price you pay for offending Smoky Fei and intending to kill my son. If it weren't for Smoky Fei's plea for mercy, you'd be a corpse by now." A touch of bitterness appeared on Song Qingtian's face as he looked towards Li Changsheng and Song Yanfei and clasped his fists in a feeble bow. "Thanks for not killing me." At this moment, Song Shiran and Song Dingon also landed on the ground and stood respectfully. Without Li Changsheng's word, they didn't dare to leave. Li Changsheng looked at the weak appearance of the two men and directly waved his hand as the Dan furnace fell into his hands. He sat down on his knees and began to refine the elixir. Not long after, the pill took shape, the furnace opened, a light fragrance filled the air, and the crowd was astonished. This Dan fragrance is undoubtedly the God concentration Dan. Li Changsheng nodded and waved his hand as 30 pills floated out. Song Shiran and Song Dingon's eyes widened in disbelief. This is actually a 7th grade God condensing pill? The elixir fell into Li Changsheng's hands, and he looked at the Song clan's ancestor and said, "Now that you have submitted to Fei, then you will be your own people from now on. I, Li Changsheng, have never been stingy with my own people. You guys take these pills for now and take them if you don't have enough." At this moment, the Song family members in finally clear about how strong Li Changsheng's pill refining strength was. A 7th grade alchemist, this was a height that no royal alchemist had ever reached. Song Shiran and Song Dingon fell to their knees and received the elixir with both hands. My Song family will never forget the great favor of Master Dan Li. Please rest assured, Master Li Dan. As long as our two old bones are still around, we will never allow anyone to harm Fei. The two of them kneeled down to worship Li Chongqing only out of fear, but at this moment, they were submissive from the bottom of their hearts. A seventh-grade alchemist, this was not something that a small Song family could afford. Li Chongqing waved his hand, signaling the two to go down. You guys helped Fei break through the Divine Soul realm just now, so you must have spent a great deal of money, so go down and rest. The two bowed again and then left the place. Thus, the matter of the Song family was resolved, but the matter regarding the marriage between the Song family and the royal family still needed to be dealt with. Li Chongqing looked at Song Qingtian and asked, "Give me the royal family's business. It's time to deal with it." Song Qingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the palace. His eyes filled with hatred. In fact, in this matter, if it wasn't for the royal family's coercion, why would I force Fei to marry the Grand Imperial Prince? Chapter 67. Kill you like a chicken. Song Kangtian narrated. My Song family has a close relationship with the royal family, in the past, but whenever my Song family needed a god condensation pill, they would look for a royal alchemist to refine it. But since the death of the late emperor and the inauguration of the new emperor, such a pattern has been broken. Li Chongqing didn't know much about the emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, and at this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed. A new king in place? Song Kangtian nodded. Not bad, the new emperor is the brother of the old emperor, named Long Hai. Rumor has it that the late emperor's death was secretly moved by this dragon sea. Li Chongqing nodded. Then what was the reason they forced Fei to marry the Grand Prince? Song Kangtian let out a sigh. What else could it be because of? It's all because the Grand Prince Long Faping has taken a fancy to Fei's beauty. The father and son are so desolate that they forced my Song family by cutting off the god condensing pill. The Song family had 3 Yuan-ing elders, so by all rights, they should not be afraid of the imperial clan. Li Chongqing asked suspiciously, with 3 Yuan-ing sitting in your Song family, are you still afraid of the imperial clan? Song Kangtian let out a bitter laugh. It's not true that there are 3 Yuan-ing in my Song family, but once I flipped with the royal family, the major forces in Kyoto City will point their fingers at my Song family. At that time, there was no need for the royal family to make a move. Those family forces that coveted my Song family's assets would besiege my Song family. Although the imperial clan only had 2 Yuan-ing ancestors, they controlled the top pill refiners in the Dragon Kingdom. Where would we clans that rely on pills for cultivation dare to offend the royal family so easily? After some exchanges, Li Chongqing was able to understand the basic composition of the royal family. Emperor Long Hai seems to have usurped the throne to get it. The Grand Prince Long Faping was just as despicable as his old man, marrying hundreds of concubines alone. Long Hai is even more excessive. Just as soon as he ascended the throne, he went on a nationwide search for beautiful women. Today, the harem of beauties alone exceeds 3,000. Those who have not been proffered are estimated to be more than 2,000, which is a waste. As for the 2 Yuan-ing powerhouses of the imperial clan, their cultivation was around the 5th level of Yuan-ing. They were not people from the Long family, but 2 fighters left behind by the Long family's oldest ancestor back then. Although the Long clan's old ancestor had already sat down, the means to manipulate those 2 Yuan-ing had been passed down. Li Chongqing secretly calculated in his heart. The 2 Yuan-ing of the dragon family are not easy to deal with. I don't know how much longevity I would have used up if I had awakened carved harvest. Now that I have just over 2,000 years of life left, I can't afford to spend it like this. We have to think of a way to raise our lifespan in a hurry, or else when we encounter danger, we can only wait for death. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing looked at Song Qingtian and asked, I wonder if your Song family has any more women waiting to be released? With such a direct question, Song Qingtian directly froze. Song Yanfei, on the other hand, looked at Li Chongqing with a bad smile on her face. Husband, it's Fei who is not thinking properly. Now that my sisters are away in Kyoto City, and I am pregnant, I cannot serve my husband at night. Don't worry, husband. Fei will go and gather the Song family sisters. Song Qingtian looked at Song Fei's positive appearance with an incredulous expression. How else could it be? Personally helping your own husband find a concubine. Li Chongqing smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. Then thank you, ma'am. The night does get a little boring. Song Yanfei revealed an I-get-you expression and walked towards the distance. Not long afterward, Song Yefei brought dozens of people to Li Chongxing. Husband, I know you have a high vision. These are the most beautiful women in my Song family, and none of them have even left the court yet. Li Chongxing took a look at it, and it was indeed beautiful. At this moment, each of these people was full of shyness, and once they heard that they were coming to serve Li Chongxing just now, they couldn't mention how excited they were. All of them rushed to come here, and if it wasn't for Song Yifei's stern reprimand, there would have been more than just these 10 people leading them here. All of these people had cultivation in place, ranging from qi refining to foundation establishment. It was just that the fertility qualification was not high, but it was better because it could enhance longevity, which was exactly what Li Chongxing desperately needed. According to the usual practice, pills had to be distributed when they met, and Li Chongxing waved his hand and took out a handful of resident pills. One for each of you. It's a kind of meeting gift. In the future, if you guys follow me, you'll get less benefits. 10 women with shy faces and excitement in their eyes, secretly saying that they are considered to be dirt chickens turning into phoenixes. Those women who hadn't been chosen by Song Yefei could only be secretly saddened one by one. But it was at this moment that an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Yo, quite lively. So many beautiful women gathered here. Is it because they know that this imperial prince is coming, specially entertaining this imperial prince? The crowd frowned slightly and looked toward the doorway. They only saw a man wearing a dragon-patterned yellow robe, followed by dozens of foundation establishment and 3 Jeden cultivators, walking towards them. Dressing up like this, one could see that he was from the royal family. Li Chongxing's face turned cold, and the stunning sword fell into his hands in a flash. At this moment, Song Qingtian's voice rang in his ears. Dan Master Li, this person is not the first imperial prince, but second imperial prince Long Wenbin. But a despicable piece of work, too, all in their family. Since it wasn't the grand prince, as long as he didn't provoke himself, Li Chongxing, he didn't bother to do anything. After all, it's not the time to tear your hair out. As Long Wenbin approached, those foundation establishment and Jeden cultivators behind him drove the Song family members present aside as if they were the masters of the Song family. Song Kangtian frowned slightly and spoke. Second prince, what is the reason for bringing so many people to my Song family all of a sudden? The second prince swept over Song Yefei's body, his eyes flashing with a hint of lust. But then he shook his head with extreme regret and said in his heart, what an iconic beauty. I didn't expect to be preempted by Long Faping. However, the 10 Song family members selected by Song Yifei also had extremely high face values, and Long Wenbin was instantly distracted. He didn't pay any attention to Song Qingtian, but instead looked extremely obviously at the 10 women. Song family master, I didn't realize that your Song family had so many iconic beauties. Since Feier is about to marry my big brother, how about these 10 marry me? First, the first prince forced Song Yifei to marry him, and now there was the second prince. Now that the Song family had Li Chongxing as their backer, they no longer needed to be afraid of the royal family. The successive humiliations caused Song Qingtian to directly cold down his face. Second prince, these people already have husbands. You'd better put that idea to rest. Got a husband? Humph, don't you have no more if you kill their husbands? Long Wenbin frowned. Which is his husband? This emperor asks him if he wants a life or a woman. Li Chongxing snorted coldly, and was just about to step forward, when he heard a cold snort coming from the depths of the Song family. Humph, wanton. Immediately after RD, the 2 Song family ancestors showed up. Song Shiran slapped Long Wenbin across the face. What do you take my Song family for? Do you really think that my Song family doesn't dare to kill you? Long Wenbin was sent flying by this slap, directly hitting the wall and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. He looked at Song Shiran and Song Dingon with a horrified expression. Song family ancestor? Don't you guys want the god condensing pill anymore? Song Dingon took a step out, his aura stirring. Do you really think that the god condensation pill can only be refined by the imperial clan? Long Wenbin's face was cloudy, and the 3 Jeden behind him had already blocked in front of him. Are you guys trying to rebel? Song Shiran laughed out loud. Rebellion? So what if my Song family rebels today? Facing 2 Yuaning. Even though these 3 Jedan's backs were against the royal family, their hearts were filled with fear, and their legs unconsciously trembled. Long Wenbin once again spat out several mouthfuls of blood, as he felt his body's injuries and knew that the Song clan's old ancestor wasn't joking. But he didn't understand what the Song family's basis for doing so was. Song family ancestor. Do you guys really want to tear your faces off with my royal family? What do you have to rely on? At this moment, Li Chongqing stood out, and the crowd bent and bowed to make way for him. It's you. Long Wenbin's face was puzzled and incredulous. A Jiedan cultivator? Li Chongqing let out a cold snort, and the surprising sword was held in his hand. So what if you're a Jiedan? Killing you is just as good as killing a chicken. In the next moment, Li Chongqing swung out his sword, and the sword awnings flew. Long Wenbin let out a scream, but did not die. Only blood was seen flowing from his crotch, and his kunai had moved away from his body. You! Ah! You shall not die a good death. My royal family will definitely not let you go. Li Chongqing stomped on Long Wenbin's kunai, and blood mixed with minced meat scattered in all directions from the sole of his shoe. You're wrong. It's me, Li Chongqing, who won't let go of the imperial clan. Chapter 68. The second prince sells himself into a greenhouse. Long Wenbin looked at his flattened Kuan and let out a miserable scream. Ah! No! At this time, a dog ran in the distance, gripping other Quin swallowed in one bite. Long Wenbin screamed even louder as if he could feel the pain of Kuan being chewed. He then looked at the 3 Jiedan beside him, as well as the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators not far away, and hissed frantically, "What are you waiting for? Kill him for me, kill him. Chop off his Quin and feed it to the dogs." The 3 Jiedan are not little cuties either. In the face of this situation, running is the best policy. But Li Chongqing didn't give them a chance to escape. Since you're with the wrong master, polish your eyes in the next life. Without giving them the slightest time to react, the heavenly mountain sword technique suddenly operated. The shocking sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and the sword awns shot out. The 3 Jiedan were touched by the sword awnings, and their bodies shattered into pieces with a loud bang. It was at this moment that the Song family truly realized how terrifying Li Chongqing's strength was. As the same Jiedan cultivator, Master Li Dan unexpectedly fought one against 3 without losing, and even killed them in a single move. With such strength, could it be that he's hiding his cultivation? Just now, it was the Song family ancestor who fought against Li Chongqing, and their feelings weren't clear yet. They only thought that Li Chongqing was a pill refiner who was more powerful in refining pills. Now that he was facing 3 Jiedan, Li Chongqing was actually able to manage a single strike. Such strength was almost invincible within the range of the Jiedan realm. Li Chongqing then waved his hand and said to Song Qingtian, "There's no turning back from the bow. I'll leave the rest of these tsuchikage to you. Deal with them cleanly." Song Qingtian nodded and took a step out. In the next moment, the Foundation establishment cultivators brought by the second prince let out a gurgling sound. At this moment, the second prince was already stunned. He sat paralyzed on the floor, having lost Quin, but still pissed with fear. Urine mixed with blood gave off an unpleasant odor. Li Chongqing covered his nose and fanned himself with his other hand in front of him. It's bad luck to run into someone who poops and south all over the place. He then instructed a male Song clan cultivator next to him and said, "You, get a rope over here and drag him to the greenhouse and dispose of him. It won't do to keep leaving him here." That male cultivator had an excited look on his face, as if being ordered by Li Chongqing was all incomparably honorable, only to then reveal a puzzled look. "Elder, why did you drag it to the greenhouse?" Li Chongqing let out a cold snort and looked at the miserable Long Wenbin on the ground and spoke quietly. "Women aren't the only ones who solicit business at a greenhouse." Long Wenbin's face changed dramatically when he heard this. His body began to shake uncontrollably. He knew better than anyone what the greenhouses in Kyoto City were like. There were not only women in there, but men as well. But both of them are dealing with one customer base, and both of them are men. After all, a woman has no business spending money in a greenhouse, and if she is found out, she can easily be beaten to death by her in-laws. Long Wenbin had secretly seen what happened to the men who were sold into the greenhouses before because he was curious. In a word, miserable. At this point, Long Wenbin finally got scared and he began to beg for mercy continuously. "Senior, please let me go. I can pay any price. I can give you all my treasures. Just please don't sell me to a greenhouse." Li Chongqing revealed a sardonic smile and said indifferently, "How many little girls have you wrecked in your life? Let's give you a taste of what it's like to be wrecked too." After saying this, Li Chongqing felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Why do I always think of myself when I say that? I didn't destroy the little girls, they all volunteered. By now, the rope had been delivered. With a wave of Li Chongqing's hand, the rope was placed around Long Wenbin's ankle. Well, we should be on our way. You can still work tonight while it's still early. Long Wenbin shouted miserably and kept begging for mercy. Li Chongqing didn't pay any attention to him and dragged him towards the direction of the greenhouse, caused countless spectators along the way. Now Long Wenbin, though his body was covered in blood and his face was twisted and unrecognizable. But he was recognized by the yellow dragon robe he wore. Why does this man look like royalty? Come on, if they were really royalty, who would dare treat them like that? The current royal family is arrogant one by one. At this moment, it seemed that someone had seen the second prince and directly exclaimed in shock. I remember, he's second Prince Long Wenbin. He had come to my house to steal my sister in the first place. His face was swollen to a pig's head, but he had a voice I'll never forget. Long Wenbin? That's the emperor's second prince. Looking at his injuries, it seems like Quin has been chopped up. At this point, countless people began to clap their hands. Chopping is good. This scum keeps that thing and only spoils good women. Yes, this man is heartless. Even the 80-year-old grandmother in my neighbor's house. And this. So there's a lie? I saw it with my own eyes. For a while, the crowd was in a frenzy, picking up the rotten eggs in their hands and smashing them on Long Wenbin's body. Scum! Bah! I thought I was already perverted. I didn't realize you were even more perverted than me. This warrior did the right thing. I just don't know why he didn't just slaughter him. Where is this dragging him to? Some of the men who were familiar with the route were laughing out loud by now. Look at the direction. It should be going to a greenhouse. Ha ha ha. There's something to see tonight. The greenhouse, I'll go. If this is true, the greenhouse won't be full tonight? No, I have to get a room first. Are you good at this? Not long after, Li Chongqing, surrounded by the crowd, had arrived at the entrance of the greenhouse. The pimp also heard the news and walked out with a nervous face. This strong man we don't take here. Li Chongqing's eyes glared, scaring the pimp into swallowing his words. A penny, no more. That's all this man is worth. As he spoke, Li Chongqing's Jedan aura was on display, scaring the old pimp into submission. All listened to Elder. The pimp took out a copper coin and handed it to Li Chongqing with a trembling voice. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, dragged Long Wenbin to the pimp like a dead dog. Now, this is yours. At the same time, the news that Long Wenbin had been sold to a greenhouse had also reached the palace. Emperor Long Hai was playing hide and seek with his concubines blindfolded. But he was suddenly interrupted by the eunuch's voice. Your Majesty, something has happened to the second prince. He has been sold to a greenhouse. What? Long Hai's face was extremely ugly as he pulled off the black cloth over his eyes. What the hell is going on? The eunuch told the story in general terms. It was an unknown Jedon powerhouse who did it, and is still at the entrance of the greenhouse, helping the second prince to solicit guests, rewarding each person with 10,000 taels of silver. Once Long Hai heard that it was a Jeden cultivator. The look of anger on his face faded into contemplation. Surprisingly, it's a Jeden? That Long Wenbin kid should have done something to offend him. After a moment of contemplation, Long Hai pinched his hands together and two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. You guys go ahead and rescue the second prince, and destroy that Jeden in the process. These two people were none other than the two Yuaning cultivators from the imperial clan. Chapter 69. What can you do to me? In the blink of an eye, it was getting late, but the people in front of the greenhouse were gathering more and more. By now, Li Chongqing had already spent out more than 100,000 taels of silver. He didn't even think so many people would be good at that, and I don't know if they're genuine or if they're just in it for the money. Li Chongqing was a bit puzzled, perhaps both. It was at this moment that an eerie voice rang out. Everyone present today who sees the second prince will be killed without pardon. Only to see that an old Yuaning man with many foundation establishment cultivators flew down to this place. That Yuaning stared straight at Li Chongqing with an extremely bloodthirsty expression on his face. Kid, you're the one who took a shot at the second prince, aren't you? Li Chongqing's eyes shrunk slightly, and he sensed this person's cultivation at the first moment. Surprisingly, it's the 5th level of Yuaning. I'm no match. But he didn't change his face and only said coldly, it's the old man, what can you do about it? That Yuaning cultivator hemmed and hawed. It's good you admitted it, saves me looking. He then attacked towards Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing frowned, and his immortal skin suddenly operated. Immediately after that, the traceless ghost steps opened, and the entire person transformed into a wisp of ghostly shadow, drifting into the distance in a flash. The old sixth principle must be observed at all times when facing such an opponent. When the enemy is strong and we are weak, develop obscenely. Arrogance when the enemy is weak and I am strong. The strategy of enemy advancing and retreating, enemy retreating and advancing, and enemy quieting and disturbing is most applicable at this moment. As these men descended, the people around them began to disperse in a flurry. Those foundation establishment cultivators showed no mercy and began to scatter in all directions, going after the crowd. It was at this moment that another wave of people arrived. At the head of the group were two Yuaning. They were none other than the Song family's ancestors. The two of them snorted coldly and disposed of the foundation establishment cultivators in 3 or 2 moves. He then landed beside Li Chongqing and coldly looked at the royal clan's Yuaning. The imperial Yuaning was a bit surprised, and his face began to become serious. Song Shiran, Song Dingon, I've been ordered to come and kill this man. Are you going to disobey the imperial order? Song Shiran and Song Dingon looked disdainful. Imperial order? That throne of Long Highs did not come correctly. We do not recognize him as the emperor. Where is the disobedience of the imperial order? The face of the imperial clan's Yuaning twitched, and for a moment, he was in a dilemma. Do you want to rebel? Song Shiran and Song Dingon hemmed and hawed. You're wrong, we need to drive out the traitors and restore the Dragon Kingdom. For these people who hang out in Kyoto before going to war, they all need a name and a reason. Afterwards, the two men's cultivation stirred, and they charged towards that imperial race Yuaning. As the same Yuaning, 2 against 1 was enough to crush the other. Li Chongqing let out a slight sigh of relief, and in his heart, the need to improve his cultivation had reached an urgent level. Shortly afterward, the two Song family ancestors killed that royal family's Yuaning. It was fortunate that only one imperial Yuaning had come this time, or else they wouldn't have killed him so smoothly. This matter instantly spread throughout the entire Kyoto city. Countless forces began to stir. The Song family rebelled? Where did they get the courage? There's no rush in this matter. After the Song family and the royal family lose both, we'll just sit back and reap the benefits. The Song family is being pushed this time. However, the royal family's pill refiners had a deep connection with the Pill King Valley. Even if the Song family destroyed the royal family alchemists might not be used for the Song family. This time, the Song family has miscalculated. Hearing the news, Grand Prince Long Faping rushed to the palace in the middle of the night. Father, the Song family has rebelled. What about Song Yifei? I haven't played her yet. Long Hai looked at Long Faping with a gloomy face. Still ing playing, if you didn't have to marry Song Yifei, would the Song family have revolted? If it wasn't for you, would your second brother be destroyed like this? You make it or break it thing. Get out of here. On the side, Long Wenbin was shivering on the bed. He also wanted to lie down, but the chrysanthemums were broken, and the ground was full of wounds, so where could he speak of desolation? Long Wenbin's face was humiliated and angry. Father, you must avenge me. The Song family and that guy named Li Chongqing must be castrated before selling into the greenhouse. And then find 100 strong men, 100, not one less. By the way, there are still a few stunning beauties in the Song family. Leave them for the child. Long Hai's face was horribly gloomy. Asshole, you're like this and you still think about women. You're really a dog who can't change his ways. As for the Song family, no one can step on our dragon family's head within our dragon kingdom. Long Faping's brows furrowed once again. But father, after dealing with the Song family, can we keep Song Yifei? Kill it after I've played with it? Long Faping sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and angrily shouted. Off, how did the old man give birth to such a thing as you? What time is it? Still thinking of playing with women? Play your mom. Long Faping was staggered. Father, have you forgotten? Mother has been dead for many years. Long Hai once again spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Men, fork this unhelpful thing out. Long Faping was scolded and walked out of the hall with an angry face. When he passed by Long Hai's harem, Long Faping muttered in extreme anger. Humph, if you won't let me play with my own wife, then I'll play with yours. Thus, Long Faping directly walked towards the bedchamber of one of the concubines. On the other side, although the two Song clan ancestors had managed to kill an imperial Yuaning, but he took a few wounds himself. Instead of continuing to kill toward the palace, they went back to the Song family to recuperate. Li Chongqing also returned to the Song family. After all, there were still 10 beautiful ladies waiting for him. At night, Li Chongqing arrived in the middle of the wedding room that the Song family had prepared for him urgently. Li Chongqing used all 18 of his skills. This sound battle also made him realize something. It seems that the longevity rewarded for taking a concubine, the higher the cultivation level of the concubine, the more longevity is rewarded. By analogy, the higher the cultivation level of the concubine and the better her roots and bones, wouldn't the offspring born be stronger as well? Li Chongqing thought about it for a long time. Not only that, as my root bones improve, the chances of good qualifications appearing in my offspring should also greatly increase. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the carved clearing in the accompanying medicinal garden. That woman's cultivation is so strong that she can even kill a Yuaning in seconds. I wonder what the reward will be if I turn her into a concubine? Li Chongqing thought about it, but soon sighed again. Alas, it's just a pity that my cultivation is so weak right now that I can't even break through that thin layer of her defense. It's really bitter. But then again, there's really no excuse for carving Haru's face, and I still can't get over it. Li Chongqing's mind conjured up the scenes of that day, and unconsciously entered the carry on Medicine Garden once again. At the moment, Kakaru was lying in the middle of the wooden house as if she was asleep. Li Chongqing reached out and touched her cheek, something rushing through his mind. However, once he thought of Carved Harvest's terrifying cultivation, he forcefully suppressed that impulse. Chapter 70 Song Family Under Siege. Li Chongqing breaks the situation. The next day, the Song family. Old ancestor, it's bad. The people of the imperial clan are coming towards our Song family side with a large number of soldiers and horses. Have you ever seen the number of cultivators clearly? Song Shiran asked in a hurry. How many of them are above Yuaning? That Song family's son's face was tinged with horror. There are at least 5 Yuaning. 5 Yuaning? The crowd clamored. Where did the imperial clan find such multiple infants? Song Shiran's face was gloomy. Humph, it seems that the Yuaning ancestors of several other clans can't sit still. Perhaps they were promised the benefits of the elixir by the royal family. After all, the imperial clan had a 6th-grade pill refiner in existence. Those pill refiners come from the Pill King Valley, and having a good relationship with those pill refiners can be much more important in their eyes than my Song family. As Li Chongqing listened to Song Shiran's conjecture, he instantly became interested in Pill King Valley. Pill King Valley? Is it very powerful? Song Shiran bowed respectfully. Pill King Valley is an immortal sect that specializes in teaching alchemy techniques. There were nearly 10 6th-grade pill refiners in the sect, and there was a 6th-grade pill refiner amongst the imperial clan. Recently, there were rumors that someone in the Pill King Valley had been promoted to a 7th-grade alchemist. If that's true, those big families falling to the imperial family would explain it. Li Chongqing slowly nodded his head, then said disdainfully, "It's only the 7th rank. It's not enough to worry about." When the crowd heard this, their bodies shook. Ever since Li Chongqing appeared, the level of pill refinement displayed was mind-blowing. But at most, they had only seen Li Chongqing refine a 7th-grade god-condensing pill. Now, listening to his words, it seemed that the 7th grade was not his limit. Song Shiran opened his mouth in excitement. "Dare I ask how many grades of pills can Master Li Dan refine at the highest right now?" Li Chongqing pulled out his ears. "Normally you can make 8th-grade pills, but if you use some secret techniques you can make 9th-grade pills out of it. But for me, there's no need to simply not be able to concoct elixirs of that high of a grade. Because even if it's a low-grade elixir, the one I made is still 10% pure. The medicinal effect is enough to make up for the difference of 1 rank." Hiss! A 9th-grade elixir? When these words came out, the crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. 9th-grade pills, that was a legendary existence. At the very least, in this small place in the Dragon Kingdom, a 9th-grade elixir had never appeared. Although there were 8th-grade pills, they were a rare existence, and regular people almost never even had the chance to see them. The Song family knew Li Chongqing's character very well. They knew that with Li Chongqing's Dan Dao attainments, there was absolutely no need to lie. Seeing this, the worry on Song Shiran's face instantly dissipated. In that case, I wonder if Master Dan Li can demonstrate his talent for pill refining in public later. There was no need to refine an 8th grade, much less a 9th grade, Just a 6th grade elixir of 10% purity would be enough to shock people. That way, we can give up without a fight and make those Yuaning ancestors who fell to the imperial clan instantly turn against us. But have you already thought of a countermeasure? Li Chongqing asked. I can do both, and if I can win just by refining medicine, that's even better. For Li Chongqing, he didn't like fighting and killing, though the 5 Yuaning could deal with it themselves and only needed to convert Yakimaru. But that costs longevity. How valuable is longevity? Summoning once is equivalent to marrying dozens of concubines for nothing. Song Shiran was excited and bowed. Later on, we'll hold back that Yuaning cultivator from the imperial clan, and Master Li Dan only needs to refine a 10% pure Peiyuan Dan.
Li Shangsheng nudda.
Why did you refine the Peiyuan Dan? Song Shiran said with a certainty. There are dark diseases present in those Yuaning, and they were injured very badly in their early years, injuring their vital energy and requiring the assistance of high-grade Peiyuan Dan in order to heal. In the past, the royal family had been afraid that they would become more powerful after they were healed, and had never granted their request for medicine. I think that this time, the imperial clan must have promised to refine pills for them in exchange for their support. It was at this moment that a stern cry came from outside the door. Song family traitors, come out and die. The Song family members sniffed and headed out. At this moment, the Song family had been surrounded, and although most of them were mortal soldiers, their aura looked extremely shocking. In addition to the thousands of mortal soldiers unexpectedly, there were hundreds of Qi practicing cultivators and hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators. There were a dozen Jedan cultivators and Yuaning cultivators, 5. The Song clan's old ancestor rose up in the air, looking at the crowd with a touch of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Besieging my Song family, you guys are really down to earth. Song Shiran looked towards one of the Yuaning cultivators. Gong Sun Chong, Zhang Huichuan. Does your Gong Sun family really want to get into this mess? Gong Sun Chong and Zhang Huichuan were the Yuaning ancestors of the Gong Sun family, and the two of them were two couples. Originally, they had no grievances with the Song family, and now they were only out to besiege the Song family because the imperial family had promised to refine the 6th grade Peiyuan Dan for them. Gong Sun Chong let out a dry smile and arched his hand in a slight bow. Elder brother Song, people die for money and birds die for food. You know the injuries of my two couples. The Peiyuan Dan is something we are bound to get. Long Hai let out a cold smile as he listened to the conversation between the two. Song Shiran, Song Dingon, you don't need to struggle. From the moment you harbored the murderer who hurt my son, your end was already predetermined. Quickly hand over Li Chongqing, perhaps I can leave your bodies intact. Otherwise, even if your Song family has 3 Yuaning, you will definitely die today. Song Shiran sneered and did not pay any attention to Long Hai. Instead, he looked at the other 2 Yuaning cultivators. Yun Feiyong, Yun Zhanghe, your Yun family was also promised pills? Yun Feiyong and Yun Zhanghe were the Yuaning elders of the Yun family. Although they were the same Yuaning, they didn't want to come to the point where they were fighting each other with swords. After all, if they pushed the Yuaning cultivator to the edge, they were not sure what tactics they would use. Yun Feiyong and Yun Zhanghe bowed their hands. Elder brother Song, you know that we, like the Gongsun family, had to search for the 6th grade Peiyuan pill because of our injuries. We don't want to make an enemy of you either, but we have to. Song Shiran heard the helplessness in their words and directly laughed. What if we can provide you with the 6th grade cultivation pill? And it's still a 6th grade Peiyuan Dan of 10% purity. When these words came out, the crowd scoffed. Long Hai directly sneered. Song Shiran, are you scared silly on your deathbed and have started babbling? A 10% pure elixir? Don't you know that 10% pure pills don't exist in this world? Even royal alchemist Dong Tiancheng can only refine a 70% pure elixir. Is it possible that your Song family has a more powerful alchemist than Master Dongdan? A man beside Long Hai let out a cold laugh. He was none other than the royal pill refiner, Dong Tiancheng. Song Shiran, do you really think that the purity of pills is just lip service? 70% purity pills were the purity that countless alchemists could only dream of. How dare you blabber on about how you have a 10% pure Peiyuan Dan, and it's still of the 6th grade, I'll be damned. It was at this moment that Li Chongqing stepped forward. Is a 6th grade elixir a high grade? It's just low grade trash. Dong Tiancheng's face twisted as he heard this. After all, he was a 6th grade pill refiner. If a 6th grade elixir was garbage, wouldn't that be saying that Dong Tiancheng was garbage? Dong Tiancheng was furious. Where is the brat from that dares to speak such big words? 6th grade elixir trash? You refine one out for old me. Li Chongqing smiled faintly and directly agreed. Yeah. Dong Tiancheng looked contemptuous. Good. Today I would like to see what you can refine. As he spoke, Li Chongqing sat on his knees. The Dan furnace appeared in front of him, and a strain of medicinal herbs appeared out of thin air. Both the speed at which the herbs were sorted and the way they were broken down were jolting. Such skillful maneuvering may not be possible even for Dong Tiantong. Seeing such a sight, Dong Tiancheng's face shook dramatically and he couldn't help but mutter, I can't believe I've never seen or heard of such a pill refining technique. The maneuver is far more efficient than anything I've ever seen. Long Hai had wanted to see how they begged for mercy before the Song family perished, but he didn't expect them to move out a pill refiner. And by the looks of it, the alchemist had something. We can't let him refine it any longer. No matter if he can refine it or not, we must exterminate him. Thus, with a worried and tense face, Long Hai roared at the several Yuaning. Make your move, Elder Gongsun, Elder Yun clan, what you were promised. My imperial clan will definitely fulfill it. Now first, help my royal family destroy the Song family and Li Chongqing. Chapter 71, Exterminating the Dragon Sea. To be able to cultivate to the Yuaning realm, none of them were cuties. When they saw Li Chongqing's alchemy techniques, they had already sensed that he was not an unusual alchemist. The two old ancestors of the Gongsun family spoke. There is no rush in this matter. Now that the Song family has been surrounded by us, they can't run away. Why don't we wait until this little friend has finished refining the pills? The two old ancestors of the Yun family also smiled faintly. Not bad, our Yun family is also of the same mind. After all, we are all the same Yuaning, and it's not good for anyone to start a fight. When Long Hai heard this, his face became unusually gloomy as he opened his mouth to threaten. I know what is in your minds. However, I have to remind you that if you still want to get the Peiyuan Dan, you should make your move now to exterminate the Song family and that Li Chongqing. If we wait any longer, and if Li Chongqing can't refine the Peiyuan Dan later on, our previous promise will be nullified, and you will never want to get another Peiyuan Dan. When the Gongsun and Yun families heard this, they showed thoughtful expressions. Although Li Chongqing was undoubtedly a pill refiner, it was unknown if he could even refine the Peiyuan Dan. The royal alchemist, on the other hand, was an existence that was indeed capable of refining the Peiyuan Dan. Seeing this, the two families also looked at each other, as if they didn't want to take too much of a risk. Seeing this, Song Shiran and Song Dingon opened their mouths. Gentlemen, if you want to make a move, think about it. The Gongsun clan and Yun clan's ancestors jumped out directly. I'm sorry, Brother Song. Perhaps your Song family's alchemist can really refine the 6th grade Peiyuan Dan, but we don't have the need to take any chances. As he spoke, the Gongsun clan's ancestor rushed towards the Song clan's ancestor. The two old ancestors of the Yun family, on the other hand, rushed over to the rest of the Song family. When Long Hai saw this, a smile appeared on his face. That's right. I will never go back on my word if I promise you. He then looked at the royal primordial and said, Go and capture that Li Chongqing for me. I want him to experience Wenbin's pain. The royal Yuaning bowed and rushed towards Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing frowned slightly, and with a thought, he summoned 2 giant dragons. One of them twined around him, wrapping itself into it. Although that royal Yuaning was powerful, it couldn't break through the giant dragon's defense in a short period of time. Enough for Li Chongqing to refine pills. The other giant dragon was manipulated by Li Chongqing to protect his concubines. Now the Gongsun family ancestor and the Yun family ancestor had already begun to take action against the Song family. A trace of anger flashed in Li Chongqing's eyes as well. Humph. Since this is the case, then don't blame me, Li Chongqing, for being ruthless. Only to see Li Chongqing take out several soul-regenerating grasses from the Suishan medicine garden and add them to the Dan furnace without hesitation. Add the soul-regenerating grass and transform the pill into a soul-regenerating pill, so that after these guys take it, they will only follow my orders. Li Chongqing's eyes were filled with indifference as he bit his fingertip and a drop of blood dripped into the Dan furnace. This blood is the introduction of the potion, and the taker will follow the orders of the owner of the blood. At this moment, outside of the dragon, the royal primordial was desperately attacking the dragon's body. The divine light shone, but it couldn't make the giant dragon move the slightest bit. With his strength, he was not yet able to break through the dragon's defense. Li Chongqing opened his mouth suddenly as he was wrapped under the giant dragon. Gong Sun Chang, Zhang Huichuan, Yun Feiyang, Yun Zhanghe, if you all stop here, I, Li Changxing, can help you refine pills regardless of previous suspicions. If you insist on being my enemy, then you will not want to get your hands on the Peiyuan Dan that I have refined. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family sniffed, and the attacks on their hands became much weaker. They didn't seem to want to completely tear their faces apart either, which was why they were holding back at every turn. Otherwise, with the Yuaning's combat power, the ordinary disciples of the Song family would have been dead or wounded long ago. Li Changxing's shouting was nothing more than a bet that they didn't want to completely tear their faces apart. Li Changxing once again looked at the Dan furnace, and the golden light sacred flame suddenly increased. In order to attract the Gongsun family and Yun family's Yuaning ancestors to take the soul regeneration pill, the attraction of a 6th grade pill is obviously not quite enough. Raise this pill to a 7th grade. I don't believe that they won't be moved by it. The Peiyuan Dan had the effect of consolidating the essence and enhancing the vital energy. It is best taken after a cultivator has been injured. The low-grade Pui Yuan Dan could only stabilize the injury through quantity. The only way to completely repair one's injuries was through a high-grade Peiyuan Dan. Soon after, Li Changxing tapped the Dan furnace and a rich Dan fragrance wafted out. Dong Tianqing's face moved slightly and he couldn't help but sniffle. This Dan fragrance. It really is the Peiyuan Dan. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family were also keeping an eye on Li Changxing. At this moment, asked Dan Xiang Dao have a happy face. This Peiyuan Dan refined by Master Li Dan is definitely not of a low grade. Just by asking for a mouthful of the Dan's fragrance, I feel that my injuries have eased. With a wave of his hand, Li Changxing removed the pills from the furnace, and a full 37th grade Peiyuan Dan fell into his hands. Although the appearance and medicinal effects were the same as the Peiyuan Dan, only Li Changxing knew that this was a modified elixir. To be precise, this has been the Dementia Dan. The soul regeneration Dan formula had been lost for a long time, and if Li Changxing didn't have an encyclopedia of Dan formulas, he wouldn't have been able to refine it. With the elixir in his hand, Li Changxing directly got up, waved his hand and put away the giant dragon, coldly looking at the Imperial Yuaning in front of him. You've fought enough, now it's the old man's turn. That Imperial Yuaning had a sardonic smile on his face. Just you? You'd better be good and take your life. In the next moment, a cold smile appeared on Li Changxing's face, and with a thought, he summoned Carved Clear. Mother, get him for me. Only to see, in front of Li Changxing, the figure of Carved Clear suddenly appeared. After that, he gently raised his hand and pinched his knob, and an extremely strong energy began to erupt from within the body of that imperial race's Yuaning. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the royal family's firstborn exploded into pieces. This scene made the crowd's scalps tingle. They were all very clear about the strength of the imperial family's Yuaning. It was an expert at the 5th level of the Yuaning. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family only felt their scalps tingle at this moment. Looking towards Kakaru with fear in his eyes. With this kind of strength, could it be that she's a god transformation cultivator? The imperial Yuaning was dead, so Li Changxing hurriedly put back the engraved clear. This time, summoning Carved Harvest was nothing more than wanting to make an example out of him. After all, if Carved Clear stayed longer, the consumption of longevity would be more, and Li Changxing didn't want to waste it. When Long Hai saw this situation, his entire body collapsed to the ground. This elder Gongsun, elder of the Yun family, quick, kill him. At this moment, the Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family had already stopped their attacks. They looked at Li Changxing with awe in their eyes and bowed respectfully. Dan Master Li, it's us who are blind. In order to make up for our previous mistakes, my Gongsun family is willing to submit to Master Li Dan and be at his disposal. My Yun family is also willing to submit to Master Li Dan and be at his disposal. Li Changxing snorted coldly in his heart. These two families are wallflowers. Fortunately, I have refined the soul regeneration pill, and after taking them in, I will have the means to restrain them in the future. Li Changxing pretended to be generous and opened his mouth with a smile. No harm, we don't fight. I heard that you guys need the Peiyuan Dan, and I happen to have refined it here. Li Changxing spread out his palms, and an even more intense Dan fragrance wafted out. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and sucked in their breath. That golden stripe, there are 7 of them. This is the 7th grade Pui Yuan Dan. The eyes of the Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family were glowing. This color, this grade, it's much stronger than the ones made by the royal alchemists. With a wave of Li Changxing's hand, a soul regeneration pill fell into each person's hand. You guys take this Peiyuan Dan for now and see if it has any effect. The 4 Yuaning even dared to receive it and got it into their hands and stuffed it into their mouths without hesitation. This was, after all, a 7th grade elixir which they had never seen a few times in their lives. They did have doubts about Li Changxing's pills, but when they saw that the pills were of the 7th grade, those doubts in their hearts were instantly dispelled. After all, who in their right mind was kicked by a donkey and would tamper with a 7th grade elixir? The 4 people's pills entered their mouths, and surging medicinal power swept through their bodies. The dark diseases that had existed for many years had gotten better, and even the cultivation level showed signs of going further. The Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family bowed to Li Changxing. Many thanks to Dan Master Li for giving the pill. If we didn't feel it wrong, the purity of this pill should have already exceeded 80%, right? Li Changxing laughed. Wrong, it's 10%. 10% purity? Dong Tiancheng exclaimed. Don't you dare lie, that's an absolute lie. Li Changxing smiled faintly and threw one to Dong Tiancheng and said, True or false, you'll know it when you see it. Dong Tiancheng took the soul-regenerating Dan and carefully snapped off a sliver of it with this home, putting it into his mouth to savor it. Soon after, the face shook dramatically. Surprisingly, it's really 10% pure, this can't be, it can't be. Seeing this, the Gongsun family and the Yun family showed joyful expressions. The 4 of them immediately looked at Long Hai. Long Hai is barbaric, and even more so, he has provoked Li Danshi. Today we have submitted to Li Danshi. We should take out this bad anger for Li Danshi. Without the slightest hesitation, the 4 of them attacked towards Long Hai. Long Hai didn't even let out a single scream before he died. Chapter 72 3 Princesses in the Bag. Afterward, the 4 Yuaning powerhouses escorted Dong Tiancheng to Li Changxing. Master Dan Li, how should this person be disposed of? Li Changxing glanced at Dong Tiancheng and gently waved his hand. Let go. I have no deep hatred with this person. There is no need to take his life. When everyone heard that, they let go of Dong Tiancheng. However, Dong Tiancheng still seemed to harbor resentment towards Li Changxing, with no gratitude on his face. He grunted coldly and left in a hurry without uttering a word. Gong Sun Chang eyed Dong Tiancheng's back and turned to look at Li Changxing, as if he had something to say. Li Changxing gained insight into his mind. You're trying to mention that he still has a Peiyuan Dan in his hands, aren't you? Gong Sun Chang nodded. Dan Master Li, 7th grade pills are worth a lot of money. It's a pity for him to take them so easily. Li Changxing deliberately let Dong Tiancheng go. The news of a 7th grade alchemist appearing in the capital was bound to cause a stir in the Pill King Valley. Li Changxing was precisely taking this opportunity to have Dong Tiancheng bring the news back to Pill King Valley. If that soul regeneration pill was taken by the Pill King Valley's alchemist, he would be able to obtain an alchemist for nothing. What's not to like about such a good thing? It's just a pity that I wasn't able to give him a few more pills.
Li Changxing siga sufli.
Otherwise, wouldn't Pill King Valley have a few more of my people? Gong Sun Chang saw Li Changxing sigh and mistakenly thought that he regretted it. There is no need for Master Dan Li to be chagrined. Dong Tiancheng has not yet traveled far. It is not too late to catch up at this moment. Li Changxing shook his head. Forget it, as fellow alchemists. If he really needs this Dan to study the Dan Dao, let's give it to him. When the crowd heard this, they praised Li Changxing's selflessness. It's admirable that Master Li Dan has gone this far for the advancement of the Dan Dao. Yes, Master Dan Li's noble qualities really make us feel inferior. Master Dan Li, you are our role model. We are too selfish compared to you. Li Changxing coughed dryly and waved his hand to indicate that they didn't have to. You all don't have to be polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. With that, he took out a few more soul-regenerating pills and handed them to the Yuaning ancestors of the Gongsun and Yun families. Take these pills for now. They should cure your dark diseases after taking them. The 4 of them excitedly received the elixir and bowed to thank them. Many thanks to Dan Master Li. Li Changxing smiled faintly, and at this moment, 4 points of light appeared in his mind. He had an intuition that it would only take one thought for those points of light to go out. The light point going out meant that those 4 Yuaning powerhouses would die. Not only that, he could also manipulate the person who took the soul regeneration pill by controlling the light points. Li Changxing looked at the 4 people and meditated in his heart. May you truly return to the fold, and may I never have to extinguish these 4 points of light. Afterward, Li Chongsheng turned in the direction of the palace. There is still one person who has not been dealt with, and that is the Grand Imperial Prince Long Faping. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately marched to the palace. Soon they found Long Faping in the harem. At the moment, he was lying on the bed of the Dragon Sea consort. Seeing Li Chongsheng and the others, he roared angrily. "Are you guys trying to rebel? The guards. Where are the guards? How can these people be allowed to enter at will without notification?" The consort next to her screamed and panicked, covering herself with her bedding. Li Chongsheng snorted coldly and gave orders to Song Shiran. "This man is shameless even to his own father's woman. After castration, send it to a greenhouse." Song Shiran nodded his head and walked towards Long Faping with his sword in hand. Soon, a mournful scream came. The commotion here immediately startled the entire harem. Countless concubines were frightened and trembling. Li Chongsheng's heart stirred as he looked at Song Shiran and asked, "How many concubines are there in this harem?" The corners of Song Shiran's mouth twitched as he understood Li Chongsheng's intentions in a single sentence. But he dared not show it, and had to answer truthfully. After Long Hai ascended the throne, he went around collecting beautiful women, and now there are about 3,000 beauties in his harem. Most are still virgins, after all, the Dragon Sea died before they could enjoy it. Li Chongsheng nodded his head and was about to speak when he heard a woman's voice from outside the house. "Master Li Dan, we want to see Master Li Dan." Li Chongsheng frowned and inquired, "What is it?" The Song family's son replied, "It's the 3 princesses of the Dragon Kingdom. They seem to be begging to see you." "Princess?" Li Chongsheng was puzzled. "It's Long Hai's daughter?" Song released a sigh as he shook his head. "They are also poor people, the daughters of the late emperor. After the late emperor was killed by Long Hai, he was put under house arrest. I heard that Long Hai had been coveting their beauty for a long time, and had planned to marry these princesses recently, but unexpectedly he died today. The 3 princesses should have taken advantage of the royal chaos before escaping." After hearing this, Li Chongsheng couldn't help but lick his lips. Let them in, it does seem oddly pathetic. Soon, the 3 women knelt in front of Li Chongsheng and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks to the benefactor. If not for the benefactor's rescue, the Dragon Kingdom would have fallen into the hands of traitors. Li Chongsheng looked down at the 3 women in front of him. They were worthy of being princesses, with snowy skin and slim bodies without a trace of fat. Li Chongsheng reached out and lifted the chin of one of them, inquiring, "What's your name?" That princess had teary eyes and a voice as thin as a mosquito. "Slave girl Long Kwai. Pay respects to your benefactor." "Dragon flower."
Li Chongsheng Nudda Sacrelli.
"True to the name of the princess." Then he looked at the other 2. "What about you guys?" The 2 princesses looked up at Li Chongsheng. "Slave girl Long Ningxiang. Pay respects to your benefactor." "Slave girl Long Yaxian. Pay respects to your benefactor." Li Chongsheng nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, good-looking indeed." The 3 princesses' bodies shook slightly after hearing this. Immediately after that, Long Kwai's eyes rolled and she said directly, "Benefactor, Long Hai is the enemy of our father's murderer. You have avenged us. We deserve to repay you. If the benefactor doesn't mind, we'd like to give our bodies to him." Long Ningxiang and Long Yaxian also bowed and paid their respects, their clothes slightly exposed, adding a few more points of temptation. "We would also like to give our bodies to the benefactor." Li Chongsheng picked up the 3 people and said with feigned concern, "Since you guys are so adamant, I'll take a loss and promise you." Everyone's faces involuntarily twitched when they heard this. The 3 princesses, however, were overjoyed. Many thanks to the benefactor for making it happen. In fact, they had long negotiated to marry Li Chongsheng. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was in turmoil, and if the royal family was unstable, it would surely invite invasion by foreign enemies. Even if there is no external danger, those ministers and generals who covet the throne will take the opportunity to cause trouble. As for Li Chongsheng's skillful means, marrying him can not only preserve the Dragon Kingdom's royal family, but also find a solid backer for the Dragon Kingdom, a multi-purpose move. What's more, after they saw Li Chongsheng in person, they also felt that he was a good-looking man. This strengthens their resolve. Within a short time, the palace was brightly lit, joyous and peaceful. Chapter 73. The Enthronement Ceremony. The Dragon Kingdom traitors had been removed, and Long Kwai's eyes glittered with plans for the future. "Husband, The Dragon Kingdom is now without a master. Since you are already our husband, why don't you proclaim your ascension to the throne and become the new emperor of the Dragon Kingdom? Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. Though the throne of the emperor is honored, if he is not a fainting, tyrannical, or lecherous king, how can he have fun? Li Changsheng, a man at the top of the sky, will be a generation of bright ruler, day and night worries. What's more, by ascending to the throne, I am bound to a corner of the Dragon Kingdom. The vast boundaries of the divine dragon continent are just waiting for me to explore. Husband, you want to abandon us? What are we going to do when you're gone? Husband, the Dragon Kingdom's royal family is in the midst of a storm, and the four forces covet the throne. How can you leave at this time? Li Changsheng embraced Longxi tightly and pondered for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "What you say is true, but the fundamental problem is that the Dragon Kingdom has no master. It is imperative that a new emperor ascends to the throne and quickly establishes his prestige to deter all parties." Long Kuai gazed at Li Changsheng, her eyes filled with tenderness. Husband, nowadays, amongst the Dragon Kingdom's royal family, you are the only one who has the ability to take on this heavy responsibility. There are only 3 of us sisters left in the royal family, so if you don't ascend the throne, who should inherit? Li Changsheng shook his head. It's time to break the stereotype of a woman as emperor. Today I, Li Changsheng, will break the old and establish the new. He looked at Ryukoi with a firm gaze and caressed her cheek. So valiant, if you change into a dragon robe, you will certainly be even more majestic. Long Kuei was surprised. Husband, you mean? Li Changsheng nodded slightly. Yes, what I am referring to is exactly what I look like. Long Meyer? Li Changsheng coughed lightly, and his gaze turned to Long Qiu. However, it shall be you who shall ascend to the throne as emperor. You act decisively and with a thunderous voice. Among your 3 sisters, if we are talking about the one who is fit to claim the title of emperor, it is you. A hesitant look appeared on Long Kuai's face. Husband, since ancient times, women were not allowed to call themselves emperors. This concept is deeply rooted. If the slave girl announces her ascension to the throne, it will cause opposition from all directions. Li Changsheng waved his hand with disinterest. There is no need to worry about this matter. At the ceremony of enthronement, those with dissenting hearts will jump out. That's when we'll make our mark. With my husband here, what is there to fear? Hearing this, Long Kuai was so excited that she burst into tears. Husband treats his slave girl with deep love and care, and slave girl is willing to serve her husband for the rest of her life. The following day, the Dragon Kingdom announced to the world that the eldest princess would be enthroned as the new emperor. The enthronement ceremony is scheduled for 3 days later. When the news came out, the Dragon Kingdom shook. A woman on the throne? Where are the ethics? The Rapunzel claims the throne? By what right does she? If a woman is in charge, the Dragon Kingdom is in danger. Although it is rather inappropriate for a woman to call herself an emperor, if she can do practical things for the people, our people will embrace her, regardless of gender. While the people were talking about it, the high-ranking ministers were also getting excited. Chancellor Luo Chang stroked his beard, his face showing a surprise that was hard to hide. Truly the heavens have helped me. A woman has ascended to the throne as emperor, and this time there is no need to find another excuse. This alone is enough to rebel. Quickly gather your men and assemble in Kyoto in 3 days. We will drive Long Kuai off the throne at the enthronement ceremony. At the same time, hurry up and hit up the other ministers in the court so that they will support me as the new emperor at the enthronement ceremony. Anyone who dares to refuse will be decapitated. As night fell, Li Changxing lay on his bed, listening to Song Qingtian's report. So far, other than Chancellor Luo Chang making a move, everything seems normal.
Li Shangsheng inquirat.
What's wrong with Luo Chang? Song Kangtian replied respectfully. He has sent men to recruit men who are expected to arrive in Kyoto in 3 days. Men who will undoubtedly be there to force the new emperor to abdicate. In addition, he coerced the ministers of the court in an attempt to promote him as emperor at the ceremony of ascension to the throne. Li Changxing nodded his head in greeting. Do not act rashly, and we'll take it all in one fell swoop when it's time for the enthronement ceremony. In an instant, 3 days had passed. The enthronement ceremony took place as planned. The palace was brilliantly lit and red carpets covered the floor. The ministers of the court and the prominent nobles of the Dragon Kingdom gathered together. Chancellor Luo Chang sat at the guest table, full of complacency. Long Aoi, you have given me a perfect opportunity. Otherwise, where would I find an excuse to seize the throne? Soon, the eunuch announced the official start of the enthronement ceremony. The ceremonial band played the solemn enthronement music. Long Kwai stepped into the crowd's line of sight, holding 3 cones of incense, and bowed to the ancestors of heaven and earth to pray for blessings. Then, she took a step towards the dragon chair. Just then, Luo Chang suddenly snapped. Long Kwai, our country has long had a law that the harem is not allowed to interfere in court politics. How dare you, a woman, try to become an emperor? What do you think of our laws? Where is the face of my country? Do you want the world to laugh at my dragon kingdom? Long Kwai coldly looked at Luo Chang. Her eyes were firm and unruffled, as if she already possessed the majesty of an emperor. Chancellor Luo, the dragon kingdom is the world of my dragon family. What's wrong with me, as a descendant of the dragon family, ascending to the throne and claiming the title of emperor? Could it be that you yourself want to usurp the throne? Luo Chang was shocked by Long Qiu's aura and couldn't help but shrink his neck, as if this was the only time he truly recognized Long Qiu's power. But he quickly composed himself, remembered his plan, and courage returned to him. Long Kwai, according to tradition, if there is no one in the royal family to inherit the throne, the ministers of the court should work together to elect a new emperor. You have held the enthronement ceremony today without deliberation, which is too tyrannical a move. I, Luo Chang, am the first to say no. Li Chongqing quietly observed Luo Cheng's performance, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sarcastic sneer. The other ministers were also cautious, with fine beads of sweat oozing from their foreheads. Luo Chang, however, didn't notice any abnormality as he waved his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. Colleagues, today I ask once more, who is qualified to be the new emperor of my dragon kingdom? Luo Chang was secretly excited in his heart. According to his plan, at this moment, someone should come forward to recommend him as the new emperor. But as time went on, no one even spoke. Gentlemen, who is capable of carrying this burden? Luo Chang asked again, but there was still silence. Long Kwai sneered, breaking the silence. Chancellor Luo, my husband has long since gained insight into those little schemes of yours. Do you think these ministers will really support you? At those words, Luo Chang violently turned to Li Chongqing, his face so gloomy that he could almost wring out water. You little white boy who feeds on women, when my army arrives, I'll be the first to take you and sacrifice you. He turned to the ministers who had betrayed him and gritted his teeth in warning. And you, none of you. Just then, one of the guards came rushing in to report. Report! A large army has been spotted gathering outside the city, numbering no less than 10,000. When Luo Chang heard this, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Good! The army has arrived, the throne of the Dragon Kingdom. I, Luo Chang, am determined to win. Chapter 74. I want to run, I want to train my waist. Luo Chang was arrogant to the extreme at the moment, and various means were staged. None of you betrayers will escape, and all of you will pay the price. With his command, sons and daughters, show yourselves. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom is the Luo family's possession. At that moment, dozens of the soldiers standing guard drew their swords and launched a sneak attack on the warrior next to them. In an instant, wails rose in all directions, and dozens of warriors were brutally killed. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. His body was like a rainbow, and the stunning sword entered his hand. The sword light flashed and the sword chi overflowed, as if it had a spirit, and it pounced directly on those rebel soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the rebel army was in tatters, and the scene was palpable. Luo Cheng's smile hadn't even tightened when he witnessed this scene. The smile froze and turned to panic as he watched Li Chongqing approach step by step. What do you want to do? A large army has been assembled outside the city, and if I fail, they will step on Kyoto. Li Chongqing snorted coldly and waved his hand as the golden dragon appeared. He leapt onto the dragon's head, and the dragon roared a long roar, rushing straight out of the city. Looking down, I saw that a large group of people were attacking the city. The dragon swooped down, straight at the rebels. The dragon's mouth opened and closed, and in the space of a breath, hundreds of soldiers were killed. Li Chongqing hovered in the air, looking down on the rebels, his voice cold. He who takes the head of your chief will be spared the death penalty. Li Chongqing's might was chilling, and no one dared to think of resisting. The soldiers closed in on the rebel leader, the sharp knives in their hands gripped tighter. The rebel leader swallowed hard, his scalp tingling. Are you guys trying to rebel? I am your chief. At the moment of life and death, how could the soldiers care so much? With a scream, the leader was cut down by a random sword. The head rolled aside, and Li Chongqing reached out and inhaled it into his hand, addressing the trembling rebels. Wait here to be dealt with, and those who dare to escape will be buried in the dragon's belly. He then drove the dragon back to the venue of the enthronement ceremony and threw the head of the rebel leader in front of Luo Cheng. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall, and the crowd was careful even to breathe. Luo Cheng looked at the head on the ground and trembled. No, that's impossible. I've been planning this for so long. How could I fail? Luo Cheng was furious and had lost his temper. The two black-clothed men behind them saw this and picked up Luo Cheng in order to escape. Li Chongqing let out a cold snort and drank. Peak Jeden dares to act recklessly in front of me? Although Li Chongqing was only at the 5th level of Jeden, his battle power was unrivaled in his realm. His 5th layer of Jeden was consolidated by countless solid cultivation pills without any falsehood. Luo Cheng was awakened by Li Chongqing's stern shout, his eyes filled with resentment. Killing him is all because of him, and my heart's hatred will not go away until I get rid of him. The two Peak Jeden looked at each other and launched an attack at Li Chongqing in unison. Li Chongqing's eyes were icy cold as he secretly said in his heart, I'm at the 5th level of Jeden, and my indestructible true spirit skill has reached the realm of immortal flesh. So what is there to worry about at the peak of Jeden? Only to see his traceless ghost steps unfold, his figure disappearing like a ghost. The god appeared beside a Peak Jeden in an instant. The burning spirit technique activates, doubling the consumption of spiritual energy and surging battle power by 5 times. The star-picking hand was then cast, and the giant hand shadow held it in one hand, exploding with a loud bang as blood-colored fireworks blossomed. The surrounding crowd looked horrified, their faces splattered with blood and broken flesh. When the other Peak Jeden saw this, his face changed drastically. Not daring to resist, he turned around and fled. Li Chongqing sneered as the super dragon claw hand operated. The huge dragon's claw reached straight towards that Jeden peak, and in a miserable scream, his chest caved in. The heart was ripped out, gripped hard, and shattered with a loud bang. At this moment, Luo Cheng was kneeling on the ground, trembling. He looked at Li Chongqing with fear in his eyes. You're the devil, the devil. Li Chongqing walked towards him with a fierce smile and slapped him on the head. With a bang, the head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white objects in all directions. Countless people couldn't help but vomit, their stomachs turning over. And Li Chongqing looked around the crowd and proclaimed in a cold voice, Today, I, Li Chongqing, announce to the world that Long Kuai is the new emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, and those who do not obey will be merciless under the sword. Then, Song Shiran and Song Dingon, the Song family's oldest ancestors, showed up in support. My Song family supports the eldest princess to become the new emperor and swears to defend the authority of the new emperor to the death. Gong Sun Chong and Zhang Huichuan of the Gong Sun family also stepped forward. I, the Gong Sun family, support the eldest princess to become the new emperor and vow to defend the authority of the new emperor to the death. The Yun family followed suit. My Yun family supports the eldest princess to become the new emperor and swears to defend the authority of the new emperor to the death. The 3 great families of Kyoto City have taken a stand in favor of Long Kuai, establishing her authority as emperor. The crowd chanted in unison. We support the Rapunzel to become the new emperor and defend the new emperor's authority to the death. Long Kuai was so moved that her eyes turned red. She took one step towards the dragon chair, and no one dared to stop her anymore. With the help of Li Chongqing, the enthronement ceremony ended successfully. At night, Long Kuai took the initiative to find Li Chongqing and said worriedly, Husband, now that I have ascended the throne as emperor, but there are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and I, a daughter, have no time to care. I wonder what should be done with these people. When Li Chongqing heard this, he directly laughed out loud. It's not that you have no time for it, it's that you have no place to put it at all, is it? Ha ha ha. He laughed softly and asked meaningfully, What are the plans of the Empress Sama? Long Kuai pulled back her hair and looked up at Li Chongqing with a bad smile. Husband, as the saying goes, fertilizer does not flow to outsiders' fields. So instead of sitting idle, it would be better to gift it to your husband. Li Chongqing pretended to be surprised and faked his refusal. That's not quite right, I'm afraid. Long Kuai spoke again, and the two of them pushed back a bit. In the end, under Li Chongqing's extremely reluctant expression, he reluctantly agreed. It's a deal. I can only have 2,000, no more. The remaining 1,000, the non-virgins, the older ones and the ugly ones, give them some compensation and send them back home. I'm not the insatiable type. Long Kuei's eyes were filled with adoration. Husband is truly benevolent. It's a great fortune that I can meet him. Li Chongsheng coughed dryly and got up to dress. Ryu Koi asked suspiciously, "Where else is husband going to go at this late hour?" Li Chongqing gave a dry laugh. "I've been feeling a little weak lately and wanted to get out and get some exercise while it was still night. The harem place is spacious and running is most complimentary. Mother need not wait for me. Rest first." Lung Kuai lay down obediently. It's admirable that husband is so self-disciplined. Li Chongqing put on his shoes and headed out, stopping near the door. "By the way, I probably won't have time to come in for a couple days. I'm going to focus on running. Most importantly, I need to work on my back." Chapter 75 Gongsun and Yun family's descendants in the bag. For several days in a row, Li Chongqing gained a lot. His lifespan had increased by a full 15,000 years. The cultivation level had also increased to the 7th level of Jedan. The root bone was upgraded to red medium. The family reputation was raised to 2,000, rewarding a special skill. Mine auto-sensing. The mine automatically senses within a certain distance of the mine, itself will appear to sense. The types of mines include many kinds, such as spirit stone mines, iron concentrates, gold concentrates, fire spirit stone mines, and so on and so forth. When Li Chongqing heard that reward, his heart secretly rejoiced. System I really love you just came a refining proficiency, and then came a mining induction. This is breaking open your mouth to send food. Mining induction, in that case, won't I be able to quickly search for iron essence and other necessary materials for smithing? Thinking about the scene of my Li family manually having an extremely high-quality flying sword, my heart is pounding. The top immortal sect is nothing more than that, right? Ha 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 ha, not only that, but now my lifespan is nearly 20,000 years, which is enough to support me in awakening carving harvest 1 or 2 dozen times. That means I'll have 1 or 20 chances to pretend in front of high-ranked cultivators. It was at this moment that the voice of an underling sounded outside the door. "Lord Prince, the Gongsun family and the Yun family seek an audience." Now that Long Kuai had become a female emperor, Li Chongqing, as her husband, naturally became a prince. His brow furrowed slightly as he wondered what these two families wanted. Let them in. Shortly afterward, the Yun clan's old ancestor and the Gongsun clan's old ancestor walked in together. Gongsun Chong and his daughter-in-law, Zhang Huichuan, had careful faces. "Masterly Dan, my Gongsun family has 2 other granddaughters who have not yet left the court. They have long admired Masterly Dan. I wonder if Masterly Dan can accept them?" Once Li Chongqing heard this, it was without hesitation. Since Elder Gongsun has asked, how could I not accept it? At this moment, the Cloud family's oldest ancestor, Yun Zhonghe, and Yun Feiyong also opened their mouths. "Masterly Dan, my Yun family also has 2 granddaughters who are waiting to be released from the court, and they are eager to see Masterly Dan every day, you see?" Once Li Chongqing heard this, he didn't wait for the Yun clan's oldest ancestor to finish his sentence and directly waved his hand. We're all on our own. What's the point of being so polite? I'll take those granddaughters of yours." When the Yun family's old ancestor heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Many thanks to Dan Master Li for his favor. My granddaughter would be very happy if she knew about this news. The value of a cultivator's concubine is far beyond that of a mortal's concubine. Not only because cultivator concubines were more efficient at enhancing root bones, but more importantly, cultivator concubines gave more rewards than mortal concubines. Therefore, as long as it was a cultivator's concubine, Li Chongqing usually came to the rescue. For immortal cultivation families like the Gongsun family and the Yun family, their descendants were by no means ordinary cultivators. The old ancestors of the Gongsun family and the Yun family were standing respectfully at the moment, looking like they wanted to say something. Li Chongqing could tell that they had something to say. "Is there anything else going on with you guys? But there is no harm in saying so." Seeing this, Gongsun Chong and Yun Feiyong slightly looked at each other before bowing. "Masterly Dan, some juniors in our family are at the peak chi refining realm and are in dire need of foundation building pills to advance to foundation building. I wonder if Master Li Dan can bestow some foundation building pills. In fact, with the strength of the Gongsun family and the Yun family, there was no shortage of foundation establishment pills. However, for the sake of his offspring's better development in the future, he specially came to Li Chongqing to ask for a 10% purity foundation establishment pill. People had offered their granddaughters, so naturally Li Chongqing wouldn't be stingy with those foundation-building pills. With a wave of his hand, he took out dozens of foundation-building pills and gave them to several people. You guys can take these foundation-building pills for now. Seeing this, several people hurriedly took the pills and said after thanking them profusely, "Thank you, Master Dan Li. We'll go home and prepare for the wedding." The next day, Li Chongqing wore a big red dress and worshipped heaven and earth. The usual practice of checking up on the fertility credentials of several people was followed. Suddenly, four pillars of purple light shot up into the sky. Two of them were purple to the extreme, having reached the peak of purple. Those two were none other than the two granddaughters of the Yun family, Yun Yun and Yun Caihuan. And the two from the Gongsun family weren't bad either, reaching the level of a purple middle grade. They were Gongsun Yen and Gongsun Jingshu. Li Chongqing looked at the exciting scene in front of him and lifted Yun Yun's chin to ask, "Your name is Yun Yun, right?" Yun Yun nodded her head obediently, her cheeks turning red. "Slave girl Yun Yun, thank you for your husband's favor. That shy look perfectly explains what it means to be soft and boneless. A woman like water After a few days of hard work, Li Chongqing had gained a lot. Only the system's voice rang out. "Ding, congratulations to the host on the success of his concubinage, gaining a total of 100 years of longevity. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the hidden reward, a chance to have one child with 8 treasures. The 8 treasures of one child may be used on the designated concubine. When used, it will surely give birth to 8 offspring at a time. Friendly reminder to use it on concubines with top fertility qualifications to maximize the benefits. Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the pupil art, barrier-breaking divine pupil. Barrier-breaking divine pupil, which can break all illusions and solidify the original mind, is a pupil art that specializes in restraining illusions. Cultivating to the highest level, one can see the essence of the world and gain the right to communicate with the heavenly Tao. Listening to these rewards, Li Chongqing couldn't mention how excited he was, and the most exciting thing was the 8 treasures of the litter. An opportunity like this has to be reserved for Kakaru. Her red to the core fertility credentials were already top of the line. If one were to give birth to 8 children at once, one didn't know how heaven-defying the qualifications would appear. Haha, it's exciting to think about. After the excitement, Li Chongqing fell back into deep helplessness. It's just a pity that carved Haru's cultivation is too high. I can't even break through her thin layer of defense, so what's the point of having a child?
Li Chongqing siga bitarli.
Beside her, Yun Yun plastered over in a red belly band. Husband, why the sighing? Li Chongqing wrapped his arms around Yun Yun's white and soft waist, causing Yun Yun to giggle. It's nothing. I just feel that my cultivation is too weak. Yun Yun covered Li Chongqing's mouth. Husband is good enough. Now that you are at the 7th level of Jeden cultivation, you are already far beyond your peers. And this cultivation is not the end of husband's journey. Husband's goal is the stars and the sea. Soon after, Yun Yun's eyes rolled and she opened her mouth. If husband wants to quickly raise his cultivation, I do have an idea. Li Chongqing revealed a curious expression. Go ahead, ma'am. Yun Yun looked into the distance, seemingly recalling something. Husband, there is a valley 100 miles away from this Kyoto city, in which miasma pervades all year round, and regular people will hallucinate after breathing in it. There had been countless cultivators who had gone to explore the area, but not 1 in 10 had been able to return. The ones that made it back alive became insane. Speaking here, Yun Yun's words changed. But after so many years, there was one person who retreated intact, and not only did he not become insane, but his cultivation also advanced to the Yuaning realm in one fell swoop. When Li Chongqing heard this, he was immediately interested. Who was that guy? Yun Yun said. He is none other than the founding emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Ao Tian. Chapter 76 Mysterious Runes. Long Yao Chia. Li Chongqing had a strange expression on his face. What a middle-of-the-road name. Yun Yun asked suspiciously. What's a middle child? Li Chongqing smiled slightly. It's more two-dimensional. Yun Yun seemed to understand and nodded. It is said that that long Aotian is indeed a bit too. However, at this moment, Li Chongqing was interested in that secret realm. As for whether or not he could get out in one piece, this was not something he was worried about in the slightest. Carrying a lifespan of 20,000 years, he could summon carved clear 1 or 2 dozen times the sky and the earth. Li Chongqing was simply fearless. A secret realm within this tiny dragon kingdom. He didn't believe that there was a momentary clearing present, and he couldn't even break out himself. He then looked at Yun Yun and asked, since that long Aotian retreated in one piece, has he ever revealed information about what's in the secret realm? Yun Yun shook her head. Long Aotian went into seclusion after he came back and soon broke through to Yuanying. But strangely, his lifespan kept on passing. It is said that the lifespan of a Yuanying powerhouse exceeds 2,000 years. But Long Aotian's hair went pale, and his vitality was cut off 200 years after he achieved Yuanying. So weird. Li Chongqing frowned slightly as some speculations surfaced in his mind. Could it be that he obtained some longevity-consuming cultivation enhancement technique from the secret realm? Thinking of this, Li Chongqing began to become excited inside. If there really is such a gong method, then it's practically tailor-made for me. Li Chongqing was in an agitated mood and got up in a hurry. He wanted to go to Long Qiu to ask for clarification. Not long after, Li Chongqing arrived at Long Qiu's room. Long Kuai put down the folds in his hands and took off the dragon robe with a shy face. Husband finally remembers slave girl. Slave girl is about to give birth to grass. Li Chongqing was not in the mood to think about those things at the moment and opened his mouth to ask, how much do you know about your dragon family's old ancestor, Long Aotian? Long Kuai was slightly stunned, but he still said, the slave girl doesn't know much about the old ancestor. She only knows that the old ancestor once traveled to a secret realm, and upon his return, he was promoted to a Yuanying, and in the 200 years that followed, he enslaved 2 major Yuanyings with his battle prowess, and established the Dragon Kingdom. This answer was not much different from what Yun Yun had said, but he still had not figured out the reason for Long Aotian's rapid aging. Do you know what the dragon family ancestor's rapid pallor is due to? Long Kuai shook her head. If husband is interested, he can personally go to old ancestor's tomb to investigate. Li Chongqing had wanted to say this, but that was, after all, Long Kuai's old ancestor, and did not rashly bring it up. Now that Long Kuai had taken the initiative to bring it up, Li Chongqing also agreed to do so. Well then, we'll leave now and you lead the way. Ryukoi nodded, as she dressed. Back then, the old ancestor's death was strange, and we had investigated for many years, but we couldn't find out anything. As Li Chongqing listened to Long Qiu's explanation, it was only then that he realized why she had said that she would personally go to the tomb to investigate. It turned out that it was Long Aotian's tomb that had been opened. Perhaps his Long family wanted an answer too. Shortly after, the two arrived at Long Aotian's tomb. There were soldiers guarding outside the mausoleum, and when they saw Long Qiu and Li Chongqing, they knelt down. Long Kuai waved her hand. Open the gate to the mausoleum. With the sound of a stone door rubbing against the ground, the door to the mausoleum was opened. Long Kuai was the first to step in, followed by Li Chongqing. The amount of burial goods in the tomb is mind-boggling. But these were not what Li Chongqing cared about. What he cared about was Long Aotian's corpse. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the coffin that housed Long Aotian's body. Opening the coffin, Long Aotian was lying quietly in it. His hair was white, age spots were all over, his body was thin, almost skin and bones. If he didn't have the cultivation of a Yuanying and could keep his flesh from decaying, he might have turned into ashes at this moment. Li Chongqing frowned tightly. On this corpse, other than being able to see its old age, he could no longer see anything else. Has the husband ever found anything? Ryukoi asked. Li Chongqing shook his head. None found. But it was at this moment that Carved Clear, who was in the accompanying medicinal garden, blinked his eyes rapidly and snapped his eyes open. What a familiar scent. Li Chongqing was startled and hurriedly sank into his mind to communicate with Engraved Clear. What have you found, my lady? Carved Haru's face was tinged with thought. Above this corpse, it gives me an extremely familiar feeling. One that is so strange I can't describe it. Li Chongqing's face became grave as he once again looked at Long Aotian's corpse in his heart. Could it be that that secret realm has something to do with Carving Clear? Now that things were becoming more and more confusing, the curiosity in Li Chongqing's heart grew heavier and heavier. No matter what, one must visit the secret realm. As for this Long Ao Tion's corpse, it doesn't seem to be as simple as it appears on the surface. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing's heart murmured, barrier-breaking divine pupil, cultivate. The barrier-breaking divine pupil that he had just obtained could break through all illusions. If this Long Ao Tion's corpse really had any barriers present, it would definitely be seen through by the barrier-breaking divine pupil. Only Li Chongqing's eyes suddenly shone with a burst of golden light, and then the light contracted and fused into his eyes. At this point, the barrier-breaking divine pupil had been successfully cultivated. At this moment, Li Chongqing only felt that his surroundings had become clearer, and the countless subtle soot present in the air could be in sight with a fixed gaze. Excited in his heart, he once again looked at Long Ao Tion's corpse. This time there was a definite change, only to see that a strange rune was branded in Long Ao Tion's body. The rune flickered as if it was breathing, constantly absorbing the energy from Long Ao Tion's body. What a weird rune. It didn't dissipate even after the person died. Li Chongqing murmured in a low voice, but then seemed to have thought of something extraordinary. Wait, that rune can absorb longevity? Carve clear and feel a familiar feeling. It is hard not to believe that I also. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and he couldn't help but look at his body. It just felt like the sky was spinning and his heart was half cold. I can't believe that this mysterious rune also exists within my body. Could it be that I will end up like Long Ao Tion? Li Chongqing couldn't accept this fact and couldn't help but take several steps back. No way, never. Long Kuai looked at Li Chongqing, who looked like this, and asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Li Chongqing shook his head. Then his face revealed determination. "I'm going to break into that secret realm, the secrets of which I must unlock." Li Chongqing couldn't wait any longer. Even if there would be dangers involved, he had to go and solve this mystery, because he didn't know exactly when the rune would change. If there was a sudden increase in longevity absorption, even if he had 20,000 years of longevity, it might not be enough. Long Kuai was a bit worried when she saw this. "You mean the secret realm that old ancestor visited back then?" Li Chongqing nodded. "Not bad. There are some things in that secret realm that I have to figure out." Although Long Aoi was worried, she didn't know how to persuade her. The slave girl waits for her husband to return. Li Chongqing then left the mausoleum and found the people from the 3 great clans to investigate and understand the secret realm in all aspects. After everything was prepared, he left the palace and took the Yuaning ancestors of the 3 great clans with him, heading towards the secret realm. Chapter 77. Woman in Red. Innate poison body. That secret realm was in the middle of the Shinnong Mountain, which was perennially surrounded by clouds and mist, and poisonous miasma permeated the surrounding area. Any mortal who has gone in has never escaped. Even for cultivators, those with low cultivation are bound to die. Only cultivators who were above Jedan could defend themselves for a certain period of time. But if time passes, it won't be able to withstand that poisonous miasma. However, these poisonous miasmas were not a big deal to Li Chongqing. With the antidote pill in his hand, these poisonous miasma could not harm him. Not long after, Li Chongqing arrived outside the mountain. The barrier-breaking divine pupil suddenly operated, and a shocking black gas rose up from the mountain. It was all miasma that contained a strong poison, and ordinary people could not see it, and they did not know when they would die after breathing it in. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a tea pavilion was seated with 3 to 5 people, who stared at Li Chongqing, revealing a curious look. "Little brother, do you want to enter this Shinnong Mountain?" Li Chongqing turned back and looked at the mortals and nodded. "Not bad. I've long heard that there are exotic treasures in the Shinnong Mountain, so this seat has come to take a look." A few people looked at Li Chongqing's body that was filled with the power of cultivation without the slightest fluctuation in his face, as if he had already seen it and was not surprised by it. "Alas, it's not that we don't believe in your strength, as many cultivators like you have come over the years, but we haven't seen a single one come out. Little brother, listen to our advice. This Shinnong Mountain is not trivial. The mountain is filled with poisonous mist, and it is by no means something that a person can withstand." Li Chongqing shook his head, since he had already come. Where was the reason to return? No longer paying attention to them, he took one step and his figure quickly disappeared into the thick fog in the distance. The regretful voices of the men came from behind them. "Another dead bone added to Shinnong Mountain. It's no one's fault, we've warned him. Those female cultivators who went in the other day should be dead at this moment. What's there to think about? Certain death." It's just a pity that a woman as stunningly beautiful as that would be spoiled like that. From the moment Li Chongqing entered Shenong Mountain, he had a 7th-grade antidote pill in his mouth. The silk medicinal power was continuously released, but whenever any poisonous and miasmatic qi entered the body, it would be dissolved in an instant. According to the records of Long Kuai's family texts, the secret realm should be in a cave on the mountainside. Li Chongqing looked up, and the miasma filled the air to see clearly. The dim light and humid air of the forest brought out a touch of tension out of nowhere. This, coupled with the constant bursts of strange animal noises, was even more hair-raising. Li Chongqing's eyes showed determination as he flew up towards the mountainside. But it was at this moment that a strange aura in the distance caused his body to stall. Someone. His eyes stared, and his barrier-breaking divine pupil was suddenly displayed. Only to see a woman in red on the ground, looking straight toward him. A red dress, paired with the dim and humid surroundings. An eerie feeling rose up. Damn. It's not a ghost encounter, is it? Ghost, this was the first word that came to Li Chongqing's mind. But after sinking his mind and feeling a bit, he immediately put his heart down a bit. This person doesn't look like a ghost. The vitality in her body is so rich that she should be human. But I don't feel the power of cultivation in her. I wonder if this person is hiding her cultivation or is she just a mere mortal? Thinking of this, Li Chongqing flew towards the woman. After landing wordlessly, the ghost spoke. Hello, beautiful. The woman's body shook and she took several steps back with a scream. Ghosts. Li Chongqing shook his head helplessly and said in his heart, You look more like a ghost in this outfit. Okay? At this moment, looking at the woman up close, Li Chongqing's eyes couldn't help but light up. Surprisingly, it's still a beauty. He pretended to be knowledgeable and bowed slightly. Miss, this place is extremely dangerous. Why are you alone here? The woman in red looked at Li Chongqing's Jeden cultivation, and a wary look appeared on her face. Senior, please also hide your cultivation quickly. This place is weird and infested with great evil things. Big boob thing. Li Chongqing's eyes landed on the red-clothed woman's chest, and he couldn't help but murmur. Indeed, big enough. When the woman in red heard this, she looked ashamed. However, due to Li Chongqing's cultivation, he did not dare to show it. All that could be done was to stomp her foot and turn sideways. But the movement made the tremor in her chest even more pronounced. Li Chongqing was mesmerized as he watched, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I've never seen such a large-breasted thing in all the time that I've been riding on the battlefield. The woman in red opened her mouth in a mixture of shame and anger. Elder, I'm scared when you look like this. Li Chongqing licked his lips and coughed lightly to ease the embarrassment. Ahem. Now don't get me wrong. I just thought of something interesting. May I ask the name of the fairy? Why have you appeared here? The woman in red bowed slightly and spoke. I am a disciple of the red-clothes sect, Li Hongfu, and I have come to Shenong Mountain this time in order to collect medicine. Listening to Li Hongfu's narration, Li Chongqing frowned slightly. Your cultivation is only at the peak of qi cultivation. Coming to this Shenong Mountain alone, you have a lot of guts. Speaking of this, Li Hongfu had a forlorn look in her eyes. Senior doesn't know, the late generation's physique has some special characteristics. It's an innate poisonous body. It is immune to many poisons in the world, and it is even able to enhance its cultivation by virtue of absorbing poisons. Oh! Li Chongqing looked Li Hongfu up and down, a curious look in his eyes. With such a strange physique, it's no wonder you can breathe freely in the midst of poisonous miasma without being victimized. It was at this moment that a wild beast's roar came from the distance. Roar. Li Hongfu's face changed slightly as she looked at Li Chongqing. Senior, please also hide your cultivation quickly, or else we will definitely be in danger when the ferocious beasts seek us out. Only it all seems to be too late. Only to see 3 scarlet-eyed murderers not far away, pressing towards the two. A flash of despair appeared on Li Hongfu's face. Senior, these ferocious beasts live in poisonous miasma all year round. Their bodies have been transformed by the poisonous miasma and are highly toxic. Anyone who is injured by it is bound to be infected with a severe poison and will die in a short period of time. The clan elders who came with the late generation died at the hands of these ferocious beasts. Li Hongfu flew up and blocked in front of Li Chongqing. Elder, go first. The late generation carries an innate poisonous body and is not afraid of their intense poison. And this time, 2 elders died for me, so I no longer have the face to return to the sect. I can't be dragging the clan down anymore. Li Chongsheng couldn't help but feel some heartache in his heart as he looked at the tender woman in front of him. Ugh. It's so heartbreaking to think about helping others when you're obviously scared out of your mind. What a heartbreaking little girl. But since you've met me, what is a mere highly poisonous ferocious beast? Li Chongxing exerted force under his feet, and the traceless ghost steps were suddenly launched. The entire person transformed into a ghostly shadow and instantly moved next to the three ferocious beasts. The sound of a sword roaring rang out as the shocking sword was sheathed. Accompanied by the three sword slashes, the three ferocious beasts let out miserable cries, followed by blood bursting out and dying. Li Chongxing stood with his sword, his face cold and stern, his body's astonishing aura rising from the ground. The surrounding poisonous miasma rolled back in layers, and the bodies of several demonic beasts in the distance that were trying to rush towards this place exploded. Li Hongfu looked at everything in front of her. Her heart and soul trembled, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Senior actually severed three demonic beasts comparable to half-step Jeden with a single sword? Not even afraid of those poisonous attacks? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Li Hongfu's face, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 78 10,000 Poisonous Spirit Grass. Li Hongfu's fate was ill-fated from a young age, as she was born with a congenital poisonous body, and on the day of her arrival, her body released a large amount of poison, and her mother perished on the spot. The midwife also died shortly afterward from touching her body. Her father just thought she was a disaster and had either beaten or scolded her since she was a child. Growing up, but anyone who came into contact with her was either dead or injured. People in the village avoided her like the plague. Finally, when she was 6 years old, her father was also victimized by her innate poisonous body and passed away. At that time, there happened to be an elder from the Red Clothes sect passing by, and seeing that she was pitiful, she brought her back to the sect. Under the joint treatment of the clan's strongest practitioners, the uncontrolled toxins in her body were finally suppressed for the time being. Because of this treatment, the people of the Red Clothes sect learned that she was an extremely rare innate poisonous body. If the innate poisonous body is properly utilized, the achievement of becoming a party of poisonous queens is no big deal. It was just a pity that if one wanted to freely control the innate poison body, the only way to do so was to find the extremely rare 10,000 poison spirit grass and refine it into a 10,000 poison spirit pill. The other day, Li Hongfu felt that the toxins in her body were about to get out of control. After reporting to the clan sent 2 Jedon elders to accompany her to Shinong Mountain to search for the 10,000 poison spirit grass. The 10,000 poison spirit grass likes a place surrounded by poisonous mist, and this Shinong Mountain is exactly the right place for the 10,000 poison spirit grass to grow. It was just that he didn't expect that the 3 of them had just entered the Shinong Mountain not long before they came across that strange poisonous ferocious beast. The 2 elders desperately blocked the ferocious beast before Li Hongfu was able to escape. It's just that now life and death are uncertain, so I guess it's a long shot. Just now, Li Chongxing's heroic act of destroying 3 demonic beasts with a single sword captivated Li Hongfu. The poisonous miasma poison of this Shinong Mountain was on par with the poison of her innate poisonous body. However, Li Chongxing was able to move freely within it, and didn't seem to be affected by anything. Since she was a child, this was the first time she had met someone who was not afraid of toxins. Instantly, she began to be curious about Li Chongxing. Only Li Hongfu bowed. "Senior, how are you able to resist these poisonous attacks?" Li Chongxing laughed. "It's just an ordinary poison. I can cope with it if I have an antidote pill in my mouth." Antidote? Li Hongfu revealed a puzzled look. "Elder, the effectiveness of the antidote pill doesn't protect against the toxins here. You?" Li Chongxing smiled faintly and took out an antidote pill, on which 5 golden stripes were eye-catching. Li Hongfu fixed his eyes on it, breathing heavily, and his eyes revealed a fine light. "This is actually a 5th-grade antidote pill?" Li Chongxing nodded slightly. Refined casually, "It's not worth mentioning." When these words came out, it was as if thunder exploded in Li Hongfu's heart. "Refine it as you go? Senior, can it be that you are a pill refiner?" Li Chongxing waved his hand, revealing a coy smile. "It's just a pill refiner. There's no need for the fairy to make a fuss." Li Hongfu's face revealed respect, and he even directly knelt on the ground. Senior's innate poisonous body is about to go out of control, and is in dire need of the 10,000 poison spirit pill to treat it. Please help Senior." Li Chongqing looked down at Li Hongfu, looking through the gap in that collar into the bottomless abyss. Ahem. This matter. Seeing Li Chongqing's face showing hesitation, Li Hongfu spoke with a ruthless heart. Senior is willing to pay any price as long as he can help Senior. This innate poisonous body had brought Li Hongfu enough pain. Her parents died tragically and those around her shunned her. Growing up, I endured too many people looking at me differently. Moreover, the two elders of the sect had fallen here because of themselves. If she could choose, she would rather be an ordinary person. She had already made plans that if she was unable to break the side effects of her innate poison body, she would stay in the Shinong Mountain and never go out. However, Li Chongqing's appearance was like a light in the darkness, allowing her to see the light again. Li Chongqing stroked his chin, breathing in the fresh scent of Li Hongfu's body that was full of the scent of a young girl, and nodded his head. You said that you need the 10,000 poison spirit pill. This pill can be refined by this seat. However, the 10,000 poisonous spirit grass is an essential herb for refining this dan. There is no 10,000 poison spirit grass in old man's hands today. Seeing this, Li Hongfu also revealed a touch of bitterness. The 10,000 poisonous spirit grass, which can be encountered but not sought, is something that the late generation has taken for granted. Li Chongqing looked at Li Hongfu's chaste appearance and opened his mouth. However, looking at the landscape and environment of the Shinong Mountain, there should be a high possibility that the 10,000 poison spirit grass exists. When Li Hongfu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Senior, you have a way to find the 10,000 poison spirit grass?
Li Chongqing nudda.
After all, he was familiar with the growing environments and habits of various medicinal herbs, and it shouldn't be too difficult to find a medicinal herb in this Shinong Mountain. Li Chongqing then took a step towards the mountainside. The 10,000 poison spirit grass likes dark and damp places. Come on, let's go check out the black hole in the hillside. The black hole was overgrown with weeds next to it, and there was even a thin stream of water that made it a little slippery. You be careful. Li Hongfu froze slightly, always feeling that Li Chongqing's words didn't seem to be describing the cave, but instead were describing something else. She blushed slightly and followed closely behind Li Chongqing. Shortly afterward, the two came to a cave. Li Chongqing pondered slightly and stepped in, secretly saying in his heart, according to the Long family's records, this should be the cave. After entering the cave, Li Chongqing looked around and saw that there were stone tables and benches in the cave, which seemed to have been inhabited at one time. Nope. Suddenly, Li Chongqing's face changed dramatically. There is not the slightest dust present on top of this stone table and bench. Could it be that someone lives here all year round? It was at this moment, in the carry-on-pill garden, Carved Clear suddenly opened her eyes. She flew out of the portable medicinal garden on her own and stared intently at a stone wall not far away. Li Chongqing revealed doubts. Mother, what's wrong with you? Carved Qing's face was grave, and a touch of fire appeared in her eyes. Behind that stone wall, there is a presence that makes me extremely eager. Strange. Li Chongqing looked towards the stone wall and did not find anything unusual. Suddenly, Carved Clear raised her hand and with a wave, a stream of light headed towards the stone wall. With a loud bang, the stone wall shattered, and an empty place was revealed afterward. A gust of poisonous gas began to leak outwards, and Carved Clear snorted coldly as she waved her hand again, and a gust of astral wind rose up, dispersing the poison away, then walked towards the front. Li Chongqing and Li Hongfu followed closely behind with shocked hearts. Li Hongfu looked at Keqing's stunningly beautiful body and face, and recalled Li Chongqing's name for Keqing. She could not help but reveal a strange color in her heart. Elder called her a maiden. Could it be that they came from a certain powerful immortal sect? At this moment, Carved Clear stopped in her tracks, her eyes fixed on the stone platform in front of her. That stone platform was surrounded by black mist above, and it was impossible to see clearly. But vaguely, it could be seen that there was a human figure lying on the stone platform. Li Chongqing's eyes flashed with streams of light, and the barrier-breaking divine pupil began to operate. Under the enchantment of the barrier-breaking divine pupil, the black mist could no longer block his sight, and the figure above the stone platform was clearly seen by him. When he looked at everything, his mind roared and he froze in place. Because what was lying on top of that stone platform was actually a woman who looked exactly like Carved Clear. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, and the black poison around her body was constantly being absorbed by her, as if she was practicing some kind of poisonous technique. Li Chongqing stayed where he was, unable to calm his heart for a long time. What is going on here? From the fact that the woman on the stone platform looked exactly like Kakeru, and the inexplicable familiarity of Kakeru, there must be some kind of connection between these two. However, in terms of cultivation, the woman on the stone platform was far weaker than Carved Clear's cultivation, because Li Changsheng could clearly perceive that the woman's cultivation level was probably at the peak of Yuaning. Just as Li Changsheng froze, the woman on the stone platform suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 79, Carving Qing to absorb the remnant soul, refining the 10,000 poison spirit pill. As the woman opened her eyes, the black poisonous fog surrounding her began to roll back. Like a video rewind, it was absorbed into its body as much as possible. An illusory human form began to manifest, then gradually became solid. At this moment, a touch of shocking aura rose up on its body. The woman was dressed in black and her body slowly floated into the air, looking down at the crowd. Finally, she settled her gaze on Carved Haru. Judging from its calm expression, it didn't seem to be surprised that the two shared the same appearance. Only the black-clothed woman's mouth smiled lightly as she spoke quietly. "You're finally here." Carved Clear frowned, revealing a look of doubt. "You knew I was coming?" The woman in black laughed out loud, almost maniacally. "Ha ha 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 ha. You and I are one. How could I not sense it? Do you think you're the only one who can sense our presence and we can't sense you?" When Li Changsheng heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he said in his heart, "Us? Why is she talking about us? Who else but her? What the hell is going on here?" Li Changsheng frowned as all this sent him into deep worry. What the hell happened to Kakeru? And what is the relationship between them? Li Hongfu looked at the two people's identical appearance and looked at Li Changsheng in confusion. "Elder, is your mother a twin?" Li Changsheng came back to his senses and let out a bitter smile. "If only they were really twins. Now let's figure out how to defend ourselves." Facing a peak Yuaning powerhouse, even if Li Changsheng used all his means, he could not resist in the slightest. Now, the only hope was pinned on Kajikyo. But looking at the two, it seemed that they were originally one. If the two joined together and united their spearheads against Li Changsheng, then all that awaits him will be death.
Maiden.
At this moment, a flash of anger rose up when the woman in black heard Li Hongfu's words. "I didn't expect you to marry this inferior cultivator. It's disgraceful and unforgivable. I'll obliterate him for you today." As she spoke, black mist began to emerge from the woman in black. The black mist was as if it had grown eyes and impacted towards Li Changsheng. A thoughtful look appeared in Carved Clear's eyes, and the words of the woman in black just now echoed in her ears for a long time.
Li Shangsheng cursa angrili.
"Damn, I knew it." He then waved his hand and took out several antidote pills. Just as he was about to crush it to ward off the poison, Li Hongfu stepped forward on the side. "Elder, don't panic. Dealing with poisons, the late generation is a professional. Leave the professional to the professionals." With a skeptical look, Li Changsheng watched as Li Hongfu dashed towards the poisonous mist in a flash. In the next moment, amidst his astonished gaze, the poisonous mist was all absorbed by Li Hongfu. It can still be like this? The innate poison body is truly extraordinary. After Li Hongfu absorbed the poisonous mist, she hastily retreated back, her face somewhat ugly. Senior's cultivation is low, so he can only absorb to such an extent. If it is absorbed again, the innate poisonous body will be uncontrollable. Li Changxing nodded, and from the color of Li Hongfu's face, one could tell that she had done her best. At this moment, the woman in black had already rushed to Li Changxing. Li Changxing's face was cold as he retreated to the back with Li Hongfu, then admonished her, "Tune in. I'll hold her off." Li Hongfu nodded, a flash of worry in her eyes. "Elder, be careful with everything." Li Changsheng let out a soft hum and looked up at the black-clothed woman who looked exactly like Carved Clear. "Who the hell are you?" The woman in black snorted coldly, a playful look on her face. "Cultivation is not good, but your temper is not small. Since you're calling the Lord's soul mother, then of course I'm your mother as well." When Li Changxing heard this, his heart thumped. The main soul? Can it be that this is merely a wisp of Carved Clear's residual soul? A wisp of residual soul has the cultivation of a peak Yuaning. Then what should Carved Clear's real cultivation be? And from what she said earlier, there is more than one strand of this remnant soul. The more Li Changxing thought about it, the more alarmed he became, and the look in his eyes towards carved harvest began to become fearful. At the same time, there was a pang of fear in his heart. It's a good thing I didn't make a move on Kakaharu. Otherwise, once Kakaru fully awakens in the future, I'll be in a place of no return. If we are able to get through this today, we must have a good relationship with carving harvest. Whether or not she gets to be my concubine, there is always no harm in it. Li Changsheng coldly grunted and shouted, "My lady only has carving harvest, what are you? Don't climb the relationship here." The woman in black laughed recklessly. "I'm so jealous to see you guys in love. It's just a pity that your lady is on my side. After all, she and I are really our own people." Li Changsheng looked towards carved clear, a touch of bitterness appearing on his face. "Mother, for your sake, I will not hesitate to lose thousands of years of my life. Do you really want to do this to me?" A flash of struggle appeared in carved clear's eyes as she felt the longevity that was continuously absorbed from within her body. Her face gradually resolved. Only her body suddenly disappeared and then appeared behind the woman in black. Reaching out to form a sword, the jade hand ran through its chest. An incredulous look appeared on the black-clothed woman's face. "Master Soul, you?" At this point, the woman in black died of gas. Her body began to dissipate, and a flash of white light rushed towards carved Haru's forehead. It must be that the white light was a wisp of carved clear's residual soul. As the remnants of her soul entered carving harvest's body, her aura became noticeably stronger. Looking toward Li Changsheng, he faintly opened his mouth. "Whether you and I are husband and wife or not, the matter of sharing your longevity is true. You've done me a favor. I won't take a shot at you." Li Changsheng was slightly relieved when he heard this. "With your mother's words, I am relieved. Your mother will go back to the middle of the medicinal garden first. The absorption of this strand of residual soul must also take some time." Carved Haru nodded and disappeared in a flash. Then Li Changsheng seemed to have a feeling in his heart and snapped his eyes to the stone platform where the woman in black was lying just now. The stunning sword was swung out, and the stone platform shattered inch by inch. Below, a herb emitting an ethereal light came into view. Li Changsheng's face showed joy. 10,000 poisonous spirit grass. It's really no effort to get it without looking for it. Li Hongfu's heart was also thrilled. "Is this the 10,000 poison spirit grass? Elder, you are truly amazing, finding such a hidden spirit herb. It's just a more comprehensive understanding of the growth habits of the 10,000 poison spirit grass." Li Changsheng smiled faintly and stepped forward to carefully pull out the 10,000 poison spirit grass. The refining of the 10,000 poison spirit pill is somewhat special. It must be completed within an hour of the 10,000 poison spirit colors being picked. Otherwise, the potency of the pill will be greatly reduced. Seeing this, Li Changsheng waved his hand and offered the alchemy furnace, sitting on his knees and started to refine the pills. As the various pills were placed into the alchemy furnace, golden holy fire erupted from his palm. The endless power of the flames began to scorch the Dan furnace, and the crackling sound was endless. Li Hongfu looked at Li Changsheng's heroic pose of alchemy, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It was at this moment that she suddenly frowned. "No good. Why this time of year? The innate poison body is going to start exploding." Li Hongfu hurriedly sat on her knees, forcibly suppressing the innate poisonous body, but it didn't seem to have much effect. An anxious look appeared on her face. "Elder, my innate poison body is going to be unable to suppress it. Once it explodes, the surroundings will be covered in poison." As soon as the words fell, endless black mist emanated from Li Hongfu's body. In a short period of time, the entire cave was filled with black mist. Li Changsheng frowned slightly as he breathed in the toxins around him, only to feel some strange sensations begin to appear within his body. Luckily, he had been taking absolute quality pills for years, and with the remaining medicinal power in his body, and with the resistance of those pills, he didn't have much of a problem for the time being. But this was not a long-term solution after all. If he could not finish refining the elixir as soon as possible, he himself would inevitably be attacked by the poisonous mist. Chapter 80 Li Hongfu in the bag. Innate poisonous body broken. In a short period of time, the entire cave was filled with poisonous mist. Even those poisonous substances that leaked out began to spread towards Shinnong Mountain. As time passed, the vegetation above the entire Shinnong Mountain began to show signs of withering. Animals scrambled to run outward, and only some powerful ferocious beasts could barely withstand these poisonous mists. Li Changsheng pinched his hands together and his expression became a bit gloomy. "Fairy Li, You've suppressed your innate poisonous body for too many years, and this outbreak has released all the toxins accumulated over the years. The toxicity is far beyond the old man's imagination. At this moment, Li Hongfu had an anxious look on her face. As much as she tried to control it, it didn't seem to help. Elder, what should I do? Li Chongsheng took out an antidote to poison and sent it into his mouth. Then his eyes showed a brilliant expression. There's no harm in it. The 10,000 poison spirit pill will be refined soon, and your innate poisonous body will be successfully dissolved by then. Li Chongxing then let out a cold cry and looked towards the alchemy furnace as the golden light sacred flame was released to the extreme. Poison is yin and fire is yang. Since ancient times, poison has been most afraid of flames. With the golden light sacred flame protecting his body, the poisonous mist was temporarily unable to cause damage to Li Chongxing. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chongxing suddenly looked at the Dan furnace, then gently tapped it. The lid of the Dan furnace opened, and a strong fragrance of pills filled the air. Li Hongfu's face showed joy. Senior, but the elixir has already been refined? Li Chongxing slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Not bad. It's quite successful. 30 pills were formed, all of which were 10% pure. This time, when he refined the pills, Li Chongsheng could be said to be exhausted. Not only did he need to manipulate the alchemy furnace and the golden light sacred flame, but he also needed to be on guard against the poisonous mist that surrounded him at all times. Now that the elixir had been refined, he also felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. The slight toxins remaining in his body made his face look extremely ugly. Although there was an antidote pill to ward off the toxin, this was after all the toxin that the innate poisonous body had accumulated for decades. There will always be some intrusion into the body. But these are minor things. All it takes is a little toning to get rid of all the toxins. But it was at this moment that Li Hongfu nervously asked, "Elder, what's wrong with you?" Li Chongxing wanted to say that there was nothing wrong with him, but Li Hongfu directly interrupted him. "It's all Red Whisker's fault. If it wasn't for Red Whisker's inability to control the innate poison body, Senior wouldn't have been invaded by the toxin into his body." As she spoke, Li Hongfu walked to Li Chongxing's side, and even suddenly took off the red robe on her body. Those straight legs were instantly reflected in Li Chongxing's eyes. The belly without a trace of fat, together with the proud figure, was surprisingly different when viewed from the ground upwards. Hiss! This abrasive little goblin. She should not be. Li Chongxing wanted to get into it. If that's the case, then I'll have to put on a good show with her. Thinking of this, Li Chongxing pretended to be in pain, even mobilizing all the toxins in his body to surge into his face. In a short period of time, his face turned a blackish-purple color, a proper look of being quite deeply poisoned and almost hopeless. "Fairy, for your sake, what is this toxin?" Li Chongxing coughed and used the power of his cultivation to force out several mouthfuls of blood. Ahem! Seeing this, Li Hongfu was filled with heartache and helped Li Chongxing up. "Elder, Hongfu has harmed you. Don't worry. Hongfu carries an innate poisonous body that can absorb all toxins. Just let Hongfu help Senior suck out the toxins in his body." Suck it out. Li Chongxing's old face reddened, but the dark color of his face couldn't even tell that he was blushing. "It's not good." On the surface, he excused himself, but in fact, his heart was already filled with anticipation. "Fairy Li, never ruin your reputation for the sake of old man. No need to worry, the toxin is just a toxin. It's nothing more than the old man spelling out a fall in cultivation and not being able to advance an inch from now on. What is it worth to do all this for Fairy Li? As long as Fairy Li can get rid of her innate poisonous body from now on, it's worth it for me, Li Chongxing." Li Hongfu was touched to the core as she listened to these words full of affection. "Elder, don't say anything. Hongfu must suck out the toxin for Elder."
Elderes Gretkin, Hongfu nos entubao.
In the next moment, the yin picking and yang nascent technique operated on its own. The toxins in Li Chongxing's body as well as some unknown impurities were absorbed together. The system's voice also sounded at this time. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The concubine is successful, gaining 10 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the innate poisonous body yin and yang intercourse. The impurities in the body is slowly clearing. Please host continue to work hard. Early metamorphosis to become the latter day of the immaculate body. Ding! Congratulations to the host. His cultivation level has been raised to the 8th level of Jeden." Hearing the system's prompt, Li Chongxing's face was delighted. Hotian immaculate body? Surprisingly, there is such a gain. It seems like we have to communicate with Red Fawn more often, so that we can awaken the Hotian immaculate body early. Although the Hotian unsullied body wasn't a powerful physique, it could make the spiritual energy in the body run more smoothly. Cultivation was more condensed, and one could have a greater certainty of defeating the enemy with the same level of cultivation. Li Hongfu has been looked at with cold eyes since she was a child, and no one around her dares to approach. Now, for the first time, he was close to Li Changsheng and felt the warmth between people. Not only was she touched in her heart, but she loved the feeling of being loved. Li Changsheng scraped Li Hongfu's high nose and pinched her cheeks and said, "Take the 10,000 poison spirit pill. Don't know when that innate poisonous body of yours will break out again." Li Hongfu revealed a look of self-condemnation. "It's all Hongfu's fault. It's a good thing that my husband is here. Otherwise Hongfu would have to commit suicide to thank her. In the future, Hongfu don't even need to be afraid. Anyway, Hongfu is already husband's woman. Husband will definitely not leave Hongfu alone." Li Hongfu stood up with a happy face, a look of surprise suddenly appearing on her face. "Husband, my cultivation level has unexpectedly reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment." Li Changxing laughed. "With my husband here, your cultivation will speed up even more in the future." Accompanied by the entrance of the 10,000 poison spirit pill, layers of medicinal power surged out from Li Hongfu's body. The innate poisonous body that had followed Li Hongfu for 20 years was finally dissolved. From then on, she could freely control the absorption and release of her innate poison body. No more fear of hurting someone, and no more worrying about people casting strange looks at her. With a relaxed body, she couldn't help but let out a deep breath, and the poisonous mists that filled the surroundings were surprisingly tugged by her, surging towards her. Looking at these poisonous mists around her, Li Hongfu revealed a hint of excitement. "Husband, my innate poison body can absorb poisonous mist to enhance my cultivation." Li Changsheng couldn't help but say as he remembered the endless poisonous miasma that permeated Shin-Nong Shun. "Mother, you've come to the Shin-Nong mountain in the right place. It's covered in poisonous miasma. If you absorb all of it, your cultivation will be able to rise by at least another 2 or 3 levels." Seeing this, Li Hongfu hurriedly sat on her knees and began to absorb the surrounding poisonous mist. Soon after, the poisonous fog in the cave was already extremely thin, and they turned to the outside of the cave. As soon as he appeared, he saw the poisonous miasma that had almost turned black. Yeah, the more poisonous the better. Li Changxing attracted as much of the poisonous mist as he could, while Li Hongfu absorbed it to his heart's content. After 5 or 6 days of absorption, the poisonous mist was finally absorbed. And Li Hongfu's cultivation level had also risen to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Who would have thought that she, who was still at the peak of qi practicing before entering the mountain, would have raised her cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment in less than 10 days. And as the poisonous mist dissipated, the miserable state of Shin-Nong Mountain was displayed in front of the two. Chapter 81. Meeting the little fox on the road. Seeing the real Shin-Nong Mountain. Mount Shin-Nong is filled with poisonous miasma all year round. After so many years of acclimatization, both animals and plants have reached a delicate state of equilibrium. But after the spread of the toxin in Li Hongfu's body that had accumulated for 20 years, this balance was broken. Even though the poisonous mist had been absorbed by Li Hongfu, there were still many demonic beasts that died tragically. Even the plants have withered a lot. Li Hongfu's eyes were slightly red, extremely self-condemning. "It's all Red Whisker's fault. I didn't expect to create so many killings out of thin air. Husband, can we remedy this?" Li Changxing sighed slightly as he watched this. "There's no need to blame yourself for an unintentional mistake. Nowadays, all we can do is try to save those demonic beasts that have not yet died." Li Hongfu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded with a forlorn expression. "That's all there is to it." The two spent the next few days rescuing those poisoned demonic beasts every day. Fortunately, Li Changxing had enough antidote pills in his hands, and with his efforts he was able to save quite a few demonic beasts. After so many years of continuous busyness, the only entertainment was the male-female ensemble in the middle of the cave at night. Snap, snap, snap. With their efforts under the full cooperation of the two, a few days later, Li Changxing finally awakened the Hotian immaculate body. The moment his physique awakened, he felt that the cultivation in his body was running much more smoothly. Not only that, but even the entire aura of the person has been greatly enhanced. Today, he no longer looked like an old man, but a young man in his mid-20s. Together with the addition of the unsullied body temperament, according to the current saying, proper little fresh meat I have wood. Li Chongqing in such a state was extremely lethal to the young woman. It's especially hard to resist the little, uninitiated girls. Li Chongqing stroked his stunning face and nodded in satisfaction. Well, very good, very good. With such a face, my future career as a concubine will surely soar. Well, let's just start with a small goal of $100 million. Li Hongfu looked at the more and more refreshed Li Chongqing and was extremely proactive every night. This saved Li Chongqing a lot of effort. You've seen fully automated tillers. Have you ever seen a farm field plow itself? This fully automatic operation greatly protected Li Chongqing's waist. On this day, the two of them searched the entire Shinong Mountain and did not find any more poisoned demonic beasts, and their hearts were slightly relieved. After so many days of busy work, I've finally remedied some of it. Yeah, or I'd have to beat myself up. It's just a pity that the bodies of the gate elders have not been found so far. My condolences. I think you already know where they ended up. Li Hongfu nodded with a sigh. I had expected this outcome before I came, but they still came with me. I just didn't expect them to leave so suddenly. They were all there to protect me. Looking at the tears in the corner of Li Hongfu's eyes, Li Chongqing reached out and wiped them for her. And then he took her into his arms and stroked her back. People have their own destinies, and perhaps, if they enter the cycle of reincarnation, they will be better off in their next life.
Li Hongfu nudda.
It was at this moment that a figure ran in the distance, its body suffused with black mist, obviously poisonous. Fox! Li Chongqing was slightly stunned. I can't believe there's still poison in it. Li Chongqing bent down to inspect the fox's body and waved his hand to take out an antidote pill. Take this elixir to remove the toxin from your body. This fox was extremely spiritual and swallowed the antidote without hesitation. Shortly afterward, the toxins were eliminated from the fox's body. Li Chongqing stroked the fox's little brain and laughed. Go on. Remember to clean up this white fur of yours. White looks good. The white fox had no intention of leaving. Instead it bit on Li Chongqing's shirt and pulled in one direction. What's wrong, little one? Seeing this, Li Hongfu opened her mouth. Husband, does it want us to go somewhere with it? It seems like they want us to help. As soon as Li Hongfu's words fell, the little fox nodded repeatedly. When the two men saw this, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. This little fox is actually able to understand human speech. Lead the way, we'll help if we can. The little fox stood on two legs and extended his two front paws in a gesture of thanks to the two. Interesting. What a soulful fox. The little fox ran ahead, stopping now and then to wait for the two. Shortly afterward, it stopped in a remote cave. This hidden cave, the two of them surprisingly did not have the slightest realization these days. There was a curtain of light shining before the cave. It should be a formation or something like that, used to hide people's eyes. Walking into the cave, you pass through a long tunnel and then see a stone door. Li Chongqing's eyes showed surprise. This place is obviously artificially excavated. So hidden, and there are formations covering it. What exactly is it hiding? The stone gate is vicissitude and ancient, and the heavy sense of age comes to the surface. The little fox squeezed through the gap, and Li Chongqing pushed the door, widening the gap and dodging in. Behind the stone gate there is a different world, which seems to be another world. The green mountains and blue water, the pines and cypresses, the high mountains and flowing water, as if they were mountains within mountains. Li Hongfu revealed her excitement and opened her mouth. Shinong Mountain. This is the real Shinong Mountain. The real-life Shenandoah Mountain? Li Chongqing revealed a puzzled look. Couldn't the one out there be a fake? Li Hongfu stared tightly at a glittering spot on the mountain with a joyful expression on her face. Husband doesn't know. There is a legend in Shinong Mountain. It is said that in the ancient times, there was an alchemist who tasted all kinds of herbs for the benefit of the earth, and his name was Shinong. In his hands was a divine artifact for refining pills called the Shinong Ding. Legend has it that the Shinong tripod is at the top of Shinong Mountain, but after so many years of countless cultivators coming and going, no one has ever discovered the existence of the Shinong tripod at the top of the mountain. Following Li Hongfu's gaze, Li Chongqing looked over, only to see that not far above the mountain peak, a green light flickered and dimmed, and to feel it carefully, the rich grass and wood flavor in it kept coming. As a pill refiner, Li Chongqing could conclude that the thing bubbling with green light must have a shocking treasure pill in existence just by smelling a mouthful of this grass and wood fragrance. At this moment, the little fox let out a chirping sound, looked at Li Chongqing, and then looked back to where the top of the mountain was. "You're telling me to go get the mountaintop down?" Li Chongqing opened his mouth and asked. The little fox continuously nodded its head, a fiery look in its eyes, even drooling. Seeing this, Li Hongfu looked at Li Chongqing. "Husband, this little fox isn't an ordinary demonic beast, or else it would never have found this hidden place. Perhaps this little fox is the offspring of the mountain goddess beast that guards Shenong Mountain." Li Hongfu's words seemed to be right, and the little fox nodded frantically. Seeing this, Li Chongqing revealed a look of suspicion. Shouldn't the mountain-suppressing god beast be watching over this treasure? And is this considered supervised theft? But looking at its current state, it seems that it doesn't have the ability to protect its treasures anymore. However, right now, Li Chongqing didn't care about this. Since the mountain-suppressing god beast had signaled him to get the treasure, it would be better to just take it. Li Chongqing flew up and rushed over to the top of the mountain. Shortly afterward, it landed on the top of the mountain, on which an ancient square tripod was quietly placed on top of the mountain. A burst of rich grass and wood fragrance was continuously released from the square tripod. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes on one of the pills suspended in the cauldron. The elixir was golden in color, and the rich power of grass and wood was what it released. This kind of elixir Li Chongqing had never seen before. He reached out and just touched it. His body shook violently. He only felt that the sky was spinning, and the scenery around him was rewinding at great speed, with countless images flashing, finally settling on a white-bearded old man. Chapter 82: Obtaining the Divine Farmer's Inheritance. Meeting the sect elders. At this moment, everything around them seemed to disappear. Li Chongqing was in the midst of a chaos, his expression going from bewilderment to horror. The old man not far away had a smile on his face as he looked Li Chongqing up and down and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, less than 100 years of bone age to reach the level of an 8th grade pill refining apprentice. Barely qualified to receive old man's inheritance. Li Chongqing looked at the old man warily, then asked carefully, "You are Elder Shenong?" The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "After so many years, I didn't expect that there would still be people who remembered the old man's name, and it wasn't in vain for the old man to test his medicine to benefit the world's people." Shenong looked Li Chongqing up and down, his eyes shrinking slightly. "Interesting. I actually felt the aura of an old man's descendant in you." Li Chongqing's mind shook as he instantly thought of the Morong family. Senior has the honor of welcoming your descendant. So that's how it is, from what I can sense from the aura on your body, that should be my collateral bloodline. Shenong stroked his beard and looked Li Chongqing up and down with a somewhat strange expression. "It looks like my descendant's appearance must be absolutely beautiful, or else you could never have lost your kidneys to such an extent." Li Chongqing was slightly stunned, his face full of black lines. "Elder Shenong, it's better not to talk about these, right?" Shenong laughed, a light in his eyes. "What's there to be ashamed of? With my old man here, your kidney deficiency is not a problem. For the sexual well-being of the old man's descendants, this elixir is for you." As he spoke, Shenong condensed 2 pills in his hands, which slowly flew towards Li Chongqing. These 2 pills are called yin-yang reconciliation pills, and one of the pills is a yin pill and one is a yang pill. This dan was specially refined for my Shenong bloodline. You take the yang dan and give my descendant the yin dan. You will surely reap unexpected results when you copulate in the future. Li Chongqing shook inwardly and thanked him repeatedly. This means of condensing pills out of thin air was far beyond his knowledge. Moreover, Shenong's name was too loud. Even in a previous life, this was a notable presence. "Many thanks to Senior Divine Farmer for the medicine. Just what is this place?" Li Chongqing looked at the chaos around him and couldn't help but ask. "Also, haven't you already ascended long ago? Why are you still able to appear here?" Shenong, always wearing a smile on his face, looked at Li Chongqing and said, "This is just a projection detachment that the old man left here, and it will dissipate soon. Since the old man was able to show himself, that means you've already arrived at the top of Shenong Mountain." A look of awe appeared on Li Chongqing's face as he bowed slightly. The latecomer did come to the top of the mountain, where a square tripod was placed, and there was a strange elixir in the tripod. Shenong grinned. "Not bad. That's exactly the inheritance that the old man left for you. the divine farmer's tripod. As for that elixir, leave it to the little one. Little guy. Li Chongsheng was thoughtful. You mean the fox? Shinan nodded. Not bad. It has been extremely difficult for their lineage to be able to guard the divine farming mountain until now. The old man had promised their ancestor that if he met a person of destiny who took over the old man's legacy, then he could gift that pill to his descendant. Dare I ask what kind of elixir that is? Li Chongsheng opened his mouth curiously. That little fox seems to be extremely eager to obtain that elixir. Shinnong let out a hearty laugh. That elixir is extremely extraordinary. It is one of the several elixirs that I am most proud of, that I have concocted in my life. Its name is Molting Dan. Metamorphosis pill? Li Chongqing revealed a look of curiosity. This elixir must be extraordinary just by listening to its name. Dare I ask, Senior, what does this elixir do? Shinnong looked at Li Chongqing, who was full of curiosity, and nodded with satisfaction. As the name suggests, the mortal transformation pill can shed all of one's mundanity after taking it. Its medicinal power could stimulate the ancestor bloodline in the body of the person taking it, and the power of the bloodline would continue to grow over time, eventually reaching the pinnacle of the bloodline and elevating one's life level to the very top. As Li Chongqing listened to Shin Nong's explanation, his heart was like a thunderclap. Such a heaven-defying elixir. This was the only one he had ever seen in his life. Even he hadn't found any records about the metamorphosis pill from among the encyclopedias of Dan formulas. At this moment, Shun Nong's voice sounded again. This projection detachment of the old man won't last much longer. It's better to complete the inheritance first. Then, without waiting for Li Chongqing to react, Shin Nong suddenly reached out and pointed at his forehead, only to see a gust of flowing light begin to appear from Shin Nong's finger, and it drilled in towards Li Chongqing's head. In an instant, Li Chongqing only felt a headache. A large amount of pill refining knowledge was instilled into his mind. Many of these techniques had long been lost, and that was the pill refining insights that belonged uniquely to Shin Nong. On top of that, there were many unique Dan formulas created by Shin Nong, and Fang's metamorphosis Dan was clearly among them. Many of the medicinal herbs in those Dan formulas Li Chongqing had never even heard of by name. As the inheritance continued, all of Shin Nong's knowledge about various herbs was instilled into Li Chongqing's mind. I don't know how long it took, but the indoctrination finally stopped, and Shin Nong's figure began to become illusory. Little fellow, the old man has tasted all kinds of herbs and been poisoned countless times in his life, so he is quite knowledgeable about using and detoxifying poisons. In his later years, he even created the Divine Wood Decree and the 10,000 Poisons technique. Divine Wood Decision can enhance their own perception of grass and trees, and against the enemy is to absorb the vitality of grass and trees, rapid recovery of their own injuries. The 10,000 Poisons skill, on the other hand, is a method of manipulating poisons, and is a rare poison control technique. Just as Shin Nong was about to dissipate, he used his last ounce of strength to utter a sentence. Little fellow, cultivate well. The old man is waiting for you in the immortal realm. Li Chongqing jolted awake and looked around, having returned to the summit of Shinnong Mountain. He looked towards the green square tripod in front of him, and with a wave of his hand, the pills in it fell into his hands. With another wave of his hand, he followed the method of manipulating the divine farmer's cauldron as taught by the divine farmer. The Shinnong Ding rapidly shrunk, and soon it was the size of an ordinary alchemy furnace. This was followed by another operation, branding himself on top of the divine farmer's tripod. At this time, Li Chongqing's control of the divine Nongding had finally reached the level of being able to put it in and out as he pleased. He showed a look of surprise in his face and said in his heart, "This Shinnong tripod can change its size at will. Not only is it a medicine refining tool, but it can also be used as an attack and defense magic weapon. It's just that such a powerful magic treasure can never be easily shown with my current strength, or I won't know how to die." After all, in the cultivation world, there were too many examples of people who had found themselves in murderous trouble for showing their wealth. Making up his mind, he hurriedly put away the Shinnong tripod. He then took the metamorphosis pill and flew towards Li Hongfu. After landing on the ground, he spread his palm out and the metamorphosis pill was revealed. "Little fox, this is what you want, isn't it?" A fiery color appeared in the little fox's eyes as it nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Li Chongqing stilled the elixir towards the little fox. "Next, this is your creation. You must grasp it well. Don't let down the good intentions of Senior Divine Farmer." The little fox swallowed the elixir in one gulp, then prostrated itself on the ground, seemingly falling into a deep sleep. Li Chongqing shook his head slightly. This guy. He fell into a deep sleep without waiting to finish his sentence. Li Hongfu carried an innate poisonous body, and although her body could absorb all kinds of poisons, she had no method of manipulating them. Li Chongsheng recalled the inheritance that Shenong had given himself, and that 10,000 poison skill seemed to be tailor-made for Li Hongfu in general. Mother, my husband has just obtained the inheritance of Senior Divine Farmer, and one of the techniques fits you perfectly. Li Hongfu revealed a curious look. What spell? Li Chongqing raised his hand and taught Li Hongfu all the cultivation methods of the 10,000 poison skill in his mind. This technique is called the 10,000 poison skill. It is a method to manipulate all poisons. You have an empty body that absorbs poisons, but you don't have the magic to manipulate them, which is a perfect match for you. Li Hongfu felt the strangeness of the 10,000 poisons skill in her mind and showed a shocked expression. Husband, this method of manipulating poisons is exceptionally subtle, using poison in an invisible manner. Even if you cultivate to a small level, you can still kill people without being seen. Li Chongsheng looked at Li Hongfu's excited look and laughed. It's good that your wife is happy. Just one thing, don't drug your husband. Li Hongfu's pink fist knocked on Li Chongsheng's chest. What is husband talking about? How could Hongfu do that? The two flirted for a while. Then Li Chongsheng spoke. Mother, it should take some time for the little fox to take the mortification pill and refine it. This place is extremely secluded and no one should be able to disturb it. We've been here too long. It's time to leave. Li Hongfu nodded and snuggled into Li Chongsheng's arms. It's time to leave. The clan must be very worried about us. The two then returned the way they came, and shortly afterward came out of the cave. Breathing in the air of Shinong Mountain, both of them had a long-lost relief on their faces. Li Hongfu couldn't help but say as she felt the mountain breeze blowing. There are no poisonous miasmas in Shinong Mountain. Even the air has become a lot sweeter. Li Chongqing heatedly smiled and wrapped his arms around Li Hongfu's small waist. As sweet as this air is, it's not as sweet as a maiden's mouth. Hearing these extremely provocative words, Li Hongfu blushed in shame. If you like it, husband, slave. Before the words were finished, Li Hongfu's face suddenly changed. She looked toward the base of the mountain, anger spilling out of her eyes. Chapter 83 Delivering the Red Clothes Sect Elder. Following Li Hongfu's gaze, Li Chongqing looked towards the foot of the mountain, his brows slightly furrowed. Mother, those two women in red clothes have a very similar aura to yours. They can't be your fellow disciples, can they? Only at the foot of the mountain, a group of 6 or 7 people were seen. At the head of the group were 2 women dressed in red, but their hands were tied and they had very little of their cultivation left. Both of their faces were shriveled, their faces covered in blood. It looks like he should be seriously injured, and he's walking a bit unsteadily. However, the several male cultivators behind him pushed and shoved the two from time to time. It seemed to be for the two to scout ahead. After all, the elimination of the poisonous miasma from Shinong Mountain would definitely draw the attention of the surrounding cultivators. The two must have been captured by these male cultivators, forcing them to walk ahead to explore the path. This scene made Li Chongqing a little angry even as he watched. Dang big man, but let a woman go forward to explore the road. Really do not shake billion. Hot tears flowed from Li Hongfu's eyes, and her face showed her intolerance. Husband, they are none other than the elders of my red clothes sect, Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu. The 2 elders risked their lives for me. I thought they had met an untimely end, but I didn't realize that they had been taken by evil men. They have saved my life, husband. I must save them. Li Chongqing nodded and slightly patted Li Hongfu's back. Since it is your benefactor, it is my Li Chongqing's benefactor. Don't worry, with my husband here, absolutely nothing can happen to the 2 elders. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes towards the 2 men, who had several hideous wounds on their bodies, causing him a lot of heartache. Such a beauty. I can't believe someone would lay their hands on her. Li Chongqing then gently wrapped his arms around Li Hongfu's waist. There's no time to lose. Let's quickly go and rescue the 2 elders. Li Hongfu nodded, and the 2 of them flew up, landing in front of the pedestrian shortly after. When Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu saw Li Hongfu, surprise appeared on both their faces. Redfern, you're not dead? Li Hongfu rushed towards the 2 men with tears in her eyes. I'm not dead. My husband saved me. This was obviously not the time for pleasantries. The 5 male cultivators behind the 2 looked at Li Hongfu's stunningly beautiful face, and the corners of their mouths revealed lewd smiles. Another stunning woman. The brothers are in for a treat tonight. Li Chongqing let out a cold snort, and his star-picking hand suddenly operated. A huge palm shadow appeared out of thin air and gripped onto the male cultivator's body at once. As he gripped it with force, with a bang, the man was like a burst watermelon. Blood splattered and flesh and blood turned into mud. Such a shocking turn of events instantly caused the other male cultivators to retreat far away. Bold? Messing with my underworld sect? Are you tired of living? The underworld sect? Li Chongqing patted the dust on his hands, and a look of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Never heard of it. At this moment, Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian both had anxious looks on their faces. This senior, the underworld sect, is a devilish sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. They were ruthless, and there was even a peak Jeden ancestor sitting in the sect. If the underworld sect knew about this, they would definitely come to retaliate. Li Chongqing laughed, not caring about this underworld sect in the slightest. After all, with his current cultivation level, he was simply fearless in the face of peak Jeden. Oh? In that case, then if we kill them all, won't the underworld sect not know about this? Kill them all? The 2 elders were dumbstruck, with unbelievable looks on their faces. There are 3 peak foundation builders, and there's even a false Dan realm powerhouse in there. Li Hongfu looked at the shocked looks of the 2 elders and opened her mouth to explain. No need to worry. My husband's strength is more than enough to deal with these people. Your husband? Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian were slightly surprised. You and him? Li Hongfu's face was shy, and her face was filled with happiness. Now that Hongfu is already husband's person, it's just that the situation is a bit special and I didn't inform the 2 elders. When we have our wedding, the 2 elders will definitely need to drink 2 more cups of wedding wine. As soon as the words fell, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Li Chongqing suddenly disappeared. The traceless ghost steps were suddenly activated, and when he reappeared, he was already beside a disciple of the underworld sect. The surprising sword was already in his hand. The sword shot out, and with a swing of the sword, his head was sliced off. Another sword was swung out, and another underworld sect disciple's chest was penetrated. At this moment, a flash of shock appeared on the face of that false Dan realm cultivator. Surprisingly, it's a Jeden 8th layer powerhouse. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight at the moment, and directly knelt on the ground to kowtow and beg for forgiveness. Senior has no intention of offending. Please release us for the sake of our patriarch. When Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian heard this, they opened their mouths angrily. Elder, we must not let them go. They have always been vindictive and have done everything to hurt the heavens. Good. They deserve to die. Li Chongqing had no intention of letting them go, and with a swing of his sword, both of them were cut off at the waist. A gust of mournful screams came from the crowd as they watched, all of them horrified. In just a few breaths of time, all 5 underworld sect disciples were dead, none of them alive. There was even a false Dan realm cultivator present among them, but none of them could withstand the force of Li Chongqing's strike. Such a cultivation level shocked Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu. They fell to their knees in a hurry. Senior's great kindness is unforgettable. Li Chongqing helped the 2 men up. There's no need to be like this. Not only are you guys the elders of Hongfu, but you also saved her life. This favor I, Li Chongqing, will remember in my heart. He then took out several pills and handed them out. This is a few chi replenishing pills and healing pills. You guys are obviously in a bit of a bad state nowadays. Taking these pills will enable you to recover faster. The 2 looked at the elixir in Li Chongqing's hand and their breathing began to become rapid. That's surprisingly 5 golden lines. This is a 5th grade elixir? Li Chongqing smiled slightly. Not bad, take it quickly. The 2 of them gulped, although they wanted to accept the elixir, but such an expensive thing made them not dare to reach out. Seeing this, Li Hongfu spoke up. Elders, treating your injuries is important, so you can take it. Anyway, husband is a pill refiner, so such a pill is nothing to him. A seemingly unintentional sentence directly caused thunder to resound in the hearts of the 2 elders. A pill refiner? So this person is at the very least a 5th grade pill refiner. The 2 of them looked at the cultivation level of Hongfu at this moment, and their jaws dropped even more. Hongfu, your cultivation. Li Hongfu looked at Li Chongqing with a peach blossom face. Thanks to husband, I was able to successfully break through to foundation establishment, and even more so, with husband's help, I was able to advance my cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment. It had only been a short month since they had come to Mount Shinnong. They still remembered that before they came, Li Hongfu's cultivation level was still at the peak of qi refining. It was only a short month's time, and seeing him again was surprisingly already on par with himself. Associated with Li Chongqing's identity as a pill refiner, the two of them revealed a look of enlightenment. Worthy of being an alchemist, this cultivation-enhancing elixir can really be a meal. The two of them then stopped hesitating and took the elixir and sent it directly into their mouths. In an instant, a shocked look appeared on their faces as the surging medicinal power was released within them. In the space of a few breaths, however, the hideous wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their depleted spiritual energy began to replenish itself. The blood stains on his face were impacted by the aura and the layers peeled off, revealing a stunningly beautiful face underneath. Li Chongqing's eyes were wide open as he watched the two men's heartbeats gradually accelerate. Here we go. Another beauty delivered. Chapter 84, Encountering a Female Cultivator of the Divine Water Palace and Thinking About It. Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu wiped the blood off their faces after recovering from their injuries. At once, two perfect faces appeared in front of Li Chongqing. Devil's body, angel's face. Li Chongqing didn't seem to change his face, but in reality, he was carefully observing the two. Lu Xian has a voluptuous figure and is of the waist of fabric type. Mei Xianglu, on the other hand, is a bit more tactful and is supposed to be a traditional and introverted person. Li Chongqing licked his lips and waved his hand to bring out a few more pills. Two fairies, this is the skin resurfacing pill. Consider it a gift to the two of you as a meeting gift. The two men's bodies shook when they saw the face residence pill. The red-clothed sect was, after all, a small sect, and the spirit stones in the sect were spent on a knife edge. They usually did not procure pills like these that were expensive and did not have much of a boost to their battle power. It's too expensive. The two men had some refusals. Li Chongqing smiled slightly. It's only right that the resident pill should be given to a beauty. The two of you are naturally beautiful, and with the assistance of the face residence pill, you will surely become a good view of the world. No need to excuse yourself, just take it. The two of them pondered a little and took the resident pill. In that case, thank you, fellow Taoist. Li Chongqing nodded and then asked, how exactly did you all fall into the hands of the underworld sect? With bitter faces, the two men told the cause and effect. Through the two men's narrations, Li Chongqing also learned some information. It turns out that since the disappearance of the poisonous miasma in Shinnong Mountain, the news has spread. It didn't take long for a lot of cultivators to gather outside the mountain. They had dived into the Shinnong Mountain, hoping to obtain some heavenly treasures from it, and the underworld sect captured many innocent cultivators and used them to scout the way. Because of this, they were the first to arrive in the depths of Mount Shinnong. Hearing this news, Li Chongqing looked at the 5 underworld sect disciples on the ground. With a wave of his hand, their storage bags fell into his hands. Since they were the first to come in, they must have collected a lot of good stuff. Li Chongqing slightly exerted force, and the 5 storage bags shattered inch by inch, and all the contents inside were revealed. In an instant, a large amount of spirit stones were piled up in front of the crowd. There were also a lot of pills, spiritual herbs, as well as magic treasures. These things, other than the spirit stones that Li Chongqing had some use for, he could not even look at the other things. So he spoke. You guys see if there's anything you want. Just take it. Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian were obviously a bit formal. Although he was eager for the pills in it, he only took 1 or 2 of them symbolically. Elder, it's enough for us to take these. Li Chongqing looked at the pills in the hands of the two and revealed a touch of heartache. 2 fairies, pills of this color are all dan poison. It's not good for the body if you eat too much. What if I accidentally eat bad and give birth to a child with problems in the future? Li Chongqing took out several pills out very seriously. For the sake of your own bodies, and for the sake of your future children, please also be kind to yourselves. The 2 men were slightly staggered and confused. Senior cultivators of my generation should be dedicated to the Tao. Having kids and that sort of thing is not something we've considered for a while. Li Chongqing was also a bit anxious and accidentally said what was in his heart. He coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. Not bad, what the 2 fairies said is very true. But the danger of dengue is too great after all. Please also accept these pills. They are all 10% pure, and definitely do not contain any Dan poison. The two of them fixed their eyes on it and couldn't help their eyes from shrinking. Surprisingly, it's the 5th grade cultivation Dan. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but accept the elixir. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Li Chongqing produced a hint of difference. Alas, Hong Fu marrying this man is a step up. I only hope that in the future he will give my red clothes sect more care, and it won't be in vain for us to accompany Hong Fu here. Thinking about it, they began to envy Redfern. There was even some complaining about why I couldn't meet such a nice guy. It is said that cultivation requires a clear mind, but Hong Fu's cultivation skyrocketed in just 1 month after meeting this person. Could it be that clearing one's mind really helps in cultivation? For a moment, the two fell into deep suspicion. Li Chongqing had read countless women, and when he saw the continuous change in the two men's moods, his heart was immediately delighted. The most important thing to do at this point was to ride the wave of victory and try to make the two men fall into their big pants at once. The two fairies, there is a saying in the mundane world that women are meant to be loved. You guys have been taking that kind of elixir that carries Dan poison for years, and it's very heartbreaking for me as an outsider to watch. After saying that, Li Hongfu also began her divine assistance. Husband is right, but it's a good thing that now that Hong Fu has husband to take care of her, she will never have to eat those pills that contain Dan poison again. Hearing this, Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu envied Li Hongfu even more. He even unconsciously looked at Li Chongqing. At this moment, Li Chongqing was carrying the immaculate body and had the inheritance of Shen Nong. The whole person looks dignified and attractive. Sensing the gazes of the two, Li Chongqing cast a concerned look. With their eyes facing each other, both of them dodged their eyes and blushed. Seeing this, Li Hongfu looked at Li Chongqing with a bad smile. The two elders don't need to worry. With husband here, the Dan poison in your bodies won't be a problem. Husband, don't you know medicine? Especially knowledgeable about the female body structure. Even if the elder eats badly, with husband here it's still not medicine. Li Chongqing's face twitched. How could he not expect Li Hongfu, this little nymph, to dare to flirt with himself in public? The image of a former high-ranking person that he had managed to build up might have collapsed just because of that one sentence. He made a move to spank Li Hongfu. Talk to your husband like that and see if he doesn't spank you. Instead of blushing, Li Hongfu had a look of anticipation on her face. Since husband wants to punish slave, then slave can only obey. Li Chongqing's face twitched as he looked to Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu to explain. Ahem, fairies, I'm not usually like this. The two men coughed dryly. Their cheeks flushed, both showing a color of embarrassment, and then changed the topic. Elder had better put these things away first. Today's Shenong Mountain is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, so if someone with a heart of gold sees it, it's bound to cause trouble again. As soon as the words fell, a young girl's voice sounded in the distance. Master, isn't that our spirit herb? Li Chongqing sniffed and looked over, only to see a petite little lowly bouncing over. After seeing the corpses on both sides, a look of pleasure appeared in his eyes. Master, look, the people who robbed our herbs are all dead yet. Behind the young girl, a female cultivator with a mature flavor shook her head helplessly. Yu Chuyao, being so rude in front of seniors. The woman called Yu Chuyao looked at Li Chongqing and then at the serious-faced master, spitting out her tongue and making a face. However, it was good that he finally collected his temperament and slightly curtsied towards Li Chongqing. Hello, senpai. Li Chongqing looked at Yu Chuyao's porcelain doll-like face, petite figure, shallow dimples, cute tiger teeth, and black chi lu hai, and secretly said in his heart, I haven't experienced this kind of lowly-style concubine yet. I have to get my hands on it and play with it. Seeing this, Li Chongqing hurriedly spoke. There is no need to be polite, fairy. Yu Chuyao looked at Li Chongqing, calling himself a fairy, and directly let out a silver bell-like laughter. Senior, don't call me a fairy. It sounds weird. You should call me Yao Yao. The female cultivator behind him heard this and directly scolded Yu Chuyao. Yao Yao, you're not big or small in front of senior. You don't have any proper form at all. Yu Chuyao muttered as she stood obediently with her beak. Got it. Just master minding his own business. Looking at Yu Chuyao's well-behaved appearance, Li Chongqing liked it even more. He waved his hand and looked towards the walking female cultivator, his eyes directly widening in his heart. My goodness, is this forcing me to be a master and disciple? It was only that the female cultivator was dressed in white clothes, without a single blemish on her fair skin. The blown-out face makes you want to kiss it. Especially that cool temperament directly inspired Li Chongqing's desire to conquer. Li Chongqing pretended to be serious and bowed. Fellow Taoist, old man Li Chongqing, I dare to ask your name. The female cultivator also curtsied slightly. My name is He Qingwan, an elder of the Divine Water Palace. Divine Water Palace? Li Hongfu's eyes lit up and she opened her mouth to ask. But that Divine Water Palace that cultivates special techniques that can force out divine water? He Qingwan looked at Li Hongfu and nodded. Precisely, seeing that you are dressed in red. Could it be that you are not a disciple of the Red Clothes sect? Li Hongfu nodded. Exactly. Li Chongqing listened to the conversation between the two men, and 4 words kept echoing in his mind. A strange smile then appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his expression gradually became evil. Chapter 85 Sacred Water Palace. Husband, what are you thinking about? Smiling so weirdly, Li Hongfu tugged on Li Chongqing's clothes and asked curiously. Li Chongqing coughed dryly, not blushing in the slightest. Nothing, just remembered something. Thought it was kind of interesting, so I thought about it a little more. He then changed the subject. From what Yao Yao just said, there are herbs here that you were robbed of? Yu Chuyao nodded and bent down to pick up the few herbs on the ground. It's these plants. We picked them with great difficulty. But we didn't expect them to be snatched away by these bad guys from the underworld sect. If Master wasn't a Jieden cultivator, they would have even tried to snatch Yao Yao as well. Speaking of the underworld sect, Yao Yao had a face of fear and anger. But at this moment, looking at the corpses of the people of the underworld sect, she was conversely not afraid at all. It's a good thing that brother helped Yao Yao to kill these bad guys and helped Yao Yao to get out of a bad mood. He Qingwan frowned slightly and once again scolded Yu Chuyao. Yao Yao, no big deal, how do you talk to seniors? How can you be called brother? Call senior. Li Chongsheng stepped in to stop He Qingwan's reprimand. There's no harm in it, Yao Yao is a child I like very much. She can call it whatever she wants. With Li Chongsheng backing her up, Yao Yao instantly doubled her favor towards him and turned her head to look at He Qingwan. Master, did you hear that? Big brother didn't even say anything. You! He Qingwan shook her head helplessly, but Li Chongqing had opened his mouth. Just an apologetic smile towards Li Chongsheng. Thank you, senior, for being tolerant. If it were anyone else, Yao Yao would definitely suffer. Li Chongqing secretly said in his heart. I'm sure you'll be at a disadvantage when you meet me too, and a big one at that. He then grinned, trying to make himself as approachable as possible. There's no need for you to be formal, fellow Taoist he. Call it what you want. Although the words were said in a normal way, the place that Li Chongqing set up when he said these words was the bed. He then waved his hand and took out 2 resident pills, still following his usual practice. Yao Yao, Qingwan, this is the resident skin pill. A small gift. Take it as a meeting gift. When the 2 of them saw this elixir, they couldn't help but take a deep breath, revealing a look of intoxication. The residence pill, which can make youth last forever, is worth a lot. Yao Yao directly took the elixir and sent it into her mouth, thanking Li Chongsheng as she chewed. Many thanks, big brother. This is the first time Yao Yao has eaten the resident skin pill. He Qingwan gulped and also took the elixir over and put it in her mouth. Then thank you, senior.
Li Shangsheng faina displeasura.
Call what senior? Call big brother Li. Brother Li. He Qingwan was a bit stunned, and a twisted feeling surfaced in her heart. But Li Chongqing had opened his mouth, so she couldn't refuse, and could only open her mouth with a voice like a mosquito. Thank you, brother Li.
Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction.
Yu Chuyao on the side, however, laughed her head off. Her silver bell-like voice was very pleasant. Master, now that we're all calling elder brother Li, isn't it time for Yao Yao to call master sister? Sister he, sister he. The crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. Looking at Yu Chuyao's quirky appearance, the youthful vigor infected Li Chongqing, and the idea of taking her down deepened in his heart. This woman must be taken. The old man's great sword is already hungry and thirsty. He Qingwan's face was green and white as she raised her hand and knocked on Yu Chuyao's head. Mouthing off, you are punished for practicing for 2 more hours at night. Yu Chuyao huffed and puffed and closed her mouth, muttering vaguely. It's obvious that it's just like that. Why do you have to punish people? He Qingwan couldn't kick up a fuss in front of so many people and could only glare at Yu Chuyao. That's when she shut up. A few people then gathered up the loot on the floor, chatting as they did so. Qingwan, I see that the herbs you have collected are all antidotes to poison, but has anyone in the sect been poisoned? Qingwan's eyes lit up, looking at Li Chongsheng with some surprise. This nine specters grass and rootless flower are both highly poisonous things. An ordinary person would never be able to see them as medicinal herbs that can cure poison. Could it be that Big Brother Li is a pill refiner? Li Chongsheng was cloudy and posed as a superior person. I'm not talented, and I'll refine a few pills when I'm not doing anything. The resident pill that you guys took just now was refined by my own hands. Qingwan's face was shocked. The pureness of the face-preserving elixir was far beyond any elixir she had ever taken. Now that Li Chongsheng personally admitted that he was a pill refiner, her expression became even more reverent. When Li Hongfu heard the two men talking, she opened her mouth with a twinkle in her eye. But someone from the Divine Water Palace was poisoned? Qingwan let out a sigh. Alas, this matter is a long story. My Divine Water Palace's gong method is special and can force out divine water. That divine water was strange and could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs, and could even enhance their medicinal properties. But just 3 years ago, a poisonous herb in the medicinal garden mutated. Lord Palace Master was accidentally tainted by the poison when he was checking it out. After 3 years of suffering, his temperament has become somewhat violent. I searched through the clan's canonical records and found that the one poisonous herb was the world-rare heavenly jade grass. In order to cure Lord Palace Master's injuries, we need to use the heavenly Jedi grass as medicine, supplemented with the 9 specters grass, rootless flower, and other heavenly herbs and treasures in order to have a glimmer of hope. Li Chongsheng pondered, and then spoke. These herbs are rare poisons, and the method of fighting poison with poison does have a healing effect. But why do you say there's only a glimmer of hope? Qingwan revealed bitterness. The name of this pill is called the 9 Turns Back to Heaven pill, and the only way to completely get rid of the toxicity of the heavenly jade grass is to have a 6th grade or higher. But Divine Water Palace, paid a great price before I was able to bring in just one 5th grade pill refiner at the Pill King Valley. A 5th grade 9 Turns Back to Heaven pill would never be able to completely get rid of the toxicity. For the Lord Palace Master, it's just a delay in death. Speaking of this, Yu Chuyao and Qingwan all revealed a touch of sadness. Li Chongsheng's mind moved and looked at Li Hongfu. Mother, you are carrying an innate poisonous body, and poison is a great tonic for you. I wonder if you have the certainty to absorb the toxin from the Divine Water Palace's Palace Master. Li Hongfu pondered, and a little later a touch of certainty appeared on her face. It should be possible, but the specifics need to be determined by meeting the Palace Lord. When Qingwan heard this, surprise appeared on her face. Miss Li, are you really an innate poison body? Not many people knew about the innate poison body, but Qingwan had searched through ancient texts and had once seen this miraculous physique. There was also a good understanding of the characteristics of the innate poisonous body.
Liungfu nudda.
Although there's no complete certainty, it's a foregone conclusion that the Palace Lord will be healed. Speaking here, Li Hongfu looked at Li Chongsheng and turned his words around. After all, there is an expert pill refiner present here. Even if I can't absorb the toxicity in Lord Palace Master's body completely, with husband's hand, I can definitely get rid of the disease. Qingwan only knew that Li Chongsheng was a pill refiner, but she was not sure of the exact grade. She only thought that Li Chongsheng was a 3rd grade or so pill refiner. But now that he heard Li Hongfu speak so confidently, his eyes instantly filled with hope. Qingwan's face was shocked as she looked at Li Chongsheng. Senior, are you really sure about refining a 6th grade elixir? Li Chongsheng nodded with a smile on his face. A mere 6th rank is not enough. 6th grade pills were nothing more than a snap for Li Chongsheng, and even for 8th grade he was now able to skillfully refine them. Nowadays, Li Chongsheng had a feeling that with the increase in cultivation, he was even 50% sure of refining a 9th grade elixir. If Murong Shue's blood was added to the mix, a 9th grade elixir could definitely be refined. Seeing this, Qingwan's surprise overflowed. Then she and Yu Chuyao both knelt on the ground. Please, Senior, make a move and save my Divine Water Palace Master. Li Chongsheng helped the two men up. The matter is fine. I happen to be interested in your stance of forcing out divine water. Then let's get going quickly. After all, the sooner the poison is dispelled, the sooner we can rest easy. Chapter 86. Do you dare to accept my challenge? When Qingwan saw that Li Chongsheng had agreed, her face revealed surprise. Many thanks to Brother Li. If Lord Palace Master is cured, in the future, the divine water forced out by the female cultivators of my divine water palace can be taken at will by Brother Li. Feel free to take it. Looks like quite a bit of water. Li Chongqing thought wrong again. Hiss, what a creation. How I'm becoming more and more erotic. He Qingwan didn't sense Li Chongqing's strange expression and still explained the various properties of the divine water. As a pill refiner, Big Brother Li must have planted his own spirit herbs. With divine water watering the spirit grass, the growth cycle of the spirit grass would be shortened. The medicine will become more refined. There was even a probability of refining a high-grade herb with a low-quality spirit herb. Over the years, the Pill King Valley and my divine water palace have cooperated, and it is rumored that 3 or 4 large spirit medicine gardens have been watered in their clan. The quality of pills made from spirit herbs watered by divine water far exceeds the quality of pills made by other pill refining sections. Li Chongqing's mind moved slightly. So it seems that this divine water is really something strange. If it is watered to the elixir of the accompanying medicinal garden, it may be able to greatly increase the yield of the medicinal garden. This matter is good to talk about. Everything will be discussed when we arrive at the divine water palace. Li Chongqing laughed and looked at He Qingwan. It's better to lead the way now, we'll get there early. After saying that, Li Chongqing waved his hand and the 9-dragon chariot appeared in front of the crowd. The 9 amazing dragons let out a burst of dragon roars, and the surrounding ferocious beasts all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. He Qingwan's face changed dramatically, her heart shocked. 9 giant dragons. Big Brother Li is by no means as simple as an ordinary pill refiner. Li Hongfu's eyes lit up as she looked at Li Chongqing with a look of adoration. Husband, you're really hiding deep. It took so long for Slave to realize that you have this kind of extravagant mount. Li Chongqing revealed a smug smile. What's yours and mine? Since you're mine, what's mine is yours. Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian were breathing heavily, their chests both trembling slightly. The two of them looked at each other, revealing envy. Hongfu really is a step up. Just a giant dragon is not something normal people can even imagine. Nowadays, Li Danshi even had a full 9. This kind of largesse may not be comparable even to those giant sections. The two recalled that they had been practicing for hundreds of years, but they were still alone, and their cultivation was even more difficult to advance an inch. And Li Hongfu had only met Li Chongqing in just 1 month, and her cultivation level had unexpectedly caught up with her own. For a while, his expression was despondent, and the way he looked at Li Chongqing had a hint of abnormality in his eyes. Could it be that entering the mortal world, forming a Taoist couple, and refining one's heart in the red dust could further one's cultivation? Yu Chu Yao, a little girl who didn't have so much heart, looked at the 9-dragon carriage and danced with joy. Wow, Big Brother is awesome. Yo-Yo had never seen a giant dragon before. It's the first time I've seen one this thick, too. With that, Yu Chuyao flew above the 9-dragon chariot and landed on top of a dragon's head, observing it back and forth. Li Chongqing shook his head slightly and said to the crowd, "Let's go up as well. With the help of the 9-dragon chariot, we won't have to work hard to catch up." The crowd nodded and flew up. Under He Qingwan's guidance, it didn't take long to arrive at a dense, verdant green mountain. The water vapor rises like a fairyland. From time to time, there were a few female cultivators in white flying, their clothes floating like fairies. "Brother Li, this is the place." He Qingwan pointed at a waterfall below. "The divine water palace is right behind the waterfall." Li Chongqing nodded his head and maneuvered the 9-dragon chariot to land. The 9-dragon chariot was so powerful that it caused the outer disciples of the divine water palace to be alerted before it even descended. "Senior, this place is the divine water palace mountain gate. May I ask what Senior is here for?" These disciples didn't dare to offend Li Chongqing rashly, so they could only bow and speak respectfully. He Qingwan poked her head out and opened her mouth. "It's me. These are the honorable guests of the divine water palace. Release them quickly." Those disciples showed joyful faces and hurriedly bowed. "So it's Elder He, but has the medicine been picked?" He Qingwan nodded. "This time I came back just to refine pills. Quickly open the mountain gate. We need to meet with Lord Palace Master." The female cultivator nodded with a joyful expression on her face. Then, together with the several disciples next to him, they pinched their hands together. Within a short time, the fast-flowing waterfall surprisingly gradually reduced, and then directly cut off the flow. An ancient stone door appeared behind the waterfall. He Qingwan made a gesture of invitation. Gentlemen, please, this is the entrance to the mountain gate of my divine water palace. Li Chongqing took the first step, observing his surroundings as he walked. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, the grass and trees are flourishing, the mountains are beautiful, and the people are beautiful, so it's really a paradise. Could it be that because of the divine water palace's special technique, even the nearby grasses and trees are far more vigorous than other places? Within a short time, the group passed through the stone door and walked through the tunnel. When it was time to go through a stone door again, it was like entering the peach blossom garden. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, the water is flowing and the birds are flying, and the female cultivators are absolutely beautiful. There are cranes dancing and spirit insects chirping pleasantly. The female cultivator was wearing a tulle playing in the water, and her fair skin made Li Chongqing's mouth water. It was as if it was a whole new world, a world of fairies. A world that made Li Chongqing linger. As the crowd revealed themselves, the people of the Divine Water Palace began to notice the crowd as well. Especially since Li Chongqing was a man, it attracted the screaming voices of many female cultivators. Ah! There's a pervert. It's over. I'm done being watched. I'm dirty. I'm not clean. The female cultivators who were playing in the water covered their chests, their faces showing shame and indignation, adding a bit more temptation. Only Li Chongqing stared straight at the female cultivators who were playing in the water, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Those female cultivators had their clothes clinging tightly to their bodies because of their wetness. The perfect body was completely revealed in front of Li Chongqing. If it's hidden, it's fascinating. Along with that scream, many female cultivators looked towards Li Chongqing. Seeing this, He Qingwan opened her mouth to scold. Asshole. This is a senior who has come to cure Lord Palace Master's poison. No rudeness. As an elder of the Divine Water Palace, He Qingwan's words still carried some weight. The many female cultivators had no choice but to shut their mouths and obediently put on their clothes to cover their spring light. It was followed by a hint of disbelief. Elder He, haven't we already invited the Pill King Valley's Dan Master to refine the pills? He Qingwan naturally knew about this matter. The Pill King Valley's Dan Master is only of the 5th rank, unable to completely get rid of Lord Palace Master's poison. When the many female cultivators heard this reply, they couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing a few more times. And it was at this moment that a female disciple behind him came with an announcement. Elder He, Pill King Valley's Dan Master Feng Shuahai is here. What? Why are you here at this hour? He Qingwan revealed a hint of entanglement. I thought we said 3 days? Originally, according to the Divine Water Palace's intention, after collecting the herbs, it would be 3 days later anyways. Whoever thought that this Feng Shuahai would come so early? Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. Elder He, goodbye. He Qingwan bowed slightly, a look of embarrassment on her face. Feng Shuahai looked at her like this and then looked at Li Chongqing next to her, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Divine Water Palace has never allowed men to enter. I wonder if Tomo is? He Qingwan knew that it was impossible to hide things, so she could only say somewhat apologetically. Master Feng Dan, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to make you run for nothing this time. But don't worry, the payment we promised to Pill King Valley is just as good. After she said that, she waved her hand and a disciple delivered several storage bags. This contains 3 10,000-year spirit herbs, 10,000-year spirit herbs, and a large amount of divine water. Feng Shuahai didn't even look at those storage bags and stared straight at Li Chongqing. This person is the Dan Master you hired? He Qingwan nodded. Not bad. This time, the 9 turns back to heaven pill will be refined by Master Li Dan. Pill refining can be done by anyone. Dan Master halfway cut off this kind of thing is undoubtedly skeptical of a Dan Master's strength. Dan Master Li? Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, it seems that I haven't heard of any powerful Dan Master surnamed Li. Feng Shuahai snorted coldly. Humph, although Feng Shuahai, am not a profoundly powerful alchemist, but as a 5th-grade alchemist of the Pill King Valley, I am by no means a replacement for a random, unknown alchemist. Speaking here, Feng Shuahai looked at Li Chongqing and opened his mouth unexpectedly. Intercepting a man halfway, His Excellency is capable of such an unsavory act. Today, whether in public or private, I, Feng Shuahai, would like to see your skill. Li Chongqing's expression was a bit odd. Are you serious? Feng Shuahai looked arrogant without the slightest hesitation. Cut the crap. Do you dare to take this challenge? Ever since Li Chongqing had obtained the inheritance from Shinnong, although the various techniques were burned into his mind, he had yet to perform any practical exercises. Now that Feng Shuai had issued a challenge, it was just the right time for him to test his mastery of Shen Nong's ancient pill refining technique. Li Chongqing laughed and opened his mouth with bravado. Why wouldn't I dare? But since it's a challenge, how uninteresting would it be to have no color? Chapter 87 The Dan Furnace Exploded. It's something of a convention to prepare a colorful prize beforehand by launching a challenge to someone. Feng Shuai snorted coldly and waved his hand to summon his alchemy furnace. As soon as the Dan furnace appeared, precious qi surrounded it, and gusts of residual Dan fragrance swept over it. Feng Shuai had a proud look on his face as he introduced himself as if he were counting his treasures. This Dan furnace is made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron and can refine up to a 7th grade elixir. In the Pill King Valley, only alchemists of the 5th grade or higher are qualified to possess it. Feng Shuai looked arrogant, as if this Dan furnace was not for the sake of color, but more for showing off. But this was also a side note that he didn't place Li Chongqing in his eyes at all. It had to be said that this Dan furnace was indeed good, and even with Li Chongqing's eyesight, he kept nodding his head. Not bad, not bad. It's considered upper middle grade in the Dan furnace. Li Chongqing had obtained the Divine Nong inheritance, and the Divine Nong tripod had also been pocketed. But a magic treasure of that level should never be easily shown. After all, there's no telling when a long-sleeping old six will pop up. Once he was missed by those extremely old sixes, he wouldn't even know how he would die. And the Dan furnace in front of him could just be the alchemy furnace for his own public alchemy in the future. Feng Shuai looked at the color of excitement in Li Chongqing's eyes and opened his mouth in contempt. Humph! Country village boy. Haven't seen such a good alchemy furnace, have you? Never seen it indeed. Other than the Shenong Ding, this was indeed the best alchemy furnace Li Chongqing had ever seen. Feng Qinghai became even more complacent and opened his mouth. The old man's color has been taken out. What's yours? Li Chongqing hemmed and hawed, and a 10,000-year-old blood-colored lingji appeared in his hand. Spirit herbs of this quality were only considered lower middle class in his portable medicinal garden. But even so, it caused the gazes of the people present to show fire. What a strong grassy fragrance. This is definitely not a mortal product. Li Chongqing nodded, his expression extremely calm. 10,000-year-old blood-colored Ganoderma, formed by chance by absorbing underground blood spirit stones. After taking it, it can enhance blood qi, especially useful for bodybuilders. Refined into medicine, its effects will be multiplied. On top of that, it's also wonderful for female practitioners, especially on those days of the month when you lose blood. You only need to eat a small piece to quickly restore the blood qi that your body has lost. There were several spirit medicine gardens in the Pill King Valley, but not a single spirit medicine of this quality had been cultivated. Greed appeared in Feng Shuai's eyes as he licked his lips and thought to himself, this kind of divine medicine, if I can take it and offer it to the clan, I will definitely be able to obtain a large amount of rewards. It's even not impossible to be promoted to a 6th grade pill refiner if you get guidance from the supreme ancestor. Li Chongqing looked at the crowd's shocked appearance and looked at Feng Shuai with great satisfaction. I don't know how Master Feng Dan wants to compare? Feng Shuai looked at the 10,000 years blood lingji and was determined to obtain it. To be on the safe side, he directly chose one of his best elixirs. The Divine Water Palace is full of female cultivators, and a female cultivator's favorite elixir is none other than the face resurfacing elixir. In that case, we will compete to refine the face residence pill. And don't you say that old man bullied you. Unusual face residing pills are but 1st grade pills. You were able to be invited here by Elder He, so I'm sure you're not that kind of a drunkard. In that case, let's show our true skills and upgrade the 1st grade elixir to 2nd grade. I wonder what your excellency would like to do. Feng Shuai revealed a touch of smugness. He knew that if a potion wanted to raise its grade out of thin air, it would never be an easy task. Even he practiced for hundreds of years before succeeding. According to his calculations, Li Chongqing would definitely accept the challenge in front of so many people because of face. When the time came, he himself upgraded a 1st grade elixir to a 2nd grade one with a thunderbolt, earning the shock of the entire crowd. Finally, he took away the 10,000-year-old blood lingji and offered it to the clan, and gained the favor of the supreme ancestor, and was promoted to become a 6th grade pill refiner in one fell swoop. Marry a rich white woman, become a sect elder, and go to the peak of life. Feng Shuai thought about it so much that he even planned his life for the next few hundred years. Li Chongsheng smiled faintly and said in his heart, "Second grade? Oh, you may not know, but the lowest resident pills that Laozi has refined are all third grade." He didn't even think about it and just agreed. Since Master Fong Dan has opened his mouth, Mr. Li will just agree. Fong Shuahai's face showed ecstasy, and his eyes showed impatience as he looked at the 10,000-year blood Lingji. "It's not too late. Let's refine it immediately. For the sake of fairness, please ask Elder He to bring out the same herbs, so that no one will make excuses on the quality of the herbs." As he spoke, Fong Shuahai handed a Dan formula to He Qingwan. "Elder He, please prepare 2 copies of the herbs listed above the Dan formula." After saying that, Fong Shuahai looked at Li Chongsheng and smiled. "Dan Master Li, there is no chance of failure for me to refine the face residence pill. 1 serving is enough. But I don't know how many copies Master Li Dan needs? Take advantage of the fact that Elder He hasn't left yet, and state the number of herbs needed beforehand." Li Chongsheng wanted to laugh in his heart. This is really a dog's eye view. The district resident pill. How dare you suspect that you will fail? Li Chongsheng pretended to look nervous and even showed a hint of entanglement. Since Master Fong Dan only needs 1 copy, then it would be good for Mr. Li to take 1 as well. After all, it's only fair. Fong Shuahai laughed out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha. Master Li Dan's character of not taking advantage of the situation is very much liked by old me. Don't worry. If there's anything you don't understand above the Dan Dao in the future, feel free to ask me. I know everything." Li Chongsheng pretended to be excited and thanked him repeatedly. "Then thank you, Master Fong Dan." Fong Shuahai had the appearance of a former senior, half squinting his eyes and constantly stroking his beard. However, he didn't even notice that Yu Chuyao, Li Hongfu, and the others beside him were already on the verge of stifling their laughter. Shortly after, He Qingwan came fluttering in and landed on the ground, taking out 2 copies of the herbs for the residence pill. "2 Dan Masters, you may begin the competition." Fong Shuahai opened his eyes and with extreme confidence, he controlled the herbs to begin decomposing and purifying them. While operating, he looked at Li Chongsheng, only to see Li Chongsheng take out a dilapidated and worn-out Dan furnace, and there were even 2 holes on it. This instantly drew scorn from Fong Shuahai. "Dan Master Li, you're afraid that this Dan furnace won't last much longer. There are holes in it." Taking out this Dan furnace was originally a deliberate act by Li Chongsheng. After all, men are teenagers until they die. Pretending in front of a beautiful woman is a destiny that every man can't escape. This was true for Fong Shuahai, and even more so for Li Chongsheng. And after all, Li Chongsheng is not an ordinary man to pretend to be a big one. Using a broken and tattered alchemy furnace to refine pills, he managed to crush Fong Shuahai in the end. Once it works, the visual impact is palpable. Maybe he would even seduce a few female cultivators to become concubines as a result. This divine water palace's female cultivators each carried their own noble temperament, which tickled Li Chongsheng's heart. He listened to Fong Shuahai's ridicule without being moved. Mr. Li can't compare to Pill King Valley and doesn't have that high-quality alchemy furnace. Fong Shuahai laughed even more smugly and even said in a fake manner, "There's no need for Dan Master Li to be presumptuous. I still have a few alchemy furnaces from when I was an apprentice. If Master Dan Li doesn't mind, feel free to take it. It's no different than garbage to me." Li Chongsheng smiled faintly and didn't reply, instead concentrating on refining the medicine. Not long after, Fong Shuahai had already refined half of it and only needed the final finishing touches. On the contrary, Li Chongsheng's forehead unexpectedly appeared with fine beads of sweat. "Damn, overplaying my hand. This alchemy furnace full of holes really isn't for people to use. This Dan furnace is afraid that it won't last long before it blows up." Fong Shuahai couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Dan Master Li, there's no need to hold on strongly. This Dan furnace is about to blow up. The old man has experienced this countless times. It is for this reason that it has grown to what it is today." The next moment, the Dan furnace did explode with a loud bang. Li Chongsheng reacted quickly. Waving his hand and a shield appeared, restraining the energy of the explosion inside. Even so, the loud noise traveled a long way, and even the clan's buildings shook slightly. In the Divine Water Palace's Palace Master Hall, a stunning female cultivator weakly looked into the distance, her eyebrows slightly knitted. "Where is that loud noise coming from?" The female disciple next to him replied, "I heard that it's Elder He who brought back a Dan Master, and is competing with Pill King Valley's Dan Master Fong in the Dan Dao. Is Lord Palace Master going to check it out? Oh, Palace Master Lung Russian revealed an interested expression. I'm sure it's all for the purpose of refining the 9 turns back to heaven pill for this honored one. It's been a long time since I was infected with the poison, so it's good to go and take a look. Li Chongqing's strength in pill refining was unknown to everyone present except for Li Hongfu. At this moment, when they saw the blowing up of the furnace, they showed skepticism. Those female cultivators who didn't know what was going on were even discussing it in whispers. It's true that it still has to be the Pill King Valley's Dan Master who is the most reliable. That's right, I don't know where Elder he led back this half-assed Dan Master from. Don't be a charlatan. At a glance, he's a liar. I don't know what method he used to trick Elder he. It's fortunate that Master Fong Dan came, or else we'd still be kept in the dark up to now. Li Chongqing shook his head slightly as he listened to the crowd's discussion. Alas, I didn't want to be so high profile, but things have come to this, so I can't hide it anymore. Li Chongqing's eyes were shining, and his aura was side-splitting. So what if the Dan furnace blew up? Without the Dan furnace, old me will refine the pills out just the same. Chapter 88, Refining Pills Without a Furnace. Refining pills without using a furnace? Fong Shuahai snorted as if he had heard some joke. Master Li Dan is really a big smart Since ancient times, old me has never heard of anyone who can refine pills without using a Dan furnace. Let's assume for a moment that you can refine pills with your bare hands. But now that the Dan furnace has blown up and the herbs are gone, I'd like to see how you can refine it. The people around them also showed a nervous look.
Li Hongfu frowned.
What's wrong with husband? There's no way his strength in pill refining is just that. Yu Chuyao, on the other hand, was extremely trusting of Li Chongqing. Big brother. Yo-Yo believes in you. Go for it. He Qingwan also revealed a skeptical look. Could it be that his pill refining strength is nothing more than that? Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu did not have too much suspicion. After all, from Li Hongfu, they had long known that Li Chongqing was an extraordinary pill refiner. The female cultivators of the Divine Water Palace, on the other hand, began to speak out in mockery, competing with Master Fong Dan in the Dan Dao, even using a broken alchemy furnace. Such arrogance. Now you've fallen head over heels. This person looks to be in his early 20s, with the appearance of a brat, and at a glance, his pill refining strength is not good. With this appearance, I'm afraid it's not an apprentice under any Dan master. Pill refiners still need to look at pill refining experience. The older the refiner, the stronger the pill refining strength. This way of determining is not 100% correct, but it's 80% accurate. There's no suspense in this match. Dan Master Fong Shuahai will win. I just don't know why Elder he would invite a loser back. When Li Chongqing blew up the furnace, Lung Rusheng saw it with her own eyes. From the discussion of the surrounding disciples, they learned that this Li Chongqing was actually the pill refiner that He Qingwan had brought back. He Qingwan was as close to her as a sister, and had always been very attentive to her physical condition. She didn't believe that the pill refiner He Qingwan brought back would be a rice bucket. Only a cold snort could be heard from her as her Jeden third-layer cultivation swept across the entire field. Quiet! The faces of the crowd changed slightly, shutting their mouths as the crowd of onlookers bowed and automatically made way for a passage. Li Chongqing followed the gazes of the crowd and saw a stunningly beautiful woman come into view. With the white gauze wrapped around her body and her stunningly beautiful figure, one could not help themselves just by looking at it. A pair of beautiful feet floated in the air with a pair of bells on their necks, stepping slowly through the air toward him, occasionally making the sound of bells clashing. Those flawless jade feet, with glowing skin that seemed like it could pinch out water. Fong Shuahai's eyes revealed a look of amazement as he bowed. Lung Palace Master, I'm honored. Lung Rusheng nodded slightly, then dropped her gaze on Li Chongqing. This honored one doesn't know how you hoodwinked Elder he. Daring to enter my divine water palace by posing as a pill refiner has already violated a major taboo of our sect. Considering that you haven't done anything to harm our clan as of yet, leave quickly and this seat can be lenient with you. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is higher than mine, once my divine water palace formation opens, you will definitely have trouble retreating in one piece. From the moment she showed her face, Lung Rusheng felt Li Chongqing's extremely aggressive gaze. Those eyes stared at her as if they were trying to look at her inside and out, making her extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was the pill refiner that He Qingwan had invited back, Lung Rusheng still didn't give him any face. Li Chongqing withdrew his gaze and said in his heart, This is looking down on old me. In that case, I can only let you all see the true strength of old me. Li Chongqing had received a true transmission from Shin Nong, and his endless layers of profound drug refining techniques were by no means comparable to this tiny Medicine King Valley. So what if there's no alchemy furnace? Back then, Shin Nong had refined the yin-yang reconciliation dan with his bare hands. That kind of alchemy technique Li Chongqing had naturally obtained the inheritance. Although with his current strength, he was unable to concoct a high-grade elixir with his bare hands for the time being. But the district resident pill is simply a handful. Li Chongqing smiled slightly and shook his head as he looked at the herbs in front of him. It's a pity. I was thinking of helping Lord Palace Master refine the 9 turns back to heaven pill. But by the looks of it, it doesn't seem like Lord Palace Master is welcoming me much. However, before we leave, the bet with Master Fong Dan still needs to be completed. I don't think Lord Palace Master would even have that much measure, would he? Fong Shuahai laughed, revealing a look of contempt. Dan Master Li. I call you Dan Master Li? But do you really deserve the title of Dan Master? At this point, do you still think you can win? Fong Shuahai gently patted towards the Dan furnace, and a burst of Dan fragrance floated out. Old Me's face residence pill is about to be completed and will be able to be released in 5 minutes at most. Do you really think you can make a potion in 5 minutes? Lung Rusheng looked at Li Chongqing's certain expression from the beginning, and her heart was a little drummed. Is it hard to believe that he can really do it? It won't take long anyway, so it's good to let him try. So Lung Ruosheng said, in that case, then you proceed to refine it. But let's say the ugly words up front, if you can't even refine the face resurfacing pill, then there's no need to refine the 9 turns back to heaven pill. Li Chongqing smiled faintly and spoke faintly. Don't worry. The district resident pill, old me refined it with my eyes closed. He Qingwan hurriedly took out her storage bag. Big brother Li, this is the spirit herb needed for the resident face pill. You,
Li Shangsheng Issa.
aid as he looked around at the residue of the resident pill spirit herb floating in the air due to the blowing up of the furnace. No need. Having these residues is enough to refine the face residence pill. The words were like a bomb that caused a stir in the crowd. Pretending. Still pretending even now. Residue refining pills? He thinks he's the Pill King Valley Master. Even if the Pill King Valley's Valley Master, Mo Li, were to personally take action, he wouldn't be able to do it, right? This man is the most pretentious person this girl has ever met. Humph. The more joyful you act now, the louder you'll be slapped in the face later. We'll just wait and watch the show. Facing the mockery of the crowd, Li Chongqing was unmoved, only to see him pinch his hands together. A magical energy, centered on his hands, spread out in all directions. Those herb energies floating around were brought together. In a short period of time, a puddle of medicinal liquid, condensed from the medicinal power of the herbs, emerged. The outsiders look good, the insiders look good. Fong Shuahai violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What? He actually did condense a medicinal liquid without using a Dan furnace. He looked at Li Chongqing with some incredulity and shook his head to clear it. Impossible. This only shows that his purification method is subtle, but refining it into a pill is never enough just like that. Immediately after, Li Chongqing controlled the medicinal liquid with his left hand, and with his right hand, the golden light holy fire rose up. Endless heat waves swept out, causing everyone present to hastily take several steps backward. Fong Shuahai was even more shocked and directly screamed out, "A foreign fire, it's actually a foreign fire. A different fire?" Lung Rusheng's eyes revealed a refined aura. Seeing this now, she also began to change her opinion of Li Chongqing. Could it be that he really is a pill refiner? Qing Wan shouldn't have brought back a loser. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the golden light sacred flame sizzled the medicinal liquid, emitting a crackling sound. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the excess water of the medicinal liquid evaporates. Li Chongqing used the power of his cultivation to mold the remaining substance into a pill. Looking at the quantity, it was surprising that there were 30 of them. Not only that, each of the pills had 4 golden stripes present. This also meant that Li Chongqing's face residence pill had been upgraded from a 1st grade to a 4th grade by him. Fong Shuahai's pills also came out at this moment, but he only had 15 pills in his pills. The grade of the pills was only 2nd grade, and just by looking at the color, one could tell that it was simply incomparable to Li Chongqing. Looking at the situation in front of him, Fong Shuahai collapsed to the ground powerlessly. 4th grade, Surprisingly, 4th grade. I lost. At this point in time, there was no need to verify the effects of the elixir with a mere difference of 1 grade. Even if the medicinal effect was worse, it was still better than a 3rd grade. Fang Shuahai's performance had already told the crowd the result. Li Chongqing smiled faintly and waved his hand to withdraw the power of cultivation around the face residence pill. Losing the wrapping of his cultivation, the medicinal power that was so thick that it was extreme spread out towards the surroundings. Anyone who smelled it showed intoxication. Even just by smelling the scent, they felt that their skin condition had become much better. How about it, Master Fontaine? Li Chongqing looked at Fang Shuahai, revealing a touch of teasing. This alchemy furnace is mine. As he spoke, Li Chongqing put away the alchemy furnace with a wave of his hand. Although Fang Shuahai felt painful, but after all, the bet was made in advance in front of so many people, it is not good to back out. But he was really unwilling to do so and said with a cold snort, Old me is willing to gamble and lose. Since you won, you can now leave the Divine Water Palace. After all, Old Man is the one who was invited over to refine the 9 turns back to heaven pill. The corner of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up as he said to Li Hongfu and the others, Mother, since the people of Divine Water Palace don't welcome us, there's no need for us to stay here. A few people turned around and walked away without saying much. It was only at this moment that Lung Rusheng realized how powerful Li Chongqing's pill refining strength was. But she was proud by nature, and making her admit her mistake in public would be harder than killing her. Seeing that Li Chongqing was about to leave, He Qingwan stepped forward. Brother Li, what will it take for you to stay? Chapter 89 Lung Rusheng is cured. The Divine Water Palace was full of beautiful women, and they were all extremely beautiful women with cultivation. How could Li Chongqing just leave? This handful of alchemy techniques that he had displayed could not be compared to even Pill King Valley. He didn't believe that the Divine Water Palace would just let him go. Not surprisingly, he was retained. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he stopped in his tracks. But he turned around to reveal a look of sadness. Qingwan, it's not that old me doesn't want to stay. It's really because Lord Palace Master doesn't welcome us. No matter what, I'm also a Dan Master. The thing of putting a hot face on a cold ass is something that old me can't do. That being said, it depends on whose ass it is. If someone did show their ass for him to stick it to, he would be happy to do so as long as it was a beautiful woman. Hey, hey, hey. Li Chongqing took out the face resurfacing pill he had just refined and handed it to He Qingwan. Qingwan, these pills are reserved for you. After all, they were refined from the Divine Water Palace's medicinal herbs. 30 resident pills. You and Yao Yao should have enough for a long time. After saying that, Li Chongqing sighed and once again pretended to leave. He Qingwan looked at the resident skin pill in her hand, her eyes revealing a forlorn look. She had heard Lung Rushen's words just now. Even a normal person would be upset to hear that. Not to mention the high-minded alchemist. Lung Rusheng had already begun to regret in her heart, but the expression on her face did not change in the slightest. In the past, she would have broken into a rage. Not saying a word nowadays is really just another way of admitting fault. Yu Chuyao looked at Li Chongqing, who was aggrieved, and that sullen back made her heart ache. Big brother, Yao Yao apologized for you on behalf of the palace lord. Can you really not stay? Listening to Yu Chuyao's pleasant voice, Li Chongqing stopped his steps once again. At this moment, the entire female cultivators of Divine Water Palace recognized Li Chongqing's strength in pill refining. They all knelt down, bent down, and opened their mouths to retain Li Chongqing. After all, Li Chongqing was Lung Rusheng's only hope of surviving. Li Chongqing was breathing heavily. Looking at so many white flowers and deep grooves, his heart began to stir. Dan Master Li, please stay and save Lord Palace Master. Stay, Dan Master Li. Our Lord Palace Master cannot live without you. Please stay, Master Dan Li. Lord Palace Master needs you. Yes, Dan Master Li, if you leave, how can you let Lord Palace Master live? Without you, the Lord of the Palace will die. Li Chongqing's expression was a bit strange. These words urging people to stay seemed to have gone a bit astray. It sounded as if he was a dangling, heartless scumbag. Fang Shuahai looked at so many people retaining Li Chongqing and was instantly annoyed. Humph, Lung Rushen, the old man is the one you invited here to refine medicines. Now that I'm here, you guys are looking for someone else to make the elixir. Is this the way you treat guests in the Divine Water Palace? Is this how you treat my Medicine King Valley? Lung Rusheng was a bit distracted right now. This Fang Shuahai, which pot, not to mention which pot. It directly ignited Lung Rushan's anger. Fong Shuahai. What's on your Pill King Valley's mind? Do you really think I, Lung Rusheng, don't know? Lung Rusheng's brows were frosty and his words were aggressive. With the payment that my Divine Water Palace has taken out, it's entirely possible to hire a 6th grade pill refiner. But you, Pill King's Valley, have sent you a 5th grade alchemist over. A 5th grade alchemist, even if he is able to concoct the 9 turns back to heaven pill, he will not be able to heal this seat. Every few years in the future, if this seat wants to stay alive, I will need to ask for pills from you, Pill King Valley. You are eating your words in such a way as to maximize your profits. This approach is like many medicines nowadays. The cure doesn't get rid of the root of the disease for you, it only relieves it. You can only spend money every year if you don't suffer from the disease. These words were word for word, completely picking apart the Pill King Valley's wishful thinking. Fong Shuahai's face was a bit ugly, wanting to retort but not knowing what to say. Lung Rusheng spoke the words that had been pent up in her heart, and immediately felt much more relaxed. She looked at Li Changsheng and felt from the bottom of her heart that he was a talent. Love of talent rises, whether it was for his own life or for the future development of the Divine Water Palace. Getting on good terms with Li Changsheng would do more good than harm. Lung Rusheng slowly moved towards Li Changsheng, slightly bending her knees not far in front of him. Dan Master Li, it was Rusheng who was not polite in the past. Please forgive Rusheng this time. Ru Frost will certainly repay the kindness of a drop of water in the future. Surge! Li Changsheng froze slightly, then his mind began to turn over. A gushing spring? How much divine water does that require to be forced out? Master Li Dan? Lung Rusheng looked at Li Changsheng's lecherous smile and frowned slightly. Dan Master Li, please also forgive me. In order to express my sincerity, this seat promises that in the future, my Divine Water Palace's divine water can be taken at will by Dan Master Li, and my Divine Water Palace's medicinal garden will be open for Master Li Dan in the future, and any herb that Master Li Dan sees can be picked at will. What Li Changsheng was waiting for was for Lung Rusheng to lower her stance and beg herself. Now that the purpose has been achieved, this is one step closer to taking down Lung Rusheng. Since Miss Rusheng has asked, then old me will stay, Li Changsheng said with a light cough. However, Fong Danshi sighed. The crowd looked at Fong Shuahai, and at this moment, his face had turned into a pig's liver color. Being stared at intently by the crowd, Fong Shuahai coldly snorted and flung his sleeve away. Surname Li, and you Divine Water Palace, I, Medicine King Valley, will definitely get this back today. Looking at Fong Shuahai's back, Li Changsheng laughed. Since Master Fong Dan has already left, we still need to check on Miss Rusheng's body before we start refining the 9 turns heavenly pill. This was inexcusable, and Lung Rusheng stretched out her slender hand, revealing her snow-white wrist. Master Dan Li, please. Li Changsheng nodded and gently pinched on top of Lung Rusheng's wrist. Into the hand slightly cold, smooth skin, light girl body fragrance, all do not let Li Changsheng mind swing. A force of cultivation was released, rushing across Lung Rusheng's body. Shortly afterward, Li Changsheng revealed a flash of surprise. It's true that she's still intact, ha ha ha. The old man's concubine is going to have one more person. Thinking of this, Li Changsheng observed Lung Rusheng's fertility qualifications. A shocking red color rushed up to the sky, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually a red lower grade. This kind of fertility qualification is rare in the world, and is undoubtedly excellent. Although it couldn't be compared to Carved Clear's Sacred Body Mother Fetus, it was still an extremely rare fertility qualification. Li Changsheng breathed heavily, his eyes glaring. Lung Rusheng frowned slightly. Dan Master Li? But something has changed in Russian's body? Li Changsheng shook his head. Miss Russian, don't not worry, with the old man here, I will make sure you are safe and sound. He then let go of Lung Rusheng's wrist and with a wave of his hand took the herbs that He Qingwan had already prepared. Immediately afterward, he summoned the alchemy furnace and began the refining of the elixir. This 9 turns back to heaven pill was of a higher grade, and if it was refined with bare hands, the failure rate was relatively high, so it could not be risked. It didn't take long for the 9 turns back to heaven pill to be refined. The Dan furnace opened and a full 30 pills floated up. Each one had 6 golden stripes on it. The 6th grade 9 turns heaven recovery pill was enough to remove the toxins from Lung Russian's body. Li Changsheng handed her the elixir. Miss Russian, the 6th grade 9 turns heaven returning pill will definitely be able to get rid of the toxins in your body. After Lung Rusheng gave her thanks, She couldn't wait to take the pill. Not long after, a stream of black smoke rose from her body. As the toxins were removed from her body, Lung Russian's cultivation began to climb. Just a moment ago, it was still the 3rd Jeden layer, and in a short time it had unexpectedly recovered to the 5th Jeden layer. When she had fully recovered, she looked at Li Changsheng and revealed a look of gratitude. Many thanks to Dan Master Li. The toxins in my body have been dispelled by as much as 80%, and I believe that a few more days of recuperation will definitely allow me to fully recover. Li Changsheng nodded. Very good, very good. He then looked towards a place not far away where spiritual energy was rushing into the sky. From the moment he arrived at the Divine Water Palace, he had a vague feeling that something existed in that place. Lung Palace Master, dare I ask what is there? That's my Divine Water Palace's medicinal garden, which contains many medicinal herbs of excellent quality. Li Changxing frowned slightly. Ever since he obtained the inheritance of Shinnong, his sense of grass and trees was extremely keen. He had a feeling that, in addition to the power of grass and trees, that medicinal garden also had a repulsive and evil aura. Chapter 90 Centipede Haunts. Li Changxing kills it with one strike. Li Changxing revealed a puzzled look in his heart. The herb garden? It was logical that a medicinal garden should be a place where spiritual qi gathered, and there shouldn't be any defilements. Why do I always feel like there's a presence there that makes me feel sick? Thinking of this, Li Changsheng opened his mouth. Miss Russian, I've long heard that the female cultivators of the Divine Water Palace can force out divine water. Divine water poured on spiritual herbs could enhance the medicinal properties of the herbs and accelerate their growth. Now that I've come to the Divine Water Palace, I'm bound to go to the pill garden to see the efficacy of the divine water. According to the previous promise, Lang Rusheng had intended to give Li Changxing divine water. With a wave of her hand, a storage bag appeared in her hand. Dan Master Li, this storage bag contains a large number of precious medicinal herbs, as well as my Divine Water Palace's unique divine water. As payment, please accept it, Master Li Dan. Li Changxing was not polite and directly took the storage bag. Afterward, under Lung Russian's leadership, the crowd headed towards the medicinal garden. The medicinal garden was not large, but it was rich in spirit herbs, many of which were rare spirit herbs of extremely high vintage. Li Changxing sank his mind to feel the sensation that made him uncomfortable, and suddenly opened his eyes to look in a direction. Miss Russian, there seems to be something strange about that place? Lung Rusheng nodded, seemingly well aware of this point. There's something strange about that area. Herbs planted on it will die within a few days, and the herbs weren't in good shape for 3 meters around that area. Even increasing the watering of the divine water had no effect. We have also investigated, but have not gotten any results. Yu Chuyao also opened her mouth with an exasperated face. Big brother, this medicinal garden is the best piece of soil in our Divine Water Palace. It used to be fine, but 3 years ago there suddenly appeared such a piece of land where no spirit grass could grow. Yao Yao knows that Big Brother is very powerful and can definitely help our Divine Water Palace find the cause. Li Changxing nodded and spoke. Don't worry. From the moment I entered the Divine Water Palace, I sensed that something was off here. If my guess is right, something should have sucked the nutrients out of that area. That's what caused the nearby spirit grasses to fail to grow. As he spoke, Li Changxing's eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and the barrier-breaking divine pupil was suddenly unleashed. Let me see what's going on. He fixed his eyes on it and his body shook violently, only to see a huge centipede squirming continuously underneath that area. The centipede was at least a dozen meters long, with a body as thick as a bucket. There were 3 golden vertical stripes on its head, which meant that it had been cultivating for at least 300 years. On both sides of the centipede's body, densely packed feet swing back and forth. The huge black-colored mouthpiece opened and closed hideously. Countless threads of silk emanated from its body, connecting the spirit herbs throughout the medicinal garden. Streams of light continued to flash, and the nutrients from the spirit grass were continuously absorbed by the centipede. Perhaps attracted by the spiritual herbs of this medicinal garden, they lurked here to absorb the essence of the herbs. When Lung Rusheng was suffering from severe poison, it might be related to this centipede. After all, the centipede was one of the 5 poisons, and a centipede that had been cultivated to such an extent was no longer able to speculate on its toxicity by common sense. Li Changxing was silent and didn't startle the centipede. A thought arose in his mind at the moment. There is a secret method in the divine farmer's inheritance that uses hundreds of rare spiritual herbs to fuse the souls of beasts that have been around for more than 100 years to concoct a human elixir. The human elixir can replace the cultivator's inner elixir, enabling the cultivator to reach the pseudo-Dan realm. This can be said to give a second chance to grow for cultivators who have no hope of conjugating Dan, failed to conjugate Dan, or whose gene Dan shattered for some reason. The centipede with 300 years of cultivation in front of him was just right to provide a beast soul. Li Changsheng licked his lips and said to the crowd, "Everyone, step back a bit. The reason why the spirit herbs in the medicinal garden couldn't grow has been found." The crowd sniffed and backed away. Li Changsheng waved his hand and took out the surprising sword, and the pressure of the 6th grade magic treasure caused the eyes of the people present to catch fire. Surprisingly, it's a 6th grade magic treasure. As expected of a Dan master, there are really no mortal goods in his hands. Alchemists earn quite a lot of money, and having a 6th grade magic treasure isn't a rare thing. Not bad, with Master Li Dan's alchemy attainments, using a 6th grade magic treasure is already very low key. Li Changxing flew up, his eyes became glittering as he swung out his sword, and a huge sword aura stirred out, chopped down towards the ground. There was a loud rumble, and the ground broke apart inch by inch, and then began to cave in. Immediately after that, a centipede as black as ink poked its head out. 2 red eyes glared grimly at Li Changxing. When the crowd saw such a monster, they sacrificed their magic treasures. "So it's this guy who's destroying the medicinal garden. Today we must make it pay." The crowd swarmed towards the centipede and unleashed their divine spells. But the centipede's body surface defense was extremely strong, and a burst of clanking, surprisingly, did not cause the slightest damage to it. Instead, this angered the centipede, and it sent 3 or 4 female cultivators flying with a fling of its tail. Then he opened his bloody mouth and a black poisonous mist was sprayed out. Any female cultivator touched by the poisonous mist all fell into unconsciousness. Spiritual grasses also quickly became withered when they touched the poison. Lung Rusheng's face was grim as he tangled with the centipede. He Qingwan followed suit, and the 2 elders of the Red Clothes sect saw this and rushed up as well. Li Hongfu, on the other hand, with a straight face, pinched her hands together and began to absorb these poisonous mists with her innate poisonous body. Shortly afterward, Li Hongfu showed a happy face. "Husband, find a way to make this guy release more poisonous mist. I feel like absorbing poison can quickly raise my cultivation level." Li Changsheng nodded and looked over his shoulder at the centipede, saying to Lung Rushen and the others, "You all quickly retreat and leave this to the old man." In a flash, the traceless ghost steps ran open. Li Changxing disappeared. By the time it reappeared, it had reached the top of the centipede's head. When the burning spirit decision was executed, the attack power was increased by 5 times. His hands flashed with ghostly light and he plunged into the centipede's head with a puff. There was a stirring and the centipede let out a mournful scream. Li Changsheng then exerted force with both hands and the centipede was torn in half. Inside the centipede's body, a sparkling bead floated up. The centipede's inner elixir? Li Changxing revealed a joyful expression. "This is an unrivaled weapon refining material. Weapons refined from the centipede's inner elixir automatically have poison attached to them. Given the toxicity of this centipede, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to resist it in the slightest. Even a Jedan cultivator would not dare to touch it easily." The crowd looked at the centipede's corpse and sucked in cool air. The centipede that the 4 of them, Lang Rusheng, He Qingwan, plus Lu Xian and Mei Xianglu, couldn't take. Surprisingly, he couldn't last more than 2 seconds in front of Li Changxing. They had thought that Li Changxing, as a pill refiner, should not have a good fighting strength. But now that they looked at it, Li Changxing's fighting strength was not something they could imagine either. Li Changsheng looked at the centipede's corpse and pointed towards it with his hands. A ball of light then floated out, and it was none other than the centipede's soul. With another wave of his hand, the centipede's poison sac was ripped out. "Hong Fu, I'll leave this poison capsule to you. After absorbing it, you should be able to raise another minor realm or 2. Li Hongfu had a joyful expression on her face, and she hurriedly plopped down and began to absorb it. Lung Rusheng looked at Li Hongfu's excited appearance and couldn't help but look up and down. Absorbing poison to enhance her cultivation. Is this woman not an innate poisonous body? At this moment, she was incomparably shocked, and the way she looked at Li Changxing became awe-inspiring. This person has such Dan Dao attainments at such a young age, and is even able to make a woman with a congenital poisonous body become a Dao couple. It's not simple. Li Chongqing then took out the alchemy furnace on the spot and began to refine the human pill that could be used in place of a cultivator to conjugate pills. Chapter 91: Refining the Golden Pill. The refining of human pills was not simple. Even Li Chongqing needed to maneuver extremely carefully to do so. With a wave of his hand, the herbs in the medicinal garden uprooted and floated to his side. Lung Rusheng's brows furrowed slightly, because with just this one hit, nearly half of the herbs in her medicinal garden were ripped out. Seeing her displeasure, Li Chongqing opened his mouth. Miss Russian, now this medicinal garden has been contaminated by the centipede's toxins. An ordinary alchemist would not be able to get rid of the toxins in it if his Dan Dao attainments were not good enough. The pills refined that way, if eaten by a cultivator, are lightly poisoned with a fall in cultivation and heavily dead. Hearing Li Chongqing's words, Lung Rusheng's face changed dramatically. This medicinal garden had cost the Divine Water Palace a great deal of effort, and if it was all unusable, the loss would be more than she could bear. This medicinal garden was not small, but Li Chongqing used so many spirit herbs at once, which puzzled the crowd. Yu Chuyao asked curiously, "Big brother, what kind of elixir are you refining? Surprisingly, you need so many herbs." Li Chongqing smiled mysteriously. "You'll all know when the time comes. This is also the first time I've refined this elixir. I don't know how effective it will be." The crowd quietly watched as Li Chongqing refined the elixir, and after 981 procedures, the furnace was gently opened. Unlike the usual pills that were formed into at least dozens of pills, this time there was only one. Moreover, the elixir floated on its own, and gusts of conjugation pressure were released from the elixir. He Qingwan revealed a shocked look and lost her voice. "This? So strange. Why does this elixir give me an aura of conjugation?" Yu Chuyao also couldn't help but ask. "Yes, big brother. What kind of elixir is this?" The elixir was dark gold in color. The power of grass and trees was exuberant, and the centipede's soul on it wandered around, emitting a burst of golden aura every time it swam. Li Chongqing collected the elixir and carefully examined it. This elixir is called the Human Dan, a special elixir that can replace a cultivator's Dan formation. For those cultivators who have no hope of forming a Dan, this elixir is comparable to a supreme treasure. These words shocked the crowd beyond belief. Truly, such a thing is simply unthinkable. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever heard of a pill refiner being able to refine a pill that could replace a cultivator's conjugation. The crowd felt surprised but did not believe it too much. However, He Qingwan's expression was different from the others. Her eyes revealed a divine light as she looked at Li Chongqing and asked excitedly, "Brother Li, dare I ask you if this elixir is really that amazing?" Li Chongqing shook his head. "How effective the elixir is, I don't know. After all, no one is testing it right now." He Qingwan pondered slightly, then bowed and said with a straight face, "Brother Li, someone else can test it." Lung Rusheng looked at He Qingwan and said, "Qingwan, are you trying to?" He Qingwan nodded. "Not bad. Elder Han was sneak attacked by someone from the Devil's Way, and his Jeden shattered. Rushui has been depressed every day for these years, and it is very hard for all of us to look at Rushui like this. If Big Brother Li's elixir really has that kind of magical effect, Rushui might be able to change back to her old self again." Listening to the meaning of their words, it seemed that there was an elder named Han Rushui, who was sneak attacked by the enemy and had his Jeden shattered. Li Chongqing's face showed joy. This was just the right time to try out the effects of the human pill, and it was also able to make the Divine Water Palace feel good about itself. In that case, it's worth a try. Li Chongqing's eyes were shining. "Please also invite Elder Han Rushui out." Yu Chuyao jumped right out. "I'll go invite Elder Han. Elder Han will be very happy to know." Shortly after, Yu Chuyao pulled a young woman over. The woman, dressed in white, seemed a bit reluctant. "Yao Yao, the Jin Dan is shattered. It's irreversible. Replacing the golden pill with an elixir. You believe in this nonsense." The woman who spoke was Han Rushui. Li Chongqing looked at Han Rushui and breathed slightly. Only Han Rushui's clothes were fluttering and her looks were pure. Slightly knitted Xiaomei, the delicate red lips are even more desirable to Li Chongqing. He gulped hard and said that business was coming back. He then looked toward Han Rushui and revealed a warm smile. "Miss Rushui, how effective the elixir is will only be known after trying it." Han Rushui had lost hope in life since her Jindan was shattered. Even his temper has gotten a lot worse. When she heard Yu Chuyao say that someone was able to refine an elixir to replace the golden Dan, she didn't believe it for a million years. At this moment, the way she looked at Li Chongqing was like she was looking at a liar. You can make up such outrageous lies? Do you really think I'm going to believe anything you say? Li Chongqing didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and opened his mouth. Miss Rushue, if the pills don't work, I, Li Chongqing, can promise that in the future, if the Divine Water Palace wants to refine pills, it will be free of charge. With the Dan Dao attainments displayed by Li Chongqing, such a promise could be said to be full of sincerity. Lung Rusheng and He Qingwan had seen Li Chongqing's Dan Dao attainments. At this moment, they all persuaded Han Rushue to say, Rushue, Master Li Dan's Dan Dao cultivation is extremely strong. Perhaps this time it can really allow you to remake your Jin Dan. Yeah, Rushue, at least try. Under the persuasion of the two, Han Rushue said with a sense of confidence. Well, in that case, I'll give it a try. But at this time, Li Chongqing spoke again. If the potion is effective, what should Miss Rushue do? Han Rushue didn't believe from the bottom of her heart that this elixir could replace the golden Dan, and she said directly, if the elixir is effective, I, Han Rushue, am at your disposal. Li Chongqing was waiting for these words. Good. He directly handed the elixir to Han Rushue. Just take it, the elixir will travel to the Dantian on its own. Han Rushue nodded and took the elixir with a slight hesitation before finally sending it into her mouth. The elixir entered the mouth and didn't melt, but instead went all the way down and finally stayed at the Dantian. Shortly afterward, ripples spread and an aura of conjugation was released from Han Rushue's body. The crowd was shocked, and Lung Rusheng and He Qingwan showed excitement on their faces. Surprisingly, it really is possible. Yu Chuyao also excitedly pulled Li Chongqing's arm. Big brother, it's really possible, you're really great. Yao Yao likes you more and more. Listening to Yu Chuyao's words, Li Chongqing's heart and mind swirled as he secretly said, this is the effect I want. One of you will be counted as one, and no one will be able to escape the clutches of the old man.
Yee.
Not long afterward, Han Rushue opened her eyes, her face showing excitement. She looked at Li Chongqing and directly knelt down, and the gully in front of her body made Li Chongqing's qi and blood turn over. If he hadn't used the power of his cultivation, he would have absolutely spewed out a nosebleed. Han Rushue raised her head, and the attraction of her stunning face became much stronger. Dan Master Li, the great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Just now, Rushue had a bad attitude, so please forgive Master Li Dan. With a slight pause, she continued. According to the agreement, it was Rushue who lost, so what does Dan Master Li want? Just ask. But whenever Master Li Dan has any requests, Rushue will never refuse. Li Chongqing's mind swirled as he licked his lips and opened his mouth. Since you said so, then the old man won't hide anything. I want you to be my concubine and give me some children to play with. Han Rushue's body shook. She had never expected Li Chongqing to make such a request no matter what. Her cheeks turned red quickly, her fingers rubbing the corners of her coat, and she spoke in a voice like a mosquito. Rushue has volunteered to become Master Li Dan's concubine. Seeing this, Li Chongqing was pleasantly surprised and helped Han Rushue up in his arms. Ha 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 ha. So very good. Han Rushue felt the strong testosterone and her body became limp as if electrocuted. On the other hand, Lung Ruoshang on the side had a frosty face and seemed to be furious. He Qingwan's eyes showed full of blessings. Yu Chuyao, on the other hand, flirted with a bad smile on her face. Elder Rushue, I hope you guys have a child early. Oh, Yao Yao loves children the most. Han Rushue became even more shy and feigned anger. You like kids, have one yourself. Yu Chuyao's face reddened at the comment. Her eyes glanced at Li Chongqing and whispered, how does one person have a baby? Li Chongqing only felt electrocuted and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. This little girl, is she seducing me? At this moment, Li Hongfu had finished absorbing the centipede's poison sac, and she had long heard everything that happened here. She directly took Han Rushue's arm and said happily, finally, someone to help me share the load. Sister Han, you don't know, husband, he's too strong. Every time I see him people tremble. Chapter 92 Han Rushue, the ultimate Red Queen. At night, the entire Divine Water Palace was decorated with lights and colors. Under the witness of the crowd, Li Chongqing and Han Rushue worshipped heaven and earth. Originally, Li Chongqing wanted Li Hongfu to get the wedding done here as well. However, she did not agree to it, considering her fellow members of the Red Clothes sect. In that case, it's good to know that the Red Clothes Gate is definitely going to be there anyway, and it's okay to have the wedding at the Red Clothes Gate. He Qingwan looked at Han Rushua's happy appearance and was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Divine Water Palace was full of female cultivators, and very few men usually appeared. As the saying goes, women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. Not to mention these female cultivators who have been alone for so many years. Loneliness and emptiness come to me every time it's late at night. More than once, He Qingwan was burning with desire and had nowhere to release it. Now looking at Li Chongqing's lanky body and angular face, the fire of lust in his heart was ignited. In the cave room, Han Rushue was lying in Li Chongqing's arms. Her satisfied expression showed her recognition of Li Chongqing's ability. Li Chongqing stroked Han Rushue's slippery and tender shoulders and began to say in a good way, "Looking at your agonizing expressions, I see it in my eyes and it hurts in my heart. I don't want to be a hot mess. In order to protect your bodies, it is inevitable that you need to find a few more women to do so." Han Rushue heard the meaning of Li Chongqing's words, but her heart hesitated. From the time she was handling the wedding just now, she had sensed the displeasure on Lung Russian's face. Although she also offered her blessing with Han Rushue's understanding of her, she definitely had some opinions in her heart about her marrying Li Chongqing. Now Li Chongqing offered to let himself be the intermediary to help her hook up with the female cultivator of Divine Water Palace. This kind of thing was bound to make Lung Russian even more angry. "Husband, my Divine Water Palace female cultivators are all extremely traditional." Han Rushue revealed a look of difficulty. "If Slave is blatantly recruiting concubines for you, if the palace master finds out about it, he will definitely be blamed." Li Chongqing smiled slightly. He didn't care about these. He believed that Han Rushue had a way to deal with these problems. So the mother doesn't agree? Li Chongqing moved too much, causing many people to be unable to sleep quietly. The next day, at the Divine Water Palace's routine morning class, the female cultivators were collectively late for a rare occasion. It wasn't the late start, but the delay in washing the sheets. They all had dark circles under their eyes, and when they saw each other, they all showed embarrassment and shyness. Even those female cultivators who were usually ice clear and had the image of a goddess were at this moment full of blush. There was a strange look in the eyes of the crowd, and although they didn't speak, it was as if they did. It was even if the ordinary disciples were late, the most shocking thing was that He Qingwan was actually late as well. Lung Rusheng looked at the situation, and although she was incomparably angry in her heart, she couldn't afford to lash out. After all, this all happened because of Li Chongqing. Not only was Li Chongqing an alchemist with extremely high attainments in the Dandao, his cultivation was far beyond the crowd. If they offended Li Chongqing because of this, the consequences would not be something the Divine Water Palace could bear. In order to make things easier for herself, Han Rushue also followed Li Chongqing's orders and began to work secretly underground in the Divine Water Palace. The results were remarkable on the first day, with a full 3 female disciples having their Dao hearts messed up by her. For herself, though, it did share a lot of her stress. Since then, Han Rushue has been out of control. With his 4-inch tongue, he didn't know how many little girls' spring hearts had been disturbed. In order to increase the success rate, Li Chongqing deliberately allocated a lot of funds for her activities. Pills, spirit stones, magic treasures, elixirs, divine weapons, techniques. All in all, it's enough. What is all this for the sake of a concubine? Han Rushue didn't fail Li Chongqing's expectations. With the addition of her elder status and those benefits that made the cultivators red in the eyes, there were more and more female disciples who had fallen. It was a month's stay at the Divine Water Palace. In a month's time, Li Chongqing had taken in many more concubines, and his cultivation level was raised to the 9th level of Jiedan. The root bone was upgraded to red upper. The undying true spirit technique was elevated to the middle stage of undying flesh. With this level of physical body, unusual magic treasures could no longer cause any harm to him. His Hotian unsullied body was also upgraded to an innate unsullied body. Cultivation functioned more smoothly, and his combat power increased by at least 10% compared to those in the same realm. After so many days of practice, Han Rushue realized that she was very talented in this aspect of being a moonlighting elder. Nowadays, unusual female disciples were no longer challenging in her eyes. Even she only needed to make a slight effort to lure a little girl over in 3 or 2 words. So unchallenging she was tired of it. So she set her eyes on He Qingwan. "Qingwan, although you always put on an air of innocence. As a woman, how can I not see what's in your heart? Wait for me. My husband will surely make you eat your heart out. Chapter 93. Another special physique? Han Rushua's great ambition had long been discussed with Li Chongsheng. Husband, I have a wish. This day Han Rushua looked at Li Chongsheng with affection. I'm going to help my husband look for stunning female cultivators in the whole world to ease the pain of his whiplash. Li Chongsheng's mind moved slightly, and he swept Han Rushua into his arms. It's been hard on you. You've worked your ass off for your husband. After Han Rushua heard this, she looked up with a bad smile like a reflex. Husband, what's that up? Li Chongsheng was dumbfounded, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. You're a woman with a foul mouth. What's decent? As he spoke, he raised his hand and smoothly slapped Han Rushua's ass. A lesson for you to act like a woman from now on. How can you say that you're an elder, and you don't pay attention to your influence at all? Li Hongfu woke up with a groan at the slapping sound. Husband, have you been too hasty today? It's still early in the morning. Li Chongsheng listened to the words of the tiger and the wolf and had a raw look on his face. Woman, can't you be a little more reserved? You just criticized Rushue, and you're even saying this tiger and wolf thing again. Is that how manipulation is used? You illiterate. Li Hongfu's face turned red at the remark and she felt groundless. Husband's lesson is right. Slave will never dare again. Only then did Li Chongsheng nod in satisfaction. Leave this vulgarity to my husband to say later. You guys just take care of looking beautiful. Well, it's getting late now, so it's time to go around the sect and see Yao Yao. Yao Yao was planting herbs in the medicinal garden these days. In order to cultivate a relationship with Yu Chuyao, Li Chongsheng didn't run to the medicinal garden these days. After all, when he fought with the centipede, most of the herbs in the medicinal garden were damaged. The rest of them were contaminated with toxins and could not be used properly, so they were all pulled out. Li Chongsheng walked idly, drawing the attention of many female cultivators. Husband is so handsome. Hush, keep your voice down. If the palace master finds out, a chastisement will be inevitable. Ugh, it's so hard to get through. Husband had said he would take down the palace master, and it's been a month. I only hope that husband will quickly take down the palace master so that we can go to husband openly and honestly. A traditional woman like the palace master, coupled with her inherently indifferent nature, it will take some time to take her down. Li Chongsheng couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the discussion of these female cultivators. Lung Rusheng, this little nymph, seeing me these days is like holding my breath, wanting to say something. Even if she didn't say anything, I knew what she wanted to say. Nothing more than advising me to focus on cultivation and not to lust after women. But can I be the same as normal people? How can I practice without a woman? The old master is an overindulgence. Okay? His heart itched when he thought of Lung Rushen's red lower-grade fertility qualification. Don't look at this little like she's ice cold. In past experience, this kind of person is the exact opposite of what she appears to be at her core. The more serious you are on the surface, the more sultry you are in private. Lung Rusheng, wait for me, you will be mine. Passing by Lung Rushen's retreat, he stopped for a moment to secretly make up his mind. Sooner or later, Lung Ruosheng will be taken in by me, and what I say is that it's no use for Jesus to come. Not long after, Li Chongsheng arrived in the middle of the medicinal garden. Nowadays, after Yu Chuyao's careful tending, the medicinal garden has roughly regained its former grandeur. The only area where the centipede was located in the first place had not yet been planted with medicinal herbs. Li Chongsheng looked at Yu Chuyao and said, Yao Yao, how come that area in the center isn't planted with herbs? Yu Chuyao saw that it was Li Chongsheng and a lowly smile appeared on her face. So it's big brother. In the past, because it was the place where the centipede appeared and Yao Yao was afraid, she hadn't taken care of that area. I was thinking of eventually planting herbs there, but now that we've run out of herb seedlings, we'll have to vacate that area. Thinking it was something big, Li Chongsheng said with a big wave of his hand. Not enough herb seedlings, you should have said so. As he spoke, he waved his hand and dozens of herb seedlings appeared in his hand. In an instant, the endless power of grass and trees lingered around him, and then began to spread in all directions. Those herb seedlings shone brightly, and were in no way comparable to ordinary herbs. These seedlings, all of them, were picked by him from amongst the accompanying medicinal gardens. After all, it had been a long time since he had tended to his portable medicinal garden, and the herbs were growing a bit dense. Appropriately transplanting out some of them would not only allow the herbs in the carry-on medicinal garden to grow better, but would also be able to alleviate the situation of the lack of seedlings of the Divine Water Palace's medicinal herbs, killing two birds with one stone. The herb that seemed extremely unusual to Li Changxing was incomparably shocking in Yu Chuyao's eyes. She looked at the herbs in Li Changxing's hands and her eyes went straight. This is Bitao cheese. It's so big. This is double dragon vine. It's so long. This is golden rainbow root. It's so thick. Yu Chuyao's face was filled with shock. Her mouth opened wide and she couldn't close it for a long time. Li Changxing was slightly stunned before reacting. It seems that the carry-on medicine garden is too heaven-defying, cultivating herbs that outsiders have never heard of or seen before. This amazing power of grass and trees soon attracted more female cultivators over. Just like Yu Chuyao, one by one. When they saw the herbs in Li Changxing's hands, they were all shocked and couldn't close their mouths. Oh my god! Bit of chi. That big? Is that the double dragon vine? I really didn't expect to see one that long. That golden rainbow root is too thick, isn't it? Seeing as how the herbs in Master Dan Li's hands are also only at the seedling stage. To have such a quality at the seedling stage, what kind of heaven-defying quality will it be when it grows up? The crowd gulped, anticipation showing in their eyes. Li Changxing coughed lightly and looked at Yu Chuyao. Hurry up and plant the herbs. Don't just stand there. Yu Chuyao nodded dully, the shock in her eyes still not fading. She took over those herb seedlings and was very careful, afraid of breaking a branch or leaf. But just as Yu Chuyao's fingers touched those herbs, the herbs suddenly glowed brightly. If the medicinal herbs were merely slightly glowing just now, then now it could simply be described as dazzling. This sudden change caused Li Changxing to frown slightly. However, when he took another look at Yu Chuyao, a smile unexpectedly appeared on his face, looking at the herbs in his hands as if he was looking at his own child again. She suddenly looked up at Li Changxing, and a shrewd smile unexpectedly appeared on her lowly molded face. Big brother, I can sense that you have a large amount of heavenly treasures on you, especially herbs mostly. The quality of each of those herbs far exceeds the herbs of the outside world by countless times. Looking at Yu Chuyao's harmless expression, Li Changxing couldn't imagine how she sensed these herbs on his body. After all, a large medicinal garden existed on his body, and every single herb in that area was not a mortal product. That medicine garden was rewarded by the system, so it was reasonable that the people of this world should not be able to perceive it. But Yu Chuyao was able to point it out clearly, which undoubtedly made Li Changxing curious. Could it be that this girl is also some kind of special physique? Li Changxing licked his lips, his eyes glowing. What is the virtue of me, Li Changxing, to net encountering these female cultivators with heaven-defying qualifications? I thank the heavens for their favor, and I, Li Changxing, will definitely know how to be gracious to Bao. Chapter 94 Poisoning of Medicine King Valley Disciples. At this moment, He Qingwan also walked slowly from a distance. She looked at those herbs in Yu Chuyao's hands and her face was shocked. Yao Yao! Where did these herbs come from? This quality is definitely not extraordinary. Yu Chuyao looked at Li Changxing with admiration in her eyes. It's all taken out by Big Brother. Big Brother is so good. Moreover, Big Brother still has a lot of extremely high-quality medicinal herbs on his body that Yao Yao can sense. He Qingwan looked at Li Changxing and couldn't help but blush slightly. After the noise infestation these nights, He Qingwan's mind would always conjure up images of Li Changxing's flopping every time she saw him. At this moment and Li Changxing's eyes locked, he couldn't help but lower his head. As a sect elder, she was acting like a little woman at the moment, causing Li Changxing's heart to itch. So it's Big Brother Li, no wonder. He Qingwan whispered. As Big Brother Li is a pill refiner, it's only natural for him to have some extreme herbs present on his body. The strong sense of contrast in He Qingwan's appearance made Li Changxing feel very irritated. The corners of Li Changxing's mouth curled up slightly, and he intentionally fired his pecs, showing off his perfect male body. The rich hormones were released, causing He Qingwan to breathe heavily. It was at this moment that Li Hongfu and Han Rushue came with each other. As soon as the two men saw He Qingwan, they looked at each other and a smirk appeared in their eyes. Elder He, what's wrong with you? Face so red. Han Rushue took the lead and asked flirtatiously. My husband is extremely knowledgeable about the female body. Why don't you let my husband help you tune up and adjust? Li Hongfu hid her mouth and laughed lightly as she stepped forward. Yes, Husband's means are endless. He can definitely make elder he get rid of his illness with his medicine. What these words meant, He Qingwan naturally knew. In the last few days, Han Rushue had found her and wanted him to submit to Li Chongqing. Although she had long been unable to hold it in her heart, but as a cultivator, she should resist all temptations, and the idea of single-minded cultivation had already penetrated into her bones. Getting her to change in a short time is never easy. But even so, under Han Rushue's strong offense, there was a loosening in her heart. He Qingwan sneaked a look at Li Chongqing and hurriedly lowered her head once again, her face turning even redder. My body is fine, so I don't need to trouble Brother Li. And it was at this moment that she suddenly sensed the change in Han Rushue's cultivation and asked with wide eyes, Rushue, your cultivation level has risen again? How long has it only been since the last time you raised it? Han Rushue's face showed a strong look of pride. It's all husband's doing. Rushue is just responsible for lying down and winning. Lay it on the line? He Qingwan covered her mouth and let out a shriek, a touch of bitterness appearing on her face. Pity me for putting my best foot forward to cultivate, but my cultivation progress is incredibly slow. Rushue just lay down for a few nights, and her cultivation grew so fast. The palace master often says that cultivators of my generation need to endure loneliness if they want to ascend to the great Tao. But is meditating and practicing hard really the right thing to do? As Lung Russian's most loyal follower and bosom friend. At this moment, He Qingwan fell into deep suspicion. Li Chongshang looked at He Qingwan's skeptical expression and secretly said that Han Rushue did a good job with this assist. He said with a light cough, well, let's just plant the herbs before anything else. Speaking of planting herbs, Li Chongsheng instantly remembered Yu Chuyao's special physique. He couldn't help but ask He Qingwan. Qingwan, Yao Yao said that he was able to sense that I had a large amount of rare herbs on me. What's going on? Could it be that Yo-Yo has some special physique? He Qingwan froze slightly, then nodded. Not bad, Yao Yao carries the body of grass and wood. The grass and wood physique didn't have too much offensive power, and its only function was to be able to perceive the power of grass and trees. The more precious the herb, the more intense the power of grass and trees. When I first brought Yao Yao to Shenong Mountain, it was because of this reason. Li Chongqing nodded and said in his heart, although this physique has no offensive power, it can use this ability to search for all kinds of heavenly treasures. It's a must-have skill to get rich. This discovery strengthened Li Chongqing's determination to take Yu Chuyao in. He looked at Yao Yao's petite figure, perfect face, and her chi bangs added to her youthful playfulness. And it was at this moment that a female disciple came to inform in some panic. Elder Han, Elder He, the Pill King Valley's people have come and are now in front of the mountain gate. They are aggressive and seem to be coming from a bad place. He Qingwan and Han Rushue's faces changed slightly. When I drove Feng Shuahai away in the first place, I knew that Pill King Valley would surely rise to the occasion. But after such a long time of not coming, I would have thought that they were broad-minded and wouldn't have counted on it. It seems we overestimated them. The female disciple's face was grave. Elder, what should we do? Lord Palace Master is in seclusion. Should we wake up Lord Palace Master? He Qingwan's face was clear and cold. How many of them are coming? The female disciple said. 5 people, led by a 6th grade pill refiner. 6th grade alchemist? He Qingwan's face was a bit ugly. Such a weighty figure, what exactly does this Medicine King Valley want? Han Rushue was not the least bit afraid. After all, with Li Chongqing here, she had nothing to fear. Not to mention a mere 6th grade alchemist, even if it was 7th grade, so what? Qingwan, it's just a 6th grade pill refiner. Han Rushue revealed a look of disdain. With my husband, there is not enough to fear. For the time being, bring in the people from Medicine King Valley and see what they want. He Qingwan glanced at Li Chongqing and felt calm in her heart for no reason. Just as well, bring the men in. The female disciple nodded, then turned to leave. Shortly afterward, a man's voice rang out. The Divine Water Palace is really good at this. The medicinal herbs given to my Medicine King Valley even contain severe poison. If not. The man's words came to an abrupt end in mid-sentence. He then stood frozen in place, looking at Li Chongqing with a shocked expression. Li Chongqing looked at the visitor, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Dong Tianqing, goodbye. This Pill King Valley's 6th grade pill refiner was actually Dong Tianqing, who had escaped from Kyoto City that day. At this moment, Dong Tianqing looked at Li Chongqing and couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face filled with incredulity. Why is he here? Is it hard to recover the elixir I stole away? How petty. An elixir even chased me here. At that time, he took half of the pill that was taken away from him and brought the rest back to the sect. Although he had only taken half a pill, it had brought heavenly benefits to his body. Those old wounds were instantly restored, and even his cultivation had increased quite a bit. An elixir of this level was something he couldn't refine. Even Pill King Valley's Valley Master Mo. might not be able to refine it. Not only that, the half of the elixir he had sent back to the sect, after being studied by Valley Master Mo. he was surprised to find that it was actually a 10% pure elixir. It has been deeply common knowledge since ancient times that the purity of an elixir cannot be raised to 10% purity. But Li Chongqing broke this common sense, which undoubtedly set off a huge wave in the circle of pill refiners. Pills with a purity of 10%, this kind of thing was just off the charts for an alchemist. If they couldn't see the refining of a 10% pure elixir with their own eyes, they would never believe it to death. It's as if engine energy conversion rates are generally 30% now, and suddenly someone says he's building an engine with a 100% energy conversion rate. You're gonna believe this outrageous statement? Dong Tianqing's face changed slightly, but he managed to keep his composure. So it's Dan Master Li. So you're the one who snatched his Dan furnace, as described by Senior Brother Fong? Li Chongqing hemmed and hawed. That wasn't robbery on my part. I won it back fair and square. Saying that, Li Chongqing looked up and down at the people of Pill King Valley. What? Master Dong Dan came in force and brought so many people with him. Is he trying to get back at Fong Shuahai? Dong Tianqing snorted coldly. Humph, that kind of Dan furnace Li Dan sure wants to take it is. I Pill King Valley is not licking my chops to find a Dan furnace. This time, I came here to investigate the matter of the herbs sold by the Divine Water Palace containing severe poison. With that, Dong Tianqing took out a few herbs and threw them on the ground. These are the herbs you are selling. See for yourselves. The matter of the herb absorbing the centipede's toxin was well known to the people of the Divine Water Palace. There's nothing to be said for being approached now. Huh? What? No explanation. Dong Tianqing looked around the crowd and landed his gaze on He Qingwan. Elder He. Shouldn't the Divine Water Palace give my Medicine King Valley an explanation? Chapter 95, He Qingwan Yu Chuyao in the bag. He Qingwan was responsible for selecting the herbs in the first place, and if it was said who had the most responsibility, it was none other than her. He Qingwan let out a sigh, knowing that the Divine Water Palace was in the wrong. This matter was my Divine Water Palace's fault in the first place. What explanation does Master Dong Dan want? I, Divine Water Palace, will do my best. Greed appeared in Dong Tianqing's eyes. Our request is simple. The Divine Water Palace will from now on give a 50% discount on the herbs sold to my Medicine King Valley, and increase the amount of divine water for sale. If you agree, I, Pill King Valley, can let this matter go. He Qingwan revealed a difficult look. Having the price of selling herbs was not a decision she could make. Besides, nearly half of the Divine Water Palace's income depended on selling herbs. If the price was halved, then the clan would have problems maintaining it. Yu Chuyao also grunted in anger. You guys are too bullying. The prices of our Divine Water Palace's herbs aren't high to begin with. You're now going to make us have it. You're deliberately not letting our Divine Water Palace live. Han Rushua's face also turned cold. Master Dong Dan. It's good to be a man and meet in the future. Dong Tianqing didn't budge at all. Because of your batch of herbs, dozens of disciples from our Medicine King Valley were poisoned and are still not out of danger today. Although Lord Moly Valley tried his best to save them, he was still unable to remove the toxins from their bodies. If nothing else, they will be dead in 3 years. With such serious consequences, not making you Divine Water Palace pay for your lives is already considered merciful. And don't say that I, Dong Tianqing, don't give face to Lung Rusheng. I'll give you a chance. As long as you can revive the poisoned disciples of my Medicine King Valley, I can give up this claim. How about it? After saying that, the people from Pill King Valley looked at He Qingwan and the others with a look of watching a good show. He Qingwan's face showed difficulty, and Yu Chuyao also had a worried look on her face. The rest of the disciples fell into silence. Only Han Rushue, who knew Li Chongqing's true Dan Dao cultivation, had the corners of her mouth curled up. Okay, we promise. I hope you keep your word. When these words came out, both the people from the Pill King Valley and the Divine Water Palace all looked shocked. He Qingwan vigorously glared at Han Rushue and transmitted her voice. Rushue, are you crazy? That poison can't even be removed by Emoli. What can we do to save them? Han Rushue smiled without saying a word, her face filled with calmness. Yu Chuyao was quirky and seemed to have guessed something. She looked at Li Changsheng with admiration in her eyes. It must be Big Brother. There's no one else here except Big Brother who knows how to refine medicine. The female cultivators of the Divine Water Palace also began to whisper. Is this a delaying tactic used by Elder Han? Alas, if I had properly talked to Master Dongdan, the conditions might have been reduced. But the price my Divine Water Palace will pay will be even higher if the lie is uncovered. Elder Han must have his own considerations when he said this. She wouldn't say that for no reason. She must have something to fall back on. What would be the dependence? Is it hard to rely on your husband? Husband is also only a mere 6th grade alchemist. That Mo Li was promoted to the 7th rank the other day. Can husband fix a poison that even he can't? Just now, Dong Tiancheng himself said that Mo Li couldn't even get rid of the poison. Who is Mo Li? That was a pill-refining genius that hadn't been seen in the Pill King Valley for 10,000 years. She reached the 6th rank of alchemist at the age of 100, and a few days ago on her 200th birthday, she managed to break through to the 7th rank. This was also the reason why Dong Tiancheng was less afraid after seeing Li Changxing. After all, in his perception, Li Changxing was only a 7th grade pill refiner. The people from Pill King Valley let out snickers when they saw that Han Rushue had agreed. Ha 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 ha! I'm laughing my ass off. What are you guys going to save with? With your mouths. Since you have promised, we will trust you for now. But what if you can't bring someone back to life? They didn't know Li Changxing's strength in pill refining, but Dong Tiancheng did. He looked at Li Changsheng and said indifferently, Is it Master Dan Li who is going to make a move? Li Changsheng spread his 2 hands. In my life, I have never been able to see the bullying of women. Especially when I see beautiful women being bullied, I can't stand to watch. Women are meant to be pampered, not bullied. How can I stand idly by while you do this to the fairies of Divine Water Palace today? These words drew the hearts of the Divine Water Palace female cultivators. Each of them looked at Li Changxing as if they were looking at an idol. He Qingwan's mind swayed as she looked at Li Changxing's righteous and unassuming appearance. That's a good man at the top. Even though he only had the Dan Dao cultivation of a 6th grade alchemist, he still dared to face the challenge head-on. Seems like becoming his woman wouldn't be such a bad thing. You should marry a man who is such a great man among men. That full sense of security is something no one else can give. Yu Chuyao, on the other hand, looked at Li Changxing with a face of infatuation. The little girl's admiration for a strong man was undoubtedly on display. Big Brother is so manly. Yao Yao likes it so much. In Dong Tiancheng's perception, Li Changxing was a 7th grade pill refiner. And the poison that Mo Li, who was also a 7th grade alchemist, couldn't remove, he didn't think that Li Changxing could remove it. Dong Tiancheng opened his mouth with a twinkle in his eye. Since that's the case, then Master Dan Li might as well follow me back to Pill King Valley for a walk. If the poisoned disciple is cured, then all will be happy. But what should we do if we can't cure it? Li Changsheng said calmly. Although this is extremely unlikely, but if it can't be cured, I, Li Changxing, will abolish my Dan Dao cultivation and never refine medicine again. This is a powerful and resounding statement. The penalties for failure are also even more shocking. Such a commitment must seem to outsiders to be under heavenly pressure. But to Li Changxing it was just a casual remark. After all, he had obtained the divine farmer's inheritance, so how could a small poison be difficult for him? But these words drew tears from the female cultivators present. Husband is too difficult, giving so much for our divine water palace. Husband is a true man. We are so lucky to have met him. Don't worry, husband. If Pill King Valley dares to make a move against you, we will avenge you even if we die. He Qingwan's body shook as she looked at Li Changxing's death-defying aura. At this moment, her heart hurt as if it was broken, and her voice choked a little. Brother Li. Li Changxing looked at He Qingwan, his brows locked, pretending to look full of sorrow. Qingwan doesn't have to worry, for the sake of all of you in the Divine Water Palace. Even though I, Li Changxing, die, what is there to fear? It was as if the words opened the valve to the faucet. He Qingwan directly jumped into Li Changxing's arms as tears continued to fall. Brother Li, Qingwan has had something buried in her heart for too long. If she doesn't say it today, she might not get the chance in the future. Li Changxing's mind moved slightly. He had already guessed what He Qingwan was going to do, but he pretended to be in a state of pain and discouraged it. Qingwan, never let it be. What virtue or ability do I, Li Chongqing, have that would allow you to treat me like this? Sometimes women are more rebellious than men. The less you want her to do, the more she does. This is the case with He Qingwan. Li Chongqing's words didn't dissuade her, but instead made the idea in her heart stronger. Don't say any more, brotherly. You can sacrifice so much for the Divine Water Palace. I, the Divine Water Palace, have nothing to offer in return. Qingwan can only offer her body in return. Speaking here, He Qingwan's cheeks blushed and she whispered, I'll wait for you to come back. And I'll wait no matter how long it takes. Yu Chuyao on the side was infected by this scene and also had tears in her eyes. Big brother Yao Yao also wants to give her body to you. Yao Yao likes you a long time ago. No matter how long it takes, Yao Yao will wait for big brother to come back. Li Chongqing was slightly stunned, then revealed a look of ecstasy. Finally got it, jie jie jie. It's always worth it when I put on such a show. He looked at Yao Yao's lowly face, her black bangs, delicate face, shallow dimples, cute little tiger teeth, and that cute version of her body. Every point was extremely heartwarming to Li Chongqing, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. According to the law of the Dragon Kingdom, a woman's will cannot be violated. I, Li Chongqing, am a good and law-abiding citizen. In that case, I promise you. He had wanted to be reserved for a bit, but dreadfully Yao Yao's straight mind took it directly seriously. So much for not being reserved, and agreeing to enjoy it sooner rather than later. When the two heard this, they showed joyful colors. Han Rushue and Li Hongfu, on the other hand, forced themselves not to laugh. They had been with Li Chongqing for so long and had long since seen him through. The two of them looked at each other and all smiled without saying anything. But secretly, they gave Li Chongqing a thumbs up, as if to say, you do know how to hold a little girl. When the people of the Pilking Valley saw this scene, they were simply stunned out of their wits, because they had never seen a man who would take two women into his pocket so easily. The scene before them turned their worldview upside down. Some people even have dark thoughts in their minds. It's surprisingly easy to find a Taoist couple. I'll try it someday. Li Chongqing couldn't hide his excitement and looked at Dong Tianqing. Tonight, the old man is going to pay his respects and get married. The matter of going to Pilking Valley will be discussed tomorrow. Chapter 96. Physical Fitness Test. Construction Brigade. No one in Pilking Valley had ever seen Li Chongqing's level of pill refinement except for Dong Tianqing. In Dong Tianqing's eyes, even if Li Chongqing couldn't do anything to heal the poisoned disciple, it was still possible for the situation to get better. But at the moment, he was acting as if he was living and dying, which made Dong Tianqing feel very strange. Until he saw two beautiful women throw themselves at him and instantly understood everything. This shameless thing can really act. This old six, with just a few words, has actually embraced the beauty. Damn, why can't I do that? Dong Tianqing looked at the curved corner of Li Chongqing's mouth and began to make calculations in his mind. Not only is this person a 7th-grade alchemist, his battle prowess is even more impressive. The key thing is that the level of pickup is riding high. If I can be instructed by him, why would I worry about getting a girl? Thinking of this, Dong Tianqing slightly clasped his fists. Since Master Dan Li has something good in mind, I, Dong Tianqing, am not the kind of person who doesn't go up the ladder. Just so, I guess we'll have to have a few glasses of wedding wine today. Li Chongqing waved his big hand. There's enough wedding wine to drink openly. It was getting late, and at this moment, the Divine Water Palace had already been dressed up in a joyful manner. Countless female cultivators had envious looks on their faces. They dream of being the star of the wedding. At this moment, Lung Rusheng was still in seclusion in the middle of the secret room, and suddenly she opened her eyes. Han Rushua's voice came from the voice transmission jade slip. Palace Master, Qingwan and Yao Yao got married to their husband. Please also come out to attend the wedding. The sect elder was getting married, and this matter seemed a bit inappropriate if Lung Rushen was not told. When Lung Rusheng heard this news, she was simply infuriated. Asshole, what exactly does this Li Chongqing want? Does he want to take all the female cultivators of my Divine Water Palace? This man is greedy for women, uninspired, and is simply a prodigal son. If we let him continue, my Divine Water Palace will cease to exist. Lung Rusheng's face was gloomy as he got up and left the secret room. She approached He Qingwan at the first opportunity. She wanted to see why He Qingwan wanted to marry Li Chongqing. Soon, Lung Rusheng appeared behind He Qingwan without a sound. He Qingwan, dressed in a red gown, sat in front of the mirror, her face filled with sweetness. Beside it, Yu Chuyao was also organizing her makeup with a happy face. Suddenly, the two of them looked through the mirror and saw a gloomy Leng Russian behind them. Palace Master? The two men screamed in unison. Leng Russian snorted coldly. Humph, you guys have been practicing for many years. Don't you know the importance of a cultivator's meditation? Once you've been exposed to men, you won't be able to make an inch of progress in your cultivation. That Li Chongqing only just married Rushue, and it's only been a few days and he's even marrying you guys again. And you're still master and disciple, do you really want that? He Qingwan and Yu Chuyao nodded firmly. He Qingwan looked straight at Leng Russian, her face filled with determination. Palace Master, Big Brother Li is a righteous person and has saved my divine water palace from danger several times. He is Qingwan's destiny. Yu Chuyao also spoke eloquently, changing from her usual little girl's cowardice. The batch of herbs we sold to the Pill King Valley has been infected by centipede poison, and today the Pill King Valley has brought people here to make inquiries. If Big Brother hadn't stepped in, my divine water palace would have compensated a great deal of resources. Yu Chuyao told the cause and effect, Leng Rusheng though still not very fond of Li Chongqing. But the heart wasn't as angry as it had been earlier. Alas, there are many ways to thank Master Li Dan. Why do you all have to give yourselves away? Leng Ruosheng let out a sigh. I'm not blocking you guys from finding happiness. I'm just angry that Li Chongqing abducted two of my divine water palace's great war powers with just a few words. He Qingwan had a strange smile at the corner of her mouth along the road of Essence Mansion. Russian, as a sister who has worked together for many years, I'll say a few heartfelt words to you. Women are women after all, and sometimes it's not a bad thing to find a man who loves you. In terms of cultivation, it's only been a month since Sister Rushue married Brother Li, and her cultivation has already risen several levels. Perhaps if you remain in seclusion for a few more months, your cultivation will be surpassed by Rushue. Leng Rusheng had a look of disbelief on her face. The affairs of men and women will only drag down cultivation. How can they possibly allow cultivation to advance? This matter was absolutely impossible that Li Chongqing, being a pill refiner, must have given Rushue some kind of cultivation-enhancing pill. Coupled with the fact that she's back at the Jeden realm, it's only natural for her cultivation to rise quickly. He Qingwan smiled faintly. Yes or no, you'll know at the wedding when you see it. Soon came the hour of worshipping heaven and earth. Li Chongqing stood in the middle of the auditorium in a big red dress, full of smiles. Yu Chuyao and He Qingwan were holding hands, covered with red heads and being assisted, coming towards Li Chongqing. The female cultivators of Divine Water Palace, looking at Li Chongqing in this state, their eyes were filled with love. Leng Rusheng, on the other hand, sat on the side and couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. This Li Chongqing is truly a scourge. Nowadays, it seems that most of these disciples already have unstable Taoist hearts. If this goes on for a long time, my Divine Water Palace is bound to have major problems. But then she had a frown that stretched, relief in her eyes. But looking at the strong aura of each of them, they should have improved their cultivation quite a bit during this period of time. It seems that during the time I was in seclusion, they weren't tempted by Li Chongqing and were still concentrating on their cultivation. Worthy of being a disciple of my Divine Water Palace, the solidity of the Tao is gratifying. At this moment, Han Rushue walked over, and Leng Russian's heart set off huge waves when she saw it. A month ago Rushue returned to Jedan, and now she is actually at the 5th level of Jedan cultivation. Even if one took the cultivation Dan, this rate of improvement was somewhat astonishing. Can it be that it's really like what Qingwan said, that the affairs of men and women can cause cultivation to increase? Thinking of this, Leng Russian shook her head fiercely. By no means, since ancient times, I've never heard of male-female intercourse allowing a woman to raise her cultivation level. Only those evil cultivators who use women as their cauldrons will raise their cultivation level because of men and women. With the wedding process, Li Chongqing walked into the cave. He lifted the bride's red head and was in an unusually excited mood. Mother, it's time to rest. Waving his hand, he extinguished the lights, and after an unknown amount of time, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, unlocking the 3rd Dragon Control Authority. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the 3rd time in a row. He has taken a special physique female cultivator as a concubine, and has gained a new ability, Special Physique Detection. Ding! A friendly reminder that concubines with special physiques have a certain probability of being passed on to the next generation. Ding, congratulations to the host. His cultivation has increased to the 10th level of Jiedan. Ding, congratulations to the host. The family reputation has risen to 2,500, and he has been rewarded with a construction brigade. Ding, the construction brigade can build, can demolish, construction skill is high, the quality of the house is guaranteed. Listening to this series of rewards, Li Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. And not bad. This special physique test is very practical. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Yu Chuyao as a piece of physique information appeared. Yu Chuyao, fertility qualification purple lower grade. Special physique, body of grass and wood, space spirit body. Li Chongqing's body suddenly shook. I've known about the grass and wood body for a long time, but what is the space spirit body? Could it be that Yao Yao is having two special physiques? But why was it that when we first asked Qingwan, she straight up said that Yao Yao had a grass and wood body? Don't they know it themselves? Li Chongsheng couldn't help but ask Yao Yao. Yao Yao, do you have any other special physique besides possessing the body of grass and wood? Yu Chuyao shook her head. No more, why do you ask, husband? Li Chongsheng frowned slightly and said in his heart. In that case, it seems that Yao Yao's spatial spirit body should still be in a dormant state, needing a special opportunity to activate. But what that opportunity was, Li Chongqing wasn't sure. He shook his head, shaking away all thoughts. How can such a beautiful day be disturbed by those tedious thoughts? Li Chongqing was unmoved and even took out a small blue pill. Tonight, it is destined to be sleepless. Chapter 97, going to Pill King Valley, doing great things on the way. Yesterday, Li Chongqing made a little too much noise. The female cultivators of Divine Water Palace were already accustomed to such scenes. Yesterday at the wedding banquet, it was as if they had discussed it. Shortly after Li Chongqing left, everyone found various reasons to leave early. The next morning, although Li Chongqing woke up, he did not get up. Now Yu Chuyao is already his person, and she is still in the body of grass and wood. It's a bit of a waste not to utilize such a special physique. As a pill refiner, he must have a lot of demand for heavenly materials in the future. Thinking of this, Li Chongqing looked at Yu Chuyao and said, Yao Yao, you carry the body of grass and wood, and you have a keen sense of the power of grass and wood. I happen to have a technique here that is most suitable for you to cultivate. Yu Chuyao was curious. What feats? Li Chongqing said, the divine wood technique. Divine wood technique? Yo-Yo showed an interested expression. This name is related to the power of grass and trees as soon as I heard it, so it fits with Yao Yao's physique. Li Chongqing nodded. This divine wood skill was none other than Shin Nong's inheritance, which included a method to enhance the ability to sense grass and trees. Li Chongqing individually stripped this method from the divine wood skill and taught it to Yao Yao. Maybe more heavenly treasures could be discovered in the future. Li Chongqing's face was straightened. Then he pressed his hands on Yu Chuyao's chest. Yu Chuyao was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, husband, aren't all passes pressed on the head? Li Chongqing coughed lightly, his old face not reddening at all. That was an unusual transmission, and the one husband passed on to you was an ordinary gong method? A special gong method, of course, requires a special way of transmitting gong. Yu Chuyao was told off and nodded convincingly. Even the eyes that looked at Li Chongqing became more worshipful. Husband knows so much. It's awesome. Li Chongqing nodded, and after some kneading, he secretly said that it felt so good. Only then did he say with intent, well, the transmission is complete. In the next moment, Yu Chuyao only felt a lot more knowledge in her mind. In it, how to increase the induction of the power of grass and trees was explained extremely clearly. With a happy face, she closed her eyes and began to try to cultivate. It didn't take long for gusts of green light to appear on his body, and the power of grass and trees lingered around him. What a magical gong method! Initially cultivating, Yu Chuyao had already felt the power of this gong method. The range I can perceive has now become larger, and the power to perceive grass and trees has also become sharper. Hearing this, Li Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Cultivate more. In the future, when we seek out heavenly materials all over the world, this burden will fall on your shoulders. As he was talking, Qingwan woke up and saw Yu Chuyao's face showing surprise. Yao Yao, what technique are you practicing? It's so dense with the power of grass and trees. Hehe, your cultivation, you advance to the foundation establishment realm? Yu Chuyao nodded. looking at Li Changsheng with gratitude. It's all because of husband. And it seems like your realm has risen as well, master. He Qingwan froze, then seemed to realize something. I didn't realize that what Rushue said was true. Husband, could it be that your physique can really allow us to raise our cultivation level? Li Changxing laughed. It's possible, but it takes years and years to get there. Although they had gotten to know each other very well. But they still feel very shy. As is customary, a return to sleep was essential, and they did not get up until about noon. After a simple lunch, all the people of Divine Water Palace gathered at the exit. Today was the day that Li Changxing would travel to the Pilking Valley. Lung Rusheng was also in the crowd of send-offs. Not long after, Li Changxing showed up with his concubines. Lung Rusheng looked at them and landed her gaze on He Qingwan and Yu Chuyao. An extremely strong cultivation fluctuation was then perceived. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Yao Yao had unexpectedly advanced to foundation establishment, and Qingwan had also raised her cultivation by 1 level. It's only been 1 night, what kind of boosting speed is this? Lung Rusheng's mood could not be calmed for a long time, and she fell into deep suspicion. What's the point of practicing, anyway? I spend as little as a few months or as much as a few years on each retreat, but in the end the progress is negligible. I had thought that if I was dedicated to the Tao and had no distractions, I would definitely be able to go farther in the cultivation path. But nowadays, it seems that whether it's Qingwan or Rushue or Yao Yao, they all prove that this is not necessarily true. Thinking of this, Lung Rusheng couldn't help but look at Li Changsheng. Could it be that there is some secret in Li Changsheng's body? She thought it was highly likely, but in her mind she was starting to become flustered. And even if it is, so what? I can't verify the truth either. After bidding farewell to the people of Divine Water Palace one by one, Li Changxing summoned the 9-dragon chariot. Now that he was able to manipulate the 3 giant dragons, he had even more means to defend himself. Li Changsheng looked toward Li Hongfu, Han Rushue, He Qingwan, and Yu Chuyao with a big wave of his hand. Get into the carriage with the old man. The carriage is spacious, and some of my conceptions can be carried out. A few people with shy faces looked at Li Changxing with a face of shame and indignation, then flew towards the 9-dragon chariot. Li Hongfu even pinched him hard on the waist as she passed him. Li Changxing ate the pain, but in the face of so many people, he could only force himself to endure it, secretly saying in his heart, "Swell. See how I'm going to teach you a lesson today." Li Hongfu became even more shy and fled as if she had fled into the 9-dragon chariot. Dong Tiancheng, who was on the side, looked at the 9 giant dragons in front of him and swallowed hard. There was shock as well as envy in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, "Master Danli, this is a long way to Pilking Valley? I wonder if we can hitch a ride?" Li Changxing glanced at him and said, "Not really. I have a big job to do today." Dong Tiancheng looked at Li Changxing's back and cursed. All day long, with the sound of a dragon roar, the 9-dragon chariot disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dong Tiancheng and the others took out their flying swords and hurriedly followed. While chasing, he shouted, "Master Li Dan, you didn't close the door." Chapter 98, Sacrificing the Shocking Sword. Blood-feathered electric eagle as Yo-Yo's war pet. The 9-dragon chariot flew smoothly in the wind. Li Changsheng was idly bored and took out the centipede inner dan that he had obtained that day. This centipede inner dan was a good thing, and as a weapon refining material it might be able to bring special properties to the magic treasure. Li Changxing was overworked every day in the Divine Water Palace and didn't have the heart to study this thing. Now that I have nothing to do on the road, it's a good time to look into it. He wanted to see if he could make this inner elixir fuse with his stunning sword. Husband, this centipede's inner elixir contains intense poison. What are you taking it out for? Li Hongfu was deeply curious. After all, she was carrying an innate poisonous body, and her perception of toxins was different from normal people. Li Changxing's eyes revealed a brilliant aura, and with a wave of his hand, the surprising sword appeared at his side. You only know that I am a pill refiner, but you don't know that I am also a weapon refiner. This centipede inner dan is a rare weapon refining material, and I will fuse this inner dan with the surprising sword today. This statement caused the concubines to be astonished beyond measure. He Qingwan covered her mouth, her face full of shock. A refiner? That's an auxiliary profession that can rival that of a pill refiner. Han Rushue was also surprised. Husband, you hit it so deeply that we didn't realize it until now. Li Hongfu, on the other hand, had a calm face, as if she wasn't surprised by any of Li Chongqing's surprising abilities. Husband is a dragon and phoenix among men, and a district refiner is not challenging at all in husband's eyes. Yu Chuyao, on the other hand, was a bit excited, with a pure expression of a little fangirl. Husband, since you're a refiner, how about refining a few handy magic treasures for us? Li Chongqing also intended to do just that, but since he had obtained this weapon refining mastery, he had never met a suitable weapon refining material. Now that Yu Chuyao made this request, he definitely needed to fulfill it. It's not difficult to refine a handy magic treasure. What's difficult is not having high-quality weapon refining materials. Don't worry guys, in the future, if you come across suitable weapon refining materials, I will definitely refine a magic treasure for you while you're at it. The crowd showed surprise and was filled with anticipation. After pacifying the crowd, Li Chongqing gazed at the centipede inner elixir in his hand. Technically speaking, this was the first time he had personally refined a magic treasure. Although it was only a fusion, it was still a chance to verify one's refining ability. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A touch of mysterious connection then appeared between him and the surprising sword. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and controlled the centipede inner Dan to move closer towards the stunning sword. There was a great deal of light. The centipede's inner elixir was surrounded by black light, which was bizarre and incomparable. The amazing sword, on the other hand, radiated a divine light. Li Chongqing pinched his hands together and the golden holy fire suddenly rose. The centipede inner Dan and the surprising sword were all scorched by the golden light's sacred flame, and the impurities in them were reduced as far as the eye could see. In a sense, alchemy and refining are both about changing the original state of things. Alchemy changes herbs, while weaponry changes some materials that have special effects. Both are the same, and both require extremely high-temperature flames to be more efficient. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the centipede's inner Dan. Immediately after that, it turned into a black light that covered the blade of the stunning sword. Numerous concubines looked amazed. Husband, is this quenching poison? Li Chongqing nodded. Strictly speaking, this is not a quenching poison, but a more advanced, melting poison. Although quenching poison could also make the magic treasure contain toxicity, it would slowly diminish with the passage of time and would eventually disappear completely. The fusion poison was even better. That was for the poison source and the magic treasure to fully fuse, and the toxicity would not disappear no matter how much time passed. As the light above the surprising sword gradually weakened, Li Chongqing gripped the sword in his hand. At this moment, a layer of black cold light covered the blade of the stunning sword. Li Hongfu had a look of gravity in her eyes. Husband, I can feel that the toxicity of this sword nowadays has far exceeded the toxicity of the centipede's inner Dan. Li Chongqing didn't feel surprised because his refining technique could increase the ability of the refining materials. Li Chongqing looked at the surprising sword and nodded in satisfaction. I just don't know how powerful it is. With a thought, his cultivation revolved and he instantly activated the surprising sword. Only a centipede shadow was seen draped around the sword. Its teeth and claws were frightening. Li Chongqing stretched out his finger and carefully traced it over the blade of the sword. A tiny wound appeared, blood flowed out, and the blood turned black to the naked eye. Seeing this, Li Hongfu hurriedly took his finger in her mouth. Li Chongqing's heart was touched. It's just a minor injury. There's no need for that. Li Hongfu slurred. I was afraid of wasting the poison. Li Chongqing was dumbfounded and shook his head helplessly. It really moved me for nothing. Now that the shocking sword had been transformed by him in this way, not only did it become much more powerful, but its toxicity had also increased by several times. Simply testing it on yourself has not shown its power. Li Chongqing simply flew outside the 9-dragon chariot, and he stood on top of the dragon head, wanting to see if there were any passing flying demonic beasts to test the power of the surprising sword. Behind them, Dong Tiancheng and the others watched from afar as Li Chongqing stepped out of the 9-dragon chariot with a sword in his hand and glanced sideways. Why does that sword in his hand give me a heart-stopping feeling? The sword seems to glow with divine light, but there is a hint of evil in it. This sword is also good and evil, somewhat bizarre. What does this Li Chongqing want with his hand-held sword? It was at this moment that a blood-feathered electric eagle happened to fly by not far away. Li Chongqing's face showed joy and he hurriedly controlled the 9-dragon chariot to chase towards the blood-feather electric eagle. The blood-feathered electric eagle was a third-order demonic beast. and its strength was about the same as a human cultivator's foundation establishment 5th layer. Because its body feathers were red and when it attacked, it fired its feathers and had electric arcs lining it, that's why it got the name Blood Feather Electric Eagle. Not long after, the 9-dragon chariot had already caught up with the Blood Feather Electric Eagle. This demonic beast trembled as the aura of the 9 giant dragons pressed down on it. Li Chongqing lifted his sword, black light surrounded it, and the sword's aura stirred out. The Blood Feather Electric Eagle let out a hiss, and although it desperately dodged, it was still unable to evade. With a puff, the sword attacked its body. Its breath shriveled in the flesh and its flight faltered. The wound began to turn black, and in just 3 or 2 breaths of time, the Blood Feather Electric Eagle lost consciousness and began to fall. Li Chongqing waved his hand and used his star-picking hand unexpectedly, holding it in his hand at once. He didn't use his full strength in the strike just now, but even so, this demonic beast couldn't withstand it. If it was a full-force strike, it was thought that it would die on the spot. In that case, just by virtue of the sword's power, a Foundation Establishment Level 5 cultivator could be killed in seconds. If other means were added, even a Jedan powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand the force of a single strike. Good, that's powerful, not bad. At this time, Li Hongfu and the others had also walked out. They all looked at the Blood Feather Electric Eagle in Li Chongqing's hand and all of them revealed shocked expressions. Husband, the power of this surprising sword is actually this strong? Li Chongqing nodded, then flaunted the Blood Feather Electric Eagle in his hand. This is a demonic beast comparable to a human at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, and it can't even withstand the force of a single blow. Dong Tiancheng and the others only felt their scalps tingle as they watched this scene. They were glad that they hadn't messed with Li Chongqing, or else they wouldn't know how to die. This blood-feathered electric eagle in Li Chongqing's hand was obviously still in its juvenile stage, and would grow in the future, up to being comparable to the early stage of Jedan. Now that Yu Chuyao's cultivation was still too weak, with a demonic beast protecting her, Li Chongqing was able to put down a lot of heart. So he looked at Yu Chuyao and said, "Yao Yao, this demonic beast is very suitable as a battle pet. How about giving it to you?" Yu Chuyao's face showed surprise, excitedly hugging Li Chongqing's neck and kissing him fiercely. "Thank you, husband." She then concluded a contract with the blood-feathered electric eagle, and Yu Chuyao smiled as she stroked the blood-feathered electric eagle and said, "From now on your name will be Kitty, and I will take good care of you." The little eagle chirped and shrunk in size, quietly standing on top of Yao Yao's shoulder. At this moment, He Qingwan looked at the ground and opened her mouth. Pill King Valley is almost here. Chapter 99, Killing the Underworld Sect Cultivator. In the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a mountain that was rich in medicinal herbs, and in the middle of the mountain there was a huge canyon. Because the shape of the mountain resembles a crown, it is known as the Imperial Mountain. The canyon in the mountains is then known as King's Canyon. But thousands of years ago, a cultivator specializing in the Dan Dao ascended in the King's Canyon. Since then, this mountain has been named Medicine King Mountain. Later on, a pill refiner found this place and built a sect based on the mountain, which became the current Pill King Valley. At this time, the 9-dragon chariot was already approaching Pill King Mountain, and it would take another 5 minutes to reach Pill King Valley. But after staying in the 9-dragon chariot for too long, the crowd felt suffocated. Li Chongqing simply landed early, and the crowd walked the rest of the way. I've long heard that Pill King Mountain has scenery that's rare to see in the world, so today I can feast my eyes on it. Li Hongfu looked ahead with some excitement, where the verdant trees stretched on, and bursts of birdsong came. Li Chongqing took a deep breath, and the sweet-smelling air made him unable to hold back a smile. The scenery is truly beautiful and the air is extremely fresh. No wonder Pill King Valley chose to establish a sect here. Who wouldn't like such a feng shui treasure? The few people talked and laughed as they enjoyed the scenery while walking towards the Medicine King Valley. The roadside wildflowers are overgrown. Li Chongqing bends down and picks them, and the concubines open their mouths with delicate charm. "Husband, don't pick the wildflowers on the roadside." The corner of Li Chongqing's mouth twitched as he looked at the seductive eyes of several people and said with a bad smile, "Looks like it's the house flower that's upset. But how can a home flower smell as good as a wild flower?" A few people were flirting and having a good time. But it was at this moment that Li Chongqing seemed to feel something and looked ahead with a grave expression. "Not good. Someone is fighting ahead." Several concubines put away their smiles and their faces became serious. He Qingwan said with some confusion, How could someone be fighting in the vicinity of this Pill King Valley? Don't the people of Medicine King Valley care? Li Chongqing shook his head. I'm not sure about this, but looking at the people fighting in front of us, their cultivation levels are all at the Jedan realm. Just as his words fell, suddenly dozens of cultivators dressed in black appeared. The man at the head of the group showed his 7th level Jedan cultivation. Other than him, there was another person who was also at the Jedan cultivation level, but only at the 3rd Jedan layer. The man in the lead looked at Li Chongqing and the others, his eyes glancing over the several concubines, filled with lustful light. He then dropped his gaze on Li Chongqing and opened his mouth. Pill King Valley? Oh, they're already struggling to protect themselves. This seat sees that you guys are here, so you should be going to Pill King Valley to seek medicine, right? Li Chongqing looked at the dozen or so cultivators warily, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't make a rash move, and opened his mouth to reply along with the man's meaning. Not bad. But what do you mean when you say that Pill King Valley can't protect itself? The man hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth eerily. This seat is the underworld sex Yen Muo. Pill King Valley has gotten into big trouble. It's already aroused the wrath of the public. It won't be long before Pill King Valley will cease to exist. The last time I heard the name of the underworld sect, it was still in Mount Shinnong. At that time, they bullied Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian and were killed by Li Chongqing as much as possible. Now that he heard it again, Li Chongqing felt disgusted for no reason. Yen Mu's eyes swept over the several concubines once again, and he couldn't help but gulp. Since fellow Taoist is here to seek medicine, this matter can be wrapped up on me, but you will need to pay some price. From Yen Mei's eyes, Li Chongqing had already guessed what he wanted to do. Li Chongqing said with a cold snort, I wonder what your excellency wants? Yen Mei hemmed and hawed, staring at Yu Chuyao and licking his lips. I want this woman to stay with me for one night. Afterwards, whatever elixir you want, I can satisfy you. Li Chongqing had thought that it would be better to do more than less. But from the moment he uttered the words underworld sect, he changed his mind. Now he is even trying to get his hands on Yu Chuyao, which is even more reason not to let him go. Concubines are Li Chongqing's scales, and this Yen Mian is on the side of touching his scales. You're looking for death. In the next moment, Li Chongqing suddenly disappeared, and the traceless ghost steps were suddenly launched. By the time he appeared again, he already had the surprising sword in his hand. His hand rose and fell, and the black sword awnings flew at once. A miserable scream rang out, and 6 of the underworld sect's disciples died in an instant. There were 2 others who were seriously injured, but in just a few breaths of time, the 2 wounds of the injured ones rapidly turned black. Then he fell straight to the ground, out of breath. Li Chongqing's figure fluttered, and the sword in his hand once again bloomed with light. With a puffing sound, that Jedan 3rd layer cultivator was pierced through the heart with a sword. The toxins on the surprising sword were released crazily, and in the blink of an eye the man was reduced to a puddle of blood. The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators had all been taken care of by Li Hongfu. She had cultivated the 10,000 poisons skill, and her manipulation of poisons was already extraordinary. The crowd didn't even see how she struck, and those people had already died of poison. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and Yen Xie was simply too late to react. At this moment, he looked at Li Chongqing's powerful cultivation fluctuation, and his entire body was stunned. You're actually at the 10th level of Jedan, you're hiding your cultivation. Li Chongqing snorted coldly. Now that you know, go to hell. The next moment he raised his sword high. Yen Mei's face showed fear and he loudly begged for mercy. Elder, spare your life. Spare your life. Li Chongqing was unmoved, and the light of the surprising sword shone brightly. Go tell that to Hades. But just as the sword was about to fall, a dainty cry rang out in the distance. Stop! Then the sound of breaking air rang out, and a silhouette wearing a black veil hurriedly arrived. Yen Xie's face showed joy as he fled while offering up his magic treasures to fend off Li Chongqing's attacks. Holy Maiden, this person is at the 10th level of Jedan cultivation. He cannot be defeated. Yen Mei shouted loudly, let's get help over here. This man will die. With a clanking sound, Li Chongqing's sword was blocked. Yen Mei stood next to the Holy Maiden, his face stunned. This person has come to Pill King Valley to seek medicine. His cultivation is at the 10th level of Jedan. We are no match. The Holy Maiden stared at Li Chongqing, her brows furrowed. I advise you to leave quickly. Pill King Valley has offended many sects. After today, Pill King Valley will cease to exist. These Li Chongqing didn't care. He only wanted to kill Yan Xie at this moment. Only an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a ringing finger rang out. Yan Xie's face suddenly turned a purple-black color. Black blood spurted out of his mouth and he fell to the ground with a pained expression. On the verge of death, Yan Xie's eyes showed panic as he looked at Li Chongsheng and said with difficulty, "You poisoned." Li Hongfu looked at Li Chongsheng with some surprise. This poisoning technique was familiar to her. It was exactly from the 10,000 poison skill. She was very surprised that Li Chongsheng's control over poison was far beyond hers. The 10,000 poison skill was, after all, an inheritance that Li Chongqing had obtained, and in terms of familiarity, no one would dare to say second if he said first. The holy maiden of the underworld sect looked at Yan Xie, who had already died of gas, and looked at Li Chongqing with an icy face. "He's hiding here. Why would you do this?" Li Chongqing's face was indifferent. This person doesn't know how to die. He even hit on the idea of this honored concubine. Death is not enough. There was one thing to say. This holy maiden of the underworld sect was indeed good-looking. But Li Chongqing was clear about his grudges, and it was impossible to let Yan Xie go just to please her. The holy maiden was about to say something else when a voice spoke from the distance. Her face changed slightly and she turned and blinked out of sight, leaving only one sentence behind. "Yan Mu is the son of the underworld sect leader, so behave yourself." In fact, the holy maiden of the underworld sect could have not reminded Li Chongqing, but she did so anyway. This made Li Chongqing a bit surprised. This woman isn't convinced by my charm and afraid that something bad will happen to me, is she? As the person who spoke approached, Li Chongqing and the others looked over. The visitor turned out to be Dong Tianqing. At this moment, their faces were tense, and they looked like they had seen a savior after seeing Li Chongqing. "Dan Master Li, save my medicine King Valley." Chapter 100. I'll see who dares to move. So far, Li Chongqing only knew that Pill King Valley was in crisis. But it's not clear what's really going on. He looked at Dong Tianqing's anxious appearance and opened his mouth to ask, "What the hell happened?" Dong Tianqing let out a sigh, a look of intolerance on his face. "This matter has something to do with the batch of herbs related to the Divine Water Palace. Pill King Valley used that batch of herbs to refine them into pills and traded them to nearby clans. Once we learned that there was something wrong with the elixir, it was too late. Although they tried their best to remedy the situation, those poison disciples will die sooner or later. That batch of poisonous herbs was the one He Qingwan was responsible for trading with Pill King Valley." Now that she had heard of the consequences, her heart was reeling. "Husband, this matter is related to my Divine Water Palace after all. We can't just ignore it." Li Chongqing nodded and opened his mouth to ask Dong Tianqing, "What's the status now? How many clans have come looking for trouble?" Dong Tianqing had just gotten the news from the sect and spoke about it one by one. "Right now there are 2 clans besieging my Pill King Valley, the Black Tiger sect and the Qingyang sect. All of them are led by Jiedan. The one with the highest cultivation level is at the 8th level of Jiedan cultivation." Li Chongqing was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure these are the only 2 clans? Just now we have seen cultivators from the underworld sect. Your Pill King Valley has trade dealings with the underworld sect." Dong Tianqing's face was shocked and he lost his voice. "What? The underworld sect? Our Pill King Valley has absolutely nothing to do with the underworld sect. The underworld sect must not have good intentions when they come here this time. This matter is of great importance. I need to report it to the sect as soon as possible." Dong Tianqing hurriedly pulled out a sound transmission jade slip and transmitted the news back to the sect. He then rushed at Li Chongqing and cupped his fists. "Dan Master Li, Pill King Valley. Delve into the Dan Dao and do not seek much in the way of battle prowess. In the face of this crisis, I'm afraid we can't get through it on our own. Seeking external assistance may solve the current crisis, but there is no time to lose. The only way out is to ask Dan Master Li to take action." Dong Tianqing had seen Li Chongqing's battle prowess in the beginning, although he was extremely unconvinced by Li Chongqing's Dan Dao attainments. But in the face of the clan's crisis, he also had to bow his head and ask for help. Such an outcome, after all, had something to do with the Divine Water Palace. Li Chongqing opened his mouth and agreed. "Okay, I promise. It's not too late. Let's rush to Pill King Valley immediately." The crowd nodded and then sped off into the distance. It wasn't long before a few people entered the Pill King Valley through a secret passage under Dong Tianqing's leadership. At this moment, the Pill King Valley had already turned on its protector formation. Outside of the formation, the cultivators from the Black Tiger sect and the Qingyang sect were constantly attacking the formation. The formation was on the verge of not being able to support itself, with cracks all over it, as if it would collapse in the next second. Pill King Valley's shrunken head turtle, selling fake medicines to harm people, quickly come out and suffer death. Counterfeit small workshops, black-hearted merchants. Pill King Valley. What fake medicine? That's poison. They're intent on killing the patriarch. The disciples of the Qingyang sect were filled with righteous indignation, and their artistry divine weapons shone brightly as they continuously attacked the formation's light curtain. The cultivator from the Black Tiger sect was also not willing to show weakness. The tiger whistled in the mountains and forests. His hands transformed into tiger claws, and every attack came with a thumping sound. The next moment, a clicking sound rang out as the formation finally shattered. The disciples of the two great sects swarmed in and rushed towards the Pill King Valley. Brothers, charge! Avenge the patriarch! Pill King Valley is truly malicious, poisoning the aphrodisiac pill and causing the patriarch to be severely poisoned. At this moment, in the Pill King Valley, Valley Master Mo Li was pacing back and forth. What to do? What to do? Report, Valley Master. The formation collapsed and they rushed in. A disciple informed in panic. What do we do? Most of the Pill King Valley's alchemist cultivations were at the Foundation Establishment realm, with only Valley Master Mo Li being at the second level of Jedan cultivation. Mo Li let out a sigh and his face became firm. Old Ancestor is at the critical moment of advancing to the 8th grade of Pill Refiner, and must not be disturbed by anyone. There was an old ancestor of the Pill King Valley named Shangguan Yuqing. She was always in seclusion and never showed up. Not many people knew about this matter even in Pill King Valley. Shangguan Yuqing's cultivation had already reached the false infant realm, and she was the true bottom card of the Pill King Valley. The reason she hadn't come forward until now was because she was at the critical moment of advancing to an 8th grade alchemist. Mo Li took a step forward and his Jedan second layer aura was displayed. A person's cultivation stirred, floating in mid-air, looking down at the enemies who had broken into the sect and spoke in a cold voice. Black Tiger Sect, my Medicine King Valley has no dealings with you. What exactly is the reason for your offense? A Jedan elder from the Black Tiger Sect coldly returned. Humph, the aphrodisiac pill that your Pill King Valley sold to the Qingyang sect contained a severe poison. After Patriarch Qingyang took it, he infected our sect master. Shouldn't that debt be on your heads? When the crowd heard this, they revealed a look of dismay. The patriarch of the Qingyang sect infected the Black Tiger sect master? How is this going to be contagious? How do you think it's going to be transmitted? That potion is an aphrodisiac. When the crowd heard this, they seemed to understand. It's hard to believe that the two of them are in that kind of relationship. They're guys. What's wrong with men? True love, it has nothing to do with age. Not related to gender. Even, it has nothing to do with the species. The crowd looked to the man who said this and gave him a thumbs up. We often feel out of place with you because we're not kinky enough. Immediately afterward, the man spoke again. More even, it has nothing to do with life. At this moment, the entire room fell silent, and then sucked in a breath of cold air. You kid, that's sick enough. That Black Tiger Sect's elder also seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing. To hide his embarrassment, he picked up his mantle and took the lead. Humph, today you, Pill King Valley, must give us an explanation. This Black Tiger Sect's elder's cultivation was at the 5th level of Jedan, and it was by no means something that Mo Li could resist. But in today's situation, she couldn't back down. Unbridled. Do you really think my Medicine King Valley is afraid of you? The Black Tiger Sect elder smiled grimly. Seeing as you're a woman, I won't lay a finger on you. If you piss me off, I'll show you the joy of being a woman. Mo Li's face was extremely gloomy as she didn't hesitate to take out an elixir and put it in her mouth. In a flash, her aura cascaded. In just a few breaths of time, the cultivation level had risen to the 5th level of Jedan. When the disciples of the Pill King Valley saw this, they revealed a flash of worry. The Valley Master actually took the potential stimulation pill. This pill is too damaging to the body. I'm afraid the Valley Master won't be able to hold on for long. Yeah, we can't just sit around and wait for death, or else the Valley Master will die for sure. What can we do then? With our low strength, we can't rely on pill refining to defeat the other side. Can we? The Black Tiger Sect's elder hemmed and hawed and instantly tangled with Mo Li. The two of them continued to unleash their arithmetic aptitudes, and it was obvious that the Black Tiger sex elder was superior. After all, Mo Li's cultivation had been briefly raised with pills and was not comparable to a true Jeden fifth layer. With a muffled grunt ringing out, Mo Li fell from the air. The disciples of Pill King Valley hurriedly helped him up. "Valley Master, are you all right?" Mo Li coughed and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine, I can't die yet." She hastily stuffed a healing elixir into her mouth and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Black Tiger sex elder had contempt at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Mo Li's exquisite figure with interest. "I didn't expect, looking closely and carefully from a close distance, the Mo Li Valley Master is actually still a great beauty. Especially the faint scent of medicine on my body is so mesmerizing." Mo Li was angry at being treated so lightly, but there was nothing he could do about it. But at that moment, another voice rang out. "Okay, stop it." The person who spoke was none other than the strongest person from the two clans, the 8th level Jeden cultivator, Park Buchung, who was on this trip. Park failed to look at Mo Li. "It's a fact that Pill King Valley sells poisons. Today, the old man is not here to kill, but only to seek justice. I'll give you two choices. First, remove the toxins from our patriarch's body and compensate us for our losses. Second, let us watch you swallow the poison with your own eyes." Park Boo had an arrogant look on his face. Although he was facing Mo Li, a beautiful woman, he still didn't have the slightest idea of pitying her. It was because he had the same dragon and yang as their patriarch. He waved his hand and threw out a pill, saying in a cold voice, "You're familiar with this elixir, aren't you? This is the very same poison elixir that your Pill King Valley traded to my Qingyang sect. Mo Li, which way did you really choose?" Mo Li received the elixir with a touch of hesitation on his face. Old ancestor should be able to find an antidote to the poison after he's promoted to an 8th grade alchemist. Thinking of this, Mo Li's face became determined. "This elixir, I'll take it myself." Thus, in full view of everyone, Mo Li swallowed the elixir into his mouth in one gulp. A look of pain then appeared on his face, and the many Pill King Valley disciples looked sad. The toxicity of this poison pill was so strong that they had only seen it in their lives. At least for the time being, no method has been found to completely clear the toxin. When Park Boo saw Mo Li take the poison pill, he was a bit surprised but did not sympathize. He even said in a cold voice, "Even though you took the elixir, the compensation is the same." Park failed to give his men a wink. "Take all the pills from Medicine King Valley away from me, leaving no one behind." When the people of the Pill King Valley heard this, their faces were humiliated, but they didn't dare to open their mouths to refuse. But at that moment, a voice rang out. "I'll see who dares to move." Chapter 101. I can cure the poison. The Black Tiger sex Jeden cultivator looked in the direction the voice came from and spoke in a cold voice. "Where did you get that rash? Are you tired of living?" Li Chongsheng coldly grunted, and his star-picking hand was suddenly displayed. Its palm grew larger and passed through the crowd in an instant, holding that Black Tiger sect elder in its hands. The sound of bones colliding and rubbing together rang out, followed by a miserable scream. "You let go of me." Li Chongsheng's eyes glowed fiercely, and his hands were even stronger. Only a bang was heard, and the Black Tiger sect elder's body was crushed raw like a watermelon. Gorgeous red fireworks burst into the air. The disciples of the Black Tiger sect and the Green Sun sect were showered with blood and flesh. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the air. This strong visual impact caused those disciples who had not experienced it to vomit and faint directly. At this moment, the whole room seemed to be afraid to breathe out loud. This Black Tiger sect elder was a cultivator of the 5th level of Jeden. Whether it was physical strength or divine arts, it was not something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. Such a cultivation level would be an existence that could walk sideways anywhere in the Dragon Kingdom. But it was such a mighty person who was actually crushed and exploded by one hand of Li Chongsheng. At this moment, the eyes of the people looking at Li Chongsheng were filled with fear. Mo Li, on the other hand, her eyes lit up as she saw Dong Tiansheng behind Li Chongsheng. "Master Dong Dan, who is this?" Mo Li asked with some anticipation as he braced his body. Dong Tiansheng nodded and bowed. "With this senior here, my Pill King Valley's crisis can be solved." Mo Li looked towards Li Chongsheng and bowed his knees. "Pill King Valley Master Mo Li, thank you for your great kindness." Li Chongsheng fixed his eyes toward Mo Li, and his eyes couldn't help but roam over his body. I really didn't expect the Pill King Valley's Valley Master to be a stunning female cultivator, seeing that his cultivation was already at the second level of Jiedan. Fertility qualifications are purple and extreme. Very good, very good. Li Chongqing bowed as well. Fellow Taoist doesn't have to be like this. Mr. Li has always been one to pull out his sword when he sees injustice on the road. It's a trivial matter. What's the big deal? This was said without the slightest bit of seniority, making Mo Li very comfortable to listen to. The meditation doubled in favor of Li Chongqing. Park Bu-bu's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked Li Chongqing up and down. He sensed an extremely strong aura of danger. As an 8th-level Jiedan cultivator, he thought that his strength was not weak. However, it was still a bit difficult to exterminate the 5th level of Jiedan with a single strike. This person's battle power is so strong that it's directly comparable to that of a Yuaning. Although he couldn't feel Li Chongqing's exact cultivation, he knew that he was by no means Li Chongqing's opponent. Li Chongqing walked slowly towards the crowd, his feet stepping on top of the blood and flesh, making clicking sounds. The mere act of lifting his foot scared the disciples of the Qingyang sect and the Black Tiger sect into retreating. Some of the timid ones actually peed their pants straight away. It was the first time these concubines of his had seen such a domineering Li Chongqing. Stars popped up in Yu Chuyao's eyes, looking at Li Chongqing with admiration. Husband is so good. That's what a man is. He Qingwan was filled with gratitude. Husband did all of this to help me. I must bear 100 children for husband. Li Hongfu, on the other hand, was not surprised. After all, she had seen Li Chongqing's methods before. Han Ruxue, on the other hand, was even more fascinated with Li Chongqing. Full of manliness, so attractive. Masculinity is so strong that he must be helped to share a little at night. Park Bu-bu's face became ugly and his legs began to tremble. Senior, we were wrong about this matter, please be merciful. Li Chongqing stopped and a harmless smile appeared on his face. Even if I let you go, do you really think you'll be able to leave safely? Park Bu-bu revealed a puzzled look as he didn't understand the meaning of Li Chongqing's words. Please also ask Senior for clarification. When Li Chongqing saw the current situation, he instantly figured out why the underworld sect had appeared here. As a far-famed evil sect, how bottomless things they had done. This time he appeared, definitely wanting to reap the benefits after the 3 great sects had lost all 3 of them. Li Chongqing was not slow and spoke quietly. You guys are fighting so happily here. Have you ever known that the underworld sect has quietly appeared? Perhaps, on your return to the clan, you will encounter a surprise. Park Bu-bu was shocked in his heart on the way here, although he had seen the disciples of the underworld sect. But he hadn't expected that the underworld sect would have the idea of ambushing them anyway. If anyone else had said this, he would have thought he was using a reprieve. But coming from Li Chongqing's mouth, he had already believed most of it. After all, with the battle power displayed by Li Chongqing, there was no need to lie to him. Park doesn't become a dilemma at this point. If he stayed here, he was bound to be found in trouble by Li Chongqing. If he left, in case he was ambushed by the underworld sect, he couldn't afford the price. After all, the underworld sect patriarch was an old demon at the 1st level of Yuaning. The corner of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up. This kind of operation of giving up without a fight was his favorite. He could see Park's concern at once. A squad from the underworld sect has already been decimated by this seat, so if you guys leave quickly, you might still be able to leave this place before they reorganize their team. Li Chongqing spoke coldly. But in order to thank me, don't you need to show some sincerity? Before Park could be both happy, his face turned pained again. This guy, is he taking advantage of the fire? Shame on you. But he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, and could only accompany the smile to respectfully bring out the storage bag. Senior, this is a small token of appreciation from my junior. Li Chongqing didn't push back and directly took it. Just you? Where are the others? Park failed to look at the disciples behind him and spoke in a cold voice. Everyone hand over your storage bags. Take the money or take the life, your choice. The crowd had no choice but to hand over their storage bags one after another. Mo Li was dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. That's over. That simple? This fellow Taoist Li is also a talented person. Making the other party obediently hand over his storage bag in 3 or 2 words. Li Chongqing directly threw the storage bag to his concubines. Leave it to you, in the future, the consumption of resources at home will not be small. For my husband, I need to seize every opportunity to earn money to support the family. If you have children, the spending is even higher. Mo Li was even more shocked when he heard this. Those female cultivators are actually this person's concubines? There were even 2 Jedan cultivators present. What kind of magic does this person have to be able to gain the favor of so many stunning female cultivators? Li Chongsheng turned to Mo Li and said, "Fellow Taoist, I see that your face is black and purple and your body is covered in poisonous gas. But are you suffering from severe poisoning?" Mo Li was even more shocked. "Fellow Taoist, you can actually tell?" Li Chongxing revealed a harmless smile. "It's not really a matter of seeing it. It's really that the several Taoists around you have already been infested by the poisonous gas and fainted." Mo Li looked to his side, his face shocked. "Careless. I actually forgot that their cultivation level is low, and they can't withstand even a small amount of poisonous gas leaking out. Do you have an antidote for the poison?" Li Chongxing nodded, somewhat coyly. "The only way to cure this poison is through dual cultivation." "What?" Mo Li was shocked, her expression shy and indignant. "Do you mean dual cultivation between a man and a woman?" Li Hongfu and the others forced themselves not to laugh, having guessed what Li Chongxing was thinking. They've seen this operation before. Li Chongxing nodded cheekily. "Fellow Taoist is smart and clever, you can see right through it. It's just that this dual cultivation method is a bit special, and the only one who can perform it is this seat." Mo Li stepped back repeatedly, somewhat resisting. "Fellow Taoist, don't be ridiculous. I've never heard of dual cultivation being able to cure poison." Dong Tiancheng pondered slightly and stepped forward. "Valley Master, what Dan Masterly said is true. He really is able to cure this poison." A few people chatted on the way here, and Dong Tiancheng learned of Li Chongxing's deed of killing the centipede and removing its poison. "Master Li Dan?" Mo Li was even more shocked and looked at Li Chongxing to reveal his curiosity. "You still know how to make medicine?" Li Chongxing still had a faint smile on his face and nodded. Slightly. Dong Tiancheng was now convinced of Li Chongxing, and just the operation of killing the 5th level of Jedan with that single strike just now was enough for him to worship. "Valley Master, Master Li Dan is a 7th grade alchemist, and the 10% pure Peiyuan Dan that I brought back the other day came from Master Li Dan's hands." The series of shock made Mo Li unable to stand still. "I can't believe it's you? A 7th grade alchemist. That's not a slight understanding." Li Chongsheng nodded again. "That's exactly what I am." At this moment, Mo Li's heart began to waver. She finally realized why Li Chongxing had so many concubines. A person with a high level of battle prowess and a 7th grade pill refiner. With such a status, what little girl wouldn't be tempted? But even so, she didn't want to use that whatever dual cultivation method to cure the poison. After all, the old ancestor of the Medicine King Valley had not yet come out of the gate, and she was waiting for the old ancestor to cure her of the poison. But just as she wanted to open her mouth to reject it, Park Boo let out a miserable cry and landed in front of Li Chongxing. With fear on his face, he looked at Li Chongxing, showing pleading eyes. "Senior, the underworld sex really killed over." Chapter 102. "Time to go on your way, kid." Park Failure spat out several mouthfuls of blood in succession, and there was even a visible cave-in in his chest. "Elder, save me." Li Chongxing pinched his hands together and the divine wood technique suddenly operated. The power of grass and trees lingered on both hands, and rich vitality filled the air. It then covered Park's uncollapsed chest. The next moment, the collapsed chest slowly bulged. Park's unformed aura also became stronger with the naked eye. Mo Li's eyes shrunk slightly and he said in his heart, "What exactly is this gong method? It's actually capable of such a strong restoration ability." Li Chongxing was not kindly saving Park from becoming a failure, but he wanted to learn about the enemy's situation from him. Park Boo came to his senses and looked at Li Chongxing with gratitude. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." Li Chongxing didn't have time to be polite and asked directly, "What exactly is the cultivation level of that underworld sex patriarch? Surprisingly, he was able to injure you a Jedan 8th layer like this." Fear appeared in Park Failure's eyes. The underworld sect patriarch is stern. He made a breakthrough in his cultivation and is now at the 2nd level of the first infant. "What?" This answer caused the crowd in the room to instantly clamor. "It's over, we're dead. All under Yuaning are ants." Li Chongxing was also slightly alarmed, but he wasn't to the point of being afraid. After all, he's the man with the carving of Haru. A mere Yuaning junior cultivator would make him go up in smoke in minutes. Thinking of this, Li Chongxing's expression regained its calmness. "Don't panic with me, Li Chongxing. Even if I die, I won't let that devil harm Fairy Mo by a hair. That's an overly purposeful statement. The crowd was stunned, but looking at Li Chongqing's certainty, they felt at ease for no reason. Mo Li, on the other hand, his body shook as a strange feeling spread throughout his body. It was the thrill of being courted and pampered by the opposite sex. After so many years of being alone and addicted to pill refining, I had never had this experience. She couldn't help but look at Li Chongqing, and that back caused her to catch her breath. Li Chongqing's action of facing the Yuaning old monster alone moved her beyond words. Not only is this person's battle prowess astounding, he's also a 7th grade pill refiner. And he's even so calm and collected in the face of a strong enemy. If it can grow smoothly all the way, its future achievements will be unlimited. Most importantly, he can double up to detoxify. Now that I think about it, I'm curious about the strange antidote. Li Chongqing stood with his sword, looking towards the entrance of the Pill King Valley with a cold face. A few breaths later, a voice angry to the core rang out. "My son's murderer, take your life." The next moment, an old man dressed in black landed on the ground. The floor was sooty and the tiles were cracked. This person was none other than Yen Extinction's father, the underworld sex patriarch, Stern. Sternly looking towards Li Chongqing, his face was terribly gloomy. "I sense my son's scent in you? Did you kill my son?" Li Chongqing dug his ears and said lazily, "If your son's name is Yen Muoi, then your son should have been killed by me." Yen Xie's eyes could almost kill someone as he was jealous. Good, good, good. Now that you've admitted it, it saves me from having to press the issue. Today my son dies here. All of you go and bury my son with him. Yen Xie's aura stirred as he held a skeleton cane, his entire body transforming into a giant skeleton phantom as he impacted. Li Chongqing was not the least bit afraid and only shouted silently in his mind, "Mother, help me." He even closed his eyes with extreme arrogance. According to the preview he had in his mind, Kakaru would be able to settle the fight in just 1 second. But 2 seconds passed, and Kakaru didn't show up. 3 seconds passed, and Kakaru still hadn't appeared. Damn! Li Chongqing's brows furrowed as a sense of ill will surfaced in his heart. Could it be that carved Haru hasn't finished absorbing that remnant soul? Seeing that Yen Xie was about to attack his body, Li Chongqing finally moved. But it was too late to dodge, and he could only take this first attack hard. He only saw his divine would decree suddenly operate. In an instant, countless threads of silk shot out from his body, connecting with the surrounding grass and trees. This was precisely the damage-sharing spell of the divine would decree. Connects itself to the surrounding grasses and trees, and the damage is transferred partially to the grasses and trees. It could even absorb the power of grass and trees to recover from its own injuries. Immediately afterward, a golden aura flashed on his body, and the undying true spirit technique operated rapidly. Nowadays, with the extent of the indestructible flesh within the Jieden realm, its fleshly body had few enemies. Even when faced with a Yuaning, there was still resistance. He then began to execute the spirit burning decree. Performing the spirit burning technique with a cultivation level of 10th level of Jieden, 5 times the damage power is added. Even if he couldn't kill Stern with 1 blow, he could still injure him. A touch of mockery appeared in Stern's eyes. Such arrogance, only starting your defense now. Do you really think that the old man is a drunkard? Under Yuaning, all are ants. Today you shall die. In the next moment, the skeleton scepter struck down towards Li Chongqing's head. Li Chongqing's face was grave as he waved his hand and offered the surprising sword, blocking it horizontally. The blow was blocked by the surprising sword, but the impact still reached his body. Fortunately, with the divine would decree sharing the damage, he himself was not injured. Just the grass and trees exploded all around. Stern had thought that this strike was a sure thing and could seriously injure Li Chongqing. But the reality is different. His eyes narrowed slightly in his mind. This man is not right. As soon as the two exchanged blows, Li Chongqing also sensed how powerful Stern was. After all, the cultivation perceived a little too much, and his face instantly became extremely grave. In the next moment, the traceless ghost steps were unleashed, and countless residual shadows suddenly spread out in all directions. No one could see exactly which one was Li Chongqing. And at this moment, Li Chongqing had already arrived behind Stern. The surprising sword's sword blade stirred, and the burning spirit determination's damage was added 5 times. A sword was swung out, and a black sword mane that was enough to cover the sky shot out. Stern sensed something was wrong and flew forward violently. However, he was half a second too late to dodge and was attacked in the chest by the sword blade. When everyone saw this, their faces all showed joy. Li Danshi's battle power is actually so strong. To use the Jeden realm to harden against the second level of Yuaning without losing, and even injuring the other party. And it's still a 7th grade alchemist, such a genius, surprisingly, really exists. Stern knelt down on one knee, looking at Li Changsheng with madness and bloodlust in his eyes. Kid, is this all you've got? I admit to underestimating you, but that's as far as you can bounce. Then it's time for the old man to perform next. Li Changsheng had now used all his means. That strike just now had almost drained the spiritual energy from his body. If this couldn't even bring Stern down hard, then he really didn't know what to do. Li Hongfu and the others had anxious faces. Yu Chuyao took the lead and rushed over. Husband, we've come to help you. He Qingwan, Han Rushue, and Li Hongfu followed close behind. Before it even approached, Li Hongfu had black light surrounding her body, and the 10,000 poisons technique was executed. Han Rushue, He Qingwan, and Yu Chuyao, on the other hand, were glistening with water. The divine water mantra ran away. In today's situation, Li Changsheng was the strongest combatant. If anything happens to him, it's hard for everyone here to escape death. Park Bu pondered slightly, then joined the battle with his sword in hand. Moli also rushed out. Yao Yao, Hongfu, Rushue, Qingwan, Emoli, quickly retreat. As a man, how can you let a woman charge? With a wave of Li Changsheng's big hand, a soft force forced the women back. Park was left alone to charge toward the stern. He had wanted to muddle through and pretend, but I never thought it would be the situation today. Grandma pawned. Park Bu cursed and could only charge toward Stern with a stiff upper hand. Stern, take life. Stern saw this with a snort. In the next moment, along with the sound of miserable screams, Park Failure flew out directly. He then fell hard to the ground, spitting out blood furiously. Stern licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at the concubine beside Li Changsheng with a lustful light shining in his eyes. I'll send you on your way first later. As for these concubines of yours, I'll send them down to be reunited with you when I've had enough fun. At this moment, the disciples of the underworld sect also rushed over. The one at the head was none other than the holy maiden that Li Changsheng had met. She looked at Li Changsheng's miserable state and frowned slightly. Stern, on the other hand, smiled grimly. This seat's reinforcements have arrived. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape. Boy, it's time to hit the road. Chapter 103, Sneak Attack. Stern was so powerful, and now a holy woman. In such a situation, the concubines simply couldn't figure out how they should break the situation. Even if Li Changsheng was more powerful, in their minds, he would not be able to withstand the joint attack of Stern and the holy maiden. Husband, to be able to be husband and wife with you in this life, we have no regrets in death. Husband, I just hate that I didn't give you a son. Husband, in the next life Yao Yao will still marry you. Husband, don't worry. Even if we die, we won't do anything to wrong you. Several of the concubines had already shown signs of despair. Although they had always been confident in Li Changsheng, the enemy they were facing today was after all an old monster of the second level of Yuaning. And he also had nearly 10 Jeden henchmen. Even a life for a life doesn't offer much hope of getting out in one piece. Emoli looked at the scene of love and affection in front of him and actually felt a little envious. On the verge of death, it's not a bad thing to die with someone you love. Poor me. I've been alone all my life and never met the man of my dreams until I died. Thinking of this, she glanced at Li Changsheng without showing any trace. This man is affectionate and caring, and he is even more caring to his concubine. If she could become a Taoist couple with him, she would not have lived a life in vain. If I survive today, I will abandon the world's eyes. Let him detoxify me. As Li Changsheng listened to the sincere words of these concubines, his heart was incredibly moved. In fact, in a sense, Li Changsheng married them for no more than 2 reasons. The first is to satisfy their own desires. The second is for strength. It would be a lie to say that there was anything too deep. After all, he had taken so many concubines that he probably couldn't even remember their names. But the way these concubines were treating him today made him start to reflect. They have treated me with all their hearts, and I have treated them with all my heart. At this moment, Li Changsheng's body seemed to be filled with strength. He looked at the sternness that was gradually approaching and said to the concubines, "Why be so pessimistic when things haven't come down to the wire? Do you have so little confidence in my husband?" Li Chongsheng snorted coldly in his heart. The Shinong tripod which can refine medicine, defend, and attack. Today, let me see just how powerful the legendary Shinong Ding is as an attack magic treasure. Suddenly, Li Chongsheng's aura rose steeply. This sudden turn of events surprisingly scared Stern to a halt. What's going on again? With a slight hesitation, Stern once again took a step towards Li Chongsheng. In the face of absolute strength, all means are futile. But the next moment, along with Li Chongsheng letting out a cold laugh, a huge green-colored cauldron that covered the sky suddenly appeared above Stern's head. In vain? Really? Then let you experience this futile tactic. The shadows continued to grow, and Stern looked up with the most stony expression he had ever seen. Damn it! How could you possibly possess a magic treasure of this grade? Go to hell and ask Hades. Li Chongsheng used all his strength to turn the Shinong tripod to its maximum. Then only a boom was heard, and it slammed hard into Stern's body. Stern wanted to dodge, but in the face of the divine peasant tripod's pressure, let alone dodging, it was a bit difficult for him to even catch his breath. Stern was pressed directly under the tripod and plunged beneath the ground. The impact of the Shinong Ding smashing down was so strong that it directly toppled the surrounding cultivators with weak cultivation levels. Even the Jeden cultivators felt their bodies turning over and vomiting blood. The blow exceeded everyone's expectations. Mo Li's eyes widened, and his entire heart and mind shook dramatically. That's the second level of Yuaning, and it was just smashed into the ground? Yao Yao, Li Hongfu, Han Rushue, and He Qingwan cried tears of joy as they gathered around Li Chongsheng and hugged him in the center. Husband, we won. That guy was smashed into a meat pie. Li Chongsheng was blocked in the middle by 4 well-capitalized women, and he was a bit out of breath. Ahem. I'm losing my breath. Seeing this, a few people loosened Li Chongsheng with a petulant face. Li Chongsheng took a deep breath and waved his hand to put away the Shinong tripod, then looked towards the deep pit that had been smashed out. Stern lay at the bottom of a deep pit, surrounded by blood. His legs had disappeared, his right arm was broken, and only half of his upper body was left. The most horrible thing was the head. The brains were smashed out, only half of the head. Li Chongsheng finally sighed in relief when he saw Stern in this state. It's all turned out like this. It should be dead through and through. The power of the divine farmer's cauldron is surprisingly so powerful. It's just that the consumption of spiritual energy is also terrifying. Luckily, I have a thick base. If it were anyone else, if I wanted to perform the attack I just did, I would have run out of spiritual energy before the divine peasant tripod became bigger. The disciples of Medicine King Valley cheered when they saw the Stern corpse. Good job, Dan Masterly. Dan Masterly, so powerful. The Jeden realm exterminating the second level of Yuaning. Who could believe such a thing if not seeing it with their own eyes? Thank you, Dan Masterly, for saving my life. On the other hand, those Jeden cultivators of the underworld sect began to retreat backwards. Li Chongsheng snorted coldly. Want to go? Did I agree? My lady. Accompany my husband to kill today. Yu Chuyao took the lead and summoned the blood feather electric eagle. Countless blood-colored feathers fired out, carrying electricity. Li Hongfu smiled faintly as the 10,000 poison skill was released to the extreme. Countless toxins were stained by her on top of the feathers that the blood-feathered electric eagle fired out. He Qingwan and Han Rushue, on the other hand, held their swords and rushed into the middle of the underworld sect disciples. One slash at a time, like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. Mo Li also led the Pill King Valley crowd to start a counterattack. Park Boo Boo woke up leisurely at this moment, and after seeing the Stern corpse in the large pit, his heart and mind were shaken. This person actually killed the second level of Yuaning? Is this still human? Li Chongsheng, on the other hand, looked at the holy maiden of the underworld sect, the corner of his mouth curling up. Why don't you run away? The holy maiden stared tightly into Li Chongsheng's eyes, as if she wanted to see something in them. She didn't reply, nor did she care about the slain disciples of the underworld sect. Li Chongsheng frowned and spoke again. What's your name? The virgin shook her head. I didn't call. Li Chongsheng. Then the holy maiden suddenly asked, was that the Shinong tripod just now? This sentence caused the originally relaxed Li Chongsheng spirit to instantly become tight. The Shinong tripod was his most secretive thing, and if he hadn't been forced to do so just now, he would never have taken it out. Just now, he had tried to be as careful as he could with his prodding, and hadn't made too much of a commotion. But the strange woman in front of her was able to point it out in a single word. At this moment, Li Chongqing's heart rose to kill, and he spoke morosely. "Who the hell are you?" The virgin nodded with certainty. "Looks like that really is the Shinong tripod." Li Chongqing simply couldn't figure out what this woman wanted to do. He waved his hand and the surprising sword fell into his hand as he took a step towards the holy maiden and rushed over. "No matter who you are, you won't be able to leave today." But just as Li Chongqing flew over the top of the deep pit, Stern suddenly opened his eyes. He was actually playing dead. "Humph, kid. Do you really think that Yuaning cultivators are so easy to kill? As long as my Yuaning is not destroyed, I will not die." Strong scorn and resentment appeared in Stern's eyes as he secretly said in his heart, "This kid's magic treasure just now was really powerful. If I can use it for me, who else can be my opponent? With an attack like the one just now, I don't believe this kid can use it a second time." Sternus flew out violently at the thought. "Kid, today's shame shall be avenged by your skinning." Stern was a sneak attack, striking extremely fast, so fast that Li Chongqing could not react in time. The concubines hissed piteously as they realized the change in the place. "Husband, be careful." Chapter 104, 12 Layers of Jedan. Li Chongqing only felt a strong wind coming from underneath him. He looked down and his face changed. "Damn it! Is this guy a little strong?" Stern's head, which had half of its head left, looked at Li Chongqing with a cruel sardonic smile that was terrifying. At this moment, Li Chongqing hurriedly reversed his direction and flew upwards, but facing a sneak attack from a Yuaning cultivator. Although he was confident that he wouldn't be exterminated, he couldn't escape being injured after all. Seeing that Yen Xie was about to attack at Li Chongqing's dantian, the holy maiden of the underworld sect suddenly moved. Her entire body transformed into a green stream of light and flew next to Li Chongqing in a flash. This speed was so fast that Li Chongqing was extremely shocked. "Damn it, one severity has already burnt me out, and here comes another saintly woman. Is this speed really something a Jedan cultivator can possess?" Stern laughed out loud. "Holy maiden, help me stop this person." The holy maiden nodded slightly, her face unchanged. But the next moment it suddenly reversed its direction and attacked towards severity. This sudden turn of events was not expected by Stern in any way. Caught off guard, he was viciously stabbed through the chest with a sword. The poor man was just about to catch up with Li Chongqing, but then he landed heavily. Ginger Lanxin. Stern was simply about to be infuriated. He had never thought that the holy maiden of the underworld sect would turn against him on the brink. "Do you want to get killed?" The holy maiden of the underworld sect turned out to be called Jiang Lanxin. At this moment, Jiang Lanxin had an indifferent face as she looked down at the Sternus in the deep pit and spoke in a cold voice. "Li Chongqing is destined to be with me. You can't kill him today." Li Chongqing looked at the woman in front of him and revealed a puzzled expression. "I'm related to her? This woman isn't trying to take me down, is she?" It still feels a little uncomfortable to be confessed to by a woman so forcefully for the first time. Stern eyed it. "Today, old me doesn't care what reason you all have to die." In the next moment, the Yuaning within the Stern body suddenly floated on its own before releasing an intense light. The light drilled into Stern's body in an instant, and his cultivation began to climb rapidly at this moment. In just a few moments, he had raised his cultivation to the 4th level of the Yuaning realm. His Yuaning, on the other hand, became dim in light and burrowed back into his dantian. For the first time, Jiang Lanxin revealed a flash of worry as she turned to look at Li Chongqing. Sternly used a secret method to forcefully raise his cultivation at the cost of lowering the quality of his Yuaning. "You guys run first, I'll hold him off." Jiang Lanxin's cultivation exploded. She unexpectedly wasn't at the 5th level of Jedan, but at the peak of the 10th level of Jedan, only a sliver short of being a Yuaning. Although Li Chongqing didn't know why Jiang Lanxin was helping himself, but looking at her, it didn't seem like she was acting. "If you want to leave together, I, Li Chongqing, am not used to hiding behind women." Jiang Lanxin frowned, her voice still cold. "There's no time, you're all going to die here if you don't leave." The battle power of the 4th level of Yuaning was not something that could be compared to the 2nd level of Yuaning. Even with all your means, you can't keep everyone safe. It's a good thing that he needs 10 minutes to prepare for this secret method, and within 10 minutes you guys will have enough time to escape from here. Stern grunted and opened his mouth. So what if I just let you guys run for 10 minutes first? Old me will still be able to exterminate you all. Jiang Lanxin looked coldly at Stern. That's why I stayed behind to break the back. With me here, holding you off for another 10 minutes is enough for them to get away. Li Chongqing glanced at Stern, just in time to meet his drooping eyes. He only felt a heart-stopping sensation appear. Although Stern's body was crippled at the moment, the feeling of danger it brought him was countless times stronger than just now. Husband, you go first, we'll take the rear. Husband, remember to avenge us. For a Yuaning 4th level cultivator to find someone, even if they escaped for 10 minutes, they would still be found. Instead of cowardly running away, it was better to fight to the death and perhaps have a chance of survival. For the first time, Li Chongqing had this feeling of powerlessness, and madness appeared in his eyes. Do you really think you're the only one who has a secret method to raise your cultivation? After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and took out dozens of cultivation pills, and the endless fragrance of the pills filled the room. Take it quickly. This elixir will allow you to raise your cultivation by 1 level. Li Chongqing's face was cold. With your physical strength, taking 1 is enough. If you are greedy for more, your body cannot withstand it. The elixir floated on its own and landed in front of the crowd. Emoli reached out and took it, shock showing in his eyes. 7 gold stripes, 10% full purity. This is actually a 7th grade 10% full purity cultivation dan. Immediately after, Li Chongqing once again took out dozens of pills. The light of these pills was more prevalent than the 7th grade pills, and the clear fragrance of the pills was also more intense. Emoli took a look but was even more shocked. 8 gold stripes? That was an 8th grade cultivation elixir? Looking at the aroma of its elixir, it was very likely that it was also 10% pure. So Master Dan Li is actually an 8th grade alchemist. This news made Mo Li's heart and mind roar. 8th rank, how old is he? The old ancestor had lived for thousands of years and had been in seclusion for thousands of years, and only now was he beginning to impact the 8th rank. Li Chongqing's bone age was no more than 100, yet he had such achievements. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become the strongest pill refiner without any predecessors or successors. Jiang Lanxin looked at the 8th grade pill refiner, and the essence in her eyes flashed in her heart. Worthy of being a divine farmer's chosen heir. This talent for refining medicines is truly demonic. Madness appeared in Li Chongqing's eyes as he swallowed dozens of 8th grade cultivation pills into his mouth in one gulp. In the next moment, endless medicinal power was released within his body. The surging medicinal power was like a mountain river breaking its banks, rushing across his meridians. The power of his cultivation soared rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, it directly elevated to the peak of the 10th Jeden layer realm. But that wasn't all. It was as if something shattered in the underworld. With a loud bang, his cultivation level rose to the 11th level of Jeden. The crowd felt the changes in Li Chongqing's body, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. The 11th level of Jeden? How is this possible? Jiang Lanxin, however, became more and more excited the more she watched. I didn't realize he was still a Heaven's Path Foundation builder. No wonder, no wonder. With a terrifyingly gloomy face in his eyes, he even sped up the execution of his secret technique. There is something weird about this person. I must fight quickly. Li Chongqing floated in the air on his knees, endless cultivation power permeating around him. He pinched his hands together and guided the medicinal power through his body. In the next moment, his cultivation level rose once again, directly coming to the 12th level of Jeden. This only then was the true great completion of the Jeden realm. A flash of fear appeared on Stern's face. He even sensed danger in Li Chongqing. He's only just reached the end of his dan. Stern couldn't wait. Although ending the secret method now would only allow the cultivation level to stay at the 3rd level of Yuaning. But if he waited any longer, he didn't know what would change. Kid, even if you're at the 12th level of Jeden, so what? Sternly pretending to be calm, he suddenly got up and his Yuaning 3rd level cultivation exploded. Jeden is Jeden, and all below Yuaning are ants. The same applies even to the 12th level of Jeden. Li Chongqing also stood up. The powerlessness of the party disappeared and was replaced by composure. You can try. For the first time, gravity appeared in Stern's eyes. Since that's the case, let's show you the true power of a Yuaning cultivator. Chapter 105 Yin-Yang Harmonizing Pill. With the help of Li Chongqing's cultivation dan, the strength of the crowd climbed up a layer. Those stuck at the bottleneck even jumped 2 levels directly. Li Chongqing stood in the air, his gaze like electricity, overlooking the severity in front of him. Jiang Lanqin also stood beside him, side by side. Li Chongqing frowned slightly. Girl. This person is enough for me to deal with alone. Jiang Lanqin, after all, had been on the verge of a war, and Li Chongqing was suspicious of her. If she turned against him again, the consequences would be too much for him to bear. Jiang Lanqin, however, did not move and responded coldly. Shenong's last name is Jiang. For short words, but it caused Li Chongqing's heart and mind to tremble. Shenong? Surname Jiang? Could it be that this person is a direct descendant of Shenong? Li Chongqing couldn't help but look at Jiang Lanqin one more time. On her body, an aura similar to Murong Shui flowed out. Only Jiang Lanqin's aura was even more intense. At this point, Li Chongqing finally understood why Jiang Lanqin was able to recognize the Shenong tripod. Perhaps there were detailed records of the Shenong tripod in her family. At this moment, Stern stared at Li Chongqing closely, but did not make a rash move. For his part, Li Chongqing's battle spirit was high, and the Shenong Ding was held in his hand, transforming into a glove. Stern, your underworld sect has committed many evils. Today I, Li Chongqing, will do justice for heaven. As soon as the words left his mouth, he carried the momentum of grass and trees and sprinted towards severity. As it approached, the Shenong tripod slammed into the stern. Nowadays, the Shenong tripod was only the size of the palm of his hand, and the consumption of spiritual energy was minimal. With a crisp collision sound, the divine peasant tripod and the skeleton scepter fiercely exchanged blows. Powerful waves of aura spread in all directions centered on the two. With just this one blow, the winner is already divided. Stern retreated 2 steps in a row, his chi and blood churned, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. But he went so far as to swallow the blood in one gulp in order to hide his injuries. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, merely took a step back, his face not changing color. Ha ha ha, I'd like to see how capable the 12th level of Jedan is. Stern forced his composure, a disdainful smile on his face. Turns out to be nothing more than an untouchable piece of trash. Li Chongqing snorted coldly and waved his hand as 3 giant dragons came out of the air. The dragon roared and charged at Stern, trapping him in the center in an instant. Though the gargoyle couldn't trap Stern for too long, 2 or 3 seconds at the most, Li Chongqing seized the opportunity and the traceless ghost steps were violently executed. In an instant, he appeared above Stern's head, and the divine peasant tripod in his hand slammed down fiercely. The first blow dented the other half of his head. On the second stroke, his drooping eye was smashed off. Before the third blow could hit, Stern let out a mournful roar. Get the loose! The first cracks appeared on the 3 giant dragons. Li Chongqing's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly ordered the giant dragon to retreat. This was followed by a sharp retreat of his own. But a Yuaning was a Yuaning after all, and even if he was seriously injured, his battle power was still amazing. Sternly imposing, the skeleton scepter slammed Li Chongqing's back. The green threads of the divine with skill flickered and flickered, and the grass and trees around them withered. Even so, it was quite difficult for Li Chongqing. He felt a sharp pain coming from within his body, as if his internal organs were about to rupture. Li Chongqing secretly cursed. Grandma. Picking out the vitals to hit. This is to destroy my foundation. Stern, you're killing yourself. Seeing Li Chongqing's anger, Stern revealed a joyful expression and waved the skeleton scepter once again. Seeing this, a group of concubines rushed forward. They were intent on helping Li Chongqing. But their cultivation level was nothing more than a mole cricket shaking a tree compared to severity. Li Chongqing exerted all his strength and released a soft force to push the crowd away. Leave me alone and protect yourself. Jiang Lanqin's cultivation had reached Jedan perfection, and she still had the power to fight. She rushed to Li Chongqing's side and raised her hand to lay down a light curtain barrier. However, that barrier was as fragile as papier-mâché and was instantly shattered by the skeleton scepter. Stern grimaced. Li Chongqing, suffer death. Li Chongqing's face sank as the Shenong Ding suddenly grew larger. Using the tripod as a shield, he blocked the fatal blow. The violent impact sound waves swept in all directions like water ripples. Stern took the brunt of the shock and was briefly stunned by the sound waves. Cultivators fighting is concerned about seizing all the details, often can turn the tide in an instant. A hint of joy flashed in Li Changxing's eyes, secretly saying that this was a good opportunity. The surprising sword fell into his palm, and the cold light of the blade flickered erratically. He looked back and was hollowed out. A shocking black sword blade shot out, instantly churning Stern's head into smithereens. His flesh blossomed like a red firework high in the air, splitting apart. Even the yuaning in his body was half chopped off, and after letting out a miserable scream, he fled to the distance in a hurry. Husband. His yuaning is trying to escape. The concubines saw this and rushed out. Li Changxing gasped for air. There's no need to pursue. His yuaning has already been poisoned and won't reappear in a short time. The harsh defeat will undoubtedly be an uncertain threat in the future. If they met again, it would be difficult to predict whether they would win or lose. The cultivators of the Pill King Valley also gathered around. Dan Master Li, you are our savior. If we are sent, we will go through fire and water. Mo Li's eyes were filled with worry as she stepped forward to take Li Changxing's pulse, her expression becoming more and more grave. The crowd saw this and asked with concern, "How is Master Li Dan's injury? How is my husband doing?" Mo Li gently shook his head. Internal organs ruptured, roots damaged. I'm afraid there's no way back. What? The many concubines collapsed to the ground at the words, their faces showing despair. Jiang Lanxin, however, looked half convinced as she looked at Li Changxing and questioned, "You have such high attainments in Dan Dao. Is there no way to save yourself?" Li Changxing's eyes rolled and his gaze landed on Jiang Lanxin. "The method is natural." Cough, cough. He coughed lightly several times and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. To an outsider, the injury was undoubtedly fatal. However, to Li Changxing, it was just a minor injury. He took out 2 pills with difficulty and looked at Jiang Lanxin with a firm gaze. "This is the yin-yang reconciliation, Dan. This yin-yang reconciliation pill was originally a supreme treasure given to Li Changxing by Shinnong. How its utility was, Li Changxing had yet to understand. But Shinnong had said that this Dan could bring him unexpected surprises. According to Shinnong's instructions, the Yang Dan belonged to Li Changxing to take, while the Yin Dan needed to be born by someone of Shinnong's bloodline. He had fantasized about sharing this elixir with Murong Shui. Yet at this moment, Jiang Lanxin was the more suitable candidate. As a direct disciple of Shinnong, the power of the Shinnong bloodline in her body was far more pure than Murong Shui. Jiang Lanxin's eyes stared slightly. Her gaze locked onto the 2 pills for a long time, unable to move away. She seemed to know this elixir like the back of her hand, and her cheeks quickly flushed with a blush. Then she said softly, "Are you really willing to let me take such a precious elixir?" Li Changxing licked his lips. The Jiang Lanxin in front of him looked particularly charming at this moment. Especially when he was looking down on it, it was something else. "You should be well aware of the effects of this elixir. If I have it, my injuries will definitely be greatly improved." Jiang Lanxin nodded her head gently. "That's right. This elixir can indeed save you." Then, she turned to Emoli and said, "Master Emoli Valley, please prepare a quiet room. Master Dan Li and I will begin to heal our wounds." Healing? Emoli was slightly puzzled. "Not here." Several concubines had already guessed a few things. "It's not very convenient here, so it's best to prepare a well-soundproofed king-size room." King room? More soundproofing? Emoli was filled with suspicion, but still ordered his men to prepare. Within a short time, Li Changxing and Jiang Lanxin arrived in that large bedded room. The 2 of them took the elixir into their mouths. As soon as they made contact, the 2 of them felt a strange sensation coursing through their bodies. Li Changxing's broken internal organs began to slowly heal. Especially the kidneys were greatly strengthened, and the power of the bloodline within Jiang Lanxin's body gradually increased. She felt the rapid growth of her bloodline power and slowly opened her mouth. 20 more times, I think the Shinnong bloodline in my body will reach 10% purity. At that time, I will be the first being in our family to awaken the complete divine farmer spiritual body." Ginger Lansing paused slightly. "Therefore, it will be necessary to trouble you 20 more times." Chapter 106, I mean you don't deserve me. The next day, when Li Changxing woke up, Jiang Lanxin was already fully dressed and was combing her makeup in the bronze mirror. Awake! Jiang Lanxin glanced askance at Li Changxing and continued to comb her hair. "I know you have many questions in your mind, so I will answer them all today. I came to the Dragon Kingdom only to look for the Shinnong tripod. Now it seems that the Shinnong tripod has recognized you as its master. and there is no hope for others to obtain it. But still, I must remind you that such a supreme treasure should not be easily shown to others. If you meet an evil practitioner who kills people and takes their treasure, you will die without knowing how. Li Chongqing's injuries were mostly healed at the moment and he felt relaxed. Yo, that's sweet of you, ma'am, to care so much about me. Jiang Lanxin frowned slightly when she heard the title Mother. She stopped her hand movements and turned to look squarely at Li Chongqing. What did you call me? Li Chongqing had a bad smile on his face. Oh maiden, are you satisfied with this title? Jiang Lanxin was silent for a moment, her face turning serious. You've misunderstood. I was with you yesterday only because I was interested in the yin-yang reconciliation Dan in your hand. That elixir is greatly beneficial to the purification of my Shinnong bloodline. I'm not half as interested in you as I should be. To put it bluntly, you're just a tool for me to enhance the purity of my bloodline. Li Chongqing was slightly disappointed. This was the first time he had encountered a member of the opposite sex who had no intention of treating him. So what kind of relationship are we in today? Jiang Lanxin pondered for a moment. As for your relationship with me, at best they use each other. You use me to heal your wounds, and I'll use you to raise the purity of the divine farmer bloodline. Jiang Lanxin continued, I am from the Jiang clan of the Daqian dynasty. You and I have different identities, and there is no hope for us to be married. Li Chongqing waved his hand to signal his generosity. Don't worry, I won't slight you. Although I am honorable, I am by no means a person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. I take concubines at a glance, and if I see the right thing, I will come and go. Jiang Lanxin looked at Li Chongqing with a stunned expression, speechless. She calmed down and explained, You misunderstand. I'm saying you don't deserve me for who you are. What? Li Chongqing was excited and asked incredulously, I'm not worthy of you for who I am? And what is your status? Jiang Lanxin saw that Li Chongqing was this ignorant and seemed to know nothing about the outside world. I really don't know how he has cultivated so far. Jiang Lanxin shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of contempt. Although the Jiang clan is no more than second-rate in the Daqian dynasty, it is unrivaled in the Dragon Kingdom. There were 3 transformation god cultivators in the clan, and there were even more stalwarts at the Yuaning realm. The younger generation, almost all of them have formed Dan, and there are even a few with outstanding talent who have already broken through to Yuaning. And it's also an extremely rare yellow metamorphosis among metamorphoses. Although you have outstanding alchemy talent, the cultivation world is honored by strength. With a strong strength, all resources are at hand. So what's the point of a district's pills? The realm of the Yuaning took on different colors due to differences in strength. From low to high, they were cyan, yellow, purple, and red in that order. Usually, the cultivator's Yuaning is greenish in color, and yellow is already the best of the best. A purple Yuaning could only be touched by those rare geniuses. The red Yuaning, on the other hand, was a demon among demons and was extremely rare. As Li Chongqing listened to Jiang Lanxin's explanation, huge waves rippled inside. The younger generation are all already at the Jedan realm? Someone has even broken through to Yuaning? Jiang Lanxin nodded her head gently. So, you understand where you stand. A trace of bitterness appeared on Li Chongqing's face as he secretly pondered in his heart. Sure enough, there are people beyond the sky. Originally, he thought that he was already one of the best in the cultivation world, but he didn't realize that there were even more outstanding existences. I can't stop. I have to keep practicing and improving myself. Right now, I feel like I'm only one step away from the Yuaning realm. Whether it's for the sake of taking a concubine, or for the sake of slaying Stern, I must break through to Yuaning as soon as possible. Thinking this way, Li Chongqing looked at Jiang Lanxin. Lanxin, Jiang Lanxin interrupted with a frown. No time. I'm going to force out of my body what isn't mine for a few days. With that, she got up and walked to the door. Li Chongqing was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Lanxin had just opened the door when she heard the concerned voices of her concubines. How do you feel, husband? Looking at their nervous expressions, a warm current surged in Li Chongqing's heart. I'm fine for now. I just have a few hidden illnesses that haven't fully healed. Just then, Mo Li's voice came. Master Dan Li, didn't you say you would help me with the poison? I am ready. Li Chongqing turned his head to look, only to see Mo Li's cheeks flushed and a hint of seduction in his eyes. She felt Li Chongqing's gaze, her eyes averted, as if she didn't dare to look directly at him. When the many concubines saw this, they slightly froze for a moment, and then they said with a bad smile, "Then we'll take our leave, and wish you all good luck with the detoxification." Seeing this, Li Chongqing agreed without hesitation. "In that case, I'll detoxify you." Chapter 107. Ask Master Li to cure my poison. The next day, Li Chongqing examined the cultivation within his body and frowned. Obviously only one step away. Why is the barrier of Yuaning like a copper wall? Alas, it seems that the number of concubines is still insufficient, and we need to take in a few more. Several concubines were curious when they saw Li Chongqing's sad face. Han Rushue asked playfully, "Husband, what is troubling you? Tell us and let us have some fun." Li Chongqing helplessly pinched her cheek. "Smooth talker, not a serious one. I feel that the Yuaning bottleneck has arrived, yet there is always an insurmountable divide." The concubines froze. Diaphragm. At the mention of this, Li Chongqing's figure of engraved clearness surfaced again in his mind, secretly pondering. If we can take carved harvest and successfully conceive an heir, the efficacy of the 8 treasures of one fetus will be revealed. What extraordinary offspring can be birthed from a mother's womb of a holy body? It's just that her defense is too strong. I should still focus on improving myself. Li Chongqing looked into the distance and sighed deeply. First time impacting Yuaning. Many confusions, not solving them. If I can get guidance from senior, I might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Emily listened, pondered for a moment, and stepped out. "Husband, there is an old ancestor in my Pill King Valley whose cultivation has reached the Yuaning realm. It's just that he's in seclusion to cultivate the Tao of Dan, and he can't come out for the time being. If husband wants to break through to Yuaning, old ancestor will definitely be able to provide valuable advice." "Really?" Li Chongqing was overjoyed. "Male or female?" Although Emoli found this rather strange, he still answered, "Lao Zhu is female." Li Chongqing was even more excited. "Yuaning female cultivator." His smile grew more exaggerated, almost seeming a bit grim. "Lead the way quickly," Emoli said after a moment of hesitation. "Husband, before we go, can we first detoxify the other poison disciples in my sect?" As he spoke, several disciples with black and purple faces walked over, both men and women, but the women were of mediocre appearance and failed to arouse Li Chongqing's interest. Li Chongqing waved his hand and spilled out several antidote pills. "Take this pill and you will be able to cure the poison." Emoli asked in surprise, "Didn't husband say that the cure for the poison requires dual cultivation? Can this elixir really save them?" Li Chongqing explained with slight embarrassment. "I fought hard all night and finally refined a pill to break this poison." The concubines couldn't help themselves, with a heartfelt expression on their faces. Emoli understood in his heart, but did not expose Li Chongqing's lie. Instead, he felt grateful. Seeing this, Li Chongqing hastily changed the topic. "It's better to quickly go and pay respects to the Pill King Valley's old ancestor. There's no need to dwell on these trivial matters." Emoli nodded his head in agreement and was about to lead the way when he heard a respectful voice from the distance. "Master Li Dan." Li Chongqing looked over, only to see Park Bubu walking with a face of respect, followed by 2 men, their faces black and purple, obviously poisoned as well. "Park can't." Li Chongqing frowned and asked unexpectedly, "I can't believe you're still alive?" Park Sung's face was full of fawning and he bowed deeply. "Thanks to Master Li Dan's gift, I was lucky enough to retrieve my life." The 2 people behind him, one was Black Tiger Sect's sect master Su Heihu, and the other was Qingyang Sect's patriarch In Qingyang. Both of these clans had besieged Pill King Valley, and now that Emoli had become Li Chongqing's concubine, Li Chongqing naturally wanted to seek justice for Emoli. Li Chongqing's face suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a knife, making people not dare to look directly at him. However, before he could say anything, In Qingyang and Su Heihu knelt down. "Elder Li, Lord Moli Valley, the 2 of us have committed a felony by conniving with our men to besiege Pill King Valley. Now that we know we were wrong, we have come to make amends." This action caused Li Chongqing to be slightly surprised. He had originally prepared how to teach these 2 a lesson, but they directly kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to what to do. After all, facing people with smiling faces, especially when they also brought generous gifts, Li Chongqing was a bit overwhelmed. There were dozens of storage bags on the ground, and they were introduced one by one, filled with spirit stones, spirit herbs, divine weapons, and other cultivation resources. Yin Qingyang and Su Heihu looked grave and bowed again. Half of these resources are gifted to Senior Li and half to Pill King Valley. I implore you too to forgive us for our transgressions. Emoli sighed softly. Patriarch Yin, the matter of your poisoning was an oversight on the part of my Medicine King Valley. Fortunately, now that husband has the antidote to the poison, everything can still be salvaged. Emoli called Li Chongsheng his husband, which surprised Yin Qingyang and Su Heihu. After all, Emoli had always been addicted to the medicinal path and was not interested in the love of men and women. It shocked them that Li Chongsheng was able to win her heart even though he was new to the city. Yin Qingyang and Su Heihu bowed. There is no need to blame yourselves, Lord Moli Valley. This matter is not what you wished for. We have come here to make amends for the reckless behavior of our previous ministry. In reality, the siege by the Qingyang sect and the Black Tiger sect hadn't caused too much damage to the Pilking Valley. Most of the casualties were caused by the Sai Chi. Moreover, the fact that several Jiedan of the Black Tiger sect had been decapitated was considered a lesson for them. Normally, the relationship between Pilking Valley and the Qingyang sect was quite good. Since they personally came to apologize, Mo Li was not one to hold a grudge, so he forgave them. When Li Chongqing saw that Mo Li had already forgiven them, he naturally had nothing to say himself. Yun Qingyang is emotional when he sees that he has been forgiven by the two. He looked towards Li Chongsheng and bowed deeply to express his respect. I've heard that Park Fufu has described the valor of Master Li Dan, and I've seen it today, and it's really true to its name and it's admirable. Yin Qingyang's eyes that surveyed Li Chongqing were a bit different, seemingly carrying a few points of probing. Mo Li knew Yin Qingyang's character quite well, so he transmitted his voice to Li Chongqing. Husband, be careful. This man has a dragon and yang. There seems to be something wrong with his eyes. Hearing this, Li Chongqing instinctively took a few steps back, keeping his distance from Yin Qingyang. Do you have anything else? Yin Qingyang smiled awkwardly. I learned that Master Dan Li specializes in the method of dual cultivation to detoxify poison, and the two of us happen to be poisoned and unable to detoxify on our own. This time we came here, we still hope that Dan Master Li can cure us of the poison. Hearing this, the many concubines couldn't help but snicker, thinking that this time, let's see what you'll do. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, felt a vicious chill. He shivered and hurriedly took out a few antidote pills. There's no need for dual cultivation. These pills are enough to cure the poison. Although Yin Qingyang and Su Heihu were a bit disappointed, they still took the pills and said with a few regrets, Then, thank you, Master Li Dan. Just, can this elixir really be comparable to dual cultivation? Li Chongqing repeatedly assured him. The effect is absolutely the same. This place, Li Chongqing didn't want to stay a moment longer. He looked at Mo Li and said, quickly, it's important to pay homage to the old ancestor. Mo Li understood and hurriedly led the way. Husband, please follow me. Chapter 108 Shangguan Yuqing. The Pilking Valley Ancestors' Retreat was located in the back of the mountain, surrounded by a layer of mysterious formations to prevent outside interference. Mo Li lightly pinched the spell, dazzling light flashed, and the formation light shield slowly opened a gap. Husband, the old ancestor will be in seclusion here. Mo Li looked at Li Chongqing with a solemn expression. Old ancestor is in the process of advancing to the 8th rank of alchemist and has not yet finished. Let's wait here for a moment. Perhaps the old ancestor will accomplish his task shortly. Li Chongqing took a step closer, followed closely by Mo Li. Your Pilking Valley is truly deep in hiding, to have a Yuaning ancestor in attendance. Li Chongqing asked curiously, secretly marveling in his heart. Mo Li's face showed admiration. Old ancestor disliked fighting and devoted herself to the path of pill refining. She was the second existence in the history of our Pilking Valley to advance to the 8th grade of pill refiner. Li Chongqing nodded his head in understanding, but in his heart, he secretly regretted that he originally thought that he would be able to have the first Yuaning cultivator in the Concubines team, but now it seemed hopeless. Between the two of them walking, a simple and ancient wooden house came into view, on which the power of grass and trees coalesced, and the entire house was surrounded by green light, obviously at the critical moment of promotion. As an 8th grade pill refiner, husband must have accumulated a wealth of tips on how to advance. Mo Li looked serious and said earnestly to Li Chongqing, Old ancestor is the foundation of my Medicine King Valley, so I implore my husband to help her break through to the 8th rank successfully. The old ancestor is right here in this wooden house, husband. Please come in. If husband can help old ancestor advance, she will definitely help husband break through to Yuaning. Li said and turned to leave. Li Chongqing wanted to say something, but then sighed softly as he watched Li go away. Although he had the ability to refine 8th grade pills, it was ultimately from the system, and his own perception was limited. Now that he really wanted to instruct others, his heart was quite apprehensive. After contemplating for a moment, Li Chongqing took a step towards the wooden house, stopped in front of the door, and finally pushed the door in. A fresh aroma and white smoke. Through the smoke, he fixed his eyes and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, only to see that not far away, a peerless woman closed her eyes tightly and sat cross-legged, her entire body suspended in mid-air, the power of grass and trees draped around her body. Just out of the blue, the aura on the woman's body skyrocketed, and most of her clothes were torn apart. Li Chongqing stared wide-eyed and breathed heavily, as if he was deeply attracted by the sight before him. The woman in front of her was different, exuding a fresh and uncluttered immortal aura, as if she had come out of the mud without being dyed. Her skin was snowy and delicate as silk, as if it could be pinched at the slightest touch. This is simply the best of the best. Li Chongqing stayed on the spot, secretly marveling in his heart. An ancestor of a clan is so young and beautiful. Pill King Valley's old ancestor is named Shangguan Yuqing. Although she looks like a young girl, she is already 1,000 years old. As a pill refiner, it was not surprising that she could maintain such a face. Li Chongqing took a deep breath and couldn't help but move closer to Shangguan Yuqing. The closer you get, the more pressure you feel. Up close, Shangguan Yuqing's beauty was even more breathtaking. They say that distance creates beauty, and now that we're close, it's still breathtakingly beautiful. Li Chongqing had seen countless women and his determination should have been extremely strong. Yet at this moment, for the first time, he actually felt heavy on his feet. Damn, what am I going to do? She's Li's oldest ancestor. If it was someone else, Li Chongqing might have acted long ago without any need to hesitate. But Shangguan Yuqing was not a trivial matter. She was the foundation of the Medicine King Valley. If he did something on impulse that caused him to turn against Li, that would never be what he wanted to see. In Li Chongqing's family blueprint, Li occupied a pivotal position. Imagine how prosperous the Li family would be in the future if all of the Li family's alchemy rooms were filled with alchemists of Li's caliber. However, with a woman of great beauty in front of her, wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't have it in her pocket? In the end, Li Chongqing decided to listen to his heart's call. I'm a man of honor. How can I be afraid? He made up his mind, a look of determination on his face. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand to Shangguan Yuqing. With a gentle push, Shangguan Yuqing's body went soft. Comatose? No wonder she didn't respond as long as I came in. Li Chongqing put her down gently, tension rising in his heart. Shangguan Yuqing is an expert at the second level of Yuaning. What if she suddenly wakes up and turns on me? A sudden attack. I may not be able to dodge her. The choices of life and death and desire were intertwined in his mind. He examined Shangguan Yuqing again, gritted his teeth, and whispered to himself, die under the peony flower. Be a ghost, fight. Courage springs up instantly. But just then, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze. Li Chongqing trembled and hurriedly looked at Shangguan Yuqing. The two of them looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. Surprisingly, Shangguan Yuqing did not cry out for help. Her expression didn't even fluctuate much except for the coldness of her eyes. Sure is a cold as ice beauty. Li Chongqing coughed lightly in slight embarrassment. Ahem, fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. Chapter 109, Beginning of the Yuaning Tribulation. You're looking for death. Shangguan Yuqing was burning with rage. Her hands formed palms and slammed at Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's face changed drastically as a strong sense of crisis made his scalp numb. Shangguan Yuqing's unsuccessful impact on the 8th grade pill refiner had consumed a great deal of her mind power. At this moment, she had lost both her physical and spiritual strength, and her battle power was greatly reduced, barely comparable to an early-stage Yuaning. With Li Chongqing's cultivation at the peak of the 12th level of Jiedan, it was enough to equal her. You stop it. For the first time, Shangguan Yuqing revealed a look of panic. Who the hell are you? Li Chongqing hemmed and hawed. Sooner or later we're all on our own, so don't resist. Shangguan Yuqing's face was blushing, a hint of shyness in her anger. You! She pinched her hands together and shielded her peripheral senses. Immediately afterward, a palpitating fluctuation came. A red light erupted from Shangguan Yujing's body, and her body expanded slightly. Li Chongqing's face was shocked, and he quickly retreated several meters. What a madman! To blow himself up, doesn't he want to die? The self-detonation of a Yuaning powerhouse was not trivial, and its power was comparable to a small nuclear bomb. Li Chongqing examined his body with palpitations. When he saw that there was no harm done, he was finally relieved and secretly grateful. If she really blew herself up with my current physical strength, I might be able to save my life if I perform the secret technique again and take the elixir. But certain parts are bound to be devastated. I, Shangguan Yuqing, will definitely double my insults today. Shangguan Yuqing stopped exploding herself and changed into a new outfit. She hadn't intended to actually blow herself up. She was betting on who was more spared. Obviously, she had won her bet, and Li Chongqing was more afraid of death than she was. Shangguan Yuqing looked at Li Chongqing angrily, her voice filled with anger and coldness. Little Jedon, how dare you be rude to this seat? You're horny as hell and you're going to die. Before the words fell, Shangguan Yuqing rushed towards Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing's face changed slightly. After all, he had just fought a great battle and his battle power had not yet recovered to its peak. The wisest choice at this moment is undoubtedly to hold off. But just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host. The concubine has succeeded, breaking through the shackles of cultivation, and about to begin the Yuaning Thunder Tribulation. Ding, due to the host's first time taking a Yuaning ancestor as a concubine, rewarding the number of times the quality of the Yuaning has been upgraded 1. Ding, congratulations to the host. The family reputation has been raised to 3,000, and he has received a reward, the Gong Method Concentration Mantra. Ding, congratulations to the host. The root bone has been upgraded to Red Extreme. Ding, congratulations to the host. The scope of the portable medicinal garden has doubled. This series of rewards caused Li Chongqing to look shocked, and then revealed a look of ecstasy. Shangguan Yuqing looked suspicious, thinking that Li Chongqing had something up his sleeve. His movements couldn't help but be much more sluggish. Shameless lecher, what are you up to again? Just at that moment, a palpitating fluctuation came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a shocking aura surged up from Li Chongqing's body and went straight to the clouds, as if echoing the fluctuations in the sky. As a Yuaning cultivator, Shangguan Yuqing was more than familiar with such fluctuations. Her eyes widened and she lost her voice. This is the Yuaning Lightning Tribulation. You're going to be promoted to Yuaning? Li Chongqing looked excited and the corners of his mouth rose. That's right, I have you to thank for this. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to advance to Yuaning so quickly. Shangguan Yuqing looked at Li Chongqing incredulously, a hint of disgust showing in her eyes. You sure are calculating. Even with the rules of the heavenly Tao sheltering you, I, Shangguan Yuqing, will never let you go today. In this world, cultivators crossing the threshold were sheltered by the heavenly Tao. During the period of transiting, if other cultivators made a move against the transiting person, they would surely pay a heavy price. It was as if there was an invisible rule manifesting all around, guarding the person who had crossed the threshold. Once someone struck out at a ferryman, then that person would become the target of the thunderbolt. If it is light, you will be seriously injured and your cultivation will regress. If it is heavy, your body will be shattered and your soul will be dispersed. As they were obliterated by the heavenly Tao, they would completely disappear and would not be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shangguan Yuqing snorted coldly and clenched her hands, once again launching an attack on Li Chongqing. Today, I'm just going to fight to the death and drag you down with me, Li Chongqing said as he stepped back with a headache, dodging a wave of attacks. I said, are you done or what? How the hell are you going to stop? Shangguan Yuqing's face was like frost. Unless you die or I die. Otherwise, I will never stop. Li Chongqing had no choice but to deal with Shangguan Yuqing's attack with all his might. However, while the two were in the middle of their fierce battle, a deafening boom suddenly came from the sky. The sound spread in all directions, and the crowd looked up and watched, their eyes filled with shock. Someone's crossing the threshold? Who the hell is it? The fluctuations of this tribulation are so strong. It's definitely not an ordinary cultivator. It's coming from the direction of Pill King Valley? Could it be Emoli? At this moment, Emoli also happened to be looking at the robbing clouds in the sky with a happy face. It must be husband who's transiting. It seems he's already received guidance from the old ancestor. The fluctuations of this calamity cloud are even more terrifying than when the old ancestor crossed the threshold back then. The other concubines also joined their hands in prayer. May God bless and keep husband in good hands. I remember when I met my husband, he was only in the middle stage of Jedan, but now he has actually stepped into the realm of Yuaning transition. Yes, our cultivation is weak in comparison. There's no need for everyone to worry. Once husband is promoted to Yuaning, his physique will definitely be taken to the next level, and all of us sisters will benefit greatly at that time. That's right, husband's special physique is like tailor-made for us women. I'm really looking forward to husband's physique after he's promoted to Yuaning. Even Jiang Lanxin, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but show a hint of emotion on her face at this moment. She gazed at the robbing cloud that almost covered the sky and pondered in her heart. With a calamity cloud of this scale, could he have achieved a purple Yuaning? Purple Yuaning. Even if the top immortal cultivation clans exhaust their resources, they can only cultivate a few. Thinking about this, Jiang Lanxin looked towards where Li Changsheng was with a complicated expression. If he can really achieve a purple Yuaning, perhaps becoming his Dao couple wouldn't be so hard to accept. Just out of the blue, a palpitating pressure came from the sky, leaving people breathless. Jiang Lanxin was filled with anticipation. The first heavenly thunder is about to descend. Chapter 110, Enhancing the Quality of Yuaning. Yuaning Thunder Tribulation. There were 4 of them, each of which corresponded to a type of Yuaning quality. The first thunderbolt, the green-colored heavenly thunderbolt, can be passed to create a green-colored Yuaning, which is the most common Yuaning. However, there are also white Yuaning, which is of lower quality, has no thunderbolt, and is not as powerful as high-quality Jedan. The second thunderbolt, the yellow heavenly thunderbolt, if you successfully pass it, you will achieve the yellow Yuaning, 1 in 10,000 among the cultivators. Stern is the possessor of the yellow Genesis. The third heavenly thunder, purple heavenly thunder, the fairy can get purple Yuan baby, rare as a phoenix feather. Large immortal cultivation families or clans can use secret methods to enhance the quality of their offspring's Yuaning to purple, while ordinary cultivators rely on their own strength, and those who can reach this level are all geniuses. As for the fourth heavenly thunder, the red heavenly thunder, there are only a few people who have crossed it. Even in the Dacian dynasty, there are only 2 people. They were exceptionally gifted, unrivaled in the same realm, and could be said to be rare in 1,000 years. At this moment, Li Changsheng was faced with the first Yuaning heavenly thunder Saiyan heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder was like a spirit and came straight at Li Changsheng. The thunderbolt was as thick as an arm and so powerful that the wooden house shattered when touched. In an instant, heavenly lightning descended on Li Changsheng, and as he entangled with Shangguan Yuqing, both of them were struck by lightning and their bodies trembled. The clothes turned to ashes under the lightning, and the 2 men's gazes met with different thoughts. Shangguan Yuqing had intended to kill Li Changsheng while he was transiting, but he hadn't expected that Li Changsheng's battle strength was amazing and far beyond expectations. Damn it! What kind of demon is this? To Li Changsheng, the green-colored heavenly thunder was enough fleshly strength to easily withstand it. However, Shangguan Yuqing is not. The previous unsuccessful impact on the 8th grade pill refiner, physical strength has been weakened, and then struck by lightning, it is even more unbearable, softly collapsed in Li Changsheng's arms. On impulse, she had barged into the heavenly tribulation, knowing that she would be severely injured. The first heavenly thunderbolt was already too much for her to bear, and it was much more powerful compared to crossing the tribulation on her own. Although Shangguan Yuqing was reluctant, she could only helplessly snuggle into Li Changsheng's arms. Li Changsheng wrapped one hand around Shangguan Yuqing's waist and pinched his other hand, his gaze firm as he looked towards the second heavenly thunder. Don't worry, with me here today, I will make sure that you are unharmed. Shangguan Yuqing leaned her head against Li Changsheng's chest, feeling his powerful heartbeat as inexplicable heat surged within her body. Immediately after that, the second heavenly thunderbolt descended. The bowl-thick yellow heavenly thunder was approaching and split into 2 in an instant, one attacking Li Changsheng and the other attacking Shangguan Yuqing. Although the heavenly thunder was harmful to the transiting person, it was also a rare opportunity to refine the body. But for the others, there is only destruction. Li Changsheng watched Shangguan Yuqing's state. Seeing that it was difficult, he pinched and cast a light shield to protect her. As the heavenly tribulation descended, Li Changsheng once again stood upright. Despite his body nearly exploding, he managed to block the attack. However, The light shield on Shangguan Yuzhing's body shattered, and the electric current pierced through her body, trembling. Damn it! The damage this heavenly thunder inflicts on bystanders seems to be several times stronger. Li Chongqing's face was anxious. If a few more heavenly thunderbolts come, Shangguan Yuqing will definitely die. At the moment Shangguan Yuqing was unconscious. Li Chongqing looked at her glowing skin and absolutely beautiful face, and his heart of intolerance was born. Such a beautiful person. It would be a pity if she fell like this. The third heavenly thunder was already in the process of brewing, and the pressure was astounding, far exceeding the first two by several times. Li Chongqing's face was grave as his thoughts raced. What is to be done? How can I save her? In a flash of light, a whimsical thought leapt into his mind. Since the heavenly thunder is rushing towards me, if it thinks that the ferryman is a part of my body, its power must be weakened. A glimmer of realization flashed in Li Chongqing's eyes, growing brighter and brighter. He gazed at Shangguan Yuqing's stunning figure and whispered to himself, if we allow the heavenly thunder to see us as one, the power of the lightning she will endure will be greatly reduced. The third purple heavenly thunder had already coalesced into shape. Li Chongqing had no time to think about it, ruthlessly clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Whatever the outcome, there's always a try. He looked at Shangguan Yuqing and said softly, don't blame me. This is a move only to save you, but I have no personal feelings. Without further hesitation, he acted decisively. The third heavenly thunderbolt fell with a roar, as thick as a thigh. Li Chongqing was nervous as hell, not knowing if the ploy would work. The experience of the first two heavenly thunderstorms told him that the heavenly thunderstorms would be divided into two channels when they were about to fall. However, the third heavenly thunderbolt actually blasted straight at him. Li Chongqing's face showed joy. This method seemed feasible. He immediately mobilized his entire body's cultivation, protecting Shangguan Yuqing while absorbing the power of heavenly thunder with all his might and hammering his flesh. He sensed that once the power of the heavenly thunder in his body was completely absorbed, the cultivation of the undying true spirit technique would definitely be taken to the next level. The two were so closely connected that they actually succeeded in deceiving the heavenly thunder. Although Shangguan Yuqing's injuries had worsened, they were still manageable. Li Chongqing waved his hand and took out a healing elixir, feeding it into Shangguan Yuqing's mouth. The medicinal power was quickly released, and the injuries on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The descent of the third heavenly thunder caused all the cultivators who were paying attention to this place to gasp in shock. It's actually purple heavenly thunder. Heavens! This is the sign of achieving a purple Yuan Ying. He Qingwan, Han Rushue, Li Hongfu, Yu Chuyao and Mo Li embraced each other in excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Worthy of being our man with such talent, even the holy sons of the top immortal sex would be hard to beat. Excitement flickered in Zhang Lan's mind's eye, and she was breathing heavily. Surprisingly, it's really a purple Yuaning. The power of his purple thunderbolt is much more powerful than all the purple Yuaning I've ever seen. Same purple Yuaning, Li Chongqing's is clearly superior. As the third heavenly thunder dissipated, the pressure in the sky gradually weakened. This meant that his Yuaning heavenly tribulation was about to end. Next, all he needed to do was to fly into the robbing cloud and absorb the spiritual energy within it, and then he would be able to condense his Yuaning. But how could Li Chongqing, who possessed the system, stop there? It's time to use the opportunity to enhance the quality of the firstborn. Li Chongqing's mind moved and made up his mind. System, upgrade the quality of the firstborn. Ding, chance to improve the quality of the Genesis one. Ding, the host used the opportunity to upgrade the quality of the Yuaning, and the Yuaning heavenly hijacking will continue. The heavenly thunder had already dissipated, but it coalesced once again, with amazing power, glowing with a faint red light, bizarre and extraordinary. Chapter 111. Kid, you've come at the right time. The sudden change caused everyone present to clamor and change color. The original gradually receding heavenly tribulation actually recoalesced. This kind of bizarre scene, it is difficult to understand. The sky was illuminated by demonic red lightning, like a blood cloud pressing down. Endless red light reflected on the earth, and the world seemed to be covered with a red coat. Crackling thunder endlessly. The red heavenly thunder from virtual to real took 5 minutes to cohesion shape. The terrifying pressure on it was hair-raising. Those cultivators at the first and second levels of qi refining, even difficult to breathe, some have fainted on the ground. If no one rescue, I am afraid that it has long been crushed by the pressure. Trees swayed, and countless beings crawled out of their caves, prostrate and trembling. Li Chongqing's concubines looked worried and nervous. What the hell happened? Shouldn't the heavenly tribulation have subsided? And what is this? A red heavenly thunder. Never heard of it before. Jiang Lanxin, on the other hand, had a drastic change of color and was almost unsteady on her feet. Red. Sky thunder. Her insides rippled as memories of the red sky thunder surfaced in her mind. Red heavenly thunder. It is the red Yuaning's calamity. The magnitude of its power is not something that an ordinary mid-Yuaning stage can contend with. Jiang Lanxin breathed heavily and muttered, Li Chongqing has actually awakened a red Yuaning. It's actually a red Yuaning. At this moment, Jiang Lanxin's expression changed. From disbelief to shock, to horror, contemplation, hope, and finally peace and anticipation. Now I am married to Li Chongqing. If I rely on him, he has nothing to say. Jiang Lanxin was secretly calculating. Though it was made clear that I would not be married to him, this is the time and the place. The power of a red Yuaning could crush even a top immortal sect Saint Sun. Such a genius that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Even if we only get involved, we can still benefit greatly. At this moment, Jiang Lanxin had made up her mind that she would cling to Li Chongqing no matter what. At the back of the Pill King Valley, above the ruins of the wooden house, Shangguan Yuqing closed her eyes tightly, still in a coma. The red heavenly tribulation in the sky had become a reality. Li Chongqing's forehead was seeping with sweat. Looking up at the sky, his heart palpitating. What the heck? Is this the kind of heavenly thunder that people can withstand? Tendo, are you teasing me? Only the heavenly thunder was as thick as a barrel. This kind of power of the heavenly thunder, if split in the person, if there is no accident, enough to invite the whole village to share the feast. Damn it! Could it be that I, Li Chongqing, am going to fall here today? Li Chongqing was terrified in his heart and moved more and more quickly. No, I must not die here. Instantly, the red heavenly thunder emitted a heaven-shattering sound. Immediately after that, it arrived at the top of Li Chongqing's head in the blink of an eye with a lightning-fast momentum. His hair stood up at the roots from the heavenly thunder. His face became scarlet under the reflection of the red heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunder continued to enlarge in his pupils. He was also tense to the core. Feeling the terror of the heavenly thunder up close, his state became abnormal. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. A groan passed. A newborn breath of life suddenly appeared in Shangguan Yuqing's body. Li Chongqing's face was so happy that he couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. What a godsend. This little life couldn't have come at a better time. This is definitely God sending him over to save his father. Li Chongqing was pondering how to resist the heavenly tribulation when he didn't realize that Shangguan Yuqing was pregnant at that moment. According to the experience of the third heavenly thunder, 2 people as one can share the power of the heavenly thunder. Then, if the 3 were one, wouldn't the power of the heavenly thunder be weakened even more? Li Chongqing's original look of despair rekindled the light of hope at this moment. He pinched his hands together and went all out to perform the undying true spirit technique. Clad in shimmering gold against the lightning strike, the divine with skill linked the surrounding grasses and trees, and the damage was once again dispersed. Immediately after that, countless defensive magic treasures stretched across his body, and talismans were plastered all over his body. Li Chongqing could not hide his excitement. Kid, if your father and I can escape today, you deserve a lot of credit. If you are born in the future, I will make you a rich second generation in the world. Somewhere in the corner of Shangguan Yuqing's body, a cell-like organism seemed to understand his words and wiggled wildly. Right at this moment, the red heavenly thunder destroyed all of Li Chongqing's defenses and violently struck his body. The first thing to hit was the top of his head, turning his hair into ash. At this moment, he transformed into a bald head. However, he was stronger despite his baldness. Berserk energy surged into his body, charging recklessly. In an instant, it pushed straight into the dantian, and the suspended golden dan shattered in response. Li Chongqing, however, did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he was soothed. The golden dan transformed into a powerful cultivation force that nourished his entire body. The power of heavenly thunder was then conducted to Shangguan Yuqing. After Li Chongqing's initial defense, the power had been halved. After reaching Shangguan Yuqing's body, it was once again halved. The rest of the force launched an attack towards the cell-like creature. Li Chongqing watched nervously, apprehensive inside. Hang in there. Never fall under this heavenly calamity. Encountering the heavenly tribulation of Yuaning just after conceiving life, you are also a rarity in the ancient world. Li Chongqing prayed with all his heart while preparing for any possible emergencies. In a sense, he was already at the realm of Yuaning. Although he had yet to condense his Yuaning, his strength was already no less than that of an ordinary Yuaning. Li Chongqing's expression was grave, and the divine wood technique was suddenly executed. Endless grass and wood power converged and channeled into Shangguan Yuqing's belly. The little one is nourished and has a much greater ability to resist. Li Chongqing took out another large amount of elixirs that replenished his life force and let Shangguan Yuqing take them. After this treatment, the little guy finally barely managed to block the heavenly thunder's attack. Seeing this situation, Li Chongqing took a deep breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead as the heavenly thunder finally began to truly dissipate. He waved his hand and took out 2 sets of clothes, one set for his own use and one set for Shangguan Yuqing to put on. Then he looked up at the sky with an excited gleam in his eyes. With such a vast calamity cloud, it seems a bit extravagant to condense a single Yuaning. His gaze turned to Shangguan Yuqing's belly, and a bold idea sprang up in his mind. Kid, you're really lucky to have met a father like me. Today, I'm going to make you the #1 person like never before. Chapter 112, Condensing the Yuaning. Li Chongqing's heart was full of ambition to do great things, and his heart surged at the thought. The sky's robbing clouds stretch for 100 miles, and the spiritual energy is converging. So it's more than enough to condense into a Yuaning. Wouldn't it be a pity if the remaining spiritual energy is wasted? He picked up Shangguan Yuqing in his arms and headed straight for the robbing clouds in the sky. His eyes locked onto Shangguan Yuqing's belly, and a light of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Son, your father and I are going to grant you a great creation. I really want to see how powerful in existence you will be when you descend. Shameless man, what are you, worthy of being my father? Shangguan Yuqing suddenly woke up and heard Li Chongqing claiming to be his father, so he couldn't help but frown and question. Why are you hugging me, you denizen? Put me down now. Li Chongqing, however, ignored it, and even though he had not condensed his Yuaning, his battle power was already enough to crush Shangguan Yuqing. He tightened his hold on her so that she couldn't move. Stop it. If the child is lost, I will not forgive you lightly. Before the words fell, Li Chongqing couldn't help but slap Shangguan Yuqing's ass. Shangguan Yuqing screamed, then seemed to understand something. She felt a small life growing inside her. At this moment, she finally comprehended Li Chongqing's intentions. She was humiliated and angry, feeling a humiliation she had never felt before. Shameless lecher. I will never have this child. He is shame personified. Li Chongqing, however, was unmoved. This child had saved his life. He would never allow Shangguan Yuqing to harm him. Don't make me do it. This child is not only the flesh and blood of our blood. He is our savior. It is said that the most poisonous woman's heart, and today I have learned it. How dare you even go after your own flesh and blood? With a thought, Li Chongqing sealed Shangguan Yuqing's major acupoints around her body, making it impossible for her to use her cultivation. He wouldn't unseal it, at least not until the child was born safely. Until the baby is born, you'd better settle down. My Li Chongqing's child is not something that anyone can victimize at will. Not even if you're his mother. Shangguan Yuqing felt uncomfortable as she lost control of her emotions for a moment. Li Chongqing's serious look, on the contrary, seemed extraordinarily manly. Where do you want to take me now? Shangguan Yuqing felt the palpitating pressure on Li Chongqing and asked helplessly. Want to keep trashing me?
Li Chongqing smiled finally.
For my son to have a peaceful place to grow up, I will not harm you, don't worry. Next, I'm going to give my child a real creation. Shangguan Yuqing also realized the extraordinary nature of the child inside her after all this time of thinking. But she still couldn't accept this life. Even if you can control my body, you can't control my will. If this child is born, I will tell him what you have done. I'll show him how shameless and nasty his own father is. Li Chongqing was not amused. Whatever. This kid is extraordinary. I can feel it. You think he'll resent me for a few words? Father and son are connected, and it's my blood that runs through him. Shangguan Yuqing snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Soon, the two were in the midst of the robbery cloud. The surrounding spiritual energy was so dense that it almost liquefied. Li Chongqing sat on his knees, and with a wave of his hand, a soft force lifted Shangguan Yuqing and levitated in front of him. He then began to condense his Yuaning. After the skyjacking of the Yuaning, the skyjacking cloud is the gift that the skyjacking bestows on the person who crosses the skyjacking. The transmigrant can use this to coalesce his or her own Yuaning. Li Chongqing pinched his hands together, and the pores of his body greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, a vague figure within the dantian began to appear. It was vaguely visible as a shrunken version of Li Chongqing. Spiritual energy surged crazily around him, creating wild winds and waves. As the spiritual energy continued to be absorbed, the Yuaning in the dantian gradually took shape. 10 minutes later, the 5 senses of the firstborn gradually became clear. 20 minutes later, the body was revealed. 30 minutes later, the limbs appeared. Although the Yuaning was not yet solid, it was already recognizable as a small person who was extremely similar to Li Chongqing. An hour later, the Yuaning was finally solidified beyond recognition. The blood-red body was extraordinary at just one glance. Li Chongqing laughed out loud. The thrill of achieving Yuaning gave him the illusion of controlling the world. He looked inward at the Yuaning in his dantian and nodded in satisfaction. From now on, I am also a Yuaning elder. Right at this moment, a burst of golden light suddenly flashed on the forehead of the Yuaning. Li Chongqing gazed curiously, pleasantly surprised. It's actually that golden aura that appeared when the heavenly Tao built its foundation. Now it was actually fused with the firstborn. I don't know how the fusion will change. Li Chongqing maneuvered his spiritual energy and continuously scrubbed the Yuaning in his body. The Yuaning was sitting on its knees in his dantian, its eyes closed tightly, its forehead flashing with golden light, sacred and extraordinary. Soon after, the Yuaning slowly opened its eyes, and the golden light on its forehead dimmed. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes and his body shook violently. So, that's an eye. The golden aura transformed into an eye on the forehead of the firstborn. Li Chongqing composed himself and tried to communicate with the golden eyes. The next moment, a sharp pain in the forehead was unbearable. Immediately afterward, a vertical crack appeared in the forehead. A golden light shot out from the crack. All those who were watching Li Chongqing revealed shock at this moment. What's that? It seems to be an eye. Eyes? Is he opening the eyes of heaven? His concubines clung to each other in tears. I knew that my husband would be safe and sound. Just who is the woman beside the husband? Emily pondered for a moment and seemed to have made a guess. She is an old ancestor of my Pilking Valley, and judging by the situation, I'm afraid she will become our sister in the future. Hearing this, the crowd looked at Shangguan Yuqing, and then felt the life breath within her. Pregnant so soon? Husband is truly a credit to you. Yeah, we're gonna have to step up our game too. At this moment, with Li Chongqing's roar, the vertical lines on his forehead transformed into an eye. The golden pupils of those eyes were ruthless and cold. As soon as it appeared, it shot out a golden light. The light was extraordinary, and wherever it passed, it destroyed everything, and space seemed to twist and fluctuate. It was conceivable that if the golden aura of the heavens I was even stronger, it would certainly be able to tear through space. Li Chongqing stared at this with a dumbfounded shock in his heart. This kind of attack, is it really something I can perform? With some disbelief, he tried to cast it again, but suddenly felt a splitting headache. The heavenly eye slowly closed and transformed into a golden vertical stripe. Li Chongqing was thoughtful. It seems that this level of attack can only be performed once at the moment. Now, Li Chongqing's Yuaning had already coalesced, consuming 80% of the spiritual energy of the robbing cloud. The remaining 20% of spiritual energy, although he could continue to absorb it in order to enhance his cultivation, he was not willing to do that. He looked at Shangguan Yuqing, or more specifically, at her belly. Kid, the rest of the spiritual energy is gifted to you. I hope you won't let your father down. Absorb it well and strive to break through the foundation establishment in your mother's womb. Haha. Completing foundation building while still in one's mother's womb. Thinking about it makes one look forward to it. Then, Li Chongqing pinched his hands and maneuvered his spiritual energy to surge into Shangguan Yuqing's belly like the yellow river breaking its banks. But just then, His brow suddenly furrowed. Humph. Daring to compete with my son for the creation. Do you guys think your lives are too long? Chapter 113 Companion Divine Beast, Grass and Woodchilin. Just suddenly, Li Chongqing sensed a powerful suction force not far away that was crazily devouring the spiritual energy in the robbery cloud. With his current combat power, he was confident that he could remain undefeated even in the face of Yuaning fifth-layer cultivators. He originally thought that in this dragon kingdom, there were only a few high-ranking cultivators, so no one should dare to covet the spiritual power of the heist clouds. Reality, however, tells him that human greed far exceeds expectations. As his battle power surged, Li Chongqing exuded an unrivaled aura as he shouted angrily, "Who is it? Get out!" This cold, chilling chorus was so palpable that it was as if the depths of his soul were trembling. Shangguan Yuqing's face changed slightly, her heart in shock. The red Yuaning. It's so terrifying that a single roar causes one's heart and mind to waver. Li Chongqing looked around and no one answered. He let out a cold snort, and his barrier-breaking divine pupil opened up. The eyes flashed with a ghostly light, and everything was hidden. The eyes swept over and locked onto a ball of green light. The light mass was no more than 100 meters away from him, and was greedily absorbing the surrounding aura. Li Chongqing let out a cold snort, and the star-picking hand was violently executed. The huge palm shadow carried a destructive momentum and directly attacked the green light cluster. A handful of them were gripped and then lifted in front of his body. Today I would like to see what kind of god is haunting this place. Li Chongqing spread out his palms, and the sight in front of him caused his body to shake. This is... On the side, Shangguan Yuqing's eyes widened and she breathed heavily. Is this the divine beast Qilin? In Li Chongqing's palm, a four-legged creature emitting a green glow blinked its big, soulful eyes and looked at him innocently. The creature had a dragon's head and a horse's body, and was clad in green scales of majesty. The tail hairs were flowing like a dragon's tail and swaying, as if they were signaling to Li Chongqing. Its appearance is undoubtedly unicorn, but this griffin was different again, being noticeably petite, only half a man tall. While adult unicorns usually stand 2 to 3 meters tall, this one appears small and compact. What made Li Chongqing look sideways was that the power of grass and wood was extremely dense on this Qilin. This grass and wood power, could it be that this Qilin was condensed from grass and wood power? Li Chongqing put the Qilin down, and it immediately ran up to Shangguan Yuqing, rubbing its head against her leg. A hint of fondness flashed in Shangguan Yuqing's eyes. After all, women love small animals more. She bent down to caress the little griffin's head, and the moment she touched it, a green light shone from the top of the griffin's head. The light surged down her arm and into her body. The sudden turn of events caused Shangguan Yuqing to be startled, and she retreated a few steps, her face showing nervousness. However, when she felt that the energy in her body was not malicious, but instead surged towards the fetus in her abdomen, she let go of her heart. Shangguan Yuqing couldn't help but murmur as she watched this scene. Could it be that this Qilin is the child's companion spirit beast? When powerful beings are born, they are sometimes favored by heaven and earth and coalesce into companion spirits. This spirit might be a divine beast, an ordinary spirit beast, a magic treasure, or a plant. The exact form of the companion spirit is left to the will of God. But no matter what, a life that has a companion spirit with it is bound to have extraordinary future accomplishments. The companion spirit itself is also an extremely powerful existence, accompanying the host throughout his life and helping him to fight in all directions. Li Chongqing was originally puzzled as to why the Qilin had appeared here, but now that he heard Shangguan Yuqing say so, he was deeply convinced. Ha 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 ha. It's normal for my Li Chongqing's child to have this companion spirit beast. Li Chongqing laughed out loud and looked at Shangguan Yuqing's belly with anticipation. The birth is accompanied by a unicorn, and as the saying goes, the unicorn delivers a son, so it seems that this child must be a male. Li Chongqing could not hide his excitement. This is the first heir of my Li family to have this vision at the beginning of his birth. Today my father will name you Li Qilin, hoping that you will be like the Qilin in the future, bringing auspiciousness to my Li family. I hope that you, too, will be like the unicorn and become an existence that the world will admire. Afterward, Li Chongqing looked at the endless spiritual power robbery clouds around him, and suddenly sat down on his knees and pinched his hands together. The unicorn companion is certainly delightful. This is the creation given to you by heaven and earth. Next, is the creation that my father will give you. In the next moment, Li Chongxing reached out and pointed towards Shangguan Yuzhing's belly. An endless spiritual energy poured in. Thus, an unfamiliar life aura suddenly appeared on Shangguan Yuzhing's body. That aura rapidly strengthened, and in the blink of an eye, it had the cultivation fluctuation of the third level of qi practicing. Li Chongxing frowned slightly and did not continue to instill spiritual energy. He placed his palm on Shangguan Yuzhing's belly and surprisingly began to transmit his power. Little fellow, today my father will pass on the perfect version of the vomiting decree to you, and if you can comprehend it, you will cultivate with it. Whether or not you can complete the Heaven's Path foundation is up to you. As Shangguan Yuzhing listened to Li Chongxing's words, huge waves rose in her heart. The perfect version of the spitting resolve? Heaven's Path foundation building. At this moment, countless gazes were focused on this place, and all of them showed envy and shock. The concubines were thrilled to tears. Kiran Z, it's actually Kiran Z, husband is truly marvelous. Yes, husband is gifted and has given birth to a son who is extraordinary. The eyes of the concubines were filled with envy, and their hearts secretly hoped to have their own children soon. I wonder what kind of qualifications our children will have. Perhaps not as good as Kiran Z, but with my husband it will not be bad. The crowd nodded with anticipation in their eyes. Jiang Lanxin's heart was even more turbulent at the moment. Kiran delivering a son, grass, and wood unicorn. This is no ordinary companion spirit beast. The shocked look in her eyes lingered for a long time, and the memories of the companion spirit beasts in her mind were instantly awakened. The grass unicorn appeared once, and that was still at. Jiang Lanxin's eyes widened as she thought about this, an incredulous look on her face. If I remember correctly, the last time the grasswood Qilin appeared was precisely in the Medicine King Valley. Mo Li looked over at Jiang Lanxin, his brows slightly furrowed. That's right, the Pill King Valley got its name precisely because someone ascended to the immortal realm with the Tao of Dan here back then. It is rumored that he carries the body of the medicine god and is often accompanied by a grass and wood unicorn. As soon as Mo Li's words left his mouth, he suddenly realized something. She and Jiang Lanxin looked at each other and said in unison, Pill God Body? Both of them shouted out the name almost simultaneously, and then simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Chongxing. Once again, the two men spoke in unison. Husband. Husband. It was fine for Mo Li to address his husband, but Jiang Lanxin had made it clear that she would not marry Li Chongxing, and such a title aroused the curiosity of the concubines. But Jiang Lanxin didn't care about the gazes of the bystanders at the moment, and shouted loudly once again, Husband, the unicorn child is carrying a medicine god body, and he is unable to display it at this moment, so I think it must be due to the lack of grass power. Pill god body? Li Chongxing's body shook at the words. The name alone made him feel incomparably domineering. What kind of extraordinary physique is this? The Shangguan Yuzhing on the side of the room violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air when she heard this name. She unconsciously rubbed her belly and lost her voice. Pill god body, this is a physique born specifically for refining pills, unimpeded on the path of refining pills without any bottlenecks. The most crucial thing is that the purity of pills made by alchemists with this physique can be infinitely close to 10%. When Li Chongxing heard this explanation, he was even more excited. But then he showed a hint of bitterness. This little guy needs the power of grass and trees to completely awaken the pill god body. But where are we going to find that much grass and tree power right now? Right at this moment, the grass and wood Qilin on the side jumped to Li Chongxing and continuously rubbed its head against his leg. At the same time, a green ray of light emanated from the grass tree Qilin, connecting tightly with Shangguan Yuzhing's belly. Shangguan Yuzhing stared blankly at this scene and suddenly let out a cry of shock. This unicorn can enhance the child's power of grass and trees. Li Chongxing's face was delighted, but in just a few moments, the grasswood Qilin appeared to shrivel up and closed its eyes drowsily. Li Chongxing stepped forward to check and shook his head helplessly. Alas, this Qilin is still a hatchling, and the power of grass and trees in its body is already insufficient. Now he has forcefully instilled it into Kiran Z, causing himself to fall into a coma with a lack of grass. Li Chongxing pondered slightly, seeming to have made up his mind. You've given so much for my son. I'll help you today. Chapter 114 Medicine God Body. After Li Chongxing passed on the perfect version of the vomiting skill to Kiran Z began to cultivate. The strength of his natural talent far exceeded Li Chongxing's imagination. Li Changsheng felt Qiren Zi's ever-increasing aura, and an excited light appeared in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, worthy of being my heir, a lot better than your father and me. In a short period of time, you have raised your cultivation to the 12th level of qi refining. In the future, your achievements will definitely shock the world. Immediately afterward, an aura of foundation building began to coalesce. Li Qilin was actually going to start building his foundation. To advance to foundation establishment before even being born, such a feat can only be done by my Li Changxing's son. Li Changxing waved his hand and took out a full 1,000 foundation establishment dan spread all around. Judging from my father's experience, these are enough for you to advance to the foundation establishment realm. Next, for father to help your companion divine beast refine some pills. Shangguan Yuqing stared at all of this dumbfounded, her heart setting off monstrous waves. What does he want? It's hard to believe that he wants the child to advance to foundation establishment in my womb. The more Shangguan Yuqing thought about it, the more alarmed and agitated she became. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It was a moment that even she was somewhat looking forward to. She unconsciously stroked her belly, darkly. To be able to have such a demonic son doesn't seem to be a bad thing. The crowd of concubines were also mind-blown. Before they are even born, they already have the foundation establishment cultivation level even before they have condensed into a baby fledgling. What kind of demonic existence would this be if it waited until birth? The strength of husband's bloodline has actually reached this level. No, we need to hurry up and have a baby too. Jiang Lanqin was also shocked beyond words at this moment. This child's demonic level is even stronger than Li Changxing. If there are no accidents, the Li family has this unicorn son. The future prosperity of 10,000 years is not in question. This time, I'll stay in the Li family no matter what. Only then will my Jiang family be able to hold their heads up in the Dechen dynasty. After Li Changxing saw that Qiren Zi had begun his promotion to foundation establishment, he himself also began to refine pills. He directly took out the Shinnong tripod. This was the first time he had used it to refine a pill. As soon as the Shinnong ding appeared, Shangguan Yuqing, who was also a pill refiner, directly exclaimed in shock. Shinnong tripod, it's actually the Shinnong tripod. Li Changxing smiled faintly and said in a pretense of calmness, "What's all the fuss about? It's just a broken tripod." Shangguan Yuqing could no longer afford to think. The impact that Li Changxing brought to her in this short period of time was too great. Whether it's the red genie or this inexplicably appearing unicorn child, whether it was the seemingly endless supply of foundation-building pills or the companion divine beasts, each of these shocked her beyond belief. Now Li Changxing had taken out the divine Nongding, which was known as the #1 divine weapon in the hearts of all pill refiners. With this manipulation, Shangguan Yuqing had been shocked and unable to breathe. Even she actually developed a sense of inferiority in the face of Li Changxing at this moment. Anything that comes out of his hand is an unattainable existence, and I am indeed above board with him. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at Li Changxing once again. This look shook her even more. That herb extraction technique, that speed, that dispensing technique. Every one of Li Changxing's maneuvers made her feel incredible. But a careful thought and suddenly realized the subtlety of the secret method. It is amazing. Immediately afterward, a flash of flame suddenly rose from within Li Changxing's palm. Shangguan Yuqing was even more breathless. A foreign fire, it's actually a foreign fire. The importance of a foreign fire to a pill refiner was no different from the importance of a weapon to a soldier. It was only a pity that the foreign fire was not something that anyone could acquire. Acquiring a foreign fire not only required strong physical strength, it also required heaven-defying opportunities and luck. Under the scorching fire of the foreign fire, crackling sounds were emitted from the Shinnong tripod. Shortly afterward, a strange and incomparable dan fragrance wafted out. The grass unicorn turned around leisurely and let out a low roar. Li Changxing glanced at it and opened his mouth. "What's the hurry? This elixir was meant for you." The elixir that Li Changxing was currently refining was none other than the metamorphosis pill. Although it couldn't be compared to the one that Shinnong had left for the little fox with his Dan Dao attainments under imitation, he would be able to refine a metamorphosis Dan that was 50% of its power. The metamorphosis pill could stimulate the power of a beast's bloodline. This grasswood Qilin was born from the power of grass and trees in heaven and earth, so the power of its bloodline was the power of grass and trees. Li Changxing did all of this for his son. After all, for Li Qilin to awaken the medicine god's body, he had to have enough power of grass and trees to do so. and the grass and wood unicorns could provide him with just that. But the grass tree Cheelant's current power of grass and trees was obviously not too sufficient. So with the help of the metamorphosis pill, the grass tree Cheelant would definitely be able to massively boost its own grass and wood power, which in turn would help Li Cheelant awaken the pill god body. The grasswood Cheelant grinned happily after hearing Li Chongqing's words. The Shangguan Yuqing on the side watched Li Chongqing's series of maneuvers, and at this moment, she seemed to have come to a realization. She sat cross-legged, and a kind of mysterious fluctuation surfaced on her body. Li Chongqing revealed a flash of surprise. Oh, an epiphany? It turned out that Shangguan Yuqing watched Li Chongqing refine the medicine, and instantly felt his thoughts clear. She was once again beginning her assault on the 8th grade pill refiner at this moment, and judging from her calm expression, the success rate must have been quite a bit greater than the last time. Shortly afterward, the Shinong tripod trembled slightly. Li Chongqing's face showed joy. It's done. He then tapped the divine farmer's tripod and an elixir that shone with endless light floated out. The power of grass and trees on it was so rich that it was side-splitting. Not only that, a rumbling sound began to appear above the sky. It seemed to be cheering the presence of this elixir. Shangguan Yuqing snapped her eyes open. She had successfully advanced to become an 8th grade pill refiner. But even so, she was still unable to see through Li Chongqing's Dan Dao attainments. What level has he reached? 9th grade? Or the legendary 10th grade Dan King? Before Shangguan Yuqing could even guess, the transformation Dan in front of her caused her to be shocked. That's actually a 10th grade elixir? Only 10 striking golden stripes shone brightly on the metamorphosis Dan. Shangguan Yuqing swallowed her saliva and looked at Li Chongqing with awe. At this moment, above Li Chongqing's head, a light green, crown shadow condensed from the power of grass and trees was clearly visible. And this also marked that Li Chongqing had successfully become a world-rare, 10th grade pill refiner. Anyone who was promoted to become a 10th rank had another title, Dan King. Shangguan Yuqing was breathing heavily, a living Dan King in front of her. This was something she never dared to imagine. Now that she looked back on all the past events, she was even very glad that she could give Li Chongqing a child. The Dan King as a husband, not to mention he's good-looking and so strong. I don't seem to be at a disadvantage. Sometimes a person is under all kinds of aura and can be forgiven for whatever he has done. This was the case with Shangguan Yuqing at this moment. Now the eyes she looked at Li Chongqing no longer had any hatred in them. Only endless awe and admiration remained. Jiang Lanqin looked at the crown shadow above Li Chongqing's head, and was even more excited and speechless. A 10th grade alchemist, he has become a Dan King. Emily also revealed a shocked look. She had thought that Li Chongqing was at most an 8th grade pill refiner, but now it seemed that she had still underestimated. As soon as Li Chongqing received the metamorphosis pill in his hand, he looked at the grass Cheelant who had an expectant face. Little fellow, giving you this metamorphosis pill isn't gratuitous. I need you to help Li Cheelant awaken the pill god body. The grass and wood unicorn nodded frantically, his mouth watering. Li Chongqing laughed and directly threw the elixir out. The grass and wood unicorn made a jump and received it firmly in his mouth. Chapter 115 Grass and Herb Cheelant Growing, Medicine God Body Awakening. The grass tree Cheelant swallowed the transformation pill into its stomach in one gulp. Endless medicinal power began to be released within his body. The power of grass and wood in its body continued to grow, and even its size followed suit. In the underworld, a green ray of light stretched out from within the body of the Kasaki Kirin. That green light kept flying and finally connected with Shangguan Yuqing's belly. The light flickered, like a flowing river. The power of grass and trees was being continuously channeled from the Kirin into Li Kirin's body. Li Chongqing witnessed this with anticipation in his eyes. The pill god body can be said to be a physique specially prepared for pill refiners. The pill god body was so much stronger than an ordinary person that it could be said that there was almost no bottleneck for the pill god body in the path of the Dan Dao. They can improve their Dan Dao cultivation every now and then, and the pills they refine can be infinitely close to 10% purity. As time passed, the power of grass and trees in Li Cheelant's body gradually became incredibly vigorous. But there is still some fire missing. Li Chongqing pondered for a moment, somewhat helpless. Alas, it seems that this metamorphosis pill still doesn't have enough medicinal power. The metamorphosis pill that Li Chongqing had refined was only an imitation of the Shinong metamorphosis pill. In terms of medicinal power, there was a considerable difference if compared to a true mortal transformation Dan. Although the medicinal power wasn't as powerful as a true transformation pill, this kind of pill was better in terms of quantity. Li Chongsheng summoned the divine farmer's cauldron once again, and then successively refined several furnaces of mortification pills. The medicinal power isn't as strong as a true mortal transformation pill, so I'll win with quantity. In this way, I don't believe that I can't still make you awaken your pill god body. Li Chongsheng looked at the hundreds of metamorphosis pills floating around his body and spoke proudly. Grass tree Qilin, quickly take these pills to help my son awaken his pill god body. The grass tree Qilin's body had grown to half a man's height at this moment. That majestic look was filled with awe. It raised its head to the sky, and with a bloody mouth, hundreds of transformation Dan were swallowed into its mouth. At this moment, the surging medicinal power exploded inside its body like the yellow river breaking its banks. Its body kept getting bigger and bigger, and in a short time it had already exceeded a meter. Even so, there was still no sign of stopping. The rapidly growing size pulled at its body, causing it to feel endless pain. But it understood that the pain was only short-lived. What will be gained after the pain is over will be great strength, and a change in the owner's physique qualitatively. The grasswood Qilin's body had grown to nearly 2 meters by this time, and its body shone with an endless grassy light. The concubines looked at the majestic divine beast with envy in their eyes. I wonder if I can have such a companion divine beast appear if I give birth to a child in the future. The appearance of a companion divine beast is not that easy. Jiang Lanxin also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. This kind of divine beast is quite a bit stronger than the protector divine beasts of those large sects. If this is brought out, just with this grass tree Qilin, we can sweep through some small sections. After a few more hours, the grass unicorn finally stopped growing. At this point, he was over 2 meters in size and imposing, and Shangguan Yuzhing's stomach began to undergo some changes. Li Chongqing fixed his eyes and gazed, only to see that in Shangguan Yuzhing's small abdomen, a green light cluster was constantly shining. The aura on the body above was dense, which signified that Li Qilin's medicine god body had completely awakened. Shangguan Yuqing was already incomparably cherishing the child in her belly at this moment, carefully caressing her baby belly, a motherly glow in her eyes. Seeing this sight, Li Chongsheng asked somewhat flirtatiously, "And now you're going to abort this baby?" Shangguan Yuqing bent her knees and said with some apologies and embarrassment, "It is an incomparable honor to be able to conceive an heir who carries the body of a medicine god." Luckily, Senior stepped in to stop Senior, or else a big mistake would have been made. The corner of Li Chongqing's mouth curled up slightly. "Still calling Senior? Isn't it time to change the title?" Shangguan Yuqing's face was petulant. For a long time she had been high up in the world and had never felt that she was much worse than a man. For the first time she felt the pleasure of being crushed by a strong force. Her heart fluttered with excitement as she licked her delicate red lips and cried out in a voice like a mosquito, "Husband!" Li Chongqing looked at the Yuaning powerhouse in front of him that he had conquered, and his heart exploded with a sense of accomplishment. He laughed out loud and looked over at the grassy unicorn. "Come here, we should go down." The grass tree Qilin prostrated itself on the ground, and Li Chongsheng hugged Shangguan Yuqing and sat on his back in one go. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the grass tree Qilin carried the two of them as they slowly landed on the ground. As soon as they landed, the concubines flocked to them. "Husband, we're going to have a baby too." "Husband, I've wanted to have a child for a long time, but for such a long time husband wasn't helpful, and I'm not pregnant until now." "Husband, see whose problem we both have?" Li Chongqing had a stunned look on his face. "Do you think it could be me?" Shangguan Yuqing met with a few people for the first time. But before that, Mo Li had already introduced her identity to a few people. After seeing Shangguan Yuqing at this moment, several concubines opened their mouths enviously. "Sister Shangguan is so lucky to be pregnant with such a powerful child. This child also has companion spirit beasts appearing. After being born, he must be a future mighty one." Listening to the crowd's discussion, Jiang Lanxin let out a sigh in her heart. "If I had known this, I shouldn't have refined what was inside me yesterday. Maybe I can get pregnant too." Li Chongsheng caught a glimpse of Jiang Lanxin and looked toward her. He seemed to remember that Jiang Lanxin had called him husband just now. Li Chongsheng said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, somewhat flirtatiously, "Miss Jiang, what's with the sadness?" Jiang Lanxin tried her best to make a smile appear on her cold face. "You and I are already married. Why are you still calling me Miss Jiang? Li Chongqing pretended to be surprised. So what should I call you? Jiang Lanxin paused slightly for a few seconds before whispering. Of course it's a shout out to the maiden. A smug smile appeared on Li Chongqing's face. But yesterday you said that our statuses are different, and that it's impossible for you to be my concubine. Jiang Lanxin only felt groundless. But today's Li Chongqing didn't know how much more noble than her in terms of status. Even though he knew that he had lost face, he still had to force himself to move towards Li Chongqing. Jiang Lanxin began to play dumb and said with an innocent face, "Did I say that? You're remembering it wrong. Anyway, you and I are already married. From now on, you're my husband, and that can't be changed. Even if you don't agree, I'm stuck with you." Chapter 116 Returning to Divine Water Palace. Early the next morning, Li Chongqing came outside and took a deep breath. The rich fragrance of grass and trees filled his nostrils. Looking up, the grass and wood unicorns were hovering in the sky, galloping recklessly. Not far away, Shangguan Yujing stroked her baby belly with a motherly look on her face. Last night Shangguan Yujing did not serve Li Chongqing. After all, she's pregnant now. Yesterday, Shangguan Yuqing's appearance caused a sensation throughout the Pilking Valley. It wasn't until then that they realized that their Pilking Valley even had an old ancestor with a Yuaning realm battle power and an 8th grade Dan Dao cultivation. At this moment, every passing Pilking Valley disciple all revealed a respectful look and greeted him before leaving. Li Chongqing straightened his clothes and walked towards Shangguan Yujing. "You're up so early, ma'am? You should just rest more and nourish the fetus in your belly." Shangguan Yujing looked at Li Chongqing with a grudging expression. "I have to sleep too. Your room was so noisy all night yesterday." When Li Chongqing heard this, his old face blushed and he began to change the topic. "Let's not mention this matter. Your most important task now is to nourish the fetus. I've refined some pills here to calm the fetus. Take them and take them daily. Not only will it make the fetus healthier, but it will also gradually make your body stronger." As he spoke, Li Chongqing waved his hand and dozens of Dan bottles appeared. Shangguan Yujing knew that these pills were by no means extraordinary just by taking a whiff of this pill's fragrance. Softness appeared in her eyes, and she did not excuse herself, directly accepting them all. "You're quite attached to your son. If I hadn't been pregnant with your son, wouldn't you have taken out so many pills?" Li Chongqing was speechless, so he could only take out dozens of pills again. "What are you talking about, ma'am? I'm not done with this yet." With another wave of his hand, dozens more Dan bottles appeared. The pills in these pills bottles are cultivation enhancement pills, and there are also some face resurfacing pills. Shangguan Yujing took it again, then took out a Dan bottle and took out a face resurfacing Dan and took it. Not long after, her skin became fairer and smoother, and her temperament more dusty. It caused Li Chongqing's mouth to water, but for the sake of the health of the fetus, he could only suppress the desire in his heart. This time, Li Chongqing's visit to Pilking Valley had been pretty much taken care of. "There's not much to do if you stay here any longer." So he looked at Shangguan Yujing and asked, "For my husband, I may have to leave in the next few days. Why don't you come with me?" Shangguan Yujing was silent for a moment and shook her head. "Though it is said that if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. But I am, after all, the old ancestor of the Medicine King Valley." Li Chongqing let out a sigh. He already knew Shangguan Yujing's choice. "That's just it. That's just it. I'll just have to make 2 more trips from now on. It's just that you said something about marrying a chicken or a dog. Do you think I'm a chicken or a dog?"
Shangguan Yujing Blanca Li Shangchen.
Chickens and dogs. Never seen anyone force themselves on a woman when they see one. Li Chongqing smiled awkwardly, also feeling that he had gone a bit overboard. That would be a rape offense in modern times. Ahem. He coughed lightly twice to hide his embarrassment, then said, "It's fine for you to stay in Pilking Valley, but you must pay attention to your safety, and especially you must pay attention to the fetus in your belly." Shangguan Yujing nodded, a warm current flashing through her heart. "Don't worry, I'm a Yuaning cultivator, plus the Qingyang sect and the Black Tiger sect have already submitted to the Pilking Valley. Nothing will go wrong. And don't forget, our child has a companion beast in tow. With the grasswood Qilin around, ordinary people can't harm us mother and son in the slightest." Li Chongqing nodded and looked up at the grasswood Qilin. Indeed, it is shocking how quickly this grasswood Qilin's battle power has increased. Now its combat power was already equivalent to a cultivator at the 5th level of Yuaning. I don't know how much it would have grown if it had been a few more years. With the grasswood Kirin around, there really isn't much in this dragon kingdom that can pose a threat to you. Unconsciously, there was no more animosity between the two. Shangguan Yuqing even took the initiative to lean her head on Li Chongqing's shoulder. After years of not seeing a man, she felt for the first time that she was cared for. The two watched the sun slowly rise, and watched the grass and wood unicorns roam free in the sky. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Li Chongqing's people stood before the Pilking Valley's mountain gate, and behind them were the disciples of the Pilking Valley who had come to see them off. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? Li Chongqing looked at Mo Li. Pilking Valley has Yuqing in charge, so nothing should go wrong. Although Mo Li had a lot of reluctance in her eyes, her responsibility as the valley master prevented her from just ringing herself and leaving the clan behind. Husband, just come back to see us more often. Seeing this, Li Chongqing stopped persuading and waved his hand to summon the 9-dragon chariot. In that case, we'll go ahead. Take care of yourselves and I'll be back to see you later. Shangguan Yuqing and Mo Li stepped forward and hugged on Li Chongqing. Safe travels, husband. Li Chongqing gently stroked these two people's backs. Don't worry, with my cultivation nowadays, I can walk sideways in the entire dragon kingdom. After saying goodbye, Li Chongqing took his many concubines on the 9-dragon chariot and flew towards the sky in the blink of an eye. On the way, Yu Chuyao opened her mouth and asked, Husband, where are we going next? He Qingwan and Han Rushue also opened their mouths to inquire. Why don't we go back to Divine Water Palace first? Ru Feng had always thought that cultivators should just stay out of the world and cultivate in seclusion. This time, let's show her that even if we follow our husband, our cultivation has not fallen at all, even lifting far faster than ever before. Li Chongqing sized up a few people and nodded with a smile. Not bad. Yao Yao's cultivation level is now at the peak of foundation establishment, finding time to help you advance to Jedan. Rushua's cultivation is also already at the 9th level of Jedan, and Qingwan is already at the 10th level of Jedan. A few people flirted for a while and then Li Chongqing asked, What is Lung Russian's current cultivation level? He Qingwan said, Russian was already at the peak of the 3rd level of Jedan when we left, a hair short of the 4th level. 4th level of Jedan? A bad smile appeared on Li Chongqing's face. I wonder what her expression will be when she sees that Yao Yao has turned into a Jedan and all of you have turned into peak Jedan. Li Hongfu's eyes widened, instantly revealing a look of enlightenment. Husband, you're so bad. The 9-dragon carriage bumped along the way, and several women laughed their heads off. Chapter 117. Encountering Severity Again. On the way, Li Chongqing helped Yu Chuyao advance to the Jedan realm. An 18-year-old Jedan saying it out probably wouldn't be believed by a few people. Could be expected that when Lung Rusheng saw Yu Chuyao, her jaw would absolutely drop in shock. And such a scene was exactly what Li Chongqing wanted to see. Han Rushua's improvement was also great, and at this moment, she had already reached the peak Jedan level. Like her, He Qingwan was also at the peak Jedan realm. Zhang Lanxin herself was at the peak of Jedan, and now her cultivation had become even more condensed. All three of them were just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the Yuaning realm. But advancing to Yuaning required a heavenly tribulation, and now was clearly not the time to do so. Li Chongqing planned to find some time to set up a good arrangement. All kinds of defensive magic treasures, defensive spell formations, and defensive talismans were all arranged. After all, safety was the most important thing compared to advancing to Yuaning. Your current cultivation has risen too quickly. You still need to consolidate your cultivation, Li Chongqing said. After all, when a 10,000-foot-high building is built, the foundation must be stable. Han Rushue and He Qingwan were, after all, elders and knew this very well. Don't worry, husband. With the pills you gave us, our cultivation will definitely become more and more condensed. Zhang Lanxin also nodded her head obediently, no longer having the high spirits she had at the beginning. Li Chongqing looked at Li Hongfu again. When Li Hongfu first met Li Chongqing, her cultivation level was only at the 6th or 7th level of foundation establishment. And now her cultivation level had risen to the 3rd level of Jedan. Such a realm was even higher than the Red Clothes Sect Master's realm. One must know that the Red Clothes Sect Master's cultivation was only a half-step to Jedan now. The two elders, Mei Xianglu and Lu Xian, were only at the peak of foundation establishment. The two of them had already left first because they were in the Divine Water Palace, going back to the sect to resume their orders. Hong Fu, you harbor an innate poisonous body, and you even have the 10,000 poisons skill on your side. Li Chongqing spoke his thoughts out. Your cultivation enhancement should focus on absorbing poisons. This will not only raise your cultivation level, but you will also be able to cultivate the 10,000 poisons skill, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Hongfu thought deeply. She does the same thing these days. All the poisons in the Medicine King Valley had all been absorbed cleanly by him, and his cultivation level had increased quite a bit. The most crucial thing was that the manipulation of the 10,000 poisons technique was becoming more and more comfortable. Don't look at Li Hongfu's harmless appearance. If you face an enemy, if you are not careful, the enemy will die of poisoning. That's a way to kill someone. The 9-dragon chariot was still speeding through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the crowd was already nearing the Divine Water Palace. After sitting in the 9-dragon chariot for such a long time, several people felt suffocated. Li Chongqing opened the door of the 9-dragon chariot and took a deep breath of fresh air. But it was at this moment that his face suddenly changed. There is a situation. The many concubines were curious and opened their mouths to ask, "What happened?" Li Chongqing flew up and hovered in mid-air. Just now, he felt a familiar aura that was exactly the same as the stern aura of the underworld sect. Jiang Lanxin also flew out, a flash of suspicion on her face. "Is it harsh?"
Li Shangsheng nudda.
"I didn't expect him to escape here, but he won't be able to escape this time." Following the scent of severity, Li Chongqing maneuvered the 9-dragon chariot and sped away. Shortly after landing on the ground, the barrier-breaking divine pupil was suddenly cast. A black aura unfolded before his eyes. Li Chongqing stepped out and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. The concubines followed close behind, their faces grave. The crowd walked for a long time, and the more they walked, the more they felt that something was wrong. Yi Qingwan spoke. "How is this the direction of the Divine Water Palace?" Li Chongqing frowned, a sense of ill will in his heart. This damned severity shouldn't have gone to the Divine Water Palace, right? A few people giggled in their hearts and began to worry. That stern though his flesh was broken, his firstborn was still alive. Although he couldn't exert his full strength, it was still more than enough to deal with a Jiedan cultivator. The strongest combatant in Divine Water Palace, Lang Rusheng, was only at the 3rd level of Jiedan. If Stern really went to the Divine Water Palace, even if Lung Rushen put her best foot forward, she wouldn't be able to resist. Li Chongqing's face became extremely gloomy as he sped up quite a bit. Along the way, he found a few injured Divine Water Palace female cultivators and hurriedly inquired about them. What the hell happened? Those female cultivators saw that it was Li Chongqing and directly jumped into his arms. "Husband, a Yuaning cultivator has broken into the clan, and now the palace lord is desperately resisting." "What?" Li Chongqing's heart hung in his throat. "How is Russian doing now?" Those female cultivators cried and cried, their eyes filled with grief. "Lord Palace Master teleported us out using the clan's spell formation." She stayed behind to stall the man with the clan spell formation. But it shouldn't drag on much longer. When Li Chongqing heard this, his heart was filled with anxiety. He then took out a few healing pills and gave them. "Take this medicine and follow me back to Divine Water Palace." At this moment, Li Chongqing's face was horribly gloomy. Without the slightest delay, he appeared before the mountain gate in a flash. At the moment, the entire mountain gate was wrapped in a spell formation. Those inside couldn't get out and those outside couldn't get in. Outside the spell formation, the female disciples who had been teleported out didn't leave. They weren't people who were greedy and afraid of death. Someone saw Li Chongqing and the others and exclaimed in shock, "It's husband and elder, they're back." The crowd sniffed and looked towards Li Chongqing, the aggression in their hearts exploding. "Husband, save Lord Palace Master. She's living or dying for our sake." Li Chongqing looked at the light shield of the formation in front of him and slapped his palm on it, and the formation shattered inch by inch. Then an endless vapor filled out, and a miserable scream rang out in the distance. It was Lung Rushen's voice. Li Chongqing's face became even more gloomy. He chortled, "Stern, today you will die." This furious shout contained the power of endless cultivation. The water vapor rolled back in layers, and the mountain gate shattered. 2 figures appeared not far away. One of them was none other than Lang Rushen, and the other was a strange man, but Li Chongqing instantly recognized the aura on him. It must have taken over a male cultivator after harshly escaping. At this moment, Stern was continuously sucking the cultivation and flesh and blood from this Lung Rushen's body. This scene caused Li Chongqing to be incomparably shaken. Chapter 118 Lang Rusheng in the bag. Hearing Li Chongqing's angry shout, Stern's face changed drastically. He turned and ran without even the slightest resistance. The shadow left by Li Chongqing in the beginning was too great. Later on, he learned of Li Chongqing's promotion to Yuaning, which even made him lose the slightest fighting spirit. Damn! How did he know I was here? Stern cursed and his entire body transformed into an unreadable shadow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. If he had come a little later, I would have been able to suck that woman's cultivation dry. By then, I'll be able to return to my peak battle power. Even if he is a Yuaning in this life, I still have the power to defend myself. With the Stern departure, Lang Rusheng collapsed helplessly to the ground. Li Chongqing checked, and other than the damage to his cultivation, there was no major harm. Lang Rusheng's face showed anxiety when she saw Li Chongqing and the others. Why did you guys come back? That thief is a Yuaning powerhouse, you guys run away. She hadn't finished her words when she suddenly realized that Li Chongqing's cultivation level made her scalp tingle. Your cultivation?
Li Chongqing nudda.
You heal your wounds now. Leave that thief to me, he can't run away. After leaving behind a few pills, Li Chongqing turned around and flew in a direction. Humph, trying to escape even in front of me? Delusional. The barrier-breaking divine pupil was unleashed, and all concealment had nothing to hide. One could only see a shadow flashing continuously not far away. Li Chongqing rushed off with a cold snort, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Stern's side. Stern's face was shocked. Damn it! How can he possibly see me? He then slapped his palm to his chest, surprisingly not bothering to burn his essence blood to boost his speed. But all of this was futile in Li Chongqing's eyes, only to see Li Chongqing suddenly execute the star-picking hand, and his palm violently became larger. Across the distance, the palm shadow cupped on Stern's body at once. A scream rang out as Stern began to beg for mercy. Elder, be merciful. Li Chongqing was unmoved, and the strength in his hands kept increasing. The sound of clicking kept ringing out. It was the sound of bones breaking. With a bang, Stern's body turned into blood mist. His Yuaning flew out violently trying to escape. But it's impossible to use the same trick a second time. Li Chongqing snorted coldly as the golden light holy fire rose up. The huge palm silhouette that was manifested by the star-picking hand immediately turned into a flaming palm. Daring to strike at my woman. You've already lost your reincarnation. Under the scorching of the golden light holy fire, the Stern Yuaning let out a miserable scream. Spare my life, spare my life. I'm willing to become your sword slave. I only beg Senior to let me live. Stern desperately begged for mercy, but all he got in return was an even fiercer scorching of the flames. Li Chongqing let out a snort from the corner of his mouth, and the golden light's sacred flame in his hand became even more powerful. You are also worthy of becoming my sword slave? Go to hell. Shortly afterward, Stern's Yuaning shattered inch by inch, and his soul turned into nothingness. Li Chongqing withdrew his divine ability, looked at the place where the severity dissipated, and said indifferently, unbearable. This was Li Chongqing's first strike after his promotion to Yuaning. Stern, as a cultivator at the second level of Yuaning, was unable to utilize his full battle power despite being severely injured. However, this one-sided crushing was enough to show the strength of Li Chongqing's battle power. Li Chongqing looked at the place where Stern disappeared with a cold snort. But just as he was about to turn away, he was suddenly attracted to something shiny. Curious, Li Chongqing sucked the glowing thing over with one hand. After scrutinizing it carefully, his face showed joy. Surprisingly, it's a gongfu. The name of this technique was called the Underworld Technique, a speed-type technique. When you cast it, you can transform into a shadow and increase your speed by 2 times. Burning essence blood can double the speed again. Li Chongqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at the introduction of the Underworld Decree. Could this be the technique that Stern used when he escaped just now? It can be transformed into a shadow, and its speed is even increased by 2 times. Whether it's assassination or escape, it's an extremely suitable feat. Not bad with this technique. When we meet a strong enemy in the future, if we can't beat them, we can at least run through them. Putting away the underworld skill, he flew up and returned to the Divine Water Palace. Just now, he came in a hurry and didn't carefully check the situation of the Divine Water Palace. Now that he had returned again, he realized that the large divine water palace had become dilapidated. Countless buildings collapsed within the gate, and the medicinal gardens were all destroyed. Almost all of the disciples were hung up, and there were even several female cultivators who died in battle. If it wasn't for the harsh attempt to suck the power of cultivation, only more people would have died. Just from these ruins alone, you can see what a grueling battle they've been through. If Li Chongqing had returned a little later, perhaps Lung Rusheng and the Divine Water Palace would have ceased to exist. Li Hongfu, Han Rushue, He Qingwan, Yu Chuyao and Jiang Lanxin were treating the injured. When Lung Rusheng saw Li Chongsheng coming over, she struggled to get up and respectfully bowed. Rusheng thanks Master Dan Li for saving her life. With a wave of Li Chongsheng's hand, a soft force lifted her up. No need to be polite. After not seeing her for a few days, Lung Rushen had emaciated quite a bit. Especially after having their cultivation sucked out, the entire person became depressed, and even their eyes lost their sparkle. Li Chongsheng was heartbroken and waved his hand to take out an elixir. This elixir can quickly boost your qi and blood power, which will be of great use in restoring your body. Lung Rusheng didn't refuse. She does have some bad health right now. Thank you, Master Li Dan. Has the thief been caught? Li Chongsheng coughed lightly, forcing out a mouthful of blood. That thief's cultivation is far beyond my imagination. It always turns out well though. I've killed it. He then coughed twice more, this time spewing out several mouthfuls of blood as if he was really seriously injured. The many concubines were filled with nervousness at the sight. Husband, what's wrong with you? Li Chongsheng waved his hand and said breathlessly, I'm not in any serious trouble. As long as I can help Russian get revenge, everything is worth it. These concubines knew Li Chongsheng's character very well, and now they all reacted to the fact that he was acting. However, there was no change in their expressions, and they still looked worried. A guilty look appeared on Lung Rusheng's face as she once again bowed to Li Chongsheng. Master Dan Li's great favor, Russian is unable to repay. In the future, if you are driven to do so, Russian will never complain. Seeing this, Han Rushua knew that she needed to add her own fuel to the fire. So he stepped forward and said to Lung Russian, Russian, why are you so bitter? To tell you the truth, husband has had his eye on you for a long time. This time when I left Divine Water Palace, my husband thought about you day and night. I just finished the matter at Medicine King Valley and rushed back without stopping. It's fortunate that husband came back early. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lung Rusheng's body shook and sneaked a look at Li Chongsheng. At this moment, her heart, which had not risen in waves for a long time, began to ripple. Han Ruoshue was light on her feet and saw the doorway with just a glance. She took advantage of the situation and spoke again. Rusheng, husband experienced a heavenly tribulation when he was promoted to Yuaning, and he is still seriously injured at this moment. But for your sake, he would risk his life to avenge you. Husband really cares about you. The other concubines chimed in. Yeah. Husband hasn't even been this nervous about us. Lung Rusheng looked at Li Chongsheng and was moved to tears. Do you really want to marry me? Li Chongsheng was thrilled and said without hesitation. Of course. I've had my eye on you since the first moment I saw you. Thinking back on this crisis, Lung Ruosheng let out a sigh. Looking at Han Rushue and He Qingwan's soaring cultivation levels, it was even more of a Taoist heartbeat. After a long time, it nodded slightly and said in a voice like a mosquito, Then we'll have to trouble Master Dan Li to take care of it in the future. Seeing this, Li Chongsheng directly laughed out loud. Good. Just trust yourself to me and I'll take good care of you. The concubines laughed out loud in delight. Yu Chuyao said loudly, Lord Palace Master has finally agreed. We can drink the wedding wine at night. Li Chongsheng waved his big hand. Pack up well and we'll have the wedding tonight. It was at this moment that those female disciples who had been visited by Li Chongsheng all came over. They said excitedly, Husband, let's get the wedding together too. Lung Rusheng looked at the female disciple in front of her and sucked in a breath of cool air. You guys! Did you guys get it on a long time ago? Li Chongsheng's old face blushed. Mother, let me explain. Lung Ruosheng let out a sigh. In fact, she had already seen the signs. Only now she was sure. I saw it a long time ago, no need to explain. Lung Rusheng said helplessly. Since we're having a wedding, let's do it all together. I don't want you to be the one who started it all. On this night, the Divine Water Palace was decorated with lights. There is still a lot of rubble, but everyone has a happy smile on their face.